Before you stands the Onion Knight, Ser Davos, the commander of the Night's Watch, King Beyond the Wall, the slayer of White Walkers, the guardian of the North and the Iron Islands, the Sea King of Braavos, the master of dragons, the Conqueror, Duke Lion Victor. Now, you may kneel. The long night approaches. This is a tale of a Night's Watchman who possesses the prowess of mounted combat and the multifaceted abilities granted by the god of many faces. Unscrupulous brigands, formidable wildlings, the undead White Walkers, and the levies called forth by lords. Legendary creatures, such as dragons, sorcerers awakened to arcane powers, and gods with malevolent intentions toward humanity populate this narrative. It is also a tale of valor, a sword in hand, a bow drawn, and a steed to vanquish all adversaries. When another mad king emerges in the world and chooses to betray the Night's Watch, Lion declares, "The long night has come. I shall ensure that the name of the eternal Night King is sung throughout the ages." Henceforth, wherever the black-clad army marched, every castle upon the continent bore the same ominous black banner. After countless sails have passed, Lion returns as a youth, yet this time, he carries a new identity. Chapter 1. My name is Lion, the Lion of the Three Lights. This is a long summer that has never graced the memories of the elder Westerosi. As the first light of a new day in the 7th year of this long summer breaks upon a watchtower of Black Iron Keep, a boy of approximately 15 or 16, wrapped in bear pelts, huddles beside a nearly extinguished hearth, the sudden rays of dawn striking his eyelids, prompting Lion to involuntarily open his eyes. It is worth noting that Lion was not originally from this world. He was merely an unremarkable high school student who became utterly engrossed in a mod from Mount Blade 2, titled The World of Thrones, playing for 7 days and nights without respite. His relentless pursuit of new experiences through various lives brought him joy, yet ultimately ended in tragedy as he succumbed to a fatal heart attack at his computer desk, awakening in this strange new world. Lion, or rather the new recruit of the Night's Watch, Lion Victor, could not suppress a shiver, then slowly rose to stretch, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. Even in the early morning of a long summer, the temperature near the wall was still chilling enough to threaten one's very existence. Standing in the watchtower, Lion glanced back at the scene within Black Iron Keep. Shadows were already flitting through the morning mist, bustling about in pursuit of their daily livelihoods. As a novice member of the Night's Watch, Lion's duties did not extend to monitoring the security within the castle walls. Suddenly, the stern visage of Commander Jorah Mormont surfaced in Lion's mind, his demeanor unyielding and serious. It then dawned on him that his mission was to surveil for any wildlings who might have stealthily infiltrated from beyond the wall. Having lived in a peaceful realm in his previous life, Lion had never experienced the constant perils that accompanied such a life, leading him to underestimate the responsibilities of the Night's Watch, naively believing that it sufficed to merely stand atop the lofty watchtower or castle walls, gazing at the unchanging scenery beyond. However, the events of the day before had irrevocably altered this misguided perception. Consequently, Lion hastily widened his eyes, peering out from the watchtower, but despite his earnest efforts, the fog obscured his vision to a mere 3 to 5 li of desolate wilderness. Moreover, the rugged terrain of the wilds, interspersed with ravines and hills, and further afield, the lush, ocean-like expanse of the Wolfwood, meant that even if hundreds or thousands of wildlings lurked nearby, Lion would remain blissfully unaware. Lion, there is no need for excessive concern. It is still the long summer. Even if a few wildlings were to slip through the mouse holes of the wall, they wouldn't pose a significant threat. Besides, we have eyes in every village within 100 miles, so danger is unlikely. A flat tone emanated from a watchtower several meters away, clearly directed at the evidently over-anxious Lion. Following the voice, Lion turned to see a man clad in raven-black Knight's Watch armor leaning out from the watchtower, a relaxed smile gracing his features as he regarded him. Even though Lion had seen this face multiple times over the past week, he still felt an overwhelming urge to request an autograph. The reason for this impulse was none other than Jon Snow, one of the absolute protagonists from the television series Game of Thrones, which he had watched countless times in his previous life. His lineage, akin to a classic narrative template, had branded him a bastard for most of his life, only to reveal him as one of the legitimate heirs of House Targaryen. Yet at present, he was merely 15 years old, having just celebrated his naming day before accompanying his uncle, Benjen Stark, to the wall. "You, my friend, I cannot decide whether to commend your resilience or scold your lack of concern. You remained oblivious even as the fire died in the hearth during the latter part of the night." Jon's words dripped with teasing sarcasm as Lion finally noticed the stubborn flicker of a dying flame still bravely struggling to burn in the hearth. Regardless, Lion should be grateful that he did not freeze to death during the night, thanks to that fire. No need for thanks. Brothers of the Night's Watch naturally look out for one another. I climbed up and down in the latter part of the night to stoke the fire for you, and seeing you sleep so soundly, I refrain from waking you. I must say, it feels quite pleasant to have lived to see you again the next day. Observing Lion's current dazed expression, devoid of the eagerness he had displayed in previous days, Jon rolled his eyes in amusement, finding his own jest amusing, and retreated from Lion's line of sight, evidently having taken his leave. Although Jon had asserted there was no danger, remaining exposed for an extended period rendered him susceptible to an arrow that could easily be loosed by wildlings from an unknown location. This reality had been underscored just days prior, when an unfortunate brother of the Night's Watch had nearly lost his life to such a stroke of ill fate. Lion, as it happened, had been unfortunate enough to witness the entire ordeal unfold. He was, in fact, the very Night's Watch brother who had nearly perished. An arrow from a wildling had zipped past his scalp, and had it been a mere centimeter lower, he would have been destined for the next realm. Although the esteemed ranger, Lord Benjen Stark, promptly led a contingent of rangers in search of the direction Lion had indicated, they found not a single trace of the wildlings. For Lion, still caught in the thrill of his arrival in this otherworldly realm, this was undoubtedly a significant blow. Ever since that moment, Lion has become increasingly taciturn and plagued by trepidation. Despite the fact that his current youthful physique is vastly superior to the frail constitution of his past life as a hapless high school student, he remains hesitant to wager that his skull could withstand the force of a conical arrow fashioned by a savage using wolf fangs. The passage of 7 days has been fleeting. Even though Lion initially approached his surroundings with an exuberant curiosity, the relentless expanse of wilderness before him and the sporadic tingling of his sixth sense, reminiscent of a spider's instinct, have dulled that curiosity, replaced instead by a profound sense of resentment and an overwhelming fear of death. Each time he stood guard in the watchtower, Lion found his gaze drifting, consumed by thoughts of how he might escape this accursed place. Yet, while dining in the mess hall, he has heard more than once of deserters captured by the Lords of the North, summarily executed on the spot. Listening to the unrestrained discussions of the veterans regarding the fates of those deserters, accompanied by the cruel smiles that occasionally flickered across their faces, Lion felt a chill envelop him. Regardless of whether he possesses the fortune to escape the North, given his utter ignorance of this world, it is likely that he could devise 100 ways to meet his demise. Yet, can he afford not to flee? Although Lion knows little of this world, he is acutely aware of the White Walkers that pervade the 8-season series. What is more terrifying is that he finds himself on the front lines against these otherworldly foes. With his rudimentary self-defense skills gleaned from short videos, it is probable that he would be brought to his knees in mere moments, begging for mercy. Even in death, should the Night King merely raise his hand, Lion would find himself compelled to rise again, playing the part of a mindless zombie, destined for eternal torment. Oh heavens, no. 7 gods above, wait, the Northerners worship the old gods. In any case, regardless of which deity manifests, please come to rescue this wayward lamb. With these thoughts, Lion plopped back onto the wooden floor of the Arrow Tower, muttering to himself. Conventionally, protagonists in other novels awaken to assist him upon arrival. Lion's predicament, requiring him to plead for assistance, is indeed a rarity. But better late than never. Apologies for the delay. Congratulations, host, on awakening the mounted combat interface, accompanied by the God of 1,000 Faces system. Chapter 2. The panel is in hand. Unleashing the rampage mode. Just as Leon was on the brink of despair, contemplating a reckless plunge into the abyss, perhaps to confront the Night King in a desperate bid to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, an ethereal voice, tinged with an ineffable sense of guilt and indistinguishable in gender or age, resonated within his mind. You may summon the panel at any time to allocate points, or call upon the system to explore its functionalities. As a belated recompense, your attributes have each been augmented by 10 points, along with the option to specialize in one skill from the 3 available paths. As Leon stood there, momentarily flabbergasted, he unconsciously uttered the word panel. To his astonishment, a familiar yet slightly alien interface manifested before him. Identity: Leon Victor, new recruit of the Night's Watch. Level: 0, family. Level 0, no fief. Strength: 15, one-handed, two-handed polearms. Agility: 13, bows, crossbows, throwing. Stamina: 16, horsemanship, running, forging. Cunning: 11, tea-serving, tactics, vices. Social: 11, charm, leadership, trading. Intelligence: 13, management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points: 0. Available skill specialization points: 0. Available maximum level skill specialization attempts: 1. Inventory: rodent bite, worn cloak. Shabby Night Watch armor, rusty hand sword provided by the Kingdom, battle-scarred short bow provided by the Kingdom, bald-headed arrows, X21. Currency: 0 gold dragons. After meticulously examining his attribute panel, Leon's previously rising spirits suddenly plummeted, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The cause was simple. He was exceedingly impoverished. In the perilous and monotonous expanse of the wall, where even a casual venture outside might result in dire consequences, it was evident that his meager wages had been entirely squandered on a technician at the Red Romantic Leisure Club in Mole Village, seeking solace for his troubled mind. Consequently, when it was his turn to log in, he inherited nothing but a collection of abysmal gear and an economic standing of precisely zero. However, for someone who had been engulfed in despair, the appearance of the panel and system was akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the darkness. After a brief moment of despondency, Leon found his resolve rekindled. Fear not. As long as he possessed the panel with time, it would not be a mere dream to single-handedly fell the Night King. Clenching his fists as he gazed upon the unchanging watchtower in the desolate wilderness, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. Considering his understanding of his predecessor, Leon realized that, by the standards of an ordinary night's watchman in this world, his raw strength far surpassed that of his peers, exceeding them by more than threefold. This was not merely a basic arithmetic calculation, but rather an exponential growth of power. He confidently speculated that upon reaching 30 points in strength, he would possess the courage to contest even a giant in a test of strength. In the original world of Mount Blade, without resorting to cheats, a strength of around 30 was sufficient to earn the title of Sword Saint, even allowing one to roam freely within the game. However, he was acutely aware that this was a low-magic world within the realm of a Song of Ice and Fire, and his knowledge of the outside world remained limited, confined to the small area surrounding the Black Fortress of the Night's Watch. The wildlings beyond the wall remained a mystery to him, fraught with uncertainty and danger. He understood that dragons and White Walkers existed in the outside world, yet he was uncertain whether Daenerys and the Night King adhered to the same logic. He began to worry whether his mortal form could withstand a dragon's breath, or if he could prevail against the Night King's army of 1,000,000 whites. These thoughts furrowed Leon's brow. He understood that he must remain discreet and cautious, lest he stumble into a pitfall. Until he had unraveled these mysteries, he needed to exercise greater prudence. Given your current equipment, it is advisable to specialize in one-handed sword mastery. The voice that had guided him earlier, neither distinctly male nor female, nor young nor old, interjected again. And now I must take my leave. Do not forget to check the thousand-faced god system I have bestowed upon you. Perceiving the myriad expressions that flitted across Leon's face in mere moments, the voice felt compelled to remind him. Every encounter is a connection. May I know your name? Upon hearing that the voice was departing, Leon felt a surge of urgency. If the process were to proceed as expected, this entity had yet to present him with a novice gift package. After a prolonged silence, Leon became convinced that the voice's owner had indeed departed. Acknowledging their departure, he heeded the mysterious voice's final wish and cautiously allocated this precious opportunity to specialize in one-handed sword mastery. This choice was not only because the one-handed sword was the weapon he was most familiar with, but also stemmed from an endless pursuit of swordsmanship deep within his heart. As the previously dim icon shimmered with radiant brilliance due to this allocation, Leon felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. It was as though he had become one with the one-handed sword. With the blade in hand, the world was his dominion. He casually grasped the rusty, one-handed sword beside him and swung it a few times. Though the blade was worn and battered in his hands, it seemed to be imbued with newfound vitality. Each stroke of the sword exuded an unstoppable momentum, as if no adversary could withstand the might of his strike. However, as the dance of the sword concluded, Leon's gaze turned deep and melancholic. It was a solitude that accompanied the heights of achievement, a loneliness that transcended the ordinary. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, surveying the multitude below, yet finding no worthy opponent to match his prowess. This overwhelming sense of invincibility left Leon somewhat disoriented. He hastily sheathed the sword, striving to dispel this feeling from his mind. How terrifying! Was this the sensation of being at the pinnacle? Regaining his composure, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him and swiftly returned the rusty sword to its sheath, avoiding any further gaze upon it. Fortunately, once the sword was sheathed, the overpowering aura of invincibility began to wane. Ahem, it is time to delve into the main topic. System. With a soft cough, a similar panel materialized before Leon. Thousand-faced God system, growth type. Description. The faith of the thousand-faced God holds that death is a divine gift, the cessation of suffering. Provided that offerings are made, the deity shall bestow gifts upon every individual in this realm. The assassination of the faceless ones is regarded as a sacred rite. Active task. Eliminate Alicia Thorne. Reward. Black and white kiss. a sword forged from the finest Valyrian steel. Indestructible, yet it bears an inconspicuous trait that seems to embody a hint of the thousand-faced god's divinity. Passive task. 1. Bloodthirst. After killing or defeating 10 individuals, unlock the ability to restore a portion of stamina. 0. 10 can grow indefinitely. The system's explanation was remarkably succinct, verging on foolproof in its simplicity. Yet at that moment, Leon found himself grappling with two questions. First, who was Alicia Thorne? Second, what did it mean to restore a portion of stamina? Chapter 3. Alicia Thorne. Your path to death awaits. In a secluded watchtower along the wall, Leon fell into a contemplative state. His gaze traversed the vastness of the wilderness. Yet he struggled to grasp the uncertainties swirling within. First and foremost, who was Alicia Thorne? He murmured to himself, seeking answers in the recesses of his predecessor's memories. However, those memories were akin to ancient tomes, long sealed and requiring careful perusal page by page. He seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to delve deeper into the fragments of memory residing in his mind. After a considerable duration, he found himself at an impasse. The predecessor was not particularly gifted in memory retention. Many fragments were scattered and indistinct, rendering them tedious and challenging to piece together for someone like Leon, who had experienced an information explosion in his previous life. Taking a deep breath, Leon endeavored to calm the tumult within. He understood that to answer the question of who Alicia Thorne was, he needed to excavate the memories of his predecessor thoroughly and uncover clues associated with that name. Yet he failed. Even straining his mind, he could not recall any traces of Alicia Thorne. Nonetheless, certain memories regarding his lineage and the experience of being exiled to the Night's Watch by his father remained strikingly vivid. These recollections linger as if they transpired only moments ago. His father, Vitcon Victor, serves as the protector of the Bay of Rivers, a vassal to House Tully, one of the 7 kingdoms. Yet, among his numerous offspring, Lion Victor is merely one among many. With the eldest son still in the picture, Lion had no prospects of inheriting a castle or lands from the family, compounded by his former self being a wayward youth, indulging in hedonistic pleasures and often lingering in the seedy establishments of the Red Romantic in Molestown. As the youngest in the family, he received little affection. Ultimately, after one of Baron Viken's escapades to the gambling den to reclaim a debt, Lion Victor found himself not returning to the soft comforts of home, but instead embarking on a carriage bound for the Wall in the north, joining the ranks of the Night's Watch. Though his former self left behind some less than flattering imprints, he also bore undeniable merits. For instance, Lion inherited his father's striking good looks, a visage that often granted him special treatment in the taverns and brothels of Molestown. However, the toll of long journeys, combined with his first encounter with the bitter cold of the north as a southerner, led Lion to fall ill upon returning from a visit to Molestown. At this pivotal moment, Lion's soul traversed realms, seizing the mantle of fate. Now, Lion has become the new Lion Victor. At this moment, Lion, slumped on the ground, felt the ladder of the watchtower tremble, prompting him to involuntarily glance in the direction of the disturbance. Emerging from the entrance was a head, wild with disheveled hair, followed closely by a somewhat stooped figure clad in black. The newcomer bore an expression devoid of emotion, their face etched with the numbness sculpted by the frosts of the north. Upon observing Lion seated on the ground, lacking the vigilance expected of a guard, a flicker of disappointment crossed their features. However, despite the internal discontent, the visitor refrained from voicing their grievances outright. Instead, they coldly remarked, "It is time to eat. Should you miss this meal, you'll have to wait until this time tomorrow." Lion felt a twinge of discomfort at the absence of reprimand, as since his arrival, he had often found himself in humorous predicaments due to his struggle to adapt to the medieval mindset. Yet, he did not recognize this elder Night's Watchman. Perhaps in their eyes, the current Lion did not merit the same black garb or the shared oath of guardianship. Watching the older man take a seat in the spot Lion had vacated, carelessly pushing aside Lioness gear and placing his bow and arrows within easy reach, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the wilderness, the already cramped watchtower felt even more constricted. Thus, Lion, resigned, shouldered his equipment and slowly made his way out of the tower. Just as Lion reached the final rung of the wooden ladder, 2 familiar voices echoed behind him. One he immediately recognized as John's, while the other was slightly unfamiliar. Yet he had certainly heard it before. Turning around, he discovered that the source of the unfamiliar voice was his young companion, Eddie. Although the memories of both Lions were not particularly sharp, they could always match a face to a name with those they had encountered. Their exchange bore no overt hostility, though an unmistakable undertone of teasing lingered. "What a rarity today. Old Cohen didn't tea-scold you," Eddie remarked, What is the matter? Jon inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Lion stood by, quietly listening, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. Their dialogue seemed to pertain to him, yet he could not discern its true meaning. Alas, what has become of the Night's Watch? Once, they epitomized responsible heroes and valiant warriors of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet now they are rife with sinners, thieves, brigands, and undeserving hangers-on. Eddie's words revealed a profound dissatisfaction and deep concern for the current state of the Night's Watch, even as he evaded a direct response to Jon's inquiry. Presently, the Night's Watch's duty is merely to contend with those insignificant wildlings. As for the others, I would rather believe they are mere tales concocted by wet nurses to lull children to sleep, Jon continued. How can you say such a thing, being a Stark? Eddie challenged. Doesn't the ancestral saying of winter is coming not belong to your Stark family? Do you, a Stark bastard, not even believe in your own family's words? Eddie's bluntness rendered Jon's previously amicable demeanor suddenly grim. As Eddie praised Jon's Stark heritage, a sense of pride appeared on Jon's face, only to swiftly dissipate upon hearing the term bastard. Yet, Eddie seemed oblivious to this shift, perhaps due to his commoner background. He held little regard for being labeled a bastard, as he was not one. Moreover, he knew the names of his parents. In any case, Jon abandoned Eddie, who was still rambling about the impending winter, and approached Lion. Before the noble-born Lion, Jon regained a semblance of the familiarity they once shared. As fellow recruits to the Night's Watch at Castle Black, Lion's performance, while not exceptional, often brought joy to Jon. Lion's affable personality and endless supply of humorous anecdotes frequently elicited laughter from Jon, though Lion often boasted of peculiar experiences that made Jon feel somewhat unsettled. He could not refute them. However, in recent days, Lion had exhibited an unusual gloom. Perhaps it was the fading novelty of his arrival at Castle Black that led him to feel bewildered and uncertain about the long, arduous life of a Night's Watchman that lay ahead. Chapter 4. Humiliate Jon in public, forge a rivalry. Not only Lion, but Jon too, found himself occasionally beset by pangs of regret, questioning the impulsive decision that had led him to join the Night's Watch. Let's head to the mess hall. I heard someone bagged a wild boar last night. I wonder how much is left, Jon suggested, giving Lion a gentle pat on the shoulder, signaling him to follow while disregarding Eddie behind them. At that moment, a thought flickered through Lion's mind. Although he could not recall who Alazar Thorne was, surely Jon, the protagonist of this tale, would know. Jon, do you know who Alazar Thorne is? Lion inquired. I'm not too sure. Do you have business with him? Jon replied, his pace only slightly faltering, clearly more captivated by the prospect of wild boar meat in the mess hall. However, Jon's response left Lion feeling somewhat conflicted, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Should he confess that he was borrowing this person's identity to fulfill a certain task? And no, it's nothing. Since it's nothing, let us keep moving. Just then, Eddie caught up with him, interjecting, You really asked the wrong person, Jon. He is always indifferent to these matters. You probably can't even recall the Commander's name right now. Rubbish. How could I forget Commander Georg Mormont's name? Jon retorted. But you and the new recruits don't even know our instructor Alazar Thorne's name, Eddie pressed. Jon, you really don't understand anything. As they conversed, a fellow Night's Watchman appeared to have overheard Eddie's remarks, turning back with a look of disdain, intent on identifying the presumptuous recruit who dared to call out his name. Lion recognized a familiar face, and a thought flashed through his mind. Ah, it's him. He is the one who, in the early parts of the original work and the series, had a contentious relationship with Jon, even betraying Jon in the plot, which led to Jon's first death. Although the portrayal of this character in the narrative is complex and multifaceted, selfish, arrogant, and vile, yet also loyal, respectable, and principled, he now stood before Lion. Ah, I wondered who dared to summon me amidst the throng. It is none other than Lord Snow. At this moment, Jon has come to comprehend the identity of Alazar Thorne. Since his arrival at the Black Iron Castle, nearly every encounter with this lord has been accompanied by the other's scornful jibes and unwarranted disdain. Despite Jon's profound sense of pride, which makes him intolerant of such affronts, he has temporarily endured them, considering the lofty status and immense power of his adversary. However, Thorne's mockery has escalated, and Jon finds himself unable to bear it any longer. Yet, instead of confronting the other like an aggrieved maiden, he silently unsheathes his sword from his waist. Has Lord Snow taken offense? How audacious to draw a blade against me. Do you comprehend the implications of such an act? The derision in Alazar Thorne's gaze dissipates, replaced by a murderous intent that would chill the blood of any onlooker. Such a gaze is one only seen in seasoned veterans who have survived the blood-soaked horrors of war. Jon feels an icy grip envelop his entire being. his fingers growing numb around the hilt of his sword. Faced with such a stare, his anger dissipates significantly. But his pride insists that he cannot simply retract his weapon as if nothing has transpired. Around them, the Night's Watch brothers and the common folk of Black Iron Castle gather, yet none dare intervene. Some of Jon's fellow watchers, harboring old grievances against him, fold their arms and wear expressions of delight at the unfolding spectacle, effectively blocking any escape for Jon and his companions. Witnessing this scene, Alyssa Thorne's fury intensifies, and he strides menacingly toward Jon. Although he does not draw his sword, his presence is formidable enough to deter anyone from intervening. At this moment, Lion realizes that they are encircled, akin to an island besieged by waves, utterly isolated. Meanwhile, from a nearby loft, Giamormont and the imp keenly observe the unfolding drama below. Do you not intend to intervene and prevent this calamity? The imp inquires calmly. I suspect that this may lead to a fatal outcome, more specifically, the demise of a wolf. Despite the calmness in his voice, the brewing conflict does not disrupt the steady grip he maintains on his wine glass. Since he ventured north to the wall to satiate his curiosity, the biting cold has left him shivering, reliant on strong spirits for warmth. Though he harbored a moderately favorable impression of Jon during their time in Winterfell, it was not sufficient to compel him to descend and rescue Jon from his predicament. Even in his sobriety, the imp perceives that Jon is far from welcomed here, and as a dwarf, it remains uncertain if he could best Alyssa Thorne and his surrounding brethren of the Night's Watch. Whether Alyssa Thorne is a charismatic instructor is of little concern to me, Giamormont states, but he is undoubtedly my most exceptional trainer. As long as he continues to provide me with fresh recruits, it is he who can cultivate these young men into true brothers of the Night's Watch. Giamormont's words brim with trust in Alyssa Thorne, a trust that has been fostered over time. Thus he believes he will ultimately support whatever actions Thorne may undertake. He is also acutely aware of Jon's ostracism in this moment, and he believes that if Jon cannot endure it, even to the point of perishing here, it will be preferable to tarnishing the honor of the Night's Watch in the future, despite the current decline of the Night's Watch's reputation across the Seven Kingdoms, as evidenced by the new recruits comprised of brigands, murderers, con artists, and bastards. To be candid, the imp continues, I do not share your perspective. Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain to Brandon Stark upon his return how his nephew met his end at the hands of your most esteemed instructor. Upon hearing these words, Giamormont falls silent, merely observing the unfolding drama below. Chapter 5. Childhood Jon Outmatched. Lord Snow, I wonder if the instructors in Winterfell have taught you that once the sword is drawn, it is nigh impossible to sheath it again without shedding blood. Alyssa Thorne's words drip with scorn, rendering Jon nearly unable to meet his gaze. Even more shocking to Jon is the realization that he has lost the courage to wield his sword at this very moment. The crowd around him, witnessing his bewilderment, with heads bowed and faces flushed, resembles a startled quail, erupts into a cacophony, seemingly insistent on witnessing a river of blood before they relent. This atmosphere ignites Jon's fury, rekindling a spark of strength within him, and he instinctively tightens his grip on his sword. I, Jon Snow of Winterfell, challenge you to a duel. In the name of the old gods, if one of us must perish, let the old gods witness this moment. Jon steadies his mind and speaks each word with conviction. As his declaration echoes, the clamor around him diminishes considerably. Many faces that wore mockery now appear frozen, only to erupt into louder laughter moments later. Yet this time, the surrounding noise fails to disrupt Jon, whose resolve has solidified. He fixes his gaze upon Alyssa Thorne. The derision in Alyssa Thorne's expression remains unabated as he leisurely queries. Is it because I address you as Lord Jon that you would invoke your so-called old gods? Or do you yearn to see your wretched, perhaps already dead, whore of a mother? This provocation sends Jon into a rage. His teeth clenched, his face flushed, and without hesitation, he swings his sword toward Alyssa Thorne's face, as if intent on crushing that foul mouth in an instant. However, Alyssa merely tilts his head slightly, deftly evading this lethal strike. Despite Jon's upbringing under the tutelage of the renowned Ser Roderick Castle, in the presence of the battle-hardened Alyssa Thorne, he appears as nothing more than a naive child. Subsequently, Alyssa's large hand extends, seizing Jon as one might a chick, lifting him from the ground and tightening his grip around Jon's throat. Feeling the overwhelming force that seems capable of crushing his neck, Jon's strength swiftly ebbs away, his surroundings flashing by like a carousel, and his sword clatters helplessly to the ground. This sudden turn of events catches Lion off guard. After all, he recalls Alyssa Thorne more for his sharp tongue than for his physical confrontations with Jon. Furthermore, Jon's noble lineage, even as a bastard. Makes him the protected son of the North's guardian. How dare Elisa Thorne act against him? Jon, like a marionette, falls silent, his reddened face turning pale as his eyes begin to roll back. Heaven's mercy. Is the male lead of this saga destined to perish thus? This scene is absent from the television adaptation. Lyon's initial panic flickers away, replaced by a grim determination to draw his sword and sever Elisa Thorne's arm. Even should this earn him a reputation for attacking the upper echelons of the Night's Watch, the best outcome awaiting him would be banishment from the Night's Watch, or worse, being slain by the guards arriving in response. Yet, at this critical juncture, Elisa Thorne astutely loosens his grip, allowing Jon to slip from his grasp like a slippery eel, landing heavily on the cold ground. Just as Lyon prepares to draw his sword to intervene, Jon has already collapsed, clutching his throat and gasping for breath. Foolish little bastard. Since you have already sworn an oath to your god, no one shall dare dispute my intention to slay you now. But you must comprehend this. Crushing you is akin to squashing an ant, and I am disinclined to extinguish your pitiful life. I allow you to linger in agony, hoping you will abandon your laughable pride and content yourself with performing menial tasks for us, living like a maggot in squalor. You are unworthy of the honor of being a brother of the Night's Watch, Elisa Thorne declares before turning to leave. Before turning away, he cast a scornful glance at Lyon and Eddie, who stood beside Jon. Though he did not utter a word, their faces were indelibly etched in his mind, particularly Lyon's. Alazar Thorne had certainly noticed the murderous intent Lyon had exhibited earlier. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished his grip so swiftly. After all, from his perspective, exchanging one arm for the life of a brash young recruit seemed exceedingly disproportionate. Once Alazar Thorne's figure had completely vanished, the onlookers, both Night's Watchmen and commoners alike, dispersed, each displaying their disdain for Jon as they passed by. On this desolate wall, the indifference of the human heart was perhaps more chilling than the icy winds and snow. This time, Jon's performance could hardly be deemed satisfactory, even though he did not cower in the face of Alazar Thorne's provocation. A loss is a loss, especially when Jon had foolishly initiated the challenge. Should Jon continue to languish under this setback, it was likely that no one would regard him with respect in the future. When Jon finally gathered his breath, he found only Lyon remaining by his side, as Eddie had vanished. Am I to be the sole audience to your misfortune? Jon's first words took Lyon by surprise, as he had not anticipated such a reaction from Jon. This is retribution for your betrayal of Daenerys. Jon's remark left Lyon at a loss for words. He had prepared some comforting phrases, but they all remained lodged in his throat. Nonetheless, Lyon mustered the effort to offer a single piece of advice. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. For some inexplicable reason, perhaps for the first time in 15 years, hearing such profound words caused Jon's feelings of regret and shame to dissipate instantly. After a considerable pause, Jon seemed to regain his courage and nodded at Lyon. Chapter 6. The selection of the Night's Watch. Not everyone can become a Night's Watchman. One day, I shall personally deliver Alazar Thorne to the gallows, Jon proclaimed, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve as he stood up, his teeth clenched in determination. At this proclamation, Lyon could not help but nod in agreement, feeling a deep sense of solidarity. Compared to execution by hanging, beheading appeared to offer a more satisfying outlet for one's wrath. As Lyon supported the still feeble Jon into the mess hall, they found it empty, save for cold remnants of food. The rotund cook scraped the bottom of the pot with her spoon, producing a jarring sound, clearly unwilling to leave them any sustenance. However, Eddie, who had been elusive upon their arrival, now crept over with a furtive demeanor. Before Jon could inquire, Eddie produced 2 dark loaves of bread from his greasy sleeve. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were stuffed with the wild boar meat Jon had long craved. This one is mine. The other I snatched from Janey after enduring 2 hefty spoonfuls, Eddie said, hastily offering the bread to them. As Jon accepted the otherworldly meat bun, a wave of emotion washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears. In contrast, Lyon unceremoniously devoured his bun in one large bite. After a day of sun and wind atop the watchtower, and with this being their only meal, Lyon was ravenous, with no time to utter even a word of thanks. Jon's condition was scarcely better. He took the meat bun and began to wolf it down. Despite his gnawing hunger, he maintained noble etiquette, savoring the small portion and chewing meticulously before finishing. Just as the instructor announced something while they ate, a look of concern crossed Eddie's face, which quickly morphed into mockery. It seems all the able-bodied recruits of the Night's Watch must gather at the training grounds, he remarked. It appears your little brother is about to get his wish, being dispatched to Molestown to serve as a teapot. It wasn't until Eddie scrutinized Lyon for an extended period that Lyon realized he was referring to himself. The original moral standard was not particularly prominent in Black Iron Castle, but neither was it too deficient. However, after experiencing a series of absurd events in Molestown, the former occupant had succumbed to illness and high fever, lying bedridden for several days. This had never happened among the Brothers of the Night's Watch, leaving everyone in disbelief. Yet, Leon remained expressionless, as if what Eddie said did not concern him. He had no intention of bearing the burdens of the previous occupant's mistakes. In stark contrast, Jon's anxiety was palpable. He instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist and declared resolutely, "No, I will not allow such a thing to happen. Leon has already pledged that we shall become rangers together in the future. I will be the lead ranger and he my second." "Haha, Lord Snow, that is the most amusing thing I've heard all day," Eddie scoffed. Yet Jon did not find it humorous. He clenched his fists, his gaze toward Leon filled with determination and resolve. "What is so wrong with being a teapot? Spending the days in the burrow with the ladies is hardly comparable to our life of toil under the sun and wind." Eddie continued to jest, unperturbed. However, the two remained undeterred, and upon finishing their meal, all three made their way to the training grounds. "Leon, do not worry. With me around, no one can lay a finger on you." Despite the embarrassment he had faced that morning, Jon strove to maintain his composure before Leon, embodying a spirit of bravery. Leon felt deeply moved, understanding that Jon was standing up for him, especially considering Leon's recent novice performance had hardly earned him any respect. Although Leon had now acquired a combat prowess thrice that of before, he deemed it too complicated to explain to Jon, opting instead to demonstrate his capabilities through action later. Upon arriving at the training grounds, nearly all the recruits of the Night's Watch who were in the same batch as Leon and Jon had gathered. They each selected appropriate armor from the armory, eager to prove themselves, their eyes scanning their potential adversaries with keen intensity. However, when Leon and Jon entered the training grounds, most recruits reined in their hostile gazes, with only a few daring to cast brazen glances of provocation. This was not due to a lack of intimidation from Leon or Jon, but rather because Jon's prowess was overwhelming. Under the meticulous guidance of Sir Roderick Castle, Jon's swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level. Even recruits taller and stronger than him could not withstand a single exchange against his blade. Those who had previously been bested by Jon now appeared more prepared, their expressions considerably more relaxed. "You little bastard, what are you doing here? Is scrubbing toilets and mucking stables so easy that you have time to participate in our Night's Watch selection?" Alazar Thorne derided from the platform, believing Jon should find a place to hide after the humiliation he had faced that morning, rather than seek further disgrace here. Yet, Jon's response was a glare filled with hatred, embodying a defiance that suggested he would not be deterred from his path. Upon witnessing the expression on Jon's face, Alazar Thorne smirked contemptuously, his expression one of complete control over the situation. Chapter 7. Thorne's Conspiracy, Nearly Zero Defense. Although Jon's heart brimmed with animosity towards Alazar Thorne, his desire to rush up and tear him apart was tempered by the understanding that this was the training ground, not a place for reckless abandon. The rules of the Night's Watch were paramount to him, even more significant than life itself. Thus, in the face of Alazar Thorne's provocation, Jon merely shot him a fierce glare and calmly, yet resolutely stated, "As a recruit of the Night's Watch, I firmly believe I possess the right to undergo the selection process and become a true brother of the Night's Watch. Very well, since our little bastard, Jon Snow, wishes to prove himself as no coward, I ask the new recruits present, who among you dares to teach him a lesson?" Alazar Thorne subsequently turned his gaze toward the newly assembled recruits in the training yard, who appeared eager for the challenge. However, many averted their eyes upon meeting his gaze, clearly recalling the hardships they endured during their previous encounters with Jon. Yet, among this group of recruits, not all were cowards. A tall man named Hod stepped forward. Despite being only 16, his physique surpassed that of most adults, his muscles as solid as granite. He benefited from a lineage of stonemasons, having forged a body as robust as diamond, his fierce countenance hinting at a cunning intelligence. When Jon recognized Hod as his opponent, a weight settled heavily in his heart. Hod was renowned for his immense strength, his fists as formidable as his stature suggested. Although Jon possessed exceptional swordsmanship, he dared not underestimate the raw power of Hod. Furthermore, Jon glanced at his companion, Lyanna. Today was pivotal for Lyanna. His potential as a true brother of the Night's Watch hinged on this very moment. Jon understood that he could not afford to falter before Hod. He must do everything in his power to clear the path for Lyanna. As thoughts raced through his mind, Jon surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the only individual he could count as a friend was the steadfast Eddie. Jon resolved to defeat all opponents except for Eddie and to allow Eddie to show mercy towards Lyanna during the match. With this strategy, everything would be justifiable, and Lyanna would be spared the unpleasant obligation of serving in Molestown. Lyanna could hardly fathom Jon's meticulous planning, marveling at how he had arranged his escape route with such precision amidst the rapidly shifting circumstances. You have 30 seconds to prepare. When time is up, the battle commences. Alysar Thorne announced coldly from the high platform, a sly smile crossing his face. Upon hearing this, Hod's initial caution was swiftly replaced by exuberance, while Eddie stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. 30 seconds? Even if I sprint to the armory, I wouldn't be able to don suitable armor in such a brief span, Eddie exclaimed. Alysar Thorne cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, his voice devoid of emotion. 20 seconds. Jon, upon hearing this, was equally incredulous. At this announcement, Eddie frantically began to loosen the laces of his leather armor. However, time was of the essence. As the countdown concluded, Eddie's frantic efforts only resulted in the loosening of 2 knots. Fully armored, Hod approached Jon with a menacing smile visible beneath his half-mast helmet, advancing step by step. Jon remained undaunted, displaying extraordinary calmness and courage. Despite Eddie's chaotic movements beside him, Jon inhaled deeply and resolutely stepped toward Hod. I wager that Lord Snow will break 2 ribs with a stake of a copper star. One voice called out, "Ha! I raise you a copper star and wager he will break an arm." Another taunted, "Do you all hold such little faith in Lord Snow? I'll add 2 copper stars, betting that he will only spit blood." A third participant joined the wager. As Jon and Hod stood at the center of the arena, the atmosphere grew tense, the possibility of conflict looming. The surrounding Night's Watch recruits openly speculated on the outcome of the duel. It was well known that in previous contests, even when both were armored, the victories between Jon and Hod had been evenly matched. Moreover, given that Jon was now practically defenseless, the spectators doubted his chances of triumph. The focus of the bets was on the extent of Jon's injuries. Hearing his comrades' veiled praises, Hod's excitement was almost grotesque, distorting his features. He swung his sword with abandon, striking at Jon without hesitation. However, this seemingly powerful blow struck the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust but failing to achieve any effect. Jon deftly maneuvered around Hod's sluggish movements, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. Regrettably, his strike landed upon Hod's thick backplate, inflicting no substantial harm. While the blow caused Hod to stagger slightly, it also made him aware of Jon's superior swordsmanship among the recruits. Until he secured victory, he could no longer afford to underestimate Jon. "Stonehead, should you lose, you will be forced to scrub toilets alongside our Lord Snow." Alysar Thorne's taunts from the high platform reddened Hod's face further, igniting his battle fervor. Enraged, Hod brandished his massive sword, his seemingly chaotic technique betraying no semblance of strategy. This allowed Jon to exploit several openings, leaving marks on Hod's armor. Although the heavy plates rendered Hod's already cumbersome movements even clumsier, they also saved him from grievous injury. Had it not been for his armor, Hod would undoubtedly have been left severely wounded. Chapter 8. I think I can take on 10. Today's bout opened Lyanna's eyes, instilling in him a newfound respect for Jon. Even when faced with a heavily armored opponent, who appeared invincible, Jon did not yield or surrender easily. Through his exceptional skill, he gradually gained the upper hand. In Lyanna's estimation, this fledgling Jon's proficiency with the two-handed sword was certainly no less than 150 points. With his own mastery of the one-handed sword reaching an impressive 300 points, he fully recognized Jon's potential and strength, affirming that the title of the North's foremost swordmaster was indeed well-deserved. This prompted Lyanna to ponder how he might fare against the current Jon. Well, to speak without modesty, perhaps I could let him make 30 strikes. After careful observation and contemplation, Lyanna reached this conclusion calmly. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis based on experience and technique, as he had yet to truly engage with Jon, leaving him uncertain of how many strikes to concede. After all, in the world of Mount Blade 2, a one-handed proficiency of 300 points could deal damage that would fell even a dragon in 2 blows. Even the swiftest sword mistress, with her 5 strikes per second, would find herself at a loss before Lyanna, perhaps even uttering a respectful "Master Lyanna. Lord Snow, do you not intend to plead for mercy?" Amidst the clashing sounds of their skirmish, Jon and Hod had already exchanged blows for several rounds. Jon, utilizing his unarmored agility, maintained the upper hand against Hod. Yet, in the arena of combat, one cannot avoid injury. Merely brushed by the back of Hod's sword against his arm, Jon's previously relentless offensive faltered, leaving him barely able to defend against Hod's bull-like onslaught. Hearing Hod's mocking taunts, Jon gritted his teeth in silence. His eyes, however, conveyed a clear resolve. Plead for mercy? Never. Jon's stubbornness did not yield favorable outcomes. His defiant resistance ultimately waned. After a few more exchanges, Hod's strike sent Jon's sword flying from his grasp, kicking it several meters away. Fortunately, he landed amidst a pile of hay, a messy but not catastrophic outcome. However, Jon felt utterly drained, unable to rise and continue the fight. In his final moments, he turned his head with the last vestiges of his strength, casting a silent yet apologetic glance toward Lyanna. It was as if to say, "I am sorry, brother. I have failed. It seems I will not be able to become a brother of the Night's Watch alongside you." Indeed, the little bastard is just that, a little bastard. Your strength is so feeble, it seems you barely developed in the womb. You couldn't even best the one you loathe the most, Hod. Truly, you bring shame to your father, being a Stark. Perhaps your father does not regard you as his son, but merely as a wildling he picked up from the streets. As Elisha's words echoed, the surrounding gamblers, witnessing Jon's unfortunate state, erupted in gleeful exultation as they collected their bets. Even Jon's close friend, Eddie, found himself at a loss for words, bowing his head in the face of mockery. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sensing Jon's gaze filled with regret, Leon stepped forward without hesitation, his serious eyes locking onto Elisha Sorn atop the platform, proclaiming loudly, "This is unjust. Oh, Mr. Ladybug from the South, what grievance do you perceive? How may I be of service to you?" Leon, closely tied to Jon, had long been in Elisha's crosshairs, yet his unassuming demeanor made it difficult for Elisha to find a means to strike against him. However, Leon's unexpected intervention today left Elisha's emotions in disarray. He felt a mix of disdain, excitement, and exhilaration, as though two long-standing irritants might finally be dealt with in one day. By the way, I forgot to mention, the rules here are dictated by me. Regarding Jon's equipment, I must decline any apology, as it is my command, and you possess no authority to contest it, unless you wish to leave this place. Elisha's words carried an undertone, positioning himself on a moral high ground to counter Leon. The Night's Watch recruits, who harbored sympathy for Jon, were swiftly dissuaded from their sentiments by his rhetoric. Even Eddie, who had often harbored grievances against Leon, discreetly pulled him back, cautioning him against foolish bravado. With circumstances favoring Elisha, why provoke the situation unnecessarily? Yet, Leon merely shrugged off Eddie's hand and resolutely took a step forward. "My Lord Ladybug, are you intending to stand up for Lord Snow? The rules have changed. If you do not wish to share a toilet with Lord Snow, you must take on 3 men, otherwise there shall be no discussion." Ha ha ha. A smile graced Elisha's lips, and as soon as he finished speaking, more than 3 disgruntled Night's Watch recruits emerged, eager to teach Leon a lesson. Just as Elisha prepared to press the attack, Leon spoke once more. "This is still unfair." "Oh, have you backed down, my Lord Ladybug?" Elisha taunted. "No," Leon replied firmly. He glanced at the recruits who had stepped forward, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he shook his head. "I believe I shall take on 10. Chapter 9. The Extra. Do you have any last words? It seems the people of Westeros are unaware of the tale of a certain unknown martial arts master. As Leon uttered this audacious declaration in an unperturbed tone, all beings present appeared to be momentarily frozen in place. Even Elisha, usually brimming with malice, stood agape. What did this lad just say? Indeed, I failed to catch Mr. Ladybug's words, but they seemed remarkably stylish. He said he would take on 10. After a prolonged silence, those present began to awaken from their stupor. Even after repeated confirmations, they could not believe they had not misheard or misunderstood Leon's declaration. Then collectively, everyone erupted into the most fervent applause and laughter they had ever experienced. The raucous cheer echoed throughout the modest walls of Black Iron Keep, drawing the attention of all, whether they were working or merely passing by. Strangely, isn't today the selection of the Night's Watch brothers? Why have I not heard of a circus coming to town? A passerby pondered to himself as he made his way toward the training grounds. On the haystack, Jon, upon hearing Leon's astonishing words, felt not exhilaration but profound shame, inwardly wishing he could burrow into the earth like a groundhog. As Jon and Leon shared a close bond, his reaction was understandable, and so too was the response of those around them. The imp was the first to arrive at the training grounds. Though he was born with a disability, he always seemed to be the first on the scene whenever gossip surfaced, perhaps a gift of his stature as a dwarf. After gleaning the half-comprehended account from those around him, it wasn't long before nearly half the residents of Black Iron Keep were aware of Leon's earlier grandiose assertions. Even the busy and rarely seen Commander Jorah Mormont and Maester Aemon were stirred, deciding to appear together. Once they arrived, the previously boisterous training grounds fell into a much quieter ambience. After understanding the situation, Maester Aemon, without yet having a chance to smile, turned his kindly, aged face toward Leon in earnest inquiry. "Leon, if I'm not mistaken, your family, the Vectors, is not renowned for valor or unrestrained speech, correct?" Upon hearing Maester Eamon's question, even with Jeor Mormont's presence to temper the atmosphere, many could not suppress their chuckles. In response to Maester Eamon, the sigil of my Vector family is the thorn and the sword, with our motto, burn the blood road. Oh, it appears you still remember. So, have you become muddled, or is your head simply not quite right? Maester Eamon continued in earnest questioning. After several exchanges between them, laughter erupted in waves, each peal louder than the last. The usually tempestuous Jeor Mormont displayed a rare gentleness this time. Young man, your courage in standing up for your companion is commendable, but you must not harm yourself. Are you certain you wish to challenge 10 opponents? I only hope you can answer me honestly. In response to the commander, with my skills, taking on 10 is no exaggeration. Were it not for the hierarchy, I would have challenged the instructor today. Leon's response was neither timid nor arrogant, but rather invigorating to hear. Of course, this was from the perspective of onlookers, not those who believed Leon had succumbed to madness. Jeor Mormont no longer sought to delve into whether Leon was ambitious or reckless. To him, the prior inquiry had been the final opportunity he extended as commander of the Night's Watch, a recognition of the profound bond between Leon and Jon after grasping the situation. However, for Jeor Mormont, patience had its limits. Since he had provided a way out and Leon refused to take it, he would let Leon proceed as he wished. Thus, the commander turned and parted the crowd, departing. Many composed and seasoned members of the Night's Watch followed suit, deeming the day's events nothing more than a farce. Over the years, as the quality of recruits dwindled, the once mighty fortress that defended humanity against the White Walkers had become a menagerie of sorts. They had grown accustomed to all manner of individuals. In their eyes, Leon was merely the most audacious and feeble among this motley crew. Consequently, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. However, Maester Eamon did not leave. Instead, he summoned an apprentice and whispered a few instructions. The apprentice hurried away, soon returning with a medical kit. Clearly, Maester Eamon possessed a heart as compassionate as his appearance suggested. When the commander appeared, Alicia Sorn had initially feared his actions might have been overly rash, worried that the commander would intervene or at least provide Leon with a fair environment for competition. Yet, to his relief, the commander offered no commentary. The duel would proceed as planned. Pray tell, how much longer must you imbeciles keep the audience waiting? Do I need to call you out one by one to challenge our champion against 10 grown men? A cruel yet eager expression graced the visage of Alicia Thorn atop the platform. He meticulously selected 10 of the most formidable warriors to step forward. Much like a gladiator master in a dark arena. Master Chief Instructor, 10 may be excessive. 1 is sufficient, Hode declared, emboldened by the throng of residents from Black Iron Fort surrounding him, among whom were several ladies he admired. Driven by a fervent desire to perform in a recent triumph over his rival, Jon, he could not restrain his voice. Yet his words had the opposite effect. While a portion of the crowd appreciated Hode's bravado, a greater number displayed expressions of discontent. It appeared that the spectators yearned to witness the spectacle of Leon taking on 10 adversaries. What nonsense is this, you thick-headed fool? 10. Not a single one less would be a grave disrespect to Lord Ladybug. Alicia Thorn's features contorted in anger at Hode's thoughtless proclamation. Even if he himself were to engage, he could scarcely vanquish 10 fully armored Night's Watch recruits, and Leon, like Jon before him, was prohibited from donning armor. In Elisha's eyes, this stipulation was undoubtedly a lethal trap aimed at Leon. He could not tolerate any unforeseen obstacles to his meticulously crafted plan. Thus, Alicia swiftly signaled to the surrounding recruits, commanding them to act immediately to quell Hode's self-aggrandizing farce. Hey, Mr. Ladybug, are you prepared to leave any last words? Hode strode confidently to the forefront, wishing to emulate the grandiose demeanor of illustrious figures before demanding Leon's dying words. However, Leon merely tilted his head with nonchalance and uttered, "Are you here to deliver your own demise?" This statement fell like a drop of cold water into hot oil, igniting a stir among the assembled crowd. Some individuals, having never encountered such humor, laughed so hard they nearly fainted. Yet for Hode, one of the individuals addressed, the sentiment was starkly different. He felt provoked, his reflection in Leon's clear eyes rendering him the image of a foolish, hairy savage. Enraged, Hode charged at Leon, quickly followed by a throng of Night's Watch recruits that far exceeded 10, converging like a swarm of crows eager to devour Leon whole, leaving no remnants. As the clash appeared imminent, the crowd collectively held its breath, pressing forward in anticipation of witnessing the tragic fate that might befall Leon in the next heartbeat. Yet, among the spectators, there was not a hint of sympathy directed towards Leon. The few who might have felt compassion had dissipated with the departure of Jeor Mormont. Thus, Only the raucous revelers remained, eager for chaos. Chapter 10. Bloodthirsty Display, Restoring Stamina. But in the next moment, the joy on the faces of the onlookers was swiftly contorted into terror, their expressions shifting in an instant. Hode charged forth like a rampaging bull, yet Leon remained still, seemingly stunned into inaction by Hode's ferocity. However, just as Hode's sword was about to descend upon Leon's head, Leon suddenly moved. His motion was swift and precise. With a mere lift of his sword sheath, he executed a casual upward thrust that countered Hode's powerful downward strike. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. The crowd distinctly heard a sound comparable to the ringing of iron, yet Leon's arm remained unyielding. Conversely, Hode, having overexerted himself, seemed to have struck an impenetrable chest plate, and the tremendous recoil sent both him and his weapon flying backward, toppling several of the Night's Watch recruits behind him. A chorus of astonished murmurs erupted from the crowd. A frustrated man surged from the periphery, shouting at the fallen Hode. "What the hell are you acting? You can't even strike without sending yourself flying. You're worse than the most theatrical dwarf in the Seven Kingdoms." His words resonated with many. Initially, they had believed this was merely a farce concocted by the Night's Watch recruits, but it now appeared that matters were far more serious. Numerous seasoned fighters among the Night's Watch began to recognize that Leon may indeed possess formidable strength, transforming their previous mockery and disdain into a self-deprecating jest. At that moment, Hode, seated on the ground, grasped the gravity of the situation. He gazed at his bloodied hands, where deep fissures revealed bone, blood gushing forth freely. His eyes were filled with disbelief and dread. "Look at that sword," someone exclaimed. The crowd's attention diverted to Hode's weapon, which had shattered into two pieces. The blade and hilt severed, the break uneven. This sword, which Hode had selected from the armory, was believed to be durable, yet it had failed to withstand even a single strike from Leon. The Night's Watch recruits, who had initially surged ahead, halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed upon Hode's ghastly wounds and the broken weapon, fear and hesitation creeping into their hearts. The Northerners' dread of the unknown rendered them hesitant. They began to question whether they could conquer this seemingly ordinary, yet terrifyingly capable recruit. This is merely the result of that thick-headed fool selecting the most worthless weapon from the armory. Carry on. Alicia Thorne's brow furrowed in concern. Though at a distance, he could still witness Leon's astounding prowess and effortless poise. A tide of unrest and fury surged within him. He could not abide a nameless recruit behaving so audaciously beneath his very gaze, especially one who had caused him to lose a valuable asset like Hode. A flicker of malice flashed in Elisha's eyes. He resolved to intervene personally and crush this insolent recruit. However, he also understood that the time was not yet ripe. He must wait for the opportune moment to strip Leon of his ability to resist before the assembled multitude, thus alleviating his inner turmoil and potential threats. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground had escalated to a fever pitch. While the Night's Watch recruits were filled with trepidation and unease, they were compelled by their chief instructor's orders to press on with their assault against Leon. Yet, their attempts appeared feeble before him. Each strike was deftly countered, and every counterattack exacted a heavy toll. Leon's combat style was both ruthless and decisive. He first seized a shield from a recruit, then struck his opponent with a sword sheath with brutal force. His movements were swift and precise, leaving his adversaries unprepared. Every attack launched by the recruits found its mark on the shield Leon wielded, with most being effortlessly evaded by his uncanny footwork. Under his relentless onslaught, the Night's Watch recruits fell one after another, their ribs shattered, their fighting spirit swiftly crumbling beneath Leon's terrifying might. Yet, Leon did not relent. He understood that these recruits were mere pawns being manipulated, but what of it? Their lives held no significance in his considerations. His sole concern was to protect himself and survive within the perilous and scheming realm of the Night's Watch. Leon, possessing the mindset of a high school student, underwent a rapid transformation into maturity as he faced the battle of his life for the first time. Thus, he continued to wield his shield and sword sheath, relentlessly attacking those enemies who dared to approach him. His gaze was resolute and cold, reminiscent of a fierce tiger displaying its might and dominance before its prey. Amidst the chaos of battle, Leon felled the last enemy before him with a powerful strike of his shield. However, the shield in his hand shattered upon the impact, splintering into pieces scattered across the ground. Despite Leon's physique being enhanced beyond that of ordinary men, after this fierce combat, although he bore no visible wounds, each clash had drained a portion of his already limited stamina. Stealing a glance at the stamina panel, he noted that only a sliver remained. This meant that, even though Leon was unscathed, If the enemies depleted his last vestige of stamina, he would likely meet his end, just as Leon was lost in such thoughts. A new recruit of the Night's Watch struggled to awaken from his stupor. He gazed at Leon's panting silhouette, his eyes flickering with resentment and bitterness. Yet, as he prepared to launch a surprise attack on Leon, the latter suddenly regained his focus and swiftly struck the recruit's face with his sword sheath. The new recruit was immediately disoriented, spinning in a complete circle before losing consciousness. Leon did not pause to assess the recruit's condition, for he understood that this battle had dragged on for far too long. He needed to find a safe haven to recover his strength. However, after defeating the last of the Night's Watch recruits, a warm surge coursed through Leon's body, instantly dispelling his fatigue and weakness. If one were to be precise, he felt as if he had regained half of his strength, with the stamina panel reflecting a similar increase. It turned out that recovering some stamina was the result of this circumstance. Leon realized that this was the activation of his bloodthirsty passive ability, which restored half of his stamina after every 10 foes were vanquished. On the high platform, Alyssa Thorne observed Leon's combat with a face that changed several times throughout the battle, ultimately paling to the color of death. He witnessed Leon's astonishing combat prowess, and the extraordinary skills and recuperative abilities he displayed filled him with profound fear and unease. Leon's might was indeed rare in this world. He resembled the legendary knight Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, wielding his Valyrian steel sword with incredible power. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, known as the strongest knight among the Seven Kingdoms, once remarked, "I had the honor of being instructed by Arthur Dane, who could simultaneously relieve himself with his right hand while wielding his sword with his left, effortlessly dispatching 5 or 6 Kingsguard." Alyssa Thorne understood that the combat capabilities of the Night's Watch recruits were nowhere near those of the Kingsguard. He realized that Leon's strength had transcended that of an ordinary recruit, deepening his feelings of fear and unease. He began to doubt the efficacy of his plans and strategies, pondering whether he should handle this perilous recruit with greater caution. Nonetheless, Alyssa Thorne had no intention of conceding defeat. He resolved to continue observing Leon's battle, hoping to uncover a weakness that would enable him to devise a method to defeat him. He knew that only by witnessing Leon's downfall could he continue executing his plans with a sense of security. What kind of attitude would someone capable of such ruthlessness towards himself exhibit towards his enemies? Suddenly, Alyssa Thorne caught Leon's gaze. It was a look of utter disdain, as if Leon regarded everything around him as inconsequential dust. Though Leon did not utter a word, this silence was more menacing than any spoken threat. Alyssa Thorne could not help but recall his childhood days in the noble lands, when his father had advised him, when surrounded by enemies, "It is wise to keep a dagger beneath your pillow while you sleep." This phrase echoed in Alyssa Thorne's mind, compelling him to consider implementing that advice that very night. He felt as though he was encircled by the threat posed by Leon, with every moment fraught with danger. As Leon felled the second and third individuals with his sword sheath, the crowd's cheers grew increasingly fervent, eventually culminating in a deathly silence. It seemed that the spectators were rendered speechless by Leon's ferocity and brutal tactics, too intimidated to utter another sound. It was only when Maester Aemon arrived, with several apprentices, to tend to the unfortunate souls with broken ribs that the crowd began to regain their composure. They watched the bustling figures of Maester Aemon and his apprentices, feeling a flicker of relief and comfort. However, for Alyssa Thorne, this moment only deepened his understanding of the threat Leon posed. Throughout it all, Maester Aemon did not cast a single glance at Leon. He recognized that although Leon was drenched in blood, none of it was his own. Young men often seek to impress. Let him indulge in his bravado. For at that age, even if one were to lose a leg, they could still bounce back the next day, lively and ready for revelry. He did not even draw his sword. Only then did the previously silent little demon finally speak. As a dwarf who had approached life with a playful attitude in his early years, offered his utmost respect to the only warrior standing proudly in the arena. Chapter 11. Leon's dragon-like recuperative power amazes Maester Aemon. When Leon emerged from the blacksmith's infirmary, it was already afternoon, just as Maester Aemon had previously observed. Despite being covered in blood, one would have assumed that anyone else would have perished multiple times under such conditions. Yet, apart from some minor abrasions and fatigue, it was nearly impossible to find any wounds on Leon's body. Skeptical, an apprentice even resorted to using scissors to cut through Leon's blood-stained clothing, searching for an injury. The only wound still oozing blood seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, sprouting numerous tendril-like buds from the obscured area, firmly gripping the wound from either side, even causing the blood that flowed forth to be absorbed by Leon's skin. This scenario was utterly unheard of to the apprentice. who could not help but call for Maester Eamon to come and take a look. Maester, you must see this condition. Is there even a need for suturing? Maester Eamon, who was tending to the other injured Night's Watch recruits, raised his head at the apprentice's words. Having just finished treating the last recruit, he intended to diagnose Leon's injuries as well. As the most distinguished scholar in the academic city, it was no wonder he had been summoned to the most glorious of human legions. His medical knowledge rivaled that of any contemporary. Yet, even when he placed his palm upon Leon's back to soothe the wound, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could feel a subtle tremor emanating from Leon's muscles, and when he lifted his hand, he discovered that the wound, originally several centimeters long, had healed to half its length. The speed of this healing was akin to a fast-forwarded slideshow. Maester Eamon glanced at the astonished apprentice, who was rendered speechless, perhaps. To the apprentice, the rate at which Leon's wounds healed was even more terrifying than his ability to fell 10 Night's Watch recruits single-handedly. Apply the ointment and bandage him. Leon, Maester Eamon instructed with the most serious expression he had ever worn, halting the apprentice mid-action. At that moment, feeling the chill of the air against his bare back, Leon instinctively queried, "What is it, Maester Eamon? From this day forth, your injuries and any future injuries can only be treated by me. You shall not seek the aid of others." Maester Eamon's authoritative tone, one that brooked no dissent, left no room for resistance. After Leon donned the cleanest black garments he could find and stepped out of the infirmary, the apprentice, brimming with questions, could no longer contain himself and cautiously sought clarification from his most trusted mentor. Master Eamon, I have perused countless medical tomes, and the notion of such a restoration of vitality I have only encountered in legends of colossal dragons, born of blood and fire. Is it conceivable that Leon is a grotesque dragon with a human form? Upon hearing these words, Master Eamon did not hesitate to deliver a sharp rebuke to the apprentice's head. Nonsense. By the seven, while occasionally extraordinary individuals emerge in this world, it is precisely due to their divine mission. Leon is not a dragon, and I shall not permit you to propagate such slander. As the apprentice seemed poised to engage in further absurdities about demons and heresy, Master Eamon swiftly struck again, finally silencing the apprentice for a moment. Upon stepping outside the dimly lit infirmary, they were greeted by a throng of knights, watchmen, and townsfolk whose eyes sparkled with admiration for their heroes. At the forefront stood John, whose injuries were not grave, with his arm bandaged and slung, alongside his steadfast companion, Eddie, and several other brothers of the Night's Watch, their faces lit with joy akin to that of children encountering a hero. Among them was the little imp, who had finally wriggled his way through the mass of legs. The imp approached, tilting his head upwards, and asked with innocent concern, "Leon, does it still hurt?" Instantly, a wave of guilt washed over John's joyful countenance. He had forgotten to inquire about Leon's pain, preoccupied instead with the thrill of having vanquished so many foes. The imp's simple question rendered John speechless, robbing him of the courage to face his dear friend, and he quietly faded into the crowd. Leon, suddenly aware of his own discomfort, inhaled sharply, feeling a symbolic twinge of pain from his wounds, though it was scarcely more than that. If my nerves are functioning properly, I should be free from pain now. After a brief moment of reflection, Leon looked down at the little imp with a relaxed demeanor. Unfazed by the surrounding chatter of well-wishers, the imp tugged firmly at Leon, leading him away from the throng. Leon, momentarily caught off guard, allowed himself to be guided, his steps faltering as he followed the little creature to a secluded spot. "My little imp, do you seek me for something?" Leon vowed that had any other dwarf dared to treat him so, he would have surely retaliated. Yet, given the imp's stature as a prominent figure throughout the 8 seasons, Leon chose to endure the slight. "I've heard you're merely a new recruit of the Night's Watch. Did it take your oath?" Once they reached privacy, the imp surveyed the surroundings to ensure they were alone before posing his question, which caused Leon to frown. "Indeed, but with my performance today, that will change soon. You are unlike John or the others. You possess great potential that should not be squandered here. The current Night's Watch is not a noble place. Remaining here will only lead to stagnation and decay." Chapter 12. The righteous Leon declines the imp's temptation. No wonder he wished to remain unheard. The imp harbored ulterior motives, eager to entice Leon away. Should any of the Night's Watchmen have been present to witness the imp's overt recruitment attempt, they would surely have intervened. And what of that? Leon tilted his head, adopting a nonchalant expression. Truth be told, he held no aversion to the identity of a Night's Watchman. Moreover, being a foreigner, he possessed no unrealistic admiration for the Brotherhood. "Come with me tonight." The imp, sensing Leon's wavering resolve, hastily dangled the bait, swearing by the name of House Lannister. "Desire fame? You are still young, with your potential. You could soon become a Kingsguard. Crave gold? The Lannisters have more than enough to spare. If you wish, you could learn the arts of war and governance from my father. I assure you, he would welcome an exceptional attendant like yourself, and would not hesitate to grant you a castle and lands of your own. While the offer appeared altruistic, Leon queried, "What benefit does this hold for you?" The imp, having inquired about Leon's noble lineage, recognized that Leon was not merely another mercenary driven by gold. Thus, he refrained from suggesting Leon serve as his attendant. With your prowess, legends of your deeds will echo throughout the Seven Kingdoms, whether you become a Lord of the West or a member of the Kingsguard. As long as you assist my father and the future of House Lannister, that is all that matters. It was evident the imp had not yet transformed into the infamous patricide he would later become, still holding on to a glimmer of hope for his father, Tywin Lannister. "And what of my identity as a Night's Watchman?" Leon's expression revealed hesitation. This indeed presented a chance to alter his destiny. He contemplated that despite the imp's outwardly untrustworthy demeanor, he would later discover him to be one of the most lion-hearted individuals of House Lannister. Upon hearing this, the imp's face lit with delight, and he leaned closer to Leon, whispering, "As long as you are willing, I possess countless methods to transform your fate." "What methods? Pray, elaborate." "I will persuade or bribe the higher-ups of the Night's Watch. After all, the Brotherhood is on the brink of starvation, and only the Northmen continue to support them. I will have you accompany me south to procure supplies for the Night's Watch. House Lannister can contribute significantly. Moreover, there is precedent for this. A noble from the Riverlands lived out his days in his castle as a Night's Watch steward, provided he kept his actions within reason. But what of Ser Alisar and the others? Would they allow me to leave?" Leon frowned, skeptical of the imp's seemingly fanciful plan. "Staying here serves no purpose. They merely regard you as a new recruit. However, should you accompany me south, my modest treasury could fund a contingent of 2,000 men to support the wall. The High Command will surely discern the gravity of the situation." "Very well, my decision is." Leon pondered for a moment before shaking his head. In truth, he considered fleeing, but his instincts warned him this was not the life he truly desired. To become a mere enforcer for House Lannister, even with lands and a castle in the west, would prevent him from marrying and having children due to the vows of the Night's Watch. He could easily become inconsequential fodder in the impending War of the Five Kings. The imp's expression visibly fell, his disappointment palpable. He had not anticipated that after presenting such generous terms, Leon would remain unmoved, causing him to doubt his own eloquence. He impatiently cast a look at Leon, eager to understand the reason behind the refusal. "Do you know the words of House Stark of the North?" "I do, but what of it? Is that why you reject me? Do you truly believe in the existence of White Walkers?" The imp could scarcely fathom Leon's naive reasoning for dismissing such a promising opportunity. "That towering wall, you have seen it, have you not? Do you think it exists merely to ward off a handful of ignorant wildlings?" Leon turned back, gesturing towards the ancient edifice of the wall, a constant presence at Castle Black. Even if White Walkers were real, that was eons ago. Even the Targaryens, who once wielded dragons, did not dwell on it, let alone us mere mortals. The imp, undeterred, persisted in his final effort. "But now the dragons are gone, and winter is coming. If I do not stand before humanity's first line of defense, who will shield us from the White Walkers when they return?" The resolute demeanor of Leon as he spoke rendered the little devil utterly speechless, particularly due to the earnest expression gracing Leon's visage, which left no room for doubt. After a lengthy pause, observing that Leon showed no signs of wavering, the little devil finally grasped the reality of the situation. Though disappointment lingered in his heart, he felt an unexpected reverence for Leon, who, despite being barely of age, had recently crossed into adulthood. Although Leon had yet to become a knight, he held a weight in the little devil's heart that rivaled that of any knight. "I shall not speak of today's conversation to anyone. I have heard of your interests, and while it may be unlikely, I intend to wait for you for a month at Lady Annie's in Mole Village." With that, the little devil turned to leave. However, just before departing, as if struck by a sudden thought, he curiously inquired, "By the way, why do you not draw your sword? Those individuals seemed intent on taking your life." Upon hearing this, Leon let out a wry smile and, before the little devil, unsheathed the rusted sword from its scabbard. Gazing upon the blade, which appeared so corroded that it could be blown apart by a mere gust of wind, the little devil concluded that it was better left in its sheath. With no further regrets, he turned away and departed. At that moment, Jon hurried past, his face lighting up upon seeing Leon. "Ah, so you are here. The commander requests your immediate presence." Chapter 13. The reason Leon does not leave the Night's Watch. Jon led Leon to a small banquet hall adjacent to the commander's tower. It was not until the seventh day that Leon discovered that only new recruits endured the inhumane treatment of a single meal per day, while a true member of the Night's Watch enjoyed 3 hearty meals. Indeed, at that moment, a grand and lavish feast was underway within the banquet hall. As they entered, both familiar and unfamiliar veterans of the Night's Watch raised their goblets in salute to Leon. The inebriated members of the Night's Watch had left the table in disarray, with red, yellow, green, and white wine spilled across the floor. However, John, holding Leon's arm, did not linger at the entrance, but guided him to the largest wooden table in the hall. There, the commander, known as Old Bear, Jeor Mormont, awaited Leon. Leon surveyed the table and noted that aside from the nearly blind Maester Eamon, almost all the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch were present. To Leon's surprise, the little devil was seated prominently in a secondary position, greeting Leon with a casual demeanor as if nothing were amiss. Sir Eamon just informed me that a lad like you need not undergo further training under his supervision. Do you concur? The old bear spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone, as he was in good spirits that day. Beside him, Alistair Thorne wore an unkind expression, his face shrouded in gloom, deliberately avoiding Leon's inquisitive gaze. With winter fast approaching, the Night's Watch is in dire need of capable individuals. It has been long since the kingdom has sent someone of your caliber. Your performance must live up to your father's expectations, the old bear remarked, punctuating his words with a burp. As Leon listened to the old bear's praise, Alistair Thorne seemed to find it all quite laughable, though he stifled his amusement, simmering in resentment. Confounded by the old bear's ambiguous remarks, Leon was at a loss to discern his motives. Only John appeared to be in on the joke, merrily enjoying himself at Leon's expense. Have you considered that you might don this black garb for life, forsaking marriage and children, spending your days alongside the night and the cold? For John, this sentiment resonated like a melody, and he nearly wished to speak on Leon's behalf. Yet he hesitated, for the current state of the Night's Watch was far from the glorious tales of yore. It had become a facade, a mere shadow of its former self. Even he found himself regretting the decision to follow Uncle Benjen northward. But where else could he go? Winterfell was no longer an option, especially with his father Ned Stark having journeyed south to King's Landing, leaving him to face the scorn of his so-called mother, Catelyn Stark. Though his siblings did not share her disdain, the thought of being an outsider in that household filled John with a profound sadness. He did not even know if his brother Bran had awakened. My lord, giving up midway is not in my nature. Since fate has brought me here, I'll willingly embrace a life of camaraderie with my brothers of the Night's Watch, Leon replied, his tone steady and resolute, a decision he had contemplated thoroughly since arriving in this world. Firstly, without the Night's Watch, the tasks of the Faceless Men would become exceedingly difficult, making it prudent to keep his objectives close at hand. Secondly, for all his ignorance of this world, Leon knew that even if he were to carve out a considerable legacy outside, it would amount to nothing should the White Walkers breach the wall. After all, the saga of A Song of Ice and Fire is far from concluded, and Leon could not accept that the Night King would merely wander about for 8 seasons before meeting an untimely demise at the hands of Arya Stark's dragonglass dagger. Moreover, with the benefits of the mounted combat system and the Faceless Men at his disposal, there was no telling how formidable he might become, potentially rivaling the Night King himself. Upon hearing Leon's response, the old bear nudged the silent Lord Commander beside him. See, you misjudged him. Not all Southern lads are spineless fools, he declared, seemingly indifferent to Leon's presence as he waved him off and resumed his jovial revelry with the others. Alistair Thorne cast a glance at Leon, his eyes harboring not only animosity, but a chilling sense of foreboding. It felt as if a deep-seated enmity existed between them, as if one must perish for the other to survive. Noticing this, John led Leon to an empty seat nearby, hastily gathering food from the table for their enjoyment. This was not the slop prepared by the portly cook, Jenny, meant for swine. Rather, it was a feast meticulously crafted by the renowned Three-Fingered Hob for the esteemed guests. Without concern for the hostile glances from others at the table, John seized a golden-brown, crispy leg of lamb, seasoned with rare herbs, and began to devour it, pausing only to down a goblet of wine in one gulp. Due to John's injured arm, he managed this with his good hand, appearing quite busy. Influenced by John's hearty appetite, Leon found himself unexpectedly ravenous. Having lived 2 lives, Leon was not typically one to indulge in culinary pleasures, especially in a world akin to a medieval setting, where delectable fare was scarce. Yet, on this occasion, the culinary skills of the Night's Watch's Three-Fingered Hob were no exaggeration. Once Leon began, he could hardly stop. He voraciously consumed half a roasted whole lamb and an array of dishes, including apple pie and meat pies, leaving only a fraction behind. Chapter 14, The Commendation. The promotion path of the Night's Watch. The commotion generated by Leon and John's feast soon drew the attention of the main table, where the little devil stood, rather impolitely, on the banquet table to gaze over. However, no one was concerned about decorum at that moment, all astonished by Leon's prodigious appetite. Some curious souls calculated that Leon had consumed at least 3 pounds of cooked meat, 2 pounds of pie crust, and a variety of fruits and vegetables in that single meal. Good lad, no wonder you refused to leave. It seems you have taken a liking to our fare. The old bear chuckled heartily, prompting a more jovial atmosphere in the banquet hall. As night approached, having drained several barrels of oak-aged wine, Leon and John finally leaned on each other, making their way back to the wooden tower where the new recruits resided. The moment the pungent scent of alcohol and meat wafted from the two men, all the new recruits found themselves unable to sleep. Yet, none dared to voice any protest. Even the few rascals who had been snoring in slumber suddenly held their breath, in unison. Particularly those who had clashed with Leon earlier that day were too intimidated to even utter a sound. After all, Leon's formidable prowess had truly left them in awe. The very individuals who had engaged him could not fathom how they had mustered such courage during the confrontation. Leon, however, remained indifferent, having endured several nights of bitter cold in the watchtower. Finally able to lie on a bed, how could he resist the comfort of resting? Though the new recruits' sleeping arrangements were far from the luxurious velvet and fabric bedding of seasoned soldiers, the straw stuff beneath him felt remarkably soft and ample tonight. Victor, my lord Leon, I hope you bear no ill will regarding our earlier altercation. One recruit, tormented by fear and unable to sleep, mustered the courage to approach Leon's bedside. After whispering his words and receiving no reply, he intended to stealthily retreat. Yet, under the silvery moonlight, he noticed that Leon was soundly asleep, blissfully unaware and completely defenseless. The recruit couldn't help but rub his bruised cheek, a remnant of Leon's earlier blows, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just as he was lost in thought, Leon responded in a dreamlike murmur. The sudden sound startled the recruit, causing him to leap back like a frightened rabbit, trembling as he hurriedly burrowed into his blankets, covering his head in a futile attempt to quell his fear. After the recruit left, Leon couldn't help but touch his own face, pondering, am I truly that terrifying? In truth, Leon had not yet drifted into slumber. He had been busy since their earlier scuffle and hadn't taken the time to examine the changes in his combat panel. Now, with the assurance that no one would interrupt him, he let out a barely audible sigh. Panel. The attributes of the panel had not changed significantly, save for the level, which had increased from 0 to 1. Additionally, he now had an extra attribute point to allocate. Nevertheless, Leon felt that his current attributes were sufficient, and he deemed it unnecessary to invest in any skills or specialties at this moment, preferring to reserve it for future contingencies. However, the system had undergone considerable changes, presenting several new elements that piqued Leon's curiosity. Active quest. Eliminate Alicia Thorn. Reward. Kiss of Black and White. A sword of exceptional Valyrian steel. Passive quests 1. Bloodthirst. After killing or defeating 9 individuals, regain a portion of stamina. 10. 100 can grow indefinitely. 2. Enfeefment. Unlocks upon commanding more than 10 individuals, allowing the promotion of subordinates who gain experience in battle to elite units. Currently, the Night Watchman branch's promotion paths are as follows. 1. Night Watchman Recruit. Night Watchman Foot Soldier, Night Watchman Guardian, Night Watchman Ranger, Night Watchman Chief Ranger. 2. Night Watchman Recruit, Night Watchman Ranger, Night Watchman Elite Ranger, Night Watchman Oathkeeper, Night Watchman Sworn Protector, Night Watchman Defender of the Realm. The ultimate goals of these two upgrade paths diverge, yielding different final units. To Leon, the first branch emphasizes battlefield strength and support capabilities, while the second focuses more on ranged attack abilities. Regardless of the difficulty of the upgrades, the second branch at least culminates in a 6th-tier soldier, undoubtedly more powerful than the first. Thus, if Leon could command troops, he would need to devise a strategy to encourage them to favor the ranger upgrade path. As for the task of eliminating Alicia Thorn, even though he had been in a weakened state during the day, he had failed to provoke Thorn into attacking him. Clearly, Thorn was a cunning old fox. Should Leon disregard all caution and attempt a direct assassination, the Night Watchman Corps' opinion of him would surely plummet given Thorn's reputation. These thoughts weighed heavily on Leon's mind, and soon the clarity of his thoughts was dulled by the encroaching drowsiness. Chapter 15. A Brawl or a Duel Against 100 Rangers. The following day, the diligent Hodder arrived at Leon's bedside the moment he awoke, presenting him with a wooden basin filled with pure, warm water, accompanied by a soft, white wool towel. Observing Hodder's bruised face, Leon felt perplexed. He was still merely a recruit, yet somehow had acquired a servant without his knowledge. My lord Leon, please awaken and freshen up. Did you sleep well last night? Hodder offered with a sycophantic expression that was almost nauseating, his battered visage betraying his sincerity. Leon merely furrowed his brow, accepting Hodder's goodwill without protest. Once Leon had washed his face, the new recruits eagerly presented their tokens of appreciation as if offering treasures. Some brought neatly cleaned and fitted leather armor, others a finely selected longsword from the armory. While the once cherished embroidered sword Leon had originally possessed was already taken by an earnest individual for sharpening. There were even those who offered merely an apple or a piece of meat that exuded a pungent odor, having been concealed in a pocket for an indeterminate length of time. Yet, Leon did not decline any of it, instead placing everything upon his bed. Do you seek something from me? He inquired. Look at you. We ought to do this, one recruit replied. Not saying anything. I'll keep an eye on it, Leon responded. No, my lord Leon, today we have an assessment, and we hope you can show us mercy. After all, joining the Night Watchman is our lifelong dream. We do not wish to be relegated to scrubbing toilets for the rest of our lives after being bested by you, Hodder implored, the urgency reflected in his tone. The other recruits who had clashed with Leon yesterday looked as though they might kneel in supplication. When they had faced Leon the previous day, their intentions had been to eliminate him. Now, witnessing Leon's ambiguous demeanor, Eddie, a close ally, stepped forward to speak. You received 2 gashes from Ducksong. The wound on your shoulder was inflicted by a toad, and the injury on your leg was from the sissy with the long hair. Eddie, with an uncanny familiarity, recounted Leon's injuries, while the recruits mentioned each exhibited signs of trepidation. Had it not been for Leon's earlier leniency, sparing them from death and merely besting them, they would have long since scattered like frightened birds. At this moment, hearing Eddie's words, regret washed over them, and they wished fervently for 2 more legs to escape swiftly. I've said it before, I will keep an eye on it. Leon bit into a seemingly pristine and plump apple with vigor. Noticing Leon's unfriendly expression, Hodder and the others dared not say another word, retreating with trepidation. Once they had departed, John approached Leon, plopping down at the foot of his bed, and began to nibble on an apple himself. You know, this is the first time I've encountered such a formidable southern fighter as yourself, and your combat style is quite unlike the refined manner typical of other southerners. After a brief pause, John seemed to ponder what Leon's fighting style resembled. Barbarians, perhaps? I've heard tales of the hundreds of thousands of barbarians north of the wall, among whom is a blue-skinned tribe known as the Berserkers. It is said that their warriors, much like you, charge headlong into battle, heedless of incoming blades, attacking with a ferocity akin to madness. It is rumored that only those who fight valiantly can return to their gods in the Hall of Heroes and enjoy eternal bliss. This myth, recounted by a wandering bard and now echoed by Eddie, elicited nods of agreement from those present. Huh, do you see Leon's skin as blue? John retorted, his disbelief evident as he craned his neck. At this moment, Eddie, embodying the spirit of the bard, shook his head in refutation. Perhaps his father forbade him from painting his skin blue before his departure. Listening to their increasingly absurd speculations, Leon felt compelled to interject. Otherwise, Eddie the old comrade might very well embellish Leon's background and lineage with some outrageous tale. After breakfast in the mess hall, today's cook, Jenny, seemed to have heard of Leon's hearty appetite, as his bowl was filled to the brim with thick, dark chunks of wild boar meat, provoking a chorus of protest from the recruits. Ignoring the flirtatious glances directed at Jenny, Leon, having finished his meal, made his way to the training ground amidst a throng of onlookers. One could only wonder when this interminable assessment of the new recruits would come to an end. Perhaps it would only cease when Sir Elisa Thorne could finally muster a somewhat competent batch of trainees to hand over to Old Bear. Today, Elisa Thorne appeared disinclined to waste words. Upon seeing his least favorite Leon and John arrive in a storm of bravado, he pondered for a moment, but ultimately refrained from uttering any superfluous comments. 10 adults, you need not participate in the assessment today. If you have no other tasks, you may check the watchtower for any assistance needed. However, upon witnessing Leon emerge from the armory clad in armor, Elisa Thorne could no longer restrain himself. My lord, I volunteered to participate in the assessment. As you can see, I am fully equipped. Noticing Elisa Thorne's attempt to undermine him, Leon retorted in an exaggerated tone. This remark evidently opened the eyes of many recruits, as the typically stern and humorless Sir Elisa was, for the first time, confronted in the training ground, much to the delight of onlookers. Elisa Thorne was incensed, wanting to step forward and teach Leon a lesson to prove that his earlier victory over a few hapless foes was hardly worth boasting about. Yet, as he took a step forward and saw Leon draw his gleaming sword, clad in armor, Elisa hesitated. He recalled Leon's reckless fighting style from yesterday, realizing that he could not easily back down from a confrontation with him. Elisa's expression shifted as he contemplated for a moment before suddenly scoffing. "Humph. It seems that ordinary recruits will not suffice to satisfy your appetite, so I have specifically summoned a squad of rangers without tasks. Do you deem them worthy opponents?" As he spoke, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from one corner of the vast training ground, accompanied by the sounds of neighing horses and lively chatter. Emerging from the haze were not merely a few, but over 100 robust rangers, their presence exuding a potent mix of dust and menace, sending shivers down the spines of the untested Night's Watch recruits. Leading the charge was a seasoned Night's Watchman, a man of about 40 or 50, followed closely by Zaid, who bore a dark flag made of black cloth atop a jujube with staff. The flag prominently displayed a hand, marred by several gruesome scars. This was the banner of the one-handed, and the man at the forefront was one-handed Colin, rumored to have lost his hand to a savage's axe while defending against the wild man, yet he had trained himself to wield a sword with his left hand, ultimately surpassing his former prowess, earning the title of the finest ranger among the ranks. At this moment, one could hardly expect John, who understood little, to clarify matters for Leon. It was Eddie, the old comrade, who stood quietly behind Leon, providing explanations. Without him, Leon might have found himself bewilderedly engaged with the formidable rangers before him. Chapter 16. The Rangers rise, Leon slays in a stroke. What more is there to discuss? Elisa remarked, "Is this the lad who made such a spectacle yesterday? This morning, even our Shadow Tower has been abuzz with tales of a southern barbarian infiltrating Black Iron Fortress, and he appears remarkably sprightly for someone who has supposedly endured a dozen wounds." One-handed Colin chuckled as he scrutinized Leon, while the accompanying rangers regarded Leon with keen interest, eager to discern what set him apart from the common folk. Soon, Colin approached Leon, and upon glimpsing the bandages that wrapped around him through the gaps in his armor, his smile faded somewhat. "The finest rangers of the Night's Watch are here. If you can defeat them, I shall consider you worthy of joining our ranks." On the platform above, Elisa Thorne shamelessly declared this with an air of entitlement, prompting a torrent of curses from the rangers behind Colin. "What do you take us for? I could subdue this greenhorn with one hand, and you think we need so many to handle him? Elisa, have you aged so much that a southern lad who has never seen a wild man frightens you so? Let me take over as the chief instructor. I assure you, I would do a far better job." The jests of the rangers caused Elisa Thorne's face to fluctuate between shades of blue and purple, but he swallowed his pride, knowing that his plans hinged on enduring their coarse remarks without retorting. "Very well, let us commence. We have no tasks today, and it will be a good opportunity to stretch our limbs. After we handle this lad, I shall see if there are any other promising recruits." Colin's gaze shifted towards the new recruits, and he spotted John standing out amidst the motley crew like a crane among chickens. "Is that the nephew of Bran? He certainly bears a resemblance to a Stark. Wooden sword or iron sword?" Leon casually inquired, as he perceived that the rangers were not in a wartime state and thus lacked heavy armor. If he were to injure them with an iron sword, who would then safeguard the wall? Colin, seemingly oblivious to Leon's intent, stroked his chin upon hearing the question. "A wooden sword will suffice. We wouldn't want to harm the future blossoms of the Night's Watch." With that, one of the rangers stepped forward, selecting a wooden sword from a nearby weapon rack and approaching Leon. "Watch yourself, lad. Swords have no eyes." With that, the ranger swung the sword towards Leon's neck, aiming for the vulnerable gap between his helmet and breastplate. It was evident that he was not taking Leon's status as a novice lightly, launching a lethal strike right away. Had it been an iron sword, Leon might have met a dire fate in the blink of an eye. Experienced, ruthless, a strike meant to kill, was Leon's assessment of the ranger before him. The skills honed through countless battles were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of those recruits who had only trained for a brief period under Elisa Thorne. Yet, little did this ranger suspect that Leon was a master swordsman, proficient in one-handed swordplay with a strength surpassing 15 points. Clang! The sounds of clashing echoed as Leon moved with a ghostly grace, engaging the ranger in a flurry of exchanges, each more rapid than the last. From the platform above, Elisa Thorne's expression turned grave, for he knew that his own martial prowess was nearly equal to that of the ranger before him, and it had been wise not to intervene hastily. Meanwhile, the new recruits were oblivious to these nuances. They cheered with excitement, astonished that Leon could hold his own against the kingdom's most elite Night's Watch rangers. John, in particular, clapped enthusiastically, urging Leon on as if he were the one battling. The rangers, on the other hand, were growing increasingly frustrated, realizing that they could not subdue a seemingly inexperienced recruit despite their best efforts. The jeers and taunts from the rangers behind Colin only served to agitate their pride further. At this moment, Leon began to gauge the attributes of the ranger he faced, estimating their one-handed sword skill to be somewhere between 160 and 180, pondering whether the chief ranger would be even more formidable. While effortlessly countering his opponent's strikes, Leon cast a glance towards Colin, deep in thought. "Sasha, if you can't handle this lad, you'll be cleaning toilets for a month." Colin observed Leon, who was engaged in combat while incessantly gazing at his severed hand. The normally amiable Colin felt provoked, his irritation escalating as he exerted pressure on his subordinates. Sasha clenched his teeth in silence, unable to fathom why, despite pouring all his strength into the fight, he could not best the newcomer before him. Had he been facing wildlings beyond the wall, he would have already galloped forth, slashing through their ranks with ease. Yet, the truth remained, he simply could not prevail. Sasha sensed that aside from the initial exertion, Leon had been toying with him, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Perhaps sensing Sasha's waning stamina, Leon, having assessed the ranger's capabilities, no longer hesitated. With a ferocious flourish, he struck twice, sending the ranger sprawling to the ground. The outcome was unexpectedly a resounding defeat for the ranger. John's eyes gleamed with excitement. Becoming a Night's Watch ranger had been his lifelong aspiration, yet here was Leon, already possessing the prowess to vanquish one. Chapter 17. The Champion Swordsman of the North? Indeed, a worthy opponent. A loud thud echoed as a heavy object hit the ground, accompanied by Sasha's audible moans, causing the once lively training ground to fall into a hushed silence. Colin's eyes widened in disbelief at the state of affairs. Could it truly be that a mere recruit plucked from the Seven Kingdoms possessed the capabilities of his finest rangers? No, it was clear that Leon had held back, otherwise he wouldn't be so nonchalantly inspecting his severed hand. This realization quelled Colin's anger, replacing it with curiosity. If even Sasha deemed him unworthy, who could possibly match this young man? Contemplating this, Colin instinctively concealed his right hand behind his back, his eyes widening as he thought. Could it be me? Damn it. Sasha, you spineless coward, expending all your strength on some girl in Molestown last night. Watch me now. A towering figure, significantly taller than the rest of the rangers, stepped forward. This ranger not only had height, but wielded a weapon several inches longer than the typical two-handed sword, resembling a half-door. Tall Matthew cough. It's easy to talk tough when you're standing. Why don't you try facing him? Sasha, still gasping on the ground, couldn't bear the thought of anyone doubting his prowess and instantly retorted. Meanwhile, Matthew chattered back as he approached the weapon rack, selecting a long shield instead of a weapon. Clearly, he intended to wield the shield with brute force, aiming to crush Leon beneath it. Seeing the formidable man charge, the new recruits fell silent, holding their breath as they watched whether Leon would engage once more or concede. The recruits, lacking in discernment, believed that Leon's victory over a ranger was mere luck and that facing such a fearsome adversary would surely lead to his downfall. Kid, Sasha may be a coward, but before I became a Night's Watchman, I was the champion swordsman of the North, so do not hold back. Give me your all. Matthew, brandishing the long shield with one hand, loomed over Leon as he spoke from a position of superiority. Leon nodded, elegantly twirling his wooden sword in response. It was evident that Matthew's approach was brutish and straightforward. He charged forward, halting just a few paces from Leon before unleashing a powerful horizontal sweep of the shield toward him. To onlookers, it appeared that Leon had nowhere to evade, especially considering his signature technique of spinning around. They envisioned the imminent sight of Leon being sent flying, sword and all, several meters away. Yet, the next moment unfolded contrary to expectations. Leon seemed rooted to the ground, showing no signs of evasion. However, when their weapons clashed, it was Matthew, a towering figure, who was sent hurtling backward. Remarkably, the sturdy shield shattered as though it were made of mere biscuit. Such tremendous strength, Colin murmured, having witnessed Leon's decisive strike that sent Matthew, along with his shield, soaring through the air as if he were a mere child facing a grown man. It was now Matthew who found himself overmatched. How peculiar this strength, Colin mused, recalling that he had only witnessed such innate power among the giants. As he beheld the aftermath of his full power attack, which had sent a 2-meter, 200-pound Westerosi man sprawling, even Leon, with a thick skin, felt a pang of remorse. After all, it was he who had said not to hold back. Surely this was not his fault? Observing the fallen figure's chest heaving, indicating he still breathed, Leon finally relaxed, cautiously inquiring, "Damn it, Alicia, from where did you summon such a monster?" Upon hearing Leon's question, Colin directed a scathing glare at Alicia Thorne atop the platform. Alicia's countenance darkened at Colin's inquiry. Yet there was a deeper meaning behind his expression that Colin could not decipher. What have I done to incur Alicia's wrath? Colin pondered, contemplating a hasty retreat. Please wait, Lord Colin. The instructor has yet to say, I have passed the assessment. Yet Leon could not let this rare opportunity for system advancement slip away. He had come to the training grounds today precisely to hone his skills against the new recruits, aiming to defeat several of them to unlock the next stage of bloodlust. Now, having the chance to face seasoned rangers rather than inexperienced recruits was an opportunity too good to waste. Leon had glanced at the system panel earlier. Defeating a notable ranger like the one before him granted a considerable boost to his kill count, and the recent 2 victories had charged his bloodlust to 20,100. Alicia, I am minus. Does this individual even need an assessment? He would suffice as my deputy without question. I have no time for games. Colin seethed, his gaze fixed on Alicia Thorne, as if to say that any dissent would result in him rushing the platform to exact retribution. No, unbeknownst to him, Alicia Thorne seemed intent on confronting Colin to the bitter end. Leon was right. In this training ground, Alicia was the highest authority, and unless he defeated them all, none would leave. It was a tumultuous situation. Alicia Thorne, already troubled by Leon's effortless victories over 2 elite rangers, found himself at a loss as to how to gracefully exit. He never anticipated Leon would provoke such a situation. Even Alicia was taken aback by his own words. When it came to cunning, Alicia Thorne had much to learn from Leon. Today, he was willing to risk the ire of Colin, the second in command of the Shadow Tower, to deliver a harsh lesson to Leon. Damn it, you may be the head instructor, but I acknowledge that this recruit is formidable. Our team of rangers consists of over 100. Are we to engage him individually and achieve nothing today, simply sitting here like fools? Chapter 18, It Matters Not. A mere flesh wound. At this moment, Colin resembled a girl wronged by her mother, flanked by a group of rangers who exchanged awkward glances, each donning a similarly uncomfortable expression. In response to this predicament, Alicia Thorne offered no answers, merely crossing his arms and observing the scene with an inscrutable demeanor. As the head instructor remained silent, Colin grew impatient. You'd best not venture alone from the Black Iron Fortress again. Otherwise, beware of ambush. In that critical moment, it was Leon, the very rival, who stepped forward to defuse the tension. Lord Colin, if you are pressed for time, why not join forces? I shall take on all of you at once. As Leon stretched his limbs, he methodically removed his cumbersome armor piece by piece. While the protection it offered was reassuring, the weight of the armor significantly hampered his agility. In a brawl, he mused, that meager defense was far less advantageous than enhanced swiftness. Are you serious, you brat? Colin regarded Leon's expression with a bemused incredulity, mirrored by the similarly perplexed faces of the rangers behind him. It was unclear whether Leon was excessively arrogant or simply overly confident. Yet, his indifference ultimately incited the ire of the gathered rangers, who promptly surrounded him. Very well. We won't bully you. We shall fight you barehanded. To hasten this along, Colin declared, raising his arm to issue the command. However, John, Leon's companion, rushed forward, grasping Colin's arm in a desperate attempt to intervene. Lord Colin, Leon has undoubtedly lost his mind. Seeing John's attempt to thwart his plans, Leon grew anxious and shouted, This is not your concern. Let us commence. His voice rang out like a battle cry, igniting the rangers' impatience, and they surged forward. John could only watch helplessly as Leon was engulfed by the throng, his anxiety mounting as he realized he could do nothing to assist. Even his urgent shouts were drowned out by the cacophony of the rangers' battle cries. The melee erupted, and Leon found himself absorbing countless blows, punches and kicks raining down upon him. Yet, these minor injuries felt trivial compared to the brutal cuts he had endured the previous day. However, it was not in Leon's nature to refrain from retaliating, especially when a particularly lowly ranger targeted him relentlessly, which only fueled his rage. In a fit of fury, Leon seized the ranger by the collar and landed a decisive punch that knocked him unconscious. Then, with the ease of tossing aside a rag doll, he swept the ranger aside, sending more than 10 of his adversaries tumbling. In that instant, Leon felt a surge of relief as the cumulative injuries he had sustained seemed to dissipate significantly. Sensing his newfound strength, he discarded the unconscious ranger and pursued the remaining rangers with fervor. Onlookers, a few novice Night's Watchmen, could only evade Leon's wrath, inadvertently suffering several blows themselves in the process. This spectacle frightened the other newcomers into a panicked retreat, leaving only the enraged rangers to engage in a brutal contest with Leon. Minutes turned into a relentless exchange, As time passed, Leon fought with reckless abandon, utilizing fists, elbows, and even his teeth. His vision blurred with blood, and his singular focus became the defeat of all standing before him. Finally, after 30 grueling minutes, Colin, having sustained numerous punishing hits, mustered the last vestiges of his strength and delivered a powerful kick to Leon's chest, toppling the beast of a man. No more training today. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen. This fleeting thought crossed Leon's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The final rangers he faced were unlike any he had encountered before, each one possessing strength rivaling that of the initially formidable Matthew, which ultimately drained Leon's stamina, culminating in Colin's decisive victory and the conclusion of Leon's training for the day. Panting heavily, Colin leaned on his knees, clearly exhausted and unable to stand upright. Sweat dripped from his brow as he finally sank to the ground, gasping for air. In the training grounds, the aged scholar Iman entered, supported by 2 apprentices. Upon witnessing the multitude of fallen rangers strewn across the field, Iman surveyed the scene with bleary eyes and soon realized they were merely napping. After listening to the panicked, disjointed explanations from the nearby new recruits, Iman commanded his apprentices to retrieve Leon, who lay sprawled across several rangers. Uncertain if this figure, appearing like a paint palette through his failing eyesight, was indeed Leon, he was reassured by one of the apprentices. Iman bent down to gently pry open Leon's eyelids, softly murmuring, "Leon, it seems you have sustained quite severe injuries." This soliloquy stemmed from the belief that Leon could not hear him. However, Leon did indeed hear, responding respectfully, "It matters not, merely a trivial wound." Chapter 19. Terrifying spirits invade dreams, and Leon strikes back viciously. The night had deepened, yet the candlelight remained aglow in the scholar's tower where Iman was lodged. Under the dim light, the strikingly handsome faces of the 2 apprentices could easily terrify even the most audacious of savages. Fortunately, Leon lay in a deep slumber on Iman's bed, oblivious to their presence. Earlier, as the apprentices carried Leon toward the tower, they passed the recruits' dining hall, where the cook, Jenny, inquisitively inquired about the pig-headed creature they were escorting. One apprentice candidly replied, "This is Leon." At that revelation, Jenny's infatuation with Leon's striking features and combat prowess quickly dissipated. One could only wonder how Leon would feel upon awakening to learn of this. Yet, given his current state of unconsciousness, he seemed utterly indifferent to the loss of yet another admirer. "I say, Chet, how did this fellow manage to recover so swiftly? He was as swollen as a pig by day, yet now he appears perfectly fine. Did Scholar Iman apply some rare remedy? Who knows? The scholar forbids us from meddling in Leon's treatment. Perhaps when he falls asleep, we could sneak a look. You're quite foolish, Chet." Leon was left looking grotesque after that beating. Even Jenny didn't want to glance at him. "Don't you desire to uncover the miraculous remedy for such hideous injuries?" "Ah, I see. Once the scholar is asleep, I shall accompany you to search. I know where the potions are kept." The 2 whispered conspiratorially before Leon, openly plotting what could be deemed a betrayal of Scholar Iman. One could only question whether they were truly naive or simply ignorant of the potential consequences. Nonetheless, Leon lay undisturbed, his only sounds being the rhythm of his breathing. That night, Leon dreamt, a vivid dream in which his consciousness remained keenly aware. As he traversed an endless forest illuminated by the moonlight, the path ahead seemed interminable. The trees lining his route bore faces etched into their bark. Aside from the initial fright, Leon gradually grew accustomed to these visages. In a moment of bold curiosity, he reached out to caress one of the faces, finding the texture no different from ordinary wood. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped him, as if some creature were observing him from the shadows. Undaunted, Leon turned to confront whatever lurked behind him. What unfolded was a nightmarish sight. Every face upon the trees turned in unison to face him. Even the eyes that had been shut now widened in horror, and simultaneously, tears of blood streamed down their spectral faces. At the end of this macabre display, a towering figure, shrouded in obscurity, advanced toward Leon. "Run!" A sudden thought sprang forth in Leon's mind. Even the faces of those surrounding him, perched on the fish-lino, seemed to synchronize in forming an expression that mouthed the word "flee." Yet, this time, Leon chose neither to turn back in haste nor to run away. He was acutely aware that he was ensconced within his own dream. Observing Leon, it was evident that he did not react as one might expect, trembling in fear or bolting away. The shadowed figure appeared intrigued and quickened its pace. As the figure drew closer, Leon discerned a pair of extraordinarily brilliant blue eyes, akin to 2 precious sapphires embedded within its eye sockets. Approaching within 30 steps, then 20, then 10, the otherworldly being finally halted less than a meter in front of Lyon. Even within the confines of a dream, Lyon could palpably feel the chilling aura emanating from the creature, unlike the bone-deep cold he had experienced atop the wall of absolute despair. This creature's icy emanation threatened to freeze Lyon's very soul. "Human, why do you not flee upon seeing me?" The voice of the specter was chillingly aloof, each syllable seeming to emerge from the depths of frost, carrying an unsettling distortion akin to electrical interference. Perhaps it was the first time in 8 millennia that such a bold mortal had crossed its path. The expression, which should have been devoid of emotion, morphed into one of vivid curiosity. "I have encountered the ice of this song of ice and fire," Lyon mused, his response more akin to a soliloquy, leaving the specter bewildered. He then lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the figure before him with the inquisitive eyes of a child. Likewise, the specter regarded Lyon with curiosity for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. "Upon awakening, depart from the wall of absolute despair. Journey northward along the first road you see. Should no road present itself, follow the guidance of the North Star, and eventually you shall arrive at the Cern Mountains, where I shall await you in Cern City." The specter's tone was cadenced, imbued with an archaic charm that even the most seasoned bard would struggle to replicate. "Become my servant. You possess a body worthy of such an honor. I shall permit you to retain a fragment of your ignoble soul, distinguishing you from those beast-like corpses. When winter descends, this shall be an unmatched honor sought by millions, and you shall share eternal life with me." The specter's expression reverted to its customary impassivity. Yet Lyon sensed a flicker of pride within its gaze. "Mortal, have you made your decision?" Noticing Lyon's lack of immediate response, whether in delight or trepidation, the specter did not rush him, for patience was a virtue not in short supply for one who had lived for centuries. "Such audacity! Those words might suit your superior, but as a subordinate, you ought to present yourself accordingly." Lyon spat disdainfully at the specter. Had it not been for the cursedly realistic dream, his mouth parched and dry from the cold, the thick phlegm would have surely splattered across the specter's face. Although much of Lyon's words were lost on the specter, it grasped the contempt and disdain reflected in Lyon's eyes. The specter was incensed, prepared to step back and draw the long knife strapped to its back. But Lyon delivered a powerful kick to its chest plate. Though the specter had honed its strength to an unimaginable degree over 8,000 years in the land of eternal winter, it staggered and fell to the ground, caught off guard by Lyon's sudden assault. "By the gods, you dare to act tough in my dream? Come at me." With that, Lyon leapt upon the specter's chest plate, unleashing a flurry of punches upon its face, each blow raining down like a storm. The specter was left bewildered, barely able to protect its head with its arms as Lyon vented his fury. "Oh, ora. Chapter 20, The Struggle. Such formidable resilience. Yet not a descendant of dragons, merely able to endure." In the chamber of Archmage Aemon, after applying an unidentifiable cream-like substance he'd procured, Cheetah noticed Lyon furrowing his brow, his eyelids fluttering as if awakening. He rushed to inspect. However, as he approached, the slumbering Lyon suddenly puffed out his cheeks, and in an instant, a foul stench of blood-tainted phlegm assaulted Cheetah's senses. Unable to evade in time, Cheetah found himself besmirched, and Lyon, eyes still closed, erupted from the bed, his fists falling upon Cheetah's meticulously maintained visage like a torrential downpour. "Ow! Please stop! Your Grace! Please!" After a moment, the sound of commotion drew Archmage Aemon, supported by another apprentice, entered the bedroom just in time to witness Lyon furiously pummeling Cheetah. "Cease at once, Lyon." Archmage Aemon's staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, the force shattering the wooden floor of the Scholar's Tower into splinters. This loud noise jolted Lyon from his dream. He found himself momentarily disoriented, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, pondering, "Where am I? Wasn't I just beating up a specter?" His gaze fell upon the being he had pinned beneath him, only to discover a creature with a face marred by deep crevices and adorned with fleshy protrusions, smeared with an unknown substance that shimmered ominously. Frowning in silence, Lyon concluded that he was still in the dream. "Spectre, come forth. Let me deliver 300 punches." Realizing Lyon was awake yet not fully conscious, Archmage Aemon bellowed, "Enough. You shall kill Cheetah if you continue." Hearing the familiar voice of the Archmage, Lyon recognized that he was no longer in a dream. He quickly rose and pulled the utterly battered Cheetah to his feet. "My apologies. I mistook you for Spectre." Cheetah, possessing a facial structure unlike the ordinary, managed to leap back a considerable distance, eyeing Lyon with a look of terror reserved for specters, despite having endured dozens of blows. Though, to be fair, The specter is far more handsome than you. After dismissing the two apprentices, Archmage Iman instructed Lyon to sit and recounted the events of his dream. Lyon, of course, spoke candidly, yet his narrative left the Archmage momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, the Archmage, having weathered many storms throughout his 70 years of service to the kingdom, found himself at a loss for words regarding Lyon's tale. So, you encountered the legendary specter and nearly defeated it, simply because it sought to recruit you? Archmage Iman articulated, unsure how to assess Lyon's ramblings. Though Lyon's demeanor and tone suggested sincerity, the Archmage's worldview could not accommodate the reality of Lyon's claims. Very well, listen is here. I've been waiting for your awakening to seek your confirmation on a matter of importance, should you consent. It appeared that Archmage Iman's vigil was not merely to hear Lyon's fanciful dreams, but rather to discuss some matter of greater significance. Archmage, I assure you, I will speak freely. In response to the Archmage's request, Lyon readily agreed, reasoning that an amiable old man nearing the end of his days could harbor no ill intent. Upon receiving Lyon's affirmation, Archmage Iman said nothing, merely rising and slowly making his way toward a source of light. Observing that the Archmage seemed to be retrieving something, Lyon, ever the gentleman, instinctively stood to assist. However, Archmage Iman's steps were surprisingly sprightly that day, as if some fortuitous event were about to unfold. Before Lyon could rise, Grandmaster Iman had already brought over a lamp. Now, place your hand upon it. With that, Grandmaster Iman lifted the lampshade, revealing a candle made from an unknown type of animal fat. Shall I place it over the flame? Lyon, wary of misinterpreting the elder's intent, inquired. Indeed, Grandmaster Iman replied, extending a bony hand, marked with age spots, to press directly against the flickering flame. Place your palm, as I have. Lyon's expression turned peculiar, pondering. Is this old man using me as a subject for his experiment? Yet, embodying respect for the elderly, Lyon refrained from protesting this bizarre occurrence. Observing that Grandmaster Iman's hand remained unscathed despite enduring the heat for quite some time, Lyon felt a stirring of resolve and placed his own palm atop the flame. Sizzle. Unlike the decrepit hand that yielded no oil, Lyon's hand produced a sound reminiscent of meat sizzling upon a grill as soon as it made contact. He bore the searing pain that pierced through his palm, furrowing his brow, yet persisting. Moments passed, and with Lyon's contribution, the candlelight seemed to brighten perceptibly within the room. However, Grandmaster Iman showed no sign of pausing, and Lyon found himself enduring this torment with a strange blend of pain and exhilaration. Fortunately, this inhumane ordeal, or experiment, was soon called to a halt by Grandmaster Iman. Lyon, do you truly fear not the flames, or are you merely enduring? Observing the anguish etched upon Lyon's face, the last flicker of hope within Grandmaster Iman extinguished completely. Yet, undeterred, he posed one final question. In response, Grandmaster, I can still endure, Lyon replied, dismantling what could be more aptly described as a mere fantasy rather than hope in Iman's heart. A true dragon fears not the flames. Lyon, evidently, you are not even akin to the black fire. Black fire? Lyon pondered the elder's words, somewhat perplexed by the term's meaning. There is nothing more. You may return now. Grandmaster Iman offered no explanation, yet in an instant, Lyon keenly perceived that the elderly man's spirit had visibly aged by at least a decade. His once mixed gray and white hair seemed to unify in tone. By the way, there is no need for you to return for a dressing change on the wound from yesterday. I have examined it and found it completely healed. Additionally, during your slumber, a little fellow named John came to see you several times. He may still be waiting at the door. Chapter 21. Is there anywhere in this world where one can legally amass gold on a large scale? Dressed and ready, Lyon pushed open the door and stepped outside. True to Grandmaster Iman's word, a sentry was stationed in the corner, beside whom crouched a figure. Upon noticing movement at the entrance, the figure immediately stood and approached Lyon. Lyon, you truly are the strongest among the Night Watch. You are indeed alive. The voice reached him before the figure did, and by the moonlight, Lion discerned jeunesse exubérant face. John rubbed his sore, cramped knees. He had spent the entire afternoon bargaining with the apprentice guard, aiming to gain entry to tend to his ailing brother. However, without the Grandmaster's command, the apprentice diligently refused entry to anyone. Irate, John had declared to the apprentice, I will not leave. I can stand here all day. The apprentice had merely rolled his eyes and replied, Then stand all you like. You may linger wherever you wish. Thus, John stubbornly remained standing for an entire afternoon. As evening fell and no sign of Lyon awakening appeared, John had reluctantly settled down to wait. Upon seeing Lyon emerge, John disregarded his aching knees and gently patted Lyon's shoulder, as if checking for any missing pieces. When I saw you being carried out, looking like a beaten pig, and still able to smile at me, I knew you were fine. Jon confirmed that Lion was in excellent health, as if having survived a brutal beating from 100 cavalrymen, and he felt an indescribable relief. It's quite late, and you're still awake. Do you have something to attend to? Lion felt discomfort at Jon's exuberance, especially recalling the peculiar experiment Grandmaster Aemon had conducted upon him moments prior. Cautiously, he inquired, "You aren't planning to use me for some experiment, are you? What are you thinking?" "I'm only here to inform you that Old Bear has issued a statement. As soon as you awaken, your swearing-in ceremony will be arranged without delay. However, I imagine the important figures have all retired for the night, so it should be fine to postpone the ceremony until tomorrow." "Ah, I see." Lion understood Jon's eagerness to be recognized as a member of the Night Watch. Jon was genuinely pleased for himself, not sensing any other pressing matters. Lion walked with Jon towards the new recruit's dormitory. Yet, as they passed the sentry guarding the Grandmaster's tower, Lion caught a glimpse in the guard's eyes that differed from the gaze of the veteran soldiers he had previously encountered. It was a look filled with admiration, trust, and equality. It seemed that the events of the day had spread throughout Black Iron Fortress, and the veterans had wholeheartedly acknowledged Lion as one of their own within the Night Watch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lion's roommates were already snoring thunderously, but Lion, still brimming with enthusiasm, intended to continue sleeping, hoping to dream once more of the other. After all, Lion felt he had yet to fully indulge himself in that experience. However, before doing so, he summoned the panel and system he had not had the chance to examine prior to losing consciousness earlier that day. The panel remained unchanged, save for his level, which had risen from 1 to 10, and the point for allocation had increased to 10. Nonetheless, Lion was not in a hurry to distribute them. His current attributes were sufficient, and he considered the possibility of unforeseen circumstances arising in the future where having points on reserve would be prudent. While the panel remained stagnant, the system had undergone considerable changes. Passive tasks. 1. Bloodthirst. After killing or defeating 8 individuals, restore a portion of stamina. 199, 200 can grow indefinitely. 2. Enfeefment. Activates after commanding more than 10 individuals, allowing the promotion of subordinates gaining experience in battle to elite troops. 3. Plunder. After killing or defeating 1 individual, regardless of the opponent's wealth, 1 gold dragon may be looted. Skill fixed. Defeating an opponent in sparring has a 1 chance of stealing an item of better quality than one's own. Can grow. It was evident that the bloodthirst skill was about to become quite literal. Lion had already demonstrated its remarkable healing efficiency through 2 days of real combat. Should he level it further, he might find himself fully revitalized, even on the brink of death, after defeating just 1 opponent. Yet he found the upgrade conditions rather stringent. Had he not taunted his adversaries today, he doubted he would have had such an advantageous opportunity to attract hundreds for his own advancement. I must devise further strategies to incite others to strike me. Oh no, rather, I must strike them. Lion mused to himself. His attention soon shifted to the description of the 3rd skill. If bloodthirst was the foundation upon which Lion could build his prowess, then plunder was akin to a timely gift for someone whose financial situation could only be described as destitute. Regardless of whether the opponent is poor or wealthy, he mused. How magnificent and romantic those words are. Overcome with emotion, Lion felt tears welling up. Damn it, how could I have lost hundreds of gold dragons like that? This entry should have appeared earlier, you wretched thing. However, lamenting was futile. Lion resolved to convert his grief into strength, diligently researching the whereabouts of his next potential opponents. And thus, the night passed in silence. As dawn broke, heralded by the lark's melodious song, Lion awoke feeling invigorated, his mind clear, ready to embrace another ordinary day upon the enchanting continent of Westeros. Once again, Hodder diligently fetched water to assist Leon in washing his face, all the while being acutely aware that Leon had gone an entire day without sustenance. With thoughtful consideration, he prepared a breakfast replete with nourishment. Leon, casually swallowing the soft-boiled egg that Hodder had meticulously peeled with his robust fingers, grew impatient when he noticed Hodder's pace in presenting the mouthwash had slowed. Delivering a swift kick that landed squarely on Hodder's broad backside, the liquid splashed across the floor, prompting the effeminate Lade to hastily offer his own cup of water to Leon. After merely a sip, Leon erupted, spitting it out in disgust. What is this? Water? Are you trying to poison me? Bring me wine. Such bizarre antics in the early morning could not help but rouse Jon, who wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why Leon, having merely slept for a night, had transformed into a figure of arrogance and cruelty. With an innate sense of justice, John felt compelled to confront his dear friend about this disconcerting change. However, as he stood, he was restrained by his steadfast companion Eddie, who elucidated the situation. Hodder and his band had, under the cover of night, conspired against Leon, believing that the man they had collectively defeated in broad daylight was no longer a threat. Yet, they were met with Leon, who had been sleeping with one eye open, and each was left battered. Look, doesn't Hodder have several new bruises adorning his face? Upon Eddie's suggestion, John finally noticed Hodder's visage, marred by fresh wounds layered upon old ones, resembling a grotesque visage. Realizing the truth behind the matter, John exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not that Leon had transformed overnight into a spiteful wretch akin to Aelisha Thorne. With this understanding, John's fury dissipated, replaced by a cheerful demeanor as he approached Leon. Chapter 22. The appearance of the follower of the god of many faces, Maud. Maud? Enough. You wretched peasants and spawn of thieves. Lord Leon requires no further service from you. Depart at once. John's words elicited a collective sigh of relief from the new recruits, who, upon receiving a slight nod from Leon, hastily abandoned their tasks like startled birds. The rare indulgence of nobility left Leon feeling somewhat unfulfilled, prompting him to cast a disdainful glance at John, who had disrupted his moment of pleasure. Do not forget what I told you last night. Go now and seek the Lord Commander to fulfill your night's watch oath ceremony. However, it was unfortunate that both Eddie and I had duties to attend to today, preventing us from witnessing such a glorious moment. Upon hearing this, Eddie donned a face of regret, nodding at Leon. So be swift. When you return, I wish for you to recount every detail of the oath ceremony to me. Promise me, Leon. Very well, I shall. After a moment's hesitation, Leon reluctantly departed the dormitory, making his way toward the command tower. Along the way, following the eerie incident involving the others, Leon's demeanor, though seemingly nonchalant, was underpinned by a taut tension within. Thus, he easily discerned something amiss emanating from one of the buildings within Black Iron Fortress. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of blacksmith Donner hammering away at a blade, Leon stepped into the fortress's sole blacksmith shop. Leon, are you here to forge a new sword? Or perhaps to create some other weapon? Without turning, blacksmith Donner recognized his visitor, continuing his work with a hand on the iron clamp and the other wielding a hammer, vigorously shaping the material into a long sword form. This seems to be my first visit to your smithy. Yet I've heard tales of your prowess to the point that my ears have nearly calloused over. What tales have you heard? That my footsteps have traversed the 7 kingdoms? Or that I have indulged in numerous delicacies? Perhaps that I have consorted with countless women or fought in hundreds of battles? When it came to discussing himself, Blacksmith Donner appeared to have an inexhaustible narrative, his muscular arms lifting high before descending heavily, the mechanical motion having fused with his very essence over countless days and nights. All of that. Yet what remains inexplicable is why someone of your stature would choose to venture northward to the wall. Pray tell, when did you mend your severed limb? Facing a bizarre circumstance that would have terrified ordinary folk, Leon remained remarkably composed, leisurely pulling up a chair to sit down, eager to hear the explanation from the blacksmith before him. Known by the moniker the Severed Arm, it was a name that carried weight. After all, there are only mistaken names, never mistaken nicknames. It was after losing an arm during the Siege of Wind's Rest that Blacksmith Donner chose to don black attire and withdraw from worldly affairs. Yet the Donner before Leon now bore both arms intact, showing no signs of recent sutures. Unperturbed by Leon's revelation of his identity, Blacksmith Donner continued his work, shaping the material into a rudimentary sword form before deftly plunging it into a vat of cold rapeseed oil, subsequently turning to face Leon. However, Donner offered no explanation regarding his true identity. Instead, he uttered a phrase laden with significance. The boy owes a life to the god of many faces. What nonsense is this? I demand your name. The one known as someone has no name. What do you mean by someone? Can't you use the first-person pronoun? I can. But I have wholly devoted myself to the god of many faces. The current someone is merely an anonymous individual. Leon felt an immediate disconnect with this individual who referred to himself as someone. The incessant use of someone was a strain on Leon's comprehension. However, recalling the narrative from a television series, he managed to piece together fragments of understanding. Then tell me, the boy you speak of, whose life does he owe to the god of many faces? Aelisha Thorne. This time, Blacksmith Donner ceased his repetitive references to someone and directly named a specific individual. So, it is him? Indeed, the god of many faces can wait no longer. The boy must act swiftly. Wait, why should I heed the will of this god of many faces? This is the north, where the old gods are revered, and I have never heard of your god of many faces. The boy need not quibble. Sufficient blood money has already been paid. The boy need only take Elisha Thorne's life. May I inquire as to who has paid this blood money? Leon was curious. Despite Elisha Thorne's acerbic nature and lack of compassion, he had undeniably dedicated himself to training a group of recruits who had once been mere brigands into competent men of the Night's Watch. Aside from John, Leon could not fathom who might harbor such a deep-seated grudge against Elisha Thorne, willing to go to such lengths as to enlist the faceless men for assassination. Ultimately, this task was handed down to Leon. If previously he had been muddled, now presented with the chance to uncover the truth, it was only reasonable for Leon to clarify matters before sending Elisha Thorne on his way. Was it not? Perhaps weary of Leon's insatiable curiosity, the impassive blacksmith Donner turned and retrieved the completed sword from the rapeseed oil. With an unknown enchantment, he struck it a few times, and a brand new, shimmering blue longsword was presented to Leon. This is the reward the god of many faces has bestowed upon the boy, but to spur him on, it has been granted early. Gazing at the sword beneath the light, Leon observed that apart from the fading blue glow, the blade was divided along its axis into a stark contrast of black and white, shimmering as though embodying the divide between hell and heaven. The kiss of black and white. Indeed, having spoken, the blacksmith, Donald, lifted his human skin mask, revealing an unremarkable visage that could easily blend into any crowd. Once the task was accomplished, the boy could summon someone to forge weapons at any time, merely by invoking the name Maud while holding this coin. That individual would traverse mountains and valleys, arriving by his side within half a day. Upon finishing his words, the nondescript face tossed a coin into the air, one that bore no distinguishing sides, or perhaps had faces on both, and flicked it, sending it spinning dozens of times in midair. Lion instinctively reached out to catch it, only for the nondescript face to snatch it away first. He declared that the coin would only be bestowed upon the boy once the task was completed, and it must be accomplished before the sun fully set that day. The lifeless countenance of the nondescript face almost betrayed a flicker of emotion at Lion's impetuousness. I have a thought. If we pursue the sun at a rapid pace, then this task shall never have a deadline. The boy's clever argument displeased the god of many faces. With that, the nondescript face retreated, and Lion felt a flash before his eyes. When he focused again, the blacksmith's workshop was devoid of the nondescript figure. Yet, on the table lay an exceptionally sharp steel sword. Maud had also thoughtfully provided a scabbard worthy of such a magnificent blade. As soon as he grasped the hilt, Lion couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid sword!" Meanwhile, the mounted combat panel made a fuss, showcasing its value to Lion. Acquiring Kiss of Black and White X1. Equipping it granted him 10 agility and 10 demon slaying. Description: forged from the legendary Valyrian steel, it is unparalleled in sharpness. Is this the case where the more powerful the equipment, the shorter the description? Quite impressive indeed. Lion mused excitedly as he noted the mounted combat panel had fallen silent for quite some time. Perfect timing, as his bloodthirsty progress bar was just one away from another upgrade. Elisha Thorne, if I step through the door with my left foot first, your fate is sealed today. Chapter 23. Solemnity. Lion takes the oath of the Night's Watch. After the sentinel at the command tower inquired about Lion's purpose, he stepped aside to clear a path, simultaneously opening the door to the office of the Supreme Commander. Lion promptly strode in, his left foot crossing the threshold first. After a brief moment to adjust to the light within, he noticed that the Supreme Commander had several visitors. The commander, holding a parchment scroll, ignored Lion's entrance, rolling the letter and placing it into a small wooden barrel, which he then tied to a raven before releasing it through the window. This marked our third plea for assistance from a noble lord. We hope he will not disappoint us and will bring the troops and supplies we desperately need. The elderly scholar, Aemon, squinted at the empty expanse outside, muttering softly. Once the old bear finished his tasks, Lion emulated the demeanor of the seasoned soldiers, bowing respectfully before the Supreme Commander. Lion Victor reporting for duty, my lord. The old bear shot back. You seem to be bursting with energy, young one. In just 2 days, you've fought 2 battles. Have you chosen your opponent for today? This question left Lion in a quandary, as the old bear's expression was neither overtly harsh nor benevolent. Colin insisted on having you join his ranger squad as an aide, the old bear continued. However, I declined, as you have yet to undergo the oath-taking ceremony. Regarding the necessity of that oath, I trust you have given it ample thought over the past 2 days. The old bear's tone exuded an unyielding authority, compelling Lion to stand at attention and listen intently. As a noble, you differ from those prisoners. You can depart at any time before the oath-taking ceremony without being labeled a deserter. Over the centuries, many spirited young men have set out, only to be terrified into submission by the harsh winds of the wall. Likewise, matters of love, power, and family will no longer concern you. Are you, Lion Victor, prepared? Always ready, my lord, Lion replied, his blood surging with fervor as he listened to the old bear's impassioned speech. Once a mere high school student, he now yearned to pledge his allegiance and become a brother of the Night's Watch. Excellent, instructor. Gather your men. We are headed to the chapel. Yes, my lord. Alicia Thorne finally spoke, having remained silent since Lion's entry. He cast a glance at Lion, who, for some unknown reason, had not once acknowledged him today, treating him as though he were invisible. It seemed their long-standing enmity would be drawn to a close with Lion's impending induction into the Night's Watch. Not if I have any say in it. This isn't over between us, Alicia muttered, his petty grievances preventing him from easily letting go of their animosity. However, on their way to the chapel, Alicia noticed a multitude of crows floating in the sky, some even daring to perch on his shoulders, cawing incessantly. Annoyed, he swatted them away, only for more to descend upon him. It felt like an ominous omen. Bah, why bother with such trivial crows? The old bear grumbled, causing Alicia to freeze mid-motion, resigning himself to the crows treating him as their resting place. Fortunately, upon entering the chapel, the bothersome crows vanished. Mormon stood before the altar, his bald head shimmering with a spectrum of colors. You come here as outcasts of the law, poachers, rapists, debtors, murderers, thieves, and con artists. You arrived as children, alone, shackled, without friends or honor. Some of you came from wealth and prestige, while others were destitute. You may hail from noble families, or be mere bastards, or even nondescript. Yet none of that matters. All is past. Upon the wall, we are all one family. This evening, as the sun sets and the night descends, you shall take your oaths. From this moment forth, you shall be brothers of the Night's Watch, bound by your vows. Your sins shall be absolved, your debts erased. Likewise, you must renounce your former loyalties to family, cast aside old grievances, and forget past loves and enmities. You shall be reborn. The Night's Watch serves the kingdom, not for kings, nor for nobles, nor for the glory of houses. Regardless of wealth, honor, or romantic entanglements, all that matters is the safety of the kingdom and its people. The Night's Watch does not marry or bear children. We take responsibility as our spouse and honor as our mistress, while you are our only sons. You have heard the contents of the oath. Before you swear, consider carefully. Once you don the black, there is no turning back. Betraying your duty is punishable by death. The old bear paused momentarily before continuing. Is there anyone among you who wishes to depart? If so, now is the time to leave, and we shall not think any less of you. No one moved. Very well, Mormon said. This evening, you will return here to take your oaths before Brother Salada and the leaders of your respective organizations. Do any of you believe in the old gods? Lion pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, my lord. Does the Victor family worship the old gods? No. I merely thought it fitting to pay my respects to the local deities upon arriving at the wall. Upon hearing Lion's response, the old bear, though puzzled, did not press further. After the ceremony, you may visit the Ghostwood Forest half a mile north, where the old god-sacred trees abound. So be it, lad. According to our needs and your skills, you'll be assigned to various roles. The Grandmaster of the Night's Watch, Bowen Mars, stepped forward, handing him a piece of paper. The commander unfolded it, reading aloud, Hod, join the craftsmen. The young man nodded stiffly, visibly excited. Glenn, join the rangers. Abet, join the craftsmen. Pipel, having joined the Night's Watch, felt a wave of relief wash over him as his name was called. Mershaw, join the Night's Watch. Daylion, join the officers. Todd, join the Night's Watch. Leon, serve as the deputy of the commander, tasked with training the new recruits. As the long night approached, I begin my vigil, unwavering until death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and father no children. I will don no crown, nor seek glory. I pledge my loyalty and service, embracing life and death in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel upon the wall, resisting the biting cold and fierce flames, the light at dawn. The horn that awakens the slumbering, the steadfast shield of the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, and tonight shall be no different from every night thereafter. The newly named recruits knelt and recited the oath of the Night's Watch. Each voice unique, yet the words perfectly aligned. You knelt as children. Rise now, men of the Night's Watch. At the command of Old Bear, the newly initiated stood. Their expressions a blend of disbelief and exhilaration, struggling to grasp that they were indeed now men of the Night's Watch. Others may call you brothers of the Night's Watch, but if you believe it, you are a fool. You are still but fresh-faced boys, reeking of summer. When winter comes, you'll all die like flies, legs in the air. Eliza Thorne's scathing words were a cold splash of water upon the recruits. especially upon hearing Oldbear declare that Leon would assist him in training the new recruits. Anger surged within him, and he turned to face Oldbear. Chapter 24. Discontent over the commandeering of the role of commander. Alyssa Thorne rose, only to be swiftly dispatched. Leon was but a recruit yesterday, yet from this day forth he stands equal to me. You might as well appoint him as the commander outright. How can I command respect when you do this? That is your concern. Moreover, Leon's swordsmanship and bravery have already been proven, Oldbear replied, unfazed, having encountered a soft resistance from the commander. Leon's attitude towards his role as a commander was rather indifferent. Though not the coveted position of a ranger to battle the wildlings, the opportunity to train new recruits and spar with them gradually enhance his own abilities was still favorable. Lord Tyrion Lannister will soon depart for King's Landing. You have connections at court. Why not accompany him directly south to seek aid from the king? However, Oldbear's next words startled both men. Alyssa Thorne shot a resentful glance at Leon, sensing this as a prelude to Oldbear's diminishing regard for him. When he returned from King's Landing with a band of prisoners, he feared being entirely sidelined from the core of power. Leon's shock stemmed from the knowledge that the many-faced god had issued a deadline. If Alyssa Thorne indeed departed, would he have to wait for his return to take action? Unacceptable. Both men, as if sharing a telepathic connection, protested simultaneously to Oldbear. Alyssa Oldbear, angered, had never before been contradicted by two men simultaneously in his decades of leadership at the Black Fortress. He shot a scornful look at the commander. There can be but one commander at the Black Fortress, and that must be me. Then what of you? Upon hearing the commander's declaration, Oldbear turned his gaze toward Leon. That is indeed appropriate. Furthermore, given the current shortage of personnel in the Legion, it would be wise to invite Lord Alyssa to join the Night's Watch. I alone can fulfill the role of commander adequately. You, Alyssa Thorne, never expected Leon, yet to officially assume the role of deputy commander, to audaciously plot to usurp authority. Enough. You two should settle this with a duel. The loser can go feed the horses. With palpable annoyance, Oldbear issued his final decree, dismissing any further discussion as he ordered the two commanders to find a place in the training yard to spar. Wooden sword or iron sword? Entering the training yard, Leon was the first to inquire, already drawing his iron sword, having evidently made his choice. Iron sword, by the seven, if one of us is to die, let it be under the watchful eyes of the seven. Alyssa Thorne, consumed by rage, completely disregarded Leon's previously displayed formidable prowess, unsheathing his own sword and advancing toward Leon. Oldbear, the commander may not be a match for Leon. Why do you not intervene? The quartermaster, Bowen Malsey, hastily interjected, wishing to prevent the clash, but Oldbear remained silent, fixated on the crows circling over Alyssa Thorne's head. You arrogant little brat, prepare to die. If Alyssa Thorne had been a coward who feared drawing his sword in the face of the enemy, he would have surrendered during the war of usurpers when the traitors breached King's Landing. Aware he was outmatched by Leon, he nonetheless resolutely charged forth. This earned a flicker of respect from Leon, yet it swiftly transformed into an unreserved assault. Without uttering a word, Leon raised his blade, black and white, and struck down toward Alyssa Thorne. Clang! All present witnessed the two figures intertwine. A flash of cold steel gleamed almost palpably. Leon's blade remained pristine, save for a droplet of blood at its tip. Alyssa Thorne's eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, a torrent of crimson erupted from his right shoulder to his waist. His body cleaved in two. Even the sword he wielded from King's Landing was neatly severed. No one comprehended why Leon had struck with lethal intent. Previously, he had only inflicted injury in their sparring. But the deed was done. And even as the onlookers began to grasp the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. The sharpness of black and white was unparalleled. Even after being sliced in half, Alyssa Thorne had not yet fully succumbed to death. His upper half collapsed to the ground, while his lower half remained upright. He gaped, his eyes vacant, struggling to articulate something, yet found himself mute, staring blankly at the sky. The black crows circled relentlessly above Alyssa Thorne until he took his final breath, at which point they dispersed. That night, Oldbear presided over Alyssa Thorne's funeral. All ranks of the Night's Watch were present, save for the quartermaster who accompanied Leon to the Godswood. Faced with the death of the commander, the atmosphere was complex, yet ultimately, sorrowful mourning prevailed. He was not a good man, yet as an individual, he was selfish, arrogant, and vile, yet also loyal, admirable, and principled as a brother of the Night's Watch. Originally a Knight of the Realm, the Thorne family served directly under the Iron Throne, later joining the Night's Watch, remaining steadfast and dutiful. During his service at the Wall, he assisted multiple commanders. He may not have been the most charismatic of commanders, yet he was the best. He transformed those who were once thieves and fugitives into competent men of the Night's Watch. He was a Lysa Thorn. His vigil continues until death, and thus it concludes. Old Bear's eulogy was simple yet profound. The surrounding brothers of the Night's Watch paid their respects to a Lysa Thorn in the grave, and at the funeral's end, Maester Aemon tremulously cast a torch into the pyre beneath a Lysa Thorn. The flames blazed outside the wall. Chapter 25. Tenfold training efficacy and the transformation of bandits into regular troops. The respect of veterans. Unlike the dwindling number of fish trees in the Seven Kingdoms, the haunted woods beyond the wall were abundant with trees carved with human faces. The ritual was straightforward. After Leon recited his oath to a fish tree and stood up, he remained unaware of any change within himself. The quartermaster, Bowen Malsey, having accompanied Leon in completing the oath, departed with his men, leaving Leon to explore outside the city for the first time. Although Leon knew that being alone outside at this moment posed a significant risk of encountering White Walkers, he felt no fear wielding his Valyrian steel sword. After all, the terror of the others had already been experienced by Leon, and it was not a matter of great concern. Noticing that the surroundings were deserted, Leon softly called out, "Identity, Leon Victor, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Level, 11. House, level 0, no fief. Strength, 25, one-handed, two-handed polearms. Agility, 23, archery, crossbow, throwing, kiss of the black and white 10. Stamina, 17, horsemanship, running, forging. Cunning, 11, tea-service, tactics, vices. Social, 11, charm, leadership, trading. Intelligence, 13, management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points, 11. Available skill specialization points, 1 point in agility, 1 specialization point gained for every 5 points above 20. Available maximum skill specialization attempts, 0. Inventory, Kiss of the Black and White Apprentice Ranger Armor of the Night's Watch. Currency, for gold dragons, acquired by defeating nighttime ambushers like Hod. Active quest, eliminate Alicia Thorn completed. New quest, kill or persuade the King Beyond the Wall, Mance Raider. Reward, Horn of the Free Folk, when equipped. Increases the chance of persuading free folk by 50. Passive quests, 1. Bloodlust, after killing or defeating 7 enemies, restore a portion of stamina, 200, 300 can grow indefinitely. 2. Enfeefment, unlocks after commanding more than 10 individuals, allowing you to promote subordinates, gaining experience in battle to elite units. 3. Plunder, after killing or defeating 1 enemy. Regardless of their wealth, loot 1 gold dragon, fixed skill. Simultaneously, there is a 1 chance to strip an opponent of an item of better quality than your own can grow. 4. Training, subordinates gain experience from daily training and combat at 10 times the normal rate. After studying the newly emerged functionalities, Leon's first consideration was the agility specialization points gained from equipping the Kiss of the Black and White. Archery, crossbow, throwing. These were among the few mainstream ranged attack methods on the continent of Westeros. Archery was versatile, albeit difficult to master and yielding moderate damage, primarily characterized by rapid attack speed and ease of acquisition. Crossbows, on the other hand, emphasize lethality, being easy to learn, merely aim and shoot, while boasting astonishing power. However, the legendary dragon-slaying weapon, the dragon bow, was notoriously difficult to obtain, strictly controlled across the domains of various lords. As for thrown weapons, they generally included javelins, spears, or the wildlings throwing axes, and even stones utilized by bandits for ambushes. The conditions for acquiring these were the simplest. One could throw whatever was at hand. Yet, the drawback lay in the vast disparity in damage and range, influenced by the quality of the thrown object. After a moment's contemplation, Leon ultimately allocated his agility specialization point to archery. First, archery met the requirements for mass equipment in the future. Second, the Rangers of the Night's Watch primarily relied on bows for combat. Although crossbows were not out of the question, Leon ultimately abandoned them due to their slow attack speed. Since this was not a full-level allocation, even Leon would need to practice archery gradually. However, the panel provided him with a guide to archery techniques, making the learning curve considerably manageable. Next, Leon turned his attention to the allocation of free attribute points. Considering his current role as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, it was inevitable that he would engage in training. Thus, it was time to distribute the 11 free attribute points granted upon leveling up. Consequently, Leon converted 9 points into social. He then allocated the newly acquired social specialization point into leadership. This was not a game world, so Leon did not have a strict limit on troop numbers. As long as he could afford the salaries of his troops, their numbers could increase limitlessly. This was Leon's first foray into allocating points in the lower 3 attributes of the panel, and he was curious about the effect of adding this point into leadership. The panel unlocked the skill respect of veterans, allowing the original bandit units in his troop to be transformed into regular soldiers. Immediately after Leon allocated his points, a line of small text appeared before him, leaving him both astonished and elated. This was akin to a miraculous skill from the world of mounted combat, and with this skill, he believed he would never again worry about troop shortages. Recalling the multitude of bandit units scattered across the expansive map in the world of mounted combat, Leon felt that the world of A Song of Ice and Fire would not differ much, causing him to almost burst into laughter. Chapter 26. The Green Seer. What is your purpose in this world? Leon, to ride and to slay. Leon then turned his gaze towards the system of the many-faced god. The target this time was a man bearing the title King Beyond the Wall, who sounded formidable. Leon recalled the descriptions from the original work. Although the wildlings had suffered heavy losses from the attack of the others, the King Beyond the Wall still commanded at least 100,000 wildling warriors. His head was certainly not something a mere Lord Commander of the Night's Watch could covet easily. This matter required careful deliberation. Interestingly, a new entry appeared in the passive quest section, indicating that the training speed of his subordinates had increased tenfold. Truly, the system favored Leon, recognizing that this world was rife with dangers and leaving no time for him to develop slowly, thus granting him such a powerful skill. Honestly, this was far more useful than any novice gift package. After multiple reviews of the system, Leon concluded that each time he fulfilled the bloodlust condition, a new entry would appear, leaving him eager to discover what the next entry might be. Feeling a sense of fulfillment, Leon closed the panel and shifted his gaze to the weirwood tree before him. Logically, if gods truly existed in this world, might his presence here be the result of some divine manipulation? Influenced by the surrounding air of mystery, Leon, who had never held any belief in the supernatural, found himself contemplating the possibility. Moreover, he had already encountered a follower of the many-faced god, and in the original story, Bran Stark of Winterfell ultimately became the Green Seer, capable of perceiving the flow of time. Standing beneath the weirwood tree, if this Green Seer could see him, it was unlikely he would remain indifferent. As soon as Leon's thoughts emerged, it seemed as if someone in the void had heard his silent inquiry. The face upon the weirwood tree appeared to come alive. Addressing Leon, young man from another world, do you harbor doubts within your heart? An ancient voice emerged from the lips of the face on the tree, genuinely startling Leon, though he quickly regained his composure. The Green Seer? Leon tentatively inquired. Upon hearing Leon's question, the face betrayed a fleeting expression of embarrassment before responding in a leisurely manner. You possess keen insight, young one. I am the Green Seer spoken of by the ancients. Do you know the mission that brought you to this world? To kill and to burn? Leon hesitated for a moment before altering his response, secretly wishing to declare, to ride and to slay, noting Leon's momentary obstinance. The Green Seer found his meticulously prepared dialogue suddenly slipping from his mind, so he shifted his approach. This is not your world. Do you wish to return to the world where you truly belong? Do you truly possess such a means? Initially, Leon held no desires regarding the Green Seer. After all, he now wielded the mounted combat panel and the system of the many-faced god. He thought the old man should focus on Bran Stark instead. However, to his utter surprise, the Green Seer claimed to have the means for him to return to reality. Wait for the sun to rise in the west and set in the east, for the seas to dry up, for mountains to fall like withered leaves in the wind, for giants more magnificent than the city of Braavos to stand tall, for the final note of a song of ice and fire to conclude, and for only one king to remain amidst the chaos of the world. You could have just told me that I can't go back. Lion expressed profound dissatisfaction with the ramblings of the Green Prophet. Everything in this world is predestined. After bidding farewell to the enigmatic Green Prophet, Lion returned to the wall in a rather despondent mood, having experienced emotional highs and lows. In truth, Lion did not feel an urgent desire to return. Yet the words of the Green Prophet inadvertently reminded him of his past life. Friends, the family cat, games in his Steam library, ongoing novels, unfinished assignments, and the impending Gaokao. If only he had not inexplicably found himself in this realm of power struggles, standing beneath the wall, which loomed tall and seemingly reached the heavens. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he felt like a stranger in a foreign land. An overwhelming longing for home stirred within him, bringing tears to his eyes. However, in a fleeting moment, he buried these emotions deep within his heart. The Green Prophet's words subtly hinted at the diminishing hope of his return, and Lion was reluctant to witness his future self tormented by such unrealistic aspirations. He believed it would be better to extinguish that fantasy from the outset than to cling to hope. Outside the new recruit's dormitory, Lion discovered his bedding conspicuously absent upon his return, prompting him to angrily confront a nearby soldier. "Where's my blanket?" "It's with Lord Snow, oh no. I mean John." He moved it to the training tower, the unfortunate recruit stammered. Having heard the news of the brutal slaying of Lysa Thorne in broad daylight, he trembled before the furious Lion, who loomed like a fearsome beast. "Lion, you're back," John exclaimed, having timely arrived from outside to rescue the new recruit from his predicament. Lion released his grip on the recruit's collar, who hurriedly fled, glancing back as if Lion were a legendary monster. Yet to John, Lion had always been his steadfast brother. Noticing the tear stains on Lion's cheeks, John assumed it was a sign of emotion from the night's watch oath ceremony and enveloped Lion in a warm embrace. "You're a significant figure now. Be lenient in your training. Also, put in a good word with the commander for me to join the Rangers." After their embrace, John put forth his request, to which Lion readily acquiesced. Upon entering the room once occupied by Lysa Thorne, Lion, still troubled by the Green Prophet's words, immediately lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Perhaps the restless spirit of Lysa Thorne was unwilling to rest, for the wind outside howled with unusual ferocity, igniting Lion's fury. He thought, "I was never afraid of you when you were alive. Should I fear your restless spirit now?" With a shout directed at the air, he declared, "Begone." Miraculously, the wind began to calm. Chapter 27. Old Bear, you're quite skilled. Help me train the troops. Lion, you expect me to work for free? The troubles of youth come swiftly and depart just as quickly. After a restful slumber, Lion had entirely forgotten about the impossibility of returning home. After all, this world isn't so bad. What is wrong with living as a decadent and lavish noble in the Middle Ages? Hotter, hotter. Lion's first order of business upon waking was to call for hotter, yet after a considerable wait, he received no response. It dawned on him that he had moved to the training tower the previous day and no longer resided in the smelly, squalid barracks. It seemed he needed to promptly request Old Bear to assign him a few aids, as he was not accustomed to fetching water to wash his face in the early morning. Lion mused to himself with a hint of shamelessness. Upon opening the door, an old Night's Watch veteran approached him. "Lion, the commander is looking for you," he waiting in the meeting room. With that, the veteran turned and left, offering no words of congratulations or praise, as if Lion's new position as a trainer did not elevate him in their eyes. The meeting room? Dion, having inexplicably developed a poor memory, struggled to recall the route to the banquet hall, which he had memorized well, for it was where he had savored his first delicious meal in this world. Nevertheless, he managed to find his way, casually grabbing a passerby to guide him to the meeting room. Upon entering, he found Old Bear in discussion with several trusted advisors. When he noticed Lion's arrival, he paused the conversation and addressed him, although the Thorne family has not overtly expressed intentions of revenge. "My experience suggests you have made an enemy on the road to Westeros. The duel occurred under the watchful eyes of the Seven Gods. It is the will of the outsider, my lord." Lion, maintaining a calm demeanor, stood at the conference table and articulated his thoughts to the commander. Observing Lion's seemingly indifferent attitude, Old Bear chose not to dwell on the matter further. "Bowen, how many new recruits do we currently have?" 403, my lord." "Excellent. Lion, did you hear that? 403, my lord. Every 2 weeks is a cycle. By the end of that period, I expect to see at least 10 qualified Night's Watchmen. One more is acceptable, but if there is one less, you will be dismissed immediately. Do you have any questions? Should I focus on cultivating any particular skills?" "As you wish. As long as they can wield weapons and fight the wildlings without fleeing in fear, that is sufficient. Can I have a few assistants?" "You mean John? His swordsmanship is commendable, but he is not suitable. I have other plans for John." "Then I have no issues, my lord. Go forth. I will not interfere with how you train these new recruits, but I require 10 new men every cycle." Accepting a hefty roster of new recruits from Bowen Marcy, which included brief personal descriptions, habits, evaluations, and backgrounds, Lion barely glanced at it before departing under Old Bear's watchful gaze. Upon exiting, he stood at the doorway and quickly scanned through the names on the list. He had to admit that Eddie's concerns were indeed justified. The sources of these 403 recruits were incredibly varied, with professions ranging widely. The proportion of noble youths like John, who had no criminal records, or those like Eddie from farming backgrounds who willingly came here, was less than 1%. Most were petty criminals sentenced to serve at the wall after minor offenses. And there were also hardened criminals among them, individuals whom Lion would hardly be tasked with teaching. These recruits, ranging in age from their teens to their 50s, had long been marginalized and were relegated to menial tasks, unable to be fully accepted by the Night's Watch. This was the current structure of the Night's Watch, which had stood as humanity's bulwark for 8 millennia. Lion could not help but believe that if things continued this way, the wall would fall without any assaults from the White Walkers or wildlings. Fortunately, humanity is not lacking in heroes. Thanks to figures like Old Bear, Brandon Stark, Maester Aemon, and those like Alyssa Thorne who chose to come to the wall after defeat, the Night's Watch still had a backbone and did not collapse. Generally, nobles who volunteered for service at the wall were often younger sons or illegitimate offspring without inheritances. Such individuals would be granted various rights by the commander upon arrival. This, perhaps, was the reason behind Alyssa Thorne's long-standing animosity toward Jon and Lion. Power is only secure when held in one's own hands. Returning to the barracks, Lion inquired, "Is there anyone here who can read?" The recruits exchanged glances, uncertain of what scheme Leon had in mind. Perhaps it was due to Leon's relatively amiable demeanor that a plump recruit in the corner stood up after a long pause. "Sir, I can read." "Excellent. What is your name?" "Samwell Tarly, from the Reach, Hornhill." Sam's voice dwindled to a whisper as he spoke, until it was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Chapter 28. Sam Caesar, a failed debut. It was evident that conversing with the notorious Leon Victor was no simple matter. However, hailing from nobility endowed him with sufficient discernment and intelligence, despite his cowardly disposition, which made him seem less brave than a woman. His keen observation led him to conclude that Leon might be in need of assistance. This represented a fortuitous opportunity to alter his destiny. Thus, regardless of whether it was a trap, Sam resolved to seize this chance. Otherwise, he feared he would squander his life amidst unending trivialities. Samwell Tarly was the eldest son of the illustrious Lord Randall Tarly, renowned as one of the 7 Kingdoms' finest military commanders and the heir to the Hornhill title. Yet, regardless of the pride Lord Randall felt at Sam's birth, it had dissipated over the years as Sam grew increasingly corpulent, weak, and eccentric, rendering all past hopes extinguished. As a distinguished general, Lord Randall had always aspired for his son to follow in his footsteps, striving diligently to mold the timid Sam into the valiant knight he envisioned. However, Sam possessed a passion for music, fine cuisine, literature, and playful interactions with cats. Despite his clumsiness, he harbored an unusual love for dance, continuously disappointing his father, who lacked the wisdom to teach according to his son's strengths. During his childhood, Sam was sent to the island of Summerhall to serve as a squire for Lord Paxter Redwine. But he was soon returned home after being bullied by the Lord's twin sons. Many instructors attempted to toughen Sam, yet all efforts were in vain. Sam endured scorn and punishment, suffered slaps and hunger, and even faced his father's humiliating suggestions to wear his mother's clothing as a means of provocation, don armor to sleep, or bathe in buffalo blood at the hands of the wizard Qyburn, all to no avail in bolstering his courage. Ultimately, these failed attempts bred in Sam a deep-seated fear of his father. He became increasingly rotund, yet increasingly timid, nauseated at the sight of blood and reduced to tears at the mere act of witnessing a chicken being slaughtered. Eventually, Lord Randall's disappointment morphed into anger, culminating in disdain. After Lady Melissa, Tarly bore 3 sisters in succession. Sam's brother, Dickon Tarly, was born. Dickon was robust and lively, embodying all the martial qualities that Sam lacked, which led Lord Randall to neglect Sam entirely, directing all his attention onto his more favored younger son. Liberated from paternal pressure, Sam indulged in a few blissful years immersed in music and books. However, when he expressed a desire to study in Old Town, his father forbade him. For the martial-minded Lord Randall held a strong aversion to the notion of his family members donning scholarly chains of office. Thus, on the morning of Sam's 15th birthday, his father abruptly awakened him and proclaimed that he was unworthy to inherit the family sword and title, compelling him to relinquish his familial identity to join the Night's Watch, ceding his brother Dickon's right of succession. "If you dare defy me, we shall go hunting tomorrow, and your horse shall stumble in the woods, casting you from the saddle to your demise. At least, that is what I shall inform your mother," he warned. "Do not entertain fantasies of a swift death or means of resistance, for I shall be more than willing to pursue you relentlessly and slay you myself." Faced with the threat of death from his father, Sam chose to enlist in the Night's Watch at the wall, observing Sam's timid demeanor while he spoke. The other recruits struggled to suppress their laughter, yet under Leon's somewhat terrifying and oppressive presence, they had no choice but to stifle their amusement. "I recognize you, Sam. We met in the Great Hall at the feast." "That was 8 years ago, my lord." A pitiable expression crossed Sam's chubby face. revealing his impressive memory as he recalled Leon. Leon's recollection was not merely a sudden stroke of memory. A significant event had transpired during that time. Accompanying his father to broaden his horizons, Leon had once encountered Lord Randall, who had a portly young boy at his side. Good. Sam, you are now my steward. Take this list and locate each individual by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Regardless of how many you find, cease your search then, and bring them to the training grounds. Understood? Yes, my lord. Do not call me my lord. After all, I was a recruit just like you yesterday. Then may I address you as Leon, like John and the others? Precisely. Leon's stern facade finally cracked, and he chuckled heartily, patting Sam on the shoulder. It must be said that it is indeed a challenging endeavor for an inexperienced youth to feign an air of authority. One cannot help but feel at ease when dealing with an astute individual. Sam refrained from questioning Leon about the list, which contained the names of several hundred individuals. Searching for them all would likely take days, especially with a deadline set for 2 o'clock. Yet, Leon surely had his reasons for this approach. Firstly, those not summoned were evidently less fortunate. Their chances of survival on the battlefield considerably diminished compared to the fortunate. Furthermore, those called upon had a substantial likelihood of choosing not to attend. Why waste time on disobedient individuals? By the way, Sam, I have a small question to ask you. Just as Sam was about to depart to gather the others, Leon suddenly called him back. What question? Hypothetically, if you were to establish your own house, what would you name it? I have not given that much thought. Though my father does not love me, I believe I would retain the Tarly name, existing as a branch of the family. Very well, that will suffice. Chapter 29. The indelible imprint of systemic thought. Leon's soldiers shall not be exploited. In the training yard, a scant dozen recruits stood scattered about, and Hodder, with a hint of malicious glee, remarked to the trembling Sam, Sam, you are not performing very well as a steward. Your first task for Lord Leon has gone awry. Leon will not blame me. Nonetheless, as Sam gazed at Leon's fluctuating expression from atop the platform, his lack of confidence caused him to worry that Hodder's remarks might bear some truth. Sam, is the time up? Leon's voice carried a cold edge, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the meager assembly of recruits, a prelude to impending fury. Even the most unyielding trainer among the recruits, Sir Alice, would never allow such a small turnout during regular drills. It appeared that Leon's foundations were still shaky. Perhaps other higher-ups in the Night's Watch were attempting to undermine him. In any case, given the current situation, if training proceeded smoothly, Leon's position as a trainer might last no more than a month. Leon, my lord, the time has come. Then let us commence. Today's training exercise will focus on archery. Sam, take 2 individuals to the armory and procure sufficient bows and arrows. Sam Complight, and soon returned with 2 recruits, distributing a bow and arrow to each of the assembled trainees. Many recruits were puzzled, and Hodder, summoning his courage, inquired, my lord, I respect your swordsmanship, but are you certain you want to train us in archery? What? Do you doubt my abilities? Leon raised an eyebrow, picking up a bow and casting a sidelong glance at Hodder. Without even glancing at the target, he knocked an arrow and released it in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow struck solidly at the target 25 paces away. However, Leon's display, though competent, failed to impress the recruits. The less observant recruits merely noted that the arrow indeed struck the target, while the more discerning ones nearly burst into laughter. A 7. For others, this might have been a commendable score, but the critical factor was that it was Leon, the trainer, who had shot the arrow. Despite the considerable distance, many new recruits managed to achieve remarkable results, with a significant number even capable of performing even better. However, out of respect for Lion's reputation, many concealed their mockery beneath a facade of solemnity. Hod, step forward and take a shot, Lion commanded. Upon hearing his name, Hod feigned hesitation, my lord. You must have faith in yourself. Observing this, Lion assumed Hod was apprehensive about his performance and offered a reassuring word. Very well. Hod knocked an arrow, squinting at the target for an extended period, yet found himself troubled. After enduring several of Lion's iron fists, even a robust figure like Hod developed a psychological barrier when facing him. After considerable contemplation, Hod resolved to take it easy for Lion's sake. With a whoosh, he released the arrow, landing in the 8 ring. Not bad. That is quite commendable. Lion's voice resonated with genuine approval, though only Hod knew he could have hit the bullseye at this distance with every arrow. Subsequently, Lion instructed every recruit present to take a shot to assess their skills. However, every new recruit surpassed Hod's deliberate performance, with most hitting the bullseye, save for Sam, who missed entirely. This was not due to any intentional subterfuge on Sam's part, but rather a reflection of his actual capabilities. The outcome left many recruits smugly glancing at Lion. as they had worried before arriving at the training grounds that Lion might seek personal retribution, using a wooden sword to leave them bruised. To their surprise, the training involved archery, alleviating their concerns. In the desolate expanse of the wall, every recruit struggled to find adequate food and warmth, relying solely on stealthily hunting to improve their meager rations and using animal hides for warmth. Thus, each recruit developed a respectable skill in archery. Do you wish to improve upon these results? Lion, perched high above, showed no signs of embarrassment or anger after being upstaged, continuing with his discourse while idly toying with an arrow feather. Master Instructor, I would prefer you teach me swordsmanship, one recruit blurted out, lacking in social grace. Is that so? Lion, unfazed, continued to draw his bow, this time aiming not at the 25 paces target, but at 130 paces away. Without much hesitation, he released an arrow, then drew again, this time targeting the even more distant 35 paces, until he was shooting at a target nearly 100 paces away. Barely visible to the naked eye, his movements were fluid, with each arrow released in rapid succession, leaving even the best archer among the recruits agape in disbelief at this spectacle. If anyone can achieve the same, I shall not insist you practice archery. At this moment, even Hod, the finest archer among the recruits, hesitated to make any guarantees, but subconsciously felt a twinge of rivalry, counting the arrows as they struck the target, growing increasingly astonished as each one found its mark. When he reached the farthest target, he discovered that the bullseye had been pierced clean through. To achieve such distance, while still having the strength to penetrate the target center, was a testament to Lion's formidable prowess. Notably, Lion had hardly aimed and had not drawn the bow fully in pursuit of speed. When Hod returned with the farthest target, the expressions of all the recruits reflected their newfound admiration. If I tell you that training under my guidance will enable even Sam to achieve such feats in the future, would you be willing? Lion, bow in hand, his gaze sharp as an icy arrow, commanded attention. The recruits found it difficult to meet his piercing eyes, and eventually, one recruit knelt before Lion, followed suit by others, including Sam, who strained to adopt the most proper posture to express their respect. This was not an act of submission, as Lion was not yet a lord but merely a Night's Watch instructor. Nevertheless, it was an impressive display of loyalty. When they rose, many recruits shared a peculiar sensation, as if they had grown significantly stronger since the day began. Command exceeds 10 individuals. The promotion function is activated. The current composition of the unit, 19 Night's Watch recruits, each earning a weekly wage of 190 copper stars. It was noted that any delay in wages would result in diminished morale and a likelihood of desertion. Similar to the unit panel in Mount Blade, half of these recruits had already reached maximum experience, prompting Lion to promote them to Night's Watch Rangers, doubling their wages. With 4 golden dragons in his possession, Lion could certainly afford this, especially as payday had yet to arrive. The reason Lion readily accepted the position of head instructor and generously offered wages was not out of altruism, but because these recruits, upon aligning themselves with his command, had been imprinted with a psychological bond by the system. Even if they did not pledge loyalty to Lion at present, under his influence in the future, they would be compelled to reconvene their allegiance. Commence training. With Lion's command, the newly promoted rangers eagerly directed their efforts towards the targets. Even the stout Sam gazing in disbelief at the arrows he released. Under Lion's guidance, for the first time, Sam's arrow struck the target, an exhilarating revelation that nearly brought him to tears. If only his father, Count Lannister, were present to witness that his son was not the hopeless case he deemed him to be, but rather a proud member of the Night's Watch. By evening, as the last recruit was promoted to Ranger, Lion halted the training. At that moment, all recruits bore an ineffable sensation, feeling as though they had significantly strengthened since the day's beginning. Excitement surged through the recruits, their faces flushed as they exuberantly expressed their exhilaration. John, who had been observing from a distance, refrained from interrupting Lion's training until it concluded. Approaching the platform with admiration, he remarked, "I never knew you possessed such talent." Even hapless Sam was trained in just one day. Due to Alice's early demise and her lack of focus on Sam, John's bond with him was not as profound as depicted in the original narrative. You know, I also took the Night's Watch oath today, alongside Eddie and the others. However, I was appointed as Lord Commander Mormont's aide, not as a ranger like my uncle. The thought of spending my life as a servant, tending to an old man's needs, makes me uneasy. Chapter 30. Being a white, it's reasonable to rise from the dead, right? Fortunately, Eddie reassured me that this was all part of Mormont's plan to groom me as a successor. Otherwise, I would truly think my life was at an end. John, who had not been seen all day, was busy with his oath. Regardless, congratulations are in order, my brother of the Night's Watch. Upon hearing this, Lion warmly embraced Jon and offered praise. However, noticing Jon's expression was not particularly joyful, Lion inquired, "What troubles you? Did something happen during the oath ceremony?" "Not exactly, but Ghost brought back a severed hand belonging to one of our ranger brothers. His body was found less than half a mile from the wall." Lion, recalling the show, remembered that it was during Jon and Sam's oath-taking in the haunted forest that they discovered the body of the ranger slain by the White Walkers, which nearly cost Mormont his life when the corpse rose again at midnight. Fortunately, thanks to Ghost's warning and Jon's fortuitous decision to throw an oil lamp onto the corpse, it was burned. Subsequently, Jon received a Valyrian steel sword named Longclaw as a reward from Mormont. To speak candidly, had it not been for the system bestowing upon him a black and white kiss, Leon might have found himself enamored with that Valyrian steel sword, contemplating ways to assist Old Bear in appointing Jon as his successor. However, it was evident that Old Bear's choice of Jon as his heir was preordained. Fortunately, Leon refrained from intervening, for his efforts would have been in vain. "By the way, where's the corpse now?" "It is stowed away in an empty cold chamber within the vegetable cellar." Upon hearing Jon's words, Leon was momentarily speechless. It was one thing for these individuals to disregard the presence of a corpse, but to house it alongside food was utterly unacceptable. This simply could not stand. Even if the corpse were not to reanimate, Leon would find it unbearable. Why not incinerate it? "We must await the examination by Maester Aemon. There is something peculiar about this body, and you will understand once you see it." The mere thought of the corpse caused a perplexed expression to wash over Jon's face, a reflection of humanity's confusion in the face of the unknown. "No, take me to see that body. Sam, you come along as well." Upon uttering this, Leon intended for Jon to lead the way, but the moment Sam heard that Leon was to take him to view the corpse, he was thoroughly frightened. "Leon, my lord, may I abstain from attending?" Despite having grown somewhat through training, Sam's timid nature was not easily transformed. "Very well." A look of disappointment crossed Leon's face, as if to say, "You squander this opportunity," and he chose not to press further, following Jon instead. Seeing that Leon was indeed ignoring him, Sam observed the new recruits casting him knowing glances. Deep down, he understood that Leon's intentions were rooted in goodwill, wishing to elevate his standing. With this thought in mind, Sam suppressed his apprehension and hurried to catch up. After only a few steps, Leon noticed that Sam had genuinely followed and chose not to comment further. In the vegetable cellar, an icy chill permeated the air, particularly with the encroaching darkness, rendering the atmosphere somewhat sinister. Old Bear deemed it unnecessary to assign guards for a mere corpse. Thus, the three of them approached the body with a certain nonchalance. Leon did not recognize the unfortunate ranger's name, but it was evident that Jon did. Even if it was not their first encounter, sorrow was distinctly etched upon Jon's face. His name was Othel, and I watched him depart from the wall with my own eyes. Jon spoke, his voice low, his eyes reddened. Observing this, Leon refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to be a patient listener. "Indeed," Jon continued, "he was my Uncle Benjen Stark's finest ranger. That day, my uncle led 6 men into the north for a patrol. Your uncle will be fine." Sam, unable to meet the gaze of the body, nevertheless felt compelled to offer Jon some comfort. "Thank you," Jon replied, lifting his gaze to Sam with gratitude. "Everyone says so. The Lord Commander himself has stated that should any wildling dare harm Benjen's men, he would pursue them relentlessly. Have Maester Aemon examine the body upon your return?" Leon inquired, observing Othel's lifeless form, his striking blue eyes reminiscent of the White Walkers. Despite having encountered the White Walkers in dreams, witnessing one in reality sent a chill down his spine. After all, if it were truly dead, then it was dead. The unsettling aspect was not knowing when it might spring to life and strike. Frankly, the anticipation was quite torturous. "I do not know. I believe we should incinerate this body post-haste, lest it become a source of calamity." Just as Leon spoke these words, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Before the three could find concealment, the door to the storeroom swung open. "What are you 3 rascals doing here at this hour?" Several individuals entered the storeroom, led by an old Night's Watchman, whose name, if Leon recalled correctly, was Cohen or something akin to it. The very one who had relieved Leon during the system's assignment that morning. However, Cohen seemed unconcerned with the reasons for their presence, and, while speaking, prepared to assist the other veterans in lifting the corpse. "Be careful." Suddenly, Sam shouted at Cohen, who had his back turned while raising the body. Chapter 31. The undead that conventional attacks cannot destroy. Leon remains uninvolved. As Cohen, puzzled, lifted his head, he felt a chilling breeze behind him, prompting his instinctive reflexes as a seasoned warrior to drop the stretcher and roll forward to evade. The reanimated Night's Watchman, or perhaps it should be called a corpse demon, realizing its initial assault had failed, turned to attack another old Night's Watchman. That unfortunate veteran lacked Cohen's agility, or, more accurately, was caught completely off guard. Who could have anticipated that a corpse, frozen solid, would suddenly spring to life? This was far beyond his comprehension. The old soldier, taken by surprise, found himself grasped by the throat, lifted off the ground. Oddhell had stood at over 2 meters in life, perhaps endowed with the blood of giants. Regardless, when it rose, all the living in the storeroom were dwarfed before it, their strength utterly insignificant in comparison. The old soldier instinctively struggled against the grip, but it proved futile. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the room. The color drained from the soldier's face, transforming into an unnatural shade of purplish brown. Witnessing this, old Cohen drew his sword and aimed to strike at the corpse demon's back. However, his hasty blow merely sliced a chunk of flesh from the creature's shoulder, which inflicted no pain upon it, if the corpse demon was even capable of feeling pain. Yet, the demon clearly recognized that it was being attacked, and it retaliated by swinging its severed arm, delivering a crushing elbow strike to old Cohen's face. The impact shattered his nasal bone, and he barely managed a muffled groan before being propelled backward, unconscious. Seeing this, John swiftly unsheathed his sword, thrusting it with precision into the back of the corpse demon. At last, the creature collapsed, releasing its grip on the ill-fated Night's Watchman. However, from the sight of the soldier's bulging eyes and blood streaming from his orifices, it was evident that he was beyond salvation. "Leon, are you unharmed?" The event transpired too swiftly, and due to the cramped quarters of the storeroom, Leon had stood at a distance. Until John's blade pierced the demon's back, Leon had not found an opportunity to act. The span from the demon's awakening to its subsequent fall was less than 10 seconds, resulting in the grievous outcome of one seasoned Night's Watchman dead and another injured. A devastating loss, indeed. It must be dead now, right? John's heart raced. He had never before witnessed the reanimation of a corpse, though such occurrences were not entirely absent from history. They had become legend over the course of millennia. "I fear not, unless we completely incinerate this body." Sam, trembling as he observed the entire ordeal, interjected upon hearing John's muttering. He had remained frozen in place during the demon's attack, relieved that it had not targeted him. Otherwise, given his somewhat corpulent frame, it would have been but a trivial task for the demon to snap his neck. "What do you mean? It was pierced by my sword. How can it still be alive?" Faced with this supernatural phenomenon, John struggled to maintain his composure. The storeroom's strict lighting regulations rendered the dim space lit only by a single candle in the corridor. Thus, when John instinctively glanced down at the corpse's eyes, he was unnerved to perceive that its blue gaze seemed to be shifting. "Blood. There is no blood. It surely will revive again. We must leave this place at once or burn it." Upon witnessing John's expression, Sam discerned that John was somewhat skeptical of his assertion. He continued, "This must be a corpse demon transformed by the White Walkers. Unless we use fire, no other means will have any effect on it." Ahem. I recall that Ozer did not possess a pair of blue eyes in life. Perhaps this child speaks the truth. In the corner, Cohen, having been struck down by a ghoul, evidently remained alive, though he was not in good condition as he struggled to sit up, leaning against the wall while pointing at the corpse. Observing this, John swiftly held his sword in one hand while assisting the old soldier to his feet. "We must hasten to report to the commander. We cannot remain here any longer." Suddenly, Lion, who had been silent all along, uttered a statement that jolted the confused crowd into awareness. "Sam, you must carry that injured soldier. There may still be hope for him." In response to Lion's command, the timid Sam summoned an extraordinary courage rarely seen in his character, maneuvering around the fallen ghoul to hoist the old soldier onto his back. The four of them fled the storeroom in a most disheveled manner. As they emerged, they beheld a group of shadowy figures approaching, brandishing torches. Upon closer inspection, Lion recognized it was Old Bear leading his men. "What has transpired?" Noticing the disheveled state of the group, Old Bear drew closer, the light of the torch revealing the grim expressions of the two old soldiers he had dispatched to remove the bodies, while Sam S. Burden appeared as though he had endured a hanging. Chapter 32. Old Bear's suspicion. Could the White Walkers be more than a legend? Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, John hastily sought to explain the situation to Old Bear, yet found himself at a loss for words. Should he disclose that a man risen from the dead had suddenly attacked them? As for Sam's assertions regarding the White Walkers, John pondered, but ultimately found them difficult to accept. After all, for his generation and many that preceded it, tales of the White Walkers had gradually morphed into an uncertain legend. Most of the Night's Watch had come to this place merely to prepare against the wildlings, fully unprepared for the mythical White Walkers. Observing his new officer John's speechlessness, Old Bear's expression soured, prompting him to turn to the old soldier nearby. Cohen, speak. I sent you to remove the bodies. Have you been attacked by wildlings? Ahem, no, my lord, it was the White Walkers. More precisely, it was Ozer, who has been transformed by them. Nonsense, show me the body. Clearly, Old Bear was skeptical of Cohen's words, despite the fact that this seasoned soldier had long been regarded as trustworthy. The body is in the storeroom, but my lord must be cautious. It may not be truly dead. Lion, observing the group bypassing them in haste towards the storeroom, quietly cautioned as Old Bear passed by him. Regarding the ghoul, Lion had initially intended to set it ablaze to prevent it from inflicting harm upon the living. However, contrary to his intentions, both Cohen and Old Bear insisted on risking themselves. Only he and Sam were completely convinced that the creature was indeed a White Walker. Even Cohen, who had been attacked, found himself swayed by Old Bear's skepticism, and the rest, having never seen one, remained incredulous. As Old Bear's officer, I must protect him. Witnessing the throng of men march towards the storeroom, John hurriedly resolved to follow. What are you doing? With so many present, do you think you're needed? Dion, somewhat perplexed, grasped John's arm. He recalled that John was typically guided by a sense of justice. Opportunism was not in his nature. I have slain that creature once. Should it have returned, I shall slay it again. Clearly, John was reluctant to fully embrace the notion of White Walkers, but preferred to describe it in those terms. I see. Lion, recognizing that he could not dissuade John, unfastened the black and white kiss from his waist, offering it to him. Should anything arise, this will prove more effective than what you carry. Accepting Lion's goodwill, John did not refuse, exchanging swords before hastily pursuing the others. In the storeroom, illuminated by the torchlight, Old Bear and the others discovered only a few pools of blood on the floor. Ozer's body was nowhere to be found. I require an explanation. Old Bear turned to John, who was rushing in, his face a portrait of disbelief as he surveyed the empty storeroom. It was just here. John gasped, suddenly sensing something, and spun around abruptly. Yet, behind him loomed an impenetrable darkness, obscuring all, but John knew that something must be watching them from the shadows. Old Bear perceptibly noted John's unease, yet did not inquire directly at that moment. Just then, a fellow brother of the Night's Watch approached Old Bear, brandishing a torch and murmuring something. John vaguely caught snippets of discourse regarding Maester Eamon. The situation was dire, and similar phrases, leading him to deduce that one of the soldiers who had been attacked by the ghoul could no longer endure. John, you and a few men must thoroughly search the storeroom. Regardless of whether Ozer has truly returned or if wildlings have infiltrated, we must ascertain the truth. With that, Old Bear departed the storeroom. Left with no alternative, John led the few Night's Watch brothers who volunteered to remain, meticulously scouring each corner of the storeroom, yet ultimately found nothing. During the search, John several times felt the urge to draw the sword Lion had lent him. The sight of his fellow brothers observing him in such a fearful demeanor would have normally provoked mockery. However, influenced by the eerie environment and the recent disappearance of Ozer's body, none found humor in the situation. Old Bear approached the corpse of a Night's Watch soldier with a broken neck. Despite having reviewed Maester Eamon's autopsy report, the duty of the commander compelled him to inspect the wounds personally. He noted the soldier's throat bore distinct bruising, the bones of the larynx misaligned, and the face exhibited the unmistakable hue of death by asphyxiation, a ghastly sight. Such injuries could not possibly be inflicted by a mere one-handed assailant. Even if Ozer had been a man of great strength, Old Bear understood that his power could not account for this. Eamon, do you believe in the legends of the White Walkers? After a long pause, with only himself and Maester Eamon in attendance, Old Bear inquired gravely. If Lion had previously shared his dreams of the White Walkers with him, the Maester might have dismissed them as fanciful notions of youth. However, given the current circumstances, the rumors now seemed all too plausible. Eamon's old eyes, nearly blind, nevertheless conveyed a sense of responsibility for every word he uttered, which instinctively instilled a measure of belief in Old Bear. Until Banyan returns, we may never know if they truly exist. Grasping the Valyrian steel sword, Long Claw, Old Bear felt a semblance of reassurance. Chapter 33. Methods to combat the White Walkers and reinforcing the Night's Watch. Before long, John returned to report on the search of the storeroom. My lord, we did not locate Ozer's body. Understood. Inform Bowen to triple the patrols tonight. John accepted the order and departed. The atmosphere at Castle Black was more somber than usual. Along the wall, near Castle Black, nearly every post was manned by keen-eyed brothers of the Night's Watch, as Ozer's transformation seemed to herald a potential large-scale assault by wildlings. Even Lion had received a patrol assignment along the wall, currently leading a team of trained rangers in vigilant watch. John, have you also been assigned to patrol? As he walked, Lion encountered John approaching. I found your sword to be of no use. I must admit you chose an excellent blade from the armory. After a brief acquaintance, John had developed a fondness for the exceptionally sharp black and white kiss. Initially believing it to be a sword Lion had selected from a forgotten corner of the armory, Lion accepted the sword without further comment. It is evident from the circumstances that John has something to convey. As the steward of Lord Commander Mormont, my duties concluded upon delivering the orders, and now, my sole intention in coming to the wall is to inquire of Sam how he came to the conclusion that Othel was transformed by the White Walkers. Indeed, it is hardly surprising that John sought out Leon for this purpose. To speak candidly, Leon possesses little knowledge of the rumors surrounding the White Walkers, save for the understanding that a mineral known as dragonglass can slay them, and that Valyrian steel, imbued with a hint of magic, proves particularly effective against these creatures. However, the Valyrian steel swords scattered across the continent of Westeros number only in the dozens or hundreds, most of which serve as heirlooms, symbols of their respective houses. Presently, Sam possesses a family heirloom, a sword named Heartsbane, which should rightfully accompany the ancestral seat of House Tarly. Yet, even if Leon were to articulate this, it would alter nothing. The lords of the realm would certainly not hasten to place Valyrian steel swords into the hands of the Night's Watch. Dragonglass, on the other hand, holds immense potential for exploitation. Yes, it is indeed the White Walkers. I have perused texts on such matters during my studies of the Citadel. The condition of Othel's corpse mirrors the descriptions within those tomes. Those slain by the White Walkers swiftly revive, becoming impervious to pain, akin to beasts. Ordinary blades are virtually ineffective against them, and even severed heads do not deter their ferocity. Their eyes, too, are as icy blue as those of the White Walkers. I, for one, would prefer to believe that Othel faked his death, having been bribed by the free folk and sent to Black Iron Keep to sow discord. Beside him, Hod shivered at Sam's account, yet steeled himself to voice his perspective. Othel is genuinely deceased. His blood has congealed into frost, and his complexion resembles that of a corpse long interred. Upon witnessing him, you would certainly not think him alive. Sam's explanation was both logical and imbued with a certain conviction, for while he often appeared timid when discussing other matters, the mention of knowledge invariably illuminated his plump visage with a glimmer of intellect. It seems a disservice to have assigned you to the wall. You ought to pursue further studies of the Citadel, to eventually serve as a maester for some noble lord. John was evidently persuaded. Yet, he soon posed a pivotal question. How does one combat the White Walkers? The texts assert that they are creatures of extreme cold, thus they must fear fire. After careful contemplation, Sam provided an answer. Fire? Do the White Walkers fear our torches as beasts do? That certainly makes me feel better. Nearby, another ranger of the Night's Watch cast a glance at his torch, offering a faint smile of reassurance. We must enhance our vigilance. We must remain wary not only of the White Walkers, but also of the free folk. John seemed to recall something, having encountered a wealth of intelligence as the steward of Lord Mormont. With the long summer drawing to a close and winter approaching, the free folk, even without the threat of the White Walkers, would typically descend southward in search of weaknesses in the wall, launching large-scale incursions to ambush the inhabitants of lands granted to the Night's Watch. This would allow them to plunder essential goods, such as iron tools and livestock, which are not produced beyond the wall. However, such a considerable movement of free folk would not escape the notice of the Night's Watch rangers, whose eyes are scattered throughout the land beyond. As they parted, John quietly mentioned to Leon, Lord Mormont has dispatched ravens seeking aid from the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. If possible, you ought to expedite the training of new recruits. The more hands you have at your disposal, the more pleased Lord Mormont will be. I have heard of the training grounds during the day. Those unruly new recruits need not occupy your thoughts any longer. You might venture to the lands granted to see if there are any young men eager to enlist without pressuring them to swear the Night's Watch oath. Simply inform them that their possessions and livelihoods will require their own defense when the free folk come. Is this truly Lord Mormont's sentiment? Leon inquired with curiosity, for he was quite familiar with the notion of conscription, a distasteful yet prevalent practice in this world. As residents of the Lord's domain, they naturally bear certain obligations of military service while enjoying the Lord's protection. The inhabitants of the lands granted, though lacking a nominal lord, are nonetheless obliged to assist the Night's Watch in times of crisis. Trust me, given the current situation, Lord Mormont is more desperate for troops than ever and will not utter a word more on the matter. Chapter 34. Leon, leading his own forces, scours for recruits. In the early morning, after enduring a night of chilling winds upon the wall, Leon and his company were lowered from the ramparts via a manpower lift. Subsequently, each received a bowl of steaming meat broth and 2 slices of dark bread from the mess hall. The flavor of the broth was neither exceptional nor dreadful, a film of unappetizing blood froth floating atop. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to such details. All, including Leon, simply wished to satiate their hunger and return to slumber, each peal louder than the last. As they dined, Leon sensed a shadow loom over him, as if someone had taken a seat across from him. The newcomer unsheathed a long sword of remarkable quality, which piqued Leon's curiosity until he heard Jon's voice. Oddhell is definitively dead now. Last night, he attempted to ambush Lord Mormont from some hidden location, but I was alerted by Ghost. Jon recounted with evident enthusiasm, vividly recounting the perilous events of the previous night, leaving the other new recruits of the Night's Watch bewildered. By the conclusion of his tale, each bore expressions of envy and jealousy directed at Jon, some glancing at the legendary Valyrian steel sword gifted to him by Lord Mormont, Longclaw. This sword rightfully belonged to Jon, yet due to the dishonorable actions of its original heir, who forfeited his claim, Lord Mormont, now without an heir, bestowed it upon Jon, thereby signifying his exceptional regard for him. Is it true that the only means to destroy a Valyrian steel sword, aside from the fires of forging, is with another Valyrian steel sword? Sam Inquart, recalling a passage from some book he had read, his curiosity directed toward Longclaw. Upon hearing this, the others abandoned their meals, eager to draw their own swords and engage in a contest with Jon. Jon, unfazed, confidently unsheathed Longclaw, exuding certainty in its prowess. Come now, why not give your sword a try? Suddenly, one of the more impulsive fellows, realizing that Leon's sword was the only one present that could rival Longclaw, suggested a comparison. Although Leon was curious to discern which of his weapon, the kiss of the black and white, or Longclaw, was sharper, he knew that determining a victor would leave at least one of them without a smile. Thus, Leon graciously offered this opportunity to Hod, who was the most boisterous among them. Hod, not one to hesitate, seized the chance, for such an opportunity to spar with the Commander-S sword was rare, and he had no qualms about damaging his ordinary kingdom-issue sword. He struck fiercely at Longclaw, which lay atop the table. The gathered crowd held their breath as a gleam of cold light flashed. Hod's sword shattered into 2 pieces, while Longclaw remained unscathed, its edge showing no signs of wear. Now you'll have to endure a good beating from Blacksmith Donnell before he permits you to select a new sword, Leon remarked, unfazed by the outcome, mocking Hod's reckless endeavor. After teasing Hod, the tension etched on everyone's faces from the sleepless night of patrol began to ease considerably. Finally, Jon returned to the topic of the previous night, prompting a chorus of agreement from the surrounding recruits. The instructor lacks sufficient credentials. Ordinary recruits would rather train themselves than follow him. I suggest we recruit from the lands granted. Hod was the first to voice his opinion. Sam subsequently elaborated that Leon's actions were underpinned by the principles of royal law. Moreover, Leon was no longer an obscure figure. He now held the esteemed position of the Grand Master of the Night's Watch, bearing both the responsibility and obligation to act accordingly. Upon hearing the sentiments of the crowd, a notion sparked within Leon's mind. During his journey to recruit soldiers, should he encounter bandits, he could easily subdue them. Furthermore, his recently acquired skill of respecting veteran soldiers would enable him to convert captured bandits into regular troops. It was, after all, the duty of the Night's Watch to capture bandits in the wild and maintain order. He believed that the apprehended bandits would likely not resist the chance to atone as members of the Night's Watch. It was a win-win situation. Very well, he decided. With renewed enthusiasm, Leon intended to set forth. After a brief respite in the morning, Leon gathered all 19 newly trained rangers of the Night's Watch, ensuring none were left behind. Each ranger mounted a horse, and he requested 2 wagons from the logistics chief to carry arms, armor, and essential provisions. Preparing for a prolonged campaign. Such preparations required the approval of Commander Xiong, but after listening to Leon's rationale of training through combat, Xiong pondered for a moment before granting his consent. However, the quota of 10 qualified recruits every fortnight could not be disregarded. As for concerns regarding whether Leon might eventually develop a sense of entitlement, Xiong had never entertained such thoughts. For if Leon were to lead a rebellion, he would not only have to contend with the wrath of at least 1,000 members of the Night's Watch, but also the ire of the Northern Lords, who would undoubtedly not spare him. The Northern Lords held a singular principle regarding deserters or traitors of the Night's Watch. They must be executed. Chapter 35. Reckless bandits lurking for Leon just before their departure. Leon was taken aback to discover that some ranger had leaked information about the prospect of rapidly gaining strength by following him. coupled with the enticing prospect of receiving a substantial weekly salary during their time away. Consequently, many new recruits were swayed to join Leon's ranks. I must say, offering salaries to new recruits is quite an innovative approach, something even Xiong has never done. How did you come up with this idea? John remarked, his face etched with a sense of resignation. He had just come to bid farewell on Xiong's orders when he heard from numerous new recruits about Leon's plan to provide them with weekly wages. This was not entirely outlandish. Generally, the inhabitants of the northern territories received compensation from their lords. When fighting on a lord's land, it was uncommon for them to receive salaries, perhaps just a meal for the day. However, when venturing into foreign lands, wages served to unify the troops. Yet Leon was neither a lord nor was he engaging in foreign warfare. So what basis did he have for offering salaries? Nevertheless, considering that Leon surely had his reasons for such actions, John refrained from dissuading him and merely wished him safe travels. In truth, Leon would have preferred to adhere to the traditions of the Night's Watch. But alas, the system dictated otherwise, deeply ingrained in the minds of every new recruit. Should Leon fail to distribute wages upon the due date, even those who had considered him a brother the day prior would vanish without a trace by the following morning. This was quite perilous, as the 4 gold dragons in Leon's pocket, which had not yet warmed, had already transformed into sufficient provisions for 50 individuals to survive in the wild for a week, along with equipment to engage in a few skirmishes. He had not even a single gold dragon left to pay the recruits in the village of Zhongdi, let alone the upcoming salaries. Yet outwardly, Leon maintained an air of nonchalance, resembling a carefree southern nobleman, concealing the fact that he was merely putting on a brave face. Internally, however, Leon was quite cunning. Should the need arise, he could simply find an excuse to spar with the new recruits one-on-one as payday approached, thereby teaching them a lesson while securing the gold dragons he required. Defeating even one would yield a gold dragon. Their meager wages of 10 copper stars amounted to a mere silver deer, hardly a challenge. As the saying goes, the wool comes from sheep. Yet, one must blame the wicked mechanics of the system that had so insidiously imposed such a burdensome wage structure upon Leon. Upon exiting the Black Iron Fortress, the troops commenced their journey. The previously swift maneuvering of 1 rider per horse was no longer feasible. Those capable of riding mounted their steeds, while those who could not kept pace alongside the 2 wagons, serving to protect the supplies and be prepared for any potential conflicts. Sam, could you calculate our weekly expenses in gold dragons? Leon casually inquired as he leaned against the mountain of supplies piled atop the wagon. This was a deliberate tactic on Leon's part. After yesterday's training, Sam had proven himself a competent ranger of the Night's Watch. Yet, his bulkiness necessitated that he seize every opportunity for exercise. Leon sought not a drastic transformation, but merely a semblance of comfort in appearance. Upon hearing Leon's question, Sam, panting and flushed, quickly engaged his mind to meticulously calculate every expense for the troop. Truth be told, this mathematical conundrum would pose little challenge for a high school student like Leon, who could likely solve it in mere minutes. However, Leon had adopted a mindset more befitting his surroundings. After all, lords seldom calculated figures themselves. Was it not their scholars who performed such tasks? He aimed to cultivate Sam as his very first scholar. To report, my lord, the weekly salary for the 19 rangers amounts to 380 copper stars, while the 31 new recruits total 310 copper stars. Each individual consumes approximately 1.5 pounds of food, half a pound of meat, and half a pound of supplementary food daily, culminating in a weekly food expenditure of 500 copper stars. The costs for horses and equipment also reach 500 copper stars, alongside various miscellaneous expenses, bringing the total weekly expenditure to around 18 gold dragons. After half an hour of calculations, Sam provided a rough estimate. Thus, I must earn at least 18 gold dragons weekly? Leon mused aloud. To others, this might seem an astronomical figure, but to Sam, a noble from the region of Cheeling, it appeared a reasonable expense and not excessively burdensome. Having grown up in the vicinity of the renowned Blanditali, Sam had absorbed a modicum of military knowledge, and compared to the expenses of armies numbering in the thousands, Leon's troop's costs were indeed paltry. After all, one could argue that Leon's band was less an army and more an armed expedition. Furthermore, Sam did not fret for Leon, perceiving him to embody the nonchalance of a noble son embarking on a journey, as if his family had prepared a generous treasury for him. As Leon delighted in drawing from his small treasury to support the Night's Watch, Sam had no further objections. Yet, little did he realize that Leon had no intention of allowing himself to be exploited. Should anyone dare to demand wages, they would first endure a beating. How long until we reach Grey Crow Village? After clarifying the troop's expenses, Leon closed his eyes, feigning slumber, while casually inquiring about their destination. "By this time tomorrow, we should arrive," Sam replied, seemingly having memorized the nearby map, after a moment of contemplation. Just then, the watchman Hode galloped back on horseback, shouting towards Leon, who lay atop the wagon. "There's a band of robbers ahead, lying in wait for us." "What?" "Typically, bandits would flee upon seeing our numbers. How dare they attempt an ambush?" Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being surrounded by a throng of new recruits from the Night's Watch, he appeared utterly alarmed, instinctively glancing around as if every corner held a threat. Hode could not help but wear a sardonic expression as he matter-of-factly stated, "With so many of us guarding 2 wagons, even the dullest bandit would recognize this as a formidable challenge. If they dare to ambush us, it is surely because they are in greater numbers and well-prepared." Chapter 36. The current state of Zungdi and the strategist from another world. Dickens was a native of the Gifted Lands, residing in the village of Grey Crow, nestled near the Wolfwood. Ever since the lands north of the Wolfwood were bestowed upon the Night's Watch by a Stark thousands of years ago, he and his family have lived there for generations. The Dickens family, in essence, was merely one among the myriad of small families dwelling in the village, with no illustrious military exploits or noble lineage to boast of. However, the circumstances had changed in Dickens' generation, due to the increasing ferocity of the wildlings and the gradual decline of the Night's Watch, which could no longer provide protection to the numerous small villages. Many settlements and towns had been abandoned. Those with means either fled to serve under other lords in the north or were forced to congregate in towns with robust self-defense capabilities. Grey Crow, with its proximity to the Wolfwood and an abundance of resources, could sustain a population of thousands through hunting, even when the long night descended. Dickens' younger brother had garnered a notorious reputation as a bandit, and leveraging this connection, Dickens thrived in both the shadows and the light, not only becoming the village head, but also diligently farming during the busy seasons and rallying a group of restless farmers during the off-seasons. Though in times of peace, such audacity would have drawn the ire of the Night's Watch, who had long since silenced those who dared. The current state of affairs was a far cry from the past. The dwindling manpower beneath the Bear's command was insufficient even for routine patrols, leaving them unable to monitor these villagers who occasionally moonlighted as bandits. For the land's inhabitants, forsaking their homes was a common occurrence. And this was precisely why Leon had failed to recruit even a single new soldier from half the north. It was his motivation for traveling nearly 100 miles to recruit in Grey Crow. However, Dickens, lying in ambush among the trees, was unaware that the Night's Watch's destination was his own village. Otherwise, even with 8 more lives, he would not dare to cut across their path. Provoking the Night's Watch was a perilous endeavor, and despite their weakened state, they could still ravage a mere village if they chose to abandon the wall. Recently, a member of the Night's Watch had galloped outside the woods, using the strength of his bow and swift steed to injure several of Dickens' men, a slight that he found difficult to swallow. "Brother, let us charge out and confront them," Dickens' younger brother, a renowned bandit leader near the Wolfwood, exclaimed, slamming his thigh in frustration and hurling an insult at the smug Hodder, preparing to grab a pitchfork. "Calm down. They are unaware of our numbers. If we charge out now and alert the Night's Watch, we risk losing 2 carts of weapons." Dickens, frustrated by his brother's recklessness, struck him gently on the head and earnestly implored him for what felt like an eternity. Yet, witnessing his brother's naive and simplistic expression, he realized that his words had fallen on deaf ears. As the only astute leader in the family, Dickens understood how to command and did not need his brother, whose thoughts revolved solely around horseback riding and combat, to guide him. Embarrassed in front of his subordinates, the younger brother felt humiliated, yet he recognized that thus far, his elder brother had not erred, and it was thanks to Dickens' guidance that he had become a formidable bandit commanding hundreds amidst the surrounding wolves. Therefore, he swallowed his anger and sat down. In truth, had the Dickens family not required a visible figurehead, Dickens would have fully committed to this venture, leading a band of not merely a couple of hundred, but at least 1,000 bandits and villagers in ambush. "Brother, were they? Do you think these cowardly crows will turn back upon seeing the ambush?" After waiting for a while and seeing no sign of the main force aside from a few vigilant rangers, the younger brother grew anxious. "They won T. The road we are guarding is the only southern route nearby, if they wish to avoid a 2-day detour. This group of Night's Watch has no choice but to come this way." Dickens spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Yet in order to maintain the morale of his brother and men, he feigned confidence. "Report." Suddenly, a bandit hurried towards Dickens, elongating his words. "Speak." Dickens, upon seeing the joy on the bandit's face, sighed with relief while admiring his own cunning. "The Night's Watch has not altered their course, and is heading directly into our ambush." Indeed, Dickon's countenance brightened. However, upon observing his brother and many bandits displaying confusion, unable to fathom why the enemy, fully aware of their ambush, would still advance, he wondered if the commander was simply a young noble fool. Indeed, that noble lad seems so disinterested that he cannot even be bothered to ride, commanding from atop his cart while the following infantry sluggishly retrieve their shields and swords. Clearly unprepared for battle, the informant's insights resonated with Dickens, amplifying his image of an astute strategist, much to the awe of the bandits around him. That's right. The leaders of typical Night's Watch parties are often inexperienced fools, consumed by notions of honor and women, underestimating us as mere insignificant bandits. Little do they know, our numbers far exceed theirs. A single spit from each of us could drown them. Even if an old soldier proposed caution, that noble would likely dismiss it. Look, he could not abide a nameless recruit behaving so audaciously beneath his very gaze, especially one who had caused him to lose a valuable asset like Hode. They come to meet their doom. Rising, Dickens unsheathed his sword, pointing it forward as the bandits followed his gaze to see the leading Night's Watchmen brandishing bows, while the new recruits at the back sluggishly armed themselves. At that moment, Dickens felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he wielded not a sword but a fan adorned with peculiar feathers. Chapter 37 Ambush? No, you are surrounded by me. Leon, is it truly wise for us to swagger into the ambush like this? Even in the face of the enigmatic and terrifying others, Sam, who could summon some courage, now hesitated before the unknown numbers of poorly equipped bandits, paralyzed by fear. One must admit, the duality of human nature was vividly embodied in Sam. Had John been present, he might have immediately raised his holy sword and charged into the enemy ranks single-handedly. What is there to fear? Didn't T. Hodder say? These bandits may appear numerous, but they can't even produce a proper shield. On the cart, Leon, still seated and yet to rise as they near the woods, epitomized the concept of audacious yet meticulous bravery. Of course, from Dickens' perspective, such behavior was utterly foolish. Archers forward! With a grand gesture, Dickens summoned dozens of archers wielding rudimentary wooden bows from woods. While the numbers appeared few, the quality was equally lacking. Yet, young man, your courage in standing up for your companion is commendable. This was all Dickens had at his disposal, for not every lord possessed a standing army like the Night's Watch, equipped from millennia-old armory. The bandit archer's strategic aim was not to inflict significant casualties, but to unleash a barrage of arrows to disrupt the morale of Leon's forces. Typically, either inexperienced recruits or seasoned veterans of the Night's Watch, caught off guard by such an aerial assault, would either flee or falter. Unfortunately, Leon's men were no ordinary soldiers. Although fear gripped each ranger as the arrows fell, without Leon's command to retreat, they could not abandon their positions and were forced to march in formation along the road towards the dense forest. Fortunately, the bandits' arrows lacked precision, and the Night's Watchmen remained unscathed. Everyone, take your positions. On the cart, Leon shed his previous nonchalance, standing at the highest point of the vehicle, drawing his bow to aim at a leaping bandit leader amidst the trees, before releasing an arrow. Whoosh! At approximately 150 paces away, Leon, with unerring precision, struck the bandit chief squarely in the chest, causing him to collapse instantly. Everyone, free fire! As the distance reached the maximum range at which his side could ensure lethality, Leon issued another command. Instantly, 19 rangers, including Sam, knocked their arrows while advancing, directing their shots into the dense forest. Upon witnessing the nobleman in the cart suddenly rise to aim at his side, Dickens instinctively sensed something amiss and intended to alert his brother, who was vociferously directing the operation. However, in the next moment, the nobleman's arrow pierced through his brother's chest, leaving only a fragment of the shaft protruding. The sight of such a grievous injury made Dickens' eyes bulge with fury. Given the current state of medical technology, even if his brother did not succumb immediately, his days were surely numbered. To maintain morale, Dickens, with bloodshot eyes, forced himself to ignore his brother's plight and continued directing his men to engage the rangers. After all, only by vanquishing this small band of rangers could he avenge his brother. Yet what transpired next unfolded like a nightmare. Each ranger opposite them exhibited archery skills akin to that of the nobleman. Each shot struck true, rendering his band of brigands insufficient against the barrage. It was a one-sided massacre, with fatalities occurring every second since the onset of battle. Several rangers even aimed at the same target, with bandit archers falling after being struck by multiple arrows. How could this be? It was one thing for the nobleman, under the tutelage of a renowned master, to be formidable, but how could every ranger before him possess such remarkable archery skills? Was this ranger squad composed entirely of noblemen? Heaven help us. Dickens felt an overwhelming desolation as he watched his men fall like wheat before the scythe, their morale collapsing instantaneously. Many bandits near the edge of the forest began to retreat stealthily, while a few distant archers discarded their bows, preparing to flee. Damn it! We can't wait any longer. Charge! All forces, charge! In that moment, Dickens made a decisive choice before total morale collapse. Although there were merely a dozen rangers before him, they had conjured an atmosphere reminiscent of a hunting ground, as if his mere 200 men were defenseless lambs awaiting slaughter. Thus, at Dickens' command, the trembling bandits mustered their spirit and, with a collective roar, rushed forward. This was a desperate measure, for his followers were merely farmers, and the disparity in equipment and training compared to the rangers was insurmountable. They could only rely on their numerical advantage to compensate. Indeed, as the bandits burst forth from the thicket like a disturbed hornet's nest, the rangers' attacks were rendered inconsequential. In an instant, the distance between the two forces shrank to 50 paces, and the bandit archers mingled within the throng began to demonstrate their prowess, inflicting casualties upon the rangers for the first time. Infantry, advance! Archers, fall back behind the infantry. Infantry, raise shields, archers fire at will. On the cart, Lyon, confronted with the enemy's final desperate assault, calmly issued a series of commands. Subsequently, he leaped down from the cart, performing an action that astonished the 100-odd spectators present. As the inexperienced soldiers clumsily formed a shield wall to protect the previously formidable rangers behind them, Lyon, contrary to expectations, charged to the forefront of the formation. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was barely over 30 paces, a sprintable distance in mere moments. Dickens, witnessing the sudden decision of the once mighty ranger commander, felt a glimmer of hope. Despite the ferocity of his archers, they were not made of steel. All were mere mortals, susceptible to death from a single blade. With 200 against 50, the advantage lay with him. After all, a single spit from each of his men could drown them. What does he intend to achieve, standing alone at the front? Is he hoping to surrender? Too late. He owes my brother his life. As Dickens saw his men charging forward, even the recently fleeing bandits, sensing the tide turning, rallied with renewed ferocity. He too drew his sword and charged. As for the nobleman standing at the front, Dickens harbored but one thought: to hell with noble ransom. The life of a commoner is no less valuable. He was intent on tearing Lyon limb from limb. Meanwhile, Lyon's solitary stance at the front inspired the rangers behind him. They vowed that should Lyon fall, they would exact vengeance upon this band of brigands. Wait, the rookie rangers seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. Not long ago, Lyon had single-handedly defeated an entire squad of cavalry led by the notorious Colin. Yet even if someone recalled this, the circumstances had changed. Previously, they had fought unarmed, and Lyon's life had not been in jeopardy. Would these bloodthirsty bandits show him mercy? That was uncertain. My lord, please retreat back into the formation. I, Hodder, will give my life to ensure your safety. Indeed, my lord, it would be wise to avoid danger and conserve your strength. We can counterattack once the bandits tire from assaulting the shield wall. My lord, hurry, it's too late, come back. Within the shield wall, the cries of the new recruits and rangers echoed in a cacophony, but Lyon remained deaf to their pleas, silently facing the oncoming horde of bandits. He drew his weapon, the kiss of death, and nonchalantly cast aside the scabbard. Kill, kill, kill. Before Lyon, a bandit of perhaps just over 20 years came charging at him. In Lyon's former world, this age might still be considered that of child, yet in the realm of power struggles, he was already a seasoned criminal with blood on his hands, unfit to be judged by the moral standards of Lyon's past life. For Lyon, taking a life was no novel experience. When he had cleaved Alicia Thorne in two during their duel, he felt neither disgust nor exhilaration, merely an indifferent numbness. It was as if Lyon had become a battle-hardened warrior, having donned blood-soaked armor countless times, having bathed in the lifeblood of his enemies. Now, as he prepared to kill once more, he found himself enveloped in a shroud of apathy. Lyon raised the kiss of death high and, without hesitation, swung it forward. The young bandit's desperate attempt to block with his sword was futile, as the razor-sharp blade cleaved him and his weapon in twain. Without a glance at the fallen youth, Lyon pushed further into the throng of bandits. The kiss of death danced in his grasp like a serpent come alive, its cold gleam reminiscent of a viper poised to strike, mercilessly reaping the lives of those before him. Before long, an older bandit veteran, witnessing his comrades fall as if they were mere vegetables before the blade, was seized by a mix of outrage, whether from the impotence of watching his friends perish before him or from a deep-seated hatred for Lyon's ruthless disregard for life, or perhaps both. In any case, the veteran, shielded by his fellows, bravely lunged at Lyon with his sword, which pierced through Lyon's soft armor with alarming ease. I got him. Seeing this, the veteran's comrades felt invigorated. The fear instilled by Lyon was no less than that of the rain of arrows from the 19 Rangers, especially given Lyon's brutal and unfeeling method of killing, which bore a chilling resemblance to the slaughter of livestock. Regrettably, the veteran brigand felt as though the tip of his sword had penetrated the soft armor of Lyon, only to be met with resistance akin to piercing through a thick layer of bullhide, rendering any further advance impossible. How loathsome and cowardly the noble was. For beneath his armor, he wore a layer of gilded silk. Just before Lyon's sword swept towards him, the brigand's mind was consumed by this final thought. Yet, he would remain oblivious until his last breath that Lyon was not clad in any such silk armor. The blade had indeed made a genuine incision into Lyon's flesh beneath his ribs, and with a tad more force, it could have delivered a fatal blow to Lyon, whose heart had not been misaligned. Chapter 39. A resounding victory and the recruitment of captured brigands. Even Lyon, at this moment, found himself drenched in cold sweat. He was not invincible. A lethal wound could indeed spell his doom, and in this instant, he had no opportunity to become acquainted with the red witch of the King of Light, who might grant him resurrection after his heart had been pierced. Undoubtedly, it was the substantial increase of over 20 points in his strength that had spared his life. Had his power been slightly diminished, or had the brigand's sword been a fraction sharper, Lyon's invincible journey in this other world would have met an abrupt end. Once he regained his composure, Lyon was met with a grim sight. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of brigands clad in gray linen, many of which lay in disarray, reminiscent of offerings upon a sinister altar. Not far off, a small number of brigands were fleeing in panic, while a greater multitude knelt trembling on the ground, burying their heads in their knees, too fearful to meet Lyon's gaze, appearing resigned to their fate. It seemed that the brave brigands had perished in the recent skirmish. The survivors, let alone offering their blades to Lyon, would likely comply should he command them to take their own lives. Calm and resolute, Lyon was not inclined to spare those brigands who had lost their courage and fled. He ordered his rangers to mount their steeds and disperse to pursue the fleeing brigands, declaring, "We shall spare those who surrender." As the last rays of the setting sun vanished, the new recruits finally managed to drive the brigands away and clear the battlefield. Regardless of friend or foe, the wounded were hastily bandaged, and the deceased were gathered into heaps, set ablaze to cleanse the site. After all, winter was approaching, and should the otherworldly wights breach the wall and descend southward, these corpses would serve as fodder for the army of the dead. Lyon would never engage in such foolishness that would bolster the enemy. The brigands' weaponry was meticulously catalogued and piled aside, though Lyon regarded this heap of refuse with disdain. Transporting it to any village or castle with a marketplace would yield a considerable fortune. The casualties among the Night's Watch were tallied by Sam, prompting a frown from Lyon. 5 new recruits had been wounded, 5 had perished, primarily due to stray arrows from the brigands. The Rangers suffered 5 injuries and 2 fatalities. All the injured could recover with proper treatment. Upon concluding his report, Sam's face was alight with optimism, for he had yet to recount the brigands' losses. However, it was evident from the dejected and bound brigands before them that only a third of their original number remained unscathed and able to move. With a casualty ratio exceeding tenfold, anyone capable of achieving such a feat would surely earn the title of a renowned general, even if the scale of battle was somewhat diminished. The 7 fallen brothers of the Night's Watch who had families in Black Iron Fortress would receive the maximum compensation. After all, Lyon was not short on funds. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the jubilant Sam, whose expression shifted to one of gravity. Additionally, send 20 more men to escort the injured back to Black Iron Fortress. Please have Master Iman attend to them individually. I shall cover the medical expenses. This must be done swiftly, but my lord, with so many fewer men by your side, it's not only perilous, but what shall we do with all these captives? What shall we do? It's quite simple. Among the captives, the disheartened Dickens, who had been striving to remain inconspicuous, listened intently to Lyon and Sam's exchange, and instinctively tensed as Lyon approached. What means did this merciless demon possess? Aside from slaughtering them, Dickens could conceive no other course of action. You fiend destined for the deepest depths of hell. Even as a specter, we shall not spare you. Dickens suddenly rose, but with his hands bound behind his back. He lost his balance and nearly fell, saved only by the quick reflexes of a fellow captive. After assisting the brigand captive to his feet, Lyon was taken aback by his words and instinctively adopted a cordial tone, inquiring, "The battle has concluded. What opportunity do you have to become a ghost?" Faced with the demons so near, Dickens's heart quaked. Yet for the sake of his men and village, he summoned his courage and glared defiantly at Lion. What solution do you propose for the insufficient guards watching over us, aside from killing us? Quite simply, join the Night's Watch. At present, I require you to join my ranks. Lion's words bore an audacity that bordered on arrogance. They had just clashed in battle, yet he demanded their surrender. As though even a foe of Eugene would not endure such humiliation. And if I choose not to, who are you to make decisions for these brigands? I am their leader, and the village chief of Grey Crow. My name is Dickens. With a resolute demeanor, Dickens thought it better to speak frankly rather than await betrayal from another brigand. He hoped that should Lion take his life, he might spare the others. The village chief of Grey Crow? You possess quite the audacity. Lion was utterly astonished that a mere village official had turned to brigandry. Gaining insight into the chaotic state of the world. Chapter 40. The first Oathkeeper of the Night's Watch and the intimidation of a fourth-tier soldier. My lord, I shan't utter any platitudes about my own hardships. I accepted the risks of being a brigand the day I chose this path. Dickens proclaimed as he broke free from Lion's grasp, stepping back to kneel upon the ground. I only hope that when you sever my head, you will spare my men and the villagers who followed me out of trust. May my life be the price for their redemption. Seeing Dickens's willingness to accept his fate, Lion felt a flicker of admiration for his courage. Yet, without such resolve, it seemed unlikely he could rally so many to his cause. Is it truly so difficult for you to join the Night's Watch? We, the Night's Watch, do not feel the same way, Lion remarked with a teasing lilt. My lord, you do not understand. Many brigands in Grey Crow are the pillars of their households. With so many dead and the living conscripted into the Night's Watch, our village shall utterly decline. I only wish for you to spare them after my demise. Having spoken, Dickens's complexion paled, as he seemed to reach the end of his words, merely exposing his neck in silent resignation. My lord, you may choose to declare this man guilty and personally carry out his execution. Whether the remaining captives are spared is entirely at your discretion. Sam suggested cautiously as he observed Lion's moment of indecision. Hearing Sam's words, Dickens raised his head, filled with a sense of indignation. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Sam with piercing intensity. Murdering for the sake of morality, how contemptible. You vile noble, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Sam's suggestion, which had incited such a dreadful curse, prompted him to retreat a couple of steps, hiding behind Lion. He was bewildered by Dickens's fierce reaction to his mere relay of his father's approach. My lord, I demand a duel with this noble. Should we lose, we submit to punishment. Dickens knelt on the ground and crawled a few steps forward, his tone venomous as he uttered those words, as if infused with newfound strength by Sam's provocations. He was determined to carve out a path for himself and all the outlaws. I refuse. I refuse to duel with a dishonorable brigand. Seeing that Leon seemed somewhat swayed, Sam vehemently protested. Enough, Dickens. End this farce. I propose anew. Take your unwilling subordinates and depart, while the rest remain with me. What say you? Leon coldly suggested, kicking Dickens, who had crawled to his feet, aside. To be candid, Leon's mentality at that moment was still overly merciful. He lacked the resolve to strike decisively, influenced by his urgent desire to recruit. Consequently, he made what appeared to be a rather foolish decision. At that moment, at least 20 of the captured outlaws expressed their intent to leave with Dickens, while 40 chose to remain and join the Night's Watch. The reason for such a significant retention was purely the fear of Leon's unpredictability. These brigands harbored no sense of honor, perceiving everyone around them as kindred spirits. Release them, grant them their freedom. With a command from Leon, the Night's Watch collected over 20 pairs of handcuffs, and the liberated Dickens could hardly believe that this merciless devil was so accommodating, hastily instructing his men to depart. The outlaws who announced their intention to join the Night's Watch, upon being unbound, stood aside with a reluctant demeanor, clearly seeking future opportunities to escape. Halt! Just as Dickens turned to leave, Leon's voice called him back. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this simple. Dickens, exasperated, turned around to await his fate. Our destination happens to be Grey Gull Village. For now, you shall accompany us and lead the way. Upon hearing this, Dickens instinctively wanted to refuse. But knowing that Leon possessed leverage against him as a former outlaw, he reluctantly complied to avoid further calamity. As night descended upon the camp, Leon, taking advantage of the solitude, summoned the battle interface. Having personally dispatched nearly 30 foes during the day, an equal number of gold dragons now filled his coffers, assuring financial stability for the time being. Among his forces, the originally 50-strong elite unit had dwindled to just 13, yet all were now seasoned rangers of the Night's Watch. Following this battle, they had all been elevated to elite status, with one ranger, having claimed the most kills, even ascending to the rank of an Oathkeeper, mastering not only archery, but also unlocking proficiency in greatsword combat. Contemplating this, Leon summoned the newly appointed Oathkeeper, eager to witness the changes that accompanied his advancement. "My lord, you summoned me?" Shortly thereafter, a tall figure entered Leon's tent, his countenance stern and resolute, adorned with the Night's Watch cloak and wielding an imposing greatsword that raised concerns about his ability to wield it. However, given his stature, it seemed unlikely he would struggle. "What is your name?" "Spam, my lord." Spam's succinct speech betrayed a formidable nature. Leon then recalled that this individual had been one of the few new recruits willing to train on the first day, a former criminal. No wonder his promotion had come swiftly. Leon nodded. "I have a new assignment for you." "What is it?" "You will serve as a scout for our company, tasked with serving tea during the day and maintaining vigilance at night." This role was previously held by Hodder, though he did not perform adequately. "Understood." The taciturn Spam promptly accepted his orders. Observing Spam's silhouette standing resolutely before the camp, Leon felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, and, for the first time in a long while, enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Chapter 41: Execution of the Deserters and Incorporation of Brigands. That night, the camp was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional howling wind, echoing the perils of the day's battle, as if the souls of the fallen lingered in discontent. Early the next morning, after oversleeping, Leon awoke well past dawn to find Hodder standing nearby with a grim expression, piquing his curiosity. "Hodder, what has transpired? Why is it so quiet?" "My lord, you ought to step outside and see. Your newly appointed scout is about to finish off that band of brigands." Hodder's words were evidently exaggerated, as Leon followed him to the newly constructed gallows at the back of the camp, where 7 or 8 brigands had been rebound and were kneeling, awaiting their fate. The remaining brigands stood nearby, visibly apprehensive, and many displayed expressions of relief upon seeing Leon's arrival. However, Dickens's mood was surely less than buoyant, as the situation had grown decidedly complex. What was happening here? Leon rubbed his face to clear his mind and turned his gaze towards Spam, who was evidently in charge. "My lord, spare us. They will never dare to flee again." Before Spam could speak, Dickens interjected, pleading for mercy, but Leon pushed him aside, eager to hear Spam's account. "My lord, these brigands had intended to flee collectively while at the Owl's Nest. Is that all?" Leon inquired, intrigued by Spam's brevity. "Indeed." Spam merely stated the facts, showing no inclination to take credit. "Dickens." Leon nodded and summoned Dickens forward, who appeared resigned. These brigands had consulted him before attempting to escape, but Dickens had left the decision to them, choosing not to intervene. Who would have expected that less than half an hour later, Spam would return on horseback, capturing them one by one? "My lord, I truly do not know what to say. They have betrayed your mercy, but I implore you to spare them once more. Surely there is a place for them on the wall." Dickens, in this dire situation, still sought to excuse the fleeing brigands. Leon, witnessing such loyalty from a Westerosi for the first time, could not help but regard Dickens with newfound respect. However, rules were rules. They had sworn allegiance to the Night's Watch the previous day, and the fate of a deserter within the Night's Watch need not be elaborated. Leon's tone was icy, and several of the fleeing brigands were immediately pushed to the ground by the Night's Watch soldiers standing behind them. Seeing the situation unfold, Dickens fell silent, clenching his fists in frustration. Just as the Night's Watchmen prepared to draw their swords, Leon raised his hand, halting them, and the soldiers collectively stepped back. Leon approached the first brigand in line, coldly inquiring, "In the name of the noble families of the 7 kingdoms, and as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, I hereby sentence you to death. Do you have any last words?" The brigands, having endured a night of cold, trembled like leaves, unable to utter a word. Thus, the first brigand was silently executed. The second, the third. Leon wielded his black and white kiss with unparalleled sharpness, each decapitation executed with precision, sparing the brigands any unnecessary suffering. Finally, he reached the last brigand. "I have a last word, Dickens, my chief. I want to say that following you in this life was worth it. After I die, please look after my boy and tell him not to seek vengeance for me. Encourage him to grow up and join the Night's Watch with honor, rather than following in his father's shameful footsteps as a deserter." Having spoken, the brigand pressed his face heavily against the wooden post before him, exhibiting a sense of bravado. Dickens's previously numb heart swelled with tears upon hearing these words, and he vigorously nodded in agreement. Finally, a worthy last word. "You are indeed a man. Do not stray from the right path in your next life." With that, Leon swung his sword. Following the conclusion of the morning's execution, the oppressive atmosphere over the camp was instantly dispelled. Hodder had already departed with a group, escorting the wounded back to Black Iron Fortress. Leon's elite forces had been significantly reduced, yet fortunately, those who remained were seasoned warriors. While facing these brigands one-on-one was somewhat challenging, dispatching 3 at a time proved comfortably manageable. However, Leon did not voice these thoughts, and Sam remained oblivious. As he surveyed the unfamiliar faces surrounding him, a sense of unease washed over him. Just yesterday, these individuals had been embroiled in a fierce battle against the Night Watch. Would they truly heed Leon's command today? It seemed Leon could sense Sam's apprehension and offered words of reassurance. Do not worry. The remaining individuals are utterly loyal. Was it merely because you promised them each a weekly stipend of 10 copper stars, my Lord Leon? One can interpret it that way. After dealing with the fleeing bandits, Leon integrated the remaining outlaws into the ranks of the new recruits of the Night Watch. Under Dickens' leadership, these former brigands exhibited commendable potential, and many would soon transform into rangers after a brief period of training. Presently, Leon's contingent consisted of 1 Oathkeeper of the 4th rank, Spyam, 12 elite rangers of the 3rd rank, and 38 new recruits, all converted from bandits. Once these outlaws had their names inscribed on Leon's roster, it did not mean they could not flee again. At the very least, they could not betray him while he slept. Chapter 42. The Food Provider, Wejunjia. As the recruiting party traversed over a mountain, a sizable village emerged at its foot. My lord, Dickens leaned closer to Leon. Grey Crow Village lies just ahead. Leon, feigning slumber in the carriage, merely acknowledged him with a slight nod. Noticing Leon's indifferent demeanor, Dickens refrained from further comment. His current position was precarious. While he was technically a captive, he was not bound in chains, yet as a vanquished foe, he could not claim to be a free man. Moreover, having established a bitter enmity with Leon, Dickens was far from inclined to pledge allegiance to him or join the Night Watch. However, contemplating his imminent return to his domain, he realized that with Leon's company comprising merely a handful of individuals, it would be challenging to stir up any significant trouble. Yet, should Leon be forcibly detained, the Night Watchmen, each mounted on their steeds, would inevitably leak word of it, and they would have to brace for retaliation not just from a Night Watch, but also from the powerful lords of the North who would not overlook an attack on their ranks. Suddenly, Dickens was startled by a loud snort near his ear, causing him to jump and turn around to find a Night Watchman, sword at the ready, perched high on his horse, regarding him with a gaze that seemed to belittle him to the level of an insect. In that instant, it was clear that should Dickens harbor even the slightest malicious thought, the massive sword would swiftly claim his life. Instinctively, he shrank back. He found it perplexing how such formidable Night Watch veterans would willingly serve beneath a noble lad. Of course, this noble was no mere wastrel. He was a ruthless killer. Rumors suggested that the Night Watch had fallen into obscurity. How then could such individuals appear here, confronting him? Resigned to his misfortune, Dickens forced himself to abandon thoughts of revenge and simply led the way. Upon entering the village, Leon's entourage proceeded along a main thoroughfare, where the inhabitants peered out from their homes, casting either hostile or bewildered glances at the oddly assembled group. Many recognized their kin, disheartened, garbed in the black attire of the Night Watch, serving beside a noble. As they reached the village center, an elderly man of considerable stature and respect halted Leon. My lord of the Night Watch, may I inquire as to your purpose here? To recruit personnel for my forces, procure necessary supplies, and engage in trade, Leon stated. The elder shook his head, expressing regret. I'm afraid, my lord, that our village harbors no youths eager to join the war, let alone the ranks of the Night Watch. Clearly, the elder was disinterested in Leon's proposition. What the Night Watch? Are we not fighting the savages to protect you? Leon queried, puzzled by the elder's dismissive attitude. However, the remoteness of Grey Crow Village from the front lines had led to a prolonged period of peace, and it seemed unlikely that the villagers would be willing to serve. The elder continued to shake his head. Peaceful for too long? What a laughable assertion. Surely you have recognized some familiar faces among my new recruits. You know well their former occupations and why they chose to join the Night Watch. Leon remarked with a hint of derision, gesturing for Spyam to bring forth Dickens, who had been hiding among the crowd. My lord, you may not be aware, but the current year is harsher than the last, and the landless youth in our village must seek livelihoods elsewhere. To Leon's surprise, the elder's justification for Dickens was somewhat reasonable. Is it mere justification to say that your villagers resort to robbery when they can no longer survive? Upon hearing this, Leon's temper flared. He dismounted and approached the elder directly. Several robust youths from the village brandished pitchforks, attempting to shield the elder, while Leon's elite Night Watchmen, equally unyielding, drew their bows, targeting anyone who moved. Even the newly inducted recruits reluctantly unsheathed their swords, aiming them at their former neighbors. witnessing the recruit's actions. Not only did the elder widen his eyes, but Dickens was equally taken aback. When had these outlaws been so bewitched by Leon? He had noticed nothing amiss. Now, shall we discuss terms? The calm smile on Leon's face appeared to the elder as that of a demon skilled in the art of manipulation. Uncle, stand down. I am the village chief of Grey Crow, and I shall negotiate with the Lord of the Night Watch. Very well. Leon turned to Dickens, awaiting his stipulation. My village can provide 126 eager youths for war, but you must promise to safeguard each of their lives. I do not wish for Grey Crow to be forced to rename itself Widow's Village. Dickens, seemingly resolute, offered an unexpectedly generous condition. His uncle instinctively wanted to object, but upon catching Dickens' warning glance, he remained silent. I can assure you of their safety. They shall not die in vain, but winter is approaching, and war and death are inevitable. Most of them have families or are yet unmarried. I do not wish for them to don black attire against their will. I will not demand that each of them swear allegiance to the Night Watch, but if any are willing to do so, I shall not obstruct them. In that case, a relocation fee of 5 copper stars per person, and they can promptly join your ranks. Leon waved his hand, and Sam disbursed 6 gold dragons and 3 silver bucks from Leon's funds to Dickens. Your sudden willingness intrigues me. I wish to know the reason. Although Leon had the backing of his authority to ensure the new recruit's basic loyalty, the ease of the proceedings raised his suspicions. As the village chief of Grey Crow, it is my duty to seek a path for my villagers. You and your subordinates possess undeniable capability, a fact I cannot deny. Following you offers a greater future than pillaging alongside me, Dickens replied, casting a wary glance at Spyam before swallowing hard. Indeed, a prudent choice. Satisfied with Dickens' rationale, Leon nodded approvingly. Chapter 43. Maud, who can transform into a maiden, and the task she assigns. Grey Crow Village boasted a training ground. Otherwise, it would not have bred over 200 bandits. At that moment, the expansive training ground was teeming with individuals. As the hastily erected scarecrows stood as targets before the recruits of the Night Watch, who were sweating profusely. Due to the insufficient supply of bows and arrows from the supply wagons, several recruits had to share a single bow for training, taking turns shooting until exhaustion set in. Fortunately, the village had ample bowstrings and arrows, allowing this training regimen to continue. Leon observed that as long as he was present, whether actively training or merely spectating, the effectiveness of the training was magnified tenfold. Thus, Leon seized a moment of respite to recline in a wicker chair, basking in the sun, while the training was overseen by Spayam, the sole 4th-tier soldier in the unit. Spayam's training methodology mirrored his demeanor, imbued with a stern and serious nature. When confronted with clumsy recruits, he would utter not a word but would first deliver a swift kick, followed by meticulously correcting their movements by hand. However, with over 100 new recruits to train, merely going through the motions consumed Spayam's entire morning. Fortunately, the rigorous tutelage bore fruit by evening. Half of the recruits had successfully ascended to the rank of Night Watch Ranger. According to Old Xiong's training standards, those who met the requirements for the Night Watch Ranger were deemed qualified. Yet, Leon harbored ulterior motives. These soldiers were not solely being trained for Old Xiong. Once sufficiently prepared, they would be taken beyond the Great Wall to contend with the wildlings and the others. After all, there remained systematic tasks to be undertaken in the realm beyond. With time on his hands, Leon retrieved a coin, distinct from an ordinary gold dragon, which had been entrusted to him by Maud before his departure. Maud had claimed that by presenting the coin and softly calling his name, he would appear before Leon from afar. Why not give a try now? Maud. Leon grasped the coin tightly and called out into the air. Unfortunately, after a prolonged pause, nothing transpired. Just as Leon began to believe Maud would not manifest and contemplated returning to slumber, a voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated from behind him. You call for Maud. Is there something you need? Turning around, Leon beheld an ordinary man, bearing a simple expression reminiscent of a villager. Although his visage differed from their last encounter, Leon instantly recognized the unchanging, mask-like demeanor that was characteristic of Maud. Despite this, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Why do you appear this way?" "If the boy prefers, I can transform into a maiden," Maud responded, seemingly reading Leon's thoughts, and, with a hint of impatience, proceeded to do so. He swiftly peeled away the human mask from his face, and in an instant, a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl with porcelain skin and delicate features stood before Leon. Fortuitously, they were alone. Otherwise, such a display would surely terrify any unworldly villager. "Is this the visage you wish to see?" Not only that, but Maud's voice had also transformed. The girl's soft, melodious tone was mimicked with remarkable precision. Leon furrowed his brow upon hearing it. as it reminded him of the art of voice impersonation. "Do you not like it?" Maud queried. "Then I shall change again." Observing Lyon's discomfort, Maud prepared to tear off the mask, but Lyon hastily intervened, thinking to himself, "I summoned you for a purpose, not to witness your theatrical performances. Last time, you mentioned crafting weapons. Can bows and arrows be fashioned?" In response to Lyon's inquiry, the girl Maud offered no verbal reply but waved her hand, conjuring a crafting list before Lyon's eyes. Blood of the Dragon, legendary bow, requires the bones and sinews of a living dragon for creation. Attacks imbued with top-tier fire magic damage, immense power. Price, 988, 888 gold dragons. Azure Smoke, legendary bow, requires the essence of a mysterious force that destroyed the Valyrian Empire. Attacks carry an obliteration effect. Price, 788, 888 gold dragons. Dream of Destruction. Lyon felt a sudden realization that Maud was intentionally teasing him. Glancing over the items, he dismissed the notion of their authenticity and was appalled by the exorbitant six-figure prices. By the time he had earned enough gold dragons through labor, he would likely be well into his old age. The materials required for crafting equipment surely existed. But if funds were lacking, one could seek a loan from the Braavos treasury across the narrow sea. Noticing Lyon's expression of disbelief, Maud, possessing an uncanny insight into human nature, proposed a solution. "Given my current circumstances, how much do you think I could borrow?" It seemed to Lyon a figure that would be difficult to articulate. Upon hearing Lyon's question, a rare expression of embarrassment flickered across Maud's face. "Do not be too disheartened. The high costs are not a failing of your crafting, but rather mine." With a sigh, Lyon resolved to dismiss Maud. But just as he was about to part ways, Maud suddenly spoke up. Perhaps the boy could undertake this task. Eliminate or defeat the free folk chieftain Doghead Hama, who has infiltrated the Great Wall. He is currently near East Seawong. The time limit is 1 month, and he commands a substantial following. So proceed with caution. Task reward. Liushing, legendary bow, forged from meteorite from another world. Attacks carry a growth effect for multiple arrows. Multiple arrows, for every 30 foes slain or defeated. The level increases, with each level gained adding an arrow to the attack, with no upper limit. Achieving 1,000,000 arrows could shatter a star. Upon reading the final line about multiple arrows, Lyon could only think one thing. What a ruse. Keep spinning your yarn. Chapter 44. A Bountiful Harvest, 12 Night Watch Oaths. Although Lyon suspected that Maud was deceiving him, he lacked proof, so he accepted the task, planning to summon Maud later for a thorough interrogation if the promised multiple arrows failed to materialize. Next time, let us see you transform into a cat-eared maiden. After dispatching Maud and accepting the task, Lyon began to ponder his strategy. Since Maud indicated that Doghead Hama had a sizable following, he could not recklessly march his troops into battle. While he possessed formidable strength with the black and white kiss and mastery of one-handed swords, he had nearly been ambushed by a bandit. Thus, if possible, Lyon preferred to take several hundred six-tier night watch guardians to ensure his safety while letting them do the heavy lifting. However, the 1-month deadline for the task made it clear that Lyon could not leisurely train his troops. The distance from Grey Crow Village to East Seawong was considerable, and transporting a battalion of infantry along with supplies would consume at least a week. It was evident that Doghead Hama would not be idly waiting for Lyon's arrival. Lyon would need to spend at least another 3 days tracking the wildlings' whereabouts. Calculating the time remaining, Lyon realized he had merely 20 days to train. What could he realistically achieve in that span? Truthfully, he felt uncertain. Yet, he had no choice but to take it one step at a time. When the time came, he would have to set forth, regardless of the outcome of his training. The following day, the new recruits in Grey Crow Village sensed a palpable tension in the training atmosphere. Even Lyon, who had previously maintained a lofty distance, personally descended to train them, which elicited groans from many. Having spent the previous day drawing bows, their arms were swollen and restless, and the training regimen had not only persisted but increased in intensity. Yet, each recruit quietly acknowledged the substantial progress they had made through this grueling training, with some even undergoing a remarkable transformation. As the recruits endured both pain and joy, a week passed, and it was payday. Sam had exchanged a hefty sack of copper stars from several prominent merchants at the village market, and under Spam's watchful gaze, each recruit received their 10 copper stars in an orderly fashion. This sum, exceeding their initial compensation, led to murmurs of Lyon's generosity and kindness, significantly bolstering their loyalty and morale. With newfound wealth, it was time to spend. Word had it that a recruitment team, led by the Night Watch's chief instructor, had arrived in Grey Crow Village, prompting many residents from nearby towns to flock to the market with their wares. On payday, a bustling marketplace emerged, with various merchants sensing a lucrative opportunity, setting up stalls selling prepared foods, weaponry, and provisions. Seizing the moment, Lion decided to sell off the spoils acquired from the bandits at a bundle price, subsequently purchasing enough supplies for 200 men to last a month and equipping each new Night Watch recruit with reasonably good gear and bows. It is noteworthy that, after a week of rigorous training, over 150 novice Night Watchmen successfully ascended to the rank of Night Watch Rangers. Among them, 30 individuals advanced directly to the esteemed rank of Elite Rangers. The original 12 Elite Rangers, in turn, have elevated themselves to the status of Oathsworn, comparable to Spam in rank. However, Spam, the leader, remains stagnant in his progression, gradually being overtaken by his companions who departed from Black Iron Fortress alongside him. Even Sam is no exception. While his strength has increased, a week of relentless training has caused him to lose 30 pounds, bringing him closer to a more presentable appearance. After a series of expenditures at the market, Lion's already meager treasury has been further depleted. Aside from the 5 gold dragons kept in reserve with Sam, Lion finds himself unable to produce even a single copper star. Nevertheless, Lion refrains from informing Sam, adhering to the adage that the morale of the troops must not waver. Faced with financial constraints, as the proprietor, Lion feels a responsibility to generate revenue for his employees. Thus, one morning, he set forth with the 12 Oathsworn Knights, excluding Spam, who was tasked with training. That evening, a terrifying scene unfolded in the market as the 12 knights accompanying Lion, including his warhorse, were adorned with the grotesque heads of marauders. Dickens recognized several of his fellow practitioners among those who operated near Grey Crow Village, which made him grateful for his decision to not defy Lion. Otherwise, one of the heads hanging from the horse's neck might well have been his own. The once lavishly generous Lion, known for his extravagant spending at the market, was now seen in a new light, revealing his brutal nature. This revelation had mixed consequences for Lion. While the kind-hearted kept their distance, the merchants at the market the following day coincidentally chose to offer discounts on their wares. Chapter 45. Killing is a vile habit, and it seems I cannot break free from it. That night, Lion took advantage of Dickens' family bathhouse to wash away the day's grime and blood. Upon emerging, he discovered Spam, clad in armor, standing guard outside the bathhouse, seemingly fearful that Lion might be ambushed while bathing. "How was today's training?" Lion inquired nonchalantly, drying his hair with a soft woolen scarf. "It was good," Spam replied succinctly, but after a moment, he felt his brevity was somewhat impolite and added that the recruits were gradually acclimating to the intensity of the training, allowing for an increase in tomorrow's workload. Lion nodded slightly in acknowledgement, changed into a clean, coarse linen outfit worn by farmers, and noticed Spam's gaze upon him was different than usual, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Is there something else?" he asked. "Killing is indeed a vile habit, my lord," Spam stated without hesitation, voicing his inner thoughts, but as soon as he spoke, a look of regret crossed his face. Recognizing that as a night watchman with a history of murder, he had no right to offer counsel to the commander. "Why do you say that?" Conqueror, sensing his own tendencies toward ruthlessness, for merely a gold dragon, he could sever a head without a second thought, even if it belonged to a bandit. Or is it that a murderer exiled to the wall, if not for me, would have spent the rest of his life in menial tasks? Now you dare to lecture me? Despite his self-reflection, Lion's words still dripped with provocation. Spam shook his head. "I am not your advisor, nor are you my sworn lord, Commander. However, before I share my reasons, would you care to hear my story?" Lion imperceptibly nodded and poured 2 glasses of wine from Dickens' cabinet, one for himself and one for Spam. "I was once a man of the Vale, born on the distant continent of Essos. Surely, a noble such as yourself has heard tales of my homeland. Indeed, the city of slaves, a system deemed most dishonorable and inhumane in the eyes of Westerosi. The slave masters like to refer to themselves as benevolent lords or great masters, do they not? You are well informed. The blood-soaked duels in the arenas are a source of entertainment that every free man of the Vale aspires to. Every Saturday, the arenas are packed to capacity. Continue." Lion reclined in his chair, adopting a comfortable posture to listen to Spam's tale. "Yet, I was an unfortunate slave, captured at a young age and forced into the arenas, battling peers throughout my youth until adulthood." A shadow of sorrow crossed Spam's face at the recollection of his painful past. "You must be quite formidable," Lion remarked lightly. "No, I would rather it had been me who perished. Each time I emerged from battle, battered and bruised, my hands unwittingly became stained with the blood of friends. Now, I can only comfort myself with the hope of carrying their aspirations forward. Until one fateful day, the slaves revolted. In the chaos, I seized the opportunity to escape on a ship bound for an unknown destination. Just before disembarking, I was recognized as a slave from the arena, branded a murderer by the local lord, and sent to the wall. As he recounted this, Spam's emotions surged, revealing a deep-seated hatred for the lord who had thrust him from one hell into another. By the end of his tale, Spam realized he had strayed from the topic at hand, and it was inappropriate to cast grievances towards Lion, who had already taken his oath as a night watchman. There was no lesson to be gleaned from his lamentations. Killing is indeed a vile habit, and it seems I cannot break free from it. Lion responded after hearing the story, adding, however, only those powerful enough to wield the sword alone can prevent being killed, can they not? Winter is coming, Spam. Your compassion is admirable, but be cautious not to misplace it. Spam merely shook his head in response. My lord, I will not. Perhaps these words were inspired by what he observed in Lion, drenched in blood and triumphant, evoking memories of his own self in the arenas. After Spam departed, Lion stroked the stubble emerging on his chin, pondering, perhaps I should find a priest for the troops, otherwise following me into battle. Even hardened warriors like Spam may develop psychological issues. Prolonged exposure to such violence cannot end well. No, I must fetch one from a nearby church tomorrow. Of course, Lion somewhat overestimated the moral compass of the people in this world. Individuals with stories like Spam's are far from the majority. Most would live their entire lives without grasping the profound insights he possessed. Chapter 46. 300 soldiers march forth. Destination, East Sea Outlook. The following morning, a unique stall appeared in the market, a recruitment booth. Before it stood several imposing veterans of the Night Watch, serving as the best advertisement. Many recognized them as one of the 12 knights who had accompanied Lion on his raid against the bandits the previous day. The lingering scent of blood on their persons was unmistakable. This morning, as Lion's affairs officer, Sam received a pouch containing 50 gold dragons from him, accompanied by the directive to recruit soldiers. I want to see you spend every last coin in this pouch by the time we depart in 2 weeks, using whatever means necessary. Consequently, Sam settled at the stall. However, the remaining labor force in Grey Crow Village had been thoroughly exhausted. Chief Dickens could not conjure more manpower in the short term, so Sam's strategy focused on the gathering crowd. Despite the presence of a sworn brother from the Night's Watch, one of the 12 knights, serving as a mere signboard, those who came forth to enlist were few and far between. Most were nothing more than common ruffians, and Sam harbored doubts that they would squander their 5 copper stars on drink only to vanish without a trace. My good man of the Night's Watch, to which battlefield do you intend to march? To face the wildlings? A young man, his curiosity piqued by the bulging purse at Sam's feet, stepped forward to inquire. Sam was tempted to reply in the affirmative, but as the words formed on his lips, he recalled the bustling marketplace of Grey Raven Village, teeming with idle folk, and feared that spies among the wildlings might have infiltrated their midst. Thus, he refrained from divulging his plans to gaze toward the East Sea in a few days, merely stating, I can only inform you that Lord Lion Victor, the chief commander for Black Iron Fortress, has issued a conscription order to the residents of the Gifted Lands. And this matter has the full approval of the overall commander. You ought not to pry further. Very well, my lord, I wish to enlist, but I do not wish to become a member of the Night's Watch, if that is acceptable. I have yet to marry, and merely wish to save some coin for a future bride. His bashful request elicited laughter from the onlookers. The Night's Watchman, one of the 12 knights, wore a broad smile as he remarked, Lad, the pay for soldiers is earned at the cost of one's life, and I tell you, it would be wiser to spend your coin on the women of Molehill Village. Otherwise, upon your return from service, you may find yourself burdened with unfamiliar mouths to feed. Sam, however, had no intention of mocking the youth. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Being a brother of the Night's Watch is not a simple task, and I am not one myself at present. Rest assured, we shall not compel you to take the oath of the Night's Watch. Should the war conclude, or you be discharged due to injury, Lord Lion will provide you with ample severance pay. Then I shall join. Where do I sign? Right here. Sam called over Hod, instructing him to oversee the training of this new cadre of soldiers. We are short on bows. Let us focus on basic infantry training for now. After enrolling the recruits, Sam gestured toward Hod, who nodded and led the newly assembled soldiers to the training grounds. At that moment, Grey Raven Village was a cacophony of bustling market activity and fervent training. The clamor of over 200 soldiers at practice could resonate through the skies, and before long, the date set by Lion for their departure arrived. Chief Dickens, with a complex demeanor, observed the assembled troops on the training field. Lion's forces could now be deemed formidable. At the forefront stood 100 new recruits of the Night's Watch, armed with sword and shield, while behind them were 2 companies of seasoned rangers, at least half of whom were elite rangers of the Night's Watch, distinguished by their exceptional combat prowess. Within the central command, Lord Lion was flanked by 20 sworn brothers wielding great swords. Notably, Spyam had successfully advanced to the rank of a 5-tier soldier, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, exhibiting a menacing aura that was no longer as overt as that of a mere sworn brother. Only his eyes, visible beneath his hood, occasionally betrayed a glint of lethal intent, though the recruits had only undergone 20 days of training. The impact of tenfold training effectiveness had endowed them with skills equivalent to 5 years of training from the private forces of other lords. Even if most had been mere farmers, the unemployed, or rogues just 20 days prior, their transformation into an elite battalion could not be denied. "My lord, may you achieve swift success," Dickens said, accompanied by several villagers, as he delivered a cart of vegetables and grains to Lion's troops. Sam was responsible for the logistics of these supplies. Lion, casting a dispassionate glance at Dickens, replied, "I shall not express my apologies regarding your brother's situation, for events have transpired beyond my control. I understand. I merely hope for the day when the young men of our village return victorious." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lion issued the command, and the troops commenced their march. The elite rangers mounted their steeds, leading the way, while 200 men safeguarded 10 supply wagons laden with weapons, arrows, and provisions sufficient to sustain 300 soldiers for 3 months. Destination, East Sea. In Chapter 47, The Usurping Wildling Aberrants, Lion had previously commanded a force of 1,000 in the game of Mountblade, only to have the computer nearly overheat during battle, prompting him to refrain from leading more than 300 thereafter. Thus, it was Lion's first experience in reality commanding a force exceeding 300, a number that would undeniably expand in the future, which weighed heavily on his mind. When the troop was smaller, commands could be shouted with ease. But now Lion found himself continuously receiving reports from scouts returning from all directions. He longed for the presence of John or another ally to share the burden of command, for his current level of leadership allowed only for simple marching and the occasional skirmish with small bands of brigands, leaving him to idly watch as his forces trudged along. As for Sam taking command, Lion had little hope of that. Managing the daily rations for several hundred men consumed enough of his time. Fortunately, the scouts, led by Spyam, proved reliable, preventing any nefarious individuals from brazenly assaulting the main force. Despite having over 300 men, Lion's troop was not an imposing sight on the desolate northern lands. During their stay in Grey Raven Village, they had learned of several formidable brigand groups numbering in the thousands, led by notorious figures in the region. "My lord, this is the 8th band of brigands we have captured today. Heaven knows how many more lurk in the wilderness and wolf-infested woods." Riding back, Hod dismounted and unceremoniously tossed a bound man before Lion's wagon. The man, having been jostled on Hod's horse, was disoriented by the sudden fall, his head spinning as he struggled to rise. This was the command Lion had issued. All capable riders were to pursue brigands and capture as many alive as possible for Lion's judgment. The fate awaiting those brought before Lion was twofold. Either they would become honored yet arduous new recruits of the Night's Watch, or find themselves as a coin in Lion's purse. Faced with life and death, few captives were left with any choice but to join Lion's ranks, aside from the brigands who attempted to flee and were subsequently executed. The spoils of Lion's 3-day march toward the East Sea amounted to a mere handful of golden dragons. When the man finally regained consciousness, his instinct was to flee upon realizing he was surrounded by the Night's Watch, but Hod, quick to react, struck him down with a swift lash from his whip. After being promoted to sworn brother of the Night's Watch, Hod and his comrades' weapons had automatically transformed into great swords and powerful bows, which required considerable strength to wield. Thus, Hod's lack of control in delivering a casual strike had inadvertently rendered the man unconscious. "Something is amiss, Hod. Be cautious." Lion interjected sharply as Hod prepared to dismount and inspect the fallen man, though Hod thought Lion's caution excessive. Years of following Lion's orders compelled him to beckon a few nearby recruits. As they surrounded the fallen man, Hod approached and prodded him with his toe. Seeing no response, Hod knelt to examine the man. However, as he turned him over, he was greeted with a face devoid of pupils, a pallid white where the eyes should be. Almost immediately, a powerful will intruded upon Hod's mind, seizing control of his body against his will. Slowly, he stood, albeit with a stiffness in his movements. And due to the angle of vision, the nearby recruits failed to perceive anything unusual about the man on the ground. One of the new recruits was about to speak when Hod suddenly flexed his neck, swiftly drawing his two-handed sword from his back with lightning speed, and swung it in a wide arc. The surrounding recruits were caught completely off guard. One standing closest to him instantly bore a gash across his neck, his head flying off in an instant. The others fared no better, suffering severed arms and dismembered limbs. Hode then seemed to have singled out Lion, who was seated atop the cart and was the commanding officer of this night's watch unit, and rushed towards him, thrusting his massive sword without hesitation. However, Lion was prepared. The warning bells in his mind had been ringing ever since the man was captured. Faced with Hode's sudden assault, Lion instinctively drew his sword to guard his chest. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes. Damn, there's more to this? In that critical moment, Lion instinctively shrank his neck, a single thought flashing through his mind. Yet, that cold glimmer evidently came from the steadfast Spyam. Despite Lion's readiness to confront Hode's attack, Spyam had already intercepted him. The sound of steel clashing echoed as the two exchanged blows in rapid succession, their movements a blur. Lion's earlier trust in the loyalty of his subordinates was now overshadowed by fury. The system had assured him that those bound by the mental steel seal could not rebel against him or launch an attack. Where's the system now? Come forth and explain why my subordinates, marked by the mental seal, are still able to strike at me? Before the system could provide any answers, Spyam's voice broke through. My lord, something is amiss. This is not Hode. He cannot possibly be this strong. After exchanging several blows with Hode, Spyam felt his arms growing numb, while Hode appeared in a pitiful state, his palms cracked and bleeding from the immense recoil of their clash. Yet against all odds, he continued his relentless assault on Spyam, seemingly intent on trading injuries for injuries. However, realizing he could not defeat Spyam in the immediate term, Hode unexpectedly hurled his two-handed sword like a throwing knife towards Lion and then, with a roll of his eyes, fainted. The man on the ground stopped rolling his eyes, his gaze darting around before he seized the opportunity to crawl away unnoticed. Due to his injured hands, Hode's thrown sword lacked precision and veered off into the wilderness, prompting Lion to forego even the effort of dodging. Observing Hode feigning death in a scene reminiscent of earlier, Lion raised a hand to halt Spyam's advance and summoned dozens of archers, their bows drawn taut, aimed directly at Hode. I shall count to 3. If you do not rise on your own, prepare to become a hedgehog. Noticing the terror-stricken expression on Hode's face as he lay on the ground, evidently awake, Lion spoke with a menacing tone. Do not, my lord. I shall rise this instant. Oh, my hand hurts so badly. The pain coursing through Hode's hands prevented him from standing, leaving him to kneel helplessly on the ground. Without hesitation, Spyam raised his great sword, aiming for Hode's neck. Casting a glance at Lion, with a nod from Lion, Hode would meet his doom. Let me explain, my lord. That man took over my body. It was not my doing. Chapter 48. The terrifying investigative power of the shapeshifters. My lord, I have traversed the continent of Essos for many years and have never heard of such black magic involving possession. After the encampment, Hode had all his weapons confiscated and was restrained, kneeling before Lion, held down by 2 new recruits. After Spyam had collected the bodies of the fallen recruits, his eyes blazing with hatred, he was the first to voice a question. Many of these recruits had been trained personally by Spyam and had suffered far fewer casualties in their battles against bandits than Hode had caused alone. Let me defend myself. My lord, the moment that man rolled his eyes, my body became uncontrollable. Moreover, you know me, my strength could not possibly match that of Lord Spyam. Hode's pitiful demeanor as he knelt, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his face and dark clothing with grotesque crimson spots, painted him as a wronged man. Lion furrowed his brow, deep in thought. There were too many oddities surrounding today's events. Although Hode had initially appeared rebellious, he had been tamed significantly through Lion's persistent discipline. He did not seem like the type to suddenly engage in such insubordination. The crux of the matter lay with the man who had escaped. Spyam, did you capture the man who fled? Lion turned his head away from the kneeling Hode to inquire of Spyam, who stood nearby. The latter frowned, shame evident in his voice as he replied. I dispatched half of the rangers to pursue the direction in which that man fled, but the wolf forest is vast, and, as night has fallen, the last scouting party returned with no results. My lord, I suspect the fleeing man is a wildling. Suddenly, Sam, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Lion raised an eyebrow, asking, what evidence do you have? The evidence was rather apparent. The fur coat worn by the man was not typical of the Northman, and it was soaked, indicating he had likely lived in a place perpetually covered in ice and snow. Sam's words prompted Lion to recall that the man indeed appeared damp. And coincidentally, it had not rained recently, which had struck Lion as peculiar at the time. Hode, where did you capture him? Did he have any companions? I found him beneath a tree. When he rolled his eyes, I thought he was dying, so I bound him and brought him back. He was alone. There were no signs of companions nearby. Sam, with a serious expression, rose and asked, "Are you certain he rolled his eyes? Was there anything else unusual? I believe I heard wolf howls nearby. They sounded like those of ice wolves." "Oh, the area south of the wall is not suitable for ice wolves to thrive." Hode's eyes brightened, and he gazed at Sam as though he had found a lifeline, desperately explaining, "I have read about free folk in books. Some netted." Noticing Lion's puzzled expression as he looked at him, Sam quickly elaborated, "Free folk is what the wildlings call themselves. It is not entirely ice and snow north of the wall. They cultivate in suitable areas, albeit without tax collectors sent by our king. Remarkably, they share the same ancestry and language as the Northmen, descendants of the ancients from millennia ago." Without withholding any details, Sam continued, observing the captivated gazes of those around and the pleading look from Hode on the ground. "It is said that among tens of thousands of free folk, there is occasionally one born with extraordinary abilities. They possess the power to invade the consciousness of any animal, gaining its vision. When they shape shift, their eyes turn completely white, for their true eyes reside within the animals." Sam's tone rose and fell, leaving listeners deep in contemplation. Even Hode momentarily lost himself in thought, envisioning what he might see if he suddenly possessed the vision of an animal before snapping back to reality. Yes, that's right. At that moment, everything went dark. I could see nothing, only feeling my body uncontrollably swinging wildly. It was terrifying. Hode shouted, raising his voice in a frantic attempt to defend himself. "Silence. Hode, your suspicions have yet to be cleared." Lion's voice thundered, prompting a new recruit to step forward and deliver a harsh blow to Hode's head. Struck by the blow, Hode immediately crumpled to the ground, rendered silent. Thanks to Sam's reminder, Lion recalled that in tales, there indeed existed a category of shapeshifters among the wildlings, and they were not few in number. Within the ranks of the giant slayer Tormund's group, there was one, and many wildlings had evaded the doghead Hama troop invading from the EC, indicating the number of shapeshifters would only continue to grow. Perhaps it was the arrogance of the alien creature that led it to venture out alone for reconnaissance, failing to notice that Hodder had approached silently, resulting in its capture. Upon finding itself encircled by the night watchman in front of Leon, it deemed escape impossible and made a desperate attempt, invading Hodder's mind, only to be unexpectedly subdued by him. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon Hodder's habitual lack of mental vigilance, rendering his mind a mere vessel for others to exploit. "Hodder, I must impose upon you for a few days. Who knows if you might suddenly fall under the alien's control again to launch an ambush against me." After a moment of contemplation, Leon made his decision. Hearing that he wouldn't face death, Hodder let out a long sigh of relief, yet soon furrowed his brow at the fresh recruit behind him, timidly requesting, "Brother, the ropes are tied far too tightly. Could you loosen them a bit?" The recruit, however, remained steadfast, ignoring Hodder's plea, as he would heed no one's words without Leon's command. As Hodder was dejectedly led away, only Sam and Spyum, Leon's trusted aides, remained in the tent. With the presence of the alien, it seemed our movements could not escape the notice of the savages. Leon sighed, feigning melancholy, adopting a posture that invited his subordinates to alleviate his worries. Unfortunately, Spyum, with his rigid demeanor, bluntly stated, "I will extend the scout's search radius by another 10 miles. Such a superficial measure. If I were the alien, soaring like an eagle in the sky, could you shoot down every last one of them?" Leon shook his head, for he already harbored a plan in his mind. He merely sought to test whether these two subordinates shared his thoughts. Seeing Spyum fall silent, Leon turned his gaze toward Sam. Had it not been for Sam clarifying his doubts, Leon might have suspected that someone had hired a faceless one to impersonate Hodder for an assassination attempt. It is worth noting that he possessed the Thousand Faces system, yet he had received not a whisper of forewarning, nearly leading him to question the authenticity of this system. Chapter 49. The Savage Doghead Hama Tribe, where fathers are kind and daughters are filial. Let's not dwell on Leon's musings. Instead, let us shift our focus to the fleeing, savage alien. There's nothing here. Let us move elsewhere, declared a sworn member of the Night Watch, bow and arrow in hand, cautiously surveying the surroundings before addressing his companion. The promotion to a 4th-tier soldier had not only endowed him with formidable strength, but also significantly enhanced his vision. After observing for some time without any success, the duo mounted their horses and ventured to another location. However, just beneath the precipice where the sworn member had recently stood, the fleeing alien lay concealed upon the back of a colossal Arctic wolf, gripping its fur tightly, using the cover of night to mask their presence. After a lengthy silence, the savage alien finally urged the Arctic wolf to ascend the cliff, catching sight of two distant torchlights gradually fading away in the darkness. With renewed focus, the savage alien poured all its energy into the Arctic wolf. The wolf's vision, far superior to that of a human deprived of vital nutrients, allowed it to navigate the treacherous, rocky wilderness with ease under the faint moonlight. Combined with its speed, which far surpassed that of a 1,000-mile horse, the savage aliens swiftly escaped the Night Watch's encirclement, racing away without a backward glance. It wasn't until deep into the night that they arrived at the savage camp, where the Arctic wolf finally halted, panting heavily. Just as the savage alien regained its sight, it felt a gust of wind brush past, and a glimmering dagger appeared at its throat, catching even the Arctic wolf off guard. "Havertz, why the rush? Are you being pursued by another?" Just as the alien was seized with panic, thinking it was being chased by the Night Watch, it heard a familiar, playful voice teasing it. Relieved, it relaxed completely. "Grisa, take me to see Lord Hama. I have urgent news to convey." Yet the individual behind him did not lower the dagger. Rather, they pressed it closer, even drawing blood from his neck. "What? Have you grown weary of the game of hunting as an Arctic wolf? Or have you accidentally discovered something?" "Stop it, Grisa. I've been spotted by the Night Watch." "Huh? You mean the Carter Pike?" "Impossible. I control the hawk that soars above the East Sea. Any disturbance among his ranks cannot escape my sight." "It's not him. It's a night watchman coming from the south." Seeing Grisa's demeanor filled with hostility, unwilling to remove the dagger from his neck, Havertz clenched his fists, intending to replicate the scene from earlier when he controlled Hodder. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if he had gone 7 days and nights without sleep, and he collapsed onto the Arctic wolf's back, disregarding the dagger at his throat, which nearly nicked his windpipe. Noticing Havertz's distress was no jest, Grisa abandoned her playful demeanor, effortlessly controlling the Arctic wolf beneath them, guiding them towards the Free People's territory. Before long, the trio arrived at Doghead Hama's tent, where Havertz was carried before the tribal leader by 2 savage guards after dismissing the Arctic wolf. "My daughter, what is the meaning of this?" Doghead Hama, roused from slumber, spoke with irritation, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the bloodstains on Havertz's chest and the ghastly wound on his neck. Grisa removed her hood, revealing a charmingly innocent face, playfully sticking out her tongue in feigned embarrassment as she said to Doghead Hama, "Perhaps his Arctic wolf went mad and turned on its master." "Nonsense. That is clearly a wound from a dagger. I'm not so old as to mistake such an injury." Doghead Hama's anger flared. Yet his daughter seemed unfazed by his fury. Instead, she affectionately approached him, playfully striking his back with her delicate hands, which possessed enough strength to crush skulls. In an instant, the fury on Doghead Hama's face diminished considerably, as he appeared to relish his daughter's ministrations, eventually succumbing to a soft hum of contentment. The guards at the entrance stood stoic, accustomed to the rhythmic sounds echoing from within the tent. "Go fetch the shaman to tend to Lord Havertz's wounds." Upon hearing this, one of the guards immediately took his leave. "All right, dear daughter, I am well aware of your sentiments. I know you do not wish to marry Havertz, but you must not resort to violence against him. After all, our Doghead tribe has but you 2 shapeshifters." Doghead Hama gently patted his daughter's hand, speaking earnestly. "He is so unpleasant, and his wolf howls through the night without care," Grisa muttered, her strikes growing heavier, causing swelling to form where she had pounded. Meanwhile, Doghead Hama seemed unconcerned about his own injuries, continuing, "If you do not wish to marry him, then do not." "Yea, father, I knew you would understand. I have heard that Prince Cern has recently become a widower, and you have just come of age. Marrying him could be an option." Poor Grisa rejoiced too soon, as Doghead Hama's words evoked thoughts of a burly, bald man in his 40s or 50s, whose fierce countenance bore a prominent hooked nose, adorned with no fewer than 20 metallic piercings and tattoos befitting a prince. From the male perspective, he might be deemed exceptionally handsome, yet to the girl, he appeared utterly repulsive, causing her to find even the fallen Havertz more appealing in comparison. "No, I refuse to marry the Cern Piercer. Absolutely not." Upon hearing her father's proposal, Grisa leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furiously storming out. In response to his daughter's mischievousness, Doghead Hama could not help but wear a bitter smile, muttering to himself, "Perhaps it is only when you become a woman that you will truly mature." Shortly thereafter, the shaman entered the tent, carrying his medical kit. He first bent down to examine the ghastly wound on Havertz's neck, concluding that it was merely a superficial injury, which he proceeded to bandage. He then lifted Havertz's eyelids, scrutinizing them for a considerable time. "My Lord Hama, it appears that Havertz is simply under immense mental strain and has overexerted himself. A few days of rest will suffice for his recovery. As for the superficial injury, given his constitution, it will scab over within 3 to 5 days. Very well. Come and assess the condition of my back. I suspect another misalignment of the bones. Please assist me in realigning them. Once his daughter departed, Doghead Hama grimaced, revealing that Grace's little punches on his back were not as pleasant as one might think. However, after all these years, he had grown accustomed to it. Chapter 50. The Rebellion, the Abomination's Defiance. Doghead Hama's camp was strategically situated within a grove near the beach, allowing for a swift escape by sea in the event of danger. It lay a mere 30 kilometers from EC Watch, operating right under the vigilant eyes of the night watchman. The secret to Doghead Hama's tribe's ability to remain undetected so close to the night watchman lay in Grace's keen-eyed sea eagle, which would spot scouts in advance, and the ruthless savages who would eliminate any northerners who stumbled into their camp. In the desolate forest, a legend began to spread, one that spoke of the devouring of all living souls. Over time, the EC Watch's Carter Peak finally caught wind of the happenings there. However, due to a shortage of manpower and Elder Shion's call for all-night watchmen to prepare for a northern expedition, the rumors surrounding this forest were overlooked. Unbeknownst to Elder Shion, as he prepared to head north, a night watchman named Mandreed, having successfully united several tribes with long-standing grievances, was now leading an army of 10,000 savages near the ancestral peak. The Doghead Hama tribe had been tasked with infiltrating the north from the most vulnerable point at EC Watch, planning to coordinate an attack with the savage army, beginning with the assault on Black Iron Fort, and subsequently seizing any land they could claim. No one knew the true purpose behind their actions. However, it is indeed fortuitous that Elder Shion decided to gather his forces for reconnaissance at this juncture. Yet, the Hama tribe remained oblivious to this timing. When Grace reported back to her father after a few days, she mentioned the unusual troop movements at EC Watch. Father, the garrison at EC Watch is organizing an expeditionary force. The villagers nearby are being summoned like ants to transport supplies. I witnessed enough arms to equip around 500 men being loaded onto carts. Clearly, they have discovered our presence, and we must retreat to the sea immediately. The gravity of the situation left no trace of ease upon Grace's face. Yet, upon hearing her report, Doghead Hama exhibited a demeanor of indifference, much to Grace's bewilderment. The information provided by Havertz contradicts yours. His ice wolf infiltrated EC Watch and overheard the laborers discussing the reinforcement of Black Iron Fort, with no mention of us. Doghead Hama pointed to the individual seated beside him, and only then did Grace realize that Havertz, who had been unconscious for several days, had finally awakened. However, unlike someone just recovering from illness, a fierce glimmer of vitality flashed in Havertz's eyes, potent enough to make Grace, another aberrant being, instinctively avert her gaze. Simultaneously, she found herself astonished by the dramatic transformation in Havertz. He seemed almost like a different person. During the days since returning to the camp, Havertz had refrained from disclosing to anyone, even the esteemed Doghead Hama and the chief shaman, that he had suddenly awakened the power to control others. It is noteworthy that throughout the thousands of years of the Free Folk's history, there had never been a recorded instance of an aberrant successfully controlling another individual. During his unconsciousness, the mental energy Havertz had unconsciously radiated had already begun to influence several nearby savages. Upon awakening, Havertz discovered he could control the bodies and minds of others as effortlessly as he would enter the body of an ice wolf. This newfound ability engendered within him a sense of superiority over all living beings. Grace, whose mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals, immediately sensed this shift and instinctively avoided Havertz's gaze, which ultimately saved her life. Yet, Doghead Hama was not so fortunate. Within merely half a morning, Havertz had begun to influence Doghead Hama's mind, compelling him to utter words in accordance with his will. However, complete domination still eluded him. Observing that Havertz had already conducted a thorough reconnaissance in close proximity to her father, Grace had deemed her information redundant and resolved to take her leave. Wait. Doghead Hama suddenly interjected, seeking to retain her. What is it, father? I have made a decision regarding your union with Havertz. You shall marry tonight. What? Father, what are you saying? Grace exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked up at her imposing father and then at Havertz beside him. Havertz squinted, his face betraying a sense of triumph. This matter has lingered for too long, and you two were childhood companions. I will instruct the chief shaman to make the necessary arrangements forthwith. Doghead Hama's expression remained impassive, his lips moving mechanically as he delivered his words devoid of emotion, leaving no room for negotiation. Father, you have not even consulted me about this decision. Moreover, Grace's gaze shifted to Havertz, whose previously handsome visage among the free folk now appeared utterly detestable to her. Enough. This is not a matter for discussion. It is an order. Both Doghead Hama and Havertz rose simultaneously, their words nearly identical. Witnessing this scene, Grace felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, tears welling up in her eyes as she stormed out. After a moment, Doghead Hama seemed to awaken to a realization, casting a wary glance at Havertz, his voice thick with anger. Were you just controlling what I said? Seeing Havertz smile mysteriously without a word, it was evident he acknowledged the accusation. But how could you? When did aberrants gain the ability to control minds? Upon asking, he noted Havertz's mere smile in response. As he reflected on the sensation he had just experienced, a profound sense of helplessness and despair settled in his mind. No, this power should not be within your grasp. You must not do this. After articulating his thoughts, Doghead Hama took 2 steps back, a nascent intent to kill brewing within him. Do you wish to kill me? Why, Chief? Havertz proposed with a sinister glint in his eyes, prompting Doghead Hama to involuntarily relinquish the dagger he had clenched behind his back. Come fort. Doghead Hama bit his tongue, attempting to resist the ever-stronger will of Havertz invading his mind. A few expressionless savage guards armed with weapons slowly entered the tent. Kill him. He has betrayed the Doghead tribe. Doghead Hama summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, pointing at Havertz before him. Yes, my lord. The savage guards unsheathed their weapons, but instead of aiming at Havertz, they turned their sights upon Doghead Hama. You all? Doghead Hama gasped in shock. Ha 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 ha. Havertz reveled in the stark contrast between Doghead Hama's panic and his usual authoritative demeanor, finding amusement in the disparity. With a mere glance, Havertz could command these savage guards, and he felt that in time, as his mental strength continued to recover, he could incite them to take their own lives at a mere thought. Such formidable power. Is this the sensation of effortlessly controlling the hearts of others? As Havertz laughed until the end, his expression gradually morphed into a sinister grin. Leave. As the wildling guards, weapons raised, gradually advanced towards Doghead Hama, Havertz issued a command, causing all wildling guards to sheath their blades and silently turn away. Simultaneously, Havertz lifted the control over Doghead Hama. You won't kill me? Of course, as long as you obediently comply, my esteemed father-in-law. Chapter 51. The Reckless Lion, who conceived a plan to ambush. Lion's strategy was deceptively simple, to divide his forces. The majority of the Night Watch Rangers and recruits remained together, led by Sam, feigning an advance towards the East Sea. Meanwhile, he commanded the elite forces of his contingent, dispersing them into smaller units, each rider galloping tirelessly towards the East Sea, hoping to evade the watchful eyes of the wildling shapeshifters overhead. Yet, had Lion been aware that the shapeshifters of Doghead Hama's tribe were perpetually surveilling the East Sea, indifferent to his movements, would he have felt a sense of futility as he swung his fist in vain? In any case, Lion's singular target was Doghead Hama. Achieving his objective through the decapitation of small elite squads was preferable to engaging in a protracted and bloody siege with a throng of recruits and wildlings. Lion adhered to a principle in his gaming. I do not take the unrefined. Without the elite, I do not fight. His focus lay solely on the joy of nurturing a powerful force. If a battle were to be fought, it must be one where victory was assured, a complete rout. He chose to disregard Maud's assessment of Doghead Hama as a formidable opponent. My lord, we have captured another wildling prisoner. It seems a faction of wildlings has indeed infiltrated the Great Wall. Spyam tossed a bound individual, covered in arrows and resembling a dumpling, before Lion. Following the incident with the fleeing shapeshifter, every member of Lion's forces was on edge, fearing that the captured prisoner might possess the ability to control others with a mere glance, an affliction akin to PTSD from mental domination. Excellent. Inquire about the location of their camp. I will never divulge it. Before Spyam could commence his interrogation, a defiant voice emanated from beneath the hood. Curse be it. Another stubborn one. How many is this today? Lion scoffed, drawing his sword and advancing. With a swift motion akin to slaughtering a pig, he pierced the wildling's throat. That's the 7th for today, Spyam remarked, his expression one of numbness, even though the captured wildlings were resolute. The sheer volume of prisoners suggested that Lion was indeed drawing closer to Doghead Hama's encampment. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless to seize so many captives. Spyam, signal to the nearby troops. I have a feeling we are nearing the wildling camp. Assemble your steeds. We shall charge. As you wish, my lord, Spyam replied, soon rallying a dozen sworn defenders beside Lion. Now, there was no need for live captures. Every wildling encountered must be silenced to prevent our movements from being revealed. Yes, my lord, the assembled Night Watch swore in unison. By the way, have the measures against eye contact been established? All is ready. Grisa emerged from the tent, her heart laden with frustration. Upon observing the wildlings around her, bustling with joy for the evening's wedding, her discontent only deepened. Had today's events not transpired, she would likely have chosen Havertz over Prince Saran as her husband. However, her father's unyielding stance had sparked an unprecedented sense of rebellion within her, extinguishing any fondness she had harbored for Havertz. In her turmoil, Grisa found herself wandering the periphery of the camp. When confronted by a guard, she cleverly feigned a need to inspect the sentries, though her true intention was merely to stroll and alleviate her vexation. Yet, this search yielded unexpected results. As she passed beneath a tree that had originally concealed a hidden sentry, Grisa heard no sound, as if the sentinel had perished. Driven by disbelief, she climbed the trunk only to discover the soldier had been struck in the forehead by an arrow, the tremendous force having penetrated his brainstem, leaving him unable to utter a warning. Such precision could only be the work of extraordinary northern hunters. It was evident a formidable foe had invaded. A glint of ferocity flashed in Grisa's eyes as she cast aside her displeasure, rolling her eyes back, and seized control of a seabird circling above the camp. After a meticulous reconnaissance, the seabird's keen vision revealed a small squad of night watchmen lying in ambush at the camp's edge, their steeds tethered nearby, seemingly poised for a charge. Interesting, it isn't even nightfall, and these wildlings are already in revelry. Within the camp, wildlings intoxicated from drinking from barrels mingled amidst the clamor, their raucous laughter carried by the sea breeze to Lion and his men in hiding. Listening intently, Spyam quietly remarked, "The wildlings are celebrating a wedding. Apparently, that of Doghead Hama's daughter. How delightful. Then I shall present a gift on behalf of the Night Watch Legion. How about the head of Doghead Hama?" Lion mused, observing the unguarded wildling camp, feeling considerably more at ease. Once night falls, and the wildlings have wholly lowered their guard, we shall launch our assault. My lord, that seabird seems a bit off. As a fifth-tier Night Watch sworn defender, Spyam's instincts were remarkably acute. Following his alert, Lion raised his gaze to see a seabird circling overhead, and he could discern an emotion of anger within its eyes. Have they finally spotted us? The seabird then emitted a piercing cry, just as Spyam lifted his bow, darting into the heart of the wildling camp, weaving through the throngs of revelers. This unusual behavior finally roused the drunken wildlings, who, now alert, clumsily grasped their weapons, bewildered by the threat of an imminent ambush. An elder wildling seemed to sense something amiss, gazing thoughtfully towards the woods. In the next instant, an arrow shot forth from the direction he was observing, piercing his chest and continuing until it embedded itself in another's arm. A 2-for-1 shot. Spyam is impressive. Lion commanded, even as his hands remained busy, unleashing arrows into the wildling camp. Regardless of how the wildlings attempted to evade, each of Lion's arrows found its mark in a head. As the chief instructor of the Night Watch, one must possess considerable skill. Witnessing their instructors perform so ferociously, the other sworn defenders of the Night Watch were spurred into action, unleashing a barrage that left the wildlings cowering behind shields and structures, unable to find respite. On rare occasions, when a wildling archer dared to rise and retaliate, an arrow would immediately sprout from their skull. The reckless slaughter of their kin enraged Grisa, who, controlling the seabird from the trees, felt an overwhelming fury. In her wrath, she withdrew from the seabird's perspective, brandishing a dagger, and stealthily approached Lion and his companions. Chapter 52. A duel with a formidable adversary, Doghead Hama. The Doghead Hama tribe is a vast clan boasting hundreds of wildling warriors. This time, the most elite of Doghead Hama's 100 or so subordinates infiltrated south of the Despair Great Wall, unencumbered by any civilian liabilities, their numbers allowing them to swiftly harry and harass the enemy, or retreat across the treacherous sea. Yet, they struggled to mount an effective counteroffensive against the Night Watch's assault, which numbered less than 1/5 of their own. Of course, the blame also lay with Doghead Hama, who had been incapacitated under Havertz's control, unable to issue commands personally. Indeed, Havertz bore a portion of the responsibility for his kin's tragic slaughter. Once the wildlings withstood their casualties and spontaneously formed a shield wall, the losses inflicted by the Night's Watch archers were significantly diminished. Have you spotted that distinctive tent? Charge in with me and seize Doghead Hama. Lion was the first to discharge all the arrows from his quiver, vaulting onto his steed, and the remaining sworn brothers of the Night's Watch promptly followed suit. drawing their great swords and resting them across their mounts. They were not cavalry, and wielding a great sword while mounted was impractical. Each one was, at best, a mounted infantryman who would need to dismount to engage the enemy with their swords. However, the 20 or so war horses, even within the confines of the cramped encampment, embodied the valor of 1,000 charging steeds. Kill. Lion drew forth his kiss of black and white, his one-handed sword deftly wielded in the saddle, and propelled by the momentum of his horse, he cleaved through numerous shield-bearing wildling warriors. The other sworn brothers of the Night's Watch followed closely behind, though a few unfortunate ones were unseated when their mounts were injured, falling into the wildlings' encirclement and facing a grim fate. Most dismounted alongside Lion, arriving at the tent suspected to house Doghead Hama. The wildlings, having survived in the frigid wilderness for so long, had each developed an extraordinary physique through their prolonged struggles against nature, beasts, and their kin. In one-on-one combat, the Night's Watch newcomers would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, they now faced the formidable fourth-tier sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, where the wildlings' pride in their physical prowess offered them no advantage. Moreover, the sworn brothers were clad in armor, boasting high defenses that rendered them impervious to the wildlings' axes, while the lightly armored wildlings found themselves grievously wounded or slain by the Night's Watch's greatswords. The loyalty of the wildling guards at the entrance of Doghead Hama's tent was unquestionable, even as their comrades fell one after another beneath the greatswords. They steadfastly defended the tent's entrance, refusing to allow the Night's Watch any further incursion. Yet, as time dragged on, the sworn brothers began to feel the strain. Despite their formidable skills, they were still mere mortals, besieged by a relentless barrage of axes from all directions, and no amount of technique could stave off their inevitable toll. Observing the increasing number of encroaching wildlings, even Lion felt a twinge of urgency. It was not concern for his own safety, but rather the realization that his hard-won elite squad was falling one by one. In mere moments, they would be utterly annihilated. Damn it, I underestimated these wildlings. Witnessing his men continue to fall, Lion's eyes blazed with fury. As if sensing his wrath, Specium roared, cleaving through the last two wildling guards at the tent entrance. Just as he intended to lift the tent flap and charge inside, a massive two-handed axe hurtled toward him. Fortunately, Lion had kept his focus on Specium, and in a split second, he kicked him aside. Without Specium's obstruction, the colossal axe continued its trajectory, crashing into the wildling ranks. A hapless wildling became its target, the enormous blade effortlessly piercing through his body and toppling several others in its wake. Even Specium was drenched in cold sweat from the sudden assault, realizing that had Lion not intervened with that timely kick, his fate would have mirrored that of the unfortunate wildling. As the axe sailed through the air, a towering wildling emerged from the tent. He wore a massive dog-headed iron helm and donned rare armor that gleamed with metallic luster among his kin. The style of the wildling's armor reminded Lion of a certain individual known as Sandor Clegane, the Hound, who served Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Yet, it was inconceivable for such a figure to be present here. Thus, the person before him could only be Doghead Hama. Removing his dog-headed mask, Doghead Hama revealed a face devoid of expression, his gaze shifting to Lion, where a flicker of emotion finally surfaced. To his surprise, these cursed crows had truly caught up to him. Doghead Hama spoke the words with a clenched jaw, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Lion found something unsettlingly familiar in Doghead Hama's gaze. Suddenly, he recalled the day Hod had been possessed by the wildling shapeshifter, as if he bore the same look. This time, you shall not escape. Lion raised his kiss of black and white, his tone brimming with confidence, oblivious to his precarious predicament. Ha! You seem oblivious to the reality of your situation. We're your army here. We might have to retreat, but in light of your grievous losses, do you truly believe you can capture me? As soon as Doghead Hama finished speaking, he drew two small hand axes from his waist and charged at Lion, intent on dismembering him. Witnessing the duel between their two leaders, the subordinates naturally halted their skirmishes, standing guard against each other with cold arrows and bolts. Doghead Hama's attacks were grand and sweeping, each axe swing executed with full force, and wielding two axes simultaneously. He was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Lion had encountered since arriving in this otherworldly realm. Yet, Lion's mastery of the one-handed sword was not without merit. Accustomed to dispatching foes with a single stroke, he relished the challenge of facing a worthy adversary, to avoid being caught in the crossfire of their intense battle. Both the Night's Watch and the wildlings cleared a wide space around them. Meanwhile, Grayshaw arrived just in time, witnessing the epic clash between her father and Lion. Despite her expertise in assassination, she could merely anxiously watch, yearning to unleash a surprise arrow, Yet fearing for her father's safety, she refrained. Inside the tent, Havertz, drenched in sweat, struggled to control Doghead Hama in his fight against Lion. To his astonishment, the wildling renowned for his valor was struggling against the Night's Watch youth in terms of strength. Furthermore, as Havertz was not skilled in combat, his attempts to manipulate Doghead Hama's body failed to unleash its full potential. After a moment's contemplation, Havertz decisively severed his control over Doghead Hama. Chapter 53. The Night King's Demise? Lion, I'm sorry, but I cannot comply. When Doghead Hama discovered he had regained control of his body, a flash of light darted before him, and without time to ponder, he instinctively rolled forward to evade Lion's cleaving strike. This reflex, honed through countless life-and-death battles, saved Doghead Hama's life. After rolling several times to stabilize himself, Doghead Hama finally grasped the situation. The Night's Watch had breached his encampment, and with no time to settle accounts with Havertz, Doghead Hama rose with a mighty roar, his axes dancing like the wind, appearing even more formidable than before. However, after gauging Doghead Hama's might, Lion grew weary of the contest. While Doghead Hama was indeed a worthy opponent, he could not afford to let his hard-earned elite soldiers perish in this battle. Thus, Lion resolved to end the confrontation swiftly, aiming not just to defeat Doghead Hama, but to claim his head as a warning to the remaining wildlings. Consequently, Lion's iconique circular maneuver re-emerged. No matter how ferocious Doghead Hama's strikes were, Lion adeptly maneuvered either to the left or to the right. Each of Doghead Hama's missed attacks invited a counterstrike from Lion. Despite Doghead Hama's towering stature and robust physique, along with his high-quality armor purchased at great expense from Braavos, Lion's somewhat unscrupulous tactics began to inflict numerous wounds upon him. You detestable crows, always evading like cowards. Do you lack the courage to confront me directly? After enduring a dozen blows from the frog-like boiling water of Lion, the dog-headed Hama staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath as he inquired. Very well, as you wish. Lion raised the black and white kiss, gathering his strength to prepare a decisive strike. Observing that Lion had finally resolved to cease evasion, the dog-headed Hama drew forth a massive 2-handed axe, comparable to the earlier flying axe. Huh, he bellowed, hoisting the axe high before bringing it down upon Lion with a force akin to splitting mountains. True to his earlier words, Lion neither dodged nor flinched in the face of this tremendous blow, instead lifting his sword in defiance. The clang of metal echoed through the air like the sound of iron striking iron. Before the colossal axe, the black and white kiss in Lion's hands appeared insignificant. Yet, with veins bulging in his arms, Lion resolutely blocked the strike. Although the immense force nearly wrenched the sword from his grip, a warm rush surged through his throat, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared beneath his feet. Nonetheless, both Lion and his sword remained largely unscathed, while the dog-headed Hama, who had the advantage in size, found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed as though this blow had drained Hama's strength, and the pain radiating from his hands made it impossible for him to maintain his hold on the axe. Moments later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the ground, struggling to kneel. Witnessing the extraordinary clash of power between the two, the surrounding wild men and Night's Watchmen lost all desire to continue fighting, as if their valiance paled in comparison to the lone figure of Lion standing in the center of the fray, akin to children's play. After gasping for breath, Lion gradually regained his composure and wiped the blood splattered on his face from Hama's mouth. Upon vanquishing Hama, the meager stamina that had been sapped by the wild men suddenly surged back to full vitality. With a bloodied visage, Lion surveyed the wild men around him. After a brief silence, it was one of them who first relinquished his weapon, followed by a sparse clattering of metal. Even the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, who stood alongside Lion, were struck with trepidation at his formidable prowess. Previously, in Black Iron Castle, they had witnessed Lion take on 10 or even 100 foes unarmed. Yet that had been a mere trial, with no one truly intent on inflicting harm. Now, however, the battle against the wild men was a literal life-and-death struggle, devoid of any room for trickery. Moreover, Lion had triumphed over a hulking wildman warrior through sheer, unparalleled strength. His gallant stature evoked memories among the Night's Watchmen of the legendary moment when King Robert Baratheon had slain Prince Rhaegar during the War of Usurpers. Nevertheless, amidst the wild men's traditional reverence for strength, one woman, in particular, remained defiant. Glacia silently concealed her murderous intent, wielding a short dagger as she circled behind Lion, confident that at this distance, no one could escape her assassination. In her mind, having bested her father and basked in the subservient gazes of the wild men, Lion was at his most vulnerable. Even the mightiest could tire and let their guard down. This fleeting opportunity was one Glacia could not afford to miss. Thus she struck. In the span of mere steps, no one could discern her movements, but in the next instant, she reversed her grip on the dagger, aiming its tip at Lion's throat, the most vulnerable and lethal point on a human body. In that moment, Glacia felt she could almost sense the searing blood coursing through the veins of this formidable Night's Watchman, splattering on her face. "Look out!" Spiam was the first of the Night's Watchmen to react, but his warning came too late to match Glacia's speed. In a flash of horror, Lion spun around, grasping her wrist with unyielding force. "Do you know who I am?" Assassination attempts become ineffective upon repetition. Lion smirked coldly, his gaze devoid of pity as it fell upon the striking wild woman before him. Taken aback by Lion's sudden counterattack, Glacia was momentarily startled, yet her reflexes remained sharp. As soon as her right hand was seized, she unhesitatingly released her grip, allowing the dagger to fall as she swiftly extended her left hand to grip it tightly, plunging it toward Lion's waist with ferocity. The events unfolded with breathtaking speed. By the time Spiam's warning reached the ears of the other Night's Watchmen, Glacia's dagger had already pierced deeply into Lion's side. "D," she cried, thrusting the dagger with all her might, as if to transfer the immense hatred within her to the blade, intent on impaling the Night's Watchman before her. Yet to her astonishment, even with the dagger embedded in his flesh, Lion continued to smile, albeit with a hint of mockery. "Girl, your strength is too feeble. You cannot even pierce my skin." With that, Lion delivered a powerful slap, sending the young woman sprawling to the ground. Slowly, he withdrew the dagger from his waist, and to everyone's surprise, not a drop of blood stained the blade. As if Lion's claim were indeed true, Glacia's strength was so diminished that she could not breach his skin's defenses. On the ground, Glacia's face swelled painfully, but compared to the physical agony, the reality of what had transpired struck her with greater alarm. How could this be? She had exerted all her strength. In truth, Lion also found himself perplexed by his own resilience. It seemed that with each battle his power increased, and his physique evolved toward an almost draconic level of defense. Ordinary blades and swords became increasingly ineffective against him. Perhaps in the future, he would need to consider comfort and durability over pure defensive measures. Chapter 54. The free folk shall never be slaves, unless provided with food and shelter. Upon witnessing Lion's enscathed state, Spiam dashed forward, the edge of his sword poised at Glacia's throat. "Wait!" Lion suddenly interjected, halting Spiam's advance. Glacia glared at Lion with venomous hatred, her resentment toward his assessment of her strength unwavering. However, the tide had turned. Even the dog-headed Hama lay defeated, and Glacia could not fathom who could possibly best the youthful yet frighteningly powerful Night's Watchman before her. "Given that you are the sole woman in the camp, your prowess is clearly not that of a mere camp follower. I am curious about your true identity." Lion, having personally slain no less than a dozen wild men in this battle, showed no mercy toward the wild woman, although he retained a modicum of tolerance toward those of striking beauty. After the skirmish, Glacia's wild spirit and her striking appearance reminiscent of the icy northern regions caused Lion, more accurately, young Lion, to take notice. In Grey Crow Village, typical farm women did not pique Lion's interest, but the other Night's Watchmen harbored no such scruples. In all fairness, Lion had long since adapted to the customs of this land, fully embracing the traits expected of nobles. His lasciviousness was no exception. "Cough, cough, damn crows. You shall not lay claim to her." The dog-headed Hama, having lain on the ground for some time, weakly threatened Lion. In response, Glacia steeled her resolve, producing another dagger from seemingly nowhere, pressing it against her own throat in a gesture of defiance. Observing this, Lion touched his face, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have acquired the qualities of a great villain without even realizing it. This simply would not do. It was not as if he had killed too many and become tainted by bloodlust. His psyche had not yet devolved to that extent. "Very well. Since she is your cherished possession, I shall refrain from invoking the title of lady." Leon cast a wistful glance at Glacia, who appeared to be quite youthful. Contemplating this, he squatted before her, disregarding the peril of the dagger clutched in her hand, and flashed a smile that he deemed radiant. "If you are willing, I can liberate you from this malevolent grasp." However, while Leon's smile radiated warmth, to Glacia it resembled the visage of a ferocious ice wolf. "Damn the raven. She is my daughter. Do not lay a finger on her. We can negotiate terms." As Leon approached Glacia, the dog-headed Hama, enduring immense pain, struggled to rise from the ground. Yet, he was swiftly knocked down by a Night's Watch Oathkeeper, who then performed a highly insulting gesture by placing a foot on Hama's face, forcing it deep into the mud-soaked earth stained with blood. "Ah, So she's your daughter. You two bear no resemblance whatsoever. Leon stood and approached Hama, waving his hand for the Oathkeeper to remove his foot from Hama's face. The nearby Night's Watchmen and wildling warriors paid no heed to the unfolding events. Ever since the others became mere legends, the prolonged conflict between the Night's Watch and the wildlings, stretching over millennia, had ingrained a profound animosity and disdain within both factions, rendering such levels of insult trivial in their eyes. Should the Night's Watch find themselves in a similar predicament of defeat today, their situation would hardly improve. As Hama lifted his head from the mud, disappointment was etched across his features as he surveyed his kin, who had discarded their weapons and armor. Not a single soul was willing to rise in defiance, and Hama's injuries relentlessly reminded him that in direct combat, they were no match for Leon. Even Grayshaw, who had graduated from the House of Black and White and specialized in ambush tactics, could not breach Leon's defenses. Their numerical advantage had evaporated in this skirmish, and unless the wildlings were prepared to pay the price of losing their chieftain, they stood little chance. Without the chieftain's protection, even if these wildlings miraculously returned to their icy homeland, they would inevitably face the fate of being buried alive by the king beyond the wall, with their families scattered among other tribes. Do you believe there is still a necessity for negotiations under these circumstances? Release my kin. They have already succumbed in this war, and I can provide you with intelligence concerning the very survival of your Night's Watch. Oh, pray tell, if it is indeed so critical, terms may be discussed. As a look of interest bloomed on Leon's face, Grayshaw suddenly shouted, "Father, do not jeopardize the king's plans for our sake." Grayshaw's mouth was quickly muffled with a coarse cloth, yet her words instilled a flicker of doubt in Hama, who momentarily hesitated before resolutely shaking his head, evidently choosing between the king's command and the fate of his kin. Let them depart 5 miles from the coastline, and I shall divulge the information. Hama added another condition. Release you, only to allow you to continue wreaking havoc among the Northmen. Moreover, how can I trust that your words hold any truth? What if the intelligence you claim to possess bears no value to me? I assure you my kin will immediately retreat by ship to the lands north of the wall, and my intelligence will surpass your wildest expectations. After Hama's declaration, Spyam, who had spent considerable time among the Night's Watch and understood the wildlings' ways, approached Leon without any hesitation, openly stating, "My lord, the assurances of wildlings are notoriously unreliable. I swear on the weirwood of the old gods, if I utter a single falsehood, may the fires of the 7 hells consume me on the spot." Hama, feeling his integrity questioned, summoned all his strength to rise and half-kneel in oath. Perhaps a more prudent course would be for you all to pledge allegiance to me. This way, none shall perish, and I can confidently consider your intelligence. How does that sound? Impossible. Free folk shall never be enslaved. No, my lord, the wildlings cannot be trusted. As Leon proposed his view, he was met with opposition from both the wildlings and the Night's Watch, prompting him to smirk and continue, "Very well, in that case. You and your daughter must remain as hostages. By the way, does your tribe not harbor a shapeshifter? Hand him over as well." Within the tent, Havertz, who had been covertly observing the situation, felt a chill run through him upon hearing Leon's words. Given Leon's decisive demeanor, he realized that should he fall into Leon's clutches, his fate would be grim, and he resolved to escape. "You mean Havertz? He is right inside the tent." As Hama recalled how his body had been manipulated moments ago, a surge of fury welled within him. Had it not been for Havertz's earlier disruption, the outcome might have been quite different. Yet suddenly, Hama conceived a notion that would serve 2 purposes. You may enter the tent and see for yourself. He fell ill upon his escape, and perhaps he has already perished. Perished? For one who could easily manipulate others' consciousness, Leon felt a twinge of unease. Yet he would not trust mere hearsay without witnessing the shapeshifter's corpse himself. Just as Havertz was contemplating his escape, he was startled by Hama's words, but then considered the possibility of testing his powers. If he could control someone as formidable as Leon, he would be invincible. Thus, he prepared himself at the entrance of the tent, waiting for Leon to enter so he could immediately employ his mind control technique. Chapter 55. 2 consciousnesses in Leon's mind, escaping the shapeshifter's mental control. For the first time in his life, Havertz felt as though time had come to a standstill. As he awaited Leon's entrance, he could distinctly hear Leon's footsteps and the rapid beating of his own heart, their rhythms gradually synchronizing. Leon stood at the entrance of the tent, hesitating for a moment. This brief pause nearly drove Havertz to distraction. "The Raven is inside. It is up to you whether you dare to enter." Observing Leon merely standing at the tent's entrance instead of stepping in, even though he was on the verge of anxiety, Hama managed to pose a question with a hint of mockery. "Ah, A test of courage, Leon thought, heightening his vigilance before boldly stepping into the tent. What Leon did not anticipate was that the wildling who had fled stood unwavering at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Leon, he rolled his eyes back, nearly fainting from shock, as if he had been enchanted by Leon's charm. However, that was clearly impossible. Despite Leon's prior preparation of closing his eyes to avoid direct contact, his mind still reverberated as though struck by a heavy hammer. Beyond that, Leon sensed nothing amiss. After a moment, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to find a man before him rolling his eyes, his body twitching, and a perplexed expression adorning his face. After waiting in vain for any signs of being controlled, even Leon, who was not particularly astute, came to realize that he had fallen victim to Hama's treachery, prompting a surge of irritation as he seized the man by the neck, lifting him off the ground and tossing him before Hama. Hama gazed in shock at the shapeshifter Havertz now sprawled on the ground, unsure whether he was feigning or genuinely unconscious. Leon, however, was disinterested in pondering this, drawing his sword and placing it against Hama's neck. I have had enough of your tricks. Did you intend for him to control me? Clearly, he has failed. Now, you shall reveal your secrets before you meet your demise. Although Havertz had invaded Leon's mind the moment he entered, he was astonished to discover that two distinct paths had emerged within Leon's consciousness, as if two separate awarenesses resided within a single mind. After cautiously selecting a path, he discovered that what lay before him was not the familiar sight of Leon, but rather a chaotic expanse akin to a dark, starry sky. The chaos devoured his consciousness entirely, catching him off guard. This was the first time since awakening his shapeshifter abilities that he experienced such terror. Even more frightening was the realization that his consciousness could not return, as if an endless void had severed its connection to himself. Fortunately, the darkness was not absolute. In the far distance, a glimmer of light seemed to emerge. With no other recourse, Havertz resolved to strive towards that faint illumination. Witnessing his scheme unraveled by Leon, the goblin chieftain, Hama, lowered his head in despair. Even the shapeshifter, who could manipulate hearts, had failed. The Night's Watchman before him was indeed an extraordinary adversary. Mansred, forgive me, for the sake of my tribe, Hama thought, as he was not renowned among the free folk for his steadfastness. Keeping a secret that could secure his survival proved too arduous. Thus, he promptly divulged to Leon the news of the Northern King's assembly of 100,000 wildlings. Take this information to your commander, Old Bear. He will reward you handsomely. You have betrayed the Northern King? Is there still a place for your goblin tribe beyond the Great Wall? I shall lead my people eastward to Braavos, where I have connections. Yet, you have revealed nothing of the specifics, timing, gathering points, or which tribes are involved. How can I trust you? Moreover, you have a history of treachery against me. Leon shook his head in dissatisfaction after hearing Hama's intelligence. Send the rangers to investigate. Besides, it's just you few crows. If you were to kill me, do you think my kin would not fight to avenge me? As Hama spoke, Leon glanced at the sparse space beside him, where fewer than 10 Night's Watchmen were not only tending to the wounded, but also overseeing a multitude of captured wildlings. The wildling captives, though defeated, had not lost their wits entirely. They watched Leon's next actions with keen interest. Should Hama's head roll, it was obvious they would erupt into chaos. The scant Night's Watchmen could not contain these wildlings. Are you threatening me? You may perceive it as such. Without me as chief, I shudder to think of what they might do. Leon, undeterred, approached a wildling captive and tossed a hand axe at his feet. Go kill Hama. I will let you lead the remaining wildlings. I can even find you a suitable refuge. This wildling, a robust middle-aged man, glanced at Leon before seizing the axe and resolutely advancing towards Hama. Chris, will you heed the words of Crow? Hama struggled to lift his head, casting a bitter smile at the man before him. The man named Chris, his expression impassive, tightened his grip on the axe handle, though the furrow of his brow indicated he was deep in thought. Chris, you fought alongside my father through thick and thin. You were brothers in life and death. You cannot do this. Unbeknownst to him, Grayshaw, having spat out the coarse cloth from her mouth, shouted desperately at Chris. Leon watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Then, Chris knelt on Hama's back, raised the axe, and without hesitation, brought it down. Blood splattered, and Hama could hardly believe that he had not perished at the hands of a crow, but rather fell to the blade of his own kin. As Chris rose, he held Hama's head aloft, shaking it in front of Leon before casting at his feet. Amidst Gracia's anguished wails, Chris coldly declared, My lord, permit me to address you as such. My blood is half that of the Night's Watch. Therefore, please accept my fealty. Very well. I accept you and your kin into my ranks. Though Leon considered Chris's character despicable, he could not deny his ruthlessness, which was well suited for survival in these tumultuous times. Hama's sudden demise left many unprepared wildlings in disarray, until the few who stood to seek revenge against the traitor Chris were mercilessly cut down by the Night's Watchmen. Most wildlings remained oblivious to the shift. Hama is dead. You cannot survive if you flee back to the ice fields. Join me, Chris boldly urged his former kin. Even those who did not immediately join the uprising cast hostile glances in his direction. Not a chance. By the old gods, unless we die, you shall never become chief of our goblin tribe. A group of elder wildlings rose, their faces solemn, rebuking Chris. Meanwhile, the Night's Watchmen had filled their quivers with arrows, now aiming at the wildlings. Chris's eyes betrayed a flicker of reluctance as he subtly shook his head at the elders among the wildlings. Yet, the enraged elders were either oblivious or unwilling to trust this man who had slain their former chief. Stand down. The Night's Watchmen, with unerring accuracy, released their arrows, leaving no room for failure at such close range. Chris's animosity towards Leon deepened, though he concealed it well, remaining undetected. And you, Leon, approached Grayshaw. Crouching to grasp her chin, my lord, please grant her to me. Before Leon could respond, Chris, steeling himself, made a bold request. To entrust her to a man who has killed her father? Intriguing. I accept. At that moment, commotion erupted around the camp, with voices and neighing horses as Leon's main forces rushed to the scene. Upon learning of the events that had transpired, Sam felt a twinge of guilt. Charging into a camp of hundreds of wildlings with fewer than 20 men was perilous, yet they had triumphed thanks to Leon's defeat of the enemy chief. It was a reckless gamble, but thankfully, Leon emerged unscathed. Finally, Sam cast a wary glance at the newly appointed chief of the goblin tribe, Chris, sensing an untrustworthy nature within him. However, upon sharing his concerns with Leon, he was met with a knowing expression. Seeing that Leon was unfazed, Sam chose not to press further. That night, in the cleanse camp, aside from the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, no one would suspect that a gruesome battle had unfolded there earlier. In the wildling camp, now belonging to Chris, Grayshaw, despite having heard Chris's explanations, remained seething with anger, attempting to assassinate him multiple times, only to be restrained by the few remaining wildling elders. Chris's actions were justified. That crow named Leon acted with such confidence because his men were already lying in wait. Should Chris have refused, we would all have perished. One elder urged Grayshaw. Indeed, Grayshaw, living is the only way to avenge your father. Under the cover of night, take a ship to Braavos. Your abilities are insufficient. You must summon a true, faceless man, no matter the cost. Another elder strategized. As night deepened, a stirring broke out among the hastily buried remains of wildlings and Night's Watchmen outside the camp. After a time, a hand emerged from the mound of corpses, soon followed by the head of the shapeshifter, Havertz. In Leon's mind, the chaos had endured for what felt like an eternity, but at last he emerged, his consciousness returning to his own body. He cast a glance at the haphazard piles of lifeless bodies surrounding him, and in that moment, he comprehended the grim reality. Others had mistaken him for one of the deceased and buried him alive. It must be said that fortune favored him, for even though Lion had ordered that all bodies be incinerated, the savage captives tasked with the grim chore had merely set ablaze a small fraction of the corpses for appearances, discarding the majority into desolate corners. At that moment, the aberrant Havertz scrambled out, utilizing hands and feet, casting a deep gaze towards the direction of the tents before hastily making his way towards the concealed vessels along the coastline. He silently vowed that no matter how prosperous his future might become, he would never again dare to provoke the extraordinarily gifted Lion. In Lion's thoughts, Havertz seemed to have undergone a harrowing escape. He felt an overwhelming confusion, even unsure of how to articulate the bizarre phenomenon he had experienced. Was it possible for two consciousnesses to coexist within a single mind? Had Lion been able to peer into Havertz's heart, he might have chuckled and offered this explanation. I suffer from schizophrenia. It is quite normal for me. Chapter 56. 3 Waves of Assassination from the Faceless Ones. At the coastline, several small vessels resembling tentacles lay anchored, while shadows flitted about, furtively engaged in some task along the shore. You two, split into 2 groups. One must swiftly report to the king beyond the wall about our failed ambush, while the other shall escort Gracia to the House of Black and White to summon a true faceless man. Chris did not make an appearance, remaining at the camp to deal with Lion and the group of night watchmen, while the responsibility of organizing personnel fell to an elder of the Doghead tribe. What shall we do if that raven demon discovers our diminished numbers? As they approached the boat, Gracia, who moments ago had appeared unafraid even upon witnessing her father's death, now wept uncontrollably as she bid farewell to her kin. as though this departure signified a tragic separation. Fear not, the free folk escorting you are all new faces trained beforehand. The raven shall not perceive them. The elder continued, very well, the burden of avenging your father is now yours. Who knows when the king beyond the wall shall breach the great wall? Let us proceed swiftly. The elder waded into the water, joined by several wild men as they exerted themselves to push the vessel further out until the water reached their chests. Under the moonlight, the elder observed the boats gradually disappearing beyond the horizon, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. However, as this group of wild men made landfall, the trees along the coastline seemed to have conspired, collectively igniting torches. In the dim light, the elder discerned the young knight watchman leading the group, his face ashen. Lioness Central Command tent was situated within the original encampment of Doghead Hama, and the furnishings remained largely unchanged. At this moment, Lion sat in the massive wolfskin chair of Doghead Hama. Speak, Chris, what have your men done? Lion's tone was rigid, his eyes revealing an unspoken fury, and on his face, Chris detected a profound disappointment and distrust. The surviving night watchmen had all sworn an oath, rising to the ranks of fifth-tier night watchmen. They stood alongside the only fully leveled troop, the defenders of Spyam, inside the tent. Barely 10 individuals instilled a sense of immense pressure upon Chris and the several drenched wild men present, as if the moment they uttered a falsehood, Spyam's greatsword would descend upon their necks. The elder knelt on the ground, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Although it was midsummer, the season had shifted, and the seawater was icy and biting. Each of them, drenched, trembled uncontrollably, yet not a single hearth burned within Lion's tent. Should they survive the night, they would undoubtedly fall ill, and in an era devoid of antibiotics, many had perished for what would otherwise seem a mere cold. My lord, Chris, unable to bear the sight of his kin's suffering, resolved to rise and accept responsibility. Have several fled to seek aid from the king beyond the wall? Lion's words were sharp, cutting Chris off immediately. Lion's army panel had yet to receive any loyalty applications from Chris, not even from a single wild man. What did this signify? It indicated that while these wild men professed fealty, they were mentally poised to revolt at any moment. Lion had always held a wary stance towards this group of wild men. Yet, he had not anticipated that despite all calculations, they would find a loophole and escape. My lord, listen to me. They merely sought a stroll under the stars and unexpectedly fell into the water. Even if Lion suspected part of the truth, Chris maintained his composure, brazenly delivering his fabrication. A few people took a walk and all fell into the water together. Chris, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lion retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. For us, the night watchmen are equally untrustworthy. How many generations have perished in our millennia-long war? Faced with the unrelenting exposure of his deception by Lion, Chris remained unfazed, stepping closer to Lion with a fearless demeanor. In a flash, Spyam drew his sword, wielding it with the agility of a mere twig. The blade pointed directly at Chris' chest. Should the latter take another step forward, Spyam would not hesitate to strike. Oh, what do you wish to convey? Noticing an underlying message in Chris's words, Lion shifted his posture, reclining comfortably in the wolfskin chair, casually plucking the starry bough gifted after the demise of Doghead Hama, occasionally plucking the string while listening intently. Night watchman, Chris no longer used respectful titles, and this time, not just Spyam, but all fifth-tier night watchmen stood poised, drawing their swords in unison, awaiting Lion's command to cleanse the tent of the wild men within. Chris halted, glancing at Spyam's expression, which now bore a hint of apprehension. Yet he continued, You know we free folk will never be enslaved. We will obey no one except our tribal chieftains. But do you know how the throne of the king beyond the wall came to be? How? Yuan Quayod. It was seized by force, as has been the way of the rulers of the frigid lands throughout history. Lion detected the subtext in Chris' words. Yet he played the role of an attentive foil. No, it is different this time. The current king beyond the wall possesses the blood of the night watchman. He is your oath breaker, yet he embodies hope for all of us free folk. He united the disparate tribes scattered across the land, the Hardfoot, the Sarens, the tribes of the Wastes, and even the Giants. We chose him to lead us out of despair. If he wishes, we could even assist him in seizing that iron throne from you Southerners. Chris's words resonated with the wild men present, as expressions of agreement spread across their faces. Winter is coming. We have discovered signs of the others in the north. The army of the dead is growing at an unimaginable pace, with the spirits of those who perished in the icy wastelands over the millennia reviving. Yet this time, their goal is to consume all living beings. As Chris's narrative unfolded, the air within the tent seemed to grow notably colder. Even the night watchmen, who were typically skeptical of the tales of the others, fell into a hushed silence, refraining from rebuttal. Especially Sam, who had encountered the others firsthand, wore a look of sheer dismay. He stood and inquired, "Where has the army of the dead reached now?" "Fat Crow, your continued ease in sitting here interrogating us indicates that the king beyond the wall is presently leading the free folk army against the dead in the icy wastelands. Should we falter, you shall soon witness it from atop the Great Wall." In response to Sam's question, Chris shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Chapter 57. The wild men are untrustworthy. Winter is coming, a phrase long absent from conversations. Spyam sighed, then cast an inquiring glance towards Leon. Should Leon disagree with this assertion, deeming it the ramblings of savage, he would promptly execute Chris. However, Leon's expression was peculiar, leaving Spyam somewhat perplexed. At sea, after drifting for a considerable time, Grease's small vessel had completely departed from the coastline. Meanwhile, Grease silently vowed that regardless of the cost, she would procure blood money to commission the Faceless to assassinate Leon. Passive task: evade the Faceless pursuit. Introduction: your adversary, Grease Hama, an external operative of the House of Black and White, is en route to solicit the Faceless for the assassination of the host. You must successfully evade 3 waves of assassination attempts by the Faceless within 6 months. Failure will result in death. Reward for success: master the House of Black and White. Each month, for 6-tier Faceless will be refreshed, allowing you to freely convert any unit of the same tier. This passive task cannot be cancelled. Upon completion, you will unveil a corner of the world's grand tapestry. The long-absent voice of the God of 1,000 Faces echoed in Leon's mind, yet this time it prompted him to stifle an urge to scoff. After all, there's 1,000 days for a thief, but whoever hears of 1,000 days to guard against a thief? As for the promised 6-tier Faceless upon completion of the task, who would care for a mere 4 6-tier soldiers 6 months hence? Leon mused silently. Yet, he likely did not realize that significant disparities existed even among 6-tier soldiers, rivaling the chasm between a 1st-tier Night Watch rookie and a 6th-tier Night Watch Sentinel. For instance, what the cavalry and combat panels failed to mention was that the Night Watch Sentinels only possessed a level of 32, while the 6th-tier Giants and others boasted terrifying levels of 80 and 90, respectively. Thus, the Faceless rewarded for this task were far from trivial. Observing Leon's contemplative demeanor, Chris pressed on with his persuasion. Now, faced with a formidable enemy, while the king beyond the wall perceives your Night Watch as a dilapidated door easily pushed open, you still possess the wall. The king beyond the wall is reluctant to assault you, as it would result in too many innocent free folk casualties. In the imminent future, every living soul will be an indispensable force to counter the army of the dead. So what? Leon halted his thoughts, lifting his gaze to reveal a chilling glint in his eyes. Although Chris felt a shiver under Leon's penetrating stare, he persevered. Thus, we free folk and your Night Watch should temporarily cease our unwarranted slaughter and unite under the command of King Mance Raider to collectively combat the others. I am not the old bear. I lack the authority to decide on your proposal. However, before we proceed, should we not discuss your request for that wretched woman, Greasa, to enlist the Faceless for my assassination? Leon slammed his hand on the armrest and rose abruptly from his wolfskin throne, his gaze fierce as it bore down on Chris. Witnessing the sudden escalation, every Night Watch Oathkeeper drew their swords against the necks of the wildlings, poised to strike at the slightest signal from Leon. I can only apologize. If you persuade your Night Watch commander to ally with the king beyond the wall, when Greaser returns with the Faceless, I shall advocate for you. Even the cunning Chris, caught off guard by Leon's revelation of his concealed secret, stammered in a hasty attempt to salvage the situation. No need for that. A mere assassin holds no fear for me. You treacherous rats, devoid of trust and honor. I shall decree your death sentence and personally serve as the executioner. Leon grasped the luminous star, knocking an arrow with fluid grace, aimed squarely at Chris. Coldly, he inquired, "Do you have any final words?" Realizing he had failed to persuade Leon, or that his reckless decision to let Greasa escape had undone him, Chris could not claim he felt no regret. Yet, at this point, remorse could not summon Greasa back. He could only see his error through to the end. Regrettably, I shall not witness the downfall of that dog-headed chieftain Hama, Chris uttered as his last words. With a swift release, Leon's arrows found their mark, and the wildlings, previously frozen in fear, lacked any means to resist. In mere moments, the ground beneath him became strewn with the souls of the fallen wildlings. However, unbeknownst to all, including Leon, the final arrow shot forth had actually been 2. Subsequently, in a fit of vexation, Leon ordered the corpses to be removed. "My lord Leon, what shall we do next?" Sam, glancing nervously at the wrathful Leon, timidly inquired, "Should we inform the commander of what Chris has disclosed?" Leon turned his gaze toward Sam, bemused by the question. "Do you think the old bear would trust mere words? I doubt our rapport has reached such depths. You shall depart tomorrow, taking a few wildlings alive to Black Iron Fortress. And what of you, my lord?" "I shall journey to Eastwatch myself to inquire of Carter Pike. Has he gone deaf or blind to allow such a multitude of wildlings to infiltrate the wall?" In truth, Leon's reproach towards Carter Pike was rather harsh, considering that even the heavily fortified Black Iron Fortress could scarcely deploy enough rangers beyond half a mile, instead relegating them to patrol at the wall's base. Could a mere Eastwatch possibly deter wildlings arriving across the sea? At the same time, Leon found himself troubled by the wildlings' obstinacy. His initial intent to spare their lives stemmed from a desire to harness the unique scouting abilities of the oddities among them, hoping to subdue a few for his purposes. Yet, their tenacity far exceeded his expectations, a consequence of the recent laxity in apprehending bandits, which led Leon to underestimate the difficulty of taming wildlings. It seemed that only after defeating the king beyond the wall and seizing the Horn of Free Folk could he begin to amass troops from the wildling ranks. For now, he must proceed methodically, capturing bandits and converting prisoners into regular soldiers. Large strides could not be taken too hastily. Over this period, Leon had personally slain numerous foes, even earning a notorious reputation among the Night Watch's new recruits as the harbinger of death. Yet, after surpassing level 10, the experience points necessary for leveling up progressed at a glacial pace, far from the rapid ascension witnessed at the beginning. Finally, after slaying Chris and his band of wildlings, Leon leveled up once more, contemplating the imminent threat of assassination by the Faceless. Though uncertain of their true caliber, he remained vigilant, recalling their fearsome reputation as depicted in tales akin to death itself. Thus, upon accumulating 3 points of free attributes, Leon allocated them entirely to his stamina, causing his previously modest 17 points to surge past the threshold of 20. After dismissing the others from the tent, Leon conducted a small experiment on himself with the kiss of black and white. Nowadays, ordinary blades posed no threat to his defenses. Only weapons of Valyrian steel, on par with the kiss of black and white, could inflict significant pain. Completing his experiment, Leon felt reassured. As long as the Faceless did not wield opulent Valyrian steel for his assassination, he should not face instant demise. Furthermore, upon reaching 20 points in stamina, the combat panel rewarded Leon with a new skill concerning movement. Chapter 58. As a traveler from another world, Leon began to take this realm seriously. Skill unlocked. Force March. You and your troops can maintain maximum marching speed for a day, with a cooldown of 1 week. Activation is flexible and unrestricted by marching methods. Upon reviewing the description of his newfound skill, Leon felt as though he had acquired a seemingly formidable ability. Yet, it was merely a skill for fleeing. But who was Leon? Aside from Daenerys, the others, and the Faceless, whom did he have to fear? Truly, Leon displayed a look of disdain. Yet he promptly elevated the priority of this skill to its highest level. Until he concluded the assassination of the Faceless man, Leon would remain perpetually vigilant. By the way, why not inquire with Maud? With the God of 1,000 Faces system at my disposal, how could I possibly be pursued by a Faceless man? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Leon's mind as he recalled an old acquaintance among the Faceless men. He swiftly retrieved the Braavos coin he always carried with him and summoned Maud. Before long, a new recruit of the Night's Watch appeared in Leon's tent, oblivious to the world around him. "Someone has arrived," a sinister voice echoed behind Leon, startling him despite his intense focus. Maud's entrance was so stealthy that even Spyam, the Night's Watch sentinel stationed at the entrance, failed to notice. Leon, too, was oblivious to how Maud had managed to materialize behind him, disguised as a new recruit. Suppressing his fear and anger, Leon asked without turning around, "Did I not forge a contract with the God of 1,000 Faces? Why then do I receive warnings of assassination from the Faceless men? You executed your task commendably, managing to meet the deadline. Though your methods were somewhat reckless and lacked finesse, perhaps it is simply your style," Maud replied, diverting the topic to the matter of dealing with the dog-headed Hama. His tone carried an air of condescension, seemingly disapproving of Leon's approach. Following Maud's remarks, Leon remained silent for a considerable time, appearing to sulk. Thus, Maud stepped in front of Leon, forcing a smile on his otherwise impassive face, as if attempting to soothe the child. "The Faceless men are elusive, capable of assuming any visage, whereas I lack such abilities and must rely on my sword to carve a path for myself." Leon raised his head, his palm resting on the cold blade of black and white kiss, his body taut and poised for an outburst. Noticing the hostility emanating from Leon, Maud offered an awkward smile and inquired, "It seems the boy is not here merely for crafting gear, but rather to seek knowledge. Indeed, what level of skill does the faceless man sent to assassinate me possess? What am I in the eyes of the god of 1,000 faces? Merely a plaything. And you, are you friend or foe?" After Leon articulated his 3 inquiries in one breath, Maud's expression transformed from a smirk to one of relief, as if he deemed Leon's intellect salvageable. Without contemplation, Maud extended a single finger. "What does that signify?" Leon furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glare at Maud, who bore a riddle-like demeanor. Were it not for the concern that he might not best Maud in a confrontation, Leon would have relished the opportunity to confront him. The boy is overly greedy. Thus, I can only answer one question. Of course, you may reconsider, as this is the first time I am addressing your queries. I shall choose to offer this for free. Seeing the seriousness etched on Maud's face, Leon felt a tingling sense of unease. Uncertain which of his questions bore greater significance and would be more beneficial to his current situation. After much deliberation, Leon too raised 2 fingers. "Take a guess. I shall play the riddle master," he thought inwardly. However, Maud did not dwell on the implications of Leon's gesture. Regarding the boy's second question, the god of 1,000 faces would not withhold the truth. In his eyes, the boy was not a mere plaything. Rather, he was a mortal tasked with a momentous mission. Yet, at this juncture, Maud refrained from articulating the entirety of his thoughts. Shaking his head at Leon with an undertone of disdain, his demeanor perpetually resembling that of someone pacifying a child, Leon deduced that his earlier reckless assaults on the wildling camp and indiscriminate killings did not align with the expectations the god of 1,000 faces held for him. However, Leon's attitude towards this world had not always been thus. Before the system's intervention, he merely aspired to engage with characters destined for greatness, ensuring his own survival and securing a foundation for himself amidst the impending chaos. Yet upon acquiring the mounted combat interface, Leon's mindset inevitably shifted. Why not opt for the mindless thrill of riding and slashing? Alas, he sensed an unseen hand manipulating his fate, compelling him to maintain his integrity. In this world, the notion of pursuing a singular path to the bitter end appeared to be a certain route to demise. At the very least, Leon had already discerned that Maud, a devotee of the god of 1,000 faces, would go to great lengths to thwart him. Thus, Leon resolved to engage his intellect in contemplation. This inquiry was complimentary, implying that future questions would not come without a price. As a high school student on the brink of examinations, Leon's intellect was at its zenith, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the subtext of Maud's words. Indeed, in this world, knowledge held value. Until the boy could acquire it independently, he would need to pay dearly for any insights he sought. Maud regarded Leon with a soft gaze, observing the shift in his mindset with satisfaction. Perhaps it was only this version of Leon who deserved the favor of the god of 1,000 faces. Leon initially intended to experiment by posing various questions to gauge the cost of knowledge. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. As a traveler who had read the original text and watched the series, he felt it unbecoming to act like a native, pestering a seer with incessant inquiries. "I shall seek you out when I have questions," he declared. "Boy, I must remind you of one crucial matter. In the eyes of the people of Westeros, those renowned for their moral depravity and infamy do not garner favor, unless you have chosen your path wisely." Before departing, Maud imparted this profound statement. "Oh, do you have a task you wish to assign to me?" Leon inferred that Maud was chastising him for his excessively negative self-assessment. Yet Leon did not perceive this as an insurmountable weakness. He intended to pursue his desires freely. Even the god of 1,000 faces had no right to dictate his actions. "No, boy, you're beginning to grow." Maud fell silent for a moment, then regarded Leon meaningfully before gradually exiting the tent. Chapter 59, The Unprotected EC Watch. "My lord, may I enter?" Just as Leon was lost in contemplation, Spyam's voice echoed from outside the tent. "Yes," Leon replied. Upon granting permission, Spyam entered, initially intending to report something, but halted upon witnessing Leon's unprecedented contemplative expression. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor of waking up ready to kill. Could it be that this little demon has thought of another enemy to slay? Spyam mused, instantly forgetting his previous intentions. "It's quite late. Do you need something?" Noticing Spyam merely staring at him, as if something unsightly marred his face, Leon instinctively rubbed his skin, ultimately only managing to pop a pimple. Spyam paused, his mind racing to find a topic to divert Leon's attention, but the more anxious he became, the more at a loss for words he felt. Ultimately, it was Leon who broke the oppressive silence that had settled between them. "A new recruit just left my tent. Did you see him? A recruit? Spyam furrowed his brow, for he had been intently observing the surrounding flora and fauna outside the tent. Yet he could not recall any impression of the new recruit that Leon spoke of. In the end, after exhausting his memory, Spyam shook his head in resignation, suspecting that Leon might have been hallucinating in the dead of night. Is there truly no one? Leon muttered to himself, waving his hand dismissively to send Spyam away. Although he was uncertain about Mord's capabilities, the Faceless One's ability to disguise and infiltrate was imperceptible even to troops of the 6th tier. Faced with the impending 3 waves of assassination from the Faceless Ones, it seemed that Leon would have to shoulder the burden alone. Thus, within the tranquil embrace of the night, his yearning for power surged restlessly. The following day, Leon's party set forth once more. Compared to their departure from Grey Crow Village, the morale of Leon's contingent had significantly improved. Along the journey, the new recruits engaged in constant skirmishes with bandits, amassing a wealth of experience. At this point, aside from the captured bandits, not a single soldier remained in the novice stage. The lowest rank among them was that of a 3rd-tier Night Watchman Elite Ranger. Naturally, the pinnacle of strength was still Leon, but among his ranks stood Spyam, who had risen to the status of a Night Watchman Defender. He had somehow acquired an impressively striking ensemble of black robes and armor, coupled with a remarkable 2-handed sword, exuding the air of a formidable lord as he rode atop his steed. In stark contrast to Spyam's seamless and luxurious black cloak made from rare sable fur. Alongside masterfully crafted steel chainmail adorned with intricate designs akin to that of the Imperial Guard, Leon's attire appeared tattered and ragged. Several times along the road, Leon felt an overwhelming urge to dash forward and don Spyam's vest for himself. However, out of respect for the chief instructor's authority, he restrained himself. Aside from equipping the new recruits, Leon was unburdened with the need to procure gear for the higher-tier troops, as it seemed that once they advanced, suitable equipment could be found strewn along the roadside. Moreover, it appeared that everyone accepted this bizarre twist of fate with an air of nonchalance. Sam departed with a handful of new recruits and wildling captives to report back at Black Iron Fortress. Thus, a grand procession of 200 elite 3rd-tier troops, occasionally interspersed with 4th and 5th-tier Night Watchmen, made their way toward EC Lookout. However, to Leon's disappointment, even upon reaching the castle gates of EC Lookout, Carter Pake had not dispatched so much as a single squad to greet him. Yet, although there was no deliberate reception, once Leon's party passed through the unguarded castle gates, he eventually encountered Carter Pake himself. This meeting transpired within a tavern located inside the city, in stark contrast to the lifeless, almost desolate streets of EC Lookout. The tavern, named Fragrant Grass, was bustling with activity. The tavern was filled with night watchmen sprawled out in various positions, intoxicated and utterly neglectful of their duties, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was still daylight. Meanwhile, women clad in minimalist attire flitted among the unruly night watchmen, generously accepting the advances of hands reaching out to them. One particularly voluptuous woman, with cascading waves of hair, seemed to notice a young and handsome newcomer standing at the entrance. Unlike the other boorish night watchmen, who shouted and clamored for drinks and women upon entering, he remained composed, prompting her to gravitate toward him, intending to charm this sweet young thing for herself. Spyam, however, was acutely aware of his guarding responsibilities. With a mere glare, he startled the unfortunate woman, causing her to retreat in disarray. This left Leon feeling somewhat exasperated, as he realized he had forgotten to communicate to Spyam beforehand. No need to intervene with the ladies, having already experienced the benefits of his well-endowed appearance. Leon turned his focus to more pressing matters. It was said that Carter Pake was characterized by a distinctly prominent alcoholic nose, which would become even more pronounced and red, akin to that of a clown's after indulging in drink. This made him easily recognizable. A figure at the bar fit this description perfectly. Where's the drink? Damn it, bartender. Can't you see my cup is empty? Carter leaned against the table, half awake and half asleep, grasping a wooden cup on the table. Feeling its weight was too light, he squinted at the cup and slammed it down, vocally expressing his displeasure. Seeing this, Leon approached with an air of resignation. Though 2 drunken night watchmen still managed to recall their duties and extended their hands in a token gesture to block his path, informed Carter Pake that Leon Victor, the newly appointed chief instructor of the night watchmen, has come to pay a visit. In the face of the obstruction from Carter's men, Leon remained calm and composed, politely stating his name. However, upon hearing Leon's introduction, Carter's subordinates merely raised their eyelids slightly, casting a difficult glance at Leon before breaking into a dismissive grin. Who do you think you are, kid? Daring to impersonate the chief instructor? Huh. Do you even know our chief instructor is a man capable of taking on 100 foes? Look at you, with your skinny arms and legs. You haven't even grown hair yet. Each of Carter's subordinates punctuated their words with a foul-smelling belch, prompting Leon to instinctively cover his mouth and nose. Witnessing such blatant disrespect and dilatory behavior, Spion was not inclined to tolerate it. Considering they were on Carter Pake's turf, he refrained from drawing his sword. Instead, he stepped forward and, as if lifting a small chick, seized the collar of Carter's subordinate, delivering a swift punch to his stomach. The man promptly expelled the contents of his stomach, the acrid odor causing a chain reaction among the patrons in the tavern. Chapter 60. Carter Pake's Indifference and Dismissiveness. If one were to say that Carter Pake was a capable individual, it would be a stretch, for the fortress he guarded, EC Lookout, was practically defenseless. Conversely, if he were merely a drunken buffoon, the night watchmen in the tavern, sensing the commotion, began to rise one by one, gathering around. Clearly, he possessed a commendable ability to command his subordinates, as they rallied to his aid at the first sign of trouble. Kid, which noble family do you hail from? You dare to meddle in affairs while dressed in black? Do you have a death wish for striking my men? Carter Pake, under the influence of alcohol, was supported as he staggered to face Leon, but his first words were an attack. No wonder the wildlings are most numerous near EC Lookout. With you and your subordinates behaving like this, you should be grateful the wildlings haven't already taken over. Leon, as a member of Black Iron Fortress, was not typically in a position to comment on matters concerning EC Lookout. However, his status as chief instructor, bestowed upon him directly by Old Bear, placed him on equal footing with Carter Pake, allowing Leon's reproach to carry weight. Upon hearing Leon's remarks, a flicker of anger crossed Carter's face. At that moment, one of Carter's men, having overheard Leon's introduction, leaned in to whisper something in his ear. After listening, Carter rubbed his bleary eyes, finally focusing on Leon and the formidable-looking Spion beside him. So you're the new chief instructor appointed by Old Bear? Why aren't you training that rabble in Black Iron Fortress? What business do you have here? Carter Pake, now somewhat sober, still spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. It seems all the scoundrels from EC Lookout have gathered in this tavern. In response to Carter Pake's taunts, Leon retorted without losing ground. Hearing this, Carter was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, a deep grunt emanated from his prominently red nose. Ah, you little rascal. Do you truly believe that defeating Colin and his band of rangers grants you the right to swagger among the Night's Watch? Let me be frank with you. Were it not for the fact that my meager forces from Eastwatch have been dispatched by the lieutenant to Black Iron Fortress for the expedition patrol, your mere words would have left you in quite the predicament here. Carter Pike, with an air of superiority, regarded Leon with disdain. So that is the case. Upon learning that Carter was not merely a drunkard idling away his days, but had at least sent men to partake in Old Bear's patrols, Leon's tone softened considerably. He casually pulled a chair from the side and sat down, adopting an attitude as if he wished to engage Carter Pike in a profound discussion about life. I have nothing to discuss with you, Coach. If you were truly competent, you would have immediately taken your men back to Black Iron Fortress. Carter's expression radiated refusal at Leon's actions. As for Eastwatch, I wish to know the current state of defense. How can wildlings operate right under your noses without your intervention? Wildlings? Huh, just a ragtag bunch of tattered, starving refugees from the wasteland, unable to survive the bitter cold. They wish to drag their families south of the wall to seek a better life. Carter added dismissively, monitoring and exterminating such valueless wildlings will only lead to increased wear on our weapons. I see no other benefit. Noticing Leon was about to retort, Carter Pike raised a hand, and the bartender promptly filled his cup with golden liquid. If you have journeyed all this way merely to discuss such matters with me, you need not say more. A ship from Braavos arrived yesterday, bringing with it a cargo of wine. Drink this cup. It is a gesture of goodwill from Eastwatch. With that, Carter Pike extended the filled cup towards Leon, and at that moment, the tavern's patrons, including the serving staff, fixed their gaze upon Leon's next move. This moment would determine whether Leon would earn the respect and friendship he sought from Eastwatch. Should Leon choose to refuse, it was likely that Eastwatch would no longer welcome him and his company, despite their shared brotherhood in the Night's Watch. Leon pondered for a moment, then smiled as he accepted the cup. With a flourish, he drained its contents in one go, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, exclaiming, "No wonder you are so fond of this. The wine is indeed splendid." Ha! I knew a man capable of taking on 100 would not lack in drinking prowess. Seeing Leon down the drink, Carter Pike's earlier displeasure evaporated, replaced by a radiant smile. He then threw an arm around Leon's shoulders, and in an instant, the pair appeared as brothers in arms. The swift change in atmosphere left Spicium momentarily dumbfounded. He had prepared for a confrontation between Leon and Carter Pike. Yet here they were, bonding in camaraderie. However, Spicium's usual stern demeanor masked his embarrassment, and no one seemed to notice his discomfort. Even the man he had struck earlier approached with a grin, offering 2 cups of wine, one of which he handed to Spicium. Yet Spicium was of a different temperament than the drunken revelers among the Night's Watch. Since assuming his role as Leon's protector, he had abstained from alcohol, instead resting his double-handed sword on the ground like a staff, his hands resting on the hilt, standing guard beside Leon like a sentinel. Perhaps it was the first time anyone had seen Spicium behave so uncharacteristically among the Night's Watch, and thus no one dared to interrupt the private conversation between Leon and Carter Pike. Is it true that this place is quite close to Braavos, making trade flourish? Leon inquired, repeatedly raising his cup, pouring drink after drink down the increasingly inebriated Carter Pike, seeking to extract information from him. Given that some of Leon's questions carried personal motives, he had to ensure that Carter remained oblivious to his intentions while in a state of sobriety. Flourish? Hardly. Thanks to that decree issued from the Iron Throne, it's been a fortnight since a smuggler has been caught in Dolphin Bay. Observing Leon's seemingly insatiable capacity for drink, Carter Pike's appetite for alcohol was piqued. After several cups, he began to divulge everything Leon wished to know, spilling secrets like beans from a bamboo tube. And what are the merchants from Braavos? Are there any particular goods that might pique their interest? Goods? Here we have nothing but wildlings and bird droppings, and the disgraceful Night's Watchmen who, after a few drinks, shamelessly urinate everywhere. Carter Pike's remark elicited laughter from the surrounding brothers of the Night's Watch. Rather than being offended, raised their cups in hearty mirth. And what are the Braavos merchants? Surely, after all these centuries, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms have only the North still supporting the Night's Watch, occasionally sending supplies. I would think the Braavosi across the narrow sea need not worry about wildling incursions, do they? The merchants claimed they were blown to Eastwatch by a storm. They said the loss of cargo was secondary. The primary concern was repairing their ships at the dock. But it matters not, as the cost of dock rental has already been covered by fine wine. Oh, I shall take a look. Perhaps their vessel carries something of interest to me. With that, Leon set down his cup and, accompanied by Spicium, made his way directly to the docks. Leon's sudden departure left both Carter Pike and the ever-prepared Spicium momentarily taken aback. Yet, as Leon hastened out of the tavern, he strode purposefully towards the docks. As Eastwatch, one of the North's few ice-free ports, boasted favorable geographical conditions for trade. It could indeed be a lucrative hub. Regrettably, the recent generations of Northern Guardians had lacked the commercial acumen, coupled with the draconian maritime prohibitions outlined in the kingdom's laws. Consequently, aside from the occasional smugglers trading iron goods and furs with wildlings to the north, there were no Braavosi willing to conduct business in this desolate place. In truth, Leon's intention to engage with the merchants was not a mere whim. Rather, as time passed, he felt an escalating sense of urgency regarding an impending crisis. The mere mention of Braavos by Carter Pike had triggered alarm bells in Leon's mind, prompting immediate vigilance. Whoever learned that 3 waves of faceless assassins could assume the likeness of familiar faces to strike them down would scarcely find rest. Leon's character dictated that he confront challenges head-on, especially with the formidable security his own strength provided. Thus, irrespective of whether the unidentified Braavosi merchants harbored any faceless men among them, Leon resolved to investigate. Upon arriving at the docks, Leon observed a well-dressed merchant, distinct in appearance from the locals, engaged in amiable conversation with 2 Night's Watchmen, occasionally gesturing towards a large ship on the distant sea. Small boats, laden with cargo, were frequently coming ashore around them. Perhaps weary from dealing with 2 boastful Night's Watchmen, the merchant's eyes brightened upon first seeing Leon. After excusing himself from his companions, he strode confidently towards Leon. "It seems the storm was not too severe, and your ship is largely unharmed," Leon remarked, noting the stability of the ship on the water, its mast and sails appearing intact. "Thanks to the Seven and the grace of your presence. My vessel merely suffered a few gashes in the hull from the rocks. It will be repaired in a few days and ready to set sail." The merchant spoke in the common tongue of Westeros, his fluency unmarred by any accent. "Oh, seeing that you are so amiable and gracious, I find myself curious. Do the Braavosi also worship the Seven? Given that the first men and the Undul, along with the Roiner, shared common origins, it would not be surprising for them to hold similar beliefs. Moreover, my father was once a noble of the Riverlands in the Seven Kingdoms." The wealthy merchant refrained from disclosing his father's name and family lineage, presumably due to their less than honorable nature. Naturally, Leon would not stoop to the ignoble act of prying into such matters, and thus he promptly shifted the conversation to the crux of the issue. if I require manpower and ships to extract or from the mines and transport here? Would that pose a significant challenge for a merchant of your caliber? Upon uttering these words, Leon adopted the demeanor of a child, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he gazed incessantly at the grand ship upon the sea, embodying the innocence of one unacquainted with the world. Observing Leon's naivete, the merchant felt a sense of reassurance. Drawing from his extensive experience in the realm of commerce, he discerned that Leon's countenance was far from that of an ordinary foot soldier, especially in a time when even well-defined features were a rarity among the Night's Watch. Leon's unintentional display of poise and eloquence suggested a noble lineage from one of the Seven Kingdoms, likely as a second son or a bastard, who had impulsively joined the Night's Watch. Upon arriving here and realizing that the Night's Watch was not quite as he had imagined, it was only natural for him to reminisce about days gone by. As for the mines, and the Leon spoke of, the merchant suspected it was merely a euphemism from the noble circles Leon once inhabited, intended to replace less savory terms like brothels. This thought amused the merchant. After all, one had arrived at the wall, donned in black attire, yet still sought to maintain an air of nobility for whom? The merchant then donned a knowing expression and inquired, "Pray tell, where might I find thee or you seek? Is it the diverse oars of King's Landing, the untamed varieties from Dorne, or perhaps those from Braavos in the sweltering summer?" Clearly well-versed in the subject, the merchant recounted the myriad oars he had encountered and heard of from around the world. "What I seek is a mineral known as Dragonstone. Hailing from Dragonstone Island," Leon replied earnestly, seemingly oblivious to the merchant's underlying implications. "Dragonstone Island?" The merchant mused, furrowing his brow as he racked his brain for any notable brothels or courtesans associated with Stannis' barren lands. Is it proving to be a challenge? Noticing the merchant deep in thought, Leon produced a piece of Dragonstone, or he had fortuitously discovered, and presented it to the merchant. "You mean to say this?" The merchant gasped as he beheld the translucent, exquisitely sharpened, and delicately thin shard resembling a dagger, nearly causing him to stagger. He hastily grasped the piece of Dragonstone, feigning a meticulous evaluation to mask his embarrassment. Thanks to its fragile nature, this mineral, once a popular decorative item, had fallen out of fashion in Braavos over a century ago. The difficulty of acquiring it was neither trivial nor monumental. The crux lay in the fact that no one was willing to mine it anymore. However, if you believe it exists on Dragonstone Island, I can organize a crew for you to undertake the extraction. After listening to the merchant's astute remarks, Leon admired his extensive knowledge, but was also curious about one pressing matter. "What is the price?" He stated, "As you know, our Night's Watch cohort's finances are rather meager. How about this? Provide me with 100 golden dragons as startup capital, and once Dragonstone is indeed discovered and extracted from Dragonstone Island, I will sell it to you at the rate of 1,000 golden dragons per shipload. By the way, how much do you require?" This price seemed quite reasonable. Naturally, Leon's demand was for as much as possible. Currently, armed with the skill of pillage, he could earn 1 golden dragon for each kill, and coupled with the weapon Lu Xing's multiple arrow skill, it would not be difficult for Leon to amass wealth swiftly as he ventured north of the wall, engaging in a spree of slaughter. "Excellent, we have a deal." The merchant readily accepted the coin pouch Leon offered, weighing it before extending his hand for a firm shake. Their attendants presented 2 identical contracts, and both affixed their signatures. The free trade city-state was built upon trust. Those who violated contracts would be hunted down by the entire community, so Leon harbored no concerns regarding the merchant's fidelity. "Then, my lord Leon, farewell." Just as the transaction concluded and the merchant prepared to depart with satisfaction, Leon unexpectedly produced a coin from his pocket, a Braavos coin left to him by Meryn. According to the instructions given by the faceless man Jaqen to Arya Stark in the television series, presenting this coin to any Braavosi would ensure Arya's passage to the House of Black and White. "Do you recognize this coin?" Leon inquired, his tone casual, yet his gaze bore into the merchant's every movement. Despite their amicable deal moments prior, Leon showed no hesitation in contemplating the swift demise of the man before him. As for seeking Dragonstone, Leon could easily enlist another merchant for the task. Do you wish to go to the House of Black and White?" The merchant's face registered a mix of fear and trepidation upon seeing the coin in Leon's hand. "No, I merely wish to inquire." Leon stepped forward subtly, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Are there faceless men aboard your ship?" Chapter 62. The first wave of faceless men strikes. "Faceless men? My lord Leon, do you intend to assassinate someone?" The merchant retreated a step, sensing a hint of menace in Leon's gaze. Upon realizing the merchant's failure to directly answer his question, Leon's suspicions were confirmed. "It seems there are indeed faceless men aboard your vessel," he murmured to himself, though his words went unheard by the merchant. His eyes grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon the grand ship at sea. Based on Merrin's earlier demeanor, Leon surmised that the faceless men he might soon encounter, including Merrin himself, could very well be among the 3 assassins sent to eliminate him. Rather than remain passive, he resolved to take the initiative, thus retaining a semblance of control. When faced with the threat of the faceless men, Leon had never entertained the notion of calling for assistance. What if they disguised themselves as his subordinates and ambushed him from behind? Therefore, in confronting the faceless men, having a multitude of allies was not necessarily an advantage. "My lord, do you require assistance?" The merchant, noticing Leon's grim expression directed at his ship, timidly inquired. "May I board your vessel for a closer inspection?" Although Leon's tone retained a semblance of respect, his demeanor left no room for negotiation. He strode toward a small boat belonging to the merchant and gestured for him to follow and lead the way. "My lord Leon, if you are interested in my goods, I can prepare a detailed inventory for your review." "Boarding is unnecessary," the merchant suggested, discreetly wiping the sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead with an exquisite handkerchief. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, faceless men were the most despicable assassins, murderers, and criminals. As a commander of the Night's Watch, I would never allow such lawless scoundrels to roam free. Leon, with unwavering conviction, fabricated a tale of non-existent kingdom laws, forcefully seized the merchant, and commanded the boatman to set sail. After weighing the risks posed by his boss and the unfamiliar Night's Watch commander, the boatman decisively chose to comply. "You jest, my lord. Such a law does not exist, and accusations of murder require substantial evidence. Besides, there are no faceless men on my ship." As the small boat slowly glided toward the grand vessel, the merchant continued to plead, attempting to dissuade Leon from his course. Yet, Leon remained deaf to his entreaties, perhaps growing weary of the merchant's incessant chatter. He drew the blade known as Black and White's Kiss, instantly silencing the merchant. However, once aboard the grand ship, the merchant, who had previously appeared drenched in sweat, straightened his posture, casting a cold gaze upon Leon. "Since you are well versed in the laws of the kingdom, I wonder if you are familiar with the laws of Braavos? On the sea, each grand ship's deck is considered a mobile territory of the free trade city-state. I may overlook your uninvited presence, but should you engage in any hostile actions, it shall be regarded as a provocation against the free trade castle." Upon hearing the merchant's threatening words, Leon merely shrugged indifferently. Unperturbed, "Summon everyone on your ship to the deck. I wish to conduct an inspection. I have already stated that there are no faceless men aboard my vessel." The merchant retorted, his anger ignited by Leon's demeanor. As the commotion escalated, several curious sailors gathered around to bolster their employer's confidence. "Is there anyone else?" Leon inquired, glancing at the sailors. Though their eyes were filled with resentment, he discerned no signs of lethal intent among them, perhaps out of sheer desperation. The merchant ultimately summoned all the crew, including the captain, to the deck, hoping to appease Leon and hasten their departure. However, after scrutinizing each individual, Leon failed to detect the same loathsome aura that had emanated from Maud. "Filinfar, how many crew members do you have on board?" Leon asked, having noticed the merchant's name on the contract. Visibly irked by Leon's incessant probing, the merchant snapped, "Including myself and the captain, there are a total of 34. "Are you certain?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll count for you." With that, the merchant began to count each sailor amidst their grumbling protests. Mere minutes later, the astonishment etched across the merchant's face was unmistakable, and the sailors too became agitated. "By the 7 gods, why are there 35? Identify the impostor." Drawing his sword, Leon silenced the sailors' clamor and instructed the merchant to step forward for identification. After a moment of hesitation, weighing the pros and cons, the merchant began to point out each sailor, bringing them forward one by one. Soon, only 2 sailors remained, and ominously, they bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. The sailors' panic became palpable as they brandished their weapons, aiming them at the 2 identical figures. "Lord Philin, I am the real one. He is the impostor." No. "Lord Philin, I have served you for 3 years." Both identical sailors were taken aback by Leon's sudden appearance, each accusing the other with mirrored expressions. "Are you afraid of offending a faceless man?" Leon inquired, gripping the kiss of Black and White as he turned to the still-stunned merchant. Without waiting for a response, he advanced toward one sailor. Observing the glint of Leon's blade, the sailor swallowed hard, gesturing frantically to declare his authenticity while recounting experiences to validate his identity. However, Leon remained focused, poised to counter any retaliation, and thrust his sword forward. Though the sailor attempted to defend himself, Leon's speed was overwhelming. before he could draw his weapon. Leon's blade had pierced through his chest. My apologies, but he is indeed the genuine article. As he withdrew his sword, Leon adeptly sidestepped the spray of blood, turning to the merchant with an apologetic expression. The remaining sailors, now realizing the gravity of the situation, turned their gaze toward the last sailor, who was clearly the faceless man. Chapter 63. News of Old Bear's death reached Black Iron Fortress. It is known that even in Braavos, the reputation of the faceless man is far from favorable. Death is not a boon for the majority of ordinary individuals who are not afflicted with terminal illness. The terror of the faceless men lies in their ability to assume any identity, making them nearly impossible to defend against. When an enemy is willing to pay any price for blood to claim one's life, ordinary folks have no means of resistance. Disguise is merely one of the many strengths of the faceless men, and the one exposed here clearly possessed some martial prowess as well. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he produced 2 throwing knives, and nearly everyone failed to perceive his movement. In an instant, the knives were hurtling toward Leon. One aimed at his face and the other at his heart. Yet, Leon was not sluggish. He deftly deflected the knife, aimed at his face with his sword, and quickly stepped forward to evade the one targeted at his chest. Unfortunately, an unfortunate sailor behind him was not as agile, and as the knife pierced his body, the force propelled him several meters away. Realizing the hidden weapon had failed, and with Leon closing in, the faceless man hastily drew a short sword from behind, raising it defensively to block Leon's powerful strike. From the very first clash, Leon sensed the formidable nature of the faceless man. Given Leon's current strength, even the most dedicated of night watchmen would be overpowered by him in training. The only foes capable of drawing Leon's full strength thus far were those with the stature and might of the Doghead Hammer. However, this faceless man now joined their ranks. Moreover, while the Doghead Hammer was merely strong, he was hampered by a lack of speed, ultimately succumbing to Leon's tactical prowess. In contrast, the faceless man not only matched Leon's strength, but also exhibited an elusive agility. Leon's usual tactic of circling around to strike proved ineffective. The faceless man's speed of movement exceeded his expectations. The surrounding sailors could only watch in awe as the 2 combatants moved like shadows on the deck. Unable to discern who held the upper hand, yet instinctively feeling anxiety for Leon, the night watchman. After all, the fearsome reputation of the faceless men on the continent of Essos was such that it had become a tale to quiet children. To date, none of their targeted victims seemed to have survived. The lingering question remained, would Leon be the exception? In truth, after exchanging dozens of blows, Leon could feel that he was indeed stronger than the faceless man. However, the latter's short sword was treacherously agile, resembling a dagger, but slightly longer, striking with the speed of lightning. Coupled with the faceless man's movement, it was as if countless venomous serpents circled around Leon, poised to strike. Although Leon's one-handed sword skill was maxed out, granting him the ability to overpower the faceless man, he was puzzled by the latter's apparent disregard for self-preservation. On several occasions, Leon's kiss of black and white could have easily dispatched his opponent, yet the faceless man did not flinch, instead aiming directly for Leon's vitals. It was as if, for the faceless men, fulfilling the mission bestowed upon them by the god of many faces took precedence over their own lives. Were it not for this, Leon would have likely subdued him after a mere 10 exchanges. Lost in thought, Leon's focus waned, and the faceless man seized the opportunity. He raised his arm to block Leon's sword, allowing it to slice into his arm while simultaneously thrusting his short sword toward Leon's throat. This is it. It ends here. The merchant stood aghast, watching as the fight between Leon and the faceless man reached its climax. On the deck, the 2 maintained their final standoff. Leon's kiss of black and white was mercilessly sharp, not something mere flesh could withstand. The faceless man's arm fell to the ground, and his chest was carved with a grotesque wound. Meanwhile, Leon narrowly evaded a fatal blow, just before the short sword could pierce his neck. He shifted his blade just enough to leave only a shallow cut, a mere graze. The faceless man crumpled to the ground, his once impassive face now betraying a flicker of shock, as if he believed his desperate strike should not have missed. Gradually, bloodied and dazed, his eyes lost their focus. The tumultuous battle aboard the ship had evidently attracted the attention of the night watchmen on the dock, and a large contingent of them, along with Leon's subordinates, boarded the vessel. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene on the deck, particularly seeing their officer wounded, they swiftly subdued everyone on board and escorted them ashore. Captain Pike took charge of the ensuing trial for Leon. Despite the merchant's persistent claims of innocence, He and his crew were charged with the willful harm of a night watchman and were subsequently dispatched to serve penance as night watchmen in the EC. After the merchant paid a hefty ransom, he was finally permitted to depart from Donghai Wang aboard a small vessel. He still had to fulfill the task assigned to him by Leon, with whom he had signed a contract. Any breach would tarnish the reputation of the free trade city-state. Naturally, the merchant ship was confiscated by the Donghai Wang Navy. Within the elegant chamber of the Fragrant Grass Tavern, it appeared to have transformed into the office of the Donghai Wang garrison commander. Carter Pike jovially pushed a pouch of coins towards Leon at the table. Huh, this Braavos merchant is indeed wealthy, with over 1,400 golden dragons in cash alone. Once we sell the cargo from his ship, my brother will be thriving. Although the attack had been on Leon, Carter Pike had merely used his tongue to stir trouble. Yet this was Donghai Wang, and it was necessary to give Carter precedence. Thus, even though Leon was aware that over 2,000 golden dragons had been seized from the merchant's ship, he accepted the pouch with an unruffled demeanor. However, Leon discreetly noted Carter's avaricious nature in his mental ledger. Dare to touch my wealth? I foresee your demise. Leon mused inwardly, though he revealed none of his thoughts outwardly. Maintaining a cheerful facade, he casually inquired, such trivial matters could be entrusted to my subordinate, Deputy Spyam. It seems, Lord Carter, you must have other matters to discuss with me? Leon's offhand remark did indeed cause Carter's expression to shift several times, before his eyes darted back to Leon. My raven has brought 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let's endure the bitter before the sweet. What is the bad news? The patrol squad dispatched from Black Iron Fortress has been nearly annihilated, and Old Bear has perished. Carter spoke with an unsettling calmness. Leon could scarcely discern any sorrow in his words, or perhaps there was none to be found. Old Bear, the commander, is dead? Upon hearing this news, Leon rose incredulously. Though he, as a transmigrator, understood the circumstances, he still feigned the proper reaction of a normal person. Carter seemed quite pleased with Leon's display and gestured for him to sit. According to several knights, watchmen who had returned from the snowfields, the death of Old Bear was far from ordinary. The terrified men spoke of whites one moment and wildlings the next, with some claiming betrayal was involved. Regardless of which theory held truth, it could not alter the grim reality that Old Bear was indeed dead. Carter's tone was laced with mockery, revealing no respect for Old Bear. And what is the good news? Leon refrained from probing further into Old Bear's demise. Well, the North's protector, Lord Ned Stark, has also passed away, thanks to his treasonous actions. Now, even if some deserters emerge from the Night's Watch, the Northern Lords will no longer pursue them as they did before. It seems we might strike a deal. With my connections within the Night's Watch, facilitating your ascent to the Commander-S position would pose no difficulty. In return, you would turn a blind eye to my men and me acting as mercenaries in Braavos. After all, with so many castles lost along the wall, what does it matter if another Donghai Wang is added to the list? Perhaps sensing Leon's lack of immediate outrage or vows of vengeance for Old Bear's death, Carter finally revealed his true intentions. Chapter 64, Rebellion. It was unclear what Carter was thinking. If any honorable high-ranking Night's Watch member overheard his words, it would likely result in one of them bleeding out on the spot. Perhaps he considered Leon's youth and flexibility, believing him less rigid than older men who cling to their oaths with unwavering loyalty. Carter's proposition was undoubtedly a gamble. Are you suggesting I betray the oaths of the Night's Watch? Leon contemplated for a moment, his gaze occasionally drifting to Carter's neck. His hand instinctively found its way to the hilt of the kiss of the black and white, poised as if ready to draw. However, these movements were concealed beneath the table, and Carter remained oblivious to Leon's unease. Yet, Leon's scrutiny made Carter uncomfortable, as if he felt an itch on his neck, akin to the anticipation of a scar forming. No, it's merely a matter of appearance. To outsiders, Donghai Wang remains under my control, Carter hastily clarified. Pausing to gauge Leon's reaction, noticing Leon's silence, he continued, before I depart, I can manipulate the election to ensure your ascension as commander. There are few voices of authority left among the Night's Watch, especially since the likes of the One-Handed Colin and Bowen Marsh have gone north with Old Bear. Their fates unknown. The only one left capable of speaking for Black Iron Fortress is Maester Eamon. At this moment, Carter revealed all his cards, unaware that Leon, familiar with the storyline, had no intention of betraying the Night's Watch. Given Old Bear's character, he would undoubtedly rally the troops for patrol upon witnessing the Whites, leading to near annihilation. Subsequently, Black Iron Fortress would be left vulnerable, and with Aerys Targaryen dead at his own hands, Leon would have cultivated a loyal following as commander. After all, if Jon Snow, with his tenuous foundations, could be commander, there was no rationale for Leon to fail in his bid. In Leon's eyes, Carter's assistance would merely be a pleasant addition, one he could wholly disregard. With this thought, Leon suddenly smiled enigmatically. Commander, are you not concerned that I might go back on my word once I ascend to the position? Seeing Leon candidly express his reservations, Carter unexpectedly exhaled deeply. To him, Leon's willingness to speak frankly was a positive sign, paving the way for negotiations. It was far better to lay all cards on the table than to stab one another in the back later. To be honest, Commander, prior to this, I knew little of you or your family. However, I present a mutually beneficial proposal. Should you refuse, I can easily train another compliant individual to take your place as commander. I would suffer no loss, but your losses would be immeasurable. Carter had not yet become a mercenary and was already using terms like loss in relation to their dealings, which left Leon feeling quite nauseated. Noticing the cold smile on Leon's lips, indicating his disinterest, Carter, being the cunning individual he was, stood up, looking down at Leon with an air of superiority, his tone laden with menace. Let me share the truth with you. I have reached a consensus with the commander of the Windblown. He has great faith in me and my men's capabilities, even willing to offer me the position of vice commander. Right now, a select band of 300 elite cavalry from the Windblown awaits my word across the bay at Floatingwood Hall. The Seven Kingdoms share a consensus. The Night's Watch, though largely composed of scoundrels, remains a formidable military force. The elite cavalry of the Windblown have survived countless brutal battles on Essos, far exceeding the capabilities of the Night's Watch Rangers. The annihilation of your newly recruited soldiers, primarily brigands and villagers with less than a month of training, would likely be a mere charge away. Carter's threat was unambiguous. In his eyes, aside from Leon himself, the greatest threat lay with Spyam, who was always at Leon's side. The rest were merely rookies, hardly worthy of consideration. As their conversation unfolded, a commotion erupted outside the tavern's private chamber, indicative of a scuffle between the guardsmen outside and Carter's subordinates. Leon listened intently, noting the sound of no fewer than 20 pairs of feet, accompanied by the clashing of armor and swords. Next came the cacophony of arrows whistling through the air, accompanied by the dull thuds of projectiles embedding themselves in shields, a sound that persisted for an extended duration. Carter, not deaf, naturally registered the commotion, though his countenance bore an expression of discontent. According to plan, after the negotiations faltered, his subordinates were supposed to have subdued Spasium, subsequently advancing to threaten Leon. Yet, inexplicably, despite Spasium being but a single individual, the 20-odd crossbow-wielding Night's Watchmen should have been able to achieve success. The situation had thus turned rather disadvantageous for Carter Pike, who, bereft of his men's assistance, lacked the confidence to confront Leon, a foe capable of taking on 100 Night's Watch Rangers single-handedly. Therefore, based on your previous utterances, may I declare you a traitor of the Night's Watch? Leon listened intently until the sound subsided, then leisurely turned his gaze toward Carter Pike. The latter, however, refrained from responding to Leon's inquiry, fixated instead on the door, eager to ascertain which of his subordinates would enter. Unfortunately, it was Spasium who, with his formidable hands, pushed the door open, discarding a shield that resembled a hedgehog and subsequently tossing in a captured Night's Watchman, wounded in the leg. Through the ajar door, Carter extended his neck to glimpse behind Spasium, who conveniently shifted aside to allow Carter a clear view. What he beheld were the lifeless forms of several Night's Watchmen near the entrance, each struck fatally by a sword, while those further back lay sprawled, arrows protruding from their heads. The intensity of the battle that had just unfolded in the narrow corridor was palpably fierce. Leon could even deduce a rough sequence of events from the postures of the fallen Night's Watchmen. A group of them had feigned camaraderie as they approached Spasium. It remained unclear who among them had revealed hostility or if it was merely Spasium's heightened vigilance. The initial attackers were swiftly dispatched. Spasium then seized a shield from the ground to deflect a volley of bolts from the crossbowmen, retaliating with unhurried arrows that claimed most of their lives, save for a few who fled in terror. Captain, save me. Whether from the pain of his leg wound or the psychological trauma inflicted by Spasium, the Night's Watchman's voice quivered with desperation, instinctively calling out to Carter. Yet, Carter Pike's visage was ashen, his eyes averted. Ultimately, it was Leon who stepped forward to grant the traitor a swift demise. Lord Carter, I believe it is time we discuss your oaths, Leon remarked, wiping the black and white kiss clean on the body of the traitor and rising leisurely to address Carter Pike. Chapter 65. The Windblown Brigade makes its entrance. Even if you kill me, you and your men will never escape Eastwatch. After a moment of silence, Carter's face twisted into a grimace of rage, clearly resigned to the notion that his fate was grim in Leon's grasp. You think to intimidate me with the Windblown Brigade? Leon, seemingly anticipating Carter's retort, wore an expression rife with derision. This is not intimidation, but rather a statement of fact. Should you slay me, the Windblown Brigade will level Eastwatch in vengeance. Seizing upon what he perceived as a final straw, Carter's grotesque, bulbous nose turned crimson with fervor. Very well. Irrespective of whether the Windblown Brigade would risk offending an entire legion over a slain traitor and the Northern Lords backing the Night's Watch, I must point out, Leon paused, gesturing towards Spasium with a smile, that I have over 100 like him in my ranks. Impossible, Carter exclaimed, springing to his feet in a fervent rebuttal. Leon's assertion was an affront to his intellect. If you doubt my words, I could spare your life, allowing you to witness firsthand the demise of the elite cavalry of the Windblown Brigade. With that, Leon clapped his hands, and Spasium, understanding the cue, advanced to apprehend Carter Pike. However, as the commander of Eastwatch, Carter would not be easily captured, for the consequences of such an event were far too dire. Should word of his treasonous plans circulate, the prestige he had cultivated over years would become a mere jest. The entirety of Westeros would offer no refuge for a traitorous Night's Watchman. Thus, Carter resisted. This provided Leon with an unprecedented opportunity to observe the combat prowess of his sixth-tier soldiers up close, and he refrained from intervening. The ensuing struggle bore a darkly humorous quality. Carter lunged at Spasium with ferocity, yet the latter effortlessly knocked an arrow and fired, as if in training, sending Carter hurtling backward, pinned to the wall by a single bolt. Spasium remembered Leon's penchant for executing criminals personally, and thus aimed to inflict non-fatal harm. Leon nodded approvingly at Spasium, silently commending him for his discernment. As the denizens of Eastwatch bore witness, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Their commander was dragged by Spasium, his feet scraping against the unforgiving earth, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Among the crowd lurked several of Carter's loyalists, who had gleaned the news of the betrayal from fleeing companions. However, as they attempted to flee, they found themselves confronted by several imposing, unfamiliar Night's Watchmen. The traitors recognized them as subordinates of the Black Iron Bastion's instructor. Step aside, the Eastwatch Night's Watchmen commanded sternly. For those who possessed the audacity to betray, they also wielded the strength to do so. The elite remained, having been culled from the ranks of the weak sent to patrol with the Black Iron Bastion. Yet, almost simultaneously, Leon's sixth-tier elite rangers swiftly subdued the Eastwatch traitors, escorting all but a few fortunate souls to Leon's presence. The sparse inhabitants of Eastwatch could do nothing but watch in terror, mistakenly believing that Leon and his men had instigated a riot. Yet, rather than pillaging, Leon's men courteously guided the residents to follow the trail of blood. Upon the platform, Carter Pike resembled a faceless wretch, his visage rendered unrecognizable and bloodied by the earth's merciless kiss, his attire tattered beyond recognition. The intense agony repeatedly sent him into unconsciousness, only to be roused by the torment. His once characteristic nose had vanished, likely rendering him unrecognizable even to his mother, who had served as a tavern maid. There is no need for alarm, Leon addressed the anxious residents of Eastwatch from the platform. But scarcely had he finished speaking when a defiant onlooker, undeterred by the danger, trembled as he shouted, "You damned traitor! Release our commander at once." "The true traitor is your Lord Carter Pike," Leon asserted. Yet, his words only incited greater outrage among the residents, who were unwilling to believe the claims of this outsider. They lacked the courage to revolt, but voiced their anger, their shouts escalating in fervor. Suddenly, their cries were drowned out by the clarion calls of horns. One blast signified the return of the Night's Watch brothers. Two signified an invasion by wildlings, while a third, which had not been heard in millennia, heralded the approach of the White Walkers. The longtime inhabitants of Eastwatch discerned the signal of a wildling incursion. Soon, they observed a cloud of dust rising from the coast, faint glimmers of cold steel visible along the horizon. Only a few were aware that it was, in fact, the impending arrival of the Windblown Brigade. At this moment, the majority of the residents of Donghaewang found themselves plunged into despair. With Lion's betrayal and the capture of Captain Carter Pike, it was utterly impossible for Donghaewang to withstand the incursion of the wild men. Almost every fortress standing in desperate defiance of the Great Wall appeared as if it were unguarded, and Donghaewang was no exception. The cavalry of the Windblown Company could almost gallop freely into the city, wreaking havoc. Carter Pike, with only a few good teeth remaining, spat out blood and let out a fierce, grim laugh at Lion, muttering indistinctly, "The Windblown Company is here. Your time of demise has come." "Is that so?" Leon, with a confident gesture, commanded his night watchmen to form ranks immediately, with shield bearers in the front and rangers behind. The speed at which they assembled was almost instantaneous. It was then that the residents of Donghaewang realized that it was not wild men who were approaching, but a band of mercenary knights. Yet, this was hardly reassuring, for the enemy was charging, and with such ferocity, they would not halt until they had tasted blood. Faced with the overwhelming advance of over 300 cavalrymen, not a single shield-bearer in Lion's front line faltered or fled. The seasoned rangers remained composed, drawing their bows in unison, awaiting Lion's command for a volley. The synchronized movements of the 100-strong formation left the residents of Donghaewang utterly astounded, regardless of their opinions on whether Lion and his night watchmen were traitors. Every resident silently prayed that Lion's forces could withstand the onslaught of the frenzied cavalry. Rangers, fire! Lion commanded from the heights. The elite rangers within the ranks of the night watchmen immediately released their bowstrings. The sound of plucked strings resonated like a somber symphony of death, as dark clouds materialized above, mercilessly enveloping the charging wind-blown company cavalry. However, the effect of the rain of arrows posed little threat to the heavily armored cavalrymen. Only a few unfortunate souls were struck down. Carter Pike, with his one good eye wide with excitement, felt a thrill of anticipation as everything unfolded just as he had predicted. Lion's forces were utterly incapable of countering the elite cavalry of the Windblown Company. He envisioned, mere moments from now, the two armies clashing, with the night watchmen impaled like candied hawthorn on the long spears of the Windblown Company. Yet, the manic laughter on his face abruptly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. At the last moment before the two armies collided, the shield-bearers stepped aside, revealing hundreds of night watchmen armed with massive two-handed swords concealed behind their shields. Chapter 66. Carter Pike. As a mere elite cavalryman of the Windblown Company, he had experienced countless battles of both righteous and nefarious nature throughout his life. Yet, despite having traversed the world and faced numerous formidable foes, he had never encountered a force brave enough to confront heavily armed cavalry head-on. Even the most timid of sheepish tribes would not commit such a grave strategic error. No matter how impressive the two-handed swords wielded by the night watchmen appeared, what could they possibly do against the reach of the long spears? Moreover, wielding such cumbersome weapons would surely prove taxing, and the night watchman did not seem built for such exertion. "Huh, D," exclaimed a frontline knight of the Windblown Company with a sinister grin, lowering the visor of his helmet as he charged towards a target, his spear poised on the saddle. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the anticipated scene of the cavalry's long spears piercing the night watchmen did not materialize. The night watchmen, wielding their hefty, two-handed swords, evaded the thrusts of the long spears with astonishing speed, and then, like thunder, they struck at the knight atop his steed. The arrogant Windblown Company, seeking to enhance their lethality, had neglected to raise their shields, and thus, during the tumultuous clash, they were caught off guard and slain in their saddles. This was not an isolated incident. The battlefield was rife with similar occurrences. Each night watchman, with their swords dancing like blades on the tips of knives, skillfully evaded the cavalry's spear thrusts and delivered devastating blows to their adversaries. Even those wind-blown company knights who did not fall at once were quickly dragged down by the accompanying foot soldiers, who hacked them to bloody pulp. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who were pierced by the dense thicket of spears, the majority of the night watchmen had successfully evaded the initial wave of the Windblown Company's charge. Meanwhile, the Windblown Company found themselves ensnared like a beast caught in a mire, unable to move amidst the encirclement of the night watchmen. The line of the night watchmen resembled a monstrous abyss, devouring hundreds of cavalrymen, leaving only a few unbridled steeds galloping chaotically across the battlefield. The commander of the Windblown Company had not been overly aggressive in his deployment of troops. He had only sent forth 100 men in the initial charge, believing that such a force would suffice to breach what seemed to be a flimsy night watchman line. However, he had not anticipated the night watchman's audacious strategy of countering cavalry with infantry. In his view, any force capable of executing such a maneuver must be composed of elite warriors. Had not the night watchman's legion already fallen into decline? How could there be so many skilled fighters present? The Windblown Company commander felt a chill run down his spine. His horse, restless beneath him, pawed anxiously at the ground. The second wave of 100 cavalrymen was supposed to advance now, aiming to utterly crush the night watchman's forces. Yet, the night watchman's line held firm, and the casualties suffered by the Windblown Company had reached alarming levels. They were mercenaries, not mere pawns for some throne-bound lord. "Commander, shall we continue with the second wave?" inquired a centurion, gripping the reins tightly, his face pale with shock at the massacre unfolding in the distance. He could not bear to watch comrades, with whom he had shared countless days, being slaughtered like livestock. He longed to intervene. Damn it, we were deceived by that scoundrel Carter Pike. He never chose to betray us. Perhaps he is lurking in some corner, watching us with malicious delight. The wind-blown company commander, frantic and exasperated, found the situation spiraling out of control, far from what Carter Pike had promised. Previously, Carter had assured him that if he successfully persuaded Lion, the wind-blown company would come to recruit him. Conversely, if negotiations failed, the wind-blown company would come to eliminate Lion and his regiment of night watchmen. He had seen the signal from Carter indicating that negotiations had collapsed, which prompted him to order the charge. Yet, Carter had assured him that Lion's men were nothing more than poorly trained recruits, incapable of withstanding a single assault from the wind-blown company. Why then had Carter chosen this path? Why deceive them into believing that the night watchmen were a disorganized rabble? Had not the commander promised him the position of deputy commander? The centurion was left bewildered. How the hell should I know? Carter Pike, I will remember this grudge. We must retreat. What about our brothers trapped in the encirclement? Are we to leave them? The centurion questioned in confusion. Do you wish to incur even greater losses? The enemy was clearly well prepared. Regardless of what others thought, the wind-blown company commander began to regret his impulsive decision to charge without prior reconnaissance. Even though his cavalry outnumbered Lion's forces, he was reluctant to command his men to charge again, fearing that Lion might have a hidden reserve. Dismayed by the terrifying prowess of the night watchman's two-handed swordsman, the commander chose to withdraw, though the centurion was reluctant. Upon receiving the order, he exchanged a glance with another centurion and reluctantly turned his horse around to signal a retreat. Upon the high platform, Carter Pike's emotions oscillated dramatically. From the ecstatic thrill of witnessing the wind-blown regiment charge forward to the maddening despair at Lion's frenzied orders that left the spear-wielding infantry unprepared for the cavalry. As the two armies clashed, it was the wind-blown regiment that found themselves in a state of shock. A myriad of complex emotions washed over him, leaving Carter Pike ultimately numb. Initially, Lion had intended to intervene only after the enemy cavalry had recklessly breached their defenses, but now he felt a tinge of regret. The commander of the wind-blown regiment had accurately surmised that Lion indeed had a contingency plan, albeit one that involved only himself. In the end, Lion reluctantly set down his luminous bow, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity to unleash its multi-shot skill. Your forecasts are not particularly accurate, are they? At that moment, with a newfound leisure, Lion approached Carter Pike, who appeared utterly desensitized, had he still possessed the ability to exhibit expression. Lion couldn't help but speculate what visage Carter might assume. It was only after all hope had been extinguished that Carter Pike finally felt regret. He began to lament his decision to join the Night's Watch and his subsequent betrayal of his oath. His greatest remorse lay in having confided his treachery to Lion, a seemingly ordinary boy whose inner nature was steeped in bloodlust. Could he perhaps be granted another chance? Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life. How much more so a man of Carter Pike's stature, who had commanded the Eastern Sea Watch for over a decade and earned immense respect. Alas, it was not to be. Thus, is this your final farewell? Upon hearing Lion's inquiry, Carter Pike comprehended that his fate was sealed. Taking a deep breath, he sighed. If only you had been born a decade earlier, perhaps the Night's Watch would not be in such disarray. Now even Old Bear is dead, and the last three fortresses on the wall are left with but shadows. Colin of the Shadow Tower, Lord Old Bear of Black Iron Fortress, and I of the Eastern Sea Watch will soon follow suit. Perhaps one day, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will forget the very existence of the Night's Watch. Perhaps it is the approach of death that brings forth such earnest words, as Carter Pike's thoughts shifted from his dire present to the fate of the Night's Watch. You need not worry. As long as the Night's Watch is in my hands, it shall not fall, Lion declared, raising his weapon, the kiss of black and white, poised to descend upon Carter Pike's neck at any moment. You speak so lightly of it. Can you single-handedly withstand Mance Raider's 100,000 wildlings? In the end, will you not flee like I would? Carter Pike's parting words caused Lion to frown. He realized that Carter was aware of Mance Raider's gathering of the wildlings, yet had failed to warn Old Bear, indirectly leading to his demise. It was evident that Carter might have made some clandestine pact with Mance Raider, which explained how the Eastern Sea Watch had become so thoroughly infiltrated. With this in mind, Lion resolved not to grant this traitor another moment of life. In an instant, his sword fell, severing an unsightly head from its body. Lion stepped forward, placing his foot upon Carter Pike's repugnant visage, speaking deliberately, to spare you from the loneliness of the grave. Trust me, I shall soon send each conspirator against Old Bear to join him. Chapter 67. Lion's luminous bow began to accumulate its multi-shot skill. Carter Pike, at the cost of his life, validated Lion's earlier assertion that within their ranks were 100 capable warriors like Spathium. The 4 to 5-tiered Oathkeepers of the Night's Watch and the Territory Guardians exhibited only slight variances in personal skills, with the 6-tier Guardians possessing an extraordinary buff. Fight to the death, ensuring morale would not falter regardless of the odds, nor would they witness any defection. Their capabilities were more comprehensive, not only standing on par with minor lords but also excelling in their own right. In contrast, the elite cavalry of the Windblown Regiment merely represented a Tier 3 force, compounded by their underestimation of the enemy and the commander's reluctance to order a full charge, rendering this defeat inevitable. The surviving captives from the Windblown Regiment and the Eastern Sea Traders were brought before Lion on the high platform, awaiting his judgment. Meanwhile, the residents of the Eastern Sea Watch gradually regained their composure, seeking information and ultimately learning of Carter Pike's collusion with the SO's mercenaries to betray the Night's Watch. Leaving many ashamed to meet Lion's gaze, Windblown Regiment stepped forward. At Lion's command, the captives of the Windblown Regiment were stripped of their armor, bound, and forced to kneel before him. For those who wish to live, I offer you a chance. Rise and don the black garb of the Night's Watch. The centurion of the Windblown Regiment, though gravely injured, lifted his head to meet Lion's indifferent gaze, devoid of any room for negotiation. Yet, as the leader of his unit, he attempted to plead, "My lord, we of the Windblown Regiment bear no grudge against the Night's Watch. Today's events were merely a misunderstanding. We were entirely misled by Carter Pike. Release me, and I assure you my commander will pay a handsome ransom for our freedom." Ransom? When did you dishonorable mercenaries begin to employ noble terminology? My lord, we are free knights of Essos. Trust me, none here will adhere to the Night's Watch's stringent doctrines. And our commander, the Prince of Rags, holds traitors in the utmost disdain. Should we betray him? The 2,000 knights of the Windblown Regiment would chase us to the ends of the earth, ensuring we lose a foot to prevent our escape. The centurion's words, earnest yet tinged with an undercurrent of threat, conveyed his belief that while Lion was certainly formidable, he could not withstand the wrath of the Prince of Rags, especially with 100,000 wildlings poised to strike. Surely, in this critical moment, Lion would find it prudent to return the Windblown captives. If you fear your commander across the sea more than the sword in my hand, then you shall meet your end. With that, Lion, disinclined to waste further breath, raised his luminous bow and loosed an arrow, continuing seamlessly to draw and shoot, pinning the kneeling captives one after another to the ground. Seeing Lion's resolve to kill was not merely a tactic to intimidate them into submission, but rather a straightforward decree the refusal to surrender would result in death. Several windblown riders hastily stood. Thus, several captives who were slower on their feet found themselves struck by 1 or 2 arrows in their chests. This was not due to any fear that Lion might not ensure their demise, but rather a testament that the multi-shot skill of the luminous bow had finally leveled up, transforming a single arrow into 2, thus enhancing his efficiency in battle. By the time the scene settled, only 7 or 8 terrified windblown captives remained standing, while the rest had become mere fodder for Lion's experience. You shall wear the black garb, your past transgressions will be forgiven, and I shall appoint you as rangers. With that, Lion ordered the bonds of the captives to be undone and generously provided each with a black cloak. Thanks to Carter Pike's rebellion, Lion's forces could now sufficiently equip the new recruits, who previously struggled to provide adequate leather armor for each member. Having dealt with the windblown captives, Lion's gaze shifted to the Eastern Sea Traders kneeling nearby. My lord, we were always men of the black. We wish to surrender. As Lion's eyes swept over the crowd, several Eastern Sea Traders eagerly rose, pledging their loyalty. Indeed, my lord, the long night approaches. You require our strength. At your command, we shall charge into battle, even against the army of the others. Esteemed lords from Black Iron Fort, I implore you to entrust me with the menial tasks of laundry and horse feeding. For the sake of preserving my life, the traders clamored in desperation, each seeking to plead for mercy. Yet their pleas ignited nothing but fury among the Night's Watch surrounding Lion. All had donned the black and sworn their oaths. How could they believe that mere words of supplication would suffice to spare their lives after their treachery had failed? Since when has the cost of betrayal among the Night's Watch diminished so drastically? Alas, they dared only to seethe in silence, for at that moment, the fate of their lives rested solely in the hands of Lion, the commander of the Night's Watch. Should Lion resolve to compel these traitors to atone for their sins, the Night's Watch would find themselves in no position to protest. However, the response to the traitors' pleas was delivered in the form of arrows, as Lion unleashed a relentless barrage. Each arrow struck true, and as the traitors realized that Lion was too disdainful to even converse with them, they resorted to desperate measures, violently pushing against their captors in a bid to escape. They sought refuge behind their comrades, hoping to evade their inevitable doom. Yet, it was as if lions' arrows possessed a will of their own. Regardless of their attempts to evade, even lying among the dead in a futile attempt to feign death, they were met with Lion's unerring aim. Minutes later, aside from a few traitors on the periphery who were cut down by the Night's Watch, the majority met their end at Lion's hands. As he dispatched the final traitor, the arrows no longer required careful aim. 4 shafts formed a small fan, blocking every possible escape route for the fleeing traitors. The execution, akin to a slaughter, drew apprehensive glances from the newly inducted members of the Windblown Riders, who beheld Lion atop the platform. They could not help but compare the cold efficiency with which he dispatched over 100 lives in mere moments to the somewhat more humane approach of their commander, Prince of Rags, who had merely severed a traitor's foot. Consequently, the flicker of doubt in the hearts of these former Windblown Riders was extinguished, and 7 applications for membership to Lion's forces suddenly appeared within his ranks, accompanied by changes to their cavalry panel. Upon detecting the new recruits' culture as pantos, the question arose, should they retain their original cultural progression or adopt the culture of the Night's Watch? With the pantos farmers, Windblown scouts, and elite cavalry at a mere 3 tiers compared to the Night's Watch cavalry, Lion naturally chose to discard the pantos culture, compelling them instead to embrace the identity of the Night's Watch and pledge their oaths. My lord, a raven has arrived from Master Eamon of Black Iron Fort, reporting sightings of wildling units nearby. How shall we respond? After resolving the issues of the captives and traitors, Spyam approached Lion with a sealed letter, his expression grave. The day had finally arrived. He issued orders for the forces to gather supplies and swiftly support Black Iron Fort. Chapter 68. The Battle of Black Iron Fort. As Lion's forces embarked once more, their momentum had transformed dramatically since their previous venture to EC Watch. 200 cavalrymen marched in unison along the road, while a procession of supply-laden carts filled the center, and every infantryman trailing behind radiated an air of formidable valor. The billowing dust cloud created by their advance deterred the wildlings and bandits lurking along the Great Wall, who chose to retreat, fearing the attention of the Night's Watch scouts. However, Lion's patience for skirmishing with these brigands had waned. He urged his troops to quicken their pace. After all, no one would dare squander precious time when 10,000 wildlings loomed menacingly in the north. Thus, Lion decisively activated his forced march skill, compressing a journey that would have taken a leisurely week along the Great Wall into a mere 2 days. Following Lion's rigorous training and the battles against the EC Watch rebels and the Windblown, the ranks of the 6th-tier soldiers were no longer comprised solely of Spyam. Now, there were 10 defenders of the realm among them, each nearly equal in prowess to Spyam himself. Lion assigned them various roles, resulting in an unprecedented enhancement of the unit's command efficiency. Nevertheless, the unit's specialization was somewhat pronounced. Among the 200 cavalrymen, the majority could only be deemed mounted infantry, while the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch could charge forth wielding their 2-handed swords against weaker foes. Their lack of equestrian skill would leave them vulnerable in the face of true cavalry elite. Lion had once entertained the fanciful notion of having these sworn brothers shoot arrows from horseback, yet even Spyam, a guardian of the realm, demonstrated a dismally low accuracy rate. Only dismounting would allow them to realize their true potential. Henceforth, Lion's objective became the training of a contingent of elite cavalry capable of both flanking protection and aggressive charges. In addition to the 200 sworn brothers and defenders, over 100 new recruits had now ascended to the ranks of the Night's Watch Guard, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to upgrade to cavalry once sufficient mounts were procured. Remarkably, Lion had scoured the stables of the entire gifted village to amass 200 warhorses. Yet there remained a considerable distance before his forces could achieve full mobility. Otherwise, the benefits of his forced march skill would have been even more pronounced. By the time Lion caught sight of Black Iron Fort once more, it was already the following evening. The air was thick with the sounds of battle, which reached Lion's ears from 5 miles away. My lord, wildlings have appeared behind the Great Wall and are assaulting Black Iron Fort. A scout dismounted and rushed to Lion, his face etched with panic, unable to comprehend what he had witnessed. Following the scout's gaze toward the blazing fires illuminating Black Iron Fort, Lion discerned several towering figures that seemed distinctly abnormal. Are those giants? He inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed, they stand 4 to 5 meters tall. Despite having endured countless trials by Lion's side, the scout felt a chill of terror upon encountering living giants for the first time. The giant kin, long dwelling in the eternal winter of the far north, seldom revealed themselves to the world. their existence nearly as mythical as the others in the eyes of ordinary members of the Night's Watch. Yet now, they stood before him, and not merely one. As the conversation between the scout and Lion unfolded, a wave of trepidation swept through Lion's forces. Many of the sworn brothers, previously mere farmers and bandits, found their hearts racing, fear creeping in as they faced the unknown. "My lord, shall we charge the entire army?" Aside from a few stalwart defenders like Spyam, the revelation of giants felt no different than the announcement of facing mere brigands. The calm reactions of their commanders, unperturbed by the formidable foe, momentarily steadied the nerves of many, who exchanged encouraging glances with one another. Thanks to Lion's string of victories, morale remained high, and no one among the ranks faltered in the face of impending combat. Yet, as Lion surveyed the familiar faces around him, he felt a pang of paternal concern. But without hesitation, he raised his hand, issuing the command for the entire army to charge. Following the departure of most under Old Bear, fewer than 200 remained to defend both the fortress and the Great Wall, rendering their manpower severely strained. The wildlings easily breached the castle's defenses, not due to a lack of effort on the part of the defenders, but rather because the wildlings' raiding party included giants akin to walking siege engines, and each wildling was an elite warrior, making it entirely reasonable for ordinary members of the Night's Watch to falter. At this point, nearly every defender of Black Iron Fort bore wounds, and the guards atop the Great Wall had suffered grievous casualties. Under the leadership of Jon Snow, the survivors rallied at the base of the Maester's Tower, preparing to make their final stand amidst the bitter struggle. The giant archer, wielding a bow befitting its colossal stature, released arrows as thick as a bedpost, instantly skewering 4 or 5 Night's Watchmen like gourds. Meanwhile, the more impatient giants resorted to tearing the Night's Watchmen apart with their bare hands, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. The Berserker, adorned with azure patterns, swung his massive axe at anyone in sight, undeterred by the blades of the Night's Watchmen that came slashing at him, treating pain as if it were inconsequential. Driven by an unquenchable zeal for battle, determined to exchange his life for that of a Night's Watchman. A select few of the Vins boasted superior weaponry and armor compared to most of the free folk. They donned bronze helmets, axes, short spears tipped with leaf-shaped heads, and cloth armor reinforced with bronze discs, along with black leather shields featuring bronze rims and intricate carvings, making them formidable defenders on the front lines against the Night's Watch. Meanwhile, a multitude of free folk raiders clad in snow-white leather and bone armor surged forward in a frenzied assault, their attacks rising in relentless waves, threatening to obliterate the Night's Watch. In the midst of the chaos, Jon Snow lost his beloved Ygritte, cradling her lifeless body in despair, oblivious to the slaughter around him. Just as a wildling's battle axe was poised to strike his neck, a hail of arrows from the direction of the castle gates pierced the assailant, saving Jon at the last moment. At that juncture, reinforcement from the Vale, led by Lion, finally arrived. 7 former members of the Knights of the Vale, now Rangers of the Night's Watch, brandished their long spears and galloped into the Black Castle, accompanied by countless foot soldiers from the Night's Watch providing support. The narrow roads of Black Castle soon brought the charge of the 7 Rangers to an abrupt halt. Although they managed to inflict chaos among the wildlings by striking from behind, their ranks were quickly decimated. Yet, Lion had no time to mourn his fallen comrades, for the situation within Black Castle was a stark contrast to the dramatized account portrayed in the series. In the original tale, Jon single-handedly led the defense and triumphed over the wildling horde. Now, however, the castle was teeming with wildlings, and the Night's Watchman stationed before the Maester's Tower stood like a solitary rock amidst a tidal wave on the brink of being overwhelmed. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as Lion's forces entered the fray. The wildlings, realizing the shift in power, quickly turned their weapons against the unfamiliar reinforcements. The arrows from the 200 Night's Watch Rangers had barely loosed 2 volleys before the fearless wildling horde broke through to engage them. From a high vantage point, one would see not only the Night's Watchmen at the Maester's Tower encircled, but also Lion's reinforcements surrounded by wildlings, the situation dire indeed. As the wildlings closed in, Lion's starry bow had claimed a dozen heads before resting at his back, opting instead to draw his sword. The 2 forces clashed, creating a tangled and complex battlefield. To avoid friendly fire, Lion refrained from loosing his arrows, which suited him just fine. He had long since shed the civility of his former life, embracing the visceral thrill of close combat. The free folk were no match for the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, and soon a pile of wildling corpses began to accumulate at their feet. Noticing the commotion at the castle gates, the wildling leaders, expecting an easy victory over the distant archers, were taken aback when the Night's Watch reinforcements proved formidable. their archers precise and their two-handed swords unmatched, catching the wildlings off guard. However, one giant soon turned its attention to the Night's Watchman advancing towards it with the ferocity of Moses parting the sea, slashing through enemies as if they were mere grass. With a roar, the giant seized a nearby wildling and hurled it at Lion. Caught by surprise, Lion was struck and sent sprawling several meters away, momentarily dazed but otherwise unscathed. The giant, believing it had vanquished Lion, turned to move on, only to find Lion still standing, even offering a look of admiration. This infuriated the giant, which charged at Lion with great strides, lifting its leg to deliver a kick that could send him flying. Understanding the immense strength of the giant, Lion wisely opted to evade rather than withstand the blow, rolling to the side. Although the giant possessed great power, its movements were cumbersome, allowing Lion to easily dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Lion plunged his blade, the black and white kiss, into the giant's supporting leg, burying the entire sword in its calf. Unfazed, the giant retaliated with a sweeping slap aimed at Lion, who narrowly dodged while inflicting further wounds. As the two combatants drew the attention of both armies, the battlefield momentarily fell silent. Each was the pinnacle of their respective forces, and the outcome of their duel would undoubtedly sway the morale of their comrades. The wildlings, naturally, believed the giant would prevail, especially as it was one of the strongest of its kind, known as Wong Wong. Meanwhile, the Night's Watchman felt uncertain, despite Lion's earlier displays of overwhelming prowess. The sheer disparity in size rendered them skeptical of his chances. Spymore could not restrain himself from ordering his men to be ready to fire upon the giant, even if it meant earning a dubious reputation to save Lion's life. However, just as Spymore raised his bow, the wildlings, too, aimed their weapons at Lion. Amidst the heart of the conflict, no matter how formidable Lion appeared, he could not withstand simultaneous assaults from so many adversaries. Thus, Spymore hesitated, commanding his men to lower their bows while remaining prepared to intervene. Fortunately, Lion's agile form allowed him to evade each of the giant's attacks, while he continuously inflicted wounds with slashes and thrusts. To the astonishment of all, the giant found itself outmaneuvered by Lion, causing unrest among the wildlings. Though the giant was not known for its eloquence, it was infuriated by Lion's evasive tactics. While Lion's strikes may not have inflicted significant pain, the volume of blood loss suggested that the giant would soon be unable to sustain itself. True to its prediction, after delivering a weak punch, Lion countered by severing its Achilles tendon, causing the giant's massive form to crash to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Lion deftly avoided the giant's fall and leapt onto its back. As the dust settled, both wildlings and Night's Watchmen were treated to a horrific sight that would haunt them forever. Lion held the giant's head, which was nearly the size of a human, aloft, while arterial blood gushed from its neck like a fountain, drenching Lion in crimson, transforming him into a fearsome specter of carnage. At this sight, even the most fervent berserkers lost their resolve to continue battling Lion. The Night's Watchmen, witnessing Lion's extraordinary valor, found their fear gradually replaced by a surge of morale, and they mounted a counterattack, coordinating with the remaining elite of the Night's Watch stationed before the Maester's Tower. Observing the decapitated head of his comrade in Lion's grasp, another giant chose to flee, abandoning any thoughts of vengeance for his fallen kin. The crumbling resolve of the wildling warriors and the free folk elites proved no match for the emboldened Night's Watch, especially as one of their own giants turned tail in fear. In less than half an hour, the wildlings within the Iron Fortress were almost entirely eradicated, save for those who had fled. Ultimately, only a desperate band of wildlings remained cornered in the training yard. Yet, despite achieving this initial victory, the toll on Lion's men was grievous due to the wildlings' fierce counterattack in their final moments. In this battle, Lion's hands were stained with the blood of over 100 wildlings, but the cost was at least one-third of his forces. Fortunately, all of the Night's Watch defenders remained unscathed, with most casualties being low-tier soldiers. Nonetheless, sacrifice is an inevitable aspect of war, a reality Lion was willing to accept. The day's losses had been considerable, and in an effort to avert further unnecessary bloodshed, I generously offered you the option to surrender. At the entrance to the training yard, the bloodstains on Lion's armor gradually dried, with fresh blood mingling with the old, creating uneven patches of dark crimson. Although most wildlings deliberately avoided confronting Lion, he sought out the thick of battle with a ferocity surpassing even the most pure-hearted berserker tribes. However, Lion had become impervious to blades and swords. Though he appeared drenched in blood, he bore not a single scratch. "Damn crows, you have slain so many of our kin, and you still expect me to surrender?" Dream on, declared a wildling chief clad in bone armor, the King of Bones, as he stepped forward in evident defiance of Lion's overture. Is that so? Lion furrowed his brow. Indeed, free folk will never be slaves. The King of Bones bellowed in a final roar. Chapter 70. Jon faces the King of Bones in a duel, capturing the wildling forces. If you wish to die a free man, I shall grant you that wish. With that, Lion raised his hand, and hundreds of rangers surrounding him simultaneously drew their bows, aiming at the last group of wildlings in the training yard. At Lion's command, a rain of black arrows, signifying death, would soon descend upon them. Lion, wait. Just as Lion's hand was about to descend, Jon Snow, having regained his composure from the death of his beloved, rushed to the training yard. Had he arrived a moment later, he would have been greeted by a scene of carnage. Do you wish to kill a wildling yourself? I offer you this opportunity. Lion mistakenly believed Jon had come to exact revenge on a particular wildling, but Jon merely shook his head, directing his gaze toward the King of Bones. During the direst moments of battle before Lion's reinforcements arrived, Jon had personally slain a prince of the Vins, Magnas the Disdainful. Apart from the inherent ideological divide between the Night's Watch and the Free Folk, Jon bore no personal vendetta against any wildling. Enough, King of Bones. Your offensive strategy has failed. Spare your life, and let us unite to confront the White Walkers when winter approaches. After spending countless days with his beloved Ygritte and mourning her loss, Jon had long since lost the clarity of what was worth fighting and dying for between the Northmen and the Free Folk, especially with the imminent threat of the White Walkers. At this moment, the giant slayer Tormund stepped forward, wiping blood from his face and spitting blood at Jon with a fierce glare. Damn crows, if you want to fight, then fight. Spare us the chatter. With that, the giant slayer raised his massive axe, preparing to charge forward. However, he was halted by the King of Bones at his side. Crows, we will not surrender. However, we could consider an alliance. If you open the gates when the army of the King Beyond the Wall descends, we can naturally fight the White Walkers together. Or, once the King Beyond the Wall's army arrives and wipes out your few hundred crows, we can then face the White Walkers alone. The King of Bones' words carried both seduction and threat. Lion had heard enough threats during this period to discern the insincerity behind them, recognizing that the wildlings sought merely to extricate themselves from the current predicament, as none wished to perish without cause. Since you refuse to surrender, let your King Beyond the Wall come to collect your corpses. Faced with the obstinate wildlings, Lion resolved to take decisive action. However, Jon stepped directly in front of him. Jon's repeated interpositions irked Lion, who, had it not been for their shared allegiance, would have struck him down. Although Lion was unaware of what Jon had endured during their separation, the latter's hesitance was a source of great annoyance to him. King of Bones, I will duel you. If you win, you may leave with your men, but if you lose, you will heed Lion's commands and submit as a prisoner. I refuse. I have the opportunity to capture them directly. Why grant them such an honorable challenge? Before the King of Bones could respond, Lion expressed his dissatisfaction. The King of Bones, however, laughed heartily and declared, Jon, you have truly lost your senses, daring to challenge me? Very well. As long as the one dueling me is not that blood demon, I shall accept. With that, the King of Bones brandished a massive club fashioned from the leg bone of an animal and stepped into the clearing between the two armies. Jon turned to Lion, casting him a look of trust, then strode purposefully toward the King of Bones. Though Lion harbored no illusions of capturing wildlings, the prospect of gaining additional prisoners to bolster his ranks was undeniably appealing. Wildlings, akin to brigands in the mounted combat framework, could be transformed into regular troops using the skill veterans respect. After several successive battles, Lion's forces were nearly overrun with the wounded. Thus, bolstering his ranks with fresh soldiers was a strategic necessity as they prepared to confront the White Walkers. Consequently, Lion lowered his hand, tacitly allowing Jon's challenge. Jon, destined to become the North's foremost swordmaster, showcased his burgeoning prowess, capable of exchanging blows with the renowned King of Bones. Unlike Lion's ferocious and agile combat style, which involved rapid movements and circling strikes, Jon relied on his exquisite swordsmanship, deftly parrying the King of Bones' powerful blows. The King's Legbone Club, though intimidating and accompanied by fierce winds upon each swing, was met with Jon's skillful defense, maintaining an equilibrium in their exchange. In his desperation to save himself and his men, the King of Bones unleashed his full might, yet he could not best Jon in the short term. After dozens of exchanges, even the immensely strong King of Bones began to tire. In a moment of impatience, a vulnerability appeared in his stance, which Jon seized upon, swiftly severing the tendons in the King of Bones' arm and placing the point of his long claw against the wildling chief's throat. Victory was certain. Despite the King of Bones' unwillingness to concede, faced with the cold edge against his neck, he was compelled to acknowledge his defeat, relinquishing his club with his uninjured hand. Damn it, I do not accept this. Have the courage to face me again. The giant slayer Tormund was unwilling to accept the outcome and advanced toward Jon, axe in hand, shouting. At this moment, even though Jon had triumphed over the King of Bones without suffering injury, he was exhausted, barely able to stand. Hearing the giant slayer's refusal to yield, Jon steeled himself, preparing for the next bout. No, your opponent is me. Yet Lion would not allow Jon to fall into a cycle of combat, particularly as the advantage lay with him. The wildlings had no right to act with impunity. You, even Tormund, who feared neither man nor beast and possessed the audacity to sleep within the belly of a giantess, found himself momentarily silenced by Lion's fierce glare. The memory of Lion lifting the giant's head as if it were a mere pig lingered vividly in the air. In contrast to Tormund's boastful title of Giant Slayer acquired in Tavern Tales, the figure before him was a true harbinger of death to giants, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, Tormund wisely chose to clamp his mouth shut, feigning indifference as he gazed skyward at the stars. The battle at Black Iron Ford has come to a definitive conclusion. Although the wildlings feel a deep sense of shame at being captured, such occurrences are commonplace amidst the tribal disputes that have persisted for millennia. This time, however, their fate lies in the hands of the Night's Watch, where survival hangs by a thread. The aftermath of the conflict has left the two apprentices of Maester Aemon exceedingly occupied, tending to the wounds of over 100 Night's Watch members and wildling captives, many of whom are missing limbs. The fortunate survivors are tasked with extinguishing the remnants of the flames of war and burying the deceased. Yet, under the pressing insistence of Lord Lion, all, whether Night's Watch or wildling, are to be cremated. Though this adds to the burden, few dare to oppose Lion, whose recent triumph over the wildlings, bolstered by support from afar, commands respect. It is not until the following morning that the flurry of activities subsides. Despite a night devoid of sleep, the Night's Watch members remain remarkably alert, for a realm cannot afford to be without a leader. Since the tragic demise of Lord Commander Mormont, Black Iron Ford has been without a true leader for some time. The previously appointed interim commander, Bowen Marsh, has also fallen in battle. With the return of Lion, the head instructor, it is imperative that this matter be deliberated earnestly. Chapter 71. Taking the first step towards autonomy, becoming the commander of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch operates with a notable degree of democracy, with the election of the commander being determined by a vote of all Brothers of the Watch. On the following noon, the surviving members congregate in the Grand Assembly Hall. However, the atmosphere is strikingly unfamiliar, with only two prominent figures seated at the dais. On the left sits the blind Maester Aemon, and beside him is Lord Commander Lion Valerion. Even the most obstinate veterans must concede that Lion's prestige now rivals that of Maester Aemon, who boasts 50 years of service. Lion's return not only brings with him 300 highly trained elite members, but also the victory at Black Iron Ford, thus preserving the lives of all present. The other eligible commanders, including Mormont, have perished. The hall is abuzz with the murmurs of the Night's Watch brothers, some harboring ulterior motives. Yet all comprehend that today's proceedings are mere formalities. Sensing the opportune moment, Maester Aemon shakily rises to his feet. All conversation ceases as the brothers direct their gazes towards him, ready to listen intently. Is there anyone who wishes to nominate a candidate? As Aemon's words linger in the air, a bald man rises from the crowd. Lion's gaze shifts to the individual, recalling him as the notorious turncoat, Ser Geno Slint, former Lord of Harrenhal and commander of the King's Landing Garrison. It is said he can be bought, and had he not betrayed Ned Stark for a purse of gold, the Seven Kingdoms would now be under Stannis Baratheon's rule. Unfazed by Lion's disapproving stare, he boldly addresses his fellow brothers. Lord Lion Valerion is not only a noble of the Seven Kingdoms, but a man of exceptional character. He has admirably fulfilled the duties of our late commander, Lord Mormont, training new recruits whose prowess we have all witnessed. Last night, he directly saved Black Iron Fort, leading us to victory against the wildlings. He is the only candidate worthy of this position. His declaration is met with a chorus of agreement, as many brothers nod in approval, some even whistling and paying homage to Lion. The tide of support seems overwhelmingly in Lion's favor. Yet, despite the prevailing momentum, another voice arises, presenting a contrasting opinion. Lord Geno Slint, while commendable, cannot overshadow the experience of Ser Dennis Mallister, who has served the Night's Watch since childhood, demonstrating unparalleled loyalty for a decade. He possesses invaluable combat experience against the wildlings. A middle-aged brother stands, gesturing towards an elderly man at the table, his hair and beard white as snow. Yet his gaze remains sharp. The crowd murmurs in reluctant agreement, though the response is tepid. Undeterred, the middle-aged brother continues. Ser Dennis Mallister has defended Shadow Tower for 10 winters, showcasing unmatched bravery and the combat experience we so desperately need against the wildlings. None among us could fulfill this role more effectively than he. At this proclamation, a realization dawns upon many present, with the wildlings threatening to invade en masse. No one is better suited for the role of Lord Commander than Dennis Mallister. In an instant, a wave of support for him emerges, rivaling that for Lion. Since there are no other candidates, let us proceed to the vote. A triangle represents Lord Lion Valerion, while a square represents Ser Dennis Mallister. Maester Aemon retrieves the counting tools and places them on the table. Due to the order of speeches, the middle-aged brother's address follows that of the sycophantic Genos Slint, leading many brothers to instinctively cast their votes for the seasoned ranger, Dennis Mallister. This situation leaves Sam and Jon feeling anxious, as the opportunity for Sam to speak on Lion's behalf has been usurped by Genos Slint's flattery. Had Sam been able to voice his support, Lion's ascension would have been all but assured. Soon, all votes are collected, their slips deposited into a clay urn, which is subsequently shattered by Aemon's assistant to begin the tally. The count reveals a staggering lead for the squares, decisively outpacing the triangles. While the Night's Watch members harbor no bias against Lion's bravery, they are acutely aware of his youth, and in the face of the imminent brutal war, they find solace in the extensive experience that Dennis possesses in dealing with the wildlings. Finally, Maester Aemon, in a moment of clarity, turns to his assistant, asking, "Have all votes been cast?" "Yes, my lord," comes the response. Aemon, having heard this, fumbles for a moment before producing a triangle, which he hands to his assistant. Jon and Sam, feeling powerless in the situation, are left to stew in their frustrations. Sam internally curses Genos Slint for his ineptitude. "Your speech was utterly worthless, failing to highlight Lord Lion's youth and valor, and sabotaging his prospects. I would gladly turn your bald head into a pig's snout." Having undergone training under Lion, Sam has seen significant improvement, not only in overcoming his inherent timidity, but also in his physical prowess. Were he to return to House Tarly now, his father might, in a moment of weakness, restore to him the rights to Hornhill. Sensing the malice in Sam's gaze, Genos Slint trembles, reminded that he is not without vulnerabilities. During the battle at Black Iron Ford, he had displayed cowardice, hiding in a storeroom until victory was secured, only to be discovered by Sam, alongside the wildling woman Gilly and her child. Sam had been compelled to join the patrol under Lion's orders, and his journey remains largely unchanged. Sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Genos Sterling hastily approached Ser Dennis, the soon-to-be commander, shamelessly professing his loyalty. "Ser Dennis, my nomination of Lion was merely to exemplify the fairness and democracy of our Night's Watch. Otherwise, should the news of only your candidacy circulate, the people of the Seven Kingdoms might believe that the Night's Watch has forsaken even this modicum of tradition and descended into chaos." To this, Dennis merely scoffed, not deigning to cast a glance at the sycophant. Just as Dennis was preparing to rise and accept the proclamation of commander from Maester Aemon, a robust voice echoed from outside the conference room. "Wait." Chapter 72, The Talented Night's Watch, Lion's Appointment. Frankly, Maester Aemon was not only blind, he was not deaf either. He was well aware that the tide of opinion in the room had shifted decidedly in favor of Dennis. Nevertheless, he cast his vote for Lion, for in his heart, he believed that despite Lion's youth, he possessed immense potential and was worthy of great responsibility. Even if he faced temporary defeat today, the future of the Night's Watch must still rest in Lion's capable hands. It is worth noting that Dennis was now so old he could hardly wield a weapon in battle. However, at that moment, the owner of the voice outside pushed the door open and strode in, followed by a throng of Night's Watch soldiers, their garments stained with indelible blood and the aura of death. "Spicium?" Genos Sterling recognized the newcomer. In his recollection, this murderer from Essos had remained obscure within Black Iron Castle, but after recently accompanying Lion on a mission, he returned with an entirely transformed demeanor. "You murder. The voting has concluded. Lord Dennis is the people's choice. You must have seen that, right?" Genos stood up, casting a disdainful glance at Spicium and the throng of soldiers behind him. Suddenly struck by a thought, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. "I am a murderer. I have never denied that. But I am also a brother of the Night's Watch." Spicium unsheathed the double-handed sword from his back and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud, drawing everyone's attention. Who acknowledges you as a brother of the Night's Watch? Remember your station. You are but a green recruit. Without the consent of our superiors and the oath ceremony, you will always remain a mere recruit." At this moment, Genos Sterling found himself with no retreat. Eager to reclaim his standing in Dennis's favor and willing to confront Lion's subordinate, disregarding the potential consequences entirely. Just as the two men were at an impasse, a light, airy voice drifted from behind Genos. Lion rose calmly from his seat, surveying all the brothers of the Night's Watch present. As a Grand Commander, do I not have the right to conduct the Night's Watch oath ceremony on behalf of Spicium and the others? No one refuted Lion's statement. Then, I cast my vote for Lord Lion on behalf of the 218 brothers of the Night's Watch under his command. With that, Spicium approached the counting table, glancing not at the towering square counter, merely taking a triangular token and casting it for Lion. Behind this single vote lay the collective will of over 200 Night's Watchmen, leaving even Genos momentarily speechless in opposition. I declare the commander of the Night's Watch to be Lion Victor. A smile spread across Maester Eamon's face. His voice, though aged, resonated with strength. At this announcement, Sam and John beamed with delight, and the surrounding brothers of the Night's Watch erupted in exuberant cheers. Even Dennis Marys, the rival candidate, stood and, much to Genos Sterling's astonishment, smiled and applauded. Clearly, he too acknowledged this outcome. This left Genos Sterling feeling like a mere jester, caught between a rock and a hard place. A satisfied smile crossed Spicium's face, momentarily softening the ever-present menace in his demeanor. With the dust settled, Lion took his seat at the head of the table. Following the battle at Black Iron Castle, the Night's Watch had suffered grievous losses. No more than 500 warriors remained, with some scattered across various defenses. Within Black Iron Castle, there were barely 300 men, constantly threatened by the 10,000 wildlings from the north, a dire predicament indeed. Yet Lion remained unflustered as he began to organize personnel. Traditionally, this was a prime opportunity for a newly appointed commander to eliminate rivals, but given the current dire state of the Night's Watch, it was an urgent necessity. Spicium, he called out, recognizing the individual who had played a decisive role in this election. I appoint you as the Grand Instructor of the Night's Watch, hoping you will uphold my esteemed traditions and train the recruits as expertly as you yourself are. Upon hearing Lion's words, many of the Night's Watch brothers chuckled, feeling a sense of trepidation for Spicium. It was well known that Lion had trained 300 formidable and well-disciplined brothers in less than a month, placing immense weight and pressure upon Spicium's shoulders. I shall do so, my lord, Spicium responded with a solemn expression, placing his fist over his heart before retreating into the crowd. Lord Dennis Marys, Lion continued, announcing the name of his chief rival. Many speculated whether Lion would seek revenge against the former ranger, assigning him a trivial post to sideline him completely. Even Dennis himself likely harbored such thoughts, as his expression betrayed his inner turmoil when Lion called his name. Commander, I appoint you as my advisor, to strategize on behalf of me in this war against the wildlings. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of many, including Dennis himself, who could hardly believe he was still entrusted with such an important role. Traditionally, the Commander-S advisor was often seen as a potential successor. Were it not for the fact that Sam was now aligned with Lion, he would undoubtedly have nominated John, the former commander's advisor, and delivered a speech in his favor. Yes, my lord, I will do my utmost. Dennis, composed and pragmatic, did not display overwhelming surprise at this appointment. However, as he took his seat, his posture instinctively straightened. Sir Genos Sterling. At this juncture, Lion called upon the name of the vacillating opportunist. My lord. Genos was clearly unprepared. In his mind, the best outcome would be for Lion to entirely overlook his actions. After all, he had often played both sides, as long as he feigned ignorance. There was a significant chance he would go unnoticed. What is the current situation at Shadow Tower? Lion inquired, glancing towards Dennis, the advisor. It's dire. There's a severe shortage of soldiers and craftsmen. The fortifications have fallen into disrepair over the years, and with the main force taken by Lord Corrin, there are only 23 individuals, including servants and recruits, remaining at Shadow Tower, all of whom face constant threats from wildlings. The former advisor's memory serve him well. Well then, Sir Genos, your task is to rebuild the fortifications of Shadow Tower. As for manpower, you are to recruit as necessary. Funding should not pose a significant issue for you as a former commander of the King's Landing garrison. But, Genos stammered, eager to defend himself. Before his exile to the Night's Watch, all of his assets had been confiscated. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Shadow Tower had already fallen. Lion's directive seemed tantamount to sending him to his doom. There are no buts. You may refuse this order, but the consequence will be that the entire Night's Watch will regard you as a deserter, a brother who evades his responsibilities. The repercussions I leave to you to bear. No one can find solace after betraying Leon, even as Genos cast his gaze around, hoping for someone to plead his case. The expressions of those around him were filled with mockery, devoid of any sympathy, a consequence of his earlier indecisiveness. In silence, Genos despondently took a seat to one side. "You may attempt to escape, provided you can elude my grasp," Leon declared, his words ostensibly comforting yet laced with veiled threats. Chapter 73. The Fate of the Fickle. Offending Leon and still wishing to flee? After announcing Genos' appointment, Leon's gaze shifted to Jon, whose spirits appeared somewhat dampened. Though he had briefly reveled in Leon's ascension to the position of commander, he now wore a countenance of bitterness, lost in thought. "Jon Snow," Leon suddenly called out, prompting Jon to rise in surprise, bewildered as to why Leon had singled him out, especially since he had contributed little during the recent election. "I hereby appoint you as the Chief Ranger." Without hesitation, Leon proclaimed Jon's new title. Initially, Jon was elated. The coveted position he had long coveted now bestowed upon him with such ease. Yet, as realization dawned upon him, his joy was fleeting. The announcement of this appointment etched sorrow upon the faces of many Night's Watch members. For the first time in the history of the Night's Watch, two Chief Rangers could not coexist, suggesting that the former Chief Ranger, Banyan Stark, had likely met with grave misfortune. Banyan Stark was a figure of immense charisma, deeply respected by his subordinates, and had an impressive record of returning unscathed from northern patrols, bringing back vital intelligence. Presently, his fate was unknown, and one of the purposes of the former commander, Old Bear, in heading north for training was to ascertain Banyan's whereabouts. "Do not mourn, Jon. I swear to avenge the likes of Banyan Stark and Old Bear. Besides, your current prowess merits the title of Chief Ranger. Your recent feat of slaying Prince Ser Magnus upon the walls attests to this," Leon reassured him. Following his words, no one opposed the appointment, for it was evident that aside from Leon, the blood demon of Black Iron Fortress and the Giant Slayer, the mightiest among them was Jon, making him a fitting choice for the role of Chief Ranger. With the significant appointment concluded, Leon heeded the counsel of Maester Eamon and Officer Dennis and readily selected suitable candidates for various positions. "Now, we must earnestly deliberate on the matter of the wildling invasion. The battle at Black Iron Fortress is merely an appetizer, as Mance Rayder's army of wildlings still circles like a raven not far from us." After announcing the appointment, Officer Dennis initiated a discussion on the future of the Night's Watch. The soldiers of Black Iron Fortress, including those trained by Commander Leon, numbered merely over 400. To stand against 100,000 wildlings would, by all estimations, be a formidable challenge. Have we sent ravens to the Northern Lords? We must urge them to send reinforcements. One newly appointed member of the Night's Watch inquired of Maester Eamon. To the dismay of the assembly, Maester Eamon simply shook his head, igniting a sense of foreboding among the gathered. The new Northern Protector, Lord Robb Stark, has summoned all Northern Lords and is currently engaged in battle with the Westerlands. His forces are likely at the neck, and it may take 2 or 3 months for them to return north in time for our aid. Maester Eamon relayed the intelligence to the anxious Night's Watch members. "So, 400 against 100,000? Another high-ranking member of the Night's Watch exclaimed, leaping from his seat in alarm. Maester Eamon nodded, affirming the grim reality. The Night's Watch is presently at its most unprecedented weakness. The responsibility of halting the King Beyond the Wall may prove insurmountable. We can only issue a warning to the 7 kingdoms at the cost of our lives and do our utmost to hold the line." Upon hearing this disheartening news, panic spread among the Night's Watch, with some contemplating their futures as they perceived the imminent fall of the wall as merely a matter of time, and the potential demise of the Night's Watch looming ever closer. The irate chief builder, Donal Noy, pounded the table with his remaining arm, exclaiming, "Damn the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. As the wall teeters on the brink of collapse, they squabble endlessly over that iron throne, while we are left to face the consequences." His sentiments resonated deeply among the brothers of the Night's Watch. Many echoed, "Let those nobles go to hell. We should abandon our posts and scatter." Indeed, with their meager numbers, what could they possibly defend? If they fled, which noble would dare utter a word? Let them come and see for themselves. A situation reminiscent of the Eastwatch arose among the Night's Watch at Black Iron Fortress. Observing Commander Leon's silence and inaction, their fervor only intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Genos Sterling, recently appointed as the Shadow Tower's captain, seized the opportunity to propagate sentiments of flight, persuading many indifferent members to share in his thoughts. After some time, as the ruckus subsided, Leon, who had remained unresponsive to their antics, finally broke the silence. "Sam, have you noted the names of these individuals?" he asked quietly, directing his words to Sam, one of his aides with an exceptional memory. Sam promptly recited the names of 13 individuals. Sensing the gravity of Leon's tone, Genos, who had been the loudest, quickly donned a sheepish grin and said, "Commander, we were merely jesting. None of us would flee. I shall head to the Shadow Tower at once." Just then, a hand blocked his path. Spicium had intervened. Despite his disdain for Spicium, a low-born killer, Genos felt compelled to salute him respectfully. "Master Trainer, you are obstructing my way." "Maester Eamon, what should be the penalty for a member of the Night's Watch who openly spreads sentiments of retreat?" Leon inquired of Maester Eamon, who graciously responded, "All shall be treated as deserters." Upon hearing this, Genos immediately turned, falling to his knees before Leon, his face a mask of desperation. "Commander, I was only jesting. I implore you, show mercy. It is a time for unity. Allow me to redeem myself." The remaining 12 individuals followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads in acknowledgement of their transgressions, pleading for Leon to temper his judgment. Officer Dennis subtly shook his head at Leon, who understood the unspoken message. A light reprimand would suffice. After all, in these dire times, even a cook was needed on the battlefield, and executing so many would be wasteful. However, Leon rose, his expression stern as he declared, "Even if Black Iron Fortress were filled only with the aged and infirm, we would not welcome you deserters. I hereby sentence Genos, Sterling, and all deserters to execution by hanging. Immediate execution." Chapter 74. I shall provide him with an irrefutable reason. As Leon issued his command with a resonant tone, every brother of the Night's Watch present understood that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Spyam swiftly rose to his feet and forcefully yanked Genos Sterling, who was still kneeling on the ground and incessantly pleading for mercy. Following suit, a dozen sworn brothers from the Night's Watch also pledged their allegiance. The traitors, who had spread cowardly rumors, were soon all apprehended. Had Genos been aware of the tribulations that Leon had endured in Eastwatch, he likely would not have dared to utter such rebellious sentiments in front of the assembly. Regardless of his audacity, as the sworn brothers escorted the traitors to the execution platform, Leon finally stood up, grasped the kiss of black and white from the table, and strode towards the dissenters. Genos and his accomplices were taken aback by Leon's grave demeanor, which deepened their understanding of the commander's formidable authority. Leon approached Genos, who had been pressed onto a slab of marble on the execution platform, and inquired, "Do you have any final words?" "My lord, I should never have uttered such treasonous words. I am deeply sorry. I was too cowardly. Please grant me another chance, and I will report to the Shadow Tower immediately." Genos's incessant babbling ultimately devolved into quiet sobs, as he left a pool of foul-smelling liquid beneath him, clearly terrified by Leon's actions. The other traitors fared no better, their pleas and wails filling the air. The remaining sworn brothers secretly felt a similar urge to flee, but witnessing the current scene, they were immensely relieved that they had not been as vocal about their thoughts. Leon did not keep Genos waiting long. With a swift stroke of his sword, a head fell, and he then moved on to the next traitor. Despite their desperate struggles in their final moments, the sworn brothers held them firmly, allowing Leon to execute one after another without delay. After demonstrating his authority as commander, it became apparent that, at least on the surface, everyone within the Black Iron Fortress was compelled to present a united front. However, Leon understood that a balance of both favor and fear was essential, and thus he openly expressed his thoughts. "From what I know, the wildlings are not a monolithic force. This alliance is entirely reliant on Mance Rayder's personal charisma. Therefore, I will send someone to assassinate Mance Rayder. Once he is dead, the wildlings will inevitably splinter and no longer pose a threat to us." Holding his sword, surrounded by the heads of the traitors, Leon's words, although perceived by some as fantastical, went unchallenged. John felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had once attempted to kill Mance Rayder, even offering the head of the dismembered Colin as a token to gain Rayder's trust, only to ultimately fail. "Commander, in truth, the threat does not solely stem from the wildlings. The danger posed by the others from further north is far more grave." Just as silence enveloped the gathering, Sam spoke up, and this time no one mocked his astonishing remarks. For many sworn brothers present, the others were no longer mere legends. During the Battle of the Fist of the First Men, a patrol of over 500 men from the Night's Watch encountered the haunting sound of 3 horns for the first time in millennia, only to be surrounded by the army of the others, suffering catastrophic losses, with fewer than 100 escaping to Castle Black for refuge. The remnants of the Night's Watch, discontented with the poor treatment from Castle Black, instigated a rebellion led by Cotter, resulting in the deaths of Commander Mormont and the Lord of Castle Black, with only a handful managing to return to Black Iron Fortress. These survivors convinced everyone at Black Iron Fortress that the others had descended southward and could appear at the foot of the wall at any moment. As time passed, none dared to fathom the extent to which the legions of the undead had grown. Even more terrifying was the fact that just northward, 100,000 wildlings were poised to join the army of the dead at any moment. I have dispatched men to seek Dragonglass in Eastwatch, and soon a shipment of Dragonglass weapons will arrive at Black Iron Fortress. Once the others are vanquished, their army of the dead will inevitably crumble, returning to dust. While Leon's words aimed to bolster the spirits of the Sworn Brothers, their overly relaxed tone failed to accurately reflect the dire circumstances they faced. Consequently, although many uninformed members of the Night's Watch might have felt encouraged, the seasoned veterans who had experienced the horror of the others remained far from reassured. At that moment, Jon expressed his thoughts. Mance Rayder is a cautious man. I've already attempted to assassinate him once, and he will undoubtedly be on guard. His words served as a cold splash of water on Leon's fervor. I have spoken with Mance Rayder. I know he has never truly wished to be at odds with the Night's Watch. He only seeks to carve out a new life for his people. I was once his prisoner. He could have abused or killed me, yet he spared my life. Upon hearing Jon's statement, some displayed a degree of agreement, while the majority glared at him with indignation. Had he not recently been appointed Chief Ranger by Leon, many swords would likely have been drawn against him by now. Discussing an alliance with the wildlings at the Night's Watch headquarters? Such words were even more shocking than Genos's earlier proclamations of retreat. Jon, everyone knows you were once captured by the wildlings. How can we trust whether you genuinely surrendered or merely feigned compliance? Whose side are you truly on? Indeed, you haven't been completely swayed by that slain wildling woman, have you? Do you wish to betray us and become the next Mance Rayder? Even if the King Beyond the Wall agreed to an alliance, who would lead this coalition? Can our fewer than 400 sworn brothers hold off 100,000 wildlings? A cacophony of accusations rang out against Jon, who, undeterred, passionately implored them to understand his perspective. We are not so different from the wildlings. Before the wall was erected, we were in the south and they were in the north. Now we face the existential threat of the others. And if they assimilate those 100,000 wildlings, who among the realms of Westeros will stand against the advance of the others? At this point, many sworn brothers began to be swayed by Jon's words. Yet a faction of traditionalists stubbornly countered, but we still have the wall. Once the reinforcements from the Seven Kingdoms arrive, we can hold back both the wildlings and the others. But distant water won't quench a nearby fire, Jon retorted. His impassioned rhetoric began to sway many, drawing their gazes towards their new commander, Leon Victor, as they awaited his final decision. Gentlemen, the wildlings must submit. Leon did not disappoint, articulating his choice, and then, meeting the puzzled gazes of the assembly, he declared, I will give Mance Rayder a reason he cannot refuse. Chapter 75, Preparing for Battle, Casting Aside Illusions. As for Leon's assertion that he would provide Mance Rayder with an irresistible reason, it left many sworn brothers questioning, speculating on what insights the commander might possess. It was well known that Mance Rayder, during his time with the Night's Watch, had gained an infamous reputation for his obstinate nature, akin to the tenacity of weeds. Throughout the entirety of the wall, Jon had dealt with Mance Rayder before. The latter had once told him, for thousands of years, the laws of the kingdoms have never set foot on this land. Free folk never kneel to anyone. What do you southern men call those who kneel? Kneeling folk. When he spoke those words, Mance Rayder wore a proud expression, not only because he bore the blood of the free folk, but also due to the unprecedented achievement of uniting all the free folk tribes, which filled him with pride. Aside from the oaths of the Night's Watch, the beliefs he held were as unyielding as rock. They would not easily change. Yet, Leon did not reveal at that moment what the irresistible reason he intended to present to Mance Rayder would be. Time flowed slowly amidst the tense yet orderly atmosphere of preparation at Black Iron Fortress. The once vibrant civilian populace, laden with their belongings, departed from his place that had once exuded a semblance of life. With their exodus, Black Iron Fortress gradually shed its warm hues, transforming into a cold, unyielding mass akin to iron in the depths of winter. Janie, the cook, gazed at the broad back of three-fingered Hab in the kitchen and shook her head. Your man perished in the battle of Black Iron Fortress. Why do you not flee south with the others? There is no longer any reason for you to remain here. No, my lord Hab, she replied resolutely. Though my husband and I never took the Night's Watch oath in our hearts, we have long accepted our identity as part of the Night's Watch. Unless you compel the commander to expel me, I shall not heed your words. Ultimately, cook Janie chose to stay, assisting three-fingered Hab in preparing sustenance sufficient for 400 souls over 3 months, ensuring that the fortress's supplies would be ample. Meanwhile, The newly appointed commander, Lord Lion, tirelessly visited the training grounds each day, overseeing the instruction of the new recruits. This time, no one dared defy Lion's commands. The recruits arrived punctually, and many seasoned members of the Night's Watch eagerly participated, undergoing Lion's rigorous training together. Each individual understood that they were on the brink of an unprecedented and arduous battle, one that awaited them in the not-so-distant future. Riders, flank the sides. Follow me. Charge. In an open field outside the castle, amidst the clouds of dust raised by thundering hooves, 200 Night's Watch cavalrymen, under the command of Chief Ranger Jon Snow, continually shifted their formations and tactics, charging towards a distant scarecrow. The scarecrow, constructed to represent a wildling berserker, had been the target of Jon's cavalry maneuvers. Ultimately, he led the riders in a fierce assault from the flank into the scarecrow's shield formation, resulting in devastating effects. Had this been a real encounter, 200 cavalry could have inflicted equivalent casualties. Jon, like his uncle, Benjen Stark, possessed an innate aptitude for commanding cavalry. Under his leadership, the remaining 200 cavalrymen of Black Iron Fortress began to form a cohesive unit. Though he was more adept in foot combat, no one else in the fortress was as suitable for the role of cavalry commander. Lion could hardly appoint the somewhat incompetent and sluggish Dennis Marys to that position. Even if the latter would have gladly accepted the command. Lion stood on a nearby hill, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened as it focused on the sky above. In this season, with summer drawing to a close, a flock of geese was inexplicably flying northward, and one of them appeared to be flying erratically. Braavos. Lion uttered a single word, and behind him stood a formation of archers composed of exactly 200 sworn brothers of the Night's Watch. The 200 moved as one, raising their bows to aim at the sky. Loose. At Lion's command, a cloud of 200 arrows enveloped the geese soaring high above. Accompanied by a series of thuds and the geese's anguished cries, scarcely a single bird escaped unscathed. Amidst this sudden turn of events, one particularly large goose seemed to sense danger ahead of its companions. It swiftly ascended into the sky, its keen eyes betraying a hint of fear and confusion. It could not comprehend how the Night's Watch Rangers could shoot arrows to such heights with such precision. Just as it evaded the first volley of arrows and ascended to a sufficient altitude, it cast a wary glance toward the ground. To its astonishment, it saw Lion, who had remained motionless on the hill, suddenly draw a bow and take aim directly at it. At this distance, surely only a giant could shoot me down, the goose thought, mocking Lion. However, in the next moment, a shimmering black arrow pierced through its form with deadly accuracy. Not far beyond the wall, the vanguard of the wildling coalition, numbering over 20,000, was assembling. Suddenly, a scream echoed from within Mance Rayder's tent as a diminutive shapeshifter tumbled from a seat. Gasping for breath, "What have you discovered, Valamir? What has caused you such alarm?" Mance inquired with concern. "My eagle. It is dead." "Dead? How did it die? Did the Night's Watch bring it down from the sky?" "Indeed, it appears to be the new commander of the Night's Watch, a youth of remarkable prowess. My eagle saw his face before it perished. His arrows are nearly as powerful as the giant's bow wielded by the strong Grom." Valamir, who had commanded 3 shape-shifting animals, reported to Mance with trepidation, noting that from this day forth, he could only control a single direwolf and a wilderness bear. The formidable Grom was also present within Mance's tent, seated upon a specially crafted large tree trunk, which elevated him above the other chairs. Upon hearing Valamir's account, he emitted a low grunt from his enormous nostrils. "Is it that Lion Victor, the one who killed my brother, the giant 1-1? Chapter 76. The final battle between the Night's Watch and the wildlings begins. Grom, more astute than other giants and adept at communicating with humans, was the chief of the contemporary giant clan. His voice brimmed with rage as he spoke, and the rising pitch of his words instilled fear in the hearts of the other free folk chiefs present, who worried that the enraged giant might inadvertently harm them. "My eagle's eye does not deceive me. It was he who cruelly severed your brother's head that night." Valamir, trembling, finished his account and retreated to a corner, fearful of inciting the giant's wrath. "Mance Rayder, how much longer must your forces gather? Damn it. My kin should not have been drawn into this battle against the Night's Watch. Even the White Walkers cannot contend with us. Yet because of your command, 2 of my kind have already perished." Grom turned his gaze toward Mance Rayder, his eyes filled with reproach, as if questioning the pace of the wildling assembly. "We engaged in a fierce battle with the White Walkers in the Thurn Mountains, suffering heavy losses among the able-bodied, and many of the elderly and infirm are severely slowing our advance. If you wish for me to abandon them, then we can reach the castle in a week, with at least 60,000 wildlings able to cross the wall." Mance Rayder, faced with Grom's subtly threatening inquiry, calmly provided his rationale. Upon hearing this, Grum calmed down. Mance's meaning was abundantly clear. At this critical juncture, he could not abandon any of the free folk, for if he had harbored such thoughts, he would have acted long ago and not waited until now. The Prince of Thurn has fallen at Black Iron Fortress. I trust the Thurn folk have not stirred. Turning to his wife, Mance inquired, and she shook her head in response. The Thurn people seem to have their own electoral process. After the deaths of over 100 Thurn berserkers, the Thurn prince is now a warrior named Olaf, who is currently en route. Excellent. I have already placated the Giant's Bane and the Ding Dong clan. It is time to send forth another elite squad to launch a surprise attack on Black Iron Fortress. As soon as Mance finished speaking, a wildling chief present expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "Send more men?" With all due respect, while Black Iron Fortress may number fewer than 500, its position against the wall makes it a formidable stronghold. We would need to amass 10 or even 20 times their numbers to have any hope of taking it. The chieftain appeared to harbor considerable discontent regarding Mansurt's incessant dispatch of small contingents to their demise. In his view, while these actions did not significantly undermine the tribes of wildlings, they certainly lacked wisdom. No, you misunderstand. This time, I shall lead the charge myself. Mansurt raised a hand to quell the chieftain's grievances, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, clearly concealing some undisclosed strategy. You, King Beyond the Wall, it is not that I distrust your valor, but even your prowess cannot enable our brethren to soar over the towering wall of despair. There may be more than one clumsy method to surmount the wall. One must learn to exploit the fears harbored within the hearts of our foes. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon 3 days had passed. The tunnel gate leading north to the Wall of Despair was hoisted by several brothers of the Night's Watch using a winch. As 200 rangers formed 2 lines, pouring forth from the tunnel and ultimately assembling at the foot of the wall. Initially, the Night's Watch had prepared for a full-scale mobilization to vanquish Mansurt and thereby eliminate the threat posed by the wildlings. However, unexpectedly, as the time to depart approached, Leon brought forth merely 200 rangers. It is noteworthy that among these horsemen, only half were seasoned veterans of the Night's Watch, while the other half comprised recent recruits. Coupled with their insufficient training and lack of cohesion, this meager force would struggle to make a significant impact against an army of 100,000 wildlings. Commander, although the horses of Black Iron Fortress are insufficient, our ranger company can still keep pace on foot and will not hinder your speed, insisted Spyam, with Sam and other elite swarm brothers echoing his sentiments, seeking to alter Leon's decision and accompany him. No, Spyam, you are our last hope. You must hold the Wall of Despair. Should we, by misfortune, be defeated, you will remain the final bastion of the Night's Watch. Leon's stance was unwavering, showing no inclination to relent in the face of Spyam's persistent appeals. The long night is upon us. I cannot bring you along to engage in a protracted struggle against wildlings and even the others. This battle must be decisive, one clash to determine the fate of all. Although Leon's explanation somewhat assuaged the regrets of Spyam and the others, a lingering sorrow remained in their hearts for not being able to confront the others firsthand. Even though the outcome might lead to death on the battlefield, Spyam and his compatriots had long been prepared for this moment since the day they took their oath. At last, before mounting his horse, Leon gently patted Spyam's shoulder and cast a scrutinizing gaze over every member remaining at Black Iron Fortress. Despite his youthful visage, the Night's Watch felt the resoluteness emanating from his eyes. Though regret lingered within them, they instinctively stood tall, responding to Leon with utmost fortitude. From the steadfast gazes of these 200 men, Leon discerned the secret of the Night's Watch's millennia of resilience. It was precisely because of such a steadfast group of loyal guardians, willing to sacrifice everything, that no incursion by wildlings or threat from the others could breach their defenses and invade the south. Uncertain who initiated it first, the remaining members of the Night's Watch and the Rangers preparing for deployment solemnly recited the oath of the Night's Watch. I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel on the wall, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, this night and every night. The voices of 400 merged into a singular entity. Even in hushed tones, their recitation was sufficient to disturb countless beasts lurking in the dense forests surrounding the wall, as well as birds and unseen threats. Prior to their departure, many of the new rangers bore fleeting expressions of fear. However, once the final line of the oath was solemnly proclaimed, each individual seemed to gain the blessing of the spirits of the Night's Watch, interred there for millennia. Their trepidation evaporated, replaced by fervor and determination. Rangers, forward! Following Jon Snow's loud exclamation, the thunderous sound of 200 hooves coalesced into a formidable force. galloping swiftly along a wide road through the Shadowlands. Little did Leon know, just to the north, the vanguard led by Mansard was also advancing southward, with the two armies separated by no more than a 3-day journey. The commander of the Night's Watch and the king beyond the wall, adversaries embroiled in conflict for centuries, were on the verge of engaging in what might be their final confrontation under the looming threat posed by the others. Chapter 77, Castle Casterly. The terrifying totem left by the others. Deep within the Shadowlands lies an ancient thoroughfare leading directly to the free folks' town of Saran. It is said that this road dates back to the time of the ancestors and is steeped in history. However, even the grandest of constructions cannot withstand the ravages of time. Today, the remnants of the ancient road are scarce. Leon opted not to deploy forced march tactics, but rather chose to proceed at a normal pace. Nevertheless, after traversing the Shadowlands for an entire day, they covered over 100 miles. The 200 rangers followed in the hoofprints of their predecessors, their figures gradually melding into the vast expanse of the snowy forest. The end of the road lay just ahead. "Commander, which direction shall we proceed?" asked Officer Dennis, riding alongside Leon, with John, the chief ranger, at his right. The inquiry prompted John to recall his uncle, who had likely vanished at the end of this very path. Sensing the agitation of his steed, John reached down to calm it. Horses possess a keener instinct than humans, making them more aware of danger, which heightened John's vigilance. "Which way to Castle Casterly?" Leon surveyed his surroundings, noting that dense woods completely obscured his view at the end of the ancient thoroughfare, rendering him uncertain about which path to choose. Each direction appeared indistinguishable from the others. Due to the absence of shapeshifters capable of soaring through the skies, Leon's reconnaissance efforts became exceedingly challenging. Consequently, he stationed scouts approximately 500 meters ahead in the formation, serving merely as a warning. "Here, guided by this fish leaf tree, if we head east for about 5 miles, we shall arrive at Castle Casterly, currently occupied by a band of Night's Watch traders led by Carl. I am uncertain of their condition, though aged." Officer Dennis was remarkably experienced. Despite the woods appearing uniform, he quickly identified the path leading to Castle Casterly. "Since I assumed the role of the Grand Instructor, no trader from the Night's Watch has lived to leave my sight, let alone those who have betrayed Old Bear. We shall first repair to Castle Casterly and deal with them." "Very well, Commander." The 200 rangers turned their horses and galloped eastward. Under the guidance of the seasoned Officer Dennis, the rangers reached their destination of 5 miles in less than an hour. However, the sight before them at Castle Casterly struck Leon as peculiar. A mere wisp of smoke lingered above Castle Casterly, starkly contrasting with the expected presence of 60 to 70 traitorous Night's Watch members and an indeterminate number of Casterly daughters. At Leon's signal, a weathered and battle-hardened veteran ranger dismounted. He cautiously parted the black cloak draped over his back and drew his single-handed sword, then stealthily approached the interior of Castle Casterly. Despite its name suggesting a fortification, Castle Casterly was little more than a small village enclosed by a perimeter wall, hardly superior to any lord's stable in the north. Thus, the veteran ranger quickly circumnavigated the village and emerged once more. His pallor was striking, and an air of peculiarity surrounded him. To be precise, Leon discerned a palpable fear of the unknown reflected in his eyes. "What have you discovered?" Officer Dennis furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the steadfast reliability inherent in the character of this veteran, having never witnessed such an expression on his face throughout their lengthy service together. "The inhabitants of Castlebook, they are all dead," the ranger veteran replied in a low tone, as if awakening from a great shock. "Dead?" Leon found the revelation perplexing. He could not abide the thought of any Night's Watch traitors surviving, yet he also wished for their demise to be shrouded in mystery. Thus, the rangers urged their mounts onward, cautiously making their way toward the village. Upon entering, each ranger was met with a faint metallic scent of blood. In the frigid environment, the odor had congealed upon the ground, having gone unnoticed while outside the village. "Commander, the 7 gods you worship can scarcely elucidate the scene before us." Having navigated an obstacle, Dennis stood before a hollowed area blanketed in snow, addressing Leon beside him. Within the hollow, human limbs were grotesquely arranged into a spiral totem, their rigidity accentuated by the cold, now tinged with a bluish hue. Each severed limb bore a smooth cut, as though the deceased had been subjected to a precise slaughter in life. "Was it the savages?" Leon inquired softly, to which Dennis shook his head. Even the most brutal of savages would not commit such acts. Thus, Leon understood. Adjacent to the totem, the heads of the traitorous Night's Watchmen and the daughters of Castor had been heaped into grotesque monuments, their faces frozen in the expressions of their final moments. eyes reflecting either terror or serenity as they silently regarded the present rangers. Witnessing this grim spectacle, the faces of the rangers mirrored the same fear as that of the veteran. However, among the ranks, one individual's reaction was particularly striking. It was Commander Leon. He stepped forward and retrieved a head from the monument. He recognized the individual, once adept in wielding dual daggers. He had been among the upper echelons of the Night's Watch. It was this man who incited the rebellion that led to the demise of Bear and others. Yet, his fate was no better than theirs. Here, the bodies of Bear's companions remained unfound, while Carl was left with only a head, its expression one of unfulfilled defiance. "My lord, I found something. There is one survivor." Just as the crowd fell silent, gazing at the totem, a ranger approached, supporting a traitor who was unceremoniously thrown at Leon's feet. He hid in a cellar, surrounded by discarded potato peels and his own filth. God knows how long he's been hiding. The ranger explained how he had discovered this survivor. Leon leaned down, placing Carl's head before the man, and gently inquired, "Do you know who killed Carl and the others?" The man, seemingly traumatized, could only tremble, his vacant gaze revealing a mind shattered, lips moving incoherently. Leon leaned in closer to listen. Regrettably, the survivor had entirely lost his sanity. Leon could not decipher a single syllable from his mouth. "Perhaps Maester Eamon may possess a method to treat him," Officer Dennis suggested timely. "Not necessary," Leon replied, rising to his feet and carelessly discarding Carl's head. He drew forth the kiss of black and white, granting the survivor a swift release from his torment. Chapter 78. The Eve of Great War. Leon is heart-to-heart with Jon and the resourceful giant. It is not the savages, nor the others who could effortlessly annihilate this band of traitors. They are all our enemies. Upon concluding his statement, Leon observed the waning daylight and issued a command: "Clear this area. The troops shall encamp here for the night. Everyone must sleep with one eye open." At this juncture, Leon glanced at Jon, who felt a tightening in his chest, recognizing that Leon had a task in store for him. "Jon, ensure that the men are assigned to tend to the horses. I do not wish to awaken surrounded by others or savages, unable to break free from the encirclement." Leon's tone was extraordinarily grave, compelling Jon to treat his orders with the utmost seriousness. Thus, Jon resolved to spend the night alongside the horses. Believing that where the horses were, so too would he be, since their parting at Black Iron Fortress. It had been over a month since Leon and Jon had encountered one another. The disparity in their statuses had rendered their relationship unable to return to its former intimacy. Even when they did cross paths, their conversations had devolved into formalities, with the warmth of private discourse all but extinguished. Yet that evening, as Jon brought forth a bear pelt to lay on the ground of the horse pen, he observed Leon approaching alone. "Commander," Jon exclaimed, rising from his task and respectfully bowing to Leon. "Surely, our relationship has not grown so distant?" Leon maintained his previously serious demeanor, and as Jon pondered this perplexity, Leon broke into a smile. "Do not address me as commander. Simply call me Leon, as in days of yore." "That cannot be," Jon replied, though under Leon's insistence. He ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, Leon. Are you unable to sleep tonight?" Jon assumed Leon was troubled by the impending battle. For who could bear the weight of an entire Night's Watch legion and the fate of all humanity upon their shoulders at such a young age, if not Leon himself? "Am I not allowed to inspect the work of the commander over his men, Lord Snow?" Leon jested, playfully punching Jon on the shoulder, prompting Jon to chuckle, the tension that had lingered beneath his surface dissipating. "I am sincerely grateful for your appointment of me as First Ranger. It feels like a dream come true. At just 15, you have ascended to become the youngest commander of the Night's Watch in centuries, while I have the honor of serving as First Ranger." Jon's smile, akin to the fleeting warmth of spring sunlight, quickly faded as he adopted a serious expression. "However, I believe you should not recklessly lead the troops in a battle against the King beyond the wall. Such a task is better suited to me. You should be stationed at the wall. Leave it to you? Do you possess a clever strategy?" Leon regarded Jon with a hint of curiosity after hearing his words. I have yet to devise one, but do you have a plan?" Jon's initial embarrassment transformed into a spark of insight. "In truth, we both understand the true purpose behind Mance Raider's hurried summons for the wildlings to march south. Deep down, you too wish for the wildlings to descend, do you not? Indeed, even my most pessimistic excuse cannot permit the 100,000 wildlings to become fodder for the army of the dead. If Mance Raider, a former member of the Night's Watch, can command such a multitude of wildlings, surely there are those among the Night's Watch capable of achieving the same." After speaking, Jon's gaze shifted to Leon, and for some reason, he subconsciously felt that Leon could indeed accomplish this task. Moreover, it need not involve violating the vows of the Night's Watch, nor did it require becoming one of the wildlings. commanding so many wildlings? You possess remarkable audacity." Upon hearing Jon's intriguing theory, Leon chuckled with delight. Although neither of them broached the subject of the stories that unfolded during their time apart, the exchange of knowing smiles during their gaze spoke volumes more than any words, whether they be pale or fervent. Subsequently, Leon rose and patted Jon's shoulder, a gesture he had recently mastered with increasing finesse, though he ultimately refrained from revealing to Jon his intended course of action. What, indeed, was the compelling reason Leon had vowed to provide to the King Beyond the Wall on the day of the Night's Watch election? After Leon departed, Jon, consumed by this thought, nestled against a pillar in the stables, enduring a sleepless night. In the dense woods adjacent to Castle Black, flickers of green light occasionally pierced the darkness, an indication of some unknown beast's gaze, coldly observing the movements of the Night's Watchman. Not far to the north of Castle Black, at least 300 of Mance Rayder's finest free folk warriors lay in ambush. Upon receiving Varamir's report, Mance Rayder nodded discreetly. With the southern route nearly blocked by the others, his wildling army was now gathered at Hardhome, unable to advance. When these 300 free folk warriors set out, they numbered 500, yet only this diminished contingent had arrived at Castle Black. Nevertheless, Mance Rayder remained confident that he could easily overpower the 200 members of the Night's Watch station there. By the way, did you ascertain whether that man was the newly appointed Lord Commander, Leon Victor? Mance Rayder inquired, a trace of unease creeping into his voice. Varamir immediately responded without hesitation. That lad circled Castle Black several times. On numerous occasions, my owls nearly lost their cover while tracking him. There's no mistaking it. He paused, incredulous. Why abandon the safety of the walls to engage in reckless combat? I truly cannot fathom what goes on in the mind of this new Raven commander. One of the free folk chiefs, having overheard Varamir's intelligence, interjected with a relaxed demeanor, clearly regarding Leon's sortie as a monumental blunder. Does he intend to charge through our ranks and strike down our leader, Mance Rayder? Only then would the free folk scatter without their head, allowing this band of ravens to continue guarding their crumbling fortress. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rose among the free folk chiefs, causing tension to ripple through the assembly as they turned to locate the source. Upon spotting the speaker leaning against a robust tree trunk, illuminated only by the faint flicker of candlelight reflecting off his knees, many exhaled in relief, their worries alleviated somewhat. It was none other than the formidable giant chief, Gromar. A saying in the snowy plains goes, when the giants ponder, the wildlings laugh. Such peculiar thoughts, if voiced by those typically adept at scheming yet physically frail, would warn concern, yet when uttered by the brawny giants, they merely incited amusement. Even Mance Rayder offered a hollow chuckle, as if to convey camaraderie with the others. Only Gromar maintained a solemn expression, convinced that such an outcome was indeed plausible, albeit others could not discern his visage beyond the treetops. Chapter 79. The Second Assassination of the Faceless Men, a Triumph for Leon. Our owls will strike when the enemy is most slumberous, Mance Rayder asserted. Yet his words were met with the disdainful laughter of the newly appointed Prince of Then, Olaf. King Beyond the Wall, has your repeated losses rendered you bereft of the courage to confront your foes head-on? Olaf, a quintessential Northman berserker, bore a temper as foul as his tongue. Every word seemed to be meticulously crafted to provoke. His aimless provocations were, of course, a ploy to incite a brawl with his opponents. Even Mance Rayder, who had dealt with such temperamental warriors for years, felt a flicker of anger rise within him. When I say it is the owls, it is the owls. No one, not even a giant, may defy my command. Do you understand, Olaf? Mance Rayder articulated his threat with an unruffled demeanor. Yet his words ignited a flicker of trepidation among the surrounding chiefs. They had witnessed the terrifying wrath of the usually affable Mance Rayder and understood the peril of his fury. The King Beyond the Wall was far from a simpleton. It was precisely his cunning that had united the notoriously savage free folk tribes. Only Olaf, absent-mindedly, muttered, understood. Alas, it seems we cannot feast on fresh raven flesh just yet. As he spoke, Olaf retrieved a half-eaten human leg from a gray sack by the fire and tossed it into the flames. Except for the remaining free folk tribes abhorred cannibalism and hastened to distance themselves from him. Within Castle Black, having completed his final patrol, Leon remained restless, sensing an unprecedented intensity in his spider's senses this night, as though some insurmountable danger were encroaching. The source of this dread could not possibly be human, at least, not of the ordinary kind. Was it the others? Leon mused, only to shake his head in denial. After all, the others depicted in the original texts and the series were not invincible, and his own group wielded the Valyrian steel swords, the Widow's Kiss and Longclaw, which were effective against them. The other rangers also possessed various weapons forged from dragonglass. Due to time constraints, Leon could not equip his forces on a larger scale. Thus, he resolved to lead the most agile rangers out of the city to confront the king beyond the wall and the others. Then wildlings? Leon glanced toward the North Star, confirming the direction of the north. However, he had never underestimated the king beyond the wall. It was not a matter of arrogance. With his current combat prowess and the bloodthirst that granted him extraordinary regenerative abilities, he could easily vanquish the king beyond the wall single-handedly. Just then, Leon's aimless patrol bore fruit. In the dim moonlight of the deep night, a lone ranger from the Night's Watch stood vigil on a hillside outside Castle Black. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moon, Leon drew back his black cloak and placed his right hand upon the hilt of Widow's Kiss, ever ready to draw his sword. Sensing Leon's approach, the Night's Watch ranger turned to him. "My lord, it is quite late. You have not yet retired?" Leon did not respond to the greeting, but coldly countered. "What is the password?" "My lord, what is a password? Is it some sort of signal?" The ranger inquired with an expressionless face. "It seems you have not been among my ranks for long." Under the moonlight, Leon unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming with a sharp chill. "Huh? Clever lad. You have established a unique code for the company. Only those who can respond correctly may be deemed allies." The Night's Watch ranger, or rather, the faceless man, Hodder, struggled to smile. "Let me guess, you are one of the second batch of assassins sent to eliminate me?" Leon approached Hodder, closing the distance to less than a meter, confident that whoever initiated the confrontation would not evade the outcome. The boy has always been curious about the strength of certain individuals, has he not? "Allow me to provide an answer for you, free of charge. After I kill you, who will forge my equipment?" Leon inquired flippantly before engaging in combat. "You may boldly and confidently defeat someone, young boy." With that, Hode graciously allowed Leon to make the first move. Naturally, Leon did not hesitate. After a prolonged period of combat, despite his one-handed sword skills not further developing, both his strength and agility had significantly improved. Leon's combat prowess had ascended to new heights, which was precisely why he chose to take the initiative in eliminating the scourge of the king beyond the wall. However, despite the relentless thrusts of his blade, the kiss of black and white, Hode merely evaded each attack, rendering Leon's efforts futile. Witnessing Hode's playful demeanor while battling him ignited a flame of fury within Leon, driving him to accelerate his assault. Hode, no longer dismissive, drew two short daggers from behind, easily parrying each of Leon's strikes. After 5 or 6 exchanges, the tide of battle began to shift, with Hode gaining the upper hand over Leon. For the first time, Leon experienced a sense of helplessness amidst the tempest of Hode's onslaught. Yet, this feeling lasted but a fleeting moment. His fighting spirit remained unwavering as he continued to strike tirelessly. Although Hode's daggers were no ordinary weapons, they ultimately shattered under the keen edge of the kiss of black and white. At last, as Leon gasped for breath, his sword was poised against Hode's throat. "Tell your god, if it desires my life, let it come and take it itself." With that, Leon's blade sliced mercilessly across Hode's neck, a glimmer of cold light flashing as Hode's head rolled away. Until his final moment, Hode's countenance remained serene, as if death were merely a trivial affair to him. Yet, in his dying gaze, a flicker of admiration for Leon could unmistakably be perceived. However, Mord's arrival was not solely for the purpose of being slain by Leon. It seemed to conceal some ulterior motive. The sounds of Leon's battle with the Faceless One eventually stirred the Night's Watch Rangers. Dennis, being older and a light sleeper, was the first to reach Leon's side. Without asking unnecessary questions, he carefully examined the severed head on the ground and confidently declared, "This is not the face of any ranger among us. I know everyone's visage intimately." Many yawning rangers arrived, startled awake by Dennis's astonishing revelation. They hastily drew their swords, warily glancing at their comrades, fearful that one among them might be an enemy unknown to them. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted outside Castle Casterly, accompanied by the howls of the wild berserker tribe and the looming figures of giants. At last, Leon beheld the name he had heard countless times as a ranger, the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. Chapter 80, The Fateful Duel, Leon versus Mance Rayder. As sworn adversaries of fate, Mance Rayder immediately recognized Leon among the Night's Watch. His expression was one of astonishment, perplexed as to why his team, despite their utmost stealth and caution, had still alerted the Rangers. At that moment, the original plan for a surprise attack had crumbled, transforming into an overt confrontation. However, the free folk had never lacked the courage to face their foes head-on. They had endured in even colder weather and under the terrifying threat of the others, and thus had no reason to fear the Rangers discovering their presence. Kill. Mance Rayder's command was short yet forceful, while Prince Olaf, standing beside him, brandished two massive axes with fervor, charging to the front of the line. With a single swing, he cleaved a ranger who had turned to flee in utter surprise in half, literally bisecting him. The blood of the ranger splattered across Olaf's face, smeared with blue stripes, further fueling his excitement. Ultimately, the free folks' ambush proved successful, deprived of their steeds. No ranger could withstand the assault of this elite band of warriors for even a single round. Even though the rangers, cloaked in the cover of night, could not discern the exact number of wildlings, the initial display of strength and numbers was overwhelmingly one-sided. The high-ranking rangers beside Leon swiftly drew their swords. Though the intruders approached with ferocity, they faced them without fear. Officer Dennis even charged directly at the exuberant Olaf. I thought the Night's Watch was a band of heroes. Who knew such half-buried old men would join the fray? Truly laughable. After dispatching several rangers, Olaf's face twisted into a more malicious sneer as he saw Dennis rushing towards him. Yet soon, he could no longer mock, for despite Dennis's age, his strength was scarcely inferior to Olaf's. When the battle axe met Dennis's longsword, the two quickly engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Jon confronted a giant barehanded, the colossal figure reaching out to crush him, but Jon adeptly evaded. After witnessing Leon slay a giant, many rangers had shed their fear of such legendary creatures. Jon yearned to personally vanquish a giant, wishing to prove his valor was no less than Leon's and to uphold the name of the first ranger. Meanwhile, the chieftains beside Mance Rayder were quickly dispatched by the high-ranking rangers, each entering into one-on-one duels. The initially caught-off-guard rangers, beset by the wildlings' fierce assault, found their morale soaring after witnessing the bravery of their leaders, and the situation gradually stabilized. The new recruits stood steadfast beside the veterans, collectively resisting the wildlings' onslaught. You are the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch? A hero can be seen even in youth. Mance Rayder's voice echoed across the battlefield, laced with a hint of mockery and derision. A pleasure to meet you, King Beyond the Wall. I wonder if you've heard the rumor that no traitor of the Night's Watch can leave my presence alive, despite the clamor of battle surrounding them. The exchange between Lord Commander Leon Victor and King Mance Rayder felt as though they were in an entirely different realm. Their eyes clashed fiercely, as if silently conveying each other's will and resolve. Clad in black soft armor of the Night's Watch, draped in a mantle symbolizing the authority of the commander, Leon, though youthful, exuded a resolute determination, his gaze sharp. He gripped his long sword tightly, remaining focused on Mance amidst the chaos of war. Mance Rayder, adorned in a similarly dark wolfskin cloak, a symbol of his kingship, exuded a wild and untamed spirit, like an unbroken wolf. He wielded a massive two-handed sword, its weight and power complementing his formidable stature, standing as immovable as a mountain. Neither made the first move, but continued to observe one another. Finally, it was Mance Rayder who spoke first. We did not come here to conquer. We simply wish to hide south of the wall like you. We both know this war is unavoidable, but at this moment, I wish to engage you in a fair contest. Leon furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Mance with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. A fair contest on the battlefield? You must not have slain a giant, right? Do you think you can match that? At that moment, the burly Germa, battling Jon, seemed to have caught wind of something, glaring at Leon with fury. Yet, this distraction allowed Jon to seize the opportunity, delivering a fierce strike to Germa's back. Mance Rayder smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with challenge. We are both warriors. The honor of a warrior lies in combat. His voice resounded like the northern winds across the tundra. Let us set aside our soldiers and engage in a life-or-death duel as individuals. If you emerge victorious, I shall permit you to lead the Night's Watch in retreat. Otherwise, open the gates of the wall and allow us passage. Should I be defeated, I shall command my warriors to depart from this land. Mance Rayder did not respond to Leon's query regarding whether he or the giants was the more formidable opponent. Yet his tone conveyed that he perceived vanquishing the giant in single combat as a trivial endeavor. Mance Rayder, the penalty for your failure is set too leniently, Leon declared, stepping forward, his presence escalating with each stride. Coldly, he continued, This is our land, the blood of my blood. How dare you trample upon it at will, coming and going as you please? Upon hearing this, a faint smirk of derision graced Mance Rayder's lips as he lamented the newly appointed commander's woefully inadequate understanding. Since when had Castle Black become a gift to the Night's Watch? However, He refrained from dwelling on such trivial semantics and inquired, "What do you propose, then? Delay any longer, and your men will perish. My condition is singular. Should you fail, you and all your free folk must submit to me." The commander of the Night's Watch, Leon, proclaimed in a tone imbued with authoritative gravitas, compelling Mance Rayder to instinctively believe in the veracity of his words. "Then let me add a stipulation. If I prevail, you and your followers must forsake your oaths and join the ranks of the free folk." As their dialogue concluded, the very battlefield seemed to tremble. Soldiers ceased their combat, their gazes riveted upon these two legendary figures. They understood that this would be a contest of honor, faith, and duty, one that would be etched into the annals of history regardless of its outcome. Chapter 81. The Threat of Mance Rayder. The enemy knows one best. Mance Rayder's challenge to single combat was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, especially given the evident advantage held by the free folk. However, upon first glimpsing Leon, he recognized a reflection of his former self within him, equally resolute, equally fearless, and equally steadfast in his oaths. Yet Mance Rayder understood that the more one admires something, the more one must strive to destroy it. Allowing Leon to escape unscathed, regardless of whether he commanded 400 men or fewer, represented a significant threat to Mance Rayder. Out of admiration, he did not mind granting Leon a glorious and valiant death. In this duel, only one could survive. Mance Rayder possessed immense confidence in his martial prowess. During his tenure with the Night's Watch, he had undertaken solitary missions, even venturing boldly into wildling territory. He had faced giants and other more fearsome foes. When the strongest warriors of the Seven Kingdoms were evaluated, the Night's Watch was invariably excluded from consideration. For those from the South knew that any veteran of the Watch could best the champions of their tournaments in bloody contests. And Mance Rayder, as a paragon among the former members of the Night's Watch, was particularly formidable. "Hey Mance, it seems you've forgotten something." Prince Olav of the Vens interjected amid the tense atmosphere preceding the duel. "If you lose, no one will heed the commands of a defeated man, nor will they surrender to a crow." This remark momentarily stunned Mance Rayder, who had been poised for combat, causing him to falter in his advance toward Leon, momentarily losing his composure. Yet the duel had commenced, and Leon's kiss of black and white struck mercilessly toward Mance Rayder's head. The king beyond the wall was no ordinary adversary. After a brief adjustment, he easily parried Leon's onslaught. However, as the battle progressed, Mance Rayder began to sense something amiss. Despite Leon's youthful appearance, seemingly akin to that of his own son, the strength he exhibited was astonishing. Indeed, it surpassed the years of rigorous training Mance Rayder had undergone. Although Mance Rayder's physique was of average build and somewhat portly, every inch of muscle beneath his leather armor was robust and well-defined. He began to reconsider his assessment, questioning whether he had underestimated his opponent. What secrets lay hidden within this young man of the Night's Watch? Resolute, Mance Rayder decided to abandon any underestimation. He would summon all his strength to confront this duel. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his energy, preparing to deliver a lethal counterattack. Their figures intertwined in the air, blades flashing in a blur. Each of Mance Rayder's strikes was deftly evaded by Leon, while the latter's attacks increasingly sapped Mance Rayder's energy. He realized he must swiftly uncover a weakness in his opponent, lest the victor of this duel be the young Night's Watchman. As time elapsed, Mance Rayder's stamina began to wane, yet he persisted, unwilling to concede this battle. "You are a worthy adversary," Leon suddenly remarked with a smile during their struggle. To Mance Rayder, who was gritting his teeth and holding on with every ounce of determination, that smile was profoundly unsettling. Before he could comprehend the meaning behind Leon's words, he misjudged his opponent. Then, with Leon's next utterance, came an unparalleled surge of divine power, transmitted through his sword. In a moment of panic, Mance Rayder could only grip the hilt tightly, but soon he was met with a blinding flash, followed by an earth-shattering pain. He was struck heavily by Leon's kiss of black and white, sent flying several meters as if struck by a colossal hammer. He crashed into the trunk of a tree, the impact causing leaves to rain down around him. Struggling to rise, Mance Rayder found himself devoid of the strength to stand. Glancing down, he noticed that his chest armor had been cleaved open by Leon's blade, blood seeping slowly from the wound. What is this power? He gasped in horror, his eyes wide with fear and confusion as he regarded Leon. Leon sheathed his sword, casting a calm glance at Mance Rayder. "This is the power of an oath." "The power of an oath," Mance Rayder murmured, finally grasping the significance of Leon's earlier statement. He had misjudged his opponent, believing he could easily defeat this young Night's Watchman, only to discover that the latter's strength far exceeded his expectations. I have lost," Mance Rayder admitted, bowing his head in a display of acceptance. The arrogance and pride that had once filled his gaze were replaced by profound admiration and respect. Witnessing the outcome of this battle, at least half of the free folk dropped their weapons, standing idle as the Night's Watchmen descended upon them. The bloodied recruits of the Rangers, now enraged, charged recklessly into the fray, cutting down several foes. However, they soon faced a fierce counterattack from the remaining wildlings. Especially notable was Olaf. Upon witnessing Mance Rayder's hubris lead to his downfall, smirked derisively. The king beyond the wall? I have always said he is a failure. As he spoke, he mercilessly dispatched a ranger who had lunged at him. Mance Rayder, what does this mean for you? Leon cast a questioning gaze upon Mance Rayder, who struggled to sit upright, and explained, they chose me. They trusted me. If I kneel before the Southerners, they will scatter like birds. Then can I presume you have deceived me? Leon's normally composed demeanor showed a rare flicker of anger as he regarded Mance Rayder, then shifted his gaze to the most unruly of the wildlings, Prince Olaf. A young crow defeating an old crow is hardly an impressive feat, if you had any true skill. As Olaf saw Leon advance toward him with sword drawn, he raised his axe defensively while continuing to prattle on. However, he barely got halfway through his sentence before he and his axe were sent sprawling by a single stroke from Leon. Indeed, Prince Olaf was no ordinary foe. He managed to withstand a furious blow from Leon and live to tell the tale, demonstrating remarkable valor and skill. Despite his unparalleled ferocity, he found himself compelled to lie beneath the same tree as Mance Rayder at this very moment. Though his lips had attempted to move for an extended period, not a single complete mockery could be uttered. In this instance, even the most obstinate of the free folk warriors, under the formidable threat posed by Leon's might, had no choice but to temporarily relinquish their weapons and concede their defeat. Even the giant, previously locked in a fierce struggle with Jon, now knelt on one knee, signifying his submission to Leon. While the giant possessed immense strength, his movements in close combat were undeniably sluggish. Against an ordinary man, he could easily dispatch them. But facing skilled fighters like Leon and Jon, the outcome of a one-on-one confrontation was inevitably his downfall. He had already come perilously close to being slain by Jon on several occasions. It was only the giant archers who could fully unleash the terrifying combat prowess of their kind. After regaining a measure of strength, Mance Rayder, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Leon, had the situation not been so dire, I would not have resorted to this threat. He continued, even if I were to lose, you must open the gates of the wall and clear the path. Otherwise, we shall all descend into the depths of hell together. Mance's visage was etched with fierce menace, his towering form casting an ominous shadow in the glow of battle, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to consume everything in its vicinity. His eyes gleamed with a frigid light, resembling two sharp blades piercing into the hearts of those present. The Night's Watchmen, though perplexed by Mance's intentions, felt an involuntary chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring from their brows. As the saying goes, the enemy often knows you best, especially when that enemy was once one of your own. Chapter 82. The Horn of Winter and the Submission of Prince Stannis. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the bewildered, vigilant, and furious Night's Watchmen, Mance Rayder languidly addressed them. The long night approaches, with the others close behind. What do you intend to do, Mance? Speak. Officer Dennis was poised to draw his sword and press it against Mance's throat for interrogation. However, the commander of the Night's Watch, Leon, was swifter, stepping in front of Mance and effortlessly uncovering his concealed intentions, seizing the object from his grasp. Mance Rayder, what is this? Leon inquired, his voice laced with suspicion and caution. Mance initially feigned defiance, his eyes flickering with unyielding resolve, before slowly confessing, this is an ordinary horn. Sounding it will summon the free folk nearby to aid us. Leon held the horn, crafted from an unknown black metal, its surface rough yet imbued with an enigmatic power. He scrutinized it, as though he could sense a profound summons emanating from it, a call steeped in wildness and freedom. Defeat or slay Mance Rayder, complete the task. Acquire the free folk's horn, equipping it grants a 50 persuasion rate for the free folk. New task. The moment he secured the horn, Leon was suddenly greeted by the long-absent voice of the faceless god system. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Leon seize the horn, the giant who had already expressed submission, the robust Gormer, spoke up. The giants only respect the strong. If the commander is willing to allow me and my kin to flee south, we shall forever submit to you. The giant's voice, though heavy, bore a tone of civility, astonishing the Night's Watchmen present. They were taken aback to hear a magical creature like a giant articulate words beyond mere roars. Although the giant's allegiance was solely directed at Leon and not the entire Night's Watch, They remained indifferent to this distinction. Even Prince Stannis, the berserker Olaf, who lay gasping for breath, struggled to rise. He imitated the giant's gesture, kneeling before Leon on one knee, though he remained obstinate in his refusal to verbally express his submission. His posture conveyed this sentiment unmistakably. The remaining half of the free folk, who were Olaf's subordinates, witnessed their chieftain yield and thus had no further reason to continue the fight, casting aside their axes in a wave of submission. In an instant, the wilderness folk knelt en masse. Even Mance Rayder, seasoned in the tumult of battle, found it difficult to fathom the free folk's decision. He had possessed this horn for quite some time, yet many free folk had remained unconvinced by his authority. Why was it that Leon's acquisition had such immediate effect? Could you elaborate on how you intend to wield this to threaten us? Just as Mance was engulfed in bewilderment, Leon posed the question. However, before Mance could respond, Leon rhetorically answered, "This object was originally not named the Free Folk's Horn. Rather, its true name should be the Horn of Winter." Leon's incisive words quickened Mance's heartbeat, revealing the truth in Leon's statement. As for its purpose, Leon abruptly aimed the horn at his mouth, puffing his cheeks as if to blow. "Do not!" Mance gasped, his eyes wide with terror, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Yet, it was clear that Leon's act was merely a feint. He chuckled lightly and set the horn aside. What consequences would arise from sounding it? Would it truly collapse the wall, as the legends suggest? Leon's words carried a hint of levity, yet Mance was evidently shaken by the query, rendered momentarily speechless. His demeanor unmistakably acknowledged the truth of the matter. Mance had spent nearly 5 years traversing the land of eternal winter to unearth this horn, intending solely to intimidate the Night's Watch, never contemplating the notion of sounding it himself. Once blown, the others would breach the wall, unimpeded by its magical barriers, allowing them to descend southward and obliterate the world. With Mance, the king beyond the wall, bearing the blame. Faced with the futility of combat, with the last vestige of leverage over the Night's Watch now in Leon's hands, Mance resignedly stated, "Now, even though all my followers have submitted without my consent, there still remain 100,000 free folk entrenched in Hardhome. Without my leadership, the others will surely devour them all, leaving not a trace behind. At that point, you shall confront a formidable army of others comprised of these 100,000 free folk." However, upon hearing Mance's moral coercion and threats, Leon burst into laughter, subsequently regarding Mance with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton. "Mance, how many free folk lived north of the wall before?" Leon's inquiry evidently caught Mance off guard, but after a moment's contemplation, he provided an answer. There were over 90 tribes north of the wall, and with those who fled south and are recently deceased, there are likely hundreds of thousands of free folk. And what of the Night's Watchmen who have thrived and perished on this land over these several centuries? Leon continued, "I will not speak of those from even further back. Their bones must have long since turned to dust, returning to the earth. There must be millions of them." After considering Leon's question, Mance swiftly grasped the deeper implication behind Leon's words. Indeed, millions of fallen dead, even with an additional 100,000 free folk, posed little threat to them. Despite having prepared himself, Mance was still taken aback by Leon's unyielding remarks, causing him to rise in shock. Many of the free folk who had just submitted began to stir restlessly, which immediately escalated tensions, with both sides poised for conflict. However, it is perplexing that, despite Prince Olaf of the Vens being renowned for his arrogant and belligerent disposition, he refrains from wielding his axe against the Night's Watch at this moment. Instead, he instinctively feels a chill at Lion's words, a sentiment echoed by many wildlings who, when reminded of their kin enduring hardship far away, were expressions of despair. "Unless they submit to me, I cannot accept their existence," he declares. "That foul-mouthed, then, come closer, take this, and assist me in bringing those wildlings willing to submit to the wall. Remember, you must travel by sea towards Eastwatch. Do not venture south through the haunted forest." Lion's words suddenly shift as he gestures to Prince Olaf, then unguardedly hands over the Horn of Winter to him. The disappointment on the faces of the wildlings evaporates in an instant, replaced by expressions of astonishment. In stark contrast, Mance Rayder's jaw drops, incredulous at how easily Lion relinquishes the Horn of Winter. Does he not fear Olaf's betrayal? After all, even as the king beyond the wall, he has never truly dared to trust any then. Yet Lion is unafraid, for he has just received an application for enlistment from the berserker Olaf. Olaf's reaction surprises Mance even further. "Commander, my lord." Olaf's expression is somewhat awkward, clearly a result of his long habit of referring to their leader as the king beyond the wall. Transitioning this title to the commander of the Night's Watch will evidently require time to adjust. Nevertheless, despite his internal struggle, no semblance of treachery betrays his countenance. 100,000 wildlings. Lose one, and you must capture a White Walker to make up the numbers. Do you understand? With that, Lion instinctively pats Olaf on the shoulder, wishing to convey the weight of his burden. This leaves not only the king beyond the wall dumbfounded, but also the brothers of the Night's Watch, who have spent countless days and nights alongside Lion, equally astonished. Some of them find it hard to accept that two factions, previously at each other's throats, can so swiftly embrace camaraderie, displaying such closeness. Olaf finds the situation absurdly comical, despite his strong desire to mock Lion's foolishness. The constraints of indoctrinated thought prevent him from expressing even the most basic sarcasm, leaving him in discomfort. Suddenly, he appears to find an outlet for his emotions. Bellowing at the king beyond the wall lying on the ground, "You wildling chief, what are you staring at? Hurry up and come here to pledge your loyalty to the commander of the Night's Watch." Chapter 83. Snowstorm and the Army of the Dead. Mance Rayder, upon hearing Olaf shout, feels a loss of dignity. His long horse-like face is clouded with gloom as he casts a cold glance at Olaf, the one who has just betrayed him. "Why are you looking at my men like that? Do you wish to devour him? Is your father then? Do you carry half-than blood in your veins?" Noticing the strange look in Mance's eyes directed at Prince Olaf, Lion promptly steps in to defend his new subordinate. The free folk never kneel, especially not thens. Mance Rayder warns Lion in a tone that is ostensibly friendly, but laden with menace. However, upon hearing this, Olaf's knees seem to spring with life, and he half kneels before Lion, not lifting his head as he states, "My commander, this wildling chief has consistently provoked the honorable Night's Watch and the valiant thens. I request that you order his death and allow my tribe and I to partake of this false king's flesh." Upon concluding, Olaf raises his head, his face alight with a bloodthirsty fervor, gazing at Mance as though he were a sumptuous feast. "I ask you, do your thens have any appetites beyond cannibalism?" Earlier, Officer Dennis had whispered to Lion about the peculiar traits of these wildling tribes, notably the thens' long-standing tradition of cannibalism, a practice persisting for over a millennium, with countless captives meeting their demise in the jaws of thens. Although Lion has become increasingly cold-blooded and has witnessed many gruesome scenes of dismemberment, he ultimately cannot conceive of these individuals as mere ingredients for a meal. Thus, he instinctively desires to rectify the thens' macabre proclivity for cooking their kin, lest others judge his Night's Watch by their bizarre habits. Despite the Night's Watch's reputation having recently suffered, Lion's resolve remains steadfast. "Indeed, my lord." Hearing that Olaf possesses other interests, Lion's spirit brightens. "Pray, tell me what they are. I shall fulfill your wishes, no matter what." "Mountain goats." At the mere mention of this, Olaf, suddenly invigorated, leaps to his feet, seemingly eager to see if the Night's Watch has brought such livestock along. Leon, still processing Olaf's words, notices Dennis's face darkening as he hastily approaches Lion and whispers an explanation. "I see," Lion remarks, and upon understanding Dennis's clarifications, he too feels dizzy at the thens' peculiar preferences. "Once you bring your kin to Eastwatch, I shall procure those goats for you." With that, Lion disregards Olaf and strides directly towards Mance Rayder. "King beyond the wall, your followers have already submitted to me. Why do you not follow suit?" To be truthful, Lion had become indifferent to Mance Rayder's fate after completing the task set forth by the God of Many Faces, especially since he noticed that none of the free folk expressed concern for their former leader, who lay feigning unconsciousness on the ground. This only served to reinforce his sentiments. Surprisingly, Mance merely clutches his chest wound and coldly smiles at Lion, saying, "Had I wished to kneel, I would have found a better opportunity before you." With that, Mance shifts his position slightly, leaning back against the ground in a more comfortable posture. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is to lose one's freedom. The free folk do not understand, nor do you of the Night's Watch. Mance Rayder sinks into contemplation, his gaze hollow and profound. Once a loyal member of the Night's Watch, he had sustained injuries during a patrol, only to be rescued by a wildling woman. During his convalescence, this woman had meticulously mended Mance's tattered cloak with red fabric. However, upon his return to the wall, the commander of the Night's Watch, Old Bear, insisted that he don a standardized black cloak. Such a minute restriction on personal freedom ultimately led him to forsake the Night's Watch, pursuing instead his yearning for liberty. Perhaps sensing the determination in Mance Rayder's tone, Lion rises and states, "I believe you have committed a grave error. To have the freedom to make erroneous decisions was once my greatest luxury." Mance replies, exhaling deeply as he leans against the tree trunk, slowly closing his eyes. As Mance's life approaches its end, an unexpected snowstorm sweeps in, its origins unknown. The swirling snowflakes seem to be holding a final funeral for the king beyond the wall. quietly accompanying him to his eternal rest. The dead have departed, yet the living persist. This skirmish, which evolved from surprise attack into a full-fledged battle, has halved the already scant forces of the Night's Watch Rangers, while the Free Folk have suffered similarly, leaving fewer than 300 capable of continuing the fight. After the battle's conclusion, Lion commands his men to painstakingly stack the bodies of all the fallen Night's Watch Rangers and Free Folk amidst the snowstorm. Hurry, move swiftly. Perhaps sensing the strangeness of this sudden snowstorm, Jon repeatedly shouts amidst the bustling crowd. Ultimately, just before the snowstorm completely engulfs the world, Lion's subordinates manage to ignite a pyre beneath the heap of bodies. The roaring flames consume the corpses, occasionally emitting a foul and acrid odor. The expressions of those present, save for the Thens who appear unfazed, are filled with urgency. Commander, do you not sense the peculiar nature of this blizzard? Officer Dennis, at some unknown moment, unsheathed his sword once more, standing back to back with a wild warrior of the Then beside him. Even though he harbored no trust in these Free Folk, faced with an impending unknown threat, all living beings were compelled to band together for warmth. Be cautious, the others are approaching. Lion recalled the television series. Until the long night descended, each fleeting appearance of the others was accompanied by a tempest capable of devouring the very heavens. Upon hearing Lion's words, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. The warriors of the Free Folk tribe exhibited vigilant expressions, for during their southward journey, they had encountered small patrols of the others more than once. Yet the blizzard summoned by those encounters paled in comparison to the magnitude of the current storm. Look over there. Suddenly, a keen-eyed diminutive Free Folk pointed toward the corner of the forest. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blizzard and turned their gazes in unison. At the fringe of the ghostwood, a multitude of dark figures stood densely packed, akin to a landslide, advancing rapidly towards the living amidst the onslaught of the storm. Wail! Wail, wail! An old ranger mounted his warhorse, braving the tempest, and resolutely sounded the Night's Watch horn. Although there were no other Night's Watch troops nearby requiring his warning, he bore no hesitation in doing so, as if it were the sacred duty of the Night's Watch. Simultaneously, the surviving rangers hastily mounted their steeds, gathering around Lion, awaiting the command of their commander to break through to the south. Commander, are you abandoning us? The robust Gemma felt a surge of betrayal wash over his face upon seeing all the Night's Watch mounted. Yet, this sentiment was not unfounded. The army of whites in the dense forest was overwhelming, seemingly endless, vastly outnumbering those present. The Night's Watch could flee on horseback, but the Free Folk, relying on their own legs, faced insurmountable odds, having already exhausted their strength after the long journey and the imminent battle. You are speaking nonsense. After mounting, Lion raised the black and white kiss and fiercely cursed at the giant, then bellowed, Rangers, charge! In Chapter 84, the whites and the blizzard extinguished. Upon hearing Lion's command, the Rangers did not falter in astonishment, for they were well acquainted with their commander's unique nature. After enduring relentless battles, the survivors were the elite veterans of the Night's Watch. These Rangers, silent yet resolute, followed closely behind Lion as they charged into the torrent of whites bursting forth from the woods. In an instant, chaos ensued, bones and shattered limbs flying in every direction. And the recently surrendered Free Folk in Castle Castamere witnessed their new leader's valor, casting aside thoughts of life and death. Amidst the turmoil, Olaf seized a branch from the fire, ravenously biting into it to replenish his strength, before howling and brandishing his twin axes as he charged forth. Other then warriors mimicked him, following closely behind, none lagging, as they bravely surged along the bloody path carved by the Rangers. Keep an eye out. Are there any mounted whites? If so, pierce them with dragonglass. Amidst the fray, Lion wielded his daggers tirelessly, simultaneously urging the Rangers to scan their surroundings for any trace of the others. Despite the sheer number of whites surrounding them, many having lain dormant for years, reduced to mere skeletons, these whites had been magically enhanced, rendering their once frail bones remarkably resilient. Blades merely sparked off them, while their weapons possessed a sharpness capable of defeating even the most battle-hardened Rangers and Free Folk with a single strike. Even after losing parts of their bodies, they fought with relentless ferocity, causing immense frustration. The living's casualties surged instantaneously. Fortunately, Lion's timely reminder to utilize dragonglass weapons against the whites finally shifted the tide of battle. Commander, over there! Amidst the chaos, an unknown ranger suddenly exclaimed with joy, pointing towards a mounted figure on a distant cliff. The figure was tall and gaunt, its skin pale as milk, and its icy blue eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. It was mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, its form towering and emaciated, seemingly summoned from the depths of death itself. Its eye sockets were deep and cold, exuding an aura of death, equally shrouded in eerie blue. The White appeared to notice the ranger's pointing finger, perhaps perceiving it as an affront. It raised its right hand, instantly conjuring an icy crystal spear. Then, with a casual flick, it hurled the spear towards the ranger. Though its motion seemed effortless, the crystal spear sliced through the air with a fierce whistling sound. It traced a meteor-like trajectory, instantly pinning the unsuspecting ranger and his steed to the ground. The ranger's sacrifice did not instill fear in the living. Rather, the death of their comrade at the hands of the White ignited a collective animosity. The Night's Watch and the free folk glared at the cliff in fury. Subsequently, disregarding the Whites around them, they surged towards the cliff under Lion's leadership like a tidal wave. During their relentless charge, Lion's steed gradually bore wounds from the Whites' relentless assaults. Yet, the horse, possessing a spirit of its own, refused to allow its rider to fall and be injured. However, the flesh and blood of the steed could ultimately not withstand the onslaught of blades. Finally, with a mournful whinny, the horse stumbled, collapsing on the path of their charge. Lion was unceremoniously thrown from his mount, finding himself encircled by the Whites. His closest subordinate was also hindered, blocked by the Whites several dozen meters away. On the cliff, the White had recognized this defiant human. It had once attempted to recruit him in a dream with the help of a certain entity, only to be met with humiliation. Time had passed, and the human's growth seemed to outpace its expectations. A curious expression flickered across the White's frosty countenance, with a slight wave of its left hand. The previously fearless Whites that had attacked Lion's subordinates turned their gazes towards him. Subsequently, they surged forth like a swarm of locusts, swiftly engulfing Lion's figure. The pressure on the living diminished significantly, even as they pursued to stab the Whites with dragon glass. The latter paid no heed, their focus solely on Lion. Jon, wielding his Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, inflicted casualties upon the Whites that rivaled Lion's own. Witnessing Lion heavily surrounded by Whites, anger and concern flashed in Jon's eyes as he sought to relieve some of Lion's burden. However, the White on the cliff ignored him, as if he did not exist. Kill. Save the commander, Jon shouted in despair. For each step he took required multiple strikes to fend off the Whites, yet the sheer number remained overwhelming, as if they would never cease. We cannot allow the commander to fight alone. Dennis roared in agreement. Prince Olaf then cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding Whites. Brothers, let us deal with these skeletal fiends. As time passed, the area where Lion stood gradually fell silent, as if the center of the storm had shifted here. On the cliff, the White beheld its army of Whites successfully barring the living from crossing. At last, the White made its move. Its steed appeared to defy the laws of gravity, galloping down the 90-degree cliff as though traversing level ground. It yearned to meet the audacious human who dared to confront itself and issued a final summons. For it was aware that winter was approaching, and the Night King required more capable minions to aid in its conquest or annihilation of the world. At the eye of the storm, Leon continued his relentless slashing. Over time, even the indomitable blade of the Black and White Kiss began to exhibit signs of metal fatigue, no longer delivering fatal blows with each strike. The White Walker parted from its subordinates and approached Leon, loftily declaring, "Submit, and the Night King shall bestow upon you honors equal to my own." Yet, Leon remained silent, instead unfastening the luminous star from his back. Even the immensely powerful magical entity, the White Walker, felt a flicker of trepidation at that moment. Swiftly, it conjured an ice crystal spear in its right hand and hurled it towards Leon. However, Leon's speed far surpassed its own. The luminous star bow in his grasp was already knocked with a specially crafted dragon crystal arrow. In the blink of an eye, 5 dragon crystal arrows fanned out, enveloping the White Walker instantly. Although the ice spear sped forth like a bolt of lightning, it could not save its conjurer. It detonated mere inches from Leon, erupting in a cacophony. Rarely did surprise flicker in the eyes of the White Walker. Yet it had no time to lower its gaze to inspect the arrow embedded in its breastplate before the potent fire energy within its dragon crystal disintegrated its corporeal form. Centered around the White Walker, all the Whites seemed to experience a collective pause, halting their actions before crumbling to dust like shattered clay figures. With the cessation of the White Walker's legion, the once overbearing blizzard also dissipated. Chapter 85. Defeating the King Beyond the Wall and Repelling the White Walkers. As the tempest finally subsided, amidst the heaps of corpses in the ghost shadow forest, figures began to rise, converging at Leon's side. Their eyes were not the cerulean hue of the fallen, but rather those of the survivors who had endured the obliteration of the White Walker army. Jon, clutching a grievous wound that exposed bone through his abdomen, limped towards Leon, disbelief etched across his face. Had these dead truly perished? Not only Jon, but nearly every survivor who could still stand bore injuries and expressions of incredulity and the relief of having escaped death. Yes, Jon, by vanquishing their commander, the White Walkers, these lesser undead would naturally collapse. Upon hearing Jon's query from behind, Leon turned, his face alight with an effortless smile, a sight that appeared to Jon and the others as mere bravado. Nevertheless, Leon knew he was not merely feigning strength. He possessed the formidable skill of bloodlust, a veritable cheat. The countless whites that had surged forth to slay Leon had been dispatched by him, and it was evident that his bloodlust was at its zenith. Killing one would restore him to full health, though he appeared disheveled, smeared with the blood of the undead. Leon remained unscathed. Jon, skeptical, approached to touch Leon, seeking to ascertain if any parts were missing from him. Among the scattered limbs, should Leon be missing a piece, Jon would surely find a way to restore it. In the breakout battle at Castle Black, 300 brave souls had resolved to face death. Yet in the aftermath, only a mere 10 survived, the rest having valiantly perished in the fierce struggle against the whites. Consequently, the survivors were engulfed in sorrow for their fallen comrades. However, amid this somber atmosphere, Prince Olav of House Cern picked up a leg bone from the ground, scrutinizing it for a prolonged duration, in a most distasteful manner. He even sampled some of the blood clinging to the bone. Ugh, this must surely belong to a moon worshipper. Truly repugnant. With that, Olav disdainfully tossed the bone aside. Among the surviving free folk was a bearded moon worshipper who, incensed, exclaimed, "Olav, how dare you insult my ancestors? I challenge you to a duel." The commotion surrounding the duel proposal from a moon worshipper alleviated some of the grim atmosphere. "Dennis, take a head count," Leon called out to his chief officer. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the elderly yet steadfast voice of Dennis failed to respond. "Commander," a ranger said somberly, gesturing for Leon to follow him to a certain location. Upon arrival, Leon immediately spotted Dennis's form, pinned beneath several White Walker corpses, one grasping his severed arm and another having bitten off half his face. Yet Dennis's sword pierced through the chest of another white. He remained in the stance of battle, even in death. Witnessing this scene, Leon was profoundly moved, falling into silence. In that moment, he grasped the immense difficulty faced by the living when confronted with the cataclysmic threat of the White Walkers. An idea began to brew intensely within Leon's mind as he gazed at the luminous star bow in his hands. Just then, a veteran Night's Watchman spoke with a numb expression and a heavy tone. "Commander, you need to appoint a new officer." Olav assessed the casualties among the free folk. Yet Leon had little time to dwell on the gravity of the situation. He turned to Olav, who promptly began to count. "Commander, I cannot ascertain the total casualties among the free folk, but we're the 13 who managed to outrun death," Olav replied, his face adorned with a grin that seemed shockingly callous given the recent devastation. Jon hurriedly applied a hasty bandage to himself before rushing over to Leon. "Commander, we still have 17 Ranger brothers. I command you to find all available Night's Watchmen and free folk corpses for cremation." As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the last body to be placed beside the pyre for burning was that of Sir Dennis Marister. The veteran Night's Watchman laboriously pieced together his remains, arranging them alongside the bodies of all the fallen. Though in life they had belonged to different factions and had even been adversaries, in this moment of death, they cast aside all hatred and conflict, embarking together on their final journey, their grievances laid to rest. We gather here today to honor the 183 valiant Night's Watchmen. They are not only the pride of the Night's Watch, but also the kingdom's steadfast bulwark, the last hope of the living. Their lives stood resolute as the Great Wall, imbued with sacrifice and devotion. They epitomized the oath of the Night's Watch through their deeds, safeguarding the peace of the realm with their lives. Throughout the long night, they shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the darkness and protecting the kingdom's borders. Unlike the traitors of Castle Black, the fallen Night's Watchmen received eulogies personally pronounced by Leon. Their names need not be recounted. Their vigil endured until death. With that, Leon cast the torch he held onto the wood, igniting a fierce blaze. For reasons unknown, Olav, typically one to indulge in incessant chatter, unexpectedly opted for silence during this solemn farewell ceremony, refraining from his usual mockery. His eyes, however, shone with a contemplative gaze upon Leon's back. Not only, but the other 17 free folk shared this sentiment. Following the ceremony, unable to quell his curiosity, Olaf finally inquired, "Commander, if we were to vow to join the Night's Watch, would you personally lead our prayers upon our deaths?" "If you take the oath, I shall," Leon replied, his demeanor calm, yet his gaze unwavering, instilling an undeniable sense of trust and resolve. Clearly, a seed of commitment to the Night's Watch had been sown in the hearts of Olaf and the other free folk. As the prayer ceremony concluded, Leon promptly dispatched Olaf to contact the free folk to traverse the sea southward. Simultaneously, he summoned Jon and remarked, "Jon, you have witnessed the significance of the dragon crystal in this battle, have you not?" Jon nodded without hesitation. Had Leon not timely alerted everyone, the dragon crystal's formidable countermeasure against the army of the White Walkers would have resulted in even fewer survivors present. "You are to return with the remaining individuals and inform them that I consent to the free folks' southern advance, and also procure additional dragon crystals," Leon instructed. As soon as his words fell, Jon discerned the unspoken implications behind them. "Will you not return with us?" Jon inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Although the casualties among the Rangers were grievous, they had successfully vanquished the King Beyond the Wall and subdued 100,000 wildlings. With this fresh contingent bolstering their ranks, he believed it was still feasible to hold the wall and await reinforcements from the Seven Kingdoms. Why would Leon choose to stay here and court danger? "I have my reasons," Leon replied, his countenance stern as he perceived Jon's continued attempts to argue. "Have you forgotten Old Bear's admonition to you?" How could Jon possibly forget? After being discovered while tailing Castor, he had been thoroughly beaten and presented before Old Bear, who had issued a grave warning. "If you desire others to heed your commands, you must first obey them yourself." However, Jon was puzzled. Leon had not been present at that moment, so how could he possibly be aware of these events? Chapter 86. Ascending the Serpent's Mountains towards the Night King, Leon Victor. The injured were loaded onto carts, and the living divided into 3 factions, departing from Castle Castor. One group headed south, led by Jon, whose purpose was evident: to convey Leon's will. After fighting alongside the free folk, even the most stubborn of the Night's Watch veterans had to concede the bravery and value of the free folk in battle. They would return bearing the unyielding command for the wildlings to advance south and settle in the allocated lands. "You need not worry for my personal safety. Have you not seen that even the White Walkers have fallen before me?" Leon spoke with a lightness that belied the arduous journey they had endured together. "Commander, I shall await your return at the wall," Jon asserted, turning to receive his orders without a hint of reluctance. He understood that he must fulfill Leon's directive to protect the wall and its people. Another group ventured eastward towards the arduous settlement by the sea, under the command of Prince Olaf, who, alongside the robust giant Gemma, would persuade the free folk to submit to Leon and commence their journey southward. This task posed little difficulty for Olaf and his companions, having witnessed Leon's methods for dealing with the White Walkers and his formidable personal strength. The free folk were amenable to acknowledging Leon as the new King Beyond the Wall. "Rest assured, Commander, I have yet to encounter a more formidable warrior among the free folk than yourself. Believe me, the title of King Beyond the Wall rightfully belongs to you." Olaf departed with a somewhat insufferable demeanor, which elicited a certain disdain from the astute giant, who found it perplexing that Leon, a paragon of courage and strength, was being likened to a brash fool. The final group consisted of Leon himself, who had resolved to proceed alone. Even the newly surrendered free folk could not sway Leon's determination. Once all had departed, Castle Castor echoed with the solitude of Leon's solitary form. During this period, Leon had either been engaged in battle or en route to one, his status panel long untouched. Now, having witnessed the heavy toll on his comrades, he was compelled to venture north alone to eliminate the Night King, seeking a permanent resolution to the menace of the White Walkers. This decision was not born of hypocrisy, but rather from an inner compassion that rendered him unable to bear witness to the loss of vibrant lives before him. Had he lacked the capacity to end this strife, it would have been one thing, yet he possessed both the ability and the ambition to do so. The status panel. Leon invoked the panel with a hint of unfamiliarity. After prolonged combat, the attributes had markedly changed. Identity: Leon Victor, Commander of the Night's Watch, King Beyond the Wall. Level: 24. Family: Level 3. Lands: Black Iron Castle, EC Lookout. Shadow Tower, Castle Black, Original Night's Watch Territory. Strength: 25, one-handed, two-handed polearm. Agility: 23, bow, crossbow, throwing, black and white kiss 10. Stamina: 20, horsemanship, running, smithing. Kunning, uksteist, teapreving, tactics, VKS. Social: 20, charisma, leadership, trade. Intelligence: 13, management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points: 10. Available skill specialization points. 0. 1 specialization point is awarded for every 5 points exceeding 20. Inventory. Black and white Kiss Commander of the Night's Watch set, Lu Xing Horn of the Free Folk. Currency. 4,396 gold dragons. Active quest. Kill or persuade King Beyond the Wall Mance Raider completed. New quest. Acquire and hatch a dragon egg. Clues can be found in the free trade city of Pentos. Reward. 100 dragon affinity. Passive quests. Evade 3 waves of faceless assassins. 2-3 completed. 1. Bloodthirst. Restore full stamina after killing or defeating 1 enemy. Max level. 2. Enfeefment. Unlocks after commanding more than 10 individuals. Allows the promotion of subordinates who gain experience in battle to elite units. New Free Folk Lineage. Tier 3 Serenth Remnant. Tier 4 Serenth Warrior. Tier 5 Serenth Piercer. Tier 6 Serenth Berserker. Tier 4 Giants. Tier 5 Giant Archers. Tier 6 Giant Elders. 3. Plunder. After killing or defeating 1 enemy. Regardless of their wealth, you may plunder 1 gold dragon, skill fixed. There's a 30 chance to steal 1 piece of equipment of better quality than your own from a defeated opponent can grow. 4. Training. Subordinates gain experience from daily training and combat at 10 times the normal rate. 5. Promotion. Elevate 1 Tier 6 soldier to become your personal guard. Sharing the battle power panel. Number equal to family level. Given that this time, he truly intended to confront the Night King single-handedly. Leon deliberated carefully and allocated 5 attribute points to strength. Not because he wished to cease increasing it, but rather because he could no longer enhance it past 30 points. This rewarded the host with polearm specialization, allowing him to wield any polearm with the proficiency of a Night King. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Leon was taken aback. He had initially considered adding a point to his two-handed sword mastery, so he could engage seamlessly with his Night's Watch subordinates. Unexpectedly, the system had predefined his course of action, yet Leon harbored no objections. In cavalry charges, the polearm often held a tactical advantage. In any case, with his strength maxed out, the difference between wielding a one-handed sword or a polearm was negligible. After deducting these 5 attribute points, Leon pondered where to allocate the remaining 5, ultimately deciding to invest them all in stamina. Just in case, Leon mused, should the Night King's attacks prove excessively potent. A bit more stamina would equate to an increase in health capacity. The 25 points in stamina also granted Leon an irresistible specialization point. This rewarded the host with horsemanship specialization, enabling him to ride any mount with perfect control. Is that all? Nothing more? After a prolonged wait without further elaboration, Leon felt a wave of disappointment, suspecting he had been deceived. Would it not have been more beneficial to grant himself a forging skill, allowing him to craft a dragon crystal weapon with his bare hands to stand a chance against the Night King? However, it soon became apparent that he had gravely miscalculated. For as soon as Leon closed the panel and took but a few steps beyond Castle Caster, he beheld a peculiar figure ahead. Fixing his gaze, Leon could not help but exclaim in awe, by the gods. For standing before him was none other than the dread steed of the White Walkers, the corpse horse. Somehow, this undead steed remained unscathed by the demise of the White Walkers, quietly standing beneath a tree, feigning a meal of grass with its jaw, which was reduced to half. It appeared as if it had been patiently awaiting Lion's arrival. The vivid memory of the undead horse charging down the sheer cliff face was still fresh in Lion's mind. Good horse, come here. Lion couldn't help but break into a foolish grin as he raised his hand in a gesture of greeting towards the skeletal horse. The equine visage of the undead steed displayed a reluctant expression, yet its hooves moved purposefully towards Lion. Unconsciously, he reached out and grasped the reins of the skeletal horse. At the moment of contact, a cold voice from the system echoed in his ears. Legendary creature, mount detected. Undead steed, rideable. It seemed the undead horse also perceived this announcement. Its sparse mane bristled upright, yet it graciously knelt, allowing Lion to mount effortlessly. As soon as he was astride, Lion felt the undeniable strength of the undead steed. Sitting upon its back, he was enveloped by the familiar, exhilarating sense of invincibility he had experienced when grasping the essence of single-handed swordsmanship. His gaze deepened, and a fierce battle intent ignited within his chest. Sensing its master's unwavering will, the undead horse stood tall, as if yearning to rise. Lion mirrored this moment, striking a powerful pose with a raised finger. And the scene crystallized in that instant. Chapter 87. The Might of the Multitude, Arrows, and the Fall of Banyong Stark. From the mouths of the free folk. Lion learned that the White Walker army was gathering within the Saran Mountains. If the number of White Walkers that attacked Castle Black resembled a small stream, then those stationed in the Saran Mountains were akin to an expansive ocean. For centuries, the souls born and perished in this land had been resurrected by the Night King, becoming mere shells of their former selves. As magical beings, the White Walkers could only traverse in the harshest blizzards. Thus, the further north Lion traveled, the more ferocious the snowstorms grew. As he approached the mountain's entrance, a blinding blizzard obscured his vision beyond 5 meters. The undead steed beneath him exhaled a gust of frigid air. Being a magical creature itself, it was impervious to the storm's effects, requiring neither fodder nor rest as it bore Lion onward for 3 days and nights. Thanks to this steed, Lion had vanquished thousands of undead using his stellar arrows along the way, just as he tilted his head to discern direction from the sun's position. A host of undead suddenly appeared before him. Without hesitation, Lion drew his bow and let an arrow fly. The arrow swiftly formed a perfect fan shape as it soared. This small squad of approximately 30 undead was obliterated in an instant by a shot. After 3 days of relentless combat, the skill of multitude arrows had reached its pinnacle, enabling him to unleash a single arrow with a power equivalent to that of 50 archers attacking simultaneously. Moreover, Lion's archery proficiency had reached its maximum level. Even ordinary arrows could instantly slay the undead. Finally, the Night King's stronghold was in sight. Observing the 30 golden dragons added to his inventory, Lion, almost frozen to the bone, still wore a warm smile. After dispatching this squad of undead, he urged his steed forward, resolutely seeking the next group of foes. Initially, Lion could manage only 100 undead, but now the mere thought of facing 1,000 invigorated him. Furthermore, he no longer worried about arrow supplies. As long as he shot his last arrow into the ground, he could effortlessly gather a full quiver as if reaping wheat. The undead steed traversed the terrain with ease, even on soft snow, its hooves never sinking, greatly enhancing Lion's mobility and allowing him to escape even when ambushed by the White Walkers. While Lion ruthlessly slaughtered the undead army, in the Saran capital, a towering White Walker, adorned with a crown of ice crystals and resembling a dragon, sat upon the throne. Below him stood a circle of elite White Walkers, numbering over 100. Among them were the sacrificed sons of Castle Black and heroes born from the free folk and the Night's Watch over centuries, including 5 giant undead. A grotesque White Walker, bowing respectfully, addressed the Night King. "My lord, the Night's Watch commander wanders within the Saran Mountains, yet I have not perceived any sign of the Horn of Winter." Upon finishing, the White Walker raised his head. Had Lion been present, he would have instantly recognized him as the shapeshifter Havertz, who had escaped that day. Possessing the ability to usurp and manipulate hearts, it was unexpected that he had allied himself with the Night King. "Banyan Stark, do you recognize this Night's Watch commander?" The Night King did not glance at Havertz, but instead turned his gaze towards a nearby White Walker resembling a Night's Watchman. This figure was none other than Banyan Stark, the long-missing former First Ranger, presumed dead by the Night's Watch. He lifted his gaunt, pale face, his eyes a chilling blue, as if devoid of humanity. Responding in mechanical tone, "I have not encountered this man before my departure from the Black Fortress. I do not know him." Seething with hatred towards Lion and the Night's Watch, Havertz immediately turned to glare at Banyan. "He has tirelessly slain nearly 10,000 undead in the Saran Mountains these past days. You share in this responsibility. You damn Night's Watchman." Seemingly annoyed by Havertz's outburst, the Night King raised a hand and mimicked a throat-squeezing gesture. Instantly, Havertz felt a constriction in his throat, and the ensuing agony silenced his incessant complaints. "Banyan," the Night King continued with a voice rich in magnetism, "while I care little for the lives of my subordinates, the recent losses among the undead have been excessive. Investigate how he has achieved this, and also inquire about the whereabouts of the Horn of Winter." Following these instructions, Banyan Stark, his gaunt and frigid visage betraying no emotion, turned and exited the Saran throne room. Every White Walker possesses a measure of intelligence. Upon leaving the hall, Banyan cast a glance at the White Walker guard stationed at the entrance. Perched upon an undead steed, armed with an ice crystal spear, the guard remained steadfast. Not glancing aside, upon sensing Banyan's gaze, he remarked, "I am on duty. I cannot engage in idle chatter." Though now one of the undead, Banyan Stark found it impossible to adapt to the emotionless tone of his kin. Within, he scoffed at the eternal life granted to him by the Night King, wishing instead to be a Night's Watchman who could age and die, rather than a lifeless entity with a frozen lower half. Yet, as a creature whose life and death were controlled by the Night King, Banyan had no choice. Thus, he made his way to the stables, where his old companion, now transformed into an undead steed, emitted an eerie blue glow from its eyes. After adjusting the saddle, he mounted and set off towards Lion's location, compelled to fulfill the task assigned by the Night King. In the Saran Mountains, atop a modest peak, Lion's undead steed stood firmly on a bare boulder, drawing back its bow against the relentless tide of approaching White Walkers. The ensuing rain of arrows, more ferocious than the storm, fell ceaselessly. The lowly-minded undead, oblivious to the concept of death, surged forward, transforming into golden dragons for Lion's inventory and accumulating experience for his multitude arrow skill. In less than half an hour, the hillside was carpeted with the remains of the undead, the closest among them having been riddled with arrows, resembling a hedgehog. Observing only a few scattered and harmless undead around him, Lion resolved to ride onward in search of the next hidden horde. Suddenly, Leon caught sight of a familiar figure clad in black, a ranger standing at the foot of the mountain. Who among the Night's Watch, other than myself, would dare to venture into such perilous territory? Noticing that the ranger bore no immediate hostility, Leon hesitated several times to take aim before ultimately lowering his longclaw bow, intending to discern the identity of the approaching individual. Banjan Stark had initially expected this to be a mere simple task of persuasion, yet upon arrival, the scene that unfolded before him exceeded his wildest imagination. A corner of the eternally snow-capped Shorn Mountains was almost entirely obscured by the multitude of corpses of whites, their presence staining the earth. And a method employed to vanquish the army of the dead was shockingly straightforward. Arrows piercing through them? Even more astonishing was that it had been accomplished by a member of the Night's Watch. Upon witnessing that the ranger did not immediately draw his bow to slay him, a flicker of confusion and astonishment flashed within Banjan Stark's icy blue eyes, yet he swallowed hard and urged his steed forward. He was determined to meet this newly appointed Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. As Banjan Stark ascended the slope, a sense of dread grew within him. The gruesome sight of the whites remains serving as a constant reminder of the power wielded by the ranger atop the mountain. With a mere lift of its leg, the white horse had forced him to traverse the distance in 5 arduous minutes. Finally reaching the base of the massive stone at the summit, Banjan Stark nervously inquired, "My lord, are you the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Leon Victor? I recognize you, Banjan Stark. I'm a friend of your nephew, Jon Snow." Leon's unexpectedly cordial demeanor, coupled with his connection to Jon, eased Banjan's tension significantly. "Did you slay all these whites?" Banjan curiously asked, noticing the absence of a concealed army of thousands poised to ambush beside Leon's boulder. Indeed, Leon acknowledged his accomplishments without reservation, then scrutinized Banjan Stark's visage with keen interest. If he had not seen the series, Leon would never have recognized this ranger as a white at first glance. "So, you have been transformed into a white, and we are no longer brethren of the Night's Watch?" As Leon spoke, he subtly raised his longclaw bow, ready to unleash a storm of arrows should Banjan make any sudden movements. Upon hearing Leon's query, Banjan Stark managed a wry smile, aware of the ranger's wariness. "Though I have become a white in death, I harbor no intention of forsaking my vows to the Night's Watch, nor would I dare to engage you. Please lower your bow." Leon merely nodded slightly, adopting a posture of attentive listening. After unbuckling his twin swords from his waist and casting them aside, Banjan continued, "How fares my nephew, Jon Snow? Is he well? Under my watchful eye, he has assumed your position and become the new Lord Commander of Rangers. If you harbor no ill will towards the living, I invite you to visit him at the wall." No, I cannot go. The magical barrier of the wall poses a natural deterrent to one such as I. Upon hearing that Jon had become the Lord Commander of Rangers, Banjan Stark initially displayed a flicker of relief, followed by a bittersweet smile. The wall had once felt like home to him, yet now transformed into a white. He could never return. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Leon understood that Banjan Stark was not there for idle chatter. Thus, he elevated his longclaw bow further, his expression turning stern. "It is time to discuss matters of importance. Share with me all the information you possess regarding the whites. Where are their weaknesses? How can this be brought to an end?" Banjan Stark gazed at Leon's youthful and spirited visage, feeling a surge of admiration. The Night's Watch had endured for millennia, and Leon was a rare embodiment of resolve in the quest to eradicate the menace of whites. Perhaps, as the whites' army would crumble upon the death of the Night King, so too could the threat be extinguished. Yet Banjan Stark had no knowledge of how to end the white scourge. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his conjecture. "Kill the Night King?" Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully, then turned his gaze upon Banjan Stark, inquiring, "How formidable is the Night King? Do you have any knowledge of his strength?" "I certainly do. In terms of martial prowess alone, 10 knights of Arthur Dayne's caliber would be no match for the Night King. even if bound together. Banjan's expression turned grave as he mentioned the Night King. Leon discerned the truth in his words and pressed further. Take me to him. No matter how powerful he is, with my dragon glass arrows designed to counter whites, I can strike him down from afar. It would be that simple. As he spoke, Leon mimicked the action of nocking an arrow. Listening to Leon's somewhat naive remarks, Banjan could not suppress a grimace. In the lands of eternal winter, the Night King was immortal, and the Shorn Mountains currently lay within the realm of that eternal winter. Moreover, it seemed he could see through the river of time, snuffing out anything that posed a threat to him in its infancy. Banjan's tone rose and fell, reminiscent of a bard recounting the tale of an immortal king. Huh! Leon chuckled at Banjan Stark's peculiar intonation, and before Banjan could scold him with a stern expression, he offered his own insight. Since the Night King can eliminate threats in their infancy, how do you suppose I have survived until now? Although Leon's question appeared absurd, it struck a chord, prompting Banjan to ponder deeply. Do you believe you have the means to slay the Night King? Banjan Stark contemplated for a moment before lifting his gaze to ask. He understood that the notion of killing the Night King was unprecedented. Even the children of the forest, who had created the Night King, could not destroy him, but could only suppress him, leaving him skeptical of Leon's hopes. Leon tilted his head as he recalled the information regarding the Night King, setting aside the unfinished original text in the series. The Night King indeed met his end at Winterfell, felled by Arya Stark, trained by the House of Black and White. If the Night King departs from the land of eternal winter, I am confident I can defeat him. The determination in Leon's eyes was unmistakable to Banjan Stark. Seeing this, Banjan chose not to elaborate further. Lord Commander, may I inquire how you managed to slay these whites? I see no valiant army by your side. Yet, he could not suppress the curiosity that bubbled within him, not merely to fulfill the task laid upon him by the Night King. An army? There is no army. I am a one-man army. Leon spoke with an air of pride that he could not conceal. He lifted Longclaw to demonstrate to Banjan Stark. Observing Banjan's skeptical expression, Leon effortlessly showcased the bow's power. Buzzing like a storm of arrows, they rained down upon an unfortunate wight at the foot of the mountain. Is this a legendary weapon? Upon witnessing the might of Leon's bow, Banjan Stark's frostbitten face contorted in disbelief, his mouth agape like a chicken egg, struggling to close for quite some time. Soon after, surprise flickered in his azure eyes. If Leon possessed such a divine artifact, slaying the Night King and ending the White Scourge was no mere fantasy. The Night King resides within the palace of Shorn City. Yet I advise you to refrain from approaching for the time being. Having witnessed Leon's prowess, Banjan Stark readily divulged the Night King's whereabouts, yet also issued a warning. Why? In a land of eternal winter, there exists incomprehensible magic. Here, the Night King is invincible. Only when he leaves the Shorn Mountains do you have a chance to strike. What should I do now? The army of whites is poised to march south at any moment, and I have 100,000 free folks sworn to my service. Lion cast a dissatisfied glance towards the direction of Winterfell that was indicated by Banjan Stark. However, Banjan merely smiled, then turned his gaze to the light hawkbow in Lion's hands, a glimmer of fierce determination visible in his cerulean eyes. The Night King's army of whites was not limitless. At the current rate of your slaughter, within a month, the million-strong horde would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 89. The Promotion of Banjan Stark and the Wrath of the Night King. On the hillside, the whispers of the two Night's Watchmen could not escape the notice of the Night King and his whites, especially under the scrutinizing gaze of Havertz. Night King, we have a situation, Havertz exclaimed, but the very next moment, an icy hand formed from the air and struck him sharply across the face. How dare you speak thus? What could possibly be wrong? Even a ruler as ancient as the Night King found it hard to tolerate Havertz's incessant chatter. He preferred the silence of the whites, transformed by the sons of Castle, who acted with mere glances and gestures. Yet, Havertz was a rare ally among the whites, and the Night King required his keen vision to scout for threats. Constantly peering into the river of time was no simple task, even for the Night King. Suppressing the sharp pain on his face, Havertz hurriedly reported to the Night King that detestable Night's Watchman Banjan Stark has been chatting with his commander for quite some time. I suspect they are plotting something against you. Havertz's suspicions were not unfounded. The two had indeed discussed methods to eliminate the Night King, and now, under Banjan Stark's guidance, Lion was following him to locate the impending army of whites. Banyan Stark, his life, along with those of you whites, rests in my hands. In the land of eternal winter, I am the sole deity who controls your fates, and none dare betray me. The Night King's tone was frigid, sensing that Havertz's words bore an undertone of disregard. Who was the Night King? He was the ruler of the land of eternal winter, the commander of 1,000,000 whites. The embodiment of the legends surrounding the terror of the White Walkers in Westeros. Could the whispers of 2 Night's Watchmen threaten his existence? Absurd. However, Havert's anxieties were not entirely without merit. The Night King inhaled deeply, raising his hands in contemplation, seeking to ascertain whether Benjen Stark's life still lay within his grasp. Suddenly, an expression of shock, never before seen in millennia, crossed the Night King's face. 5 minutes earlier, Benjen Stark, it feels somewhat unfamiliar to call you that. How should I address you? 2 white horses trotted side by side, led by Benjen Stark, as they journeyed to the nearest hiding place of the White Army. Along the way, the bored lion was determined not to miss any opportunity to converse with a prominent figure from the series. Though at this moment, Lion had also become one of the significant figures across the continent of Westeros. Benjen Stark nodded slightly, with a measure of respect. "Commander, you may simply call me Benjen." "Very well, Benjen," Lion replied without hesitation. But for Benjen Stark, he had no objections to how the commander chose to address him, given the disparity in their statuses, particularly as he was currently a white with little more than an ice staff to his name. "By the way, Benjen, would you consider joining my ranks? I mean my private army." Lion, intrigued by the possibility of having a benevolent white like Benjen Stark on his team, inquired. "Commander, even though I am now a white, I have never harbored thoughts of betraying the oath of the Night's Watch. Is not your army the army of the Watch? I am willing to join." After explaining his position, Benjen's final words were precisely what Lion had hoped to hear. "Lord-level hero, the white traitor Benjen Stark requests to join your army. Do you accept?" "Accepted." Upon detecting the inclusion of a superior tier soldier in the ranks, a recommendation for promotion to personal guard appeared. "Would you like to promote?" 03 slots available. Of course, I shall promote." At that moment, Benjen Stark's expression suddenly changed drastically. He felt the thoughts implanted in his mind by the Night King, the control over all whites, being abruptly severed. The Night King no longer held dominion over his life. "Commander, did you do something?" Simultaneously, the eerie blue flames in Benjen's eyes began to dim, revealing his formerly gaunt and sharp visage. After deciding to guide Lion in defiance of the Night King, Benjen had not expected to survive. He merely wished to witness Lion's prowess in slaughtering the White Army before his demise, thus fulfilling his oath. Yet now, he felt liberated from the Night King's grasp. Reborn anew, this sudden turn of events left him perplexed. Surely the Night King had not shown mercy and granted him freedom? Me? Lion pointed to himself, puzzled. "Did I do something? I merely asked you to pledge your loyalty to me." Though unsure of the reasons behind his newfound freedom, the sole possibility remained. That was Lion. Abruptly, Benjen Stark pulled on the reins, halting the horses in their tracks. His gaze, resolute and solemn, turned towards Lion. "Why have you stopped?" Lion asked just as Benjen dismounted and approached him. Confused, Lion followed suit, watching Benjen with curiosity until Benjen knelt before him, speaking earnestly. "Lord Lion Victor, I, Benjen Stark of Winterfell, and my sword, shall henceforth fight for you. I will ensure your safety, heed your commands, and if necessary, I shall sacrifice my life. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear." Observing the half-kneeling Benjen, whose eyes shone with fervor, Lion opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, a fragment of memory surged into his mind. "You shall always have a place by my hearth. You shall drink and dine with me. I swear I shall not let your service be sullied with disgrace. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear." "Rise." Benjen Stark gradually stood tall, his determination radiating more intensely than before. He was willing to brave fire and water for Lion. Benjen's sudden oath of loyalty was not merely a result of the system's promotion. It stemmed from witnessing Lion's resolve to end the threat of the whites and his willingness to take action, wholly captivated by Lion's charismatic presence. Soon after Benjen's pledge, the Night King's distant sensing returned, yet he could no longer detect Benjen Stark. In Winterfell, within the Grand Hall, the Night King abruptly stood, his gaze glinting with cold fury as he surveyed his subordinates. The whites, caught in his icy glare, trembled in fear. They soon heard the Night King issue an exceptionally rare command, his voice laced with rage. "All whites mobilize. Capture that traitor Benjen Stark and the commander of the Night's Watch." Chapter 90. So, this is where you are? As a white, Benjen Stark was well aware of the locations where the White Army congregated. Thus, he led Lion to the depths of the Frost Mountains, the hiding place of the whites. This site had once served as the burial ground for the Stark family, where even the remnants of the meals consumed by the Starks were interred. Over centuries, it had birthed countless restless spirits, now densely standing in the valley, awaiting the Night King's command. A white seemed to sense something amiss. It lifted its head toward the mountain peak, where two figures resembling cavalrymen appeared. "My lord, this hiding place is overrun with whites, the most populous in the Cern Mountains. If you find it too daunting, I can escort you elsewhere." Although Bran Stark had witnessed Lion's prowess, a glance at the army of whites swarming the ravine, akin to ants, filled him with trepidation. After regaining his human form, he could feel the ice magic bestowed upon him by the Night King dissipating entirely, and his physical strength was markedly inferior to what it had been as a white. Should he be struck by one of their projectiles, the consequences would likely be dire. By the gods, these whites know how to conceal themselves. No need to retreat. I shall commence. With that, Lion drew the luminous bow, while Bran Stark unsheathed his longsword, positioning himself protectively beside Lion. Bran Stark resolved that if Lion were unable to contend with the White Army, he would sacrifice himself to ensure Lion's escape. The whites, upon noticing the two human faces intruding upon their lair, roared in anger, their voices dry and harsh. All the whites were roused by the whites' furious cry, charging en masse in the direction indicated by the white spear. "This is bad. They have discovered us. My lord, shall we resort to guerrilla tactics?" Bran Stark's expression darkened as he beheld the white army surging toward him like an unstoppable tide, instinctively voicing his concern. "Fear not, with just this handful of whites. Grant me 10 minutes, Lion replied, swiftly raising the luminous bow. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew back the string with astonishing speed, unleashing a deluge of arrows that descended upon the white army like a torrential downpour. The whites' roar persisted, yet its minions began to fall like ripe grain before the scythe. These whites, limited in intellect, could only mechanically obey the command to charge, once set in motion. They were incapable of self-regulation. The white, witnessing this scene, became increasingly dazed, its furious roar morphing into a shrill, ear-piercing scream, ultimately culminating in a wail reminiscent of a duck with its throat grasped tightly. Bran Stark stood before Lion, perceiving the scene with greater clarity than the whites in the ravine. In that moment, he let out a roar of his own, brimming with exhilaration and release, as if to unleash all the strength within him. Though he observed Lion draw back a single arrow, the projectile that soared forth was as thick as a barrel, and when it struck the whites, it fell like a storm. In the past, even the most skilled ranger would have to engage in a drawn-out battle with a white for several rounds. Yet amidst this rain of arrows, they scarcely survived a heartbeat. Each arrow that struck a white emitted a tremendous sound, the explosive force sending them tumbling several meters back, while others, reduced to mere skeletal remains, were obliterated midair. In summary, one word encapsulated it all: invincible. As Bran Stark observed the white army collapsing like a game of Tetris, he could not help but ponder, had anyone in history ever achieved such a feat? After much contemplation, he surmised that only a dragon's breath from the Targaryen family, once wielders of dragons, could produce such an effect. Just as Bran Stark was lost in thought, Lion set down the luminous bow and prodded him with his hand. "Ah, my lord." Bran Stark suddenly snapped back to reality, taking several moments to realize he was still amidst the battlefield. It could be attributed to Lion's overwhelming might, which provided an extraordinary sense of security. "Let us proceed. The bulk of the forces have been nearly annihilated, with only a scattering remaining that pose no threat. You may handle them." Lion slung the luminous bow over the saddle of a white horse, expressionless as he stretched his limbs. To Bran Stark's eyes, it seemed as though Lion was faltering. Indeed, it was reasonable to assume that such a ferocious display of power would entail significant exertion. Anstak Muzit. However, he remained unaware that Lion was simply feeling fatigue from the prolonged slaughter. With his maxed-out bloodlust, Lion's body felt as though it were powered by a perpetual motion machine, maintaining full stamina during combat. Meanwhile, the white commanding the horde was cowering behind a large stone, trembling in fear. Lion had refrained from killing it, not wishing to cause the white army to crumble, for who would then aid him in reclaiming the golden dragon he was missing? Upon receiving Lion's command, Bran Stark, inspired by the commanding presence of his superior, felt an overwhelming urge to showcase his own capabilities before Lion. Thus, Bran Stark sprang into action, his white steed charging like lightning toward a particularly unfortunate white. He charged forth, and upon reaching the white, delivered a heavy blow with his sword, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the white's upper half. Startled by the ferocity of his own strike, Bran Stark was left incredulous. When did I become so powerful? He marveled, staring at his sword in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, he and Lion had shared their attributes. As a top-tier warrior of Westeros, his combat prowess had more than tripled. Coupled with the charging speed of the white horse, The magnitude of his strike was easily explained. The White, initially hiding behind the stone, had intended to emerge and teach Bran Stark a lesson for his audacity, hoping to present a satisfactory explanation to the Night King without losing face. However, upon witnessing the might of Bran Stark's sword, the White's icy blue eyes darted about, and after a moment's contemplation, it chose to remain hidden behind the stone, embracing its cowardice. Where has the commander of these Whites disappeared to? I just saw it moments ago. After several charges from Bran Stark, the once crowded ravine was devoid of any Whites. Lion, puzzled, ascended a large stone to survey the area for the elusive White. It was unlikely that Lion could fathom that even the seemingly immortal White harbored feelings of fear and evasion. At that moment, the White he sought was trembling right beneath Lion's feet. Since we cannot locate it, let us not waste any more time. Bran, lead me to the next hiding spot. Yes, my lord. As the sound of their horses' hooves faded into the distance, the White, having narrowly escaped, exhaled a chill of relief, then slumped dejectedly to the ground. It pondered, how could it explain the loss of such a substantial army of Whites to the Night King? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. So, this is where you are? Startled by Lion's voice, the White jumped up, its expression one of sheer terror. Yet, before it could flee, Bran Stark blocked its path. Sword in hand, his face set with determination as he advanced toward the White. The White's heart raced with panic. What to do? What to do? It felt as if its end was nigh. In a state of utter despair, the White thought, this is bad. However, the human above it raised a hand. Wait, Bran. I believe this White is rather unique. Lion's voice resonated like divine music in the White's ears. Given the choice, it would have preferred not to be a White at all. What was the point of appearing formidable when it merely spent its days on horseback, leading a band of mindless Whites around? My lord, this White is the son of Castor transformed. It cannot speak and possesses no remarkable qualities. Let me eliminate it. Bran Stark was not one to jest with Whites. He brandished his sword, ready to strike. Had he retained his former capabilities, the White would have fought back without hesitation. However, the White had just witnessed Bran Stark's combat prowess upon transforming back into his human form. That man, dispatching Whites as if playing a game of Fruit Ninja. How could it possibly stand a chance? Though it is somewhat embarrassing, one must concede the undeniable fact that Bran Stark has become exceedingly formidable. Consequently, the White Walkers retreated 2 paces, raising their hands in a gesture of submission. However, this time, they did not conjure icy spears or any other form of magic. They merely held their hands aloft. Observing the familiar stance of the White Walkers, Leon could not help but interject. Wait, it seems to be surrendering. Bran Stark's long sword gleamed with a breathtaking cold light, halting just shy of 0.5 millimeter from the White Walker's neck. Feeling the blade's edge, the White Walker's teeth chattered violently, whether from the chill of its scant attire or from fear remained unclear. In any case, after witnessing Leon dispatch tens of thousands of Whites in less than 10 minutes, the White Walker's spirit of resistance had evaporated entirely. Bran Stark squinted, puzzled by his former colleague's display of capitulation. Frankly, had it raised its hands a moment longer, or had Leon spoken a tad slower, it would have already met its end, as Leon encountered such an intriguing White Walker, one that resorted to the human tactic of surrender. He urged his white steed to approach the creature for closer inspection. Can you speak? The White Walker, transformed by the son of Craster, merely shook its head. Yet, this action confirmed Leon's suspicion that White Walkers were capable of communication, rather than being mere automatons under the Night King's command. Commander, stop wasting time with it. Let me finish it off. Although Bran Stark's nature was not typically so impulsive, having regained his senses after his transformation, he harbored an intense hatred for such beings and was eager to see it dispatched, repeatedly urging Leon to take action. Hold on, let me ask a question first. If it answers incorrectly, then you can kill it, Leon replied, and, as the White Walker gazed at him with an expression filled with anticipation, he curiously inquired, "Are you willing to?" Before Leon could finish his sentence, the White Walker respectfully performed his standard nightly half-kneel, a gesture so swift that it caused Bran Stark to wince. Though the White Walker could not articulate eloquent vows, Leon distinctly heard the system's voice in his ear. Received level 6 unit. White Walker's enlistment request. Do you agree? By the gods, I can hardly believe it. Of course. I agree. As the White Walker stood once more, Leon noticed that the flames in its eyes appeared deeper and more azure than before. His observation was indeed accurate. Upon rising, the White Walker experienced a sudden surge of clarity, its powers seemingly augmented, though whether it was a mere illusion or reality remained uncertain. When it turned to Bran Stark, it fell silent for a moment before suddenly realizing, as long as it pledged loyalty to this human, it could gain strength. In truth, its power had not significantly increased. Rather, it was merely a product of its own imagination, spurred by Bran Stark's newfound prowess. After all, it was merely a level 6 unit. Although the system had asked Leon whether he wished to promote it to a personal guard, he had declined. Preposterous. With only 2 slots remaining, my personal guard should be of a caliber that rivals Bran Stark, if not someone of the Night King's stature. As the White Walker rose and stood before Leon, respectfully tending to his steed, the scene seemed so incongruous that Bran Stark was momentarily at a loss for words. "We cannot trust the White Walker," he finally managed to declare after a period of contemplation. "It doesn't matter. No one dares betray the commander of the Night's Watch. Big Yellow, remember this phrase, and ensure it spreads throughout the realm." As he spoke, Leon lightly patted the White Walker's head. To him, since the creature lacked a name and had a pale complexion, he decided to call it Big Yellow. Startled by the unexpected pat, Big Yellow felt a surge of humiliation and anger, thinking, if it weren't for Leon having effortlessly slain tens of thousands of whites, I would certainly make him regret this. Despite its bravado, it was merely feigning submission in the face of death. How foolish humans were not to see through it, should the Night King arrive. Yet, despite its inward musings, upon hearing Leon's command, Big Yellow cast a sidelong glance, its icy demeanor softening momentarily into an almost human-like smile. It obediently nodded, indicating it had taken note. With the die cast, Bran Stark mounted his white steed, leading the way to their next hiding place. Big Yellow moved with remarkable speed, its legs propelling it faster than the white steed, easily traversing mountains and valleys. By the time they reached the next White Walker's hideout, dusk had fallen. The commander of the White Army immediately noticed this peculiar trio, but did not hastily order his minions to charge. Instead, he engaged in a fervent exchange with Big Yellow through the unique eyes of the White Walkers. How strange. Why aren't these whites attacking? Leon, seated upon his white steed, had chosen an excellent vantage point for archery, yet after waiting for an eternity, he saw no signs of the whites rushing forward to offer themselves as targets. He thus instructed Bran Stark to draw their attention. However, just as Bran Stark prepared to charge forth alone, Big Yellow and the White Walker seemed to be engaged in an unpleasant conversation, the latter wearing an expression of disbelief. Before Bran Stark could attract their attention, the White Walker waved its hand with a commanding gesture. F1, F3. With the White Walker's furious command, Big Yellow shuddered as if recalling a familiar scene. Chapter 92. Finding the bug terrain for gold dragons to spawn. Food Eater, Wei Junjia. From now on, you should be called Little Black. Half an hour later, amidst a sea of white corpses, Leon affectionately patted the shoulder of his second White Walker subordinate. Little Black immediately cursed internally. What a ridiculous name. However, as a fellow transformed White Walker, it could not voice its grievances. Simultaneously, it thought, so Big Yellow spoke the truth. The bow and arrow in this human's hands are truly terrifying. As usual, Little Black launched an attack, yet Leon employed an entirely unprecedented method to counter them. It felt akin to being scorched by dragon fire, with the destructive effects being remarkably similar. Thus, Little Black decided to bide its time, waiting for the Night King to confront Leon. As for whether to betray Leon, that would be determined once the Night King arrived. It was undeniable that living was quite agreeable. Bran, considering my current speed, how long do you think it will take to eradicate the entire army of the Night King's undead? Hearing Leon speak with an ease that few would dare to utter across the continent, Bran Stark, after 2 crushing victories, found himself gradually acclimatizing to Leon's audacious tone and began to contemplate seriously. Should the entire undead army be vanquished? And given that Leon had previously informed him that all free folk had surrendered, the existence of the Night's Watch would become unnecessary. Thus, the vigilance of Bran Stark and his fellow Night's Watch brothers might find a permanent conclusion in this generation. Bran Stark, in the prime of his life, had also heard the news of his brother Ned Stark's demise. Did he not yearn for vengeance against his brother's killer? Perhaps even aspire to become the king in the north? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Bran finally raised his head and replied, based on the efficiency of the commander, in roughly 10 days, there will no longer be any white army exceeding 1,000 in the entirety of the Serpent Mountains. Though Bran's words appeared casual, the expanse of the Serpent Mountains was comparable to half the size of the north. Had Leon not acquired the legendary white steed, capable of traversing mountains and fording rivers without rest, it would have taken him a month merely to circle around. Upon hearing the words of Banyong Stark, both the Great Yellow and Little Black trembled simultaneously, instinctively exchanging glance. If this demon lord continues his rampage, the Night King will soon become a mere figurehead. Another new brother is set to join the ranks of the esteemed commander. Great Yellow, you. It was evident that the two White Walkers were not in agreement. After two fierce battles, Great Yellow had already begun to exhibit signs of complete submission. Although the constraints of the system's mental seal prevented the White Walkers from betraying their master, it did not hinder their wild imaginations. It was rather splendid, able to eradicate the horde of corpses while also recruiting White Walkers as subordinates. Having said that, Leon turned to glance at the two White Walker cavalry following closely behind him and asked, with a piercing gaze, "Will you demand weekly wages or even food and equipment?" As soon as the words left his lips, the two White Walkers began to gesture animatedly. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you cannot speak. You mean to say that S unnecessary, right?" Leon slapped his forehead, realizing he had momentarily forgotten that Banyong Stark had clearly mentioned these two White Walkers were inherently taciturn. Seeing Leon's response, the two White Walkers could only nod in agreement. The four riders continued on their path, heading towards the next hideout of the White Walkers. Within the throne room of Sarinth, the Night King closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before turning his gaze upon the shapeshifter, Havertz, below him. The latter's pupils remained normal, indicating he was not lost in the flight simulation, and thus the Night King questioned him with authority. "Where's my army?" Havertz, wishing to jest, contemplated saying, "Night King, your two armies have been annihilated, and the two leading White Walkers have defected." However, he dare not. And after racking his brain for a moment, he decided to obscure the truth, fearing the Night King's wrath might be unleashed upon him. "The dozens of White Walker leaders you dispatched to exterminate humanity are on their way, and the front line of the Sarinth Mountains is in a state of distress." Distress? How can it be in distress? With over 1 million corpses surging from the Sarinth Mountains, even the heavens and the earth would change color. What distress? The Night King's expression turned dubious. Havertz's ambiguous words seemed to insult him further. Thus, with a swift gesture, he commanded Havertz to take flight once more, inform the White Walkers to quicken their pace, and bring back that human and the traitor Banyong Stark in the Sarinth Mountains. After clearing yet another hideout of the White Walkers, Leon was joined by another White Walker named Little Green. Suddenly, Leon heard a sound akin to an avalanche echoing from a nearby ridge. Looking towards the noise, he saw a dark line racing towards him with the speed of a meteor. "Ha! The Night King's army has arrived." Little Black clapped his hands, his face alight with joy. However, the sound Leon heard was not an avalanche. It was the thunderous stampede of the densely packed horde of corpses. Banyong Stark squinted his eyes to observe, then abruptly opened them wide. "Commander, this commotion is the result of a vast army of corpses led by at least dozens of White Walkers." Upon hearing this, Leon's 3 White Walker subordinates were only quick to prepare for battle, with Little Yellow conjuring an ice crystal spear in readiness. Little Black appeared to watch the spectacle, while Little Green's expression was one of fierce indecision between loyalty and betrayal. Yet, the actions of the 3 White Walker subordinates did not impede Leon's composure. "Secure the high ground." Leon issued the command methodically, prompting Banyong Stark and Great Yellow to scan the surroundings. After a brief moment, Great Yellow remained silent, but pointed towards a distant smooth cliff face. In that instant, Leon grasped Great Yellow's intention, and his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he led the group towards a cliff. It is well known that the peculiar ability of the corpses to ignore terrain allows them to effortlessly scale nearly vertical cliffs with a nearly 90-degree incline, clinging to the surface as if they were seasoned rock climbers. As the horde of corpses arrived at the base of the cliff, they could only look up helplessly at a few lizards clinging to the rock. When dozens of White Walkers reached the foot of the cliff, one of them unhesitatingly urged his mount, a corpse horse, to charge towards Leon. As the saying goes, one must eventually face death, and the early bird catches the worm. A massive volley of arrows rained down from the top of the cliff, instantly obliterating the audacious White Walker mid-charge. At that moment, Leon's one arrow had the power to unleash a storm of nearly 500 arrows. With the demise of that White Walker, the entire horde of corpses he commanded fell lifeless in an instant, creating a vacuum amidst the vast army of the undead. The remaining White Walkers exchanged alarmed glances, and after a silent communication, one of them devised a plan. In the next moment, the corpses began to stack upon each other, climbing directly upon the bodies of their fallen comrades at Leon's feet. The scene resembled something out of a zombie apocalypse film. However, Leon remained unperturbed. The cliff he occupied towered over 100 meters high, and even the most reckless corpses could not outpace the relentless rain of arrows he unleashed. Ha ha ha! Watching as at least 200 to 300 golden dragons filled his inventory with each arrow he released, Leon felt an unspeakable exhilaration. The dozens of White Walkers could no longer remain composed. They watched their undead army bravely climbing upward, yet they were always just out of reach of Leon. In a matter of mere minutes after the battle commenced, a pile of at least 3 to 4 meters of corpses had accumulated at Leon's feet. For every meter the corpses ascended, they paid the price of nearly 1,000 bodies. Were the undead army to be replaced by a typical human army, their morale would have shattered long ago. No matter how worthless the corpses were, they had never experienced such a disastrous toll, especially since their enemy was solely Leon from the beginning. Within half an hour, the corpses had even spread to the feet of the White Walkers. 100 meters away from the cliff, quickly report to the Night King. This human is too ferocious. One articulate White Walker exclaimed, calling to his companions. Yet before that White Walker could turn to deliver the message, the Night King, sensing the immense losses among his ranks, could no longer remain idle and spontaneously approached the scene. Chapter 93. The Night King's Grand Entrance. Yet his tone remained calm and composed. Accompanied by the weighty theme of Game of Thrones played on the cello, the Night King ascended the Mount of Corpses, now high enough to meet Leon's gaze. This marked the first time Leon had encountered the Night King since his arrival in this world. The Night King wielded an extraordinary-looking ice sword in both hands, adorned with an ice crystal crown and clad in dark chainmail, as he strode across the snowy expanse, the biting cold wind swirling around him. Unable to touch his iron-cold visage, his gaze was profound and distant, as if traversing the endless stretches of time and space, fixated on the encroaching darkness. Behind him loomed an almost endless army of corpses, their footsteps synchronized like a mournful elegy echoing through the silent snowy night. Even for Leon, witnessing such a grand entrance for the first time nearly blinded him with awe, and he silently jotted this moment down in his notebook. As the Night King leisurely approached the hill formed by the Mound of Corpses, the distance between him and Leon dwindled to less than 50 meters. The Night King did not initiate conversation with Leon. Instead, he surveyed the fallen corpses with a chilling aura. He then lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and conflict, as if he believed that merely slaying Leon with a spear would not quell the fury raging within him. Behind Leon, the restless Little Black and Little Green could no longer contain themselves, each conjuring an ice crystal spear poised to strike at Leon from behind. The two rebellious figures, Banyan Stark and the Great Yellow, were captivated by the Night King's unique entrance, momentarily taken aback, managing only to shout, "Be careful." Yet, the scene they had envisioned, a sudden attack, did not unfold. Just before the two White Walkers were about to strike, their expressions suddenly cleared, resembling a once menacing husky that had been unexpectedly tamed by an overwhelming surge of sweetness. This was the manifestation of the system's mental imprint at work. The Night King soon noticed the peculiar behavior of these two White Walkers, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. After a decisive attempt, he discovered that he faced a situation akin to that of Banyan Stark. He could no longer exert control over the fate of these two White Walkers. Thus, before confronting Lion, the Night King felt a tinge of curiosity about the means by which Lion had managed to unravel his own machinations. "Human, how could the fate of my subordinates lie in your hands? Surrender the method and the Horn of Winter, and I shall grant you a dignified death." The Night King's voice was frigid and merciless, yet tinged with a hint of curiosity. Initially, Lion harbored some concern that, bolstered by the Night King's dominion in this eternal winter, he might regain control over the White Walkers, including Banyan Stark. However, it was evident that the system's prowess surpassed expectations. Lion chuckled heartily, unburdened by any psychological pressure, declaring, "A wise bird chooses its tree. A loyal minister chooses his lord." This phrase, articulated in the common tongue of Westeros, was quite lengthy. Even the Night King, who had lived for countless millennia, took a considerable time to grasp its meaning. "Arrogant wretch, are you implying that I am inferior to you?" The Night King's voice brimmed with ire, and, as his tone lowered, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, transforming the previously calm blizzard into a furious tempest. "You are correct. What is there to boast about for one who has wandered through 8 seasons only to meet a gruesome end in Winterfell?" Lion displayed no fear nor respect towards the Night King. Of course, Lion's perception of the Night King was shaped by the television series, while the original work had yet to reveal the Night King's fate. At this moment, the Night King existed in a state of quantum entanglement, fluctuating between power and weakness. He was as formidable as the legends that spoke of his cataclysmic destruction, and had no hero emerged akin to Azor Ahai, the last hero. Humanity would undoubtedly have fallen under the Night King's dominion. Yet, he was simultaneously vulnerable, having been felled by Arya Stark, the Faceless Man. armed with naught but a Valyrian steel dagger and mere years of training. You? Well, I've changed my mind. I intend to grant you a rather undignified death. Before I devise the means, let's first deal with these traitors. With that, the Night King did not draw his sword. Instead, he spread his palm, conjuring several formidable ice spears that coalesced midair, which he swiftly hurled toward Banyan Stark and his companions, feeling a threat of death comparable to that posed by Lion. The three White Walkers, aside from Banyan Stark, who had already embraced death, attempted to flee. However, the ice spears moved with an astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, aside from Lion, who wielded his sword to shield Banyan and the Great Yellow, the two others, Little Black and Little Green, were impaled against the mountainside by the Night King's ice spears. Even after piercing their bodies, the ice spears retained their might, creating two massive craters, each 10 meters in diameter, in the mountainside. Following his relentless strikes that shattered the ice spears, Lion felt an overwhelming drain on his stamina. In sheer strength, the Night King proved to be as formidable as a fully augmented lion. This marked the first occasion where Lion encountered a worthy opponent capable of matching him after reaching his peak power. Lion's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the Night King, who would not feel exhilarated at the prospect of facing a formidable adversary after effortlessly slaying tens of thousands of White Walkers. The Night King, in turn, regarded Lion with newfound respect. After all, history had shown that he was not invincible. In ancient times, he had been defeated by the then king in the north, Brandon Stark, and the king beyond the wall, Jormungand. Though both heroes perished after their victory, the Night King had only returned after amassing power over millennia. Reflecting on the painful lessons of the past, the Night King now regarded Lion with increased wariness. Who are you? How can you withstand my attack? The Night King inquired, his expression darkening, though he felt his own aura being suppressed by Lion's presence, causing his tone to lower. Upon hearing the Night King's serious inquiry about his name, Lion, seated atop his white steed, leaned back in a tactical posture, remaining silent while hoping his subordinates would announce his identity. However, after prolonged silence, the air remained still. Lion cast a disapproving glance at the Great Yellow and Banyan Stark behind him, noticing Lion's transformation from embarrassment to murderous intent. The Great Yellow hastily pointed to his own mouth, prompting Banyan Stark to suddenly comprehend the situation. He rode forth, positioning himself between the Night King and Lion, and pointed at Lion, stating, "Before you stands the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the King beyond the wall. His name is Lion Victor." After listening to Banyan Stark's introduction, the Night King's expression turned grave, realizing the brevity of the description implied that Lion was merely an inexperienced newcomer. Yet, a chilling thought struck the Night King. Could it be that the current Night's Watch and the Free Folk possess such formidable leaders at random? The Night King pondered, concealing his apprehensive thoughts. "Very well. I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent and shall treat you with the respect befitting a king. Now, we must discuss the reasons behind your slaughter of so many of my subordinates." Chapter 94. Fear not the boss's health bar. Fear the boss's one-hit kill. The Night King did not immediately call for battle, a reaction that genuinely surprised Lion. However, his rigid perception of the Night King stemmed entirely from that infuriating, unfinished television series. In the show, the Night King was portrayed as a ruthless figure of few words, meeting a gruesome end. Who would have guessed that the Night King in reality was so loquacious? Upon hearing the Night King's inquiry about his intentions, Lion contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to adopt a more forthright approach. One must be candid in dealings. Sincerity begets sincerity. Thus, Lion earnestly stated, "I wish to kill you, and before doing so, I intend to eliminate your subordinates." Even the Night King, who had endured for so long, was taken aback by such audacious words. "You? If I so desired, you would be dead already, resurrected by me, only to be killed again repeatedly, until naught of you remained." The Night King suppressed the urge to strike immediately, wary of the unforeseen complications that might arise from hastily eliminating Lion. After all, thousands of years prior, he had been deceived by a certain entity, and the memory still haunted him. Had that entity not promised the Night King that, after waiting all these years, it would no longer obstruct his quest for dominion, he would have never believed it. Now, Lion's sudden appearance and reckless slaughter of his subordinates could very well be a scheme orchestrated by that very entity. With this thought in mind, the Night King narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lion before activating his ability to peer into the River of Time. Moments later, the Night King's face bore an expression of shock akin to hearing that Lion intended to slay his entire family. For within the River of Time, he could discern no past for Lion. The future regarding Lion was equally shrouded in mystery, with a faint shadow obscuring the faces of those surrounding him, blocking any glimpse into their fates. This was a scenario the Night King had never encountered before, even when a dragon queen was prophesied to lead 3 extinct dragons north. He had seen all with clarity. In a vast expanse of time, Lion managed to completely conceal his presence, a feat that undoubtedly indicated the formidable power of the entity behind him. Recognizing this, the Night King spoke in a tone that was both decisive and somewhat conciliatory. "Your Excellency, I cannot grant this wish. Please propose another." Upon hearing the Night King's words, the ranks of White Walkers, who had been primed for battle, were momentarily stunned, their usual aloof demeanor cast aside as they collectively gasped in disbelief. Was it truly a marvel? The Night King, who had previously been provoked openly by this very human, was now willing to compromise? Moreover, this human had audaciously challenged the Night King, even threatening his life. Yet the Night King bore no ire? At this realization, a notably astute figure cleared his throat and approached the Night King with a penetrating gaze. It was the shapeshifter Havertz, who was about to advise the Night King. Why bother being courteous to Lion? Even if we cannot best him, a collective assault would suffice. Begone. However, before Havertz could fully articulate his thoughts, the Night King shot him a withering glance, sending him hurtling backward. The figure that had just been ejected seemed oddly familiar to Lion, as if he had seen him before. Observing the hapless White Walker being flung away, Lion mused inwardly. Then, you shall surrender several 100,000 corpses, arranged in this current formation, and upon their demise, I shall spare you. As Lion spoke, a greedy expression graced his features, which did not sit well with the Night King, who felt as though Lion's subordinates were merely golden dragons wandering in his eyes. Several 100,000. There are only 200,000 corpses in the land of eternal winter. You have already slain over 100,000. How many more do you wish to kill? It is impossible. The Night King, recognizing the power of the entity behind Lion, one capable of erasing traces across the fabric of time, decided to temporarily endure Lion's disrespectful remarks. In his mind, as long as he could tolerate until the deadline set by that entity, he would soon be free to wreak havoc without opposition, rendering Lion's insolence trivial. "Oh, then I demand you swear that you shall not step beyond the borders of eternal winter during my lifetime." With the Night King unwilling to sacrifice his minions, Lion issued his ultimatum. Indeed, the Night King's countenance, forged from ice, flushed crimson upon hearing Lion's decree, as if flames had licked at his brow. "I refuse. I shall fight to the bitter end." Thus, the White Walkers joined the fray. Observing that Lion appeared no older than 16, the Night King realized that by the time Lion naturally succumbed to age, the promise made by the entity behind him would have long expired. Rage and humiliation surged within him, and he directed his ire toward Lion. With grave solemnity, the Night King unsheathed his ice sword, a clear indication of his intent to engage in a life-or-death struggle, even disdainful of the lesser ice spears. "Humph. I anticipated your desperate gambit. I have been preparing for this." In response, Lion swiftly drew his weapon, the kiss of black and white, and collided with the advancing Night King. A resounding clang, far louder than the ringing of iron, echoed as Lion's weapon met the Night King's ice sword, the two forces parting almost immediately. Whether Lion could withstand even a single round was uncertain, but it was clear that his ghoul steed could not endure the encounter. After a heart-wrenching wail, the ghoul horse was struck down by the Night King's blade, sending Lion tumbling to the ground. By the gods, is this the power of the Night King? Upon landing, Lion quickly glanced at his stamina gauge. He was left with but a sliver of health. Yet, rather than panic, he felt a surge of elation that the Night King had failed to dispatch him in one fell swoop. He felt as if he were playing a soul-like game, fearing the boss's one-hit kill, but unperturbed by the sight of his health bar. Seeing Lion withstand a round of combat without dying left the Night King visibly perturbed. After all, he had never encountered an adversary he could not eliminate in a single strike. Moreover, he was fighting on home turf, bolstered by the advantages of his domain and the formidable ice magic at his disposal. Was this truly insufficient to vanquish Lion? It was evident that the insidious entity had dispatched Lion to disrupt his plans. Just as the Night King's thoughts spiraled, Lion sprang into action. But this time, his target was not the Night King, but the throng of White Walkers rushing from behind. With a swift draw of his luminous star bow, Lion targeted the most aggressive of the White Walkers, obliterating both rider and steed in an instant. Good news, he was fully rejuvenated. Feeling a resurgence of strength, Lion readied himself for another clash with the Night King. After vanquishing a White Walker, Lion's health bar soared back to its peak, resembling a roller coaster ride. Just as the Night King unleashed another strike, he noticed that Lion, though still reeling from the previous blow, was not begging for mercy. Instead, he was launching an assault on the Night King's minions, a blatant affront to the Night King's authority and a slap in the face to his prowess. Curse the human. Focus your attention on me. Witness my blade. Chapter 95. The Night King's frenzied equipment explosion. Unbeknownst to the Night King, after Lion effortlessly dispatched another White Walker, his stamina and health had fully replenished, while the Night King had suffered tangible recoil from their previous clash. However, in a land of eternal winter, the Night King's health could gradually recover, albeit not as swiftly as Lion's insatiable thirst for blood. One was the King of the Wall and the peoples beyond, while the other was the Night King commanding millions of corpses. The clash between these two sovereigns rendered their respective minions powerless to intervene. The battle between Lion and the Night King escalated into a fevered intensity. As the skirmish wore on, Lion's unrelenting assaults increasingly irritated the Night King. Each time they engaged, Lion would deftly maneuver past, taking the opportunity to unleash a powerful arrow that felled one of the Night King's subordinates, only to re-engage with renewed vigor. After dozens of exchanges, even the Night King felt his health dwindling under Lion's relentless and cunning tactics. Wait, human, what is this sorcery? Why can I not slay you? After yet another clash, the Night King paused, his expression grave as he inquired of Lion. Lion glanced at his fully restored stamina and could not help but smile. It is simply because you are far too weak, and thus you cannot defeat me. Truth be told, Lion had not anticipated the Night King's tenacity. After several rounds of combat, the battlefield beneath them had undergone a dramatic transformation, the shockwaves of their conflict leveling the heaps of corpses like rolling hills, while the surrounding trees and mountains lay in utter disarray. Yet, Lion felt increasingly at ease. He sensed that even if he could not defeat the Night King, a single victory over him would significantly enhance his own attributes. Hearing Lion's taunts, the Night King was consumed by rage, dismissing all thoughts but the desire to eliminate this arrogant human. However, Lion's weapon, the kiss of black and white, began to exhibit signs of metal fatigue, leading to concerns that further confrontations might shatter the legendary Valyrian steel sword. Thus, after another clash, Lion swiftly distanced himself from the Night King and readied his luminous star bow. Recognizing that close combat was futile, the Night King raised his hands, conjuring dozens of ice spears that hovered ominously above him. In the next moment, both sovereigns unleashed their ranged attacks upon each other. As the adage goes, traditionally, the left side loses, and standing on the left, the Night King's volley of ice spears proved incapable of withstanding Lion's rain of dragon crystal arrows. The Night King, his face a mask of disbelief, watched as nearly 1,000 dragon glass arrows shattered his ice spear midair, continuing their relentless trajectory toward him. In an instant, over 100 arrows embedded themselves within his form. The Night King's body resembled shattered glass, with cracks erupting from countless wounds, cascading to the ground like shards. Here, aside from a few dozen White Walkers in his service who had not disintegrated, the remaining tens of thousands of Whites collapsed simultaneously following the Night King's defeat. Indeed, dragon glass arrows proved effective against the White Walkers. Lion, brimming with exhilaration, not only reveled in his victory over the Night King, but also felt the experience points on his panel soaring exponentially. Moreover, as he gazed at the ice crown that had inexplicably materialized in his hand, he recognized it as the very crown that adorned the Night King's head. The long-awaited plunder skill had finally activated successfully, allowing him to claim the Night King's crown, igniting his anticipation for what treasures might await him upon his next conquest. Meanwhile, the remaining White Walkers, save for the few he had dispatched to replenish his stamina, were held at bay by Bran Stark and the formidable Hound, cornered and unable to retreat. Upon witnessing Lion not only vanquish the Night King, but also aim his bow at them, many White Walkers, under the Hound's persuasive glare, discarded their weapons, adopting a demeanor of submission. If they could not withstand the Night King, what hope did they have against a mere human? Simultaneously, within the Grand Hall of Winterfell, the Night King, aided by the swirling elemental ice, reconstructed his form, his expression a chilling blend of disbelief and fury. He had never anticipated that he would be bested by a human. Infuriatingly, the bow and arrows in Lion's possession were akin to the legendary weapons wielded by Azor Ahai. Were he not in the land of always winter, he feared he would have been utterly obliterated by now. This thought sent a shiver of dread through him. Within the hall, only a sparse few White Walkers remained, their emotionless gazes fixed upon the Night King, witnessing his disheveled and bald form resurrecting upon the ice altar. Despite the incredulity of the situation, They understood that their leader had suffered defeat. Unbeknownst to the Night King, a chill crept over him, born from his unwillingness to accept this reality. When the Night King finally reappeared before Lyon, he refrained from immediate vengeance and bloodlust, even ignoring the treacherous White Walkers behind Lyon. Nevertheless, his tone remained unfriendly. Yet upon seeing Lyon's lingering eagerness, he hastily interjected through gritted teeth, "Human, enough." Lyon lowered his bow, feeling a twinge of reluctance to slay him further, recognizing the Night King as a living embodiment of countless golden dragons. "What is it, Night King? Are you reconsidering my proposal? Indeed, I cannot defeat you, but you must cease your attacks on my undead army. I promise you, for the remainder of your days, I shall not venture south." The Night King, genuinely intimidated by Lyon, realized the peril of Lyon's wrath should he become enraged enough to annihilate his countless White Walkers. Furthermore, without the Horn of Winter in his possession, he feared the wall could become an insurmountable barrier. Time was on his side, a mere few decades. Observing Lyon's youth, he assumed Lyon would inevitably crave the power struggles of the realm, thus hastening his own demise. After all, it was merely a matter of years. The Night King could afford to wait. As long as Lyon refrained from slaughtering his undead army, all would be well. However, upon hearing the Night King's capitulatory words, Lyon merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," before eagerly drawing his bow once more to send the Night King to his end. In the hall of Winterfell, the remaining White Walkers watched with trepidation as their leader resurrected yet again, this time discarding his imposing black chainmail. Noticing the peculiar glances from his subordinates, the Night King glanced down at himself, realization dawning upon him. "My eternal armor!" His furious and stifled roar echoed throughout Winterfell. Chapter 96. The Unequal Peace Treaty with the Night King. After an extended period of waiting, Lyon and the assembled White Walkers were left in suspense, anticipating the Night King's return, yet he never reappeared. Instead, a particularly anxious White Walker, trembling with trepidation, rode forth on a white steed, delivering the Night King's message. "Human, you have triumphed. Whatever you decree shall be accepted." Upon finishing, the White Walker noticed Lyon's impassive demeanor, while the other former comrades glared at him with fiery blue eyes, as if ready to consume him whole. "I will lead the undead army back to the land of always winter. Winterfell is no longer of concern. Should you wish to live, follow me." In this ominous atmosphere, the White Walker, mustering his courage, relayed the Night King's message, his eyes flickering with fear as he sensed Lyon's formidable presence. Yet Lyon did not impose any hardship upon this humble envoy. In wartime, it is customary to spare the messenger. "Return and inform the Night King that his cavalry is commendable. I require 10 White Walkers delivered to me each month. The number may only increase. Should even one be absent, I shall hold the Night King personally accountable. That is all I have to say. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Naturally, no one opposed. Lyon found an unclaimed white steed to mount, gesturing to the messenger, who promptly fled as if granted a reprieve. Historians of the future Westerosi continent would immortalize this day in the annals of history, dubbing the accord between Lyon and the Night King the Pact of Winterfell. This treaty would ensure, for at least 2 centuries, that the Night King would not dare entertain thoughts of aggression southward, for even if Lyon were to perish, the Night King would remain wary of Lyon's descendants, fearing the return of the Starfall bow to harry him. "Commander, should we not return to Blackiron Fortress?" Bran Stark inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after witnessing the monumental victory over the Night King. To him, though the threat of the White Walkers had not been entirely vanquished with the Night King's demise, Lyon's singular strength had established a strategic deterrent. As long as the Starfall bow remained in Lyon's possession, the Night King would not dare venture south as long as Lyon lived. The surrendered White Walkers, now part of Lyon's forces, displayed expressions of discomfort, while they may have felt relieved to survive. The prospect of entering the realm of humans as Lyon's subordinates left them feeling deeply embarrassed. Previously, they had traversed into the human world to spread calamity. Now, they were to follow a Night's Watch commander. How would their fellow White Walkers perceive them? How would humans view them? At this moment, the only sentiment shared among the surrendered White Walkers was one of humiliation, utter disgrace. However, Lyon had no time to provide psychological support for these White Walkers. They needed to proceed to Hardhome and inform the free folk not to rush southward, as the Night King would no longer harass them. Even if the Starks wished to return to their ancestral home, he would gladly negotiate with the Night King on their behalf. Following Lyon's orders, the newly appointed Chief Ranger of the White Walkers, Bran Stark, resolutely shouldered the responsibility of command, leading the contingent of White Walkers alongside Lyon toward the direction of Hardhome. Long after the battle had ceased, an abomination named Havertz, lying amidst the corpses, finally opened his eyes, fearful that Lyon might return for a surprise attack. He was acutely aware that he might not be so fortunate as to escape Lyon's wrath a second time. Only after confirming that Lyon had indeed departed did Havertz emerge from the pile of bodies, casting a wary glance in Lyon's direction, marveling at how Lyon had grown to the point of besting even the Night King not once, but twice. I fear that the legendary heroes of yore cannot possibly compare to the trajectory of Lyon. Yet at present, Saran's royal city is a place he is reluctant to return to, since the Night King has failed to exact vengeance on his behalf. Why should he return to endure further indignities? However, during his time spent in the company of the Night King, Havertz has not emerged entirely empty-handed. While the Night King gazes into the river of time, Havertz glimpses a future where mere scales and claws abound. 3 fully grown dragons soar above the realms of Milan, Yuan Kai and Esqueta. Calculating the passage of time, their master must currently be a young maiden who has just acquired her dragon egg. As a shapeshifter, Havertz possesses the keen vision of an eagle and the ability to manipulate the hearts of men. It would not be a daunting task to command the girl to unleash dragon fire and obliterate Lyon in a single breath. With this thought, Havertz is invigorated. Yet when he recalls his current visage, eyes ablaze with blue fire, resembling a white, he realizes he hardly presents as a paragon of virtue. Thus, he retrieves a piece of black cloth from the ground, wrapping it tightly around his head. Difficult Hill, located at the very tip of the Stowed Peninsula, juts out into the shuddering sea, with Braavos, the free trade city-state, lying across the waters. The nearby bay has formed a deep-water harbor capable of accommodating the largest vessels. Thanks to the abundant timber and stone in the vicinity, alongside a bounty of edible fish and even gatherings of seals and walruses, a settlement of free folk was established here centuries ago, only to be ravaged by a mysterious calamity. In this present day, amidst the ruins, 100,000 free folk toil together to construct a vast cooperative encampment. At this moment, great ships continually arrive at the bay's docks, ferrying these refugees southward. The ones awaiting their arrival are none other than the sworn adversaries of the free folk, the Night's Watch. Now, following Lyon's triumph over the king beyond the wall and the arrival of Prince Olaf of Saran with the Horn of the Free Folk at Difficult Hill, the 100,000 free folk willingly submit to the command of the Night's Watch's Lord Commander, Lyon Victor. Jon Snow, in the midst of orchestrating the evacuation of the free folk, occasionally glances toward the distant haunted forest, as if anticipating that at any moment, Lyon's valiant figure will leap from the thicket, pursued relentlessly by a horde of whites. This is Jon Snow's conjecture. Therefore, at all times, half of the garrison at Difficult Hill sharpens their blades, prepared to fend off the onslaught of whites emerging from the haunted forest and rescue their Lord Commander. Yet, no matter how audacious his imagination, Jon cannot foresee that Lyon has successfully dealt with the Night King and brokered a peace with the army of the dead. As the chief ranger under the Lord Commander, Jon frequently finds himself at odds with Prince Olaf, who boasts of being the first warrior under the command of the Lord Commander. Olaf's incessant barbs and caustic remarks do little to endear him to Jon. To him, it seems that apart from Lyon Victor, the other members of the Night's Watch are merely a rabble. Hey Crow, what are you staring at? Have the whites from the Battle of Castle Black left you so rattled? Olaf constantly wields 2 items, one being the Horn of the Free Folk, the other a finely crafted steel battle axe made by the blacksmith Donner. With these in hand, he believes himself to be the most significant figure at Difficult Hill until Lyon's return. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Olaf for underestimating Jon, for Jon is merely 16 years of age, excluding the anomaly of Lyon, who is of the same age. The free folk consider a 16-year-old southerner should be cradled in a wet nurse's arms rather than gallivanting on a battlefield. Chapter 97. The Crown of the Night King and the Armor of Eternal Life. Let us temporarily set aside the discord between Jon Snow of Difficult Hill and Prince Olaf. As for Lyon, upon setting forth to Difficult Hill, he finally finds time to examine his panel attributes and the 2 new pieces of equipment acquired from the Night King. Identity: Lyon Victor, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, King Beyond the Wall. Level: 34. Family: Level 3, Fief of Black Iron Castle, EC Watch, Shadow Tower. Long Night Castle, former territory of the Night's Watch. Strength: 30, one-handed, two-handed polearm. Agility: 23, bow, crossbow, throwing, kiss of black and white 10. Stamina: 30, horsemanship, running. Forging, armor of eternal life 5. Cunning: 11, tea serving, tactics, vices. Social: 30. Charisma, leadership, trading, crown of the Night King 10. Intelligence, 23. Management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points, 10. Good heavens. After reviewing the panel, Leon cannot help but commend the Night King. The equipment acquired after 2 deaths not only grants Leon 10 additional attribute points, but also maximizes his stamina and social skills. Now, with only agility and cunning lacking full mastery, Leon finds it prudent to invest all his free attribute points into intelligence. After enduring such prolonged combat, he increasingly perceives the efficacy of brute strength in resolving conflicts. Yet, sensing the whispers of those who deem him reckless, he resolves to elevate his intelligence to its zenith, striving to rectify his shortcomings. In an instant, the panel seems to revert to a player's interface, generously bestowing upon Leon a host of useful skills. Mastersmith, you now possess the skills of a master craftsman, capable of forging your thoughts into reality without the need for blueprints, using only suitable materials. Charismatic aura increases the persuasion rate when conversing with peers and enhances affinity with the opposite sex. Forceful acquisition, you may forcibly seize a desired item once. Usable once per month, with a limit of legendary tier. Management doctrine, as a military commander or appointed officer, the system will cover the expenses of troop salaries and equipment. Mocking death, you, or a chosen family member, may evade death once. Unassailable, not yet determined. After perusing the array of skill descriptions, Leon finally comprehends that a significant event is about to unfold, for the attributes bestowed upon him are undeniably tied to his conquests. With this in mind, anticipation begins to swell within him. Before departing, based on the intelligence relayed by the Crows regarding the 7 kingdoms, following the death of Ned Stark, the discontented Northerners elected a new king in the north, a certain Robb Stark, who bears a deep-seated grudge against the Lannisters. Initially, Robb's military endeavors fared well, proving himself a formidable young leader as he dealt devastating blows to the Westerland lords. However, at this critical juncture, he found himself ensnared by internal treachery, and he should now be within the territory of House Frey, participating in a bloody wedding that would spell disaster for many northern lords. At that time, Leon was but a lord commander of the Night's Watch, without the capacity or desire to interfere with the course of history. Even though he privately admired Robb Stark's capabilities, he would never humble himself to the extent of seeking his favor. This chaos, which nearly engulfed the 7 kingdoms, is known as the War of the 5 Kings. As Balon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands launched incursions against the western coast of Westeros, just as the kings of the west and north found themselves at an impasse, Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone made a grave error. Instead of attacking the Westerlands, which were distracted by Robb Stark, he chose to march south to confront his brother Renly. Had he seized the opportunity to storm King's Landing, it is conceivable that he could have claimed the Iron Throne for himself. Yet Stannis, stubbornly adhering to the principle of to defeat the external threat, one must first secure the internal, resolved to demonstrate to the entirety of the 7 kingdoms that he was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, culminating in the assassination of his brother through the blood magic of the Red Priestess Melisandre. However, the despicable means through which Renly met his demise at the hands of blood magic allowed the Lords of Storm's End and the Riverlands to discern the true character of Stannis. This revelation led to a rift between the Stormlander and Riverlander houses that had previously supported Renly, resulting in a significant defeat for Stannis. Nevertheless, Stannis did not succumb to despair. Instead, he rallied all his forces and turned to assault King's Landing. Ultimately, he lost all his elite troops in the Battle of Blackwater. It must be noted that Stannis, despite his failures, proved himself to be a capable commander. Even after the majority of his fleet was incinerated by the wildfire unleashed by the Imp, he led his forces into a desperate fight and nearly captured King's Landing, only to be thwarted by the timely arrival of Tywin Lannister and his men. At this moment, he was likely en route north, having finally heeded the advice of his one loyal subordinate, Ser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight. By implementing the King's Road plan, he aimed to lead his remnant forces northward to support the beleaguered Night's Watch, thereby demonstrating his resolve to the common folk of the 7 kingdoms and garnering their support to reclaim his throne. Furthermore, he could seize the opportunity to incorporate the 10,000 wildlings into his ranks, thereby strengthening his army. However, by the time he reached the wall, it might already be too late, as Jon had already unified the wildlings, even forcing the White Walkers to refrain from advancing southward. At this thought, a smirk crossed Jon's lips, pondering what expression would grace Stannis' face upon discovering he had arrived too late. Upon inspecting his inventory, Jon's gaze naturally fell upon the 2 items he had acquired from the Night King. The crown of the Night King, forged from the ice element of the land of eternal winter, could only be worn by a true king, offering exceptional defense and granting the wearer a modicum of control over ice elements. The armor of immortality, similarly crafted from the ice element, provided unparalleled protection against magical attacks and immunity to extreme temperatures. Due to their elemental composition, both items could be customized to the wearer's desired appearance and even rendered invisible. Jon's eyes lit up at the sight. His current gear was overly focused on offense, and the appearance of the Night King had presented him with a most fortuitous opportunity. The two pieces of formidable defensive equipment would seamlessly fill the gaps in his arsenal, prompting him to don them without hesitation. However, the regal appearance of the crown of the Night King was rather ostentatious, especially given that Jon's official title was still the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Consequently, he opted to render the crown invisible while altering the armor of immortality to resemble the armor befitting the Lord Commander. Once clad in the armor of immortality, Jon immediately felt the relentless chill that had plagued him dissipate, as if the armor contained an air conditioning system that provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Although Jon's impressive stamina of 30 points could withstand the cold, no one enjoys being cold, and he couldn't help but commend the remarkable functionality of the armor of immortality. Chapter 98. Stannis from Dragonstone arrives at Hardhome. On the summer sea, a fleet bearing the Crowned Stag banner sailed upon the waves. Ser Davos Seaworth kept a vigilant watch over the surface of the sea, wary of any attempt by King Joffrey seated upon the Iron Throne to intercept them. At this juncture, Stannis had successfully reassembled an army of 1,000 cavalry with the aid of the Iron Bank. Having lost the support of Dragonstone and most of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, Stannis was left to rely solely on this 1,000-strong cavalry. According to Davos's plan, he aimed to defeat and recruit the wildlings in order to regain the support of the Northern Lords, from which point he would gradually plot against the Iron Throne. It should be noted that the greatest contributor to this venture to Braavos was none other than Ser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight. Were it not for his eloquence in persuading the Iron Bank's representatives during Stannis' moment of silence, the Iron Bank might never have granted him the substantial loan. Ultimately, after due consideration between the aged Tywin Lannister and the vigorous Stannis, the bank opted to extend credit to Stannis. Otherwise, he would have embarked on his journey to the north empty-handed. As a reward, Davos was appointed as Stannis' Hand of the King. Was that Hardhome ahead? The gathering place of 100,000 wildlings? After a prolonged voyage at sea, Stannis finally beheld the coastline and inquired of Davos beside him. Indeed, your grace. If I defeat the wildlings, will the North and the people of the Seven Kingdoms support me? When Stannis posed this question with a serious demeanor and a hint of concern, his hand understood precisely the answer he sought. It should be noted that Ser Davos was not one to indulge in flattery. Rather, he spoke from the heart. Your grace, you are the only legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, not merely by blood, but because you embody honor and justice. The people of the North have always bowed to those of such character. Moreover, with Robb Stark deceased, you need only exhibit the unwavering demeanor of a king, and they shall naturally submit. Stannis clearly appreciated the sincerity and loyalty of Davos, finding value in his candid words. However, the naturally stoic Stannis did not betray any emotion on his face, but gestured toward the approaching coastline, stating, "It appears the wildlings here have not considered a defense against an attack from the sea, and the number of tents seems inconsistent with the figure of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Ser Davos widened his eyes and gazed toward Hardhome. Although the wildlings had noticed the sudden appearance of several ships approaching from the sea, they displayed no signs of alarm or the appropriate defensive response. Could it be a ruse? Stannis murmured to himself, his mind racing as he contemplated the situation, accompanied by the faint sound of grinding teeth. As a wise and competent commander, upon witnessing the wildlings' unusual behavior, Stannis refrained from ordering an immediate landing. Instead, he selected a beach that would allow for the accumulation of momentum for a charge. Half an hour later, over 1,000 cavalry from Dragonstone had formed a charge formation on the beach. However, just before the charge commenced, two figures emerged from the wildling camp at Hardhome. One, a knight clad in black, approached bearing a white flag, while the other, wielding a battle axe, strode boldly towards Stannis' forces. 4 legs travel faster than 2, and thus the black-clad knight arrived first. As Stannis' hand, Davos rode forward, sensing that the newcomers bore no hostile intentions. I am Jon Snow, the son of Eddard Stark, the first ranger of the Night's Watch. I recognize the banner of your army, and I welcome you, His Grace Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone. Jon's face radiated warmth, leaving Davos momentarily bewildered. Although Davos did not recognize Jon Snow at that moment, the latter's accent and impeccable noble etiquette unmistakably indicated his genuine nobility. Yet, It was precisely this that left Davos more confounded. How could the first ranger of the Night's Watch be present here, accompanied by a fearsome wildling? Had he been captured by the wildlings? Or had he defected and surrendered to them? If it were the latter, it was quite bold of Jon to approach alone. As Davos pondered Jon's position, Stannis rode forward, speaking calmly. "Jon Snow, I know your father. He is a man of integrity, reliability, and respect. Therefore, I would like to hear your explanation for your presence here." Just as Jon was about to explain that the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch had persuaded the wildlings to descend southward, Prince Olaf, the Serpent, swiftly caught up from behind. Observing Olaf wielding a deadly weapon, Davos had no choice but to draw his sword and block his path. In an instant, dozens of cavalry from Dragonstone surged forth behind Stannis, encircling Olaf with an impenetrable barrier. Yet, Olaf displayed no signs of fear, boldly mocking. What manner of southern wretch is this, unafraid of freezing his manhood off in this frigid wasteland? Davos would not tolerate anyone insulting his sovereign. Though not adept in combat, he stepped forward, sword pointed at Olaf's neck, and bellowed, "Before you stands the one and only legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, the rightful ruler of the Undulls, the Roiner and the First Men, the guardian of the realm, Stannis Baratheon. Why do you not kneel and surrender?" Upon uttering these words, the surrounding cavalry of Dragonstone immediately leveled their lances at Prince Olaf, their intent clear. Should he utter a negative, he would likely find himself riddled with numerous transparent wounds. However, Olaf was a man unyielding to threats. "First and foremost, your attire is wholly inappropriate, and furthermore, this is not the domain of the Seven Kingdoms. No one here recognizes your so-called kingship." Davos, incensed by Olaf's retort, advanced angrily, stating, "Kneeling is a fundamental courtesy when surrendering to a king." Olaf promptly replied with unwavering conviction, "Free men never kneel." He then quietly added, "Even if one were to kneel to a southern man, it should not be done twice." Seeing Olaf's obstinacy, Stannis lost his patience and gestured downward, ordering someone to behead Olaf and break through the camp of the free folk. "Wait, your majesty, I can explain. We must unite with the free folk." Jon Snow interjected, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, but his words were abruptly cut off by Stannis' wave of dismissal. "I shall hear your explanation later. Men, seize him. The rest, follow me in a battle," Stannis commanded, and his subordinates promptly yanked Jon Snow from his horse and restrained him, while the Dragonstone cavalry prepared to launch their assault. Just as they were about to claim Olaf's head as a trophy, a thunderous sound resembling an avalanche erupted from the distant Shadowlands. Stannis decisively rescinded his previous command, redirecting the 1,000-strong cavalry towards the ominous forest. Could it be an ambush by the wildlings? Sir Davos inquired gravely, having discerned the abnormalities of the wildling encampment alongside Stannis. The only plausible explanation was that the wildlings had anticipated their landing today and planned to flank the Dragonstone cavalry while they attacked the wildling camp. However, upon witnessing the ambush emerging from the Shadowlands, both men's faces paled. Thanks to the rare, clear skies, they could see clearly who was charging forth. They were towering figures, pale of complexion and gaunt in appearance. Knights whose mere dozens created the sensation of 1,000 cavalry charging. The sharper-eyed Dragonstone cavalry, upon recognizing the foes, were instantly thrown into panic. The very embodiment of fear that had been etched into the DNA of every living soul, the White Walkers. "It's the White Walkers," Davos exclaimed, panic-stricken while his horse reared in fright, nearly throwing him off. Once he managed to calm his steed, he urgently advised Stannis, "Your Majesty, each White Walker is typically accompanied by a vast army of whites. The mere 50 White Walkers leading their Legion of the Dead could not be matched by our 1,000 cavalry. We have no time to return to the ships. You must retreat. I will lead our forces in the rear." Stannis' expression darkened. He had never anticipated facing the threat of the White Walkers after such arduous efforts to land. Even if he managed to escape, the 1,000 cavalry he had recruited on loan from the Iron Bank would likely be annihilated. The thought of his restoration efforts facing such a setback at the outset filled him with rage. He let out a thunderous roar, seemingly striving to vent his frustrations upon the Seven. Having lost his parents to a shipwreck in his youth, he had long ceased to believe in the Seven. Yet now, as he was on the cusp of resurgence, the Seven once more toyed with his fate. "No, I shall not retreat," Stannis roared back at Davos' counsel. However, his fierce outburst reinvigorated many of the panicked Dragonstone cavalry, rallying around him. Stannis surveyed the faces of his men, some filled with terror, others with dread, confusion, or resolve, and proclaimed loudly, "What if our foes are White Walkers? I am the king of the Seven Kingdoms. I am Stannis Baratheon of House Baratheon. Fate, I shall never bow to you. All of you, heed my command. Charge forward. With those words, Stannis surged forth, leading the charge through the chaotic ranks. Davos, realizing the gravity of the moment, raised his sword and shouted, "Follow his majesty into battle." Even Jon Snow and Prince Olaf were swept up in the king's fervor, joining the fray against the White Walkers. From the wildling camp at Hardhome, the last few thousand free folk emerged, their bravest warriors having remained behind after the timid had already departed on the last ship to the East Sea. Faced with the oncoming onslaught of the White Walkers, no one faltered. Each one surged forward, eager to confront their demise. Their families had been safely sent south of the wall, leaving every free man unburdened. They were resolved to meet the White Walkers in a final stand. The living were inspired by Stannis, their faces reflecting a determination to fight to the death. Stannis, at the forefront, bore a fierce expression, his gaze locked upon the advancing White Walkers. Yet in his fervor, he failed to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of the White Walkers. Upon seeing a throng of human cavalry charging indiscriminately towards them, the White Walkers' brow furrowed in confusion, as if a great sense of bewilderment washed over them. Chapter 99. The Reunion of Bran Stark and Jon Snow. Stannis, in the heat of battle, pressed onward, and as the distance between him and the White Walkers dwindled, a flicker of panic crept into his ironclad visage. He was aware that these were no ordinary foes. Before landing, Stannis had only prepared to fight wildlings. Had he known that White Walkers awaited beyond the wall, he would never have so readily agreed to support the Night's Watch, regardless of Davos's eloquence. Yet, Stannis's momentary fear was quickly suppressed. One must remain calm in the face of death. In a strange twist of fate, he sensed that the White Walkers did not seem inclined to attack. Accompanying the dozen or so White Walkers were none other than Lyanna Stark and Bran Stark, emerging alongside them. Jon Snow, charging behind Stannis, could scarcely believe his eyes. Upon recognizing Lyanna among the White Walkers, he shouted, "Your Majesty, they are our own." Having called out, Jon slowed his steed to avoid mistakenly harming Lyanna. Nonsense. How could White Walkers be our own? Even if they once were, they are White Walkers now. Stannis ignored Jon's cries, remaining steadfast in his charge. However, he soon noticed that among the White Walkers stood two riders clad in black, unmistakably members of the Night's Watch. But how could the living be mingling with the dead? With this realization, Stannis resolved to capture the leaders first, directing his sword straight towards Lyanna. However, at this moment, Lyon was flanked by a multitude of whites, with the ever-loyal Banyan Stark serving as his personal guard, thus rendering any direct intervention from Lyon unnecessary. With remarkable swiftness, Banyan Stark positioned himself before Lyon. Before Stannis could comprehend the unfolding situation, his longsword was seized along with him, suspended in midair by Banyan Stark. The remaining whites, awaiting Lyon's command, remained largely inert, merely observing the human cavalry as they surged forward to the front lines. Perceiving that Stannis appeared to be in the clutches of the whites, Davos hastily raised his sword, issuing a command to halt the charge, fearful of mistakenly harming their king in the ensuing chaos. In stark contrast to the grim expressions of the cavalry from Dragonstone, Jon Snow's visage revealed a mixture of joy and trepidation. He was elated that Lyon, the commander of the Night's Watch, had not only returned, but had also brought back his long-missing uncle, who had been presumed dead. Yet, he was concerned by the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two Night's Watchmen, who were mounted on the reanimated steeds that only the whites could control. Particularly troubling was his uncle Banyan Stark, who had directly apprehended Stannis, the self-proclaimed legitimate king. It was evident that these two did not seem to align with the living. "Davos, do not concern yourself with me. Release me, you cursed white." Stannis flailed helplessly in Banyan's grasp, resembling a child, his legs thrashing in the air. He shouted incessantly, seemingly attempting to provoke the whites into action, hoping to spur Davos into resuming the charge. However, Banyan Stark, accommodating Stannis' wishes, relinquished his hold, unceremoniously casting him to the ground. Just as Stannis was about to rise and continue his advance, Lyon's voice resonated. "Enough. We are the Night's Watch. These whites are my subordinates and will not harm you." Upon hearing this, Jon Snow's mixed expression transformed into a smile. Mustering his courage, he dismounted and approached Lyon amidst the watchful eyes of the whites, first scrutinizing Lyon's skin tone and eyes, before exclaiming in delight, "It truly is you, Lyon. You are alive." Davos swiftly dismounted, assisting Stannis to his feet and guiding him aside. Indeed, as the commander of the Night's Watch stated, the whites stood motionless, resembling wooden carvings without any sign of aggression. Yet, caution lingered on both men's faces, as they remained skeptical of Lion's assurance that the whites meant them no harm. "John, it seems you have grown considerably during my absence," Lion remarked, as if to validate his credibility. Banyan Stark dismounted from his white steed, approaching John, and gazing into his uncle's gaunt visage. Once sharp eyes, now filled with concern, John could no longer contain his yearning and threw himself into Banyan Stark's embrace. The latter stood still, gently stroking his nephew's now broadening shoulders. In the presence of others, John stifled his tears and boldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Uncle, Lion, how could you be with the whites?" "This is a long tale. Suffice it to say, had it not been for the commander's intervention, these whites would likely have been our adversaries today," Banyan explained, though John struggled to grasp the implications and cared little to ponder, simply holding onto his uncle tightly. At that moment, he finally allowed himself to reflect on the troubling news from the south. Past sorrows that had long been suppressed now surged forth. Robb Stark and Lady Catelyn had been treacherously murdered by the despicable Fry family, and the two younger brothers left in Winterfell, Bran and Rickon, were rumored to have perished at the hands of the Ironborn raiders from the Iron Islands, while his two sisters, who had accompanied their father Ned Stark to King's Landing, were ensnared in the capital. Though the North remained vast, the Stark lineage appeared to have dwindled to just the uncle and nephew. Observing the tender reunion between the two Starks, Stannis composed himself and gestured for Davos to approach and inquire about the circumstances. Meanwhile, the free folk within difficulties and the cavalry from Dragonstone had encircled Lion and his contingent of whites. Thus, Davos, emboldened, stepped past the Starks, lost in their reunion, and approached Lion. However, this time, the white, known as Great Yellow, astutely took on the role of Lion's personal guard, brandishing its ice crystal spear before Davos, obstructing his advance. Yet Davos paid little heed to the white's obstruction, as he did not intend to approach Lion too closely until he confirmed his identity. Prior to heading north, Davos had done his homework. He was aware that the Night's Watch was now under the command of a remarkably young boy. The features of the person before him matched the legendary commander, who was said to be merely 16 years of age. Thus he inquired, "Are you the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lion Valerion, son of Vico Valerion of the Stormlands?" Lion did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized the man's hands before replying with a smile. "Indeed, I recognize you, Sir Davos. The only man in the Seven Kingdoms who rendered great service to his lord, yet was punished with the severing of his hand." Davos's left hand bore the scars of having 5 fingers amputated, a decree issued by the very king to whom he now pledges loyalty, Stannis Baratheon. During the War of the Usurper, Stannis had been besieged at Storm's End for over a year, with starvation rampant. It was Davos who, under the cover of night, smuggled a ship laden with onions and salted fish past the Red Wine fleet, breaking the siege and delivering sustenance to Stannis. Thanks to this food, Storm's End endured until reinforcements arrived. Consequently, Stannis knighted Davos and granted him the title of Lord of the Storm's End. Simultaneously, as punishment for his prior smuggling offenses, Davos's left hand was to be severed. He acquiesced, but only on the condition that Stannis would carry out the punishment himself, believing no one else was worthy. Stannis chose a butcher's cleaver and executed the act cleanly. Afterward, Davos adopted the surname Seaworth as his new family name. Chapter 100, Melisandre's Prophecy. In difficulties, the tent formerly belonging to Mance Rayder now housed individuals from 3 factions. In truth, if we counted Great Yellow, the white holding the ice crystal spear behind Lion, there were 4 factions present. Lion, serving as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and acting king beyond the wall, naturally took the seat of honor. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon, representing the guest army, occupied the lower seat. Before the formal discussions commenced, the free folk representative, Olaf, presented the horn of freedom to Lion. "My Lord Commander, I have fulfilled my duty. I have successfully incorporated all the free folk, and there remain 3,000 warriors within the difficulties camp," Olaf stated before returning to his seat. Stannis, upon hearing the number of 3,000 warriors, lifted his gaze, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. Next to speak was Jon Snow, who was currently spearheading the resettlement efforts in difficulties on behalf of the Night's Watch. After briefly outlining the progress made, he returned to sit beside Banyan Stark, seemingly unwilling to part from his uncle for even a moment. In the presence of Banyan Stark, Jon felt a sense of rejuvenation, reconnecting with the identity of a noble youth, where the burdens of responsibility could rest upon the shoulders of his elder family members. During Lion's absence, Jon had increasingly found it challenging to communicate with the free folk, following Mance Rayder's demise. He had been unable to locate a single free folk leader with whom he could engage in calm conversation. With Banyan still alive, Jon persistently declined to take the position, And ultimately Lion could not refuse his request, reinstating Banyan Stark as the first ranger. Your Grace, seeing that Lion's subordinate had completed his report, Davos, as the hand of the King of Dragonstone, could no longer restrain himself from standing up. However, it seems that Lion had already anticipated what he wished to articulate. With merely a raised hand, he successfully stifled his words. Ser Davos, it is truly touching that His Majesty Stannis has journeyed a great distance to support the Night's Watch. Let us proceed this way. Although the Night's Watch is not particularly abundant in resources, your 1,000 cavalry will be accounted for in our provisions. And we shall additionally allocate a month's worth of supplies for another 1,000 troops. In the original narrative, Lion was acutely aware of Stannis' intentions for heading north. Although this move fortuitously saved Jon Snow from the encirclement of wildlings, he had already resolved the discord between the Night's Watch and the Free Folk, rendering any aid unnecessary. Subsequently, Stannis' request to recruit soldiers from the Night's Watch and the Free Folk to march south was met with refusal even by Jon, the then commander, and Lion, with his robust forces, had no reason to acquiesce. Davos was somewhat taken aback by Lion's resolute dismissal. This honest man pondered that aside from almost stumbling into an offensive blunder, their northern expedition had not rendered any substantial assistance to the Night's Watch. Realizing this, despite having a multitude of reasons to persuade Lion, Davos felt somewhat lacking in confidence at that moment. Nevertheless, his temporary silence did not imply that Stannis' ranks lacked eloquent individuals. Melisandre, the sorceress of the Red God, was a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing a heart-shaped visage, fiery red eyes, and locks of hair that shimmered like copper. She emanated a warmth, as if she were a living flame. Clad in an exquisite silk gown, she gracefully rose and strode into the center of the tent. Her flaming hair sparkled under the night sky, resembling a bonfire in the darkness, instantly capturing the attention of everyone within the tent. The lascivious Olaf riveted his gaze upon the deep valley before Melisandre, as if that chasm held an irresistible allure for him. As Melisandre spoke with her head held high, revealing her alabaster neck, by the time she finished her address, most, including Olaf, had scarcely grasped what she had just uttered. Jon was no exception. He instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on Melisandre's face, and softly inquired, "Could you repeat that?" If there was anyone present who could remain impervious to Melisandre's subtly coercive charm, it was likely only a handful, including Lion. "I have seen your grim fate in the flames. Only he, Lord Stannis, born of the land of smoke and salt, can lead you to triumph over the formidable evil." The cold wind had begun to rise, heralding the approach of an unending night, unless the righteous found the courage to uphold the fervent faith of the Red Heart. Banyan Stark clearly held Melisandre's sermon in disdain. With a scoff, he roused his nephew and asked, "Are you suggesting that winter is coming, and your Red God is more effective than our old gods?" Melisandre, unperturbed and unrefuted by Banyan Stark's skepticism towards her faith, calmly responded, "We all must make choices, men and women, young and old, noble or common. Our choices are the same. We choose between light and darkness, justice and evil. We choose between the true God and the false." As she spoke of the ultimate king, Melisandre pointed towards Stannis under the gaze of all present. Stannis appeared momentarily astonished, but quickly donned an expression of unwavering resolve, clearly resonating with Melisandre's words and embracing a deep sense of purpose. "Commander Lion," Melisandre suddenly turned to face him, her eyes revealing a hint of temptation. That gaze seemed to penetrate the soul. No healthy man could remain unmoved under its scrutiny. "I have seen your future in the flames, as a king who shall bring an end to this tumultuous era." "What kind of king?" Stannis, somewhat dissatisfied with Melisandre's partial disclosure, silently wondered, is it a servant or an adversary? Melisandre recalled a particular night while adrift at sea, when she received a revelation from the Red God, Lawler. The prophecy did indeed feature Stannis upon the Iron Throne. However, now, the visage of Stannis in her memory seemed amiss. In the interplay of light and shadow, the face on the Iron Throne appeared to alternate between Stannis and Lion, ultimately merging into one. In the end, it seemed to be the youthful countenance of Lion Victarion that emerged, smiling as he beheld Melisandre foretelling the scene. Awakening from her reverie, Melisandre widened her eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend why her memory would betray her. Yet, faced with Stannis' relentless inquiries, she could only turn and respond with a wry smile. "Of course you, the king's attendant." Chapter 101. Unmasking hostility, Stannis and Lion at loggerheads. "Of course you, the king's attendant." Upon hearing Melisandre's reply, Stannis inwardly exhaled in relief. Yet he remained unaware that the tone of Melisandre, once unwaveringly confident in him, now bore traces of doubt. Reluctant to admit it, Melisandre acknowledged that, based on her current memories, she had misled Stannis. She then cast a suspicious glance at Lion, bewildered as to why the Red God, Lawler, would alter her recollections. Could it be that this commander of the Night's Watch would someday ascend the Iron Throne and end the chaos? How could that be? He was a member of the Night's Watch. Once he swore the oath to serve until death, he could not partake in the power struggles of the Seven Kingdoms. Reflecting on this, Melisandre regained her composure, observing that while Lion's gaze was filled with interest, it was merely an appreciation for beauty. Unlike others whose eyes seemed ready to pop out, drooling unabashedly. "Pray tell, fair maiden, would you be interested in becoming my queen?" Olaf wiped the saliva from his beard and carelessly smeared it onto his garments. He rose, fixated on Melisandre, his tone brazen. In response to Olaf's overt courtship, Melisandre merely smiled at him, unperturbed. However, her indifference did not imply that Stannis would tolerate disrespect towards his intended. Stannis slammed his hand on the armrest and rose. With Davos hastily interjecting before his lord could become incensed, "Commander, we are here to discuss serious matters, not to partake in a courtship gathering. You may dismiss your subordinate." Davos, a devout believer in the Seven, harbored disdain for Stannis' shift towards the faith of the Lord of Light under Melisandre's influence. Nevertheless, given the urgency of Stannis' northern expedition, Melisandre's counsel had proven invaluable. Thus, Davos begrudgingly found himself defending her. His Majesty intended to support the Night's Watch in exchange for their assistance. With the realm in turmoil, we require the Night's Watch and even the Free Folk's staunch support to vanquish the usurper, Tywin Lannister, rather than being fobbed off with mere provisions. After hearing Davos's words, Lion merely regarded him with neutrality before slowly inquiring, "As you can see, you have arrived too late. There are no enemies remaining here. The threats of the Free Folk and the others have been eliminated by us. So what reason do we have to engage in a game of power among the Seven Kingdoms? Moreover, the Night's Watch has historically refrained from participating in the disputes of kings. This has been the established custom since time immemorial." Having spoken, Leon waved his hand at Olaf, who cast a defiant glance at Davos before raising two robust fingers in a gesture of provocation, and then silently returned to his seat. However, Melisandre seemed intrigued by Olaf's demeanor. She approached him and, in full view of the assembly, audaciously perched herself upon his lap, her slender fingers brushing against his furry chin as she provocatively queried, "You are a man of considerable capability. Would you consider converting to the faith of the Lord of Light? I will ensure you possess me." Listening to Melisandre's suggestive words, Olaf nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. Observing her allure still proving effective, Melisandre turned her gaze provocatively toward the indifferent Leon and Banyan Stark. Banyan Stark's indifference stemmed from his long-standing commitment as a Night's Watchman, impervious to the charms of beauty. Leon, on the other hand, was already aware of Melisandre's true nature. Having learned of her real age, which possibly exceeded 2 centuries, the knowledge would certainly leave young Leon disheartened and trembling. Stannis appeared somewhat irked by Melisandre's brazen temptation of other men in his presence. He drew his long sword from his waist and thrust it heavily into the campfire at the center of the encampment, sending a shower of sparks into the air and capturing everyone's attention. Unfazed by the searing heat, he gripped the gradually reddening blade, and when he withdrew the sword from the flames, it was enveloped in a fierce, unnameable fire. Within the tent, all the Free Folk were awestruck by the king's remarkable display of skill, as if the very air was saturated with the charred scent of Stannis' flesh. Olaf, whose obsession with the blood of kings was profound, fixated intently on Stannis' palm, as if admiring an exquisite delicacy. "Last night, I gazed into the hearth and beheld visions within the flames. I saw a king crowned with fire, ceaselessly burning, Stannis proclaimed, directing the fiery sword toward his royal hand. "Indeed, I should have arrived sooner. Had it not been for my prime minister's reminder, I might not have come at all. Though Lord Seaworth hails from humble beginnings, he reminded me to remember my duties. At that moment, my thoughts were consumed by ambition." Davos spoke true. "I placed the cart before the horse, relentlessly pursuing the throne to save the realm, which is utterly misguided. I should first save the realm, and thereby earn the throne." Unwilling to depart empty-handed, Stannis' gaze hardened as he turned to Leon. "Since you profess to uphold the kingdom's laws, I demand your unconditional support. Otherwise, as the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, I possess the right to judge your transgressions." With these words, Stannis unmistakably severed ties with Leon, the commander of the Night's Watch. The atmosphere within the tent instantly grew tense. Knights from Dragonstone rallied around Stannis, while Olaf and the other free folk surged forward, brandishing axes to encircle Stannis' party. Observing this, Leon smiled slightly and rose to ask languidly, "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, which law of the kingdom have I transgressed? You allowed these wildlings to descend southward without the legal command of a king or the guardianship of the north, permitting them to settle in the newly granted lands. This is tantamount to betraying the Night's Watch oath and contravening the laws of the kingdom." Stannis retorted with a sneer, his words rooted in righteousness, causing some of the Night's Watchmen present to feel uneasy. Many within the Night's Watch still resisted and misunderstood Leon's permission for the wildlings to advance south. The wisdom of those not of our kind must have different hearts holds true everywhere, especially considering the current disparity in numbers between the Night's Watch and the wildlings. Nearly 100-fold. The Night's Watchmen struggled to comprehend the significance of the free folks' horn to the wildlings, unwilling to believe that such a small object could engender loyalty. Chapter 102. Stannis' Machinations. Seeing the atmosphere shift ominously due to his lord's words, Davos promptly stepped in to mediate. "Commander, what Stannis means is that your support is insufficient. Regardless, 1,000 men for a month's provisions is undoubtedly inadequate." As Davos sought to smooth over tensions, Melisandre gracefully approached Stannis, extinguishing the flames on the burning sword with a wave of her hand, simultaneously quelling the fury within Stannis' heart with her tender gaze. "Your Majesty," Davos said, casting a significant look at Stannis before guiding his attention toward the wildlings in the tent. As two longtime companions, the unspoken understanding between them was palpable. Stannis glanced at Olaf, then at the other wildlings, including the imposing giant, 1-1, who had remained silent, before imperceptibly nodding in acquiescence. With Stannis' permission, Davos signaled the knights from Dragonstone to sheath their swords and continued addressing Leon. "Commander, we propose that since most of these wildlings have already crossed the wall, capturing them all would be both time-consuming and laborious. Instead, might you permit us to enlist volunteers from among the strongest wildlings? Should your Majesty reclaim the throne, you may stipulate any terms you desire." Faced with Stannis' offer, even a child would recognize the folly of refusing. Just as Leon prepared to decline, Davos quickly added, "The king permits the families of those wildlings who engage in battle to remain south of the wall." In Davos' view, the terms he proposed were not unreasonable, enough to contravene the rule against wildlings advancing southward. The newly granted lands were territories bestowed upon the Night's Watch by the Guardians of the North. Surely, the disposition of such lands fell under the purview of the commander of the Night's Watch. Davos' words failed to sway Leon, who was so disinterested that he propped his chin on his hand and began to doze. "Without a king to endorse your actions, you would face the scorn of every lord in the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, should the wall face grave peril, no one would come to your aid, especially considering." Davos cast a glance at the White Walker, Viserion, standing beside Leon. Even from a distance, he could sense the pervasive chill emanating from it. Furthermore, winter is coming, and the entire north will face threats of famine and White Walkers. When Davos finished speaking, Leon listened for a moment, confirming that he had no more fresh words to offer before providing his response. "Firstly, regarding your last point, it is true that winter is coming. But the Night King and I are good friends. We have signed a truce, and as long as I remain in this position as commander, that agreement remains in effect. Secondly, concerning the issue of provisions, I will dispatch a fleet to purchase supplies from the free trade city-states across the Summer Sea. You need not worry about that." Seeing that Davos had more to say, Leon swiftly raised his hand to halt him and turned to Stannis, stating, "When Maester Aemon dispatched ravens on my behalf, I held no hope for aid to the kingdom. Yet here you are, and I am grateful. However, you must understand that I do not merely serve as commander of the Night's Watch. I am also the leader of these 100,000 free folk. They have chosen me as their new king beyond the wall, which means I bear responsibility for each and every one of them. I currently have no intention of sending any free folk to partake in this civil strife. The Night Fort remains vacant, and you and your 1,000 knights may take refuge there. Should there be any issues with provisions, you may always seek Jon Snow, my newly appointed chief officer. Furthermore, Your Majesty Stannis, there is no need for you to pluck wool from my sheep. You may freely issue proclamations. I firmly believe that there are numerous individuals in the North who do not submit to House Bolton, the Guardians of the North. Moreover, the myriad mountain clans within the North remain defiant against royal authority. You could easily recruit mercenaries from these tribes." Upon hearing this from Leon, even the renowned verbal tactician Davos felt no grounds for objection. After all, Leon graciously offered a base for the army and provisions, pointing out a clear path forward. Pressing him further into the conflict seemed unjustifiable. However, Stannis held a different perspective. He consistently believed Leon had not contributed sufficiently to his ambitions for restoration and perceived this as a slight against him. Thus, Stannis let out a cold snort, his inner fury evidently rekindling. Fortunately, the gentle whispers of Melisandre before him calmed his agitation. Stannis, somewhat swayed by Melisandre's counsel, pointed towards the freedmen within the tent and inquired, "Since you advocate for the recruitment of mercenaries, might there be any among the freedmen willing to participate? You may refer to Davos. I'm not one to withhold rewards." Accompanying Stannis' words, Melisandre cast a suggestive glance towards Prince Olafur and the other leaders of the freedmen. Even without any overt exchange, her mere hint of allure beneath her flowing gown was enough to leave Olafur and his compatriots astonished. Yet, without Leon's command, the leaders squirmed in their seats, unable to find comfort. "Huh, Olafur, do you wish to spare me rations? Then go ahead." Leon's voice broke the tension. As the foremost warrior among the freedmen, Olafur sprang to his feet. "The forces of the free folk will participate, but I seek no reward. Only the company of this woman for a night." Melisandre had already ensnared Stannis under her influence. Upon hearing such a brazen proclamation, he seethed with rage. However, Melisandre swiftly whispered to quell his anger. "As a devotee of the Red God Lawler, what cost is too great? Whatever it takes to secure you the throne." Her words timely pacified Stannis' ire. After a moment's reflection, he nodded, begrudgingly accepting Olafur's affront. Stannis then provocatively glanced at Leon and uttered words that sowed discord. "To my knowledge, the Boltons and the Freys, along with their puppet masters, the Lannisters, have committed heinous acts against House Stark. Can the two Starks present here remain indifferent? Since the Targaryens claimed Dragonstone, it has long been a stronghold for heirs. When Robert Baratheon appointed Stannis as the Lord of Dragonstone, he surely harbored such intentions. Thus, as a prince, Stannis possessed the cunning and means, though he typically chose not to employ them. Such divisive rhetoric was clearly beyond Davos's purview. Only Stannis could utter it. Consequently, both Jon and Benjen Stark's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 103. Southward, the tumultuous Eastern Sea. The two Starks, having their innermost thoughts laid bare by Stannis, reacted differently. Benjen Stark, having faced death once before, maintained his composure. He merely betrayed a faint sadness on his brow, repressing the emotion within. For upon learning of the fate of his brother and nephews, this resilient man had long since dried his tears. At this moment, his duty as a night's watchman incessantly reminded him to remain composed. Even though he yearned to unsheathe his sword and take the heads of Roose Bolton in the Dreadfort, Walder Frey and the twins, and Tywin Lannister in Casterly Rock, he could not, at least not without Leon's command, as he could not violate his vow by marching south unbidden. Maester Aemon declared, "Each man of the Night's Watch has been tested at least once for their loyalty to their vows." Aemon claimed he had faced such tests thrice, and this was Benjen Stark's first. He would not easily betray his oath. Jon Snow, however, lacked his uncle's fortitude. Upon hearing Stannis speak these words, he leaped to his feet, his eyes ablaze. For days, he had been tormented by this news, yet he fought to suppress the impulse to rush south, desperately immersing himself in work to numb the pain. Stannis' words struck him like a devastating blow. Instantly, Jon's body tensed, his hands spasming uncontrollably, and he raised his gaze, attempting to conceal his turmoil from those around him. He longed to shout at Stannis, "Take me with you. I seek vengeance for my father and Lady Catelyn, as well as my brothers and sisters." Yet, bound by the same duties of the Night's Watch, he too could only endure this fury in silence. At that moment, Jon felt a warm, powerful hand on his shoulder. He mechanically turned to find Leon's expressionless visage. Jon Snow yearned to assert that he would never abandon his post nor breach the vows of the Night's Watch by participating in Stannis' claim to the throne as a mercenary. Yet the words felt insincere, trapped within him. "No need for words. I have a task for you." Leon's impassive gaze fixed upon Jon, while Stannis wore a scheming smile. Aware that if Jon Snow were to involve himself in his conflict, the Night's Watch would struggle to maintain neutrality. At that moment, Jon questioned what task Leon could possibly assign him. Could it be to accompany Stannis south? Such an action would be a clear breach of the Night's Watch's vow to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the realm. With the disappearance of the Raven, Lord Commander Mormont had been absent for many days. Without him, no one could recruit new members or gather provisions, making it impossible for the Night's Watch to leave the position vacant for long. Jon's face reflected disbelief upon hearing Leon's words. He sensed what was to come. "You will replace Yoren and accompany His Majesty Stannis. I believe the war he is about to wage will bring a host of captives to the wall. and your task is to escort them all back. Upon hearing Leon's directive, Jon's suspicions were confirmed, and the redness in his eyes began to clear. Me? Can I? Jon pondered the perils he would face as a Stark traversing the north under Bolton control. Yet, regardless of the challenges ahead, he was resolute in his decision to go, determined to find an opportune moment to infiltrate the Dreadfort and attempt to assassinate Roose Bolton. The Northmen only recognized House Stark, with Jon's assistance. Stannis would find it considerably easier to persuade the Northern Lords. Noticing Jon's wavering resolve, Davos chimed in. Rest assured, once I capture Roose Bolton, I will grant you the chance to deal with him personally. Stannis' declaration sealed the deal. Not only did Jon feel unburdened of doubt, but even the composed Benjen Stark was nearly swayed to take his nephew's place as the Raven. Leon further added, Jon, you need only to take charge of the captives after the battle. Remember, the Night's Watch must not engage in either side's conflict, lest we give cause for reproach. The discussions concluded smoothly. Lion also informed the free folk that those unwilling to leave their homeland could return, as he had reached an accord with the Night King, even allowing the Starks to return to the capital seized by the Night King. However, the wildlings appeared to be paralyzed with fear, refusing to return under any circumstances. Furthermore, with the long night fast approaching, the weather north of the wall grew colder by the day. Crops had failed, and beasts had gone into hibernation, rendering the land incapable of sustaining the free folk. Consequently, the last resilient batch of free folk remaining at Hardhome joined Stannis' fleet, setting sail southward towards Eastwatch. In the end, Hardhome was left with only a desolate cluster of empty tents. Just as the final person boarded the ship, a fiery red meteor streaked across the sky, resembling a wound in the firmament, swiftly vanishing to the north. Amidst the terror of all aboard, the free folk, the Night's Watch, and the cavalry of Dragonstone, a figure clad in a dark red gown, Melisandre, stood at the bow of the ship, her brow furrowed as she murmured, Winter has come. It seemed as though the heavens themselves echoed her words, as a tempest unexpectedly surged upon the sea, with torrential rain mixed with flying snow, drenching every soul on the deck who dared to gaze at the meteor. Fortunately, the fleet navigated along the coastline, evading the raging storm that battered the distant horizon. Ultimately, only the sails of a single large ship were ravaged by the tempest, leaving the vessel stranded upon the shore. Stannis' fleet successfully returned with boats laden with terrified and uncertain individuals. 3 days later, Lion set foot once more on the land of Eastwatch. The storm at sea gradually subsided, yet the blizzards intensified. Once a place of ruin, Eastwatch had now transformed into a mirror of Hardhome. Rows of tents sprawled endlessly across the vast land south of Eastwatch. Young and old free folk braved the wind and snow, emerging from their tents in search of sustenance for the day, while the black-clad members of the Night's Watch moved among them, maintaining order. However, despite the harsh conditions, conflicts continued to erupt among the free folk of different tribes. The corpses of those who perished in battle from the cold or from hunger were carried out of the tents by free folk whose faces bore the marks of numbness, gathered for cremation. The sight of the burning left a massive scar over 100 meters in diameter upon the earth, bearing witness to the suffering and hardship endured here. My Lord Commander, it appears your skills in governance are somewhat lacking compared to your military prowess, Stannis remarked, mercilessly mocking Lion upon witnessing the chaos that unfolded at Eastwatch. Chapter 104, The Chaotic Camp, wherein Lion's administrative capabilities first come to light. Although Stannis' own governance was hardly exemplary, he had his reasons to critique. What kind of place was Dragonstone? A land scarcely populated, rife with desolation, where its inhabitants could only survive by fishing for shrimp and crabs. Apart from the abundant deposits of Dragonstone buried beneath the soil and a few fortifications and temples erected by House Targaryen, it was pitifully impoverished. Thus, he naturally possessed little experience in governance, nor was there any expectation for him to comprehend such matters. Consequently, Stannis' criticism of Lion exuded confidence. Presently, Eastwatch was nearly entirely manned by the Night's Watch, with even the Black Castle almost abandoned. Were it not for this, the few members of the Night's Watch stationed at Eastwatch would struggle to meet the daily needs of the 100,000 wildlings. Dion, upon witnessing the camp of refugees resembling a hell on earth, stepped inside without uttering a word. At the entrance of the camp, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, wielding a two-handed sword, stood guard. His cloak was caked in mud, too pressed for time to clean it, and his rugged face was etched with fatigue. Upon seeing Lion and his companions disembark from the ship, a flicker of light seemed to return to his hollow eyes. My Lord Commander, he said, Samwell, how did you come to be in such a state? Lion was taken aback to find Sam guarding the free folks' camp. Even after a long absence, He was shocked by the transformation that had overtaken Sam. If one overlooked the fatigue that rendered his face somewhat drawn, it was evident that Sam had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. His once corpulent frame had slimmed down to that of an average man, thanks to the hereditary lineage of House Tarly. Moreover, his arms, strengthened by the long-term wielding of a two-handed sword, were now robust, composed of solid muscle forged through diligent training rather than excess fat. His already decent features were now imbued with a newfound handsomeness, though the furrow in his brow slightly dulled that allure. Lion, checking Sam's attributes through the troop management function, was astonished to discover that Sam had surpassed the realm of a 6th-tier defender, advancing to the status of a Lord-level hero. My Lord Commander, Lord Spicerum has gone to Greywater Watch to apprehend the fleeing wildlings, while Maester Eamon is leading half of the Night's Watch to produce lime to contain the plague. The remaining half has been dispatched to search for food, and I am left here, the least useful, merely guarding the gate, Sam lamented, a hint of grievance in his eyes as he regretted Lion's decision to leave him behind. My Lord Commander, were you not prepared to receive the 100,000 wildlings? Davos, upon witnessing the dire state of the camp, could no longer contain his curiosity. Olaf, tell me, did Mance Rayder not plan to gather enough provisions when he amassed the 100,000 wildlings? Upon hearing Davos's inquiry, Lion shot a fierce glare at Olaf, as if to say that a single misstep in response could provoke him into becoming a berserker. Feeling the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Lion, even Olaf, who was accustomed to bloodshed, trembled in fear, perspiring profusely as he stammered. My Lord Commander, Mance Rayder indeed prepared sufficient provisions. Yet Olaf's words trailed off, his gaze flickering as he dared not meet Lion's eyes. Continue, Lion commanded, his anger surging at Olaf's hesitance, and he advanced to deliver a swift kick. It was only then that Olaf hurriedly completed his thought. It was just that once everyone finally escaped south of the wall, many took their supplies and continued fleeing further south, while others, disregarding everything, indulged themselves in a spirit of survival after the calamity. Coupled with the particularly gluttonous giants among them, the provisions Mance Rayder had prepared for 100,000 for a month barely lasted a week. Olaf's voice was tinged with shame as he lowered his head. Sam, possessing a gentle heart, quickly intervened to stop the wrathful Lion, saying, My Lord Commander, in truth, our supplies can sustain us for a while longer. It is merely a matter of distribution, as the free folk have been rather eager in seizing the rations. How much longer can we last? Lion's sudden inquiry interrupted Sam's train of thought. Sam pondered the scale of the storeroom, opened his mouth, and, after a long pause, replied, I do not know. You do not know? As one who aspires to be a scholar, how can you say you do not know? Lion was almost incredulous at Sam's honesty. Davos, having once commanded a ship, was eager to share his insights with Lion. However, just as he was about to speak, Stannis timely intervened, casting a warning glance to silence him. Yet Lion paid no heed to the subtle exchange between the Lord and his vassal. Instead, he extended his hand toward Sam, saying, Bring me the ledger. Sam promptly produced a leather-bound notebook from his pocket and handed it to Lion. Lion merely skimmed through its contents, evidently dissatisfied, and inquired, Is this all? Yes, Sam replied. It records our expenditures. But due to the sudden influx of so many free folk, we lack sufficient manpower to keep up. So many entries remain unrecorded. The disorganized records within the ledger gave rise to a headache, rendering it nearly impossible to glean any useful information. How do you usually distribute supplies? Finally, Lion pinched his somewhat sore temples, speaking wearily. If someone asks, just give it to them, Sam replied with remarkable candor. Although his answer sounded straightforward, it instilled a profound sense of helplessness within Lion. Just as Sam was about to elaborate, Lion waved his hand, and Sam, understanding the cue, fell silent, bracing himself for reprimand. However, as Lion surveyed the desolate state of the free folk refugee camp, he found himself devoid of the energy to scold anyone. Sam, take me to the storeroom to assess the remaining supplies. Olaf, you go to all the chiefs within the united camp and inform them that all free folk must return within a day. Anyone who exceeds this deadline will be deemed wildlings and must be apprehended for labor on the wall. Olaf immediately set off to find the chiefs and elders of the camp. Commander, how may I assist? John, who had been silent until now, hurriedly interjected. I have a crucial task for you. Please calculate the minimum daily food requirements for 10 free folk households and provide me with a median value. If you're unfamiliar with what a median value is originally, Stannis had regarded Lion with a sense of amusement, as anyone inheriting such a troublesome situation would undoubtedly be plagued with headaches. However, he found himself intrigued, as Lion was not seeking assistance from himself or any learned man. Instead, he resolutely took charge of the civil affairs, issuing orders with an impressive clarity that made Stannis retract his earlier smirk. Chapter 105. Stannis' Strategy and the North's Guardianship. Lion chose not to locate his office in the watchtower of Eastwatch or within the territory of the Free Folk. Instead, he set up several tables at the storeroom entrance. All literate nobles among the Night's Watch were summoned by Lion to quietly sit before the tables as clerks. Although Lion's management skills were akin to that of an average high school student, as a modern individual raised in a well-ordered society, he inherently possessed a perspective that transcended the current era. Moreover, his frequent consumption of short videos had provided him with a diverse range of knowledge, albeit not exhaustive, sufficient to navigate the present circumstances. Commander, I cannot comprehend this ledger you've created. Sam pointed at the grid-like chart Lion had sketched, momentarily perplexed. Yet, Lion was preoccupied with drawing lines and could not respond. Thus, Sam wisely stood behind him, observing. However, as Lion filled in the names of items, quantities, input and output entries, and summaries into the chart, Sam suddenly experienced an epiphany. Even the illiterate Ser Davos recognized that the neatly organized columns of data on this ledger were far superior to the previous records, which had relied solely on lengthy text entries that required thorough re-examination each time. After Lion had filled in several entries, he delegated the remaining work to Sam, who eagerly seized a sheet and meticulously transcribed the data from the original ledger. The previously tedious calculations became significantly simpler, allowing even the illiterate nobles to engage effortlessly in the task. Commander, I have completed the tally. As he spoke, Jon hurried over with a list detailing the daily necessities for 10 free folk households. Lion furrowed his brow, noting that the quantities from the storeroom had just been reconciled. He compared the median value of the daily supplies required by the 10 households with the total supply on hand. After performing some mental calculations, he spoke up. At present, before the impending widespread famine strikes Eastwatch, these supplies will last merely 2 months. Upon hearing Lion mention a 2-month supply, many beleaguered nobles of the Night's Watch exhaled in relief. However, this was contingent upon every ration being distributed according to the minimum standard. Lion pointed to a figure on the list representing the per capita food requirement. Each adult shall receive 1 loaf of black bread, a small piece of fish, and butter daily. Women and children shall receive half. Is that truly enough? If they do not feel satiated, will these free folk not revolt? One noble exclaimed, aghast at the figures. Lion, however, responded with a chilling pragmatism. Revolt? They dare not. If any among them feels hunger, they must find their own way. His words were stark, and having swiftly implemented reasonable management measures, Stannis perceived within Lion an air befitting a leader. This compelled Stannis to overlook Lion's youth and regard him as an equal. In truth, Lion had another solution, to recruit all 100,000 wildlings as his subordinates. This way, his newly acquired skill in management would automatically activate, with the system supplying their daily needs. Yet, Lion's capacity to command troops was limited. He could currently only lead 1,000 men, clearly indicating that the system was unwilling to allow him to exploit this loophole. It seems my arrival is quite timely, as it alleviates your logistical burdens, Stannis said, crossing his arms and approaching the somewhat overwhelmed Lion, a faint smile gracing his lips. I will recruit enough robust wildlings to head south. If these people remain in Eastwatch, they will inevitably transform into a starving mob. It is better for me to take them all away and have them consumed in the war. After all, they are not subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. As Stannis spoke, no free folk were present, yet the surrounding Night's Watch members cast complex glances at him. Jon looked at Stannis in disbelief and asked, his voice trembling, Your Majesty, you and T use these free folk as cannon fodder, would you? Why not? Stannis replied, Commander Lion, provide me with sufficient provisions to support these individuals to Castle Black, and I will resolve this troublesome matter for you during the siege. Stannis' tone suggested he viewed the recruited free folk as mere pawns, akin to the whites commanded by the White Walkers. This sentiment resonated with some disgruntled nobles of the Night's Watch, who disapproved of the free folk's audacity in settling on their land. However, others, sympathetic to the plight of the free folk, believed that with the long night upon them, every living soul's strength should not be squandered lightly. After all, the free folk had sought refuge here with Commander Lion's consent, even if they personally disagreed with this decision. It was not for a king from Dragonstone to dictate their fates. Moreover, the Night's Watch had already provided the free folk with food and salt, and such actions undeniably contravened the sacred rights of hospitality established by the gods. Noticing the disapproving looks cast upon his lord, Davos swiftly stood in front of Stannis. Your Majesty, you may have been misunderstood. In the forthcoming war, We will undoubtedly make good use of these capable free folk. Your Majesty, I must caution you. Leading a host of outsiders will not secure the throne. An elder noble of the Night's Watch suddenly rose and coldly declared this to Stannis before turning on his heel and departing. However, Stannis remained unfazed by the man's disrespect. He approached the table where Lion stood, placing his hands on the surface, confronting Lion with an imposing demeanor, and inquired, "May I ask, Commander, or rather, King beyond the wall, how many wildling warriors are you willing to support me with?" Standing behind the table, Lion faced the intimidating Stannis with a steady composure and replied, "While I do not mind my free folk participating in the conflict as mercenaries, the number will depend on what price you are willing to pay, Your Majesty." Stannis understood the implications of Lion's words clearly and immediately pointed to Jon Snow. How about him, as the Warden of the North? Jon, upon hearing Stannis's promise, was momentarily taken aback, his expression devoid of any joy. He then sighed and replied, "Your Grace, I am a Night's Watchman, and moreover, I am merely a bastard. You carry the bloodline of House Stark within you," Stannis countered, "and I am a king. Once I seize the North, your status as a bastard will be rectified. As for the vows of the Night's Watch, I believe the Lord Commander Lion should not make it difficult for a future Warden of North." Chapter 106. Stannis asserts his power and mobilizes the free folk southward. Stannis' ambitions were laid bare before the Night's Watchman. "Can you present a candidate for Warden of the North?" Lion chuckled softly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Stannis, neither confirming nor denying. "If I unify the Seven Kingdoms, provided Jon swears fealty to me, I would not object to changing his surname to Stark." Stannis adjusted his soft armor, exuding the proud demeanor of a genuine monarch. The reactions among the senior members of the Night's Watch beside Lion were sharply divided. Many glared at Stannis with palpable anger, clearly disapproving of Jon, a member of the Night's Watch, breaking his vow to assume the role of Warden of the North. Such a precedent had never been set in thousands of years, not even during Aegon's conquest. Yet, a small faction began to calculate the economic implications. If Jon truly became the Warden of the North, the support for the Night's Watch would undoubtedly increase. They were not dissatisfied with the provisions and troops provided by the former Warden, Ned Stark, who had diligently supported the Night's Watch, but compared to Ned, having Jon, one of their own, in the position would yield even greater benefits. Observing the discord among the Night's Watch leadership, Stannis displayed an air of composed confidence, as if he were born to be a remarkable king, worthy of the legacy left by his brother Robert before his death. He possessed both the capability and resolve to quell the turmoil within the realm and guide his subjects through the long night ahead. "Let us set this matter aside for now. Perhaps we shall discuss it further once you have secured the North," Lion ultimately replied, recognizing that failing to provide clarity might compel Jon Snow to seriously contemplate the prospect of becoming Warden of the North. "Very well. I shall proceed to the free folk camp to enlist soldiers," Stannis declared, preparing to turn away. "Wait, Your Grace, as the King beyond the wall. I wish to offer you a piece of advice," Lion interjected. "Since you have chosen to recruit the free folk as your soldiers, it is imperative that you afford them the respect they deserve. Referring to my men as wildlings is inappropriate, as it carries derogatory connotations." Stannis, confronted with Lion's firm yet respectful counsel, displayed a hint of defiance, snorting disdainfully before turning to leave. Once Stannis and Davos had completely vanished from the Night's Watchman's sight, the senior members erupted in fervent discussion. A Night's Watchman closely related to Benjen Stark slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I vehemently oppose Jon participating in this ridiculous southern campaign, let alone assuming the role of Warden of the North." With his spark igniting the debate, others chimed in. "It seems the Baratheon has offered quite a substantial incentive." One remarked, "Substantial? Merely a generous offer at the expense of others. The North has not yet fallen into his hands, and the Boltons are not to be trifled with." Another retorted, "Indeed, we number barely 300. Should the King of Dragonstone fail in his campaign, how shall we withstand the onslaught of House Karstark? The 10,000 lazy free folk are already a headache. We ought to swiftly issue a message across the realm. The Night's Watch remains neutral." Amidst the clamoring voices, Jon Snow cast a complex gaze towards Lion, seeking his support. After all, Lion had previously promised him, as a raven, to accompany Stannis' forces to recruit prisoners and bolster the Night's Watch. If Lion were to change his mind now, how would Jon avenge his family? However, Jon's concerns were unwarranted. Lion cleared his throat, halting the discussions, and, under the attentive gazes of all the Night's Watchmen, addressed Jon. "Jon, your mission proceeds as planned. But remember this, the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms are of no concern to us. Should anyone dare to impede your efforts, it would be a provocation against the entirety of the Night's Watch. Go forth. Seeing Lion's unwavering support, Jon was filled with an indescribable joy, and he promptly grasped his longsword, following in Stannis' footsteps to enlist soldiers. Commander, what if Roose Bolton misconstrues our neutral stance? One of the Night's Watchmen hesitantly posed to Lion after Jon had departed. Yet, Lion did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded the man with a condescending glare and calmly stated, "The Night's Watch does not require guidance from others." Upon hearing Lion's firm stance, many Night's Watchmen sighed inwardly. Only Benjen Stark, having witnessed Lion effortlessly vanquish countless whites, smiled throughout, choosing to remain silent. Within the Free Folk camp, a significant area had been forcibly cleared by the cavalry of Dragonstone, and a raised platform erected. This action swiftly attracted the ire of many Free Folk, but it also served as an effective advertisement. Davos, casting a helpless glance at his lord, ascended the platform and addressed the thousands of Free Folk below. Descendants of the First Men now dwell in the North's territory, living in uncertainty. Davos's words incited a tumult among the Free Folk, yet it was evidently a deliberate effect. Who granted you land? Who provided you with food? Who gave you hope? These three questions were thundered by Davos, silencing the chaotic murmurs of the Free Folk. However, an even greater uproar ensued. Is it the guidance of the old gods? No, it is that raven-headed lion Victor. No, it is the new king beyond the wall. Divisions emerged among the Free Folk, but Davos, summoning all his strength, pointed towards Stannis, who was steadily ascending the platform, proclaiming, "It is your king, Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone." As Stannis reached the front of the platform, clad in full armor, he stood tall, his gaze exuding an aura of dominance. Hearing Davos's declaration, the Free Folk below remained unconvinced. Several nearby Free Folk warriors spat disdainfully towards the platform, one of their spits hitting a Dragonstone soldier responsible for security at the speech, igniting his anger as he drew his sword, while the Free Folk warrior brandished his axe defiantly, leading to a significant commotion below. "Follow me. I will grant you land. I will provide you with food. I will bestow upon you invincible glory." Stannis' commanding shout, following the unsheathing of his sword, instantly quelled the chaos, redirecting all eyes towards him. 1,000 Dragonstone cavalrymen echoed his fervor, their faces alight with zeal. Faced with the fervent, armored Dragonstone cavalry, the Free Folk were left in a state of uncertainty, though many began to steady themselves, watching the scene unfold with a critical eye. Seeing that the emotional buildup had reached its peak, Davos stepped forward to stand beside Stannis, continuing to project his voice loudly. "Do you wish to perish in the cold here, or would you prefer to follow His Majesty the King southward to seize the lands of the southern rebels?" Chapter 107. The Summer Sea, a journey to Braavos. In times of war, seeking a path to survival is a choice made by every nation, and the Free Folk are no exception. Faced with the prospect of freezing or starving in the north, many have chosen to accompany a king from the south into battle. Stannis has departed, his next destination being the Night Fort. After all, it is not an easy task for a great army to reach the south overnight. Having recruited a considerable number of Free Folk militia in Lion, Stannis is in urgent need of transforming these individuals into competent combatants. "Commander, Stannis has enlisted approximately 500 fierce warriors from a Vale and 1,000 Free Folk hunters, led by more than a dozen chieftains under Olaf." Before joining Stannis in the southward march, Jon first reported to Lion. He informed Olaf that if circumstances became unfavorable, he was permitted to lead his men in retreat. There was no need to suffer heavy casualties for Stannis' ambitions, as these Free Folk warriors would prove invaluable in the future. "Yes, Commander. Bear in mind, our Night's Watch remains ostensibly neutral in the kingdom's warfare. I do not wish for you to jeopardize that." Before departing, Brandon Stark embraced his nephew and whispered in his ear, "This is not our war. Brothers in arms are blind to the sword's edge. Take care." "Understood, uncle." With that, Jon mounted his horse, surrounded by 5 seasoned rangers. Once they had gathered sufficient manpower, the 6 of them from the Night's Watch would immediately return to Eastwatch. "My lord, how do you intend to accommodate the remaining Free Folk? We cannot simply sustain such a multitude indefinitely." After Jon and the rangers had departed, Maester Aemon returned, promptly inquiring about Lion's plans for housing the Free Folk. Lion felt a pang of frustration at this juncture. Had he not judiciously allocated resources in recent days, he could only imagine how many Free Folk commanders would starve without provisions. Now that winter had arrived, only a few hardy crops like potatoes could still thrive. The majority of the land lay frozen and unsuitable for cultivation. Even those crops that could be harvested were yielding significantly less. Relying on self-sufficiency to support the 10,000 souls was, at present, an impossibility. On the opposite shore of the summer sea, it remains summer. The fleet left by Stannis has not departed. We could take a ship to procure food. Lion's suggestion was straightforward. However, this would entail a considerable expenditure. And given the Night's Watch's financial reserves, it would be a daunting task. Aemon, keeping mental notes, realized that no matter how he calculated, he could not satisfy the hunger of 100,000 mouths. Reflecting on this, Maester Aemon noticed that Lion, upon hearing this news, did not seem troubled. Rather, he wore a mysterious smile. Send ravens to Tywin Lannister and Roose Bolton, inquiring if they would be willing to support us with a sum of gold or provisions to sustain these 10,000 wildlings. After all, we are the ones who stand between them, and the wildlings and the White Walkers. And if they decline? Aemon pondered. The south is, after all, quite distant from us. Even if the wildlings were permitted to march southward, they could not venture far in this season. I require only an attitude, Lion remarked, clearly unsatisfied with Aemon's response. He turned to the hand of the king on Dragonstone, Ser Davos, who was responsible for supplying Stannis' southern campaign and thus remained at Eastwatch. Understanding that he must propose a solution not only to benefit the Night's Watch, but also to alleviate his lord's concerns, Ser Davos, having conceived a plan, spoke, until we secure funds from the southern lords, we could borrow from the Iron Bank to purchase grain. This debt could be attributed to His Majesty Stannis. But a portion must also be borne by the Night's Watch. If the Iron Bank is willing to assist, then sustaining 100,000 free folk may not be insurmountable. Yet what can we offer as collateral? Aemon murmured, struggling to conceive a compelling reason for the people of Essos to extend their aid. However, Lion had not run out of ideas. Our food reserves are dwindling. We must depart swiftly. Let us proceed as decided. Ultimately, Lion made the final call on the departure schedule. It is worth noting that since parting from Castle Black, the Faceless Men had ceased their assassination attempts, and Lion intended to inquire whether the elders of the House of Black and White had forgotten this trial. Prior to their journey, Lion took only a portion of the Night's Watch and Ser Davos, along with a White Walker, the Hound. The Hound was intended as a warning. Anyone who beheld a living White Walker would undoubtedly be stricken with fear. Meanwhile, Davos's persuasive abilities would hopefully sway the Iron Bank's representatives once more. After a week of drifting at sea with Stannis' fleet, Lion and the others finally beheld a magnificent statue of a giant, marking their arrival at the destination, Braavos. This city is in fact comprised of hundreds of islands, each nestled in concealed bays. The mainland surrounding Braavos is cloaked in dense marshlands, while the coastal areas are encircled by towering islands resembling mountains, with a broad natural harbor allowing ocean-going merchant ships to navigate freely. At this exit stands the statue known as the Titan of Braavos, serving not only as a prominent landmark and guiding beacon, but also as an impregnable fortress. Adjacent to the Titan are battlements and a massive dock renowned as an armory. Within this formidable protection lies a resplendent stone city, woven from arches, towers, and domes of gray, gold, and red. Having grown accustomed to the desolate ruins of Eastwatch and the monotonous northern scenery, many of the Night's Watch members were momentarily captivated by Braavos' breathtaking beauty. Ser Davos, being an experienced smuggler, was not easily swayed by the city's allure. He took on the role of a guide, explaining to Lion and the other Night's Watchmen, Braavos is home to many moneylenders. Their Iron Bank provides loans to nations across the world, including the Seven Kingdoms. By the way, those vividly colored pleasure barges you see belong to the world-famous courtesans of Braavos. Each courtesan has her own barge and servants, and their beauty inspires songs sung by bards, while goldsmiths and jewelers compete to craft exquisite items for them. Merchants pay sums equivalent to royal ransoms to win the privilege of escorting them at balls, banquets, and theatrical performances, while assassins kill in their names. As Davos spoke, Lion and the Night's Watchmen observed several women on the pleasure barges waving at their ship. The attire and adornments of these women stood in stark contrast to the garish and vulgar figures of the women in Molestown. One Night's Watchman, unable to contain his curiosity, called out to inquire about the price. However, upon hearing the exorbitant figure quoted by the woman, he immediately deflated. Chapter 108. A meeting with the merchant Prince Kysant. Is it truly worth 100 gold dragons just for a meeting? After a fierce battle with the Whites for Lion, gold dragons had become merely a numerical value. Now, with considerable wealth at his disposal, Lion was perplexed by the price quoted by the woman on the pleasure barge. How could 100 gold dragons instill such terror in a Night's Watchman who feared nothing even in the face of White Walkers? However, what Lion was unaware of was that a mere 100 golden dragons could procure sufficient sustenance for 1,000 individuals for an entire month. For that impoverished Night's Watchman, Such immense wealth was utterly beyond reach. Lyon had previously engaged with merchants for Braavos, particularly one industrious trader who tirelessly transported Dragonstone from Dragonstone Island and was currently awaiting him at the docks. "Your Excellency, has the sea voyage been smooth?" Upon disembarking, the merchant greeted Lyon with a warm smile, clasping his hand and inquiring after his well-being. Had it not been for the imposing presence of over 100 lavishly attired Braavosi water dancers, who stood vigilantly nearby, the encounter might have been deemed amicable. "Thanks to the blessings of the Seven and the old gods, all is well," Lyon remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the armed retainers flanking the merchant. His smile devoid of genuine warmth. During their time aboard, Davos had elaborated on the individuals stationed at the docks. Braavos had cultivated a unique style of swordsmanship known as water dancing. Water dancers exhibited a blend of elegance and lethality in combat. Adept at wielding slender blades, they embraced challenges with a sidelong stance, moving with the swiftness of a deer. The silence of a shadow, the agility of serpent, the steadiness of water, the might of a bear, the ferocity of a wolf, and the resilience of stone. In Braavos, one could encounter skilled assassins eager to duel, often engaging one another to showcase their swordplay. The fact that this merchant had employed over 100 water dancers underscored his considerable wealth. "I believe it is time I formally introduce myself. I am Olsbeck, a trading magnate in the service of His Majesty, the Sea King of Braavos, Lord Quisanti." Perhaps feeling emboldened in his own territory, Olsbeck's demeanor exuded a certain brazen confidence. "It appears you have signed under an alias in the contract, which is rather dishonorable," Lyon replied with an icy undertone. Were it not for Olsbeck fulfilling his contractual obligations, Lyon would have had no qualms about dispatching him on the spot, with no one daring to object. When one is in a foreign land, one must take precautions. Such is the instruction of Lord Quisanti, Olsbeck retorted, unperturbed by Lyon's sudden hostility. "Your Lord S. name suggests he hails from the Summer Isles, does it not?" Lyon inquired. "Indeed, in the free cities, even those of black descent can ascend to high positions, claiming the title of trading magnate." Clearly, pride illuminated Olsbeck's countenance as he spoke of his master. "If I am not mistaken, your family, the Pecks, were involved in the Blackfire Rebellion and subsequently fled to Essos. You must be a descendant of that lineage, correct?" Davos interjected, as if struck by a sudden realization. "Those are matters of the past. Our family now focuses primarily on trade and has distanced itself from the power struggles of the realm," Olsbeck replied, his expression darkening at Davos' interruption, and he signaled for the water dancers to part, gesturing for Lyon to proceed. Lyon's purpose for this journey had been communicated to Olsbeck, the only acquaintance he had in Essos prior to departure, and Olsbeck did not disappoint, leading Lyon and his entourage directly into the heart of Braavos. In Braavos, it was only the assassins who donned extravagant attire, the true affluent and formidable swordsmen. The faceless men typically favored dark and muted garments. Officials, overseers, and judges often wore drab brown and gray coats. Braavos hosted an annual masquerade festival, marked by 10 days of revelry and mass celebrations. On the 10th day, at midnight, when the Titan roared, thousands of revelers would simultaneously remove their masks. Lyon had arrived at an opportune moment, as the city thrummed with inhabitants adorned in a myriad of masks, rendering Lyon and his companions conspicuously out of place. Before a resplendent palace complex, Olsbeck halted and turned to introduce Lyon. "Before we meet the head of the Iron Bank, may I request a brief audience with my master?" Olsbeck's request startled the Night's Watchmen, as they perceived that this magnificent palace was not the abode of the Braavosi Sea King. Though Olsbeck posed it as a request, he did not await Lyon's response, instead pushing open the door amidst the astonished expressions of the Night's Watch. Lyon glanced at Davos, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Your retainers must remain outside," Olsbeck instructed as Lyon and Davos entered. But he abruptly halted the advance of the Night's Watchmen. The first to be stopped was the formidable White Walker, clad in the customary black cloak of the Night's Watch. The White Walker's visage was obscured by his hood. Upon Olsbeck's obstruction, he silently removed his hood, revealing his true face. "Who goes there? By the gods! What manner of creature is this?" As the White Walker's terrifying countenance was unveiled, a chilling aura emanated from his eternally expressionless visage. The multitude of guards stationed at the trading magnate's entrance braced themselves. It was well known that Braavos attracted individuals from all corners of the world, including those long-lost sorcerers of yore. Yet, they could not identify the being whose eye sockets were filled with eerie blue flames. Despite the Night's Watchmen having coexisted with the White Walker for an extended period, they still felt an involuntary shiver whenever they stood beside him. Lion had repeatedly assured them that these creatures were his tamed subordinates. Yet many among the Knights' Watch remained vigilant. This was compounded by the fact that the Braavosi had never encountered a White Walker. Ulzbek, your men show a lack of courtesy towards my retainers. Furthermore, this being is known as a White Walker, Lion remarked, patting the equally incredulous Ulzbek on the shoulder. The latter gaped, stammering, "Is this truly the legendary White Walker? How can it be so docile, following you like a servant?" Clearly, the Pecks from Westeros were not as ignorant as the Braavosi. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Ulzbek quickly addressed Lion, "My apologies, Your Excellency. May I ask you to wait a moment while I inform my master?" Chapter 109. The deal and schemes of Kwizani Lion and all his subordinates were now seated in a garden before the palace. No one dared to challenge them, and the palace attendants diligently catered to this group of distant guests. Aside from the unveiled White Walker, all the Night's Watchmen were dutifully escorted by maidservants to wash and refresh themselves. Clearly, this was a level of courtesy previously unimagined. Approximately half an hour later, Ulzbek approached the garden, drenched in sweat. Following him was a bald man clad in gray, with dark skin and an imposing physique, his height towering above the average. The very presence of this man resembled a cloud capable of obscuring the sky, drawing the attention of all. Many Night's Watchmen speculated that this ebony-skinned giant might possess giant blood. Observing his bulging arms, they instinctively compared him to the marble columns in the garden, concluding that the comparison was not in their favor. As this monstrous figure entered the garden, the previously spacious area felt suddenly cramped. Yet, as the Night's Watchmen beheld the warm countenance of the giant, the tension in the garden dissipated. "Esteemed guest from afar, I am Kwizani. I sincerely apologize for any oversight," he declared. Please bring it forth." Upon concluding his words, Kwizani waved his hand, and a beautiful maiden, exuding an unmistakable Eastern charm, cautiously approached with a tray draped in fine silk. As Kwizani unveiled the contents, all the Night's Watchmen craned their necks to catch a glimpse. There on the tray was a small dish of pristine white salt accompanied by several slices of freshly baked bread, still warm and redolent of wheat. Instantly, all eyes turned to Lion, who, with no hesitation, stepped forward, yet he had not yet reached out to take the bread dipped in salt when the delicate maiden extended a finger, offering him a morsel. Her name was Roji, a treasure procured from a noble of the free cities. Was it not delightful? Kwizani's words hinted at deeper meanings, while Lion, captivated by the maiden's longing gaze, refrained from taking action. Instead, he simply opened his mouth to consume the bread from her finger, even grazing her digit lightly with his teeth. Kwizani noticed this rather frivolous act, but chose to ignore it with a benevolent demeanor. However, when it came to the other Night's Watchmen, they were deprived of such personal service, compelled to serve themselves the bread. After partaking in the sacred ritual of bread and salt, Lion remarked, "I did not expect Lord Kwizani to be familiar with our customs here in Westeros." "Naturally," Kwizani replied, "for although our trade with the Westerosi has diminished in recent years, it has not ceased entirely." He gestured for Lion and his companions to take a seat. In the garden, there was but one table suitable for discussion, with only 2 chairs, aside from Lion and Kwizani sitting face to face. The others had to stand in the garden's colonnade. However, the choice of attendants standing behind Lion and Kwizani was far more intriguing. Noticing Kwizani's evident interest in the White Walker behind him, Lion instructed the White Walker, known as Dehu, to replace the guard post held by Spam. While standing beside him was Davos, who possessed considerable insights into Braavosian culture. Meanwhile, Kwizani's retinue consisted solely of ULS and Roji, leading Lion to speculate on whether Kwizani's confidence stemmed from arrogance or a genuine belief in his own prowess. "ULS has informed me of your intentions, and it is clear that you urgently require provisions sufficient for 100,000 souls. Indeed," Lion affirmed, "once we successfully secure a loan from the Iron Bank, we shall promptly set forth to procure grain from the nearby villages. In truth, there is no need for the commander to seek a loan from the Iron Bank, nor to personally venture into neighboring villages for grain. I, Kwizani, can fulfill your needs single-handedly. Oh, what is it that you desire from me, Lord Kwizani?" Their dialogue was refreshingly direct, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Kwizani pointed at the White Walker behind Lion, mistakenly believing Kwizani referred to Davos. Lion turned to glance behind him, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. "What do you intend to do with the White Walker? A creature of legend, impervious to the elements, magic, and even steel. Surely it makes for a most competent bodyguard, does it not? Otherwise, you would not have brought it along." It appeared that Lord Kwizani sought to employ the harbinger of millennium of terror in Westeros as a mere enforcer. After a moment's contemplation, Lion chuckled. Is that not an extravagant use of resources? The commander need not doubt. As a merchant of considerable wealth, I have enemies who may seek to assassinate me. With such an inexhaustible protector by my side, I could rest far more easily. After all, what other merchants possess what I have? What they lack, I have, like the White Walker, for instance. Does this not further showcase my astuteness? Unlike others who gazed upon the White Walker with trepidation, Quisante's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if the creature were a flawless creation of the Creator. In truth, perfection is a myth, had it not been for the Valyrian steel's constraint. The White Walkers might well be the closest beings to perfection. As Lion absorbed Quisante's reasoning, he could not suppress a silent derision. While the affluent of Dorne might keep lions or tigers as pets, this Braavosian lord had chosen a White Walker as a bodyguard to flaunt his wealth. One could only conclude that the thought processes of the wealthy diverged significantly from those of the common folk. Nonetheless, Lion remained skeptical of Quisante's evidently flawed assertions. Sensing a shift in the negotiations, he stood, feigning surprise. Is it that my terms lack allure? How many warriors can your wildlings muster? Regardless of the number, I will ensure you are adequately supplied with arms and even send master-level water dancers to train your forces. It is worth noting that even the royal family of King's Landing would pay a handsome sum for a master-level water dancer. Seeing Lion's posture suggesting a cessation of negotiations, Quisante appeared momentarily flustered, revealing all his cards without reservation. It was then that Lion found himself perplexed, unable to discern why the mere White Walker held such significance for Quisante. Unbeknownst to him, Quisante had long harbored plans to venture north of the Wall to capture a White Walker at any cost. Lion's unwitting offer was a source of indescribable delight for him. The root of this intrigue lay in Quisante's knowledge, acquired many years prior, of a location that would unlock the Valyrian treasure vault. However, the conditions for accessing that vault were exceedingly harsh, requiring a perfect balance of fire and ice elements. The fire element had already been secured through Quisante's machinations, gifted by the governor of Pentos to a young lady of House Targaryen, who had since hatched 3 dragonlings, now awaiting their maturity. The ice element. Quisante's eyes gleamed with fervor. He could conceive of no entity more abundant in ice than the White Walker before him. Simply provide me with the White Walker, and all else is negotiable. As one of the 13 wealthiest magnates in the free cities, Quisante differed from others who relied on maritime trade, the exploitation of slaves, or the training of unsullied for profit. His formidable martial prowess and his status as the second most powerful individual in Braavos, beneath the Sea Lord and above all others, set him apart. This martial strength was not limited to the 100 water dancers he could readily summon to accompany ULS in greeting Lion. In his homeland, the Summer Isles, he commanded a formidable fleet and an army of unparalleled archers skilled with golden heartwood bows. Having attained nearly every earthly honor available, Quisante could not help but yearn for immortality. Though the legacy of Valyria might not grant him eternal life, he still harbored ambitions to replicate the Targaryen dynasty, conquering the world with legions of dragons. Thus, his curiosity and covetousness regarding the power of the White Walkers possessed by Lion were palpable. Yet, he understood that the means by which Lion controlled the White Walkers would prove pivotal. Otherwise, he would merely inherit a ticking time bomb. Both Lion and Quisante were astute individuals. Lion naturally discerned the underlying implication in Quisante's words. Reveal to me the method of controlling the White Walkers. Nonetheless, after retaking his seat, he posed a question to Quisante. Are you familiar with the Night King? I possess a modicum of knowledge. He is said to be the first magical being created by the children of the forest to combat the first men. However, some claim he is a former Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, while others suggest he may be the manifestation of a Stark. Do you believe you could defeat the Night King and his army in open combat? Lion, with a beaming smile, conversed with Quisante as though the Night King and his minions were merely a lord of moderate strength in the north. After pondering Lion's inquiry, Quisante posed a question of his own. How numerous is the Night King's army, and what is its strength? Approaching 200,000 in terms of combat prowess. Leon cast a glance at the formidable White Walker, De Huang. The latter immediately comprehended the unspoken command, slightly raising his right hand, and in an instant, an ice crystal spear coalesced within his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, it shot forth at a speed imperceptible to the untrained eye, striking a stone lion head fountain nestled within the garden. With a resounding crash, the stone lion head, held in an embrace by 2 figures, shattered upon impact, and the ice crystal spear, having fulfilled its purpose, melted away into oblivion. The commotion drew the attention of hundreds of water dancers and golden-threaded chainmail archers from the Summer Isles, who swiftly surrounded the garden, creating an impenetrable barrier. The Night's Watchmen behind Leon, mistakenly believing that the negotiations between the two eminent figures had soured, drew their dual swords, pointing them threateningly at the encroaching water dancers. Davos, standing beside Leon, stepped forward with his sword drawn, declaring, "Quentyn, do you intend to betray the rights of guests under the watchful gaze of the gods?" "I have no such intention." Quentyn, unfazed by Davos's threat, casually brushed aside the sword in his hand, casting a wary glance at the White Walker, Dahuan. "Everyone, stand down. There is no need for alarm over any occurrences in this garden." With a single command, the once crowded garden of water dancers and archers began to disperse, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Let's return to our previous discourse. If the Night King's minions are as formidable as this White Walker, why does he cower in the land of eternal winter? Even an army of 200,000 would likely find it insurmountable, even if the Valyrian dynasty were to rise again. Quentyn took a bite of a pastry from the table as he spoke. However, Leon's attention had shifted entirely away from Quentyn. Beside him, Roge maintained a demeanor of serene indifference throughout the unfolding chaos, her expression unperturbed by the flashing blades and clashing steel, as if she were all too familiar with such tumultuous scenes. This demeanor hardly resembled that of a mere courtesan purchased from a foreign noble, as Quentyn had claimed. Rather, she exuded the poise of a true princess. Seemingly sensing Leon's gaze upon her, Quentyn, without needing to turn, remarked, "Your Excellency, if your surname were not Victor, I might suspect you hail from the same place, for you bear a striking resemblance." "Lord Quentyn, please refrain from jesting. Our kingdom has been overtaken by traitors from the Isle of Storms. Our realm lies in ruins, and our people are as lowly as grass. How could Lord Leon, born of a noble house in Westeros, be akin to a refugee from my land?" When Roge spoke for the first time, a hush fell over the gathering, all ears attuned to her voice. Though the truth of her words was uncertain, the melodious clarity of her tone captivated all present. As her words faded, the garden was left with only the sound of Night's Watchmen swallowing nervously. If one were to overlook Roge's humble origins and breathtaking beauty, many among the Night's Watch would willingly elevate her to the status of a goddess, forsaking their vows to serve her. Even Leon found himself entranced by the familiarity of her accent. Perhaps Quentyn had brought her with such intentions in mind. Just as many of the Night's Watchmen were about to express their loyalty, Leon adeptly redirected their attention back to himself. As you have stated, the majority of the Night King's 200,000-strong army consists merely of rotting corpses, possessing only slightly more strength than trained soldiers. Yet they do not fear casualties. Should your forces also comprise a similarly capable army to vanquish the Night King, perhaps he would consider negotiating with you. I must admit, you have made a salient point. I trust that your Excellency has incurred significant losses to capture such a White Walker. Listening to the exchange, one of the Night's Watchmen scoffed softly, muttering one, "Huh, what if I told you there are a full 40 of our patrols beyond the wall keeping watch over the Night King's army?" However, the Watchman was promptly silenced by a sharp rebuke from Spyam. "Casualties are secondary. However, Lord Quentyn, I currently have no intention of selling White Walkers. Or rather, I shall refrain from such dealings until I see a ship bound for the EC." Leon's unfinished statement implied his lack of trust in Quentyn, yet the latter remained unfazed, summoning ULS to whisper something in his ear before laughing heartily. "Grant me 10 days. After that, a fleet of transport ships will set sail for the East Sea, and we shall settle our accounts." Chapter 111. The House of Black and White and Arya Stark. As Davos and Leon exited Quentyn's palace side by side, the renowned honest man from Westeros pondered a pressing question. Was this mission truly concluded so hastily? Was a White Walker truly worth such a price? That equated to provisions for 100,000 men and enough arms and horses to equip 10,000. Although a portion of those provisions would be allocated to Stannis' southern campaign, it was but a mere drop in the ocean of astronomical figures. Leon offered no answer to Davos' inquiries. While he was unaware of Quentyn's intentions regarding the White Walker, he had no desire to delve deeper into the matter. At least not until the threat of the faceless men had been addressed. Upon exiting Quentyn's palace, Leon turned to his Night's Watchmen and declared, "Since Quentyn has invited you to rest within his palace, you are dismissed." In response to Leon's command, the Night's Watchmen expressed their heartfelt appreciation, showering him with flattery as if it were free. Just moments ago, they had learned that anywhere in Braavos, mentioning Quentyn's name upon payment would render their tab void. Witnessing the opulence of Quentyn's palace, no one doubted his wealth and influence in Braavos. As brothers of the Night's Watch, how could they not take the opportunity to unwind aboard the pleasure barges, especially in the vibrant and open city of Braavos? Even the elder members of the Night's Watch, with smiles on their faces, mingled with the younger recruits. After bidding farewell to Leon, they made plans to head to the docks where the pleasure barges were moored. At this moment, Roge, tasked with escorting Leon's party, inquired, "My lord, this city of Braavos is so beautiful. Would you care to explore a bit?" Leon pondered for a moment before responding with a calm smile. "I have matters to attend to at the House of Black and White. If the lady would be so kind, could you guide me?" Delighted to assist, Roge readily agreed. Once all the Night's watchmen departed, only Davos and the ever-dutiful Spiam remained silently flanking Leon, with the re-hooded De Huang guarding him on either side. "Davos, do you not wish to indulge in the pleasure barges?" Leon furrowed his brow, finding it acceptable for Spiam to accompany him as a loyal bodyguard, but questioning Davos's reluctance. Davos surveyed the scene, noting how Roge and Leon stood together like a pair of newlyweds, while Spiam, exuding an air of solemnity, was a fitting protector. What would it mean for him to approach them? "Aye, very well, I shall go." Although Davos left, he did not head to the docks, but instead turned towards the heart of Braavos, clearly with his own destination in mind. "May I remain at Lord Quinton's residence while I wait?" Roge hesitated, observing De Huang's intent to follow. Though the White Walker emanated an aura of chilling dread that would make anyone retreat in fear, it inexplicably harbored a modicum of trepidation towards the palace of Cassante, as if the palace concealed a grand alchemical furnace belonging to the Supreme Lord, with itself being a principal ingredient in the elixir. Upon witnessing Leon's departure, it too desired to follow. "Remain here and do not wander," Leon instructed, gesturing towards a small patch of land at the palace entrance. The White Walker exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing a gust of icy air, and nodded, affirming its intention to wait for Leon's return. Cassante had entrusted Roge with the task of keeping the White Walker within the palace at all costs. Thus, standing at the palace entrance could be deemed a fulfillment of that task, could it not? The mere thought of this caused Roge to frown, and just as she was about to persuade Leon further, he and Spiam had already set off. Roge hurriedly caught up with them. Under Roge's guidance, the trio strolled leisurely towards the House of Black and White. For Leon, a person who had seldom traveled in both past and present lives, the sights of Braavos were nothing short of astonishing. It embodied the romance of Venice, the mystery of Rhodes, the vibrancy of Amsterdam, and the antiquity of Bruges. The fog of London and the canals inhabited by eels added a unique charm to this city. In Braavos, one could experience the essence of 5 nations without ever leaving home, a delightful nuance understood solely by Leon. Situated to the north of Braavos, the Purple Harbor lay beneath the vaulted dome of the Sea King's Palace, where only locals were permitted to dock. Leon and his companions crossed the waters by boat, ultimately arriving at the small island housing the House of Black and White. From a distance, the island appeared modest, dominated by a solitary Greek-style marble temple, the only edifice on the barren isle. As they approached, it became evident that Braavos was rife with marvels. Even the temple of the many-faced god was remarkably grand. The temple's entrance consisted of 2 wooden doors, one black and the other white. Upon disembarking, Leon was taken aback to find that the height of these doors matched that of the thighs of Braavos Titans. Behind him, Spiam couldn't help but compare the temple's grandeur to that of the wall, ultimately concluding that the wall surpassed it in splendor. Roge seemed unfazed by the reactions of Leon and the others, having visited this place before and led others here previously. Despite her skepticism regarding anyone's ability to subdue a White Walker, she wondered what formidable adversary could compel Leon to seek the aid of the faceless man. "Aren't you coming up?" Leon inquired, noticing Roge still seated in the boat, showing no inclination to disembark. With a serene smile, Roge shook her head, replying, "In our lands, we refer to the many-faced god as the Night Lion. The blessings of the Night Lion hold tremendous significance for me, which is why I cannot afford the requisite blood price at present." Clearly, Roge was yet another soul in this vast world seeking the favor of the many-faced god. But for now, she lacked the means to summon a faceless man. However, Leon paid no heed to the implications of her words, choosing not to press her further, as the immediate priority was to investigate the temple before them. "Spiam, you may return to the boat and wait for me." Yet before knocking on the door, Leon furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility that the many-faced god might subject him to a final trial upon the door's opening, which Spiam might find difficult to withstand. Nonetheless, upon hearing Leon's command, Spiam displayed an expression of indifference, his resolve evident in his gaze. Thus, Leon refrained from insisting further, gesturing for Spiam to approach and knock. However, before Spiam could contemplate how to strike the towering wooden door, the black door was unexpectedly pulled open from within, revealing a face that Leon found somewhat familiar. "Jacqueline?" Upon hearing Leon's inquiry, Jaqen Hagar's pupils constricted, yet he said nothing, swiftly stepping out of the temple to stand before Leon. With his long hair, half silver and half red, and a visage frequently seen on screen, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the character of Meryn Trant, though his manner of speaking was strikingly similar to that of the many-faced men. How could the boy know the name Jaqen Hagar? Did Meryn inform him? Stepping outside, Jaqen casually closed the door of the House of Black and White behind him, his expression serious as he regarded Leon. In response to Jaqen's trifecta of queries, Leon merely smiled, gesturing towards a pair of prying eyes peering through the gap in the slightly ajar door. Moreover, I am aware that the second daughter of House Stark, Arya Stark, is also hidden here. Chapter 112. Mocking the many-faced god and the whereabouts of the supreme Skybreaker. Night's Watchman, I have never seen you before. Also, knowing Jaqen's name is one thing, but how do you know mine? From within the door came a voice filled with wariness, unmistakably that of Arya Stark. Leon pondered. Must I disclose my familiarity with the television series to you? I am the newly appointed Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Your brother Jon Snow often speaks of you. You lie. I have merely revealed my eyes. How could you so easily discern my identity? Your brother mentioned that among the Stark siblings, you were his favorite, on the day he journeyed north to the Wall. He even commissioned a smith to forge you a slender sword named Needle, correct? Well, you appear nearly the same age as my brother. How could you possibly be the Lord Commander? Oh, I understand now. You must be some illegitimate son of Old Bear. Perhaps you met me at a feast in Winterfell, which would explain it. Jaqen listened to the exchange between the two, his previously expressionless face gradually betraying a hint of impatience. The boy's purpose for being here remained unclear, but one thing was certain. The girl held value to the many-faced god, and he could not allow her to be taken away. Jaqen subtly shifted his stance, blocking the gap in the door. Very well, the many-faced god previously set me 3 trials. I have completed 2, and only 1 remains, so I wish to voluntarily accept the trial. I see. Very well, follow me. After hearing Leon state his intentions, Jaqen nodded nonchalantly and pushed the door open. However, Arya Stark, who had been hidden behind the door, suddenly vanished or retreated into the shadows. Yet, Leon's objective did not revolve around her. He would allow her to continue her studies as a faceless man inside the dimly lit temple, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. Leon and his companions followed Jaqen's shadow as they slowly approached a pool of spring water. Jaqen produced a wooden bowl from within his robes, bent down to scoop a bowl of water, and turned to present it to Leon. This is the final trial. As long as you drink it, you will complete your task. As Jaqen spoke, his face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring any indication of whether his expression was benevolent or malevolent, leaving his true intentions inscrutable. Lord Commander, allow me to test the poison for you. In this somewhat eerie setting, accepting and drinking from a stranger's bowl was certainly not a prudent choice. However, upon seeing Leon's unwavering resolve, Spyam no longer objected and even volunteered to test the poison himself. You drink, it could very well be poison. Jaqen's voice echoed ominously within the temple as he shifted the wooden bowl towards Spyam. Huh, do you underestimate me? Do you think I would shy away from dying for the Lord Commander? Spyam hesitated for perhaps 2 to 3 seconds before casting a glance at Leon. As if solidifying his determination, he took a deep breath and reached for the bowl. Yet, Leon, anticipating his action, seized the wooden bowl first. Do not drink. That is the holy water given by the many-faced god to those seeking liberation. Suddenly, Ylaya emerged from nowhere, her face etched with urgency, and she reached out and knocked the bowl from Leon's hands. It was evident that she harbored an inexplicable fondness for this self-proclaimed elder brother, the commander of the Night's Watch. Perhaps she saw a reflection of Jon Snow in him, which was not entirely surprising, as they were nearly of the same age, and Leon's striking appearance surpassed that of Jon by a few degrees. Moreover, one cannot overlook the subtle influence of the 30-point charm skill, Charismatic Aura, which was manifesting its effects unconsciously. However, given Leon's current prowess, he would not easily allow her to succeed. Jaqen also grasped Ylaya and pulled her firmly to him, restraining her from causing further disruption. Leon gazed into the wooden bowl containing the holy water under the dim candlelight of the temple. It appeared as deep and viscous as ink in the dead of night. He cautiously extended a finger to touch the enigmatic liquid, only to be astonished to find it felt no different from ordinary water, colorless, tasteless, devoid of any sacred essence. Only what lay within the wooden bowl was truly holy water. It seemed Jaqen discerned Leon's thoughts and offered an explanation. Do not drink it. You will surely die. Ylaya continued to shout anxiously, her innate kindness preventing her from standing idly by while her commanding brother faced an untimely demise. "Sir, allow me to test the poison on your behalf." Spyam, standing behind Leon, echoed her urgency. "Jaqen, tell me, is today indeed my day of reckoning?" After listening to the three of them, Leon hesitated momentarily before directing his inquiry towards the faceless Jaqen. However, Jaqen did not respond immediately. After contemplating for a moment, Leon tilted his head back and drank the holy water from the bowl. Truth be told, had he not previously acquired the mocking death skill that granted him immunity once, he would not have had the resolve to take such a risk. Upon witnessing Leon drink the holy water, a serene smile spread across Jaqen's face as he addressed Elia in his arms. All mortals must meet their end. No sooner had Jaqen's words left his lips than Leon's body stiffened, and he fell backward. "What have you done to the commander?" Spyam erupted in fury, drawing his twin swords and striking at Jaqen. Mocking death skill activated. You were granted immunity once. Skill cooldown, 10 years. As Leon collapsed, 3 lines of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Simultaneously, a long-dormant quest updated. Evade 3 waves of assassination from the Faceless Ones. 3. The passive quest was completed, rewarding the ability to refresh 4 Faceless Ones each month and to convert 4 6-tier troops at will. A corner of the world's curtain unfurled for you. As the god of 1,000 faces walks the mortal realm, you must experience true death to fear not death. The old gods are dead, their divinity vacant. I am both the god of 1,000 faces and the god of death. To seize divinity, I must lay down divine fire, and you are the chosen one. I am quite satisfied with your bloodshed. Sufficient slaughter will elevate me. Current progress for 23121-999999. What? Did I just die for nothing? Moreover, does the god of 1,000 faces truly intend to kill me? Leon's mind flared with rage. The arrogance of this god of 1,000 faces was excessive, treating him as a mere guinea pig. Initially, Leon had thought that the 3rd trial was merely a formality, not realizing it would lead to actual death. Were it not for the mocking death skill, he would have been paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a long-absent voice echoed in Leon's mind. The god of 1,000 faces indeed plots against you. This voice belonged to the entity that had installed the mounted combat interface upon Leon's arrival in this world, yet left no name. Who are you? That is of little consequence. I ask you this. Do you hate the god of 1,000 faces? He treats you as a plaything. Hey, why should I not? Very well, I shall offer you an opportunity. Kill him. Quest received. Raise all 6 attributes to 30 points to gain an extraordinary physique. You shall possess a faint divinity and the power of faith. The specific nature of your faith depends on your actions. Upon achieving an extraordinary physique, the divine arena will open, allowing you to project your divine form into the arena to battle the gods of the world, using the Supreme Halberd to vanquish them. Reward, Supreme Halberd, already issued, located within Braavos. I believe you will find it. Supreme Halberd, a long pole weapon that, in the hands of one with an extraordinary physique, can unleash effects capable of wounding gods. If a mere mortal wields it, it will only bear the effect of top-tier Valyrian steel. Young man, seize it and slay the gods. With that, the voice vanished without a trace. Leon could not help but ponder who this mysterious figure was, why they had repeatedly assisted him, yet left no name behind. Just then, a sensation akin to the world spinning engulfed his mind. When this feeling subsided, Leon slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Upon reopening his eyes, Leon was blinded by a bright light, prompting him to instinctively inquire. You are aboard my ship, Lord Leon. Yet the one responding was neither Spyam nor anyone from the House of Black and White, but rather Roji. Chapter 113, The Death of Grisa. Yet her revenge remains unfulfilled. In the House of Black and White, Jaqen placed a fresh human skin mask upon the altar. Had Leon seen it, he might not have recognized the face it bore. It belonged to a young girl named Grisa Hama. 5 minutes prior, Grisa had witnessed Leon unhesitatingly drink the holy water, then collapse to the ground, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Jaqen then turned to her and stated, all mortals must serve. Seeing her nemesis dead and her wish fulfilled, the fervent Grisa did not hesitate to plunge a dagger in her own heart, dying with a maniacal laugh of vengeance. Jaqen, how could my senior sister commit suicide so suddenly? Though Grisa's demeanor towards Elia had not been particularly kind, they had spent considerable time together. Elia's eyes were filled with confusion, just as she could not comprehend why the commander of the Night's Watch would willingly drink the holy water. Meanwhile, Jaqen sat at the edge of the pool, scooping a bowl of holy water, and remarked to her, Grisa had nothing. The price she could pay was her life. and the one she wished to serve was none other than Leon Victor. Spyam knelt on the cold ground of the temple, his hands resting upon the broken twin swords before him. Moments ago, fueled by rage, Spyam had swung his twin swords in an attack against Jaqen. His sword glimmered, cutting through the air with lethal intent aimed at Jaqen's vital points. Yet, he had not anticipated the extraordinary skill possessed by Jaqen. With a swift movement, Jaqen effortlessly evaded Spyam's assault and swiftly countered, disarming him with ease. Like iron pincers, his fingers clutched the sharp twin swords, and with a gentle application of force, the sound of a splintering blade echoed as Spyam's swords were forcibly snapped. Shocked, Spyam staggered back a few steps, gazing down at the broken weapon in his hands, a flicker of unwillingness and anger flashing in his eyes. However, he did not relent. Instead, he took a deep breath and prepared to attack once more. Just as Spyam was about to launch another assault, Jaqen initiated his own offensive. He surged forward like a tiger descending from its mountain, delivering a punch directly to Spyam's chest. Although Spyam reacted swiftly, he was still struck by Jaqen's blow. The sound of impact resonated, and Spyam's body was hurled backward as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but the force of Jaqen's punch had sapped him of strength, leaving him powerless to resist. Though I regret to say this, you must depart. The God of 1,000 Faces requires no service from you. Jaqen effortlessly vanquished Spyam, yet he harbored no immediate intention to claim the life of his adversary. You dare to conspire against the commander of the Night's Watch? You are in essence opposing the 7 kingdoms. Spyam struggled to rise from the ground, swaying unsteadily with a half-broken sword in hand, blood incessantly spilling from his lips. Suddenly, Jaqen, as if sensing something, cast a glance at the motionless lion on the ground, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Perhaps you should carry your commander out of the Hall of Black and White. When he awakens, inform him that the trial has been completed. Could it be that this commander of the Night's Watch did not perish after drinking the holy water?" Elia, upon hearing Jaqen's words, cried out in alarm, revealing her deep concern for Lion's fate. She hurriedly attempted to lift Lion from the ground to inspect him, but Spyam positioned himself in front of her. A fierce glint flickered in Spyam's eyes. He would no longer trust anyone from the Hall of Black and White. Elia felt a profound sense of helplessness, yet she empathized with the distrust radiating from Spyam. In King's Landing, she had witnessed the brutal decapitation of her beloved father, Ned Stark, by that merciless king. From that moment, had she not also possessed such a gaze? "I am sorry." Elia could only offer a soft apology to Spyam. Thus, clutching the unconscious Lion, Spyam laboriously made his way back to the ship at the shore from whence they had embarked. There, Rogi awaited their return. "What has happened to the commander?" she inquired. "He drank the holy water from the Hall of Black and White. Yet that faceless one named Jaqen claims he can still be saved." After uttering these words, Spyam, who had strained himself to emerge, could no longer contain his exhaustion and collapsed backward onto the ground. "So, where do you intend to take me?" Upon awakening, Lion instinctively scanned his surroundings, having been informed by Rogi that Spyam had carried him onto the ship. However, the vessel was modest, lacking a cabin large enough to conceal a man of Spyam's stature. "I sent your men back to the palace in Quisani for treatment. As for where I am taking you, you shall find out if you follow me." With only Lion and Rogi aboard, a faint, mischievous smile crept on Rogi's face as she spoke, imbued with an air of Eastern mystique. Lion, however, had no time for riddles, especially with a recently acquainted made for Braavos. His urgent desire was to locate Spyam, and then, naturally, he would confront that scoundrel Jaqen at the Hall of Black and White. Yet, Jaqen was merely a pawn of the God of Many Faces. It would be best to wait until he had fully cultivated his 6-dimensional data and opened the arena of the gods before exacting vengeance on the God of Many Faces. While that was a commendable plan, Lion was unfamiliar with the paths of Braavos, and without Rogi's guidance, he feared he would struggle to find his way back. Rogi's expression suggested she had something to say, as she frequently cast sidelong glances at Lion, gradually calming his anxiety and anger. "You truly drank the holy water from the Hall of Black and White, and yet remain alive?" After a brief silence, Rogi, unwilling to relent, pressed on. "Commander, may I call you Lion?" "It matters not." "Lion, has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to the men of my homeland? Perhaps your mother was of our blood?" Faced with Rogi's attempts at conversation, Lion tilted his head in contemplation before decisively replying, "No." "Oh," Rogi, undeterred by Lion's rejection, continued to study his features with keen interest, as if the previous topic had opened a new realm of curiosity for her. Uncertain of what lay ahead, Lion, sensing Rogi's fascination, decided to take a chance and asked, Why would a woman as beautiful as you choose to serve as a maid to a man of Quisani? Is it the allure of his prominence? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lion regretted them. After all, despite the perception that he was a ruthless individual, he was far from being reckless. However, Rogi appeared unfazed by his comment, her cheeks betraying no sign of embarrassment as she replied, Quisani? On my previous flower boat, he was merely of average stature. Delighted by Lion's attitude, Rogi's eyes suddenly shimmered with a hint of aggression. Noticing this, Lion instinctively shifted further away from her, his tone turning frosty. Madam, I must caution you. A fruit forced from the vine is not sweet. Oh, isn't that a saying from our homeland? Though there is a follow-up to that proverb. What is it? If the fruit has already been forced, why concern oneself with its sweetness? Lion found himself at a loss against Rogi's unexpected retorts. She was the type of woman who grew stronger when challenged. At that moment, he regretted his decision to have this alluring guide accompany him. Chapter 114, The Restoration Army of the Exiles. Amidst this somewhat awkward exchange, the small boat carrying Lion and Rogi gradually navigated through the intricate waterways of Braavos, leading them into a dead end. Lion observed that on either side of this cul-de-sac lay rows of the common dwellings prevalent in Braavos. The difference here was the absence of residents bustling about, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. This is it. We've arrived. Disembark, Rogi announced, rising and leaping onto the shore before the boat had even come to a complete stop. What is this place? Yuanquayod. Here, consider my home. Your home? Aren't you a maid in service to Quisani? Do you require a rented abode? Lion remained cautious, still wary from his recent experience with the Hall of Black and White. Moreover, the ambience felt decidedly abnormal, as if they were walking into a trap. In this solitary situation of a man and woman, Lion could easily envision Rogi leading him into a small room, only for a horde of burly men to burst forth from a wardrobe, shouting, "Don't move. It's a scam." Lion had no intention of falling prey to any such schemes. After all, his mother had often advised him to protect himself while out in the world. Thus, he hesitated on the boat, refraining from following her. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Come with me, Rogi urged, her brow furrowing as she noticed Lion retreating back into the boat's cabin, addressing the silent ferryman. Sir, please take me back to the Purple Harbor. Thank you. However, after Lion's request, the ferryman remained motionless, prompting Lion to turn back in surprise. The ferryman's straw hat tilted slightly, revealing a face that unmistakably bore the features of a man from the exiled lands, his expression impassive as he regarded Lion. It was clear that the ferryman would not heed Lion's words, for he was in Rogi's employ. Rogi, what is the meaning of this? Lion demanded. Do you not wish to know why Quisani is so resolutely plotting against you with the others? I do not care. If he wants them, let him have them. After all, we have plenty of others in our night's watch. That is impossible. Forget about the others. Even capturing a mere corpse would incur heavy casualties. Rogi's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with Lion's attitude. However, Lion found it odd that a maid of Quisani would dare to confront him. With this thought, he unhesitatingly stepped onto the shore, intent on interrogating Rogi thoroughly, momentarily disregarding the possibility of falling into a trap. Yet, just as he set foot on the shore, he fortuitously encountered an elderly warrior from the exiled lands exiting through a door. In that instant, when Lion's gaze met that of the elder, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the sensation of being caught in an affair by the elder of the female party. However, he quickly shook his head, dispelling this absurd notion from his mind. Despite having accomplished nothing, why am I being confronted? The elder warrior from the lands beyond was evidently unprepared for Leon's arrival, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he cast a wary glance in Leon's direction, a hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. Especially upon discerning the distinctly foreign features adorning Leon's countenance, his alertness surged to unprecedented heights. Rogi, who is this? Audotang inquit Stenli. Please do not be alarmed. Elder, I brought him here. This is Leon Victor, a Westerosi and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He is certainly not a traitor from the Iron Islands. The Night's Watch? The armor adorning Leon indeed bore the hallmark of the Night's Watch. The elder warrior, referred to as Elder Tang, scrutinized Leon's attire momentarily, nodding subtly. Yet his guard remained steadfast. What purpose did you have in bringing him here? Elder Tang demanded of Rogi in a serious tone. Haha, do not misunderstand. If you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. Upon witnessing Leon's reluctance to stay ashore, Rogi grew anxious. Elder Tang, whether you believe it or not, Lord Commander Leon has just accomplished a task for us. He has captured a genuine White Walker for Cassant. Impossible. White Walkers can only be vanquished in battle. They would never be taken alive. Elder Tang retorted immediately, his words revealing a profound understanding of the White Walkers. After all the lives we have lost, merely to capture a corpse-like creature, even your brother. His words trailed off, a veil of sorrow crossing his features as if reminiscing a painful memory. It is precisely for this reason that I believe we can leverage Leon's strength to achieve our restoration. Moreover, he has survived after drinking the sacred water of the Night Lion. What? Elder Tang's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he scrutinized Leon from head to toe, then incredulously stated, "It cannot be. No one can ingest the sacred water of the Night Lion and live. Unless I am the chosen one." Leon interjected playfully, bewildered by the conversation occurring before him, words he could scarcely comprehend. "Perhaps, but did you truly bring a White Walker for Cassandra?" "Indeed, to be precise. It was not a capture. Those White Walkers willingly submitted to me." Had De Huang heard Leon's words, he would surely have mused, "Yes, under the threat of death." "Huh, Roji, I see now. You and your newfound Night's Watch friend possess quite the sense of humor." Elder Tang, after hearing Leon's proclamation, refrained from immediate rebuttal, pondering if this was merely a jest concocted by the two. Suddenly, Elder Tang erupted into a fit of coughs, prompting Roji to swiftly pat his back and offer her handkerchief. Once the coughing subsided, Leon observed the handkerchief stained with blood, mingled with what appeared to be internal viscera, evidently suffering from internal injuries. Yet the reactions of Roji and Elder Tang exceeded Leon's expectations, as if they were unperturbed by such occurrences. "It is nothing, Night's Watch. This is an old ailment of mine. If you would like, you may come inside and take a seat." With a wave of his hand, Elder Tang declined Roji's assistance and gestured towards a door behind them. "I believe it is best not to intrude. After all, I have been unconscious for quite some time, and my subordinates must be concerned." Leon waved his hand, intending to depart. "It will only take a moment. Come in and sit for a while." Zozi, supporting Elder Tang, cast a flirtatious glance at Leon. Leon could only lament his lack of skill in graciously declining a lady's kindness. He certainly had much to learn. Upon entering the courtyard, Leon was immediately enveloped by a potent aroma of medicinal herbs, a scent that felt strikingly familiar. He distinctly recalled that in his youth, due to digestive issues, he often required traditional Chinese medicine to restore his health. Now, as he stepped into this courtyard, the fragrance bore an uncanny resemblance to the bitter, unforgettable scent from his past, as if traversing through time itself. "Are they brewing herbal medicine?" Leon inquired, sniffing the air, addressing Roji. "You truly possess an astute sense, Leon." Roji turned her face towards him, a look of admiration gracing her features, while Elder Tang maintained a furrowed brow, his expression one of deep concern as he continued forward in silence. They traversed the courtyard and entered the main hall. Upon witnessing the scene within, Leon's brows knitted together in dismay. The already modest hall was filled with numerous beds, each occupied by warriors from the lands beyond, their bodies swathed in bandages. Now, Leon understood the source of the overwhelming scent of herbal medicine. "This is not a place for conversation. Please follow me." Elder Tang Yan deeply, as if the fragrant medicinal aroma could invigorate his spirit, and then led Leon to a meeting room. Leon harbored a suspicion that the lands beyond in this world of Game of Thrones were likely inspired by ancient Eastern civilizations. The presence of Roji and Elder Tang before him only strengthened this notion. Not only their names, but also their reliance on herbal remedies in times of illness and injury, as well as the warriors' long swords, closely resembled the embroidered spring sabers of the Jinui in his memories. Once Elder Tang invited Leon to take a seat in the guest chair, curiosity surged within Leon. "I just heard Roji mention that you are part of the restoration army of the land beyond. Perhaps I should simply forget what I have heard? No waities. The entire Braavos is aware of our goal. We of the lands beyond firmly believe in a proverb. Only dreams that dare to be spoken are more easily realized." Although Elder Tang appeared weakened after coughing blood, he spoke with a conviction that inspired inexplicable confidence. However, having played numerous games of conquest since the first installment, Leon was well aware that behind every dynasty lurked another claiming to be the legitimate heir, intent on restoration. Thus, upon hearing Roji and Elder Tang's declarations, he felt no stirring of emotion. "Well, Roji, if your aim is to persuade me to join your endeavors, I must apologize." Leon pondered for a moment and decisively shut down the conversation, for he was now the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, a position of considerable influence, and did not wish to engage in the restoration wars of any sovereign like an adventurer eager to make a name for himself. "I understand, as our lands beyond are quite distant from both you Westerosi and the Essos." "No, it is not a matter of distance. Rather, I'm simply overwhelmed. I once led warriors beyond the wall and encountered a night's watch, though at that time, the Lord Commander was named Jeor Mormont. Indeed, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont has passed, slain by traitors, and I avenge him. After a brief exchange with Elder Tang, Leon noticed Roji continually casting glances at him. Although Elder Tang shared a silent understanding with Roji, he remained skeptical. Yet the insistence in Roji's gaze compelled him to slowly recount a tale. When we escaped from the lands beyond, we had 200 warriors. 200, all tasked with capturing a White Walker for Cassant, even if it were merely a corpse-like creature. However, the consequences, as you observe in the hall, were dire. If Roji's claims hold true, I owe you my gratitude. In truth, as long as the Night King can keep up with production, White Walkers are plentiful for me. Upon the conclusion of Leon's statement, Elder Tang cast another doubt-laden glance at Roji, who promptly returned a reassuring look. At this, Elder Tang's expression turned grave. Leon, while White Walkers may seem trivial to you, they hold monumental significance for Cassant. Upon uttering these words with a serious countenance, Elder Tang was immediately supplemented by Roji. Chrysanthus believed that his scheme was shrouded in secrecy. He sought the blood of whites and dragons, the epitome of ice and fire magic, to unlock the Valyrian treasure vault. Unbeknownst to him, this revelation was first known to our exiled restoration army. At this moment, Elder Tang's expression grew awkward as he attempted several times to interrupt Roji, silently signaling her to refrain from sharing further. However, Roji, entranced by Leon's charisma, found herself unable to restrain her emotions and inadvertently divulged this secret to him. The treasure vault harbored the riches necessary for the resurgence of the Valyrian Empire. Both Chrysanthus and we firmly believed that the treasures within were far more than just hatchable dragon eggs. As she spoke, Roji pressed a mechanism on a nearby vase, and amidst Elder Tang's stern gaze, which seemed to threaten violence, she extracted a long wooden box from the secret chamber. Leon stepped forward to assist. It was quite heavy, weighing at least several dozen kilograms. Upon Roji opening the box, Leon discovered a long spear with a wooden shaft that could be assembled. This was a divine weapon found by our exiled restoration army outside the treasure vault. Without it, we would surely have perished at the hands of whites. Elder Tang provided an explanation to Leon. However, the explanation was somewhat redundant, as Leon instantly recognized it as the reward bestowed upon him by the enigmatic entity, the supreme Fongtian Huaji. The only awkwardness lay in the fact that this weapon now resided in the hands of the exiled. As Leon pondered how to cleverly reclaim the weapon, Roji boldly proclaimed, "Given that Elder Tang is currently gravely injured and no other warriors from the exiled can wield this weapon, if you desire it, I shall gift it to you." As Roji spoke, a mischievous smile involuntarily crept across her face, betraying her true intentions. "If there are no strings attached, I shall graciously accept your sentiment. By the way, today just happens to be my birthday, and I quite like this birthday gift." Leon, unfazed by Roji's inner thoughts, promptly assembled the weapon. Elder Tang had initially expected Leon to be more courteous, allowing him to reclaim the treasure. After all, the exiled had never been so overt in their gift-giving. Yet, to his surprise, Leon, with his thick brows and striking eyes, resembled an exiled in appearance, but his actions were akin to those of a bandit from Westeros. Once Leon swiftly assembled the weapon, he immediately went to the courtyard to practice, his movements so fluid that Roji could only watch in astonishment. This could spell disaster. We intended to recruit a powerful warrior using that Valyrian steel spear, and now you've given away? He had not anticipated Leon's blatant disregard. Observing Leon wielding the spear with vigor in the courtyard, Roji's eyes welled with tears. Noticing this, Elder Tang quickly reassured her, "Do not weep, princess. The Westlanders have surely never encountered such a weapon and will find it unwieldy. They will return it to us eventually." However, Elder Tang's words were soon contradicted by Leon's adept spear techniques, leaving both of them momentarily dazed. In Leon, they seemed to glimpse the prowess of the famed long spear Imperial Guard of the exiled. After Leon had finished practicing all the techniques bestowed upon him by the spear, he was drenched in sweat. He turned to Roji, smiling as he said, "I truly appreciate the gift. Thank you, Roji." With that, Leon held the spear upright and bowed to the two, saying, "Until we meet again." "Wait," Roji exclaimed, realizing Leon was about to depart. She urgently pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation, "You may take this weapon, but you must marry me." The reactions of Leon and Elder Tang were astonishingly synchronized. "What? Nonsense. Princess. Commander Leon is a Night's Watchman. How could he possibly marry you?" Elder Tang's voice rose in anger, chastising her with an authority that exceeded that of a subordinate. Upon hearing Elder Tang address Roji as princess, Leon was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Chrysanthus claimed that Roji was purchased from a noble of the exiled to serve as a maid? How could she possibly be a princess? I care not. He has taken our exiled restoration army's artifact. In any case, that is my dowry. If you desire it, you must marry me, Roji declared. Her resolve solidified as she stamped her foot. Chapter 116. Roji's willingness to serve as a maid, Chrysanthus' betrayal. Leon desperately wished to confront the enigmatic being who had rewarded him with such equipment, questioning why it came with the stipulation of marrying a princess. If that were the case, he glanced at Roji's appearance. Perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Yet, Leon felt a twinge of apprehension. Regardless of the veracity of Roji's royal status, her past profession led him to view her through a lens of skepticism. Do not regard me with such disdain. I have only performed for coin aboard the pleasure barge. Roji, evidently affected by Leon's judgmental gaze, furrowed her brow in irritation. Very well. But as I must adhere to the vows of the Night's Watch, I fear I shall have to disappoint your affections, Leon replied, his expression imbued with genuine regret. The vows of the Night's Watch? What are those? Roji inquired, intrigued as this was her first encounter with the concept. Elder Tang, well-versed in such matters, provided an explanation. Every member of the Night's Watch upon the wall swears an oath. They vow to take no wives, father no children, nor claim any land, dedicating themselves wholly to the duty of guarding the wall. I refuse to believe that there are no Night's Watchmen who would break their vows. Roji responded, her expression non-committal. Perhaps you are right, but I have personally slain more than 50 who betrayed their oaths, Leon remarked, a hint of youthful melancholy gracing his features. Roji found it difficult to reconcile Leon's steadfastness with the words he spoke. Observing Leon's unwavering stance, Elder Tang resolved to take on the role of the villain. If Leon continued in this reluctant manner, the supreme Fangtian Huaji would indeed be lost to them forever. Commander Leon, I assure you that Princess Roji was merely jesting. This weapon embodies the hope of our exiled restoration army. We require it to recruit a powerful warrior who will lead and command our forces to achieve our restoration. Elder Tang's earnest tone stirred a flicker of consideration within Leon, yet he had his own reasons for needing the weapon. After all, possessing it would enable him to play a more significant role in the forthcoming arena of the gods. With a sudden smile, Leon declared, If it is merely a matter of recruiting warriors to aid in your restoration, I shall gladly take on that task. As he spoke, the confidence radiating from him captivated Roji, igniting her excitement as she eagerly inquired, Really? That is wonderful. When shall we set out? It may take some time. Leon employed a delaying tactic in response to Roji's enthusiasm. He needed to prioritize his own ambitions, striving to elevate his prowess and become a master of the game. Fortunately, with the supreme Fangtian Huaji in hand, his agility attributes were maximized. He now needed only to level up about 10 more times to fully enhance his cunning attribute. As for how to level up, Leon had already devised a plan. He would seek out the Night King to retrieve some of his minions. Surely, after such a long separation, the Night King would yearn for Leon's presence. The whites he had painstakingly cultivated must have a place to belong. Perhaps sensing Leon's lack of earnestness, Roji let out a soft sigh. Yet in a critical moment, Elder Tang stepped in to provide comfort. Princess Roji, my subordinate has waited for nearly 20 years and can no longer bear it. However, you are unlike Commander Leon. You are still young. And one day you shall surely fulfill the grand mission of restoring our homeland. At that time, the spirits of all those who fought for the restoration will bless you. The words spoken by Elder Tang bore the weight of moral coercion. Nevertheless, Leon acknowledged this sentiment, yet his resolve remained steadfast, exhibiting an air of resilience against persuasion. Elder Tang sighed helplessly, adopting a demeanor of resigned misfortune. Certainly not. What if you fail to keep your word? Roji gazed at Leon with eyes full of skepticism. Before he could respond, she continued, How about this? I shall accompany you. Since you cannot marry me, I will become your maid. You wish to accompany me? Very well. Leon conceded, sensing the impending ire of Roji and hastily altering his tone. After all, once they returned to the treacherous territory of the Impasse Great Wall, it would ultimately be Leon who held the authority. Princess Roji, the Impasse Great Wall is a desolate land fraught with peril. I implore you to reconsider. Elder Tang urged. Do not worry, Elder Tang. Please arrange for 20 warriors from the barbarian lands to accompany me. In the end, Elder Tang could not defy Roji and personally selected 20 recently healed warriors to follow her. Upon their return to the palace of Quizzant, Leon eagerly sought out Spyam. After all, in this era, recruiting troops was not particularly challenging. But finding loyal subordinates willing to lay down their lives was as rare as seeking a lantern in the dark. Through his experiences in the black and white courtyard, Leon realized he must promote the steadfast Spyam to be his personal guard, for that would be the only fitting course of action. However, what Leon did not anticipate was the faint sounds of combat emanating from the entrance of Quizen's palace. As Leon and Roji's warriors approached, they beheld the ongoing clash between the night watchmen and Quizen's water dancers. Although the situation was unclear, it did not deter Leon from drawing his supreme Fangdianua halberd to assist. Had the combatants not been so intertwined, Leon would have unleashed a piercing arrow from his Liushing to resolve the matter swiftly. Princess Roji, shall we lend assistance? A bandaged warrior from the barbarian lands drew his sword, positioning himself protectively before Roji, cautiously surveying the battle. Do not concern yourselves with me. Quickly, go help. Understood. You 10 remain to protect the princess. The rest, follow me. The barbarian warrior commanded, instantly dividing the contingent to join Leon in the fray. At the palace entrance, over 100 water dancers besieged fewer than 10 night watchmen. Davos lay on the ground, grievously wounded, while the remaining watchmen bore injuries. Had it not been for the exceptional prowess of Banyang Stark, the White Walker Great Yellow, and Spyam, they would have surely succumbed before Leon's timely arrival. Commander, retreat. There is an ambush. Davos, lying on the ground, suddenly spotted Leon and shouted a warning. However, his cry had the opposite effect. At least half of the water dancers turned abruptly, recognizing Leon's presence. Instead of charging in with shouts of battle, they encircled Leon and the barbarian warriors with eerie precision. Chapter 117. Swiftly overcome the water dancers. One arrow to obliterate the summer archers. Quizen, positioned on a vantage point, watched the skirmish at the entrance with confidence. Yet, upon seeing Leon return alive, his brow furrowed. What happened in the black and white courtyard? Why did they not eliminate that night watchman commander? Was the price of the faceless men too high, or did you embezzle the funds? Quizen glared at his steward, who quickly replied, My lord Quizen, I beg your forgiveness. You paid 500,000 golden dragons, and the faceless men accepted the payment, guaranteeing the demise of the night watchman commander. I do not know where the issue lies. Useless fool. Upon hearing the steward's response, Quizen's dissatisfaction boiled over. He waved his hand, and one of the summer warriors standing behind the steward swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into the steward's back. My lord, shall we halt? The summer warrior asked solemnly after the steward was slain. Quizen glanced at the encircling water dancer forces and waved his hand. No ruse. I refuse to believe the faceless men could accomplish what the water dancers cannot. The barbarian warriors following Leon were taken aback upon realizing they faced the renowned water dancer legion of Braavos. Commander, be cautious. Each of these water dancers is a master swordsman, possessing formidable combat prowess. Once they form their ranks, their strength multiplies. We must proceed with caution. The bandaged warrior urged his companions to adopt a defensive stance against the water dancers while warning Leon. Is that so? I wish to see just how strong they are. Contrary to the barbarian warrior's defensive intentions, Leon brandished his Fangdianua halberd and charged forward. Before Leon stood at least 5 water dancers. Upon seeing the peculiar long weapon he wielded, 2 of them stepped forward to engage, while the remaining 3 shifted their positions, seeking an opportunity. Noticing only 2 adversaries and sensing their underestimation, Leon wasted no time in executing a sweeping strike with his halberd. The 2 water dancers, skilled in their craft, managed to evade his initial fierce assault. One leapt into the air with remarkable agility, while the other adeptly slid down, both successfully avoiding Leon's first onslaught. Seeing his strike miss, the remaining 3 water dancers surged forward, their light swords striking like venomous serpents, each attack aimed at Leon's vitals. To the water dancers, Leon's weapon might have a wide range, but once they closed in, they perceived him as no threat. However, their confidence was short-lived. Leon's halberd executed an abrupt maneuver in midair, countering their expectations with a lightning-quick second strike. The leading 2 water dancers, no matter how elusive their movements, could not evade the attack and were cleaved in 2 by Leon's weapon. The remaining 3 water dancers, having inadvertently entered Leon's range, met a swift end as he deftly thrust, jabbed, and swept with fluid grace. In less than half a second, they all fell. Subsequently, Leon charged into the fray against the water dancers, displaying unparalleled ferocity, leaving no one to impede his advance. The water dancers wielded a type of lightweight thrusting sword, characterized by speed and lethality, emphasizing swift, elegant movements, stealth, and balance. Compared to the long swords commonly used by knights and warriors of Westeros, their blades were markedly lighter. Yet, It was precisely this lightness that rendered their weapons ineffective against Leon's brutal halberd techniques. The water dancers, in essence, were assassins, and their style was inherently countered by a warrior like Leon, especially with the Valyrian steel halberd he wielded, which was nigh indestructible. In an instant, they were sent into disarray by Leon's onslaught. The barbarian warriors, seizing the moment, rushed to deliver a decisive blow to the beleaguered water dancers. After dispatching all the foes before him, Leon surged toward the entrance of Quisen's palace. In that brief moment, only Banyan Stark remained standing among the night watchmen, though he lacked Leon's insatiable bloodlust and was visibly fatigued. The great yellow of the White Walkers was ensnared by a Valyrian steel chain, unable to move. Witnessing the dire state of his subordinates, Leon's rage ignited, and he wielded his halberd with relentless fury, striking down anyone in his path. On the high platform, Quisen's expression shifted between dark and light. He always believed that Leon could capture a White Walker, and his methods were far from simple. It now appeared that Leon's martial prowess was indeed exceptional, but it ended there. Upon witnessing Leon's ferocity, the water dancers hastily retreated, replaced by the relentless onslaught of the summer Goldenheart longbowmen emerging from the palace. In an instant, at least several hundred longbows were trained upon Leon. Benjen Stark, get down! At this critical moment, Leon bellowed, prompting Benjen Stark to instinctively drop to the ground after fending off a persistent water dancer. Everyone, to your positions. Once the commander of the Summer Goldenheart archers positioned his troops, he prepared to issue the order to fire at Leon, even intending to eliminate the allied water dancers at the entrance. Leon plunged his halberd into the ground, no longer hesitating, and directly drew forth the Liushing bow. This man must be mad, daring to face 200 of us alone. Everyone, prepare for a simultaneous shot. The commander of the longbowmen sneered coldly, raising his hand, his gaze laced with mockery as he glanced at Leon. Yet he refrained from giving the command to fire immediately. In his estimation, regardless of how skilled Leon was with a bow, he could only kill one of them at most, while their 200 arrows would transform him into a pincushion in an instant. The commander's intent was unmistakable. He relished the sight of his enemy's helplessness and despair before they were overwhelmed by concentrated fire. He even courteously extended a hand, gesturing for Leon to shoot first. Fool! A cold smile crept across Leon's lips as he saw the enemy line up in formation, and he released an arrow from his bow. Buzz, upon hearing that familiar sound, the bound White Walker on the ground shuddered involuntarily. The terrifying noise brought to mind the tragic fates of its brethren in the Shivering Mountains. A hail of arrows cascaded down like a torrential rain, piercing straight into the heart of the Summer Goldenheart longbowmen. In a mere heartbeat, the enemy was utterly decimated, unable to utter even a cry of anguish. Yet Leon did not cease. He continued to draw and release arrows in rapid succession. Each longbowman in the front ranks was struck by at least dozens of arrows, which, after penetrating their bodies, maintained their momentum, flying backward until they pinned the foes against the walls. The arrogant commander of the archers became Leon's prime target, disintegrating midair after being struck by one of Leon's arrows. On the high platform, Quisenny widened his eyes in astonishment. The night had deepened, obscuring his view of the magic Leon had employed. However, the shrill cries and the cacophony of impacts produced by the arrows, akin to a meteor shower, coupled with the sight of his subordinates collapsing like wheat, attested to Leon's terrifying prowess. A flicker of panic flashed in Quisenny's eyes, yet he did not contemplate fleeing. Instead, a surge of greed welled up within him. Chapter 118. The Prize for the Liushing Bow. Quisenny's avarice was not a mere impulse. He understood the origins of the bow in Leon's possession. Even better than Leon himself knew its formidable power. This bow was the national treasure of the Summer Isles, forged from the ancient trees, imbued with powerful magic that grew throughout the islands. It bestowed the ability of multiple arrows and had passed through the hands of countless kings, only to be lost a century ago. He never anticipated he would see it again here. Securing this artifact once more would not only grant him its might, but also symbolize his sovereignty over the Summer Isles. Once he possessed it, he could command the thousands of Goldenheart archers at will, and the top 3 fleets in the world would bow to his command. With this in mind, Quisenny promptly descended from the high platform, dragging the corpse of his steward, and approached Leon directly. Ha, Commander Leon, it's all a misunderstanding. Please cease fire. It must be said, Quisenny displayed remarkable courage by daring to negotiate with Leon at such a heated juncture. Leon, however, paid him no heed, instead aiming the Liushing bow at Quisenny. Quisenny, feigning innocence, tossed the steward's corpse at Leon's feet. It's all a misunderstanding. It's my fault for not keeping my subordinates in check. allowing this wretched steward to act on his own and offend you. Leon frowned. Was Quizzini truly attempting to settle this matter by offering up a dead man? What a ridiculous excuse. Did he not fear for his own life? Quizzini? With that, Leon fully drew back the bowstring, aiming directly at Quizzini. This sent the guards behind Quizzini scattering in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire of the Liushing Bao Esmite. Ha! If there's indeed someone in this world who fears nothing, I, Quizzini, would certainly rank among them. Upon seeing the Liushing Bao in Leon's grasp, the greed etched upon Quizzini's face surpassed even the first time he encountered a White Walker. Ha! How amusing! Do you possess some magical artifact that can shield you from a fatal blow? Or perhaps what stands before me now is merely an illusion of yours? Commander Leon, you have guessed quite accurately. If I did not possess sufficient confidence that you could not kill me, would I dare stand before you? Noticing Quizzini's utter lack of fear, Leon temporarily lowered the Liushing Bao. A ruthless glint flickered across his face. Though the knights watch he brought with him were not the most formidable defenders, they were all nobles of high standing, each seasoned and venerable. With such heavy casualties, how could he simply let it go? Meanwhile, the surviving water dancers and summer archers retreated, fearing that Leon would unleash a shot that none could withstand. The Earth Warriors, led by Roji, hastily tended to the fallen Night's Watchman. I have a suggestion, Quizzini said, smiling. How about my physicians assist you in treating your injuries? And we can discuss compensation afterward? However, Quizzini's words evidently touched a nerve with Leon. Do you believe the lives of my subordinates can be traded like mere commodities? Huh. Everything in this world has its price, especially the lives of men. While Quizzini feigned indifference, he pointed at the Liushing Bao in Leon's hand. If you would lend me that bao, I could relinquish all my assets and Braavos for your disposal. I could even summon the Sea King to attest to our agreement. I believe such a price should suffice to compensate for the injuries inflicted upon my men and to secure the Liushing Bao. Wouldn't you agree? After hearing Quizzini's terms, the surviving Night's Watchmen fell silent. During their daytime excursion at the flower ships, they had witnessed the staggering wealth Quizzini possessed and had heard bards recount how he built a financial empire rivaling the Iron Bank from nothing. Now, such immense wealth was merely being offered to secure their forgiveness and a single bao from Leon. Even after witnessing the incredible power of the bao in Leon's hands, they felt as though they had witnessed a miracle. Yet, there existed something even more awe-inspiring than miracles in this world: wealth. Many of the Night's Watchmen pondered that as long as Quizzini had the Sea King's witness guaranteeing he would not harm them, perhaps this deal was worthwhile. As all the Night's Watchmen, including Davos and Roji, turned their gazes toward Leon, curious about his decision, he spoke again. What if I say your offer does not satisfy me? Leon aimed the Liushing Bao once more at Quizzini. In an instant, a shadow of death loomed over Quizzini. His smile faltered, and he thought to himself, could it be that my intentions have been discerned? Impossible. What else do you desire? He asked, desperation creeping into his voice. In addition to all the aforementioned terms, Leon replied. Continue. I also want your life. Leon concluded, his gaze fixed intently on Quizzini. Quizzini's expression darkened, his face a canvas of shifting emotions. After a prolonged silence, the corners of Quizzini's mouth curled into a wry smile, and he summoned one of his subordinates. Go fetch His Majesty, the Sea King. Yes. Quizzini's lack of opposition unequivocally indicated his acquiescence to Leon's proposition, leaving many present in a state of astonishment. Had Cassante not comprehended that Leon was demanding not only all his possessions and Braavos, but also his very life? What? Why do you regard me with such an expression? Cassante inquired, his smile directed at the momentarily startled Leon. Did I not just mention? There exists an abundance of individuals unafraid of death, and I am one among them. Leon could only interpret Quizzini's words as a declaration of valuing wealth over life, or perhaps that he now sought the luminous bao instead of riches. Truth be told, for Leon, who had recently acquired a new artifact, the luminous bao, although still a formidable weapon for crowd control and monster slaying, lacked the divine damage effect, rendering its future utility in the arena of the gods somewhat limited. Before the arrival of the Sea King of Braavos, Leon hesitated for a moment and posed a question to Cassante. Do you know how to upgrade the multiple arrows? Of course, and I believe I now comprehend how you ensnared that White Walker. It is a lamentable compromise made by the Night King in the face of significant casualties among his subordinates. Cassante responded to Leon's inquiry with a disdainful smile. As if to convey, young man, I possess far greater knowledge than you. Is that so? Leon chuckled, having just glimpsed an explanation on the panel. Luminous bao, is a legendary artifact bound to Leon Victor as its master. Outsiders cannot utilize the multiple arrows function. Chapter 119, The Ring of Sovereignty. Thus the two men, each harboring ulterior motives, exchanged smiles. Leon even anticipated a day when a flustered Cassante would come to him, demanding to know why the luminous bow could not be upgraded to multiple arrows in his possession. His Majesty, the Sea King, has arrived. At that moment, a resounding shout from a eunuch echoed outside the palace gates. The previously cleaned entrance welcomed a procession led by water dancers, supported by the Braavos city guard, forming the Sea King's escort. At the center of the formation was a palanquin enveloped in gold leaf, drawing attention. The Sea King did not personally appear, but spoke from within the palanquin, his voice calm. Cassante, what trade do you require this king to guarantee? Speak swiftly. Leon astutely detected a hint of frailty in the Sea King's voice, though he cleverly masked it, clearly putting on a brave front. However, Leon was unconcerned. He was not a Braavosi, and the Sea King's health was of no consequence to him. Your Majesty, please bear witness on my behalf. With the credibility of the free trade city-state as my assurance, I, Cassante Hakimi Henry, am willing to exchange all my wealth in Braavos for a bow named Luminous Bow, held by the Night Watchman, Lord Leon Victor, and I request his forgiveness for my previous offense. After hearing Quizani's words, the Sea King appeared momentarily taken aback before inquiring languidly, what manner of bow is worth your entire fortune? Forgive me, but I cannot satisfy your curiosity, your Majesty. You only need to know that this bow is of great utility to me. Very well, I shall not pry further. Lord Leon Victor, do you have any objections to this transaction? Indeed, what objections? Cassante had yet to articulate his terms fully. This transaction should also include his life. Oh, is that so, Cassante? Indeed, your Majesty. This transaction requires me to pay with my life. Quizani's condition was undeniably perplexing. After all, if he were to perish, what significance would the luminous bow hold? Yet, the Sea King, seemingly privy to some underlying truth, merely expressed tacit acceptance of Quizani's terms. Now, in my capacity as the Sea King of Braavos, I witnessed this transaction with the credibility of the free trade city-state as assurance, and under the gaze of the gods. I declare the transaction complete. Lord Leon Victor, the Sea King's palace shall ensure you receive not a single coin less from Cassante. You may now relinquish the luminous bow to him. Upon the Sea King's declaration, Cassante hurriedly approached Leon, seizing the bow's body with fervor. Noticing Leon's unwillingness to relinquish his grip, Cassante smirked. Do you intend to violate the agreement? Do you see that towering Braavos Titan? No matter how powerful your luminous bow, it cannot contend with it. It will crush all who betray the pact. Even if you escape its pursuit, countless sea monsters await to devour you beyond Summer Isle. Is that so? Yet, such threats will not intimidate a night watchman. With that, Leon willingly released his hold. Upon acquiring the luminous bow, Cassante leaped into a jubilant dance unique to the Summer Isles. With the luminous bow in his possession, Quizani's plans for exploring the Valyrian treasure vault could be set into motion. Upon returning to Summer Isle and rallying an army of 100,000 to forge a path, even if the conditions for accessing the vault were stringent enough to require the capture of the Night King, Cassante felt confident in accomplishing the task with the luminous bow in hand. Lord Leon Victor, you may now take Quizani's life. The Sea King's tone was cold and unyielding. In his eyes, the transaction was not yet complete. Leon glanced at the still vibrant Cassante before unsheathing his blade, the kiss of black and white, and without hesitation severed his head. The plunder skill activated. Killing Cassante, he acquired the legendary artifact, the Ring of Sovereignty, Phantom Clone. Ring of Sovereignty, worn on the left ring finger. Grants Phantom Clone skill forged by the Supreme Dragon King, Valyrian, a Valyrian legend. It contains a true dragon projection. When worn by a commoner, it grants an additional Phantom Clone that shares 50 of the wearer's physical attributes. The clone requires 7 days to resurrect upon death. When worn by an extraordinary individual, it can unleash the might of a true dragon, compelling dragons below the giant class to submit unconditionally. Dragon class, dragon egg, whelp, adult, dragon, undead dragon. After slaying Cassante, a ring materialized in Leon's hand. Upon reviewing the ring's immensely powerful description, Leon finally grasped the source of Quizani's unfounded confidence. It turned out this was merely the death of a clone. Leon pondered, even as another Cassante, or perhaps the true Cassante, reappeared before everyone's eyes, sporting a self-satisfied demeanor. He calmly retrieved the luminous bow from his clone and, with a beaming smile, raised it toward Leon, unable to contain his glee. However, Quizani's joy was short-lived. For Leon had produced the ring of sovereignty that had just dropped from him, waving it before Kwazani's eyes. How could this be? How could my ring of sovereignty end up in your possession? Your Majesty, there's a thief. Cassante rushed forward, attempting to reclaim the ring from Leon. Yet, after taking merely 2 steps, he heard the Sea King's voice. Enough, Cassante. I witnessed with my own eyes that Lord Leon Victor did not pick up any items from your clone. Your accusations are utterly unfounded. But your Majesty, you know this ring of sovereignty has always belonged to me. Regarding your dispute, I cannot favor either party. Enough, the transaction is concluded, and I must take my leave. Lord Leon Victor, you're always welcome to the Sea King's palace to collect Kwazani's possessions. With that, the Sea King of Braavos immediately commanded his entourage to turn around. Leon found himself favorably impressed by the Sea King, who had remained unseen throughout the proceedings. This individual truly championed fairness and transparency, and his actions aligned well with Leon's expectations. Cassante, at this moment, was finally engulfed in panic. Even the joy of acquiring the luminous bow could not mitigate his sorrow over losing the ring of sovereignty. Give it to me, or you shall die. After the Sea King's guard vanished into the palace of Lion, Kwazani, in a fit of desperation, abruptly turned against him, drawing the Liushing bow with the intention of threatening Lion. Oh, what if I refuse? Then I shall have to take your life. With that, Kwazani, fueled by rage, knocked an arrow aimed squarely at Lion. However, Kwazani's intimidation had no effect whatsoever on Lion, for he understood that the Liushing bow in Kwazani's grasp had entirely lost its capability for multiple arrows. Very well. I shall stand here and grant you a chance to strike me. But bear in mind, this opportunity comes at a price, one you must be prepared to face. A sardonic smile graced Lion's lips as he firmly planted his Fong Tianhua Ji into the ground, unflinchingly confronting Kwazani's aim. Chapter 120. The Liushing bow. Now devoid of its multiple arrow function, Kwazani flees. This is your final chance. Have you contemplated it thoroughly? Lion's questioning pierced Kwazani's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless and disoriented. Despite the turmoil within, Kwazani endeavored to maintain his composure, retorting fiercely, "The moment I release this bow, you shall meet your end." Yet, it was evident to all that Kwazani's bravado was merely a facade. Deep down, he wondered if Lion had discerned the method to wield the Ring of Kings upon his arrival. Impossible. Without the guidance of the Valyrian Treasure Compendium, no one could possibly master such relics of the Dragon King family. The Valyrian Treasure Compendium had been procured by Kwazani from a wandering merchant in his youth, which later led him to the location of the Valyrian Treasure Vault. However, his numerous expeditions had cost countless lives among his subordinates, and he had only fortuitously acquired the Ring of Kings, a mere remnant of the Dragon King lineage. Yet, seemingly to prove his willingness to kill, or perhaps by sheer accident, Kwazani let go of the bowstring. Instantly, the arrow, propelled by the bowstring akin to a full moon, surged toward Lion like a wild stallion. "Beware!" shouted Spyam, who stood behind Lion, along with Banjan Stark, who had witnessed the Liushing's devastating strike against numerous corpses and the other Night's Watchmen, all preparing to shield Lion from the impending arrow. However, the Liushing bow in Kwazani's hands unexpectedly lost its unique capability for multiple arrows. Nevertheless, a single, formidable arrow surged forth with unparalleled force aimed at Lion. Yet, Lion merely waved his Fong Tianhua Ji with a flick of his wrist, effortlessly knocking the arrow aside. "No, this cannot be. Where are the multiple arrows?" Kwazani exclaimed in astonishment. The anticipated barrage of arrows had not materialized. It seemed all was lost simply because he had inadvertently released his grip. Unwilling to accept defeat, Kwazani hastily drew his bow once more, aiming at Lion with a desperate determination to launch another shot. However, Lion had already declared he would not afford Kwazani a second chance. And before he could make a move, Banjan Stark, furious, unsheathed his double-handed sword and struck down toward Kwazani's head. Kwazani recognized the prowess of the long-faced Night's Watchman. Had it not been for Banjan Stark's valiant defense against over 20 water dancers at the palace entrance, he would have had ample captives to leverage against Lion. Thus, Kwazani refrained from drawing his bow again, for the distance between them was but 7 paces. Within such proximity, the sword would triumph. Consequently, Kwazani decisively blocked Banjan Stark's downward strike with the Liushing, then swiftly tucked the bow behind him and drew a peculiar curved dagger from his waist. This was a distinctive combat knife from the Summer Isles, resembling a sickle, yet capable of being thrown. "Lord Banjan, be cautious." Davos, having appeared behind them, called out loudly. His warning proved timely, as Banjan Stark instinctively bent down to avoid the thrown knife from Kwazani after they had passed each other. However, Kwizani, now weaponless, called out for his water dancer subordinates and the Summer Isles archers to provide cover. Yet, Kwizani's compatriots had already been demoralized by the might of Lion's arrow. Even with the Liushing Bao now in Kwizani's possession, they dared not confront Lion directly and promptly scattered in all directions. Conversely, the water dancers recruited locally in Braavos retained their morale and did not flee with their summer counterparts. They silently gathered around a figure resembling the leader of the water dancers. The leader cast a glance at Kwizani's fleeing direction, then stood firm with his sword drawn, blocking Lion and his company from pursuing. After positioning himself, he unsheathed his short sword, and the water dancers behind him mirrored his actions. Observing this, Lion regarded the remaining water dancers with newfound respect for their courage to resist. However, this admiration did not imply he would show mercy to these loyal subordinates. As Lion gripped his Fong Tian Hua Ji, encircling the last small group of water dancers with the Night's Watch and the Free Folk warriors, Davos spoke up. Masters of the water dancers, your fate is sealed. Your master has already fled. Surrender now to preserve some semblance of dignity. I trust the commander of the Night's Watch will grant you fair treatment. Lion nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Davos's perspective. Then Davos stepped forward, addressing the water dancers with a commanding voice. If you are willing to surrender and don the black garb of the Wall's guardians, your transgressions of today shall be absolved. Faced with the specter of death, the leader of the water dancers retorted immediately, his words deep and resonant, as if penetrating the very souls of all present. This proclamation ignited a fire within the eyes of the water dancers, and in response to Davos's bewildered gaze, they rallied together, shouting in unison, "Not today." Immediately, the water dancers launched a fierce charge, abandoning their previous nimble swordplay for the brutal tactics of life and death combat on the battlefield. Excellent. Seeing the water dancers resolve to fight to the death, Lion did not hesitate, brandishing his long spear and rushing forward. Approximately 10 minutes later, Banjan Stark, accompanied by several free folk warriors, pursued Kwizani's fleeing direction but soon returned empty-handed. Kwizani had escaped by water. It was truly infuriating. He had constructed a dock within the palace and burned both the dock and the ships as he departed. Commander, I was unable to bring back Kwizani's head or your Liushing Bao. Please punish me. Banjan Stark stood before Lion with a face full of guilt. As Lion's personal guard, he felt an unwavering loyalty toward Lion and would rather face death than incur his wrath. This is not your fault, Banjan, Lion reassured him, patting Banjan's shoulder. Kwizani may have fled, but the Lord cannot escape the castle, and in my eyes, he is merely an inconsequential figure. However, concern still lingered for the Liushing Bao. Banjan's brow furrowed deeply. Fear not. While the Liushing Bao is formidable, it is not irreplaceable, Lion chuckled lightly. Moreover, the Bao has lost its multiple arrow function in Kwizani's hands. Even at its peak, it is merely a Bao. Whenever I desire it, I shall have the opportunity to reclaim it. Indeed, Commander, Banjan lifted his head, determination etched on his face. Next time I encounter Kwizani, he shall not escape. Davos interjected. Our immediate concern should be to expedite the delivery of provisions to Eastwatch. His Majesty Stannis has sent word that his campaign is progressing smoothly. The mountain clans of the north have joined his forces, and provisions are urgently needed. Chapter 121, The Split. My lord, now that Kwizani and his remnants have fled, this palace is entirely yours. After a battle that was not particularly arduous, Roji's gaze towards Leon was imbued with unabashed admiration. It is no wonder that he is the man who has captured a White Walker. With Leon by her side, Roji's aspirations for the restoration of her homeland seemed imminent. Just as Roji was reveling in her thoughts, Leon approached her, though his expression left her somewhat perplexed. Roji, I have taken Kwizani's palace along with all his possessions in Braavos. If you wish, I can use this wealth to support your restoration efforts. There is no need for you to remain by my side as my handmaiden. Upon hearing Leon's cold and unfeeling words, Roji instinctively shook her head resolutely, responding, No, loyalty cannot be measured in gold. However, if you are willing to return the Fong Tian Hua Ji to us, we may reconsider this matter. There's no need for reconsideration. I believe I shall adhere to my original stance. Suddenly, Leon appeared to recall something, touching the ring on his hand. In an instant, a magical illusion, embodying the essence of a true dragon, materialized before Leon and Roji. At that moment, Leon felt as though something from his very soul had been extracted and projected onto this doppelganger. He found himself engulfed in a peculiar weakness, as if his body had been hollowed out in that manner. Fortunately, thanks to the extraordinary strength bestowed by the panel data, Leon quickly regained his composure within mere breaths. Roji gazed in astonishment as the other Leon slowly rose from the ground. She hurriedly covered her face, peering through her fingers at this new Leon. I had no idea the doppelganger would appear in such an undignified form. Roji, you cannot hold this against me. As Leon thought this, he promptly summoned a passing attendant to fetch a suitable outfit for the doppelganger. Despite appearing in such a form before Roji, the doppelganger exhibited no trace of shame upon its countenance. Leon perceived his doppelganger as a cold and unfeeling automaton, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to attempt to control this doppelganger through his subconscious. However, he soon encountered a setback, realizing he could only issue simple commands without the ability to exert deeper control. Reflecting on the prior circumstances, it became evident that Cuisine had likely assigned a task to his doppelganger to seize the luminous star from Leon by any means necessary, allowing the doppelganger the freedom to act thereafter. With this realization, Leon glanced at Roji, who was still covering her face in a feigned display of modesty, and directly commanded the doppelganger, "You may accompany this lady, obey her guidance, and assist her in her quest to restore her homeland." The doppelganger replied with the same emotionless indifference. Yet after receiving Leon's command, it regarded Roji's appearance with a gaze full of affection, as if to commit her visage to memory. It appears satisfactory indeed. With the doppelganger's response, Leon approached it with satisfaction, patting its shoulder. "So, Roji, are you pleased? My doppelganger can follow you to fulfill your restoration plans, thereby relieving you of the necessity to accompany me directly." A doppelganger? Roji glanced at the doppelganger, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Leon. Aside from a slight difference in aura, they appeared indistinguishable. "Are you concerned about my capabilities? Although I have yet to transcend to the realm of the extraordinary and possess only about half of the original strength. Conquering a nation often relies not solely on brute force. I place greater emphasis on the application of wisdom." The doppelganger, perhaps sensing Roji's skepticism, promptly retorted before Leon could respond. Upon hearing the doppelganger's words, Roji fell into silence, contemplating for a moment before realizing the truth in its statement. Perhaps their restoration army had previously relied too heavily on overwhelming force, even sacrificing their ultimate treasure, the supreme Fong Tian Huaji, to recruit a formidable warrior. Yet they had never considered that what they truly needed was a genuine sage. Observing the conflict etched on Roji's face, Leon intended to offer a small suggestion. But before he could utter a word, Roji appeared to have an epiphany, exhaling a sigh of relief before smiling at the doppelganger. "I agree with your perspective, Leon. Furthermore, if you do not mind, I would prefer to refer to myself as Roan, for our future adversaries will be the people of the land. And I believe a general of the same culture is far more palatable than an alien conqueror." As Roan's words escaped his lips, Leon's inclination to offer suggestions promptly dissipated. "Is this truly me? Why do I seem so composed?" Leon mused internally, his expression slightly awkward as he regarded Roan. Meanwhile, Roan, possessing all of Leon's memories, merely pondered briefly before grasping Leon's current thoughts and feelings. "You need not eliminate me, even in my current state. I am more than capable of aiding Roji in her restoration efforts. After all, if I were the sovereign of the land, I would never allow Roji and her restoration army to flaunt themselves so brazenly. Since the current sovereign of the land cannot accomplish this, they are hardly a concern." The sparkle of confidence emanating from Roan's eyes truly captivated Roji. Even if Roan possessed only half of Leon's charismatic allure, in Roji's eyes, he seemed even more enchanting than the original Leon. Consequently, she immediately implored Leon, although I do not comprehend what you mean by transcending to the extraordinary, I request that you spare Roan's life. If that is your request, I can acquiesce." Leon's tone bore an undertone of bitterness, as he had already noticed the peculiar gleam in Roji's gaze directed at Roan. "Is this what it feels like to be cuckolded?" Leon could not help but think. "When do you intend to depart? If Princess Roji is willing, we can set forth at any time." When Leon inquired of Roji, it was Roan who responded, while Roji shyly nestled beside him, exuding an air of marital harmony. However, Roan, seemingly recalling something, frowned and gazed at Leon, stating, "Although I am uncertain how we arrived at this juncture, you have committed numerous grievous errors. If time permits, upon my return from the land, I shall assist you in unifying the continent of Westeros." Yet Roan's words ignited Leon's competitive spirit. "No need for that. By the time you return, my Night's Watch army may very well be poised to march straight into the land." Chapter 122. The Governor of Braavos and the Weakening Sea King. In the Sea King's hall, the current Sea King, Ferrago Antalion, sat quietly upon his throne, his wistful gaze directed out the window at the merchant ships coming and going at the archways and towers of the Sea King's Hall. However, the frail Farrago was unable even to stand and step outside to glance at the subjects under his rule. It is worth noting that the title of Sea King is not hereditary. Upon the death of the previous Sea King, the new Sea King is chosen from among all citizens through a mysterious and enigmatic process by the governor of Braavos and the keeper. Once selected as Sea King, one serves for life. Perhaps my service is nearing its end, Farrago murmured, leaning against his throne. Upon hearing the Sea King's despondent words, his chief swordsman, Conqueror Valentine, remained silent, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze upon the entrance of the Sea King's Hall. At that moment, an individual entered through the door. Farrago followed the gaze of Conqueror Valentine and, upon seeing the newcomer, greeted him warmly. "Governor, you have arrived." "Farrago, how is your health?" the governor inquired. "I've entered the palace of Quizzini yesterday and caught a chill, cough cough, but this is merely an old ailment. I shall endure." The governor discreetly cast a glance at Conqueror Valentine, who had, unbeknownst to anyone, drawn his great sword and forcefully embedded it into the crevice of the marble floor. Consequently, the governor halted, positioning himself at a respectful distance from the Sea King Farrago, yet close enough for their conversation to be heard. "Might I inquire, Your Excellency, how I may be of service to you?" "Actually, it concerns my friend Quizzini. He hopes you could assist in concealing a portion of his assets when transferring them to the Westeros. Specifically, aside from real estate, the rest should remain undisclosed. Quizzini and I both believe, Your Grace, that you possess the capability to accomplish this." The governor's request caused Farrago to furrow his brow, as it evidently contravened the principles of fair trade upheld by the free cities. However, the issue lay in the fact that Lion and his associates were entirely ignorant of the scale of Quizzini's wealth. Even if they exerted their utmost imagination, they would struggle to approximate the true figures. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Farrago resolved to decline the governor's dubious proposal. "I regret to inform you, both Quizzini and you are my friends. Yet as a witness, I must ensure the integrity of this transaction. It cannot falter." The governor appeared to anticipate Farrago's reluctance, first offering a calm smile. "Your Grace's reputation is impeccable across the continent of Essos. But if I were to suggest a method that could render the transaction more favorable, would you be willing to listen?" Just then, as the governor took a step forward, Conqueror also advanced. Upon witnessing the chief swordsman's movement, Farrago seemed unfazed, responding with a smile. "Certainly, your proposal is undoubtedly a good one. I believe we can invite our guests to join us in listening." With that, Farrago's fingers lightly tapped on the throne, the resonant sound echoing throughout the hall of the Sea King. Lion and Davos emerged from the shadows of the chamber. "Governor, if you have any viable suggestions, feel free to express them," Farrago continued. Observing this scene, the governor immediately realized that Farrago had long harbored dissatisfaction towards him. However, when the governor turned his gaze sideways and beheld Lion clad in black attire and armor, exuding an air of menace, he felt a twinge of confusion. Beside him, Davos appeared unremarkable, garbed in the rags of a fallen lord, discreetly hiding a withered hand behind his back. They resembled two disheartened Westelanders seeking their fortunes in Braavos. The governor could not fathom how Farrago had placed his trust in these two individuals, nor could he comprehend how Quizzini had fallen to their hands. Despite his inner contempt, the governor's demeanor remained mild as he addressed them. "Gentlemen, I must be candid. The majority of Quizzini's wealth is stored within the Iron Bank, and liquidating it at this juncture is unattainable. That is of no consequence. I shall extract whatever I can," Lion replied. "Yet without the cooperation of the Iron Bank, not a grain of grain nor a gold coin can be transported from its vaults." "Oh, Governor, do you intend to forsake the integrity of the entire free city to shield a disgraced hound?" Lion, encountering the Braavosi governor for the first time, found the latter's demeanor profoundly unsettling. Particularly, the governor's corpulent face, dripping with avarice, paired with his tattered garments and insincere expression, incited in Lion an overwhelming urge to strike that gluttonous visage. "By the Titans of Braavos, I harbor no such intentions. I propose this. Quizzini's palace is now yours. You may use it as you please, even as a roost for crows. Furthermore, the provisions Quizzini previously agreed to provide have been loaded on his ships and can depart today, should you so desire." As the governor spoke, he could not suppress his arrogance, regarding Lion and Davos with a condescending air. Having dealt with the Iron Bank's officials before and understanding the Braavosi temperament, Davos discreetly advised Lion, "The Braavosi are remarkably united. Once they decide to protect a comrade, they will do so unwaveringly. If you wish to maintain cordial relations with them, I suggest you relinquish your claim to Quizeny's wealth. Is that so? Lion replied with a cold smirk after hearing Davos's counsel. How does the Sea King intend to resolve this matter? At this moment, Lion's sole desire was to hear Fyrego's response, as they were indeed on another's territory. Should the master be unable to assert control, Lion would reclaim what rightfully belonged to him by his own means. Quizeny's wealth was promised to you in exchange for your legendary bow, Lu Xing, and the gods are my witnesses. This is my stance. Sea King Fyrego turned to the governor, furrowing his brow. Governor, the inventory of Quizeny's wealth resides within the Iron Bank. I hope you can assist me by escorting these gentlemen to retrieve it. Upon uttering these words, Fyrego clutched his heart, a sheen of sweat instantly appearing on his brow. Your Grace, what troubles you? The governor inquired, instinctively moving forward to check on him, only to be halted by Fyrego's fiercely loyal chief swordsman. Assist me. I am aware my time is limited. This transaction may be the last I witness in my lifetime. I implore you not to make this difficult, Governor. As the Sea King's feeble voice echoed throughout the hall, the governor understood that he could no longer count on his support. Thus, he cast a menacing glance at Lion and Davos, stating, I comprehend the Sea King's wishes. Thus, please follow me. Chapter 123, The Braavosi Conspiracy. After several days, Davos returned to the Iron Bank as Hall of Affairs. His mood markedly altered since his last visit. However, the similarity lay in the fact that each encounter was fraught with complications. Previously, he had come with Stannis to borrow money. Now, he was accompanying Lion to demand funds. In truth, from Davos's perspective, Quizeny's wealth was represented solely by his opulent palace, far beyond what a mere night's watchman like Lion could fathom. Disguising his identity, he had inquired about the palace's price at the market. The answer was a somewhat paltry figure of 100,000 golden dragons, proposed by a Braavosi merchant undeterred by fear. Other merchants, however, were evidently intimidated by Quizeny's reputation, given that he was one of the 13 great trading magnates of Essos. To buy his palace, one must carefully consider whether they could sleep soundly after the purchase. Interestingly, the figure of 100,000 golden dragons could provide sustenance for 10,000 freedmen during these trying times. Once the weather warmed, they could cultivate the land, thus relieving Lion of their burden. With this in mind, Davos sighed, resolute to extract as much as possible, for aiding Lion was tantamount to aiding his liege, Stannis. As a genuine hand of the king, he possessed significant insight into navigating such challenging circumstances. Governor and esteemed keeper of the Iron Bank, Davos commenced. I believe we should adhere to Braavosi customs. Since Quizeny has declared his willingness to exchange his entire fortune for a legendary bow known as Lu Xing, should the Iron Bank not fulfill the transaction? The keeper of the Iron Bank smiled faintly, fully grasping Davos's intent. However, he shook his head, replying, the matter is not as straightforward, my lord. Although the wealth of Quizeny resided within the Iron Vault, there remained several intricate details that required our attention. Lion furrowed his brow and inquired, what details are we discussing? The custodian paused momentarily before responding. For instance, interest and storage fees, among others. These are explicitly stated in the contract regarding the custody of Quizeny's wealth. Clearly, the interest Quizeny is entitled to cannot cover the storage fees, considering that the Iron Vault has expended considerable resources for the safekeeping of his assets. Davos felt a weight in his heart, for he recognized this as a customary tactic employed by the Iron Vault. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and asserted, such expenses were not mentioned during Quizeny's transaction with Lord Lion. However, it is standard practice, the custodian retorted, unyielding, any bank would impose similar charges. The governor, ever opportunistic, chimed in, I fail to comprehend why Quizeny would risk his entire fortune for a mere bow. If memory serves, it was you who pointed that bow at him. Perhaps he was coerced into that transaction. Is that truly the case, Your Excellency? If so, for the safety of Quizeny's wealth, we must reject this withdrawal request. The custodian, in agreement, began to engage in light banter with the governor. That is utterly impossible, Your Excellency. The Sea King was a direct witness to the transaction. Upon hearing this, Davos stepped forward, resolutely defending his position. The governor and custodian immediately countered in unison. Nonsense. Are you certain the Sea King actually witnessed your transaction? Bear in mind that due to his frailty, he never appears outdoors. How could he possibly have seen it? Well, seeing and witnessing are not necessarily the same. Davos stammered. Sir Davos, be mindful of your wording. I would expect someone of your stature to know better. Davos's honesty had led him unwittingly into a verbal trap. All the while, Lion, who had been a silent observer, now noticed Davos was losing ground in the discussion. His gaze sharpened with realization that Davos might be ensnared in a trap. Thus, Lion, slightly impatient, interjected, "Enough of this banter. What is it that you truly desire?" Upon hearing Lion's urgency, the custodian and governor exchanged knowing glances, and the former replied leisurely, "If you are willing to pay the storage fees. I believe we will have no further questions." "Very well. How much is the storage fee?" Lion, the commander, asked. "Although I have heard of your heroic deeds in saving 100,000 free folk from the White Walkers, I must say that the sum I am about to disclose would require even those 100,000 free folk to deplete their entire wealth to gather." With that, the custodian smiled and produced a prepared chest, revealing a detailed inventory of Kwazani's wealth. He handed a comprehensive list to Lion, who, upon reviewing it, found it densely packed with a variety of rare treasures and properties, alongside the crucial storage fees. His expression darkened. "Is this truly the amount?" "That is merely a preliminary estimate," the custodian replied nonchalantly, "not accounting for any additional fees that may arise." Lion clenched his teeth. "I do not possess such funds at present." "Then there is no alternative," the custodian shrugged, "unless Kwazani himself arrives, or you seek a loan from the Sea King or others. In comparison to Kwazanti's immense fortune, the storage fee seemed but a hair on the back of a nine-headed ox, wouldn't you agree?" After this remark, the custodian and governor shared a laugh, particularly at the staggering sum of 500,000 golden dragons, which was indeed astonishing. If converted into provisions, this sum could sustain 100,000 free folk without a care for an entire century. They found it hard to believe Lion could amass such a colossal amount. At this critical juncture, other lenders within Braavos were equally reluctant to extend credit to Lion. These money-driven lenders, having been cowed by both the governor and Kwazani, dare not make a single move. Lion fell into deep contemplation, and, after a moment of hesitation, he posed a tentative question, "If, and I emphasize if, please continue." "Commander Lion, if I could produce this sum, there would be no additional conditions, correct?" Lion feigned reluctance, ultimately placing the comprehensive list back into the wooden chest. "By the gods, if you could produce this sum, would we dare trouble you further? The Titan would likely crush us with a single footfall." The custodian chuckled, sharing another laugh with the governor. "Commander Lion, why not beseech the Sea King? Furthermore, I have secured a buyer for Kwazanti's palace. He is willing to offer 100,000 golden dragons." At this moment, Davos, unwilling to concede, leaned closer to Lion and whispered, "But I believe that scoundrel Yannick is the one interested in the purchase. You needn't worry. He will not provide payment, as a dead man lacks the capacity for trade." The governor's tone dripped with arrogance as he spoke. "Now, Night's Watchman, take our goodwill and the provisions from those 10 transport ships and depart," lest the custodian added, "You find yourself declared forever unwelcome by the Iron Vault. The long night has arrived for you in Westeros. No one in Essos will sell you a single grain." Chapter 124, A Bounty. Over 1 billion golden dragons, while simultaneously paving the way for a great maritime route. "Oh, is that so? I am positively terrified." Lion feigned astonishment, clapping his hands mockingly at the threats from the two Braavosi. Just then, the gates of the Iron Vault swung open with a resounding clang, and Banjan Stark strode in, shouldering an outrageously large burlap sack. The bulging sack emitted a metallic clinking sound with each of his steps. Banjan approached the two Braavosi and halted. "Commander, I have retrieved your deposit from our ship." "Well done, Banjan. Thank you for your efforts." Lion then turned to the two men and calmly stated, 500,000 golden dragons, correct?" Banjan placed the sack upon the ground for them to count. With a stoic expression, Banjan complied, hurling the sack to the ground. The opening, unfastened, allowed a cascade of gold coins to spill forth, forming a shimmering puddle of golden dragons. Each coin, meticulously crafted, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, as if narrating the allure of wealth. The custodian recoiled as though scorched, leaping to his feet, his previously composed smile evaporating in an instant. His reaction was akin to being struck dumb by the sudden appearance of golden dragons. The governor fared worse, kneeling amidst the mounds of gold with a look of incredulity, as if attempting to ascertain that these coins were not mere illusions. Yet, no matter how meticulously he examined them, the coins appeared undeniably real, without a flaw. The wealth before them far exceeded 500,000. A rough estimate suggested it was at least 600,000 or 700,000. Gradually, the custodian regained his composure. Disbelief etched across his face as he slumped into a chair. He looked up at Lion, who, in his eyes, now wore a smile that seemed devilishly cunning. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, how could a mere night's watchman possess such wealth? Feeling the custodian's gaze upon him, Lion stepped closer, speaking in a low, commanding tone. "I offer you but two choices. 1. Choose to betray the transaction for Kwazani and be crushed by the Titan. Or 2. willingly relinquish this sum. I demand my withdrawal now. The custodian's expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty, fully aware that he had been cornered. Gritting his teeth, he even dared to glance at the Titan of Braavos outside the window. Ultimately, he made his harrowing decision. I am, in principle, in agreement, but it ultimately requires the governor's assent. His tone was laced with a hint of resignation. Lion nodded with satisfaction, thinking that a decision should have been reached much earlier. The governor, his face ashen, rose from the pile of gold dragons, and in that fleeting moment, the spark in his eyes vanished. In its stead was an unmasked gaze of hatred directed squarely at Lion. Beside him, Banyan Stark sensed the murderous intent radiating from the governor's eyes. He scoffed lightly, blocking the governor's view and returning a fierce, barbaric glare typical of a Northman. Perhaps intimidated by the icy wolfish stare of Banyan Stark, the governor quickly lowered his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. Pleasant collaboration, Lion said, extending his hand to the steward with a smile. The steward was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the governor beside him, swallowing hard in uncertainty about whether to shake Lion's hand and seal this transaction. Give it to them. The governor's voice was low and somber. As he raised his head again, his eyes, fixed on Lion and his companions, resembled those of a man gazing upon corpses. Very well, Commander Lion. May I inquire if you intend to continue depositing these funds in our iron vault? After all, it is not a trivial sum, and you would receive a handsome dividend each month, with no custodial fees imposed. Seeing the governor momentarily relent, the steward hastily donned a new facade, adopting a professionally impeccable smile. Ah, there is no need for that. The iron vault is merely adequate. I would feel far safer burying my wealth in a cellar than entrusting it to you. Lion's sardonic remark resonated in the steward's ears with a peculiar flavor. After acquiring the funds, Lion departed the iron vault, accompanied by Banyan Stark. The sunlight outside remained radiant, and Lion's spirits soared, for he had triumphed in this confrontation with the Braavosi. At the docks of the Purple Harbor, it was time to bid farewell to Braavos. Roan and Roji stood side by side. As the wealth of Quisantis that Lion had retrieved from the iron vault, save for the hard currency of gold dragons, was loaded onto the ship, the remaining assets, such as antiques and real estate, were entrusted to Roan, for he was, after all, an extension of Lion himself. Though he possessed a streak of rebelliousness, he nonetheless reflected another facet of Lion's character. Moreover, as Lion paved the way with Quisantis' riches, nearly the entire merchant fleet of Purple Harbor surged forth, laden with goods, intent on following Lion to the East Sea. Some astute individuals had already gleaned from the iron vault that Lion had withdrawn an astronomical sum of gold dragons. Such a massive cash flow would undoubtedly exert a significant influence on trade. Even if Lion aspired to transform the East Sea into a second Braavos, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Is it true that you possess the rumored hundreds of millions of gold dragons? Roan inquired, furrowing his brow, clearly taken aback by the figure, though reason advised him that it was not implausible. As one of the wealthiest 13 individuals on the continent of Essos, it was entirely normal for Quisantis to hold such wealth. Regrettably, Quisantis was not a lord from the cities of Astapor, Yunkai, or Meereen. For merely acquiring the enslaved soldiers under their command would have sufficed to make him the most formidable warlord across Essos and indeed the world. At that juncture, not only would he assist Roji in reclaiming her kingdom, but he could easily conquer the Dothraki Sea bordering the lands of the free folk. Hundreds of millions of gold dragons are sheer fantasy. I see, Lion replied, a carefree smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a man aspiring to become the pirate king. Observing Lion's expression, Roan could not resist a sardonic retort. As you said, the governor of Braavos is not inclined to relinquish this wealth willingly. Otherwise, he would struggle to provide an account to Quisantis. I surmise he must have some ulterior motive, likely concealed in the vastness of the ocean. Roan cast a glance at the bustling docks of Purple Harbor, where over 100 grand ships were braving the waves, setting sail towards the East Sea, echoing the tale of a warrior queen named Neamelia, who led her people across the narrow sea in flight to Westeros. Among those ships, the presence of the governor's spies remained unknown. Do you have any suggestions, my lord? Lion asked with a light chuckle, feeling at ease with only Roan present. Unless you can fly back to the East Sea with this fortune without taking a ship, Roan replied. Honestly, you ought to secure this wealth in the Iron Vault. Now, with the Iron Vault deliberately leaking information, I fear that pirates worldwide will regard you as GOLD, Roger. As he spoke, Roan turned his gaze, unmistakably filled with disdain, towards a suspicious figure at the docks. With a swift motion, He summoned several free folk warriors who rushed forward to apprehend the individual and brought him before Lion. "My lord, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you capturing me?" The man protested, flailing and attempting to defend himself as he was dragged before Lion. "Behold," Roan said, tearing the man's collar to reveal an octopus tattoo on his shoulder. "Even the Ironborn are drawn to your wealth." "My lord," the man retorted defiantly, "even if you have exposed my Ironborn identity, what can you do about it?" Upon seeing Roan tear open his clothing to reveal the distinctive octopus tattoo, the Ironborn instantly adopted an air of fearless bravado, rising to his feet. Noticing the commotion, a few members of the Braavos City Defense Forces hurried over. "No disturbances allowed at the docks. Otherwise, I don't care who you are, you'll be thrown into the sea." The captain of the defense squad directed his words at Lion and Roan, seemingly with intentional malice. Indeed, this is one of the governor's arrangements. Although he cannot prevent Lion from returning to Westeros, he aims to vex him nonetheless. "We're not quarreling. Begone," Roan said, delivering a swift kick to the Ironborn's lower back. The captain, infuriated by Roan's audacity to act violently before him, drew his sword in anger. "Be cautious, captain, for according to Braavos tradition, no weapon is permitted near the docks. Otherwise," Davos interjected, hastily approaching to mediate, gesturing towards the towering titan at the harbor's entrance. Even though the titan had yet to awaken, the aura of power emanating from it was enough to instill fear. The captain immediately sheathed his sword, reluctant to provoke further conflict, and resolved to lead his men away. As he departed, he cast a venomous glare at Roan, who merely waved him off as though swatting away a fly. "Are you not concerned about offending others while developing an Essos?" Yolan quailed, observing Roan's somewhat arrogant demeanor with curiosity. In a land rife with assassins and awakening warlocks, such as Braavos, if one does not project strength, one risks being devoured whole. "Moreover, we are seizing Quizanus' wealth." Lion continued, "Even if Quizanus had not traded with us, we would eventually recover this wealth through Liushing. It simply arrived a little earlier." Upon hearing this, Roan nodded with a smile, but then his brow furrowed as if a thought had struck him. "Though I do not know where Quizanus has taken refuge, his destination undoubtedly includes the ruins of Illyria. Do not take the White Walkers with you. I intend to recruit sufficient manpower before embarking on an expedition to uncover the treasures of Illyria. Should we encounter Quizanus, we will seize back Liushing." "And what are the forces of the free folk?" Lion asked. "Isn't that a matter for you to address? I shall set forth to aid Roji in her quest to reclaim her kingdom as soon as I return from the Valyrian treasury." During the conversation, Roan's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the waist of Leon, compelling Leon to reluctantly draw forth the sword known as the Kiss of Black and White. A hint of reluctance flickered across his face as he ultimately relinquished it to Roan. "This sword has been by my side for a long time," Leon murmured softly. "I am aware, yet you now possess a superior weapon, the Supreme Halberd. Once I unlock the Valyrian treasure vault, I shall endeavor to elevate this sword to a higher caliber," Roan replied, sheathing the Kiss of Black and White at his side. Observing Leon's empty hands, he felt compelled to offer a word of advice. "If you truly enjoy wielding a sword, perhaps you should seek a suitable two-handed blade. The Star Family's ice is quite commendable. Well, my ship is about to set sail. When we next meet, it remains uncertain when that shall be. Yet you are aware of my intentions. Perhaps, by then, you may find yourself bowing in submission." Though Roan's doppelganger had not been present for long, Leon sensed an air of disdain emanating from him towards his original self, igniting a competitive spirit within him. Roan, fully cognizant of Leon's thoughts, smirked defiantly. "Perhaps I shall become the Emperor of the Isles at a swifter pace. We shall see. Farewell." With that, Leon nodded towards Davos, who awaited nearby, and their party vanished from the docks of the Purple Harbor. In the governor's mansion of Braavos, the governor chanced upon the sight of Leon boarding a ship and casually inquired, "Has the Iron Islands fleet been ambushed?" "Indeed, my lord. We have spies aboard the ship." Ensuring absolute security, a sycophantic aide emerged from the shadows, responding with deference. The governor furrowed his brow in contemplation before remarking, "One Iron Islands pirate fleet is insufficient. Dispatch ravens to the serpents and lizards of the isles, as well as to the Stone Steps Islands," instructing Quinnen to prepare for the prospect of retrieving only half the plunder. "As you wish, my lord," the aide acquiesced. On the summer sea, Leon found himself aboard the Black Pearl, once the flagship of Stannis. A cargo of gold and silver weighed down the vessel, once renowned throughout Westeros for its swift sailing, now sluggish as a snail. The fleets of merchants who had hastened to the east to seize opportunities had long vanished from sight. Only a handful of Stannis' ships drifted desolately upon the vast summer sea. At that moment, A pang of regret washed over Leon for so readily entrusting the starry gem to Quinn, for it was one of his few long-range weapons. He could only watch helplessly as ships of pirates, akin to sharks sensing blood, trailed closely behind him. Fortunately, naval warfare of this era had yet to evolve into a cannonade, with most battles still relying on boarding tactics. However, Leon found himself with but a few Knight-S watchmen and the sailors of Stannis' fleet. The sailors, hastily hired from the Braavos docks, under the influence of the panel, posed no issues of loyalty, yet faced with the overwhelming tide of pirate ships, they might merely labor without fervor. And when the pirates boarded, they would likely surrender quicker than anyone. Davos, having once served as a smuggler-s captain, what are your thoughts on these pirates merely surrounding us without attacking? Leon inquired of the solemn-faced Davos on the deck of the Black Pearl. Davos stroked his thinning hair with his intact hand, even pulling out a few strands in a moment of inspiration. Perhaps the pirates are still negotiating the division of spoils, was the best he could deduce. This explanation, while simplistic, was not far from the truth. On the horizon, aboard a pirate ship named the Tranquility, the various pirate lords summoned by Euron Greyjoy, the Crow SI, were indeed engaged in a fervent exchange of opinions, escalating from verbal disputes over the division of loot to bloody altercations. Yet, the crew of the Tranquility remained indifferent, offering no intervention to maintain order. Where's the Crow's eye? Did he invite us aboard merely to watch us slaughter one another while he makes off with the damn crows? One pirate lord exclaimed, suddenly coming to a realization as he violently overturned the table before him, roaring in protest. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, he felt himself lifted uncontrollably into the air, specifically only his head. As the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, the previously raucous cabin fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, a man emerged from the shadows of the corpse, his single sapphire blue eye coldly surveying those present. He spoke slowly, his voice laced with menace. I can kill you at any moment. So, do not create a ruckus in my cabin. Having consumed a copious amount of shade of night water, his lips bore an unnatural blue hue, rendering him even more enigmatic. Chapter 126, The Horn of the Dragonbinder. Euron Greyjoy made his entrance with thunderous force, decisively eliminating a loquacious pirate lord. Strangely, neither this pirate lord's crew nor the other pirates displayed any outrage. Instead, a palpable fear washed over their faces. Their expressions betrayed a reverence for death, grateful that they had not become the next target. After all, these individuals were outlaws of the sea, where killing was as commonplace as breathing, unshackled by moral constraints. Yet, this pirate lord, evidently ignorant of Euron's methods, had unwittingly become the sacrificial victim of misfortune. As Euron fully emerged from the shadows, the pirates beheld his visage. He possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair, pale skin, and exuded an aura of sickly frailty. A thick beard adorned his chin, while his right eye sparkled like the clear blue sky, often accompanied by a mocking smile. His left eye, however, was concealed beneath an eye patch, not due to blindness but out of personal preference. Victarion Greyjoy had once glimpsed his uncle's left eye in childhood. It was a deep black, seemingly harboring a profound malice. Later, Asha Greyjoy had seen Euron's left eye in a vision, revealing a blood-red hue. Whether an illusion or a seal of some dark magic remained uncertain. Currently, Euron donned a robe, devoid of any clothing beneath, cradling a cup brimming with shade of night water in his left hand, and wielding a dagger in his right. In summary, when Euron presented himself before the pirate lords with his wickedly charismatic demeanor, they fell silent, awestruck by his imposing presence. Simultaneously, they recalled a saying regarding the Greyjoy brothers. Balon is mad. Euron is too. But Euron is even madder. Balon, their elder brother, had followed their father, Quellin, into piracy at the tender age of 15, waging countless battles and staining his hands with blood. After Quellin's death, Balon was hailed as King Balon, regarded as the most fearsome sea beast, instilling terror in all. Conversely, Euron had once been a lazy, boorish drunkard. One time, he wagered a group of goats against his longship, the Stormcrow, claiming he could extinguish the hull as fire merely by urinating on it, resulting in a year of goat consumption. Given the notorious exploits of his brothers, the pirates could easily grasp the absurdity of Euron's words and actions. On the silent ship, the only souls present were the sailor whose tongue had been severed by him and his illegitimate offspring, whom he derisively referred to as half-breeds. He took perverse delight in tormenting and slaying these children, entirely devoid of any moral constraints. Even among the fierce Ironborn of the Iron Islands, who adhered to the faith of the drowned god, patricide was a grave sin. Yet, Euron not only scorned the drowned god, but also held equal contempt for all deities, including the old gods and the seven. In essence, Euron was a creature utterly alien to any semblance of humanity. However, it could be said that he and the Night King might share a more engaging discourse, given their mutual affinity for bringing calamity and despair to the world and those around them. Euron, I have heard whispers that you ventured to the ruins of Valyria. Is it true? Mused a pirate king, his voice quivering slightly. Upon hearing his words, the ears of all the pirates perked up, hanging on Euron's reply with rapt attention. Previously, Euron had often boasted of his travels to the Shadowlands of Ass-High, a feat that no one understood better than the pirates. However, having traversed the Valyrian ruins and returned unscathed was no mere exploit. Thus, they were eager to uncover the truth. It is well known that Valyria, after enduring the cataclysmic eruption of the 14 Flames, saw the simultaneous extinction of all Dragonlords and dragons, with its skies eternally cloaked in crimson and the surrounding waters dubbed the Smoking Sea. Since that cataclysm, all vessels passing near the Valyrian ruins were required to steer clear by over 50 leagues, a distance that is noteworthy considering the total length of the wall is merely 100 leagues. Sailors even whispered that a mere glimpse of that cursed sea would bring about a dire fate, let alone the audacity of someone like Euron daring to approach or explore its shores. Yet, Euron seemed to regard the Pirate King's inquiry with disdain. He feigned ignorance and then commanded that a horn, towering as tall as a man, be brought forth, his demeanor radiating arrogance. What is this? This horn is far too colossal. Can a mortal even sound it? Questioned the Pirate Kings, perplexed by Euron's actions. As the gaze of the Pirate Kings was successfully drawn to the horn, Euron cast a glance at the sailor who had carried it forth. The sailor's face was etched with terror, as though he had witnessed another blow the horn, yet he dared not defy Euron's intent, summoning all his strength to blow into the horn. Instantly, a haunting sound reverberated throughout the entire cabin of the silent ship. Every listener felt a tightening in their chest, as if a demon had grasped their throats, an overwhelming wave of anguish washing over them. Fortunately, the sailor ceased blowing after a brief moment, not out of compassion for the suffering pirates, but rather because blood began to seep from every pore of his skin, as if the horn was mercilessly draining his vitality. Soon, he collapsed to the floor in excruciating agony, his death a ghastly spectacle. One pirate king, having just regained his composure, looked upon the lifeless sailor with dread. His mouth was filled with blood blisters resembling burns, and his exposed chest was a deep black, as though his lungs had been scorched. After a moment, as the other pirates regained their senses, Euron finally commanded that the horn be raised and introduced it. This horn is known as the Horn of Dragons. When sounded before a dragon, it compels the beast to heed your command. I believe this artifact serves as sufficient evidence of my visit to the Valyrian ruins. Does it not? However, Euron's words were only half the truth, as the pirates had witnessed the fate of one who had blown the Horn of Dragons. Chapter 127. The Terrifying Nature of Euron Greyjoy. Following this, Euron ordered the presentation of a suit of dragon scale armor, as supple as silk yet radiating the distinctive smoky sheen of Valyrian steel. The pirates present instinctively covered their ears in trepidation. Nevertheless, Euron calmly shed his robe and, with the assistance of a half-breed, donned the armor. A discerning pirate king recognized the extraordinary provenance of the armor. Could it be that this armor is forged entirely of Valyrian steel? Indeed, my perceptive friend. This armor would have been valued at the equivalent of a kingdom even during the zenith of the Valyrian dynasty 4 centuries ago. After fully donning the armor, Euron continued. Of course, the pirates present do not consider themselves worthy of harboring any covetous thoughts towards this armor. Even when Euron unveiled the Horn of Dragons, they were left with no doubt that he had indeed ventured into the mysterious Valyrian ruins. Even the most stubborn of pirates, who had long believed that the curse of the Valyrian ruins could bring death to anyone, could not help but be swayed by Euron's assertions. I believe we need not deliberate further on the distribution of the Night's Watch's wealth, do we? As Euron uttered these words, many perceptive pirate kings immediately rose and exited the cabin without a backward glance. The few remaining pirate kings exchanged hesitant glances with Euron before reluctantly departing. At last, only the King of the Waters remained. This Aegon Greyjoy, a bastard of House Velaryon, was the Lord of the Tides and the half-brother of the Count of Driftmark. Montford Velaryon. At the tender age of 22, he was frivolous and ostentatious, leading Cersei to perceive him merely as a boy fond of clever tricks. He had once served as an admiral in Queen Cersei Lannister's court and held a position of great significance. He had also aided Stannis during the War of the Five Kings, participating in the Battle of Blackwater. but later returned to the war-ravaged stepstones to resume his former pursuits for various reasons. Under Euron's piercing azure gaze, the King of the Waters slowly rose and spoke. The Night's Watch sails upon Stannis' fleet, and the current commander, Salladhor Saan, is an acquaintance of mine. I am confident that I can persuade him to relinquish the wealth aboard the ship. Oh, so you seek a share of the spoils? Uro deston comiet impatient. His bright blue eyes betraying a hint of mockery. A direct assault is bound to incur casualties. At this juncture, the King of the Waters cast a contemplative glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, suddenly realizing the folly of his thoughts. To speak of casualties to one who cares not for the lives of his crew was akin to preaching to the deaf. Then, I shall take my leave, he said, attempting to depart, but as he passed by Euron, the latter raised an arm to block his path. What is your faith? Euron inquired, seemingly out of the blue. The King of the Waters, however, sensed the malice underlying Euron's words and felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled certain rumors about Euron. Not only did Euron eschew belief in the gods, but he also reveled in blasphemy. Before each battle, he would sever the tongue of a captured devotee and display the wretched soul, disemboweled and bound to the mast, before engaging the enemy. With this thought, the King of the Waters fell silent, consumed by regret for having lingered with designs on a share of the spoils. Noticing the lack of response, Euron chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. Do not be so tense. Perhaps you, like me, are an atheist? I. Upon hearing Euron's unusually congenial tone, the King of the Waters could not help but close his eyes and silently pray, Seven, save me. If you can hear the cries of your most devoted follower, please manifest your presence. Otherwise, your most loyal acolyte may soon turn traitor. Yet, in response to King Vicewater, there was nothing but the sound of crashing waves and a deathly silence. Do not be alarmed. Your fleet of grand vessels with 3 decks is of no use to me. Return to command your ships. The wealth of the Night's Watch is ours to claim. As Euron uttered these words, he lowered his arms, no longer obstructing King Vicewater's path. However, just as King Vicewater felt a surge of relief, believing he had evaded disaster, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and looked down to see a gleaming sword piercing through his chest. Regret flooded over him. He realized he should not have turned his back on Euron. In his dying moments, he seemed to hear Euron's voice, reminiscent of a demon's whisper. The followers of the 7 gods barely qualify to be sacrificed by me. When Leon stepped onto the deck once more, he discovered that the pirate ships, which had plagued them like flies for days, had mysteriously vanished in large numbers. Sir Salladhor Saan, how did so many pirates suddenly flee? Leon immediately sought out the commander of Stannis' fleet, only to find a frown etched upon his face. However, Commander Leon, this is not a good omen. Why is that? Leon inquired. Because only the weak pirates are driven away by the stronger ones, and a full-scale assault from the pirates could be imminent. Even the few remaining 3-deck ships have fled. What is there to fear? No, Commander Leon. You do not understand. Those few remaining pirate ships are the most formidable. Salladhor pointed towards the horizon, where a pirate flag depicted a black iron crown upheld by 2 crows, beneath which lay a pair of black eyes with red irises. I suspect one of those vessels belongs to Euron Greyjoy, the Crow's Eye. Davos ascended to the deck just in time to hear Salladhor's words and quickly approached the 2 men, gazing into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Leon with a grave expression and suggested, Perhaps, Commander Leon, we should consider abandoning this treasure and cast these worthless items into the sea. I believe the speed of the Black Pearl should suffice to outrun the silence of the Crow's Eye. Davos's preemptive cowardice elicited a frown from Leon, who could not help but ask, Euron Greyjoy is merely a man of iron, not even a king of the Iron Islands. Is there really cause for such fear? Before Davos could respond, Salladhor interjected, That is indeed the correct course of action. Attempting to negotiate or bribe this madman is utterly futile. Our best option is to flee with haste. My Lord Leon, having dealt with Euron before, I am well aware of his cruelty and terror. If we were on land, perhaps we would have little to fear. Your cavalry could likely eliminate him, Davos remarked, only to have his expression shift as he continued. But here, at sea, his naval prowess is unmatched. Years ago, I witnessed him summon a monstrous sea creature as tall as the wall itself, dragging his opponent's ships into the depths. After considering this, he added, I suspect Euron has yet to attack because he fears our treasure sinking to the ocean floor. Chapter 128, Naval Warfare, Part 1. Upon hearing Davos's description of Euron Greyjoy, Leon could scarcely believe it. Are there truly sea monsters in this world? Can he genuinely summon such beasts? Leon envisioned the portrayal of Euron in the television series, a brash, arrogant, simple-minded fool. always seeking to forge an invincible fleet to present to some queen, along with his grand ambitions of uniting the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, one perplexing detail nagged at Leon's mind. The show had never mentioned Euron's ability to summon sea monsters. Davos, the appetite of a sea monster is insatiable. Even if Euron does not need to summon one, he could still decimate us. As Salladhor spoke, he gripped the rail of the deck tightly, his knuckles turning white from strain. Leon, keenly aware of Salladhor's fear-induced hesitation, felt a surge of caution within him. Simultaneously, an intense fervor for battle ignited in Leon's chest. Even the Night King could falter before him. How dare this jester confront him? Leon gazed at the pirate ship lingering at the fleet's rear and casually inquired, "When do you think the crows I will launch his attack?" According to Euron's battle habits, he would likely choose a tumultuous, stormy weather for his assault, as he possessed the magic to control the winds, giving him a significant advantage in such conditions. After Davos responded, Salladhor glanced at the dark clouds gathering on the horizon, his expression grave. Perhaps it will be tonight. With that, Salladhor felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the Black Pearl and escape on a swift vessel. However, most of Stannis' fleet was laden with supplies or equipment, all heavily burdened and unable to make a swift departure. Very well, since a confrontation is inevitable, Leon suddenly declared, raising his brow and exclaiming, "We shall not wait any longer. Salladhor, turn the ship around, and we shall meet them head-on." As Leon assembled his halberd, he pointed it in the direction of Euron's silence. Salladhor's reaction was one of shock as he replied, "Commander Leon, it is not that I doubt your valor, but naval warfare is not akin to land battles, and our sailors cannot possibly match Euron's elite forces. The moment we engage, we may face a one-sided massacre. It matters not. I shall slay Euron and see what storms he can conjure," Leon declared confidently, gripping his halberd, unwavering in his resolve. Davos was not surprised by Leon's decision. After a moment of thought, he concluded that based on Leon's previous displays of strength, he might indeed be capable of defeating Euron, provided Euron's ability to summon sea monsters was merely a fabrication. Observing the reactions of both men, Salladhor felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having spent so long aboard the ship without witnessing Leon's prowess firsthand, he harbored doubts about Leon's martial capabilities. Nevertheless, it was better to have someone remain to confront the threat than face annihilation. Resolute in his decision, Salladhor reminded himself that he was merely a mercenary in Stannis' service, lacking deep loyalty to the cause. Since Leon had chosen to engage, why not seize the opportunity to escape on a small boat? With this thought, Salladhor summoned the first mate and instructed him to change course, mentally preparing to flee should the battle turn unfavorable. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, the thunderous roar seeming to warn that a storm was imminent. Upon hearing the thunder, Euron's fleet immediately unfurled their sails. The once tranquil sea erupted into a tempest, the sky darkening as fierce winds whipped through, filling the ship's sails to bursting. Like a pack of ferocious sea wolves, they carved through the waves, charging towards the Black Pearl. It appeared Euron had long been aware that the treasure lay solely aboard the Black Pearl, for his target was unmistakably clear. The pirate ships surrounded the Black Pearl with singular focus. At this moment, Leon stood upon the massive and sturdy ram at the ship's bow. In the medieval naval battles depicted in Game of Thrones, prior to boarding, ships would often utilize their rams to deliver devastating blows to enemy vessels. The gargantuan warships of the Iron Islands were renowned for their formidable impact, often capable of splitting an enemy ship in two with a single strike. However, as the distance between the two sides diminished, Lion was astonished to discover that the adversaries they faced were merely aboard a few Viking-style longships. These vessels, slender in their hulls and limited in crew capacity, while swift, were evidently at a disadvantage in the imminent clash of warships. Although the Black Pearl was not a colossal battleship, it possessed a significant size advantage over the longships. Just as Salladhor steered the ship's bow towards one of the longboats, a pair of oars suddenly emerged from either side of the longship, rapidly accelerating and sweeping past the Black Pearl. In quick succession, countless iron hooks fell upon the ship's railings like a torrential downpour. In the midst of the tempest, these iron hooks resembled monstrous creatures with outstretched claws, instilling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, several other pirate longships drew closer, heralding the imminent onset of a fierce naval battle. Do not panic. Cut the ropes. Throw these pirates overboard to feed the fish. With Salladhor at the helm, the only one aboard with experience in commanding naval combat was Davos, leaving Lion solely responsible for the fray. Thus, the command naturally fell to Davos. Under his orders, The previously fearful sailors unsheathed their swords and rushed to the railings to sever the ropes that clung to the iron hooks. However, after a cacophony of metal clashing, the sailors aboard the Black Pearl were horrified to discover that the ropes, which appeared to be made of hemp, were in fact harder than metal. Their swords merely sparked against the ropes, and many found their blades chipped in the process. Before the sailors could react, the pirates aboard the longships began to ascend the ropes with agility. Simultaneously, several nearby longships positioned themselves, and numerous pirates adeptly climbed the masts. Grasping the ropes tightly, they leapt onto the deck of the Black Pearl as if descending from the heavens, swiftly establishing a breakthrough at the center of the ship. This sudden turn of events caught the sailors off guard. Preoccupied with the enemies below the railings, they found themselves ensnared in a precarious predicament, beset from all sides. As time progressed, the storm at sea grew increasingly ferocious, visibility plummeting to the extent that flashes of lightning were the only means of illumination. Yet, the pirates seemed unaffected by the oppressive weather, striking down the sailors aboard the Black Pearl with precision. Lion remained at the bow, refraining from aiding his beleaguered comrades on the deck, for he had spotted a colossal ship approaching, nearly equivalent in size to the Black Pearl. He could even discern a figure hanging from the mast of this enormous vessel, a person brutally disemboweled and suspended in the air in a grotesque display. While at the ship's prow stood a fierce one-eyed man clad in armor and wielding a short sword. At first, Lion did not recognize the figure as Euron, for the portrayal of Euron in the series did not match this visage. The silence. That is Euron Greyjoy. Yet, Davos had recognized him immediately, shouting as he felled a pirate next to Lion. Upon seeing the approaching ship, Davos bellowed, "Prepare for impact." Gripping a mast tightly, he dared not loosen his hold. The Black Pearl, hindered by the tugging of several longships, had significantly reduced its speed, while the Silence sailed ahead with its sails fully unfurled, hurtling towards them with remarkable velocity. Thus, the initial collision resulted in the Black Pearl being pushed several meters across the surface of the sea. Fortunately, the Black Pearl was sufficiently sturdy, aside from those who, unable to grasp hold of nearby objects due to the immense inertia from the impact, fell overboard. The ship sustained minimal damage. It seemed Euron was aware of the treasure aboard the ship. Although his assault appeared fierce, he did not unleash his full might. Nevertheless, when the clash occurred, Lion stood firm at the bow, exhibiting an unparalleled sense of balance. In truth, the sheer force of the collision compelled even Euron to perform a forward roll to land at the bow of the Black Pearl. Upon his arrival, he naturally noticed the unmoving Lion. Their first encounter was initiated by Euron, whose eyes sparkled with mockery. "So, you're the Night's Watch commander, Crow Lion Victor? You realize there is no escape, so you have chosen to await your demise?" In response to Euron's taunt, Lion merely wiped the rain from his forehead, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Do you understand what attacking me entails? It signifies the demise of a dead crow, or perhaps the windfall of crow. Yet at sea, no one dares to speak against it." Euron rose from the ground, striding unperturbed towards Lion, and with each step, his aura intensified. However, Euron's imposing presence had no effect on Lion. Sighing in the face of the encroaching Euron, Lion donned a look of pity. "You should not have boarded my ship. This way, your death could have been a tad slower." At Lion's audacious proclamation, Euron laughed heartily. In the 20-plus years since he acquired his own ship, he had earned a formidable reputation at sea, rarely encountering anyone so brazen in his presence. Observing Lion's youthful appearance, yet hearing rumors of him as the commander of the Night's Watch, Euron suspected that Lion must have some remarkable noble lineage behind him, which fueled his condescension. Upon hearing Lion's aristocratic remarks, Euron's disdain deepened. Without further hesitation, he charged at Lion, shielded by his Valyrian steel armor and brandishing his short sword. Meanwhile, Lion gripped the halberd tightly, steadying it before him with the techniques bestowed upon him by the interface in his mind. However, to Euron, Lion's posture appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Unfamiliar with the halberd's capabilities, Euron relied on his past experiences to dismiss it as a mere decorative weapon lacking substantial power. Yet, the moment Euron closed in, Lion erupted into action, sweeping the halberd in a wide arc. Euron's eyes widened in disbelief. For the seemingly vulnerable Lion transformed into a prickly hedgehog, leaving him at a loss for how to approach. Nevertheless, Euron's momentum compelled him to charge forward, for his short sword could only unleash its advantages in close combat. Having battled numerous water dancers, Lion was well versed in the combat style of the short sword. With a deft sweep of his halberd, he unleashed a powerful horizontal strike, striking Euron's upper body with tremendous force. To Lion's astonishment, The anticipated scene of Euron being cleaved in two did not materialize. Instead, Euron was knocked back several meters, landing firmly on his feet, his armor miraculously unscathed, bearing no marks of injury. However, this did not mean that Euron could evade the immense force accompanying the halberd. Upon regaining his balance, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his previously pallid complexion now rendered even more ashen. Yet, a greater smile spread across Euron's face, now tinged with a hint of sinister delight due to his internal injuries. Little wonder you became the commander of the Night's Watch at such a young age. Euron remarked softly, but without waiting for Lyon's response. He pressed forward to attack once more. This time, his movements were markedly more elusive, eschewing direct confrontation with Lyon. However, despite Euron's speed, Lyon consistently maintained an edge over him. The long spear in his hand exhibited a remarkable agility that was uncommon for polearm weapons, allowing him to unleash an attack speed that far surpassed that of the short sword wielded by Yolen. Yolen advanced silently, while Leon, having gauged Yolen's strength, mockingly remarked with a relaxed demeanor, "Is this truly your level? Do you dare to venture out to sea and plunder? You bring shame upon the Iron Islands." Despite Davos and Salladhor extolling Yolen's abilities to an almost mythical degree, Leon discovered, upon engaging him in combat, that his prowess was merely on par with that of a master like Banjan Stark. Had it not been for the formidable armor he donned, he might have been cleaved into 8 pieces by Leon long ago. Unbeknownst to Leon, however, Banjan Stark's skill was already worthy of global renown. Upon hearing Leon's assessment, the mirth in Yolen's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a gaze brimming with malice as he declared, "Very well, you have provoked me." Recognizing that brute force alone might not suffice to conquer Leon, Yolen's expression darkened as he forcefully sheathed his short sword. He then opened his arms and, without hesitation, leaped into the tumultuous sea. Just as Leon assumed that Yolen, in despair after his defeat, intended to plunge into the water to wash away his humiliation, a colossal wave suddenly surged forth, pushing the Black Pearl several dozen meters away. As the waters gradually receded, an immense creature revealed itself, accompanied by Yolen's maniacal laughter. Chapter 130. The Death of the Sea Monster and the Fate of the Dragon Egg. Once the water had completely dripped off the gargantuan beast, its true form was laid bare. This sea monster was a colossal octopus, towering as high as a 3-deck warship. Each of its tentacles was robust enough for 5 men to encircle. Even more terrifying were the suction cups lining these appendages, each adorned with razor-sharp teeth akin to those of a shark. It was not difficult to imagine that once ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible, and one would likely be torn asunder in an instant. Its body was shielded by a hard carapace, reminiscent of ancient armor, protecting it from the crushing depths of the ocean and the assaults of enemies. Amidst the pitch-black tempest, its eyes shimmered with a haunting blue light that instilled dread in all who beheld it. No one would doubt its ability to drag an entire ship to the ocean floor. In the abyss of the deep sea, it reigned as a silent sovereign, governing this profound realm. Now, it was compelled to surface at Yolen's summons. Yolen stood majestically atop one of the monster's thick tentacles. He then unhesitatingly commanded the creature to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks akin to a tempest. The sea monster exhibited astonishing agility, its tentacles indiscriminately sweeping across the crew of the Black Pearl, mercilessly crushing or tearing apart the unfortunate sailors. However, a number of survivors had wisely hidden within the cabins beneath the deck at the first sign of the monster's appearance, thus narrowly escaping the carnage. "My Lord Leon, quickly descend." Banjan Stark swiftly occupied the entrance to the stairway leading below deck, bracing himself for action. Until now, he had silently battled the pirates, but at this moment, he could not help but warn Leon. Given the vast treasures concealed aboard the Black Pearl, Yolen had no intention of damaging the vessel. His sole focus was to eradicate its crew. "Haha, this is my power. Are you afraid?" Yolen's tone was exceedingly arrogant, devoid of any compassion as he watched the sailors fall one by one, akin to wheat being harvested. Under his deliberate manipulation, soon only Leon remained on the deck. Yet, Leon's demeanor perplexed him, for at the instant the sea monster emerged, Leon had heard the notification. The sea monster before you conceals a dragon egg within its body. Defeat the monster to seize the dragon egg and acquire the means to hatch a giant dragon. Upon hearing this proclamation, Leon momentarily paused, his face lighting up with delight. Prior to his journey to Braavos, he had received a task to seek out a dragon egg, yet he had found no clues. He had nearly forgotten about this mission, only to have it triggered on his return journey. The heavens do not forsake those who labor diligently. It seems the dragon egg is entwined with Leon's fate. Observing Leon's elation, Yolen felt a surge of confusion, but then, with a malicious gleam in his eyes, he inquired, Night's Watchman, do you have any final words? Yolen, surrender the dragon egg, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. What dragon egg? Yolen initially faltered, then pondered for a moment before recalling that he had indeed once possessed a dragon egg fossil, which he had carelessly discarded into the sea due to his inability to hatch it. Enraged and humiliated, Yolen seethed, after summoning the sea monster at great cost. Leon dared to speak to him of terms? To offer him a complete corpse? Consumed by fury, Yolen extinguished any thoughts of torturing Leon and resolved instead to obliterate him, commanding the sea monster to unleash its tentacles upon Leon. The sea monster possessed over 20 tentacles, save for the one Yolen stood upon. The rest surged forward in a frenzied assault towards Leon, their sheer number threatening to engulf him entirely. However, as Leon brandished his halberd, each tentacle that drew near was severed by its razor-sharp edge, black ichor splattering forth, emitting a nauseating stench. The sea monster was not an insentient beast. It felt a soul-piercing agony as its tentacles were wounded. Even though Leon had yet to transcend to the extraordinary, the supreme halberd still inflicted genuine harm upon this creature. Moments later, the multitude of tentacles retreated in pain. Even Yolen was left astounded by the monster's plight. Yet, shortly thereafter, Yolen employed the Greyjoy family's enchanted horn, a magical artifact capable of summoning sea monsters, to forcibly compel the creature to press on with its assault. Although the sea monster exhibited a desire to flee, it was bound by Yolen's unwavering will to continue its attack. Ignoring Yolen's command not to damage the ship, the massive tentacles tore into the Black Pearl, intent on dragging both the vessel and Leon into the ocean's depths, for therein lay its dominion. You dare! I will not allow it! Realizing that the monster had disobeyed his will, Yolen swiftly leapt along the tentacle to the creature's head, plunging his short sword deep into its brain, aiming to force it into a desperate fight. Leon, witnessing this, swiftly evaded the erratic strikes of the tentacles. However, he understood that he could not permit the sea monster to destroy the ship. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He resolved to deal with Yolen first, leaping up to grasp a tentacle, then climbing onto the creature's back and charging at Yolen. Sensing Leon's intent, Yolen drew his short sword, prepared to meet his opponent's attack. The two engaged in a fierce duel, their blades clashing and sparks flying. Leon moved with agility, executing sharp strikes, while Yolen leveraged the advantage of the sea monster, constantly launching assaults. In the heat of battle, Leon seized an opportunity, delivering a kick to Yolen's chest that sent him stumbling backward. Capitalizing on this moment, Leon coiled his strength and swung his halberd fiercely at the sea monster's head. The creature let out a deafening roar of pain. In an instant, a colossal gash was cleaved into its skull, and a thick, foul-smelling blood, akin to dark ink, gushed forth from the wound. This blood appeared to possess potent magical corrosive properties, producing acrid fumes upon contact with seawater, accompanied by a bubbling sound. Even Yoren, clad in Valyrian steel armor, cried out in agony as the blood adhered to him, corroding his exposed flesh into white bone at an alarming rate. In unbearable pain, Yoren resolutely shed the searing Valyrian steel armor and plunged once more into the ocean. He possessed an innate affinity for the sea, which seemed to be his salvation. Each drop of water alleviated the burning and torment that plagued him. As the salt water enveloped his body, vitality gradually returned, and the scars of flames began to fade away, as if they had never existed. Yoren did not hasten to escape. Instead, he patiently awaited the cries of Leon. Moments later, atop the corpse of the sea monster, Leon stood unwavering, wielding his halberd, radiating an aura of crystalline magic. Yoren was horrified to discover that Leon was unscathed. Leon donned the Night King's eternal armor, impervious even to the fire of dragons. The mere blood of a sea monster was insignificant in comparison. Chapter 131. The Dragon Belonging to Leon. The Black Reaper Vagr makes its entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, Yoren was finally gripped by fear. Not only was he unable to defeat Leon, but even the summoned sea monster proved no match for him. What was he waiting for? Without a moment's hesitation, Yoren swam towards the distant ship, the Quietus. Ironborn were natural swimmers, especially when driven by the instinct to survive. In the water, Yoren's speed eclipsed even the swiftest fish, swiftly widening the distance between him and Leon. However, Leon seemed disinterested in pursuit. After swimming a considerable distance, Yoren finally dared to glance back and see Leon's actions. Leon remained standing atop the monster's head. Even in death, the massive body of the sea creature floated upon the surface, and as its life force dissipated, A jet-black dragon egg emerged from the gaping wound atop its head. As Leon reached out to touch the egg, he immediately felt a searing pain in his fingers. Yet, this sensation was within tolerable limits. With determination, Leon grasped the dragon egg firmly. The dragon egg, having been nurtured in the boiling blood of the sea monster for an unknown duration, radiated intense heat in his hands. Within it, Leon distinctly felt a vigorous heartbeat. The hatchling within the egg was alive. An overwhelming joy surged through him. The conditions for hatching the dragon egg required a drop of blood from a transcendent being to be placed upon its surface, after which the egg would hatch shortly thereafter. As soon as he held the egg, Leon's status panel emitted a notification. Following the slaying of the gargantuan sea monster, Leon felt his long-dormant experience bar surge dramatically. Without hesitation, he filled the last shortcoming in his attributes, cunning. After enduring countless hardships, Leon's six-dimensional attributes finally reached a maximum of 30 points. From this moment on, he had stepped into the realm of the transcendent. Leon could proudly declare that all he possessed today stemmed from his relentless efforts. Moreover, upon maxing out his cunning skill, he was rewarded with 3 new abilities. Grim Reaper's Eye. You can see the attributes and weaknesses of your opponent, with 3 uses per day. Unassailable Assault. The damage dealt by the troops you command in siege warfare is doubled. Rogue's Charm. Any request made of women will not be refused. Grim Reaper's Eye? What a splendid skill. Upon reading the description of the first ability, Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to activate it on the corpse of the sea monster. Deep Sea Flute Artist. Lord-level sea monster. 6-dimensional attributes. Omitted. Skills. Nightmare Entanglement. Limb Regeneration. Boiling Blood. Description. This octopus-like sea monster resides in a uniquely artistic dwelling beneath the sea, summoned to the surface by the Greyjoy family's magical horn. Weakness. Head eyes. Killed by Night's Watch Commander Leon Victor. So, the head is its weak point. By sheer chance, Leon had attacked correctly. He then directed the second use of Grim Reaper's Eye at the dragon egg in his hand and, without hesitation, bit his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the egg. Black Reaper Vagger, Dragon Egg, 6-dimensional attributes. Omitted. Skills. Dragon's Flame, Growth Limit, Undying Dragon. Description. This is the reincarnation dragon egg of a legendary dragon, sharing the kill count with its master during battles. The more enemies slain, the faster it grows. Hatching countdown, 3 minutes. After reading the introduction of the dragon egg, Leon felt a surge of anticipation. It would hatch in just 3 minutes. Indeed, the blood of a transcendent being was formidable. Especially upon reading that the more enemies slain, the faster it would grow, Leon's gaze instinctively turned northward. Simultaneously, the Night King, retreating from the capital of Serene, felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing Yoren's distant scrutiny, Leon immediately cast Grim Reaper's Eye upon Yoren. Yoren Greyjoy, Lord-level hero, 6-dimensional attributes. Omitted. Proficiencies. Mastery of one-handed swords. Navigation. Wind Affinity. Malicious Gaze. Equipment. Legendary one-handed short sword. Valyrian steel armor. Lost. Dragon Horn. Greyjoy family magical horn. Weakness. Physically weak against you. His entire being is a weakness. As Leon activated the Grim Reaper's Eye, Yoren in the sea suddenly felt his body stiffen. He was struck by a powerful malevolent gaze, one that was not inferior to his own inner imaginings. It felt as though a pair of divine eyes were silently observing him from the heavens. Yoren immediately looked up, attempting to locate the source of this scrutiny, but regrettably found nothing amiss. Typically, Yoren was notorious for blasphemy, firmly believing that no gods existed in the world. Yet at this moment, he genuinely felt as though he was under the watchful eye of divinity. However, instead of fear, an unusual thrill ignited within him. Yoren harbored a dream of personally slaying a deity, achieving the magnificent feat of god-slaying. Thus, he raised his short sword and bellowed to the heavens, "Damn gods! Come face me! Watch as I slay you!" Leon was taken aback that activating Grim Reapers I could incite such madness in Yoren, and he mockingly responded, "Why shout? Are you not afraid that a bolt of lightning from the heavens will strike you down amidst this storm? Call upon them. If they have the power, let them descend and smite me. Do not lurk like a coward in the shadows. With your current abilities, even I am beyond your reach. Yet you dare to dream of slaying a god?" At this moment, Yoren also noticed the dragon egg Leon held, its appearance strikingly familiar. "What? Does it seem familiar?" Leon asked, amused by the change in Yoren's expression. However, Yoren swiftly shed his arrogance, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "Indeed. A wizard from Mill assured me that with a year and a substantial sum of gold, he could make it hatch. Eventually, I grew weary of his excuses and ended his life." He watched his own entrails slip through his fingers, pleading that it had not yet been a year. I once tossed this dragon egg into the sea in a fit of displeasure, only to find it swallowed by the sea monster. After hearing Yorn's account, Leon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Perhaps that wizard met his demise unjustly. The blood of a transcendent being was not so easily obtained. Leon cast a scornful glance at Yoren and retorted, "Then I must thank you for discarding the dragon egg. Otherwise, I would not have obtained it." Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Yoren's eyes, but it quickly vanished, and he soon regained his composure. Even if you have obtained it, what difference does it make? That dragon egg is destined to remain unhatched, Yolan scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, is that so?" Leon replied with an air of indifference. No sooner had his words left his lips than a sudden disturbance emanated from the dragon egg. The young dragon, having amassed sufficient strength during its prolonged slumber, abruptly thrust its head forth, shattering the shell in an instant. Chapter 132. Balerian's first breath of dragon fire. From Yolan's perspective, the seemingly unhatched dragon egg in Leon's grasp began to tremble unexpectedly. Following this, a brilliant black light erupted from within, and as the radiance faded, a dragon's head resembling that of a lizard burst forth from the broken shell. Soon after, the entire egg was obliterated, revealing a diminutive dragon no larger than the span of a hand. As soon as the hatchling emerged, it opened its bright eyes and eagerly gaped its mouth, attempting to release its first dragon roar. With its piercing cry, a plume of flame erupted from its mouth. However, as it was newly born, the true dragon fire within it was still rather feeble, resulting in a mere cloud of pale, yellow smoke laced with the scent of sulfur. Leon observed the comical antics of the hatchling, which belied its majestic exterior, and could not help but smile. At that moment, the young dragon became aware that it was cradled in the hands of a human, and thus, it curiously gazed up at Leon. Naturally, it regarded this first human it encountered as its father, affectionately nudging Leon's fingers with its head. Beside Leon, the hatchling, Balerian, inexplicably felt a sense of kinship. Especially as it lay in the palm of Leon's hand, the feeling of security it experienced far surpassed that of its time within the egg. Though Yolan was submerged in the sea and somewhat distant, he instantly recognized that what lay in Leon's hands was indeed a genuine dragon. At that moment, a wave of regret and astonishment surged through Yolan's heart. He lamented, if only he hadn't carelessly discarded the dragon egg into the sea that day due to a foul mood, it should have rightfully belonged to him. Little did he expect that the words of the sorcerer from Mir had proven true. Yolan murmured in disbelief. However, his remorse did not linger for long. While dragons were exceedingly rare, they were not entirely without trace. He knew that a queen far away in Mir possessed 3 young dragons. Moreover, he also possessed a dragon horn capable of controlling them, as long as he could devise a method to wield it without personal risk. The threat of the dragon would be minimal. With this thought, a relaxed smile spread across Yolan's face, and he even found the leisure to mock. Even if you have successfully hatched the dragon, this little creature is so frail that you ought to be more concerned about its survival. After all, the people of Westeros are loath to endure the shadow of dragons in the sky once more. You need not worry about that, Leon replied, casting a glance back at the battered black pearl, which seemed on the verge of sinking beneath the waves due to the sea monster's devastation. As the price for your attack on me, you can now perish. With that, Leon cradled the hatchling tightly against his chest and casually seized the supreme halberd, preparing to hurl it like a javelin. After all, Leon was currently in a state of unparalleled power, and his accuracy and might in throwing were unmatched. Although Yolan had always found himself at a disadvantage in combat against Leon, he had never truly believed he would meet his demise. However, upon witnessing Leon assume the stance to throw the halberd, he finally felt the chill of death creeping in. Thus, Yolan hastily raised his hands in surrender. Commander Leon, I was wrong. Perhaps we should discuss this, as if I were offering you this dragon egg. A glint of disdain flickered in Leon's eyes as he stood atop the corpse of the sea monster, gripping the halberd. He did not respond immediately to Yolan's capitulation, allowing the sea breeze to whip through his long hair, as if even the wind were cheering for him. Discuss? What terms could possibly absolve you of the consequences of your offense against me? Leon inquired, resting the halberd on his shoulder and gazing down at Yolan from a position of superiority. Yolan glanced at the precariously tilted black pearl, his mind racing with schemes. I am willing to offer my ship, the Serenity, along with our invincible Iron Islands fleet, as long as you are willing to forgive me. To my knowledge, the Iron Islands fleet is commanded by your brother, King Balon. That stubborn old fool. The first thing I shall do upon my return to the Iron Islands is to eliminate him. Then, I shall unify the Iron Islands and the North. and perhaps we could share the Iron Throne. At this point, Yulon's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that the Queen and Mir, who possessed 3 dragons, might not be as appealing as he once thought. The coveted ally he had longed for seemed to be right before him. Leon. Not only did Leon possess formidable strength, but he also now commanded a dragon. What was particularly advantageous was that as the commander of the Night's Watch, he could not be granted any lands according to the laws of the realm, thus eliminating any competition for the Iron Throne, especially considering the once-fallen king of Dragonstone, who, with Leon's tacit support, had managed to lead a ragtag army of wildlings and disgraced knights to force the current Guardian of the North, Lord Roose Bolton, into retreat after retreat. With this thought, Yulon's face was alight with fervor, envisioning the day he would ascend to the Iron Throne with Leon's backing. Regrettably, Leon seemed to see through Yulon's thoughts. "I'm afraid I shall take your fleet, but you cannot remain its commander." "What do you mean?" But Yulon soon discovered the meaning behind Leon's words. For in the next instant, without hesitation, Leon hurled the halberd, which instantly pierced through Yulon's chest. Without Valyrian steel armor, Yulon was exceedingly frail. He likely could not have fathomed that Leon would reject him so decisively. After Yulon's demise, the tempest in the heavens seemed to subside at just the right moment, with the skies gradually clearing. The pirates aboard the Black Pearl had been nearly annihilated by the likes of Bran Stark and others. At this moment, Davos rowed a small boat to the corpse of the sea monster. "Send someone to seize the Serenity and the Iron Fleet, and also ensure that this sea monster's body is collected for the kitchen. Such a fine ingredient must not go to waste." "As you wish, Commander," Davos replied, as he gazed upon the sea monster's unblinking eyes and the wounds on its head. Having once lived by the sea as a smuggler, he understood the terrifying nature of such creatures profoundly. Yet, the fact that even this colossal beast was no match for Leon left him awestruck, pondering just what limits Leon's strength might possess. Had poor Davos known that Leon had once single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of thousands of whites, he would hardly have been surprised to see Leon vanquish another sea monster. But suddenly, Davos seemed to notice something. Balerian's dark head poked out from Leon's embrace, defiantly exhaling a breath of dragon fire towards Davos. After Leon had slain the lordly hero Yulon Greyjoy, Balerian visibly grew in size, now resembling a rabbit. It finally managed to emit a flame akin to that of a lighter. "Commander Leon, what is this in your arms?" "If I am not mistaken, it is a dragon?" Davos exclaimed in a tone tinged with panic. Chapter 133. The Ironborn await their fate. Davos's alarm was not feigned. It stemmed from a genuine fear deep within him. After all, dragons were notorious for their capriciousness, and the terror they instilled far surpassed the chilling legends surrounding the Whites. House of the Dragon, as the esteemed possessors of dragons, has long cast a shadow of fear over the hearts of the people of Westeros, with their dragons soaring through the skies above the continent. Now, after nearly 2 centuries of absence, these magnificent creatures have re-emerged before the eyes of the world. Davos can already envision the panic and unease that will grip humanity in the presence of a dragon. Is this truly a dragon? My Lord Commander. Even though Davos harbors a burgeoning certainty within, he cannot help but voice his doubt. You have not misjudged, Davos. This is indeed a genuine dragon, and I have named it Vagor in honor of Balerion. Balerion? Davos is acutely aware of the significance that this name carries. Aegon Targaryen I, more commonly referred to as Aegon the Conqueror or King Aegon, was a great leader who successfully unified the 7 kingdoms and established the first unified dynasty in the annals of Westerosi history. During his reign, he rode the largest dragon in history, Balerion the Black Dread, achieving an unparalleled record of victories. The fact that Lion has chosen to name this dragon Balerion, could it be that Lion harbors ambitions to unify the continent as well? No, that cannot be. Davos muses. For Lion, as a member of the Night's Watch, must remain neutral, unable to engage in the affairs of the kingdoms. Yet, can Lion's prowess allow him to remain a mere spectator while the realm plunges into protracted turmoil? Davos reflects inwardly, while simultaneously intrigued by the evident bond that Balerion displays towards Lion. It is said that only those of House Targaryen can approach a dragon. My Lord Commander, how is it that you possess such intimacy with this creature? Davos cannot suppress the most cynical of thoughts, speculating about Lion's lineage. Could it be? Perhaps the dragon is drawn to strength, and I happen to be. In his speech, Lion inadvertently exudes an aura of transcendence. To an indigenous man like Davos, this presence is akin to divine power, evoking a sensation of insignificance akin to that of an ant. It is no wonder, despite Davos's lingering skepticism regarding Lion's claims, He cannot deny the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lion. Following the sight of Lion personally ending the life of Euron, the fleet from the Iron Islands, led by the ship Silence, comes to anchor under Davos's direction, awaiting Lion's arrival to take command. On the deck of Silence, a diverse assembly of individuals stands silently, mute and mixed bloods among them, as Lion and his retinue board the deck. He is astonished to find not only individuals with skin as dark as pitch, but also diminutive beings with dense fur, resembling the Sothoryos apes. This motley crew indeed warrants astonishment. Following the loss of Captain Euron, the crew of Silence displays unexpected compliance toward Davos and his team. Clearly, for these once stunless miscreants, Euron's demise represents a liberation. At this moment, Lion commands the retrieval of his thrown halberd, yet a sailor reports that Euron's body could not be found. Perhaps it was consumed by the circling sharks, the sailor rationalizes. However, upon hearing this news, the crew of Silence expresses palpable fear. One individual fervently gestures, speaking in an incomprehensible sign language. My lord, he means that Euron is a ghost from the sea, and as long as he touches the water, he may return at any moment. Davos speculates, and the sailor nods vigorously in agreement. It matters not. If I could slay him once, I can do so again. Lion asserts, gazing at the deep blue sea, exuding a confidence and strength befitting a transcendent being. Undeniably, at sea, Euron holds the advantage. As long as he harbors a will to survive, the ocean cannot serve as his grave. However, once on land, Lion contemplates, I possess countless methods to ensure Euron's demise. My lord, how shall we address the crew aboard Silence? Inquires Bonnier Stark, observing the assembled Iron Islanders, his hand resting on the hilt of his greatsword. Pirates are undoubtedly the most ruthless of brigands, while there exists a possibility of survival when attacked on land. An assault by pirates at sea is akin to a death sentence. Thus, regardless of which lord captures a pirate, their fate is invariably execution. And never has such vile conduct been met with mere banishment to the wall. The wall is in dire need of hands to restore its many abandoned fortifications. Let them sail to Eastwatch, don black garb, and serve to defend the wall, Lion decisively declares, surveying the nefarious assembly before him. Very well. Bonnier Stark releases his grip on the sword's hilt. The deck of Silence is not silent. Among its ranks are Ironborn. Upon hearing Lion's decree, some cannot suppress their frowns, and one Ironborn steps forward defiantly, challenging Lion. My lord commander, we are Ironborn who followed Euron Greyjoy to sea. It is one thing to pass judgment on the crew of Silence, but why must we go to the wall? Indeed, we shall not go anywhere without consulting Lord Balon. They protest in unison, emboldened by the first dissenting voice. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the sailors of Stannis' fleet draw their blades, threatening the captives to silence their outcry. Yet, the Ironborn, unafraid of anything, remain impervious to the sailors' intimidation. Thus, Bonnier looks once more to Lion, awaiting his command. The Iron Islands Lord Balon, is it? I shall send for him to negotiate at the wall. As for you, do not go anywhere. First, you will remain in the dungeons of Eastwatch. Lion's orders are resolute, compelling the Ironborn to relent, for they know that their drowned god can only safeguard them from drowning, while beheading falls beyond his purview. Chapter 134. Quentyn's Self-Sacrifice, The Return of the Star. Silence boasts a single mast, adorned with a black sail as deep as the night, while its hull is painted a dark crimson to conceal the stains of blood that once soaked its timbers. At the bow stands a statue of a maiden forged from black iron, her single arm outstretched, exuding grace and determination. The figure's waist is slender, her bosom ample and full, her legs long and proportionate, with a cascade of thick black iron hair billowing behind her. The maiden's eyes, meticulously sculpted from precious mother of pearl, are profound and enigmatic, yet the sculptor has chosen not to bestow her with a mouth, as if she is conveying a silent tale. This ship, traversing the route from Ibn to Lys, draws attention at every port due to its infamous reputation. When it docked at the Eastwatch wharf, the situation proved no different. Merchants, already waiting in the bustling trade district, displayed expressions of terror upon sighting the vessel, hurriedly stowing their goods in an attempt to flee. However, they were intercepted by their counterparts from Braavos. Urs raised his hands, beaming with a smile, to reassure the crowd. Fear not, this ship is not here to plunder. Its captain is our esteemed guest. Amidst the hustle of the busy wharf, Quentyn reclined within an opulent sedan carried by 8 bearers, flanked by his newly recruited archers from the Summer Islands. His gaze was fixed intently on Silence, eagerly anticipating Euron's return with his fortune. As for whether Euron would abscond with his treasures, fearless in the face of this predicament, Kwisatz has now seized control of the Liushing. Given sufficient time to unify the islands, he could assemble a fleet formidable enough to dominate the globe from the Summer Isles. The insignificant Yuluen hardly occupied his thoughts. In fact, Yuluen had dutifully returned the treasures pilfered from Lion. Aboard the Serenity, the crew busily transported boxes brimming with gold and jewels down the gangplank to the wharf. This was precisely the spectacle the merchants, converging from far and wide to Donghae, had eagerly anticipated. This immense fortune, regardless of its ultimate possessor, would inevitably find a portion spent in Donghae. It is said that the treasures aboard the ship were valued at over 100 million golden dragons. The profits for each individual hinged entirely upon their avarice and the worth of the goods they had brought. When a clumsy sailor inadvertently toppled a towering stack of wooden crates, revealing the glimmering riches within, the merchants present gasped in astonishment, their breaths quickening. Witnessing this, Kwisatz could not suppress a scowl, exclaiming, "Fool! Summon Yuluen. I must settle accounts with him." Seated in his palanquin, Kwisatz raised his hand, the whip arcing toward the back of the Serenity's crew member. The sailor shut his eyes, bracing for the impending lash. However, at that critical moment, a figure intervened, grasping the descending whip midair. "Impudent! Do you realize the identity of this whip's master? Release it at once." Ulysses, incensed, barked as he advanced toward the audacious challenger. The defector, clad in black with a hood obscuring their face, stood with their back to Ulysses, yet the familiar silhouette sparked a flicker of recognition. "Long time no see." "Ulysses." The figure turned, pushing the hood back to reveal a visage Ulysses could never have fathomed. You aren't dead? Are you suggesting that I fell to Yuluen's blade? That tempestuous maritime storm. I heard Yuluen even summon sea monsters, yet it could not claim my life?" Ulysses staggered back in disbelief. Lion exhaled deeply, having spent considerable time in Braavos, infused with the sense of sea breezes and exotic flora. He found himself yearning for the familiar aroma near the wall. Just then, Davos, along with other Night's Watchmen, descended from the ship, utterly shattering Ulza's fleeting hopes. "Where is Yuluen? Has he perished?" Kwisatz, nimble, leaped from his palanquin, retreating behind his guards. The freshly recruited longbowmen from the Summer Isles, witnessing their master's alarm, though puzzled, dutifully positioned themselves in front of Kwisatz, drawing their bows toward Lion. "Yuluen? If I am not mistaken, he is likely still en route to the Iron Islands, swimming, of course." Originally in a foul mood after encountering pirates on his return journey, Spyum, upon spotting someone daring to aim a bow at him on the wharf, erupted in fury, bellowing toward Donghae, where the Night's Watchmen. No sooner had Spyum's words echoed than the prepared rangers of the Night's Watch surged from the market shadows. While the Guardians of the Realm occupied every vantage point, brandishing bows aimed squarely at Kwisatz and his entourage. The longbowmen from the Summer Isles found themselves ensnared in a web of Night's Watchmen, their once cohesive formation fracturing under pressure. Had it not been for Kwisatz's raised Liushing to restrain them, they might have already scattered in chaos. Meanwhile, the merchants, seeing the imminent skirmish, hastily dispersed, granting ample room for conflict. Samwell Tarly, leading a cadre of newly trained freefolk berserkers, appeared with a gallant demeanor. He commanded the berserkers to shield Lion and the others, and, sensing the tide of control shifting, could not suppress his delight as he addressed Lion. "My Lord Lion, thanks to your timely return with supplies. Many freefolk have volunteered to serve as mercenaries for the Night's Watch, patrolling on our behalf. Let's not dawdle. Seize these foreign intruders daring to wreak havoc on Night's Watch territory." Upon returning to his domain, Lion exuded the authority befitting the commander of the Night's Watch. Kwisatz had never anticipated that Lion could vanquish the world's most notorious pirate, Yuluen Greyjoy. Had he known, he would have refrained from walking into this trap at Donghae. "Commander, shall we initiate our assault?" After a lengthy absence, Sam's transformation astonished all. The excess flesh on his face and body had vanished, replaced by a physique of sinewy muscle. Now, he resembled a modern-day Schwarzenegger clad in Night's Watch armor, embodying the martial spirit of House Tarly. It appeared that in Lion's absence, Sam had made remarkable progress. "Have you forgotten what kind of force we are? What we lack most?" Lion responded with an easy smile upon hearing Sam's eagerness for battle. "The Night's Watch, right? All right, I understand." Enlightened, Sam took up a tower shield and stepped forth between the two armies, addressing Kwisatz. "Given that your band of foreigners has committed grievous acts of invasion, I now offer you a chance for mercy. Lay down your arms and surrender, and Commander Lion will grant you the opportunity to don black and redeem yourselves." Chapter 135, The Death of Kwisatz. Surrender? This term was an affront to the valiant warriors of the Summer Isles. Thus, a commander-like figure emerged, hurling his longbow defiantly at Sam's feet, then standing in silence, exuding pride. For the denizens of the Summer Isles, their true prowess lay not in battle, but in trade and carnal pursuits. Following the lead, the remaining longbowmen followed suit, casting their Golden Heart longbows to the ground. Sam, seizing a Golden Heart longbow from the ground, tested its weight and fired an arrow. Discovering its power and range surpassed that of the Night's Watch's standard bows by more than double, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Observing the bow's might, many defenders of the Night's Watch eagerly picked one up, replacing their own with glee. However, the heap of Golden Heart longbows strewn about was worth a fortune that could drive any lord of Westeros to madness. It was only the indigenous forces who treated such a weapon with indifference. You all, Quizani, fully aware of his compatriots' nature, understood they thrived only in favorable conditions. Yet, now, encircled, with enemies on all sides, how could the Emperor choose to fight to the death while his subjects contemplated surrender? Ha! I expected a fierce battle, but this? How infuriating! I haven't even warmed up yet, and it's over. Upon witnessing the intimidating figures, clad in black, akin to demons scorched by hellfire, display such demeanor, many Night's Watchmen and free folk could not help but erupt in laughter. The Black Commander, ignoring the derisive remarks, cast a reproachful glance at Quizani. Had he not rashly led such a small force on a foreign soil, there would have been no need to consider surrender. Enough, Sam. Escort Lord Quizani to the gallows. I shall join you shortly. Lion raised his hand, silencing the laughter from the Night's Watchmen and free folk. With the addition of dozens of captured Summer Isles men, alongside previously captured Iron Islanders, the dungeon space at Donghaewang had become exceedingly cramped, clearly insufficient for the current demands. Thus, Lion deemed it imperative to expedite the expansion of the dungeon. After much contemplation, Leon concluded that allowing the captives to participate in the construction of the very prison that confined them might be a prudent strategy. This approach would not only address the issue of manpower shortages, but also serve as a form of punishment for the captives. General Leon, this is all a misunderstanding. We can sit down and discuss this properly. Cassant, awkwardly maintaining his stance with the Liushing, was now compelled to relinquish it. Leon, taking his time, approached Cassant, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How peculiar it is that everyone believes they can negotiate terms with me. I'm a noble, and so are you. It is customary among nobles not to slay one another. Discussing the conditions for my release is quite a reasonable proposition, is it not? Indeed, but pray tell, what do you possess that could exchange for your life? My life. No, General Leon, we're not discussing my dog, but rather my own existence. Cassant, keenly perceiving a flaw in Leon's words, felt a fleeting thrill of cleverness, silently chiding Leon as a cunning little fox. Upon hearing this, Leon's brow furrowed, and he snapped sharply, Cassant, do you find yourself amusing? Ahem, I believe starting our negotiations in a light-hearted atmosphere could lead to a favorable outcome. Cassant hastily waved his hand, then without hesitation, returned the Liushing bow to Leon. After all, in his view, the Liushing had seemingly lost its legendary prowess. Stripped of its multiple arrow function, it was merely a fine bow in his hands. Thus, he willingly returned the Liushing as a bargaining chip, feeling that his chances of survival had slightly increased. As for what I can offer, apart from this precious Liushing bow, I am prepared to surrender all my treasures to you. Moreover, I have noticed that General Leon is in urgent need of manpower. Thus, I am willing to personally journey to the Summer Islands to recruit a formidable Night's Watch army for you. What say you? Such unimpressive terms. Considering your wealth was already to be traded to me, and that Liushing bow is merely returning to its rightful owner. As for your proposition to recruit the Night's Watch from the Summer Islands, Leon glanced at the black-skinned men who had laid down their arms nearby and shook his head, clearly harboring deep-seated prejudices against this group. This bias was not based on their combat capabilities, but rather on their premature surrender, rendering them entirely unworthy in Leon's eyes. As soon as Leon's outright dismissal echoed through the air, Quizant's face visibly darkened, turning a shade of deep purple as he stood frozen in place. In the crowd, ULS seized the opportunity to make a swift exit, only to be blocked by a fearsome Night's Watchman. Noticing this, Leon beckoned ULS over, who approached with a face of resignation. ULS, I recall our collaboration has always been quite agreeable, has it not? At Leon's inquiry, ULS couldn't help but reminisce about the recent venture where he assisted Leon in extracting and transporting dragon crystals from Dragonstone. Leon had paid handsomely, and it had indeed been a lucrative deal. Reflecting on this, he nodded slightly. The only thing of value I see is the Golden Heart would bow from the Summer Islands. Here's the deal. I will give you a chance at life. General Leon, please speak. The quantity of Golden Heart longbows I require is contingent upon how many you can procure. You know I lack for nothing in terms of golden dragons. As you wish. General Leon. ULS exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of emotions wash over him, remembering his last visit to Eastwatch. He had still harbored some vestiges of the arrogance characteristic of Braavos merchants. Yet, upon returning to Eastwatch, he found himself sincerely grateful for Leon's mercy. While the trade magnate who had once bolstered his confidence had now become Leon's captive. With this thought, ULS couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the despondent Cassant, then stood somewhat proudly among the ranks of the Night's Watch. Seeing Leon spare ULS while neglecting to address his own terms, Cassant suddenly grasped the grimness of his fate. Cassant, did you ever consider, when you escaped my grasp, that one day you would fall back into my hands? Now, it is time for you to speak your last words. With the gallows prepared, Leon commanded that Cassant be taken to the platform. Cassant began, his voice trembling with resignation. As he knelt before Leon, who stood beside him wielding a halberd, Leon was willing to grant him the brief moment to utter his final words. I perish due to my avarice, due to my overconfidence. I should never have placed my hopes in that fool, Yulon, nor should I have come here before the outcome was certain. Once Cassant had delivered his last words, the halberd descended swiftly. Chapter 136, Stannis' Battle Report and Jon's Choice. That night, the watchtower of Eastwatch was ablaze with light. Since Leon's departure, most of the accumulated matters had been deftly handled by Maester Aemon and Sam. Yet there remained a considerable portion that required Leon's attention. First, General Leon, I must read to you the battle report from Stannis. In the spacious conference room, despite Maester Aemon's advanced age, his memory was remarkably sharp. He required no written documents. He could articulate the unfolding events with clarity solely from recollection. What was even more impressive was his ability to accurately mark Stannis' movements on a large map of the North, providing those present with a vivid and profound understanding of the current state of affairs. Since your departure, Stannis has sent out a call for fealty to all the houses of the North via Raven. However, to date, only the proxy Lord of House Karstark, Alfgar Karstark, has publicly pledged allegiance to Stannis. As he spoke, Maester Aemon pointed to the location of House Karstark's castle, Cahor, which lay not far from a wall and was a crucial passage for Stannis' forces. The other lords of the North have largely chosen to remain neutral or lean towards supporting the newly appointed Northern Warden, Lord Roose Bolton. Notably, Alfgar Karstark proposed to Stannis an assault on the Dreadfort and expressed his willingness to contribute to this endeavor. Stannis originally agreed to launch an attack on the Dreadfort when Ramsay Bolton marched south to attack the Bay of Crabs. However, Jon Snow, the ranger accompanying the troops, strongly urged Stannis to abandon this plan, arguing that even if the Dreadfort's defenses were weak, it would still be difficult to breach. Consequently, Stannis resolved to attack the castle of Deepwood Motte, currently occupied by the Ironborn. Maester Aemon pointed to a castle in the north, situated near the Iron Islands, which had suffered greatly at their hands. Jon Snow suggested that he traverse the Wolfwood, passing through the territory of the mountain clans to secure their support, as these clans had long remained loyal to House Stark. Once more, Stannis successfully garnered the backing of several clan leaders, and with an additional 3,000 men, he managed to liberate Deepwood Motte from the Ironborn's torment. Stannis captured several Ironborn, including Asha Greyjoy, and restored Deepwood Motte to House Glover. This act endeared him to the northern houses and secured the support of both the Glovers and Mormonts, while drawing many northerners to his banner. The castles that Maester Aemon indicated all shared a common trait. Their lands were adjacent to the seashore. Currently, Stannis' army comprises approximately 1,000 cavalry from Dragonstone, 1,500 free folk, 3,000 mountain clan warriors, along with 35 knights from northern houses and 800 knightly retainers. In total, they number around 6,000, while Lord Roose Bolton's forces near Winterfell are reported to be quite weak. Thus, Stannis eagerly commanded his army to march towards Winterfell. Yet they encountered a fierce snowstorm en route, which hindered their progress significantly. Maester Aemon meticulously charted a route through the Wolfwood, leading directly from Deepwood Motte to Winterfell. At this moment, despite the tempest subsiding along the coastal region of Eastwatch, the biting cold persisted, enough to induce shivers. In recent days, merchants from Braavos had begun to purchase furs in abundance to combat the harsh winter climate. Lion could not help but envision the arduous conditions Jon must be enduring in his march. Send a raven. No, dispatch someone to summon Jon back. This is not our war, and it has already escalated far enough. Surely, His Majesty Stannis would not heed my counsel. Should Stannis inquire? Inform him that I believe the current weather is wholly unsuitable for a forced march. After listening to Maester Eamon's account, Lion nodded and issued his orders. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when he was immediately contested by Davos. Commander Lion, why would you wish for Jon to return? He and the free folk are the very foundation of his majesty's army, indispensable. Now is the opportune moment to crush the traitor Roose Bolton. Davos could not restrain himself from rising to vociferously express his opinion. Yet the room was filled with Lion's Night's Watchmen, none of whom supported his viewpoint. Davos, you ought to step outside and observe. Marching in this weather, even without Roose Bolton's men lying in ambush, your king may find himself at his wits' end upon reaching Winterfell. Nevertheless, Davos's remarks were met with unanimous dissent from the Night's Watchmen. Amidst the indifference of the Night's Watch, it was Lion who chose to clarify matters for him. In truth, even without Lion's words, Davos understood this. His lord was as obstinate as a stone, unwavering in his convictions even when faced with insurmountable obstacles. Had he remained by Stannis' side, perhaps he would still have the opportunity to voice his counsel. However, this time, it was Lion who had journeyed to Braavos to procure provisions, not the Red Priestess Melisandre. This alone sufficed to demonstrate Stannis' growing dissatisfaction with Davos. Even absent this incident, it was likely he would have been assigned other tasks. Ultimately, due to Davos's recent series of rebellious actions, such as releasing Robert's bastard, Stannis had completely lost faith in him. Consequently, Stannis was neither inclined to hear his counsel nor to keep him close. Thus, upon coming to terms with this reality, Davos sank despondently into his chair, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Nothing could be more despairing than witnessing one whom he revered as a deity plunge step by step into the abyss. To Davos, Stannis was indeed his god. Yet, before he could resolve to follow his lord into the depths of fate, Sam spoke up. He glanced at Lion first, his countenance betraying his discomfort. What troubles you, Sam? You appear unwell. I am fine, Commander, but I fear Jon will not return easily. Lion's brow furrowed at Sam's words, prompting him to inquire further. Why? Because Bran and Rickon, Jon's two younger brothers, fell to the Ironborn under Theon Greyjoy during the assault on Winterfell. Enraged, Jon has vowed to avenge his brothers. Furthermore, His Majesty Stannis mentioned that Jon's sister, Sansa Stark, currently resides within Winterfell's walls. Given this, I worry that until Jon successfully rescues Sansa, he may not easily abandon his assault on Winterfell. Upon hearing Sam's words, Lion could almost envision the fiercely loyal Jon, who valued family above all else, rushing to join Stannis in the siege of Winterfell upon learning this distressing news. Chapter 137. Our watch here comes to an end. What are your opinions? Lion pondered for a moment, surveying the expressions of the high-ranking Night's Watchmen and the elders of the free folk present. Many Night's Watchmen wore sardonic smirks upon hearing that Jon would abandon the Night's Watch for personal vengeance. After all, the task Lion had assigned to Jon was merely to recruit men from Stannis' prisoners for the Night's Watch, yet Jon had failed to return even a single man, with all captured by Stannis, entirely violating the previously negotiated terms with the Night's Watch. The free folk elders exhibited indifference toward the lives of those fighting alongside Olaf and others. Now that winter had come, fewer mouths to feed would ease the burden for the next generation, and even if their entire force were to perish outside, they remained unconcerned. It was the previously silent Benjen Stark who first took a stand, solemnly placing his sword upon the table and speaking. Friends, what I am about to say is not a mere excuse. I have experienced death and returned to life. When I fell to the hands of the others, my watch had ended. Now, my loyalty is solely to Commander Lion, and my heart belongs only to my family. With that, Benjen Stark disregarded the biting cold of winter, shedding his Night's Watch armor to reveal a gaping scar the size of a bull upon his chest. He pointed to this fatal wound and declared, "This is the mark left by a spear thrown by another. If anyone doubts my word, we can summon the patrols beyond the wall to inquire." Upon hearing Benjen Stark's testimony, even those Night's Watchmen who harbored skepticism had to concede a truth. It seemed Benjen Stark was preparing to venture south to rescue his two nephews, for they were likely his last remaining kin in this world. Benjen, I believe your words. Amidst the silence of the Night's Watch, it was Maester Aemon who expressed his faith in Benjen's assertion. Maester Aemon, you once stated that every sworn man of the Night's Watch must endure at least 3 trials to truly become a worthy member. I apologize, but this is my 4th trial. He then turned his gaze to Lion and said, I beg your pardon, Commander, for my departure. As Jon and Sansa's uncle, I must ensure their survival to honor my deceased brother and sister-in-law. Regardless, Benjen, you are betraying the Night's Watch for your own selfish interests. A senior member of the Night's Watch interjected after listening to Benjen's heartfelt speech, dampening the mood. This remark sparked considerable uproar within the Night's Watch. Shall we wait until you leave to elect a new First Ranger? We've had 2 Starks already, and not a single competent one among them. Another member chimed in, grumbling. However, despite the sentiments of his peers, Benjen Stark maintained his composure, his gaunt face betraying no anger or haste, as he asked, "What, pray tell, did we establish the Night's Watch to defend against? Certainly against the wildlings and the others." As one blunt Night's Watchman uttered the word wildlings, the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Several free folk elders glaring at him. The Night's Watchman quickly realized his faux pas and hastily added, "But that was in the past. Now, all the free folk north of the wall have been slain by the others, and those remaining south of the wall are merely the new Northmen." "And what are the others?" Benjen Stark pressed on. The Night's Watchman pondered for a moment, his eyes widening as he grasped the realization that the others were perhaps no longer a threat. Indeed, even the illustrious Lord Lion had recruited a patrol of over 40 men from the others, whom a Night's Watchman had witnessed mercilessly slaughtering some mindless wights wandering near the wall. For quite some time now, no specter or wight has been sighted north of the wall, and if any do appear, they belong to the ranks of a Night's Watch. Upon contemplating this, the members of the Watch fell into a profound silence, their spirits dampened and lacking the courage to counter Bran Stark's declarations. Nonetheless, one of the Night's Watch stood tall, his neck rigid, his expression one of defiance. The other members, witnessing this scene, seemed to grasp something significant and collectively cast their gazes towards Lion. At that moment, after scrutinizing the conduct of his subordinates, Lion turned his attention to the senior members of the Night's Watch and solemnly proclaimed, "Esteemed members of the Night's Watch, allow me to clarify a matter of great importance. The duty our forebears have steadfastly upheld through countless days and nights, the threats posed by wildlings and wights, has reached a conclusion in our generation. For centuries, every time we gathered to mourn our fallen comrades, reciting the words, 'Your watch shall not end until death,' have we ever paused to ponder when our own unyielding watch will find its conclusion? I have remained unwavering in my commitment to this vow, but at this moment, I wish to proudly declare, our watch shall not end until death." Thus, it concludes. As Lion, in his capacity as commander of the Night's Watch, delivered this command with solemnity, many of the Night's Watch found themselves ensnared in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his words. Although Lion's statements were astonishing, they were not without merit. An elderly member of the Watch, his hair white and his frame frail, incredulously asked, "Commander, are you suggesting that I may return home?" "Indeed, Sir Winterstall, should you wish to visit home, I am willing to fund your journey. If you choose not to return, I shall also provide a severance package based on your years of service." Upon hearing the exchange between Lion and Sir Winterstall, excitement rippled through numerous members of the Watch, many of whom were young and vigorous, often the second sons or bastards of noble families, having no claim to inheritance. However, following the War of the Five Kings, many nobles had perished, and numerous fiefs had fallen into the hands of collateral branches, allowing those who wished to reclaim their heritage the opportunity to do so. An uproar akin to the howling winds and snowstorms outside erupted as members of the Watch, caught between disbelief and elation, discussed their plans for returning to their families. The chief craftsman, Osriel Awick, a staunch traditionalist among the Night's Watch, stood resolutely as he witnessed Maester Aemon's indifferent response to Lion's nearly disbanding declaration. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "Commander Lion, your actions undoubtedly contravene the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. I cannot accept this. Maester Aemon, as the eldest among the Night's Watch, how can you remain so passive while Lion acts recklessly?" With that, Osriel shot a furious glare at Maester Aemon. However, Maester Aemon produced a letter and handed it to Sam, gesturing for him to read it aloud. "To the Night's Watch, I, Tywin Lannister, by the hand of King Tommen, command you to immediately cease all support for the Stannis army and to return all members of the Night's Watch and mercenaries at once. Failure to comply will be viewed as a deliberate violation of the sacred neutrality of the Night's Watch, and the kingdom will cease all support for your order and no longer offer protection." Chapter 138. A New Oath. The Night's Watch protects the people. As Sam concluded reading the letter, the expressions of the Night's Watch members turned uniformly uncomfortable. The irascible chief craftsman immediately shouted, "Did that incestuous hand of the king truly say this? Here is the letter, Lord Osriel. You may examine it for yourself." Sam said as he swiftly approached Osriel and handed him the missive. Osriel hastily perused the contents, his anger surging as he flung the letter onto the map before him. Initially, some senior members of the Watch expressed skepticism toward Sam's words, but after circulating the letter among themselves, they had no choice but to accept the facts contained within. "Since I have become the commander of the Night's Watch, I have never been subject to the dictates of any king, not even Stannis. Nor have I received support from any king, including Joffrey. The victories over the Whites and wildlings have been solely the achievements of the Night's Watch. As Lyon's voice resonated throughout the chamber, many members fell silent, their expressions serious, fully aware that what he was about to say would determine the future of the Night's Watch after losing the significance of their vigil at the wall. My friends, Lyon addressed the senior members. Westeros has been plagued by incessant wars, displacing the common folk and rendering them unable to live in peace. The elderly are left without support, and the young often perish before reaching maturity. Who bears the blame for all this? As Lyon's words struck like thunder, many members of the Watch fell into deep contemplation. Before they could venture tentative answers, Lyon provided his own. It is the king's, the lord's, every ambitious soul on the continent of Westeros, and those across the narrow sea in Essos. To my knowledge, the Iron Bank has funded various claimants from differing factions during the War of the Five Kings. These villains have profited from war, spreading the plague of conflict. When they demand we refrain from marrying, from holding lands, from siring heirs, we must equally demand that they eschew greed, corruption, tyranny, and oppression of the people, and refrain from instigating wars. If they cannot conduct themselves honorably, we shall aid them in doing so. The Night's Watch ought not to merely guard against northern foes, but should also suppress all lawbreakers within the Seven Kingdoms. This is the new oath I wish to establish for the Night's Watch. The dawn is approaching, and from this moment forth, I shall keep watch until death. I shall not be numb, nor shall I evade or fear. I shall not wear a crown, nor shall I seek glory or honor. I shall remain loyal and dutiful, living and dying here. I am the sword of the judge, the guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield that protects the people. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight and every night henceforth. Upon hearing Lyon's declarations, made solely for the sake of those whom they often regarded as mere ants, many noble-born members of the Watch were momentarily at a loss. Yet, those imbued with a sense of justice, under the guidance of Maester Aemon, began to fervently chant the revised Oath of the Night's Watch as articulated by Lyon. Soon after, Bran Stark, Samwell Tarly, and the elder member, Sir Wynton Stall, joined in unison. By the second recitation, numerous senior members had joined in, and by the third, even those who initially harbored disdain found their voices aligning with the collective. An elder from the Free Folk inquired during the recitation, "Do we Free Folk also fall under the protection of the Night's Watch?" Lyon promptly replied, "Yes, the Night's Watch protects all across the Seven Kingdoms." Thus, even the Free Folk elder followed suit, solemnly reciting the oath alongside the Night's Watch. After the oath concluded, Maester Aemon first regarded Bran Stark, then turned to Lyon, stating, "Commander Lyon, what is your stance on Bran's request? From this day forth, our old watch has concluded, and a new vigil has begun. Bran Stark, I command you to set forth immediately to Winterfell and prevent the war between Roose Bolton and Stannis. Is this not somewhat audacious? Do you truly believe our mere few hundred members of the Night's Watch will compel Roose Bolton and his backer, Tywin Lannister, to heed Lyon?" Many members thought. Yet even Osriel maintained a facade of respect towards Lyon, refraining from immediate rebuttal. After all, Lyon had just granted the Night's Watch their freedom, and many of the brothers had already begun to drift into a reverie, fantasizing about a life of nobility upon their return to their homeland. Observing the expressions of the Night's Watch, Lyon could not help but smirk inwardly. Following his decision to liberate everyone, many felt a genuine emotional stir, including the chief craftsman, Ozer, who promptly submitted his application to join the ranks. The thoughts of those wavering in their loyalty had become inconsequential, as long as they wished to leave. Lyon would not impede their departure. With this faction removed, Lyon's control over the Night's Watch reached an unprecedented level of complete dominion. Only in this manner could he commence his grand designs for unifying the realm. His previous words had merely served as a precautionary measure for those loyal to him. At this moment, Grand Maester Aemon expressed the doubts lingering in the minds of many Night's Watch members. "Commander Lyon, what if the Lords of the Seven Kingdoms refuse our mediation and threaten us instead?" Regarding this concern, Lyon declared, "Before I propose a solution, those high-ranking members of the Night's Watch who wish to leave may do so." No sooner had Lyon's words fallen than at least half of the high-ranking members wasted no time in departing. Some even politely bid farewell to Lyon, while others, after the alteration of their oaths, seemed too apathetic to extend even a parting word before exiting. Chief Craftsman Ozer intended to leave as well, but upon witnessing the unhesitating departures of many, he abandoned his intention and, filled with concern, inquired of Commander Lyon, Your Excellency, should those nobles truly take away our soldiers? How shall we respond? Ozer's anxiety was quite justified, having regained their freedom. The nobles would undoubtedly recruit some formidable members of the Night's Watch to escort them back to their families. It is well known that even the most humble soldier within the Night's Watch is a rare warrior among the Seven Kingdoms. Sir Ozer, rest assured, they will not take a single one of them. Leon's voice was imbued with confidence, stemming from the formidable might of his forces. Currently, all the rangers and defenders of the realm within the Night's Watch were his own men. These nobles would find it exceedingly difficult to convince even one to join their ranks. At this juncture, Grand Maester Eamon observed that those who wished to leave had nearly all departed and turned his gaze inquisitively towards Leon. My lord Leon, with those harboring ill intentions now gone, may you reveal your proposed solution? Do you intend to employ vast riches to hire a legion of mercenaries from Essos to maintain order on the continent? Chapter 139. Leon decides to descend south to mediate. Eamon's suggestion quickly garnered consensus among many, especially given that Leon had returned from Braavos with an unspecified fortune, prompting merchants from half the world to gather at the East Sea docks, their spirits undeterred by the cold, creating a bustling scene rivaling King's Landing. While the world may lack many things, it is never short of mercenaries willing to fight for gold in times of war. Some members of the Night's Watch were even contemplating the practicality of hiring these mercenary companies. The Golden Company, the world's foremost mercenary band, or perhaps the Second Sons, comprised of noble second sons and bastards, known for their formidable combat prowess. Even the Windblown, with whom we have had prior dealings, cannot be dismissed. Mercenaries? No, I shall not resort to such measures. Leon shook his head, then patted his hood. Instantly, a small, dark head emerged from beneath it. Leon reached out, capturing the small dragon, Vagor, and gently placing it upon the map spread across the table. Immediately, many of the Night's Watch found their minds momentarily incapacitated, as if they were witnessing an illusion. What is this? Am I imagining things? Except for Grand Maester Eamon. Every member present could see Vagor's true form and could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Sam, tell me, what has Commander Leon brought us? In response to Grand Maester Eamon, it is a dragon, a young dragon, entirely black in hue, Sam whispered, swallowing hard, as if afraid of alarming this colossal creature. Vagor, having been concealed beneath Leon's hood for an extended period, felt stifled. As it finally poked its head out, it was suddenly confronted by numerous unfamiliar faces. It instantly donned a fierce expression, ready to unleash its fiery breath upon the gathering. However, in that fleeting moment, it sensed Leon's paternal gaze, which quelled its impulse, leaving it to begrudgingly close its mouth. A dragon? Grand Maester Eamon furrowed his brow and extended his hand forward. Vagor, sensing a hint of familiarity from Eamon, leaped onto his hand. Eamon weighed Vagor's heft and stroked the young dragon's scales, pondering for a moment before proclaiming, "This dragon possesses exceptionally robust bones. I have seen the remains of deceased young dragons in the dragon pit of the Red Keep, yet none can compare to this one. It shall undoubtedly grow into an unparalleled behemoth. Does it have a name, Commander Leon?" Vagor, for its entire body is black. I can imagine no name more fitting than Black Death. Indeed, Commander Leon, that name is apartment. But do you know how large and how old it was when Conqueror Aegon rode Vagor? I'm unaware, Grand Maester Eamon. Dragons as creatures will continue to grow as long as they are provided with ample sustenance and freedom. Vagor has witnessed the doom of Illyria, yet it was still a hatchling at that time. It was not until it reached 100 years of age, with wings large enough to obscure the sky, that Conqueror Aegon initiated his campaign of conquest. Currently, Vagor is still too young. You must grant this colossal dragon at least 2 decades to mature before your desires can be realized. Grand Maester Eamon raised his hands in resignation as Vagor slipped from his palm back onto the table. After contemplating briefly, it returned to the warmth of Leon's hood, finding it snug despite its modest size. With this addition, will it suffice? As Leon spoke, he raised a starry bow and placed it upon the table. What is this? At least half of the Night's Watch present, including Grand Maester Eamon, had never witnessed the bow's full potential. Could a mere bow surpass the might of a dragon? Banyan Stark, one of the few who had witnessed the bow's power during its zenith, smiled slightly and declared, with this bow in Commander Leon's hands, none in the world can rival him. The Night's Watch high-ranking members openly interpreted Banyan's statement as a reference to the formidable ranged firepower of the Night's Watch. The name Defenders of the Realm was originally bestowed by Leon, and every defender had once served under him as new recruits, making them part of Leon's direct lineage. The combat prowess of this unit was undeniable to all present. However, our numbers are still too few. Even if each Night's Watchman could take on 5 opponents, there remain at least 400,000 fully armed, lordly soldiers among the 7 kingdoms. If we proclaim our intent to restore peace to the 7 kingdoms without demonstrating sufficient deterrent power, such declarations will likely be dismissed as mere jest. Chief Craftsman Ozer's expression grew grave, uncertain of the source of Banyan's unwavering faith in Leon. Indeed, I propose we conserve our strength until the dragon matures and begin the process of recruiting a band of mercenaries from Essos. Our immediate task is to resolve the disputes of the North and the 7 kingdoms through negotiation. Another high-ranking member of the Night's Watch still believed that recruiting mercenaries would bolster the power of the Night's Watch. In my hometown, Askita, there exists a mercenary group known as the Unsullied, who fear neither pain nor death. Perhaps we could. Spyam pondered for a moment and could not help but propose a suggestion. Slaves, perhaps? I think not. The 7 kingdoms abolished slavery long ago. Should we bring the Unsullied to the continent of Westeros, we would face the wrath of the 7 kingdoms. As soon as Spyam finished his statement, dissent arose. Lion maintained his enigmatic smile, listening as his subordinates expressed their chaotic opinions. Although these Night's Watchmen unanimously agreed with their decision and remained loyal, their capabilities and perspectives were limited. They harbored no doubt about the grand vision Lion had promised, yet they believed it could not be realized before the dragons had matured. Thus, they began the typical aristocratic practice of evasion and blame shifting, each presenting clever ideas, but none could be persuaded to follow Banyan southward. Consequently, Davos, unable to contain himself any longer, slammed his hand down, producing a resounding noise that silenced the clamorous Night's Watchmen. How can we possibly improve the Night's Watch under the leadership of Unsex? On the surface, Davos said nothing, yet inwardly he scoffed. Comment dites-vous? Your ideal of granting peace to the people of the 7 kingdoms is indeed noble, but it cannot be achieved merely through discourse here. With that, Davos turned to leave. Suddenly, Lion spoke up to retain him. Please, wait a moment. I have another matter to discuss. Davos inquired, My Lord Lion, what further instructions do you have? Rising, Lion's face was adorned with a relaxed smile as he replied, I have just had a sudden change of heart. I have decided to personally journey to Winterfell to broker peace. What if they refuse to show you respect? A Night's Watchman could not help but ask. Then I shall present Stannis and the Boltons with an offer they cannot refuse. Chapter 140. Stannis' complete annihilation Wolfswood is a vast forest in the north, primarily composed of oak trees, evergreens, and blackthorns, named for the howls of wolves that often echo throughout. This forest is situated on the unique northwestern coast of the north. Despite the remoteness of its depths, rare forest children, self-sufficient farmers, and hunters have chosen to settle there. Departing from the deep forest castle of House Glover nestled within Wolfswood, Stannis, undeterred by the blinding snowstorm, commanded his soldiers to march forcefully toward Winterfell. He intended to seize Winterfell while its defenses were thin, before Ramsay Bolton could return. This course of action was evidently unwise and could be deemed a cardinal sin in military strategy. Nevertheless, Stannis obstinately believed he could capture Winterfell before Ramsay's reinforcement arrived, thus reaping the rewards while others toiled. Yet the relentless snow and wind showed no inclination to relent in response to Stannis' steadfast will. His troops trudged slowly through snow that reached their knees, making their way towards Winterfell. Due to their sluggish pace, the element of surprise had long since evaporated. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. Over the span of just 3 days of marching, Stannis' army endured the brutal onslaught of the bitter cold. Along the way, soldiers succumbed to frostbite and hypothermia, helplessly shedding their armor, struggling to move. With supplies running dangerously low, morale plummeted. Many of the newly recruited Mountain Clan soldiers, once familiar with the terrain of Wolfswood, began to flee, their numbers dwindling drastically. Even those steadfastly loyal cavalry from Dragonstone were compelled by hunger to slaughter their horses for sustenance. The entire army found itself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Conversely, the wildlings from beyond the wall, accustomed to the harsh cold, maintained relatively high spirits. Yet even they believed that in such weather, they should be huddling in their burrows for warmth rather than marching into battle. Jon, are you really not leaving? Lion, the commander, had said there would be no tolerating significant losses. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, during a brief respite, Olaf, nearly frozen solid, found Jon Snow trembling beneath a blanket under a tree, hoping to persuade him to abandon Stannis' army and return north with him. Olaf, you should go. I must reach Winterfell to rescue my sister. Jon's body was hardly made of iron. He was now running a low fever, yet even in his delirium, his thoughts were consumed with saving Sansa Stark, despite the fact that his relationship with her was not as close as with Arya. Due to their mother Catelyn's disdain for him, Jon was nonetheless willing to sacrifice his life for Sansa's freedom. As her brother, he understood the weight of his responsibility. Having already lost Bran and Rickon, he felt a deep concern for Arya, who was also unaccounted for. Thus he simply could not abandon Sansa. Given your current condition, whether you can survive leaving Wolfswood is uncertain. Olaf, if you wish to go, no one will stop you. I have Tormund, the giant slayer, to look after Jon. Tormund, who had been released from the dungeons and had fortuitously befriended Jon, glanced at Olaf with palpable impatience. Ha, Tormund, do you underestimate me? Then I shan't leave. I shall see how long you can survive in Wolfswood with Jon, this burden. Olaf's tone was as derisive as ever, and Tormund could not resist brandishing his axe in playful camaraderie. At dawn on the fourth day, Stannis' army finally emerged from Wolfswood. At that moment, Winterfell lay clearly before the soldiers, majestic and grand, as if a colossal dragon coiled amidst the earth and sky. Yet every face in this beleaguered army bore the marks of profound fatigue, raising doubts about their capacity to perform at even a fraction of their usual prowess. Once all had exited the forest, many collapsed on the ground, unwilling to rise despite their commander's calls and urgings. In stark contrast to the army's weary state, Stannis appeared invigorated. His gaze was resolute as he surveyed the silent Winterfell, methodically issuing a series of precise commands to his aide. Dig a trench here. He stepped forward a few paces, pointing at the frozen ground beneath him, then added to his aide, dig another trench 300 yards from the walls. Tell them to hurry, act immediately. As the soldiers, burdened with exhaustion, struggled to rise and prepare to dig the trench, Stannis' stomach audibly betrayed him with a growl. This awkward sound pierced the morning stillness, compelling him to feel a wave of embarrassment. Clenching his stomach, Stannis furrowed his brow, a sense of irritation bubbling within him. Immediately send someone out to requisition supplies, he commanded decisively, instructing that, come what may, they must secure ample provisions before dawn, for it was imperative to ensure the soldiers had the strength to lay siege. However, the aide, inopportunely, rejected Stannis' order. Your Grace, there may no longer be a siege. Look over there. He pointed in the distance, his voice quivering slightly. Stannis followed the direction of his aide's finger, and in the distance, Winterfell suddenly revealed a wave of darkness surging over the horizon, followed by the deafening sounds of men and horses. The Bolton cavalry advanced with a thunderous force, shaking the earth with a resonance akin to rolling thunder, a sound that struck with the rhythm of drums upon every heart. Stannis' soldiers, supporting one another, appeared disorganized and lacked formation. They gazed in despair at the looming cavalry before them, many bearing expressions as lifeless as ash. We have no chance of victory. Surrender. We do not wish to die. Numerous soldiers shouted in hopelessness. Yet, after a moment of silence, their leader Stannis made a resolute choice. Gripping his sword, he boldly stepped to the front, placing himself amidst the throng of thousands. Perhaps inspired by Stannis' valiant courage, or perhaps understanding the futility of fleeing from the cavalry's pursuit, his soldiers summoned their bravery, tightly clutching their swords and following closely behind him as they advanced together. Sansa Stark stood expressionless before a window in a high tower of Winterfell, numbly witnessing the oncoming charge of at least 10,000 cavalrymen toward the unprepared formation of Stannis. She was acutely aware that this army was led by Stannis himself, and her once-dismissed brother Jon Snow was among them. She secretly hoped that if Jon could overcome Ramsay Bolton, she might regain her freedom. Although she possessed no military knowledge, she understood the significance of numbers. The reinforcements below were pitifully few, much like her faint hope. As she anticipated, Stannis' army, composed solely of infantry, revealed signs of defeat even before the battle commenced. From the center to the rear, many had abandoned Stannis, fleeing en masse into the nearby woods before the first blow was struck. Witnessing the collapse of Stannis' forces, Sansa's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally succumbed to despair. Chapter 141, The Death of Stannis. In the Battle of Winterfell, both armies clashed for merely half an hour. In the hours that followed, the task left for the Bolton cavalry was solely the slaughter of the routed soldiers. At the edge of the woods, Bolton's cavalry moved mercilessly among the trees, galloping with unrelenting ferocity, slaying every soldier of Stannis they encountered. The Boltons had a tradition. Once they captured enough prisoners to provide Ramsay Bolton with skins for his grotesque shields, they would show no mercy, but rather unleash a more ruthless carnage. A cavalryman from Dragonstone, despite being reduced to his upper half, silently and painfully crawled along the ground. He strained to reach the gleaming longsword that lay just out of reach. At that moment, the pain in his body was dulled by paralysis. and all that filled his heart was a desperate yearning to survive. Yet blood flowed from the wound at his waist, and he finally collapsed, mere yards away from that sword. Not far from him, Stannis knelt, bloodied and struggling to support his long sword with his armpit, gathering the last of his strength to rise. The woods were silent except for Stannis' labored breaths as he aimlessly stumbled forward, seeking to escape this brutal battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, 2 Bolton soldiers stalked him like specters, swords drawn. "No, please no." The pleas of the Dragonstone cavalrymen were abruptly silenced by the sound of steel piercing flesh. Hearing the commotion, Stannis turned to see the 2 Bolton soldiers closing in. Without hesitation, both parties entered into a fierce struggle. Exhausted and drained, Stannis gritted his teeth, summoning the last remnants of his strength to engage in a life-or-death combat. During the fierce clash, Stannis suffered a grievous injury. A vicious strike from his foe severely wounded his left leg, yet he did not yield or abandon the fight. Instead, he bore the agony with astonishing resolve and continued to battle. Ultimately, in a display of indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess, Stannis, before succumbing, managed to slay both Bolton soldiers. As he painfully rose from the ground, he let out a primal roar of anguish. He then leaned wearily against a tree, gasping for breath, having exhausted nearly all of his remaining strength in the fray. Waves of frustration and fury surged within him. However, upon glancing at his grievously injured leg, he noticed blood trickling from the wound like a gentle stream. With the gradual loss of strength, Stannis resigned himself to the grim reality that escape from the battlefield would not come easily. At that moment, he heard the sound of boots crunching in the snow. Struggling, he lifted his head to see a tall woman clad in armor approaching him. "So, the Boltons have found a woman to fight for them?" He quipped in a calm tone. "I do not serve the Boltons. I am Brienne of Tarth." Stannis pondered for a moment, but the confusion wrought by his significant blood loss rendered him unable to recall any details about this woman. Perhaps due to Stannis' indifference, he chose to close his eyes. Yet, the tenacity within him urged him to regain his strength, yearning to grasp at the slimmest chance of survival. After all, he had endured the harrowing siege of Storm's End, and with the aid of the Red Woman, Melisandre, he had witnessed the prophetic vision of himself, the true king, ascending the Iron Throne. This minor predicament was trivial for one chosen by the Lord of Light. Seeing Stannis fall silent, Brienne remained unfazed, continuing to introduce herself. "I was once the Rainbow Guard of Renly Baratheon." At these words, Stannis opened his eyes wide, his expression turning complex as he regarded Brienne. She continued, "I was present when he was stabbed by a shadow with your face. It was you who murdered him with blood magic?" Stannis hesitated, the honor of a brother and king preventing him from uttering a falsehood, and he finally confessed, "It was I." Without hesitation, Brienne withdrew half of her sword from its sheath and approached Stannis, stating, "In the name of King Renly Baratheon, protector of the First Men and the Undulls, the only legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, I, Brienne of Tarth, hereby sentence you to death." Stannis listened quietly, his face betraying no fear, but rather a hint of guilt and reflection. He understood that some mistakes, once made, could never be undone. This moment of repentance was far too late. "Do you have any last words?" Brienne inquired. "None. Fulfill your duty," Stannis replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Brienne unsheathed her two-handed sword without hesitation. With a fierce cry, she struck decisively, severing the head of Stannis, the true king chosen by the Red God. As Sansa Stark witnessed Winterfell still firmly under the control of House Bolton, despair filled her heart. She had once possessed choices, and her decision to tread upon this ancient soil was influenced by Peter Baelish's promise that her father, Ned Stark, had been a steadfast supporter of Stannis in life. If Stannis could successfully rally the Northern Lords to seize Winterfell, he would appoint her as the new Warden of the North. Even if Stannis' aspirations fell short, she had naively believed that marrying Ramsay Bolton and becoming the Lady of Winterfell would provide her with some measure of safety. Yet, she could never have anticipated the cruelty of Ramsay Bolton. In this moment, regret washed over her. After witnessing the disintegration of Stannis' forces, Sansa felt an overwhelming urgency to flee from Winterfell. She would rather confront death than continue to endure the torment and humiliation inflicted by Ramsay Bolton. Just as she took her first 2 steps, she collided with Ramsay's mistress, Miranda, who was followed closely by Theon Greyjoy, the very man Jon Snow vowed to eliminate. Or, as he should now be referred to, the wretch. This merciless woman, equally as cruel as Ramsay, derived pleasure from tormenting Sansa. In the depths of the woods, Olaf ruthlessly extracted his axe from the breastplate of a Bolton knight, the blade dripping with blood that splattered across his face. Yet he paid it no heed as he wiped it away nonchalantly. After dispatching the last pursuer, he finally had the opportunity to survey the remaining numbers of the free folk warriors. 1, 2, 3. Olaf counted up to the 7th, and then ceased his enumeration. It was not that there were no more living souls, but rather that his arithmetic skills reached their limit at that point. Tormund, Jon, are you dead? If you are, speak up, Olaf shouted into the dense forest, his voice startling a flock of birds from the trees. I'm not dead yet, but if you keep stepping on me, I might be soon. Tormund's voice immediately resonated, prompting Olaf to look around and realize he had inadvertently stepped on Tormund. Tormund shoved Olaf's leg aside and clambered awkwardly to his feet, his body caked in mud as though he had just been unearthed. Where's Jon? The commander emphasized I must protect his life, claiming the sacred bond of the Night's Watch intertwined our fates. If he dies, I shan't survive either. Upon hearing Olaf's query, Tormund's eyes widened as he began to sift through the corpses on the ground in search of Jon. Mefine, Olaf. Jon emerged from behind a tree, clutching his sword Longclaw, although he soon slumped against the roots of the tree. I truly never anticipated that Stannis, that fool, would be defeated so utterly. Seeing Jon unharmed, Olaf felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he could not help but curse the reckless Stannis, unaware that Stannis had already met his demise. Otherwise, Jon would have surely reminded him to honor the dead. Noticing that neither of them bore significant injuries, Olaf urged, all right, can you still walk on your own? We must return swiftly. However, Tormund inquired with a puzzled expression, return where? To Castle Black, of course. Are we to go back to Winterfell and seek death? Olaf replied, signaling to a few nearby free folk warriors who were gathering provisions. Aren't you coming? Olaf glanced at Jon, who was seated on the ground. You all can go. I will not leave this place until I rescue my sister and slay Theon Greyjoy. Jon gasped, as if the power of vengeance had rejuvenated him. He leaned against the tree, laboriously rising to his feet. Ah, Jon, you are even more reckless than I imagined. So, Tormund, will you accompany us? Upon hearing Olaf's question, Tormund glanced at Jon and replied, Stannis' main forces have been vanquished. With just us few, we may struggle to ensure our own survival. Tormund, do you truly wish to accompany this mad crow to Winterfell? Why not? Tormund's response elicited a grateful look from Jon. In response, Olaf cursed in exasperation. Damn it, Jon. Once we breach Winterfell, you must secure a few fat goats for me to feast upon. They must be domesticated to be sufficiently plump. Jon gazed at the free folk beside him, moved by their willingness to risk their lives for his personal quest. Silently, he embraced each of them in turn. From that moment forth, Jon solemnly vowed in his heart that his sword would no longer be wielded solely for the Night's Watch, but rather to safeguard these free folk. Yet, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. After resting sufficiently, Jon and his companions stealthily approached Winterfell under the cover of night, only to find the situation unexpectedly dire. Jon had assumed that after a decisive victory, the Boltons would let their guard down and grow complacent. However, Winterfell was ablaze with light. Countless patrolling soldiers traversing the walls and castle, issuing authoritative commands with alarming frequency. Their vigilance was meticulous and serious, as if they themselves had been the ones defeated in the light of day. Jon's group was taken aback by this sight. Damn it, could there be a traitor among us? In a secluded corner of Winterfell, Jon led his group skillfully away from the patrol's sight, while Olaf, in a fit of frustration, raised his axe, pointing it at several free folk warriors nearby. Olaf, don't shout. We have all sworn allegiance to Commander Manderly. How could anyone betray us? Tormund quickly covered Olaf's mouth. After Olaf pushed Tormund away in anger, he vented his fury by swinging his axe at the air. Stay calm. We haven't been discovered. It sounds like they're searching for someone. Jon, who had remained hidden in the shadows, eavesdropped on the guard's conversation. Growing up in Winterfell, he knew every stone and beam, fully aware that they were in the guard's blind spot. Why complicate matters? I can simply go out and grab a live one for questioning. Jon suggested. Wait, Jon. Damn it. How did you bring us into this den of dogs? Olaf and Tormund's voices echoed in unison, the latter repulsed by the foul stench wafting through the air. Jon followed Tormund's gaze, equally perplexed. He recognized that Winterfell had never kept animals, save for the sigil's dire wolf, which was an exception. In the wild, Tormund exuded an aura that could rival that of a dire wolf, causing even the massive black dog in the kennel to cower in the corner, visibly frightened. However, the kennel was not home to just that one beast. Two pairs of bright, yet fearful eyes were also watching them. Who goes there? Come out. Olaf hissed quietly, then unhesitatingly stepped into the kennel, pulling out two figures who had been hiding within. Before the group stood a man and a woman. The man was slender, with pale skin and hair turned white and brittle, his dirt-stained face revealing an unmistakable fear as he instinctively shielded the woman behind him, though obscured by darkness. The woman's tall and curvaceous silhouette suggested she was undoubtedly beautiful. "Jon, is that you?" Just as Olaf's axe was poised to strike the man's neck, the woman spoke, her voice tinged with urgency as if she had found a lifeline. Even after so long, Jon immediately recognized that voice. It was his beloved sister, Sansa Stark. Eager to reach Sansa, Jon attempted to push past Olaf, yet the man stood resolutely before them with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. "Sansa, have regard, step aside." Jon did not immediately recognize that the figure blocking his path was the very Theon Greyjoy he despised, instead casting a grateful glance at him, as if this unidentified guardian was protecting Sansa. "Jon, that is Theon. Do you truly not recognize him?" However, Sansa's subsequent words caused Jon to feel a surge of furious blood rise within him. Chapter 143. The Arrival of Ramsay Bolton. "What did you say, Sansa? Are you implying that this man is Theon?" Jon's anger flared, and he forcefully pulled Theon before him, his long sword, Longclaw, suddenly pressed against Theon's throat. "I am not Theon, not at all. That chameleon has long since perished in Winterfell. I am known as Stink the Rhyme, the rhyming oddity." Theon instinctively uttered the mental branding that Ramsay Bolton had imposed upon him, but then his expression shifted as if he had come to a realization. Suddenly, guilt washed over his face. Faced with Jon's sharp blade, he neither flinched nor intended to resist. Seeing Theon's current state, tears brimmed in Jon's eyes. He clenched his jaw and, in a voice laden with rage, demanded, "Theon, answer me. Why did you murder Rickon and Bran? Why? Lord Ned Stark once treated you with kindness. How could you betray him so?" Yet, in response to Jon's hoarse inquiries, Theon remained resolutely silent, his lips sealed. Notably, he stood tall and unyielding, his posture unwavering. At this moment, Olaf could no longer contain his emotions. He strode purposefully to Theon's rear and delivered a forceful kick to his knee. Theon buckled at the sudden blow, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, several of the wildlings, fueled by rage, could no longer restrain themselves. Having learned of Theon's actions from Jon, they rushed forward to unleash a flurry of punches upon him. Witnessing this, Olaf revealed a satisfied expression, silently murmuring, "Now, this is what I call an interrogation. Stop it, Jon. Please, do not strike him any further." Sansa, initially intimidated by the fierce demeanor of the free folk beside her, could no longer remain silent upon witnessing Theon's battered form. Gasping for breath and on the brink of death, she interjected, pleading for his mercy. However, the wildlings would not heed the command of a woman, and Jon, gritting his teeth, glared at the fallen Theon, pondering how he might have delivered a few more kicks had it not been for their former brotherhood. "Jon, Bran and Rickon are still alive. I am here thanks to Theon's protection. Otherwise, I would have been captured by now." Realizing her previous words had not made an impact, Sansa hurriedly attempted to clarify. "Stop." Upon hearing Sansa's explanation, Jon's face registered surprise, and then, as if he had received news of utmost significance, he hastened to Sansa's side. Grasping her arm tightly, his voice trembling with urgency. "Is this true?" Theon, barely clinging to life, managed to add weakly, "What she says is true. When I breached Winterfell, the Bran and Rickon I burned were not the true Bran and Rickon, but rather 2 children I had seized from a nearby farm. Believe me, Jon, I am not so depraved. Bran and Rickon are as much my brothers as they are yours." With the outbreak of the War of the Five Kings, Theon swiftly became a trusted aide to Robb Stark, his right-hand man. From the Battle of the Whispering Woods to the conclusion of the Battle of the Camps, he fought valiantly alongside Robb, defending their cause. Notably, in the Battle of the Whispering Woods, Theon engaged in fierce close combat with Jaime Lannister, ultimately aiding in Jaime's capture, a feat that filled him with immense pride. Thus, Theon's physical prowess was undeniable. Even after enduring a brutal assault from the savage wildlings, he managed to summon the strength to rise unsteadily from the ground. "I know you cannot forgive my actions, but, Jon, please grant me one chance. I wish to be a better man." After hearing Theon's plea, Jon remained non-committal, turning to Sansa to inquire how much of what he said is true, and how much is false. Yet, in response, Sansa cast a sympathetic glance at Theon, nodding her head. "Have you all noticed something amiss?" At that moment, Tormund widened his eyes, glancing around before whispering. It was then that everyone realized that the once tumultuous and chaotic Winterfell had inexplicably fallen into silence. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed, and in their astonishment, a man with an icy, almost deranged demeanor, long black hair, and lips that resembled 2 writhing worms appeared before them. Following closely was a cadre of Bolton soldiers, their eyes sharp and predatory, akin to hunting dogs. I have been searching for you, Stink and my lady. It seems you have hidden yourselves well. Ramsay Bolton. Sansa Stark summoned every ounce of her strength to spit out his name through clenched teeth. Is he truly Ramsay Bolton? The one who tormented you? Jon gripped Longclaw tightly, aiming it at Ramsay, while the wildlings beside him glared defiantly at Ramsay and the Bolton soldiers behind him. Oh, it appears we have new friends. Stink, you ought to introduce me. Yet, Theon, just having endured a vicious beating and gasping for breath, displayed a resolute indifference, ignoring Ramsay entirely. Ramsay, sensing his carefully trained hounds daring to disregard him, drew his sword in anger, pointing it at Jon. My name is Jon Snow. Ramsay, I give you a choice. Step aside. Oh, so you are Ned's bastard. I heard you join the Night's Watch and don the black. What? Are you back for a family visit? Be careful not to hurt yourself. I happen to be your brother-in-law. Ramsay spoke with a facade of warmth, yet an insidious glint flickered in his eyes. Stop wasting time with words. Do it. Jon, protect your sister. Olaf, already irritated by Ramsay, charged forward with his axe. In an instant, countless arrows flew from behind Ramsay, piercing through Olaf's body. A nearby wildling quickly raised his shield to guard the wounded Olaf. Be careful not to harm my wife. Kill everyone else. Ramsay commanded his men, casting a significant glance at Sansa Stark. As the minor lord of House Bolton, Ramsay still needed Sansa to bear him heirs to solidify his hold over the north. A torrential downpour of arrows rained down, striking the wildlings' sturdy shields with a cacophony of metallic clashes. Amidst the fierce onslaught, anguished cries could be heard, only to be swiftly swallowed by the relentless barrage. Just as Jon and his group seemed on the brink of annihilation, one of Ramsay's subordinates approached him, a peculiar expression on his face, whispering urgently. However, the tumult of battle made it difficult for Ramsay to hear his subordinate's report. Raising his hand, he signaled for a temporary cessation of hostilities. Speak louder. I cannot hear you, he bellowed, eager to catch his subordinate's words. Outside the gates, there's a group of Night's Watchmen claiming they wish to peacefully take Winterfell and demand we cease fighting and comply with their orders. Are you certain? Ramsay's face lit up with interest at this news. Yes. It has been ages since I've encountered such an intriguing character. Wait for me here. Ramsay politely explained to Jon and his beleaguered companions before turning to stride toward the castle gates. Chapter 144. The Whites Collaborate. The gates of Winterfell stood firmly shut, and on the walls, countless torches converged to form a fiery serpent. Ramsay Bolton ascended the wall, gazing down with keen interest. Over 200 soldiers stood scattered across the ground, clad in black, seemingly merging with the night, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. In the distance, dozens of knights were exposed just beyond the range of the archers, appearing unprepared to conceal their movements. Who was that intriguing individual just now? I ask, who among you has proclaimed the intention to seize Winterfell from the Night's Watch? Might they step forth and speak? Upon the walls, Ramsay Bolton posed two questions in quick succession, his impatience palpable. I am Lion Valerion, commander of the Night's Watch. And you are? A figure among the Night's Watch, wielding an unusual polearm, approached the base of the wall, gazing up at Ramsay Bolton. I am Ramsay Bolton, Lord of Winterfell. Might I inquire why this young brother of the Night's Watch wishes to take control of Winterfell? Is it that the White Walkers have arrived, and you seek to construct a defense here? Upon uttering these words, Ramsay and his men erupted into raucous laughter, particularly disdainful upon catching a glimpse of Lion's youthful visage in the firelight. Then, Ramsay, with a menacing tone, shouted down at Lion. You Night's Watchmen ought to tend to your own affairs rather than meddle in the wars of others. Jon Snow has fallen into our hands, and if you do not wish to receive his flayed skin or the flayed remains of him, then be gone and gather your ransom. Oh, Mr. Ramsay, Jon is in your possession? How splendid. As for the ransom, I would be most eager to hear the sum. I have heard your commander amassed a considerable fortune in Braavos. I asked for but a modest sum of 200,000 gold dragons for Jon's release. 200,000? Lion turned a glance at Benjen Stark, who shrugged in resignation. Thus, Lion adopted a demeanor of regret as he replied, Mr. Ramsay, we have not brought such wealth. How about I offer you your own head instead? At Lion's words, Winterfell fell into a profound silence. Ramsay Bolton widened his wicked eyes in disbelief. Lion continued, however, I shall spare your life on the condition that you abandon your cruel ways, cease flaying men alive, and persuade your father to come and sincerely apologize to the true guardians of the North, relinquishing command of the Dreadfort and all soldiers therein to restore peace to the North. Upon hearing Lion's audacious declarations, Ramsay did not burst into laughter again. Observing Ramsay's lack of mirth, his soldiers cautiously stifled their smiles, hesitant to laugh freely. Having grown up as a bastard, Ramsay possessed a certain twisted psyche, allowing him to fathom the thoughts of those who seemed mad. To him, Lion, as the leader of the Night's Watch, daring to speak boldly while targeted by thousands of archers, must possess the strength to back his bravado. With this thought, Ramsay resolved to intimidate Lion slightly. Though he had no intention of opposing the Night's Watch, especially with Jon as a hostage, a chance to extort was too tempting. Comment dites-vous? Do you not realize that while you sheltered Stannis, the king declared the Night's Watch no longer under the protection of the realm, and you are being targeted by thousands of arrows? I am aware, and I naturally perceive it as a provocation against us. From this night forth, the Night's Watch shall implement the demilitarization of the Seven Kingdoms, beginning with Winterfell. Ramsay's words did not cause Lion to waver. On the contrary, they seemed to furnish him with a justification to attack. Lion whistled, and the knights cloaked in darkness surged forth. As Ramsay observed the knights charging towards the wall, it appeared as if the 80-foot outer wall posed no obstacle to them. Ramsay raised his hand, signaling all archers to pause their strings. Everyone lowered their weapons, eager to witness the rare spectacle of cavalry colliding with the wall. Soon, however, their smiles froze upon their faces. The cavalry, galloping towards the base of the wall, continued their ascent, defying gravity as they surged upward, leaving all in awe. At that moment, Ramsay realized the accuracy of his earlier prediction. As one knight first breached the wall, revealing the Bolton soldiers, the latter froze, paralyzed by sudden terror. By the gods, it's a White Walker. Everyone run. Damn it. How can we possibly win against them? Oh gods, how did this abomination come to be here? Yet the White Walker, unfazed, swung its ice spear, and where it pointed, blood erupted from the Bolton soldiers, who fell as though reaped like wheat. Soon, more White Walkers surged up the wall. The chaos and carnage wrought by a mere dozen riders rivaled that of 1,000 charging cavalry. Do not panic. Steady the walls. Drive these monsters down. Ramsay bellowed, swiftly knocking an arrow aimed at the nearest White Walker. However, the creature showed no inclination to evade the incoming projectile, allowing the arrow to strike its shoulder plate, shattering upon impact without inflicting any harm. The Bolton soldiers screamed in terror, followed by thunderous crashes resonating from the gate beneath Ramsay's feet. In haste, he turned his gaze downward, realizing that the commotion stemmed from the earlier madman, Lion. Armed with a beautifully crafted bow, Lion unleashed a torrent of arrows, each as thick as a barrel. After several shots, the stout gates of Winterfell crumbled effortlessly under his assault. Without time to ponder, Ramsay bellowed towards the ranks of Bolton cavalry within the walls. Where are the cavalry? Charge forth at once and capture him. Yet, the only response was the relentless rain of arrows from the gate, causing the Bolton cavalry to wail in despair. 200 Night's Watch defenders formed 4 square formations, entering through the gates of Winterfell, scattering the gathered Bolton cavalry before drawing their massive two-handed swords, forming combat teams to pursue the fleeing soldiers. It was as if the battlefield outside Winterfell had been reenacted, but this time the slaughter was meted out upon the Bolton family. Chapter 145. The fear and shock brought by the White Walkers. The Bolton family had utterly lost any chance of victory the moment they allowed Lion to approach the walls. Dozens of White Walkers, aided by their whites, moved as if unimpeded atop the walls, wreaking havoc. For an army unarmed with dragonglass, those few White Walkers were invincible. Even without a massive white army at their side, these White Walkers could decisively alter the tide of battle, becoming the key factor in determining victory or defeat. Inside, the Night's Watch defenders executed every Bolton soldier daring to resist. Faced with this dire situation, a terrified Ramsay shed his cumbersome armor, rushing down the walls with his men in a desperate bid to escape. But as he descended, he once again beheld the terrifying hail of arrows, which struck down his subordinates before him. Fortunate enough to evade death, Ramsay fled in a panic through the chaos of Winterfell. He was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how he could suffer such an unequivocal defeat. How could there possibly exist individuals capable of commanding White Walkers to serve their bidding in battle? Even more confounding for Ramsay was the astonishing nature of the bow and arrows in Leon's grasp, which seemed as devastating as a reaper, obliterating the city gates with mere shots. Inside the city, Jon and the free folk heard the tumult of battle emanating from the gates, exchanging bewildered glances. I say, our commander is truly formidable, isn't he? A mere few hundred knights, watchmen daring to assault Winterfell, which is defended by over 10,000 cavalry and thousands of archers. Tormund gaped at Jon, seeking an explanation from him. Yet, Jon, too, was baffled by the confidence Leon exhibited in laying siege. Unless, could it be that Leon had come for me? Jon reminisced about his acquaintance with Leon, his heart swelling with emotion. Jon, the commander of the Night's Watch you speak of, can he truly lead us to safety? Sansa interjected, unable to restrain her curiosity as she listened to Jon and Tormund's conversation. In her heart, she believed this conflict could have been averted. If only Leon could pay a hefty ransom. She was certain that Ramsay, who still held a position in the noble circles of the Seven Kingdoms, would not dare to trouble them easily. However, the commotion outside clearly indicated that battle had commenced, filling her with anxiety, fearful that Leon's rash actions might bring harm upon her. In response to Sansa's query, Jon wore an expression of unwavering conviction. Rest assured, I know Leon. He never boasts, never claims to fight 10 men single-handedly. I firmly believe he will rescue us. But why does the sound of battle seem to grow ever closer? If Ramsay arrives, we shall not survive. Sansa's voice quivered with the threat of tears. After all, she was merely a young girl on the cusp of womanhood, having endured many trials, yet still far from the fortitude needed to face adversity with composure. Jon, answer me, are we truly to perish here today? At that moment, perhaps at the precipice of life and death, though devoid of familial company, Sansa found solace in Jon's presence, prompting her to weep openly. No, we shan't, Sansa. I will protect you. Even if I must perish, I shall do so before you. Suddenly, a voice from the corner interrupted. It was Theon, surprisingly fortunate to have survived the previous hail of arrows. At that moment, Jon's thoughts were clouded by the voices of these two, and a flicker of despair crept into his heart. He grasped Longclaw and declared, if all else fails, I shall lead you out. Just as the Stark siblings and Theon found themselves engulfed in despair, Olaf's voice rang out, inopportunely chiming in, Ah, Crow, cease your futile efforts. Did you not hear the sounds of battle drawing ever closer? Who would retreat to their lair after tasting victory? As Olaf stated, the contingent of Bolton soldiers tasked with guarding Jon suddenly faced a wave of fleeing troops, swiftly followed by a barrage of arrows that pierced their throats. Then, a figure clad in black surged into their midst, wielding dual swords with ferocity, each strike devastating the Bolton soldiers, leaving them in disarray. After dispatching the guards watching over Leon, he continued to pursue the fleeing enemy. It was Spikesome. Jon recognized the black-clad figure the moment he appeared. It seemed we had triumphed, but did the crows truly sprout wings? How could they have breached the city so swiftly? The ever-loquacious Olaf, upon witnessing Spikesome and the dark figures flitting behind him, wasted no time in voicing his opinions. Jon, how many soldiers do you Night's Watchmen truly command? How did you penetrate the city so rapidly? Is it possible you have an army of hundreds of thousands? Sansa had witnessed the Boltons' offensive firsthand during the day. Based on their displayed might, it was inconceivable that they could be overwhelmed without an enemy force several times their number. Sansa, perhaps it isn't that many. Jon had been separated from Leon for too long and was unaware of how much Leon's forces had swelled. Yet, given the ease with which Winterfell had been taken, it was likely they mustered at least 100,000 wildlings. The commander's army has arrived. Having just suffered such a barrage, I must go out and unleash my fury. Tormund, indifferent to the circumstances, cast aside his arrow-riddled shield, instantly igniting the spirits of the surviving berserkers. I shall join. Take me along. My great axe has long yearned for action. As Jon and the others emerged from the alley where they had been confined, the city was awash with the figures of Night's Watchmen in black, alongside groups of kneeling Bolton soldiers who had cast aside their weapons and armor, dejectedly bowing their heads. Many inhabitants of Winterfell cowered in fear within the castle, too terrified to show themselves. For among the Night's Watch soldiers, there were also the fabled White Walkers. These beings occupied the high ground within the castle, exhibiting a ferocity akin to that of legend, instilling terror in all who beheld them. Under the watchful gaze of the White Walkers, one could occasionally see a Night's Watchman escorting captured prisoners, herding them to kneel in the open. The anticipated duration of the battle turned out to be even shorter than Jon and the others had imagined. When Tormund attempted to raise his axe to slay a few foes in a fit of rage, a crystalline spear suddenly extended to block his path. Upon realizing it was a White Walker obstructing him, even the normally brash Tormund hesitated, sheepishly lowering his axe and stepping aside. Sansa, too, was rendered pale with fear at the sight of the White Walkers within the castle, softly inquiring of Jon, Jon, is your commander truly not the Night King? Chapter 146. The dragon reveals itself to the world. Amidst the disbanding army, Ramsay had initially intended to stealthily escape the city amidst the chaos, only to unexpectedly collide with Leon. Little Skins What do you intend to slip away to at this late hour? Leon, adorned with a liu star bow and wielding a halberd, smiled as he blocked Ramsay's path. By this time, Ramsay had shed his armor in favor of a commoner's attire, feigning the timidity expected of a peasant. He believed his disguise was foolproof, akin to that of a faceless man. After all, when Theon Greyjoy had breached Winterfell, he had successfully masqueraded as a commoner to deceive Theon. Now, he sought to employ the same ruse to hoodwink Leon. Cautiously, he ventured, "My lord, have you mistaken me for someone else?" "Mistaken you?" "Never, Lord Bastard Littleskins. We had quite the conversation atop the walls earlier. Alas, you rebuff my request." Upon hearing Leon refer to him as a bastard, Ramsay's expression darkened momentarily before he masked it. "Perhaps Littleskins still lingers within the city, my lord Leon. You ought to venture inside to seek him." The moment Ramsay uttered these words, the smile vanished from Leon's face, replaced by a frigid demeanor as he inquired, "If you are merely a peasant, how do you know my name?" Realizing he had been exposed, Ramsay felt a rush of panic, but his nearby Bolton guards, witnessing Leon armed only with a bow and not immediately attacking them, were emboldened. "My lord Ramsay, let us eliminate him." With that, the guards surged forward. Yet before they could close the distance to Leon, he deftly wielded his halberd, dispatching them all with lethal efficiency. Upon witnessing the demise of all his surrounding guards and realizing that the tumult of battle had drawn the attention of several White Walkers, Ramsay understood he had nowhere left to flee. Adopting a fierce expression, he rebuked, "As a Night's Watchman, you should be loyally guarding the wall. Yet you conspire with the Night King and condone the slaughter of innocent humans. If such heinous acts were to reach the ears of the Seven Kingdoms, my father and the king would not hesitate to enact severe retribution upon you. You shall not escape this culpability." At hearing such lofty rhetoric from Ramsay, who was notorious for ranking among the top 10 villains in Game of Thrones, Lannister could not help but smirk slightly. With a tone of disdain, he retorted, "Little Skinner, do not feign righteousness. The notion of colluding with the Night King is utterly ludicrous. In truth, the Night King has already bowed before me in fealty, and these White Walkers are merely the gifts of power he has bestowed upon me." As Ramsay cast incredulous glances at the White Walkers surrounding him, the nearest knight among them nodded in affirmation, his pallid visage seemingly corroborating Lannister's claims. Furthermore, all the White Walkers simultaneously brandished their spears, rendering a perfect salute to Lannister. "The Night's Watch Commander, why you?" Ramsay stammered, stunned into silence by the unusual behavior of the White Walkers. Just then, Jon, along with his sister Sansa and Theon Greyjoy, arrived on the scene, discovering Ramsay in confrontation with Lannister. After acknowledging Jon and the others with a nod, Lannister turned to Ramsay and said, "I once afforded you an opportunity to save your life, yet you did not cherish it. If you possess any filial piety, hasten to pen a letter to your father, Lord Roose Bolton, urging him to come to Winterfell and surrender. Delay, and your father shall find no chance for survival." Upon finishing his instructions, Lannister handed Ramsay a piece of parchment. After Lannister had relayed all necessary information, Jon finally seized an opportunity to voice his burning question, a query that also piqued Sansa Stark's curiosity. "Commander Lannister, how many men did you bring south with you? Did you mobilize the entire 100,000 wildlings?" In actuality, Jon had already deduced the answer upon observing that Winterfell was populated solely by the Night's Watch and White Walkers. 200 Night's Watch defenders, 40 White Walkers. Lannister's response was succinct and direct. These 240 beings had successfully captured Winterfell, a fortress tightly held by the Bolton army of over 10,000. The ease of this siege was not only due to Winterfell's vulnerability, but also to the overwhelming shock that the appearance of White Walkers instigated among the defenders. This astonishment rendered the garrison unprepared, leading to the fall of Winterfell. Even though the White Walkers merely occupied the high ground without launching deliberate attacks, the Night's Watch defenders, being the strongest legion in the Seven Kingdoms, exhibited combat prowess that was nothing short of formidable. They excelled not only in ranged combat, but their melee capabilities were equally impressive. None could stand against the Night's Watch defenders. Upon hearing Lannister's words, Sansa wore a face of confusion, and even Ramsay's expression grew grave. Yet, despite the incredulity, he had indeed been vanquished by foes whose numbers were vastly fewer. This was a considerable blow to Ramsay's confidence, who had always prided himself on his strategic prowess. Despondently, he asked Lannister, "Commander Lannister, what reason or excuse do you intend to use to persuade my father to come and surrender? After all, you have conducted this treacherous surprise attack, catching me off guard. You seek a reason? I shall provide you one. The Seven Kingdoms have been mired in chaos for far too long. The people require a truly capable ruler to emerge and restore order to the realm. Until such a sovereign appears, I, Lannister Victor, am willing to temporarily assume this role. Your father, Lord Roose Bolton, is an ambitious man who has committed grievous crimes against humanity. I demand he surrender unconditionally and come to Winterfell to atone. I shall wait here for him for 1 week, and if he does not come, I shall personally seek him out for retribution. Furthermore, let your father send this letter to all lords of the Seven Kingdoms, including that king in King's Landing. If he too cannot restore peace to the realm, then the wrath of the Night's Watch will consume all ambitious men in this kingdom. Upon hearing Lannister's resounding declaration, many present were struck with a singular thought. He must be mad. Ramsay, aware of his impending doom, did not conceal his thoughts, exclaiming, "You must be insane. Do you truly believe you can achieve what the Conqueror Aegon once did? To persuade the world to lay down their arms and unite in forging an Iron Throne?" As soon as Ramsay's question left his lips, Lannister tilted his head back, his gaze drawn to the vast sky. The inhabitants of Winterfell then witnessed a breathtaking sight that left them more astonished than when confronted by the White Walkers. A young dragon, its wings spanning several meters, soared overhead before landing gracefully atop the highest watchtower of Winterfell, accompanied by a thunderous roar imbued with dragon fire. Valyrian, having matured swiftly following the carnage of the Battle of Winterfell, now bore the imposing presence of an adult dragon. Subsequently, Valyrian alighted lightly beside Lannister, the flapping of its wings stirring a wave of heat laced with the pungent scent of sulfur, causing onlookers to instinctively retreat. Lannister gently stroked the dragon's neck, his voice laced with undeniable authority. Aegon's methods were tempered. He still considered the influence of your families. But I harbor no such reservations. His words dripped with cold malice. For those who defy me, there is but one path, death. Chapter 147, Ramsay's Letter. As the dragon made its presence known, all the residents of Winterfell and the captives of House Bolton found themselves compelled to prostrate before the magnificent creature, kneeling in reverence. Even though such blood magic and fireborn beings had vanished for over a century, the fear they inspired had never waned. Through the voices of the Night's Watch defenders, including the captives from House Bolton, all of Winterfell's inhabitants became aware of Lannister's vow, or rather, his grand aspiration, to grant peace to all the people of the Seven Kingdoms. By all logic, the realm of the Seven Kingdoms is vast and boundless. Even disregarding the inhospitable northern tundra, the land's productivity could easily sustain millions of citizens. However, the grim reality is that the populace within the Seven Kingdoms scarcely reaches 10 million, with the majority living in abject poverty and peril, each day balancing precariously on the edge of survival. They are ensnared by the chains of ignorance and destitution, their spirits dulled and their ability to resist extinguished. The root of this plight remains elusive to the common folk, as their daily lives have been stripped down to mere toil and exhaustion, their personal freedoms and routines all but obliterated. In this epoch, the conditions of living may well be darker and more savage than those of the medieval past. Nevertheless, even within such dire circumstances, only the great nobles manage to maintain a semblance of a dignified existence. Yet, even the king resides within the filth and squalor of King's Landing, making any comparison to the opulence of Pentos on the distant continent of Essos seem absurd. For even the lifestyle of the Braavosi is centuries ahead of that of the common folk in the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, when the residents of Winterfell and the captives of House Bolton learned from a Night's Watch of the true source of their suffering, their rage erupted uncontrollably. As Ramsay was escorted towards the gallows, he witnessed numerous residents of Winterfell, including his former subordinates, hurling rotten eggs, spoiled vegetables, and other refuse at him. Confusion and disbelief filled his heart as he pondered. How could these common folk dare to treat their own kind in such a manner? Even more astonishing to him was the sight of Sansa, once his beloved, along with the other nobles of Winterfell, standing idly by, casting cold glances of indifference. Despite being tightly bound and rendered immobile, Ramsay could not restrain his fury. "I am of noble blood. How dare you humiliate me in such a way?" As he was dragged onto the gallows, Sansa, her face devoid of emotion, personally placed the noose around his neck, igniting a twisted rage within Ramsay. "Sansa, as my wife, how can you stand by and witness such a dishonorable fate befall me?" Although confused by the crowd's reaction, Sansa harbored her own thoughts and retorted through gritted teeth. "Ramsay, you are nothing but a base-born bastard, unworthy of noble status. To die by the gallows of nobility is a mercy you do not deserve. After your demise, I shall curse you to eternal unrest in the depths of the seven hells." The recollection of the indignities she suffered at Ramsay's hands filled Sansa with intense hatred. And with that, she turned and walked away, leaving Ramsay alone on the gallows, subjected to the curses of the crowd. When Lion approached Ramsay and coldly inquired about his last words, Ramsay rasped, "Lion, you too are merely a man of ambition. I have discerned your true intentions. You desire nothing less than to unify the continent and claim the throne for yourself. Spare me your hypocritical facade, for you proclaim to act for the people. It is merely to satiate your own self-serving desires." Ramsay's last words were delivered with a harshness that made Lion feel it would be too lenient for him to die in such a manner. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Lion spoke to a nearby night's watchman within earshot of Ramsay. "Upon his death, sever his head and hang it upon a high mountain near Winterfell, so he may witness how I fulfill my vow." Within the dread fortress, the current Lord of Winter, Roose Bolton, summoned his vassals to deliberate over the contents of Ramsay's letter. Roose's countenance, meticulously groomed, appeared both pristine and orderly, his skin smooth and unblemished. His lips, exceedingly thin, nearly formed a straight line when pressed together, imparting an impression of determination and decisiveness. Despite his outwardly genteel demeanor, he was, in truth, a man of cold calculation, ruthless and unyielding. When conversing, he always spoke in hushed tones, never raising his voice. This tranquil manner often compelled listeners to pay rapt attention to his every word. Roose possessed a peculiar habit of regularly employing leeches to draw his blood, firmly believing it to be beneficial for his health, thus earning him the moniker Lord Leech. Overall, Roose's visage exuded an air of timeless composure and depth. Whether in anger or joy, his expression maintained a unique calmness, as if no emotion could disturb the steadfastness of his heart. The only resemblance he shared with Ramsay lay in their eyes, which were as frigid as ice, betraying an unfathomable chill. Did the Night's Watchman truly utter such words? "Shall we surrender ourselves and proceed to Winterfell to seek forgiveness?" inquired one of his vassals, Alfie Karstark, with a hint of confusion. Accompanying the letter was a severed finger of Ramsay. I surmise that, as Commander Lion suggested, his head must already be displayed upon some unknown elevation. Roose replied with a tone of indifference, as though the deceased was not his son, but merely a stranger. Before the War of the Five Kings, Roose's biological son, Domeric Bolton, perished from a stomach ailment. Privately, he suspected that his son had been slain by the bastard Ramsay Snow. Lacking other heirs, Roose had brought Ramsay Snow to the dread fortress and recognized him as his unofficial successor. Thus his feelings towards Ramsay were hardly paternal, the choice of Ramsay as heir being more one of necessity. Moreover, his new wife, a woman of House Fry, had recently borne him another child. "My lord, how shall we respond? Shall we mobilize forces to besiege Winterfell for revenge?" In his letter, Ramsay claims the Night's Watch has only 200 infantry and 40 cavalry. No, Alfie, if the Night's Watch's strength were truly as Ramsay's letter suggests, how could they possibly breach the defenses of Winterfell, which is manned by thousands? Ramsay's letter made no mention of the fact that those 40 cavalrymen were comprised entirely of whites, nor did it mention Lion's possession of a powerful bow, let alone a dragon. Clearly, even in death, he sought to deceive his own father. Chapter 148. Roose Bolton's invitation, Lion's reply. "A harmonious land, a tranquil people. This is my way of governance, and it appears to align with what the Night's Watch commander has proclaimed." Roose could not help but once again pick up the letter penned by Lion that had accompanied Ramsay's missive, perusing it with great care. In the letter, Lion expressed heartfelt remorse over Ramsay's death, while gently insinuating that if Roose felt discontented, he would be willing to facilitate a reunion between father and son in another manner. Additionally, he explicitly stated his impartiality towards all lords of the Seven Kingdoms, indicating that his intentions were not solely aimed at House Bolton, and that the commander's words bore a certain disrespect towards the current king. However, the letter not only contained threats, but also outlined a path for Roose to secure a peaceful resolution. It called for the laying down of arms and submission to the Night's Watch and a commitment to refrain from inciting further conflict under their oversight, ensuring the peace and prosperity of his subjects. Should he act accordingly, Roose had much to gain in his ambitions for the North. The Night's Watch commander had a singular vision, inviting me to assume the role of Warden of the North. Though this position could not be inherited, its responsibilities were quite similar to those of the Lord of Winter. Thus, I find myself curious as to the extent of the commander's power, daring as he is to flout the laws of the kingdom with such audacity. Surely, this commander must be mad. Upon hearing Roose's calm assessment of Lion, his vassals exchanged glances filled with a mix of amusement and trepidation, for none could truly fathom Roose's innermost thoughts. A misplaced chuckle could provoke his ire. "My lord, what course of action shall we take?" "We wait." "Wait? For what?" "For news. for more definitive information regarding the battle for Winterfell. Until I comprehend the source of the Night's Watch commander's confidence, I shall not act rashly. Roose Bolton was remarkably patient, refraining from the impetuousness of rushing his troops to Winterfell for Ramsay's vengeance. Though this cautious approach perplexed his vassals, it ultimately garnered the understanding of the majority. Furthermore, in accordance with the commander's request, he dispatched the letter via Raven to King's Landing for the king's decree. After several days of prolonged waiting, the dread fortress once again became a gathering place for the wise. At this juncture, one vassal could no longer suppress his mounting anxiety and inquired of Roose, with whites and dragons coexisting, could this Night's Watch commander be a fusion of the Night King and the prince that was promised? Other vassals chimed in with their perspectives. Numerous Northmen have already begun comparing this commander to Aegon, with the sole distinction being that he commands but a single dragon. Yet those 40 immortal whites present a tangible threat, not to mention his immense wealth from Braavos and an army of 100,000 wildlings. It is said he has also rallied many of the North's common folk. How could our humble dread fortress possibly withstand such might? Roose Bolton listened in silence to the opinions of his vassals before expressing his own thoughts with a calm demeanor. His dragon was still in its infancy, far from attaining the immense size it would reach during the fiery conflagration of battle. Moreover, we at Terrafort possess no fewer than 4 dragon-slaying crossbows. As for those 40 whites, they are not without their countermeasures. I have heard that the dragonglass from Dragonstone is a potent weapon against them. And as for those mud-legged peasants and wildlings, they are but fickle reeds, unlikely to side completely with either faction until true victory is determined. Roose Bolton, with a casual demeanor, saw through the 3 aces in Lion's hand as if they were trivial trifles. Upon his utterance, the assembled vassals felt their confidence surge, their expressions of terror dissipating significantly, and laughter began to echo among them. I told you, how could the Night's Watch become so formidable right under our noses? Indeed, had it not been for the Lord's enlightening words, we might have remained oblivious for quite some time. After listening to the Lord's exposition, I felt an overwhelming sense of strength, as if those dragons and whites were mere trifles. After rallying his vassals, Roose Bolton pressed his hand downwards, silencing their raucous chatter. Even if the Night's Watch appeared so feeble, our Bolton family must not be used as pawns to inform the king of my views on Lion and prompt him to dispatch a coalition to eradicate the Night's Watch. Furthermore, send a raven to Lion, extending an invitation, expressing my keen interest in his plans and wishing to host him at Terrafort for a discussion. Following Roose Bolton's remarks, one vassal exhibited a puzzled expression, inquiring, "My lord, given our advantage, why would we choose to negotiate with him instead of commanding his immediate surrender at Terrafort?" Roose Bolton cast a sidelong glance at the inquisitive vassal and calmly replied, "If an invitation can resolve the matter, why resort to commands? Power must be enveloped in courtesy to exert its fullest effect." However, Roose Bolton's invitation may have been sincere, not minding that Lion, stained with Ramsay's blood, might come to Terrafort, or perhaps he harbored ulterior motives. Regardless, Lion's response arrived swiftly. "I am well aware of the Fry family's modus operandi, and as Duke Bolton is the son-in-law of House Fry, he has likely absorbed much of their ways. Nevertheless, I shall not follow in House Stark's footsteps. Please do not misinterpret. This is not a rejection. I hold your invitation in high regard and shall attend as scheduled. Additionally, I must remind you that my deadline is merely 2 days away, at which point I shall arrive at Terrafort atop my dragon to accept your surrender. Please ensure you are adequately prepared. Signed, the peace-loving Lion Victor." Upon reading this politely worded missive, Roose Bolton's expression revealed no sign of being threatened by the dragon. A sly smile crept upon his lips, indicative of a plot well executed. He understood that any composed middle-aged lord would be unlikely to accept such an invitation. Yet Lion, being young and impetuous, was quick to give the order. "Quickly grease the dragon-slaying crossbows and conceal them in the tower's hidden spots the moment the dragon appears. We must shoot it down immediately." With Roose Bolton's command, the defensive capabilities of the seemingly impregnable Terrafort ascended to a new level. The dragon-slaying crossbows, which had lain dormant in the storeroom, were raised to their positions and meticulously maintained, ready to take aim at the sky. Just then, unexpectedly, a dragon's roar resonated from the heavens. Lion had arrived. Chapter 149, Lion and the Dragon's Slaughter at Terrafort. When a dragon's roar, more thunderous than a beast's furious bellow, echoed from the clouds, many soldiers of House Bolton descended into chaos. Despite Roose Bolton's repeated reassurances that Lion possessed merely one dragon and that it was no great threat, these ordinary soldiers struggled to quell their fear. They could not help but recall the infamous conquest of Aegon 3 centuries prior, the devastation wrought by fire, and the tragic fates of soldiers from noble houses consumed by flames. Yet not all of Lus Bolton's men were mere cowards. At least 2/3 remained steadfast, patrolling the battlements with torches in hand. A multitude of archers lay in ambush behind the walls, ready to unleash a volley the moment a target appeared in the sky. Particularly, the crossbowmen tasked with operating the 5 dragon-slaying crossbows displayed no trace of fear. Indeed, a bloodthirsty sharpness glimmered in their eyes. That was the gaze of a dragon slayer, fueled by the determination to achieve greatness, not merely for Lus Bolton, but to ensure their families would be immortalized in history. Their deeds sung by bards for generations to come. Steady, steady. Lus Bolton stood atop the highest tower of Terrorfort, having spotted a small black in the clouds. He raised his sword high and issued a loud command. In the distant sky, Lion was crouched upon the back of Balerion. At this moment, Balerion had just absorbed the power from the Battle of Winterfell, measuring only 3 meters in length, its wingspan insufficient to overshadow a town. Yet, this size was ample for a rider. Thus, without hesitation, Lion mounted Balerion and set forth towards Terrorfort. Upon seeing Lion atop the relatively diminutive Balerion, Lus Bolton's perpetually composed expression flickered with excitement. He began to envision the scene where he would slay Balerion with the dragon-slaying crossbow, thus securing his renown across Westeros. At that point, not only would his position as the North's Guardian be solidified, but even aspirations of reaching for the Iron Throne would no longer be mere fantasies. Prepare to fire. As Lion descended upon him on the dragon, Lus Bolton could not help but shout, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his usual refinement. Yet in that moment, he was unmindful of such concerns, and no one else cared. For Lion, riding his dragon, had now entered the range of the crossbows. Loose, with Lus Bolton's furious command, he directed his sword towards Lion in the sky. The 5 towers of Terrorfort, resembling fingers, simultaneously emitted a piercing sound that sliced through the air. The dragon-slaying crossbow, crafted with the long-lost Valyrian techniques, stood in stark contrast to ordinary castle crossbows. Weighing several tons and composed of over 100 precise components, it resembled a complex and intricate mechanism. After years of silence, it once again unleashed its distinctive roar. Each bolt, coated in vibrant, magically enhanced red paint, gleamed with a lethal coldness, sharp enough to cut flesh. Each was as thick as an infant's arm, soaring through the sky like meteors, racing towards Lion riding the dragon. Behind the walls, Bolton's soldiers also roared, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows at the sky, firmly believing that even a dragon would be riddled with wounds under such a fierce onslaught. This was not merely a clash between Lion and Lus Bolton. It was a life-and-death struggle against the most formidable lord in the North. However, the reason dragons require riders is that their innate recklessness often leads them to eschew caution, necessitating guidance and support from their riders. Yet Lion, with his extraordinary physical prowess and mastery of horsemanship, maneuvered Balerion in the sky with the dexterity of an extension of his own arm, embodying the unity of man and dragon. Just as the 5 dragon-slaying bolts were about to strike Balerion with their thunderous shriek, Lion suddenly accelerated, deftly guiding the dragon to evade those 5 bolts as if dancing upon a tightrope. The arrows loosed by ordinary soldiers lost much of their potency as they ascended into the sky, while Balerion merely had to flap his wings gently to swat them away effortlessly. Witnessing the first volley of 5 dragon-slaying crossbow bolts fail to find their mark, and realizing that the ordinary soldier's arrows could not breach the defenses, a flicker of panic finally crossed Lustin's face. In that moment, he was reminded of the fates of the kings chronicled in texts who dared to confront dragons. Unable to contain his frustration, he bellowed, "Archers, continue to disrupt. By time for the crossbowmen to reload." Yet, despite his determination not to concede defeat, Lustin entrusted the command to his aide and personally descended to the watchtower to oversee the soldiers reloading the dragon-slaying crossbows, as if his presence could hasten their efforts. Even as he recognized the futility of his actions, which only served to exert pressure on the soldiers operating the crossbows, what choice did he have? Since time immemorial, men measured vast lands with gallant steeds and navigated the boundless seas with ships, yet now, only Lion dominated the skies. Suddenly, Lustin heard a sound akin to thunder, reminiscent of meteors plummeting from the heavens. He could not resist peering out from the watchtower's window toward the source of the noise. High above, Lion circled gracefully, yet he was continuously knocking arrows. Lustin then beheld a scene more terrifying than the dragon itself. An arrow was drawn on Lion's exquisitely crafted bow, and at the moment of release, it transformed into a multitude of cylindrical projectiles, each arrow's diameter far exceeding that of the dragon-slaying crossbow. Lion's target was precisely those watchtowers that posed a threat to him, the very towers housing the crossbows. Each time an arrow struck its mark, it seemed as though dozens of dragon-slaying crossbows unleashed a simultaneous barrage. Shattered stones erupted from the tower walls, sending nearby soldiers fleeing in terror. In the blink of an eye, the robust granite exterior of the watchtower was utterly breached. The dragon-slaying crossbow was not famed for its strength, but for its intricate craftsmanship, and it ultimately could not withstand the might of the arrows shot by Lion, shattering into pieces, leaving not a single operator of the crossbows unscathed. The rapidity with which Lion dismantled the watchtower was nearly instantaneous. 5 slender towers that once loomed over the horror fortress now stood diminished, creating a blind spot within the range of the dragon-slaying crossbows. At this opportune moment, Valyrian descended into that very blind spot atop the castle walls. It had previously sensed the danger posed by the 5 crossbow bolts. As a dragon, it was proud and regal, unwilling to tolerate any threat. Without hesitation, it unleashed its searing breath upon the enemies housed within the remaining 4 towers. Concurrently, Lion quickly adapted his strategy, transforming the concentrated arrows into a torrential downpour of projectiles. The man and dragon unleashing their wrath upon the horror fortress. With the onslaught of metallic arrows and scorching dragon fire, the stench of death permeated the air, and even the most steadfast soldiers could not help but turn to flee. Some soldiers leaped from the castle walls, meeting their demise. Others were crushed against the corners in a desperate attempt to evade the dragon's flames. Some were shot mid-air by Lion's arrows, while others were ignited into blazing torches by the dragon's breath. The soldiers of House Bolton enacted a tragic spectacle amidst this chaos. When Lustin saw Valyrian's gaze directed toward the watchtower he occupied, he decisively drew his sword and plunged it into the lower back of a bewildered soldier standing near the window, then seized the soldier's lifeless body and leaped out the window. In less than half a second, Lustin felt a searing pain strike his back. Using the soldier's body to cushion his fall, he landed with a thud. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he instinctively turned to look back. He beheld countless flames erupting from the watchtower's window, the fragments of the dragon-slaying crossbows intertwined with the silhouettes of burning soldiers, painting a scene of utter devastation. Chapter 150. The Cessation of Hostilities. The horror fortress perched atop a towering hill, renowned for its defensibility against assault. The Lustin family, long positioned as the second most powerful force in the north after House Stark, had constructed this fortress to be virtually impregnable. This was a significant reason why Jon fervently urged Stannis to abandon the assault on the horror fortress. While Benjen Stark and his niece remained in Winterfell, the others followed Jon and Lion, marching resolutely toward the horror fortress. However, upon their arrival at the foot of the fortress, Jon and his company were met with a terrifying sight. The once dreaded horror fortress was engulfed in raging flames, the blaze visible from miles away. As Jon and his men approached dangerously close to the fortress, they were shocked to see an enormous and unfamiliar dragon unleashing torrents of searing flames. What was even more alarming was that as the dragon continued to spew fire, its size seemed to visibly swell, growing ever more formidable. "Is that the dragon of the commander?" Tormund could not help but inquire of Jon, his eyes wide with disbelief. This dragon bore no resemblance to Balerion, the commander's dragon, save for its similar coloration. Davos, too, wore a skeptical expression, doubting that this dragon wreaking havoc upon the horror fortress belonged to Lion. Yet, upon closer observation, a figure could be discerned atop the dragon's back. "No, I can assure you, this is indeed Balerion, Commander Lion's dragon," Jon declared after a mere glance at the dragon's form. The arrows raining down from the figure upon the dragon's back corroborated Jon's assertion. The effect of a single individual unleashing a storm of arrows could only belong to Lion. Faced with the inferno wrought by Lion and his dragon, Jon and his companions found themselves momentarily speechless. Even if they wished to intervene, they feared the dragon's flames might inadvertently harm them, for fire recognizes no allegiance. Thus, Jon commanded his forces to disperse and secure the various entrances to the horror fortress, vigilant against any potential escapees, ready to strike down any who dared emerge. Regrettably, they waited through the long night until dawn broke, only to find that not a single soul had escaped the inferno within the horror fortress. Within the fortress, Lion surveyed the aftermath, the tally of slain enemies displayed on his panel. To him, the gold dragons awarded for his efforts were nothing more than mere numbers, serving solely to quantify his victories. It was evident that in a single night, Lion with the might of one man and one dragon, had decimated at least 20,000 soldiers of House Bolton. The Bolton family, once infamous for their brutal tactics, now stood on the precipice of extinction, alongside House Stark as a formidable force in the north. As Jon and the Night's Watch coalition approached the Horror Fortress, Lyon was already aware of their presence. When Lyon emerged atop the fortress at dawn, he expected a tumultuous welcome of flowers and applause. Yet to his astonishment, he was met with an oppressive silence. As he gazed down from atop his dragon, he found the loyal Stark forces prostrated upon the ground, silently offering their submission. Due to Olaf's injuries, Tormund's army of free-folk warriors regarded him with fervent reverence, as if in the presence of a deity. The Night's Watch remained composed, their loyalty and solemnity keeping them from making a sound, while the Whites had no capacity for speech. Jon appeared weary, as anyone who had endured a night filled with the cries of the damned and the stench of charred corpses would surely feel. Lion Commander. Jon looked up at Leon, his heart a tumult of emotions. Countless questions clamored for his attention, such as, how did your dragon become so enormous overnight? Were your methods against Harrenhal not excessively brutal? Will you treat all the lords of Westeros who refuse to submit in the same manner? And is the Iron Throne truly your ultimate ambition? Yet, confronted by the intense aura of menace radiating from Leon and the formidable gaze of the dragon upon him, Jon swallowed these inquiries, suppressing them with great effort. Commander Leon, the Conqueror Aegon forged the Iron Throne from the swords of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you harbor the same grand ambition? To Jon's surprise, it was Davos who found the courage to voice this question. Davos stepped forward alone, his expression grave and resolute, exuding an indescribable determination. He bent down to pick up a twisted and deformed iron sword, scorched by dragon fire, and though the hilt burned hot in his grasp, he held it firmly without faltering. He spoke softly, the remnants of the sword seized by Conqueror Aegon, warped by the heat of dragon fire and rendered unusable, were thus forged into the Iron Throne. Having uttered these words, Davos lifted his gaze to confront the dragon. What do you intend to do with these remnants? Vagor fixed its piercing gaze upon the audacious human who dared to meet its eyes, and rage ignited within. It prepared to unleash a torrent of searing flames to consume Davos. But at that critical moment, Leon intervened, delivering a firm blow to its head, halting the impending conflagration. Subsequently, Vagor emitted a deep, thunderous roar, swallowing back the flames that were about to erupt, instead releasing a dense, sulphurous breath, aware that he had narrowly escaped death. Davos's expression revealed fear, yet he did not flinch, locking eyes with Leon, hoping for a response. I have no interest in becoming the solitary figure upon the Iron Throne. Leon's statement resonated like the nonchalant remark of a wealthy individual from a past life. I have no interest in wealth. Jon contemplated this, realizing the inevitable solitude that accompanies kingship as evidenced by the fates of Robert and Stannis. However, Davos seemed unsatisfied with Leon's reply and pressed on, My Lord Commander, regarding the Duke of House Roose Bolton, although he did not surrender in due time, would it not be excessively cruel to resort to extreme measures? As you have stated, you do not wish to become a cold and merciless conqueror. I beseech you to reconsider and handle this matter with greater gentleness and fairness. Davos's words were not an appeal on Roose Bolton's behalf, but rather a reflection of his belief that Leon, like Conqueror Aegon, was disrupting the noble game's tacit agreements of war. Even Aegon typically did not annihilate entire families without first attempting negotiation. Only after negotiations failed would he resort to burning entire lineages. Yet, Leon's ensuing words struck with deafening clarity. I have no time to enlighten those obstinate lords, Sir Davos. With your eloquence, why not personally convey my will to King's Landing? This time, I intend to forge all the iron swords of the realm into plows, iron pots, and even intricate machinery like dragon-slaying crossbows. I shall bring peace to the world. Chapter 151. Lady Sansa Stark, Winterfell. As the armies loyal to House Stark returned from their assault on Harrenhal, nearly unscathed, Sansa Stark stood atop the tower, her face a mask of confusion. Throughout history, war has always been accompanied by sacrifice. There has never been a battle without death. Thus, when she observed the somber expressions of the vassals, she sensed that they had endured something far more distressing than mere defeat. In her bewilderment, Sansa hurried downstairs to intercept the Lord from Deepwood Motte, urgently inquiring about the situation. Sir Robert Glover, did you suffer defeat? Why is it that the soldiers' morale is so high, yet you lords appear so discontent? Robert Glover, lost in thought, was roused from his reverie by her question. He glanced at Sansa, his eyes darting, and asked, Where is your uncle, the newly appointed Warden of the North, Eddard Stark? What is the Warden of the North? It is the title newly established by Commander Leon, essentially equivalent to the former position of Warden of the North, and I have transitioned from the Lord of Deepwood Mott to its steward. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Sansa struggled to comprehend the almost disgruntled murmurs escaping Robert Glover's lips, despite having recently endeavored to educate herself on the knowledge befitting a lady of a lord. Moreover, Robert Glover was renowned for his straightforward demeanor. Strictly speaking, the North had few cultured leaders, for the harsh climate had stifled the flourishing of knowledge amidst its frozen expanse. Robert Glover cast a glance at the equally bewildered Sansa, sighed deeply, and refrained from mentioning Leon's declaration during the march about achieving a harmonious world where all are equal, wealth is shared, and oppression is non-existent. Even the immediate announcement of a ceasefire across the continent would be a challenging endeavor, at least until the dragon descended upon Harrenhal and assaulted the fortresses of those lords who refused to comply. So, where's Commander Leon now? I do not know. He flew northward immediately after the Battle of Harrenhal. However, scarcely had Robert Glover spoken when a magnificent dragon appeared in the sky. This dragon had now matured, its wingspan vast enough to cast a shadow over half the town. Its scales glimmered with a dazzling radiance, instilling a sense of dread as if it were clad in impenetrable Valyrian steel armor. Its claws were enormous, seemingly capable of effortlessly lifting a heavy cart. Most striking were its formidable eyes, which emanated a mesmerizing brilliance, as though gazing into an endless abyss, making it impossible to meet its gaze. Is this the dragon Vhagar that Commander Leon rode when he departed? Sansa struggled to discern whether it was the heat wave from the dragon's passage overhead or the deep-seated fear within her that caused her to suddenly collapse to the ground. Even after witnessing Leon's dragon in Winterfell previously, she found it difficult to recognize this mighty creature. Indeed, it is Vhagar, Sansa. This dragon seems born for the chaos of war. Unlike other dragons that grow by consuming flesh, it appears to thrive on the souls of those who perish upon the battlefield. How terrifying! Other dragons require years or decades of growth, but Commander Leon's Black Death, Vhagar, seems not to need any. Robert Glover gripped the reins tightly, exerting all his strength to control his steed, lest it bolt in panic. He then looked skyward with an expression rife with a blend of fear and respect. Before long, Vhagar soared alone toward a plateau carved out on a high mountain beyond Winterfell, while Leon approached Winterfell on foot. Upon his arrival, the Stark Guard swiftly cleared the area around the castle gates of irrelevant personnel and gazed at Leon with fervent admiration. Aside from the nobles, lords, and a few war enthusiasts, the ordinary soldiers understood that Leon and his dragon fought for their survival. Consequently, the respect reflected in their eyes was not superficial. It stemmed from genuine admiration and gratitude. In fact, many of those soldiers guarding Winterfell had previously been prisoners of war. However, after the war concluded, Leon unhesitatingly granted them their freedom. To repay Leon's kindness, they willingly donned their armor once more, determined to stand by his side. Nevertheless, joining Leon's Night's Watch was no easy feat at the very least. Applicants must possess the formidable prowess to individually triumph over the Night's Watch's defenders, a daunting requirement that deters many. Consequently, these individuals opt to enlist in the army of House Stark, as their loyalty lies firmly with the Guardians of the North. As these soldiers continuously hear the disheartening news of their comrades stationed at the Terror Castle meeting a devastating demise, their loyalty, fueled by fear, becomes even more resolute. Now, whenever Lion desires, his panel could be inundated daily with thousands of applications. However, at this juncture, Lion has already acquired the unmatched advantages of the Star and the Dragon, diminishing his enthusiasm for horseback combat and melee, leading him to decline all offers. Commander Lion, may we have a word? Robert Glover, upon seeing Lion enter the city, hastily dismounted and positioned himself beside him, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, eliciting a frown from Sansa, who stood nearby. I recognize you, Robert Glover, Lord of Deepwood Mott. I believe it would be prudent to wait until all the lords of the North have gathered before we converse, Lion replied, his tone courteous yet tinged with aloofness. Nevertheless, Robert Glover seemed unperturbed by this, a flicker of pride illuminating his face from successfully engaging Lion in conversation. Sansa felt as though she was seeing Robert for the first time, and her perception of him shifted. As Lion passed by Sansa, he instinctively nodded at the future Queen of the North, a gesture born of habit. However, with the higher-ranking Bran Stark still alive, there was no evident contention between Sansa and Jon regarding the throne of the North. Yet, perhaps due to Lion's nod, a slight misunderstanding flickered within Sansa's heart. Unable to suppress her urge, she called out to Lion, Commander, May I call you Lion? It seems we are not far apart in age. Sansa's assertion held a kernel of truth. Stripped of the lenses of power and strength, Lion appeared nearly the same age as the precocious Sansa. Sansa, a beauty conforming to traditional standards, had inherited her mother's exquisite cheekbones, crystalline blue eyes, and lustrous chestnut hair. As the years passed, she matured into a tall, graceful figure, radiating an enchanting femininity. Having endured numerous tribulations, her gaze had grown increasingly captivating, especially when she spoke. Her soulful look directed at Lion captivated not only the soldiers of Winterfell, but even Lord Robert, who found himself drawn to her words. "What troubles you, Lady Sansa Stark?" Lion inquired, his tone laced with a hint of confusion. Yet, upon hearing him address her as lady rather than the customary miss, Sansa's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Chapter 152, Little Bear, Lyanna Mormont. The moment Sansa realized Lion had chosen the more formal term lady over the usual miss, she became acutely aware of the subtle shift in their dynamic. This alteration seemed to suggest that, in Lion's eyes, Sansa Stark was not considered a candidate for the role of the commander's lady. The pent-up grievances and hardships within Sansa suddenly found an outlet, manifesting as tears that flowed silently down her cheeks. In an instant, her eyes became red and swollen, glistening with sorrow. This sight stirred the hearts of many soldiers, who instinctively clenched their sword hilts, ignited by an impulse to defend the weeping beauty. However, upon realizing that it was Lion's words that had brought Sansa to tears, they quietly withdrew their gazes, turning their attention elsewhere. This was the first time Lion encountered a woman crying before him, leaving him flustered and contemplating whether to draw his sword to silence her tears, though he ultimately deemed such an action inappropriate. Realizing he did not carry a finely crafted handkerchief like other nobles to offer a lady in distress, Lion pondered briefly before removing his Night's Watch cloak from his shoulders and offering it to Sansa. With her head bowed and tear-filled eyes, Sansa was startled by the sudden appearance of a warm, fluffy item before her, momentarily forgetting her tears. Upon instinctively accepting it, she looked up to find Lion presenting her with his cloak. Feeling the warmth of the cloak imbued with Lion's essence, Sansa's sorrow transformed into joy. Yet, before she could fully revel in this newfound happiness, Lion's voice delivered a harsh blow. "Stop crying. Use this cloak to wipe your face of the snot and tears, and remember to wash it before returning it to me." Hearing Lion utter such embarrassing words with utmost seriousness struck a blow to Sansa's pride, compelling her to feel she could no longer remain in that spot. Just as she turned to leave, a diminutive figure stepped in her path, regarding her with disdain. "What are you crying for? Women of the North do not shed tears, especially not one of Stark blood." When Sansa recognized the impudent girl blocking her path was merely a stranger in her early teens, she cast aside her embarrassment, regaining her composure and the dignity of the Stark eldest daughter, and demanded loudly, "Who are you to accuse me? Apologize at once." "Before you stands the Lady of Bear Island, Miss Lyanna Mormont," the girl replied, deliberately emphasizing lady with a tone that oozed provocation and malice. "As for an apology, I believe I have spoken no falsehood. Lady Sansa Bolton, or perhaps Sansa Lannister. I can't quite recall. I was merely trying to survive." Upon discovering that the new Lady of Bear Island was Lyanna, Sansa was taken aback by the girl's youthful audacity and sharp tongue, which made interactions rather exasperating, leading Sansa to decide against further engagement. However, just as she attempted to sidestep Lyanna, she found the situation more complicated than anticipated. Sansa abruptly halted, instinctively turning to glare at Lyanna. "Let go. Hold on to this cloak, gifted by Commander Lion. You, a weeping coward, are unworthy of it." Lyanna shot back without hesitation. "Oh, you little harlot, perhaps you're dreaming of romantic exploits before your first moon?" Sansa flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. "Since it was given to me, what I do with it is my business, and none of your concern. Lyanna, if you do not release it, I shall have no qualms about being impolite." Sansa turned, casting a threatening glance at Lyanna. In contrast to Sansa's tall and graceful stature, Lyanna appeared even smaller, barely reaching her shoulder. "I would like to see how you plan to be impolite," Lyanna retorted boldly, unafraid of Sansa's imposing presence. As the two regal women squared off, their respective entourages lost interest in merely spectating. Winterfell was never short of brave souls willing to stand in defense of Sansa, and several loyal Stark knights promptly stepped forward. Yet, upon casting a mere glance at the Stark knights, Lyanna couldn't suppress a mocking laugh. "What is so funny, Miss Lyanna?" Harris Mullen declared. "I, Harris Mullen, stand ready to defend the dignity of Lady Sansa," and after eyeing the rivalry between the two women, he cleared his throat and continued earnestly. "And the ownership of the wolf fur cloak gifted to the beautiful Lady Sansa by Commander Lion." As Sansa beheld the knight who was willing to stand up for her, a surge of pride illuminated her countenance. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she introduced him to Lyanna. "This is Ser Horace Molan, who once served as my father as captain of the guard. It was he who, alongside a few brave brothers, tirelessly journeyed great distances to return my father's remains to Winterfell, ensuring that his spirit could find peace." The assembled crowd, not solely Lyanna, paid their respects to Ser Horace, bowing in acknowledgement of his noble character, his steadfast loyalty to Lord Eddard Stark, having resolutely spurned the Lannisters' bribes, epitomized the North's unwavering motto of remembrance. As the Lady of Bear Island, Lyanna naturally had her share of admirers. However, many who had been eager to challenge her fell silent upon the appearance of Ser Horace, redirecting their cheers towards Sansa. Feeling the warmth of encouragement from those around her, Sansa searched the crowd for the familiar figure of Lion, hoping he would witness her moment of glory. To her dismay, she found Lion crouched like a common soldier, wearing a bemused expression as if he were merely a spectator. Instantaneously, her joy dissipated, replaced by a simmering anger directed at Lyanna. "If no one dares to fight for you, then let us two engage in a contest," Sansa declared with a hint of provocation. Although her words seemed to imply a concession, it was evident to all that the disparity in stature between Sansa and Lyanna rendered this a decidedly one-sided confrontation. In the rustic north, altercations among women were not uncommon. Surprisingly, Lyanna met Sansa's challenge with fearless resolve. "You? I could have bested you single-handedly when I was 6. Now that you have a knight to fight for you," Lyanna's gaze shifted to Horace. "Lord Horace, feel free to choose any one of the warriors from Bear Island behind me. But do prepare yourself. Our warriors are all valiant and formidable, capable of taking on 10 men, and they will not be outmatched even by you." As Lyanna's words concluded, several towering figures stepped forth from behind her, instantly capturing the crowd's attention. Even among the already robust northerners, these warriors resembled colossal versions of their kin, clad in garments crafted from animal pelts rather than cumbersome armor, resembling a band of upright bears or direwolves, majestic and imposing. Most strikingly, each bore a massive two-handed sword upon their backs, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. Even Horace, one of Winterfell's most esteemed warriors, regarded these Bear Island fighters with a solemn expression. It was well known that the Bear Island warriors had participated in every war of the North's kings, demonstrating loyalty and prowess that far exceeded that of other families. Thus, when Lyanna claimed her warriors could take on 10 men each, no one present disputed her assertion. Indeed, if the North's army lacked the Bear Islanders tasked with carrying the banners, that king would be deemed unworthy. As the last heir of her family, Lyanna had 2 sisters who previously held the title of Lady of Bear Island. However, fate had been cruel. One perished alongside Robb during the Red Wedding, while the other met a heroic end during the recent invasion by Stannis' forces. "Lord Horace, are you prepared?" inquired one of the Bear Island warriors, who donned a bear pelt and unsheathed his two-handed sword with a single hand, directing his gaze at Horace. Horace did not respond to the warrior's question. Instead, he cast a tender look toward Sansa and said gently, "Lady Sansa, please bestow upon me your luck and strength." "As you wish, Ser Horace, but I do not wish for either of you to be harmed. Might we limit the bout to a friendly spar?" Sansa returned his gaze with equal affection, offering sincere blessings to the knight who stood in her defense. "Grey Bear, as the mightiest warrior of Bear Island, I hope you will teach Ser Horace a lesson." Lyanna encouraged her champion, unyielding. "Fear not, Lady Lyanna, I shall do so," Grey Bear replied, casting a disdainful glance at Horace. With a robust arm, he effortlessly wielded the intimidating two-handed sword, moving with a grace akin to a blossoming flower. He then assumed a classic defensive stance with fluidity, clearly a master swordsman. Confronted with such provocation, Horace, a battle-hardened captain of the guard, recognized the opportunity. However, as he unleashed a powerful strike, he was astonished to find his forceful blow easily parried by Grey Bear with remarkable speed and agility. Before Horace could fully comprehend the turn of events, Grey Bear launched a swift counterattack. The sword in his grasp cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Horace's vital points. In an instant, while Horace was still reeling from the shock of the previous encounter, Grey Bear unleashed a furious assault. He maintained his grip on the fearsome greatsword with one hand, striking with a force that cleaved the air like a brilliant flash of lightning. With that astonishing blow, Horace's sword was effortlessly knocked from his grasp, and Grey Bear advanced, delivering a kick that sent Horace sprawling. Thankfully, clad in armor, Horace sustained little injury. though a noticeable dent marked the spot where he had been struck. "You have lost, Ser Horus," Grey Bear declared, planting the sword into the ground as he caught his breath. Within Winterfell, the audience was left in a state of shock at the display of Grey Bear's formidable prowess, only awakening from their stupor long after the contest concluded, erupting into applause and cheers. At that moment, the defeated Horus lay on the ground, discontented, struggling to rise and reclaim his fallen sword, eager to continue the duel. Observing this, Sansa hurriedly interjected, "Ser Horus, please do not exert yourself further. This contest was meant to be a friendly engagement. Although I, Sansa Stark, have lost, I am a woman of my word." The crowd, moved by Sansa's generosity and sincerity, was filled with admiration for her magnanimity. Even Horus, who had initially felt shame, found some solace in her words. Yet, as Sansa endeavored to win the hearts of those present, Lyanna inopportunely approached, her demeanor cold and dismissive as she commanded, "Hand it over." Her words dripped with indifference and contempt, referring to the splendid cloak in Sansa's possession, a symbol of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch's honor and status. "Take it," Sansa replied, her expression grave, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she relinquished the cloak to Lyanna before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Lyanna cradled the cloak and approached Lyon, making a surprising move. "Commander Lyon, as a symbol of your identity as a Night's Watchman, your cloak should not be so casually bestowed." Having witnessed a dramatic confrontation between two women vying for affection, Lyon was taken aback when Lyanna unexpectedly turned her ire upon herself. Rising from his seat, Lyon deliberately tightened his facial muscles, adopting a grave expression as he inquired, "So, what now?" Typically, Lyon presented himself with the demeanor of a youthful individual, causing those around him to unconsciously overlook his illustrious lineage and formidable prowess. Yet at this moment, he exuded an undeniable presence, reminiscent of someone emerging from a harrowing battlefield, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Even the warriors of Bear Island, standing behind Lyanna, could sense a dangerous aura emanating from Lyon, rivaling that of the most ferocious beasts. The recently victorious Grizzly, despite his triumph over Harris, felt a surge of tension in response to Lyon's overwhelming pressure. "I implore you to allow me to temporarily safeguard this cloak," Lyanna requested with an air of calm, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Lyon. "This cloak is meticulously crafted from the finest snow bear pelts, yet it bears several damages. Only the women of Bear Island possess the knowledge to restore such a treasure." Observing the earnest and serious expression on Lyanna's face, Lyon couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, yet he nodded in solemn agreement. However, amidst this moment of joy and warmth, Grizzly could no longer endure the formidable aura emanating from Lyon. A fire of challenge ignited within him, compelling him to exclaim, "Commander Lyon, I wish to engage you in combat." Chapter 154. The Dread of Half-Step Transcendence. Although Grizzly attempted to lower his voice, his rugged timbre resonated with a power capable of intimidating even the fiercest of creatures. Thus, not only did Lyon and Lyanna hear him clearly, but many soldiers and Night's Watchmen within Winterfell also caught wind of his declaration. Yet, the soldiers' response was immediate, swords drawn and bows strung, ready to strike should Grizzly make any sudden movements. Nevertheless, Lyon merely smiled gently, raising a hand to quell the protective instincts of his men. "Grizzly, what compels you to seek battle with me?" he inquired. "From you, I sense an aura akin to that of the Ice Bear King." Grizzly stood tall, unflinching as he met Lyon's gaze. In a sudden display of bravado, he tore away the bear pelt draped over him, revealing a chest that was muscular and firm as rock, marred by a prominent scar that resembled a deep gouge across marble. "This scar is the mark left upon me by the Ice Bear King. They say scars are the badges of honor for men, yet for me, it is a source of shame. Until I sever that bear's paw and claim it as my new sigil, this dishonor shall haunt me. Are you still resolute in your decision, knowing that engaging with me may cost you your life?" As Lyon regarded Grizzly, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. "Enough, Grizzly. You dare challenge the authority of Commander Lyon. Such insolence is intolerable." At that moment, Lyanna interjected, sensing the imminent clash between the two. Although she believed Grizzly would prevail against Lyon, given the latter's relatively slender physique compared to the imposing form of Sir Harris, she nonetheless harbored a deep-seated desire to see Lyon unharmed. An inexplicable emotion stirred within her, akin to an unwavering loyalty reminiscent of the former Bear Island ruler's devotion to House Stark. Unbeknownst to the youthful Lyanna, this sentiment was, in fact, a budding infatuation, subtly nurtured by tales of Lyon's valiant solo defense against the Night King recounted by her wet nurse. It was only when Grizzly found himself surrounded by the unfriendly garrison of Winterfell, realizing the folly of his challenge, that clarity struck him. Yet, despite his regret, he held no belief that he would falter. A man who can tame dragons is not one to be easily challenged by the likes of you. Spickium had been appointed as Lion's personal bodyguard days prior, silently standing at his side, possessing strength rivaling that of the transcendent lion. He regarded the world with a certain aloofness, akin to one looking down upon mere insects. Grizzly noticed Spickium's presence and the sword strapped to his back, reminiscent of those wielded by the warriors of Bear Island, though not as colossal in size. Esteemed Sir Spickium, I understand that to join the Night's Watch, one must defeat a member of the Watch. Is that correct? Indeed, came the reply. Then I challenge you, Grizzly declared with confidence, momentarily catching Spickium off guard. I am the strongest of the Night's Watch defenders. Perhaps you should consider a different opponent. However, Spickium's kind suggestion was misinterpreted by Grizzly. No, I, Grizzly, will only fight the strongest. Yet mere moments later, Grizzly's bravado was abruptly silenced by a thunderous thud. Spickium effortlessly lifted Grizzly as one might a child, sword and all, and hurled him mercilessly beyond the castle walls. Afterward, Spickium dusted off his hands as if brushing away non-existent dirt and turned to the remaining warriors of Bear Island, inquiring, "Is there anyone else willing to join?" An oppressive silence enveloped the room as the warriors, having witnessed their strongest comrade unceremoniously tossed aside like a mere toy, quickly abandoned any thoughts of challenge in light of Spickium's terrifying display of might. In truth, the average strength of a Night's Watch defender was comparable to that of the warriors from Bear Island. However, the disparity among the elite was staggering. Commander Lion, is your bodyguard the most formidable among all the Night's Watch? Lyanna asked, her eyes brimming with admiration after witnessing Spickium's prowess. In days gone by, raiders from the Iron Islands or the wildlings from the frozen coasts would frequently launch surprise attacks on Bear Island. As the men were often out at sea fishing during such incursions, the women were left to rise to the occasion, shouldering the responsibility of repelling the invaders. This circumstance cultivated a unique warrior culture among the women of Bear Island. Lyanna, aspiring to become the foremost warrior of her island, dedicated herself tirelessly to honing her swordsmanship, envisioning a future where she would stand shoulder to shoulder with the king in the north. To this, Lion merely smiled, saying nothing. Instead, it was Spickium who spoke on his behalf. With a respectful gaze directed at Lion, he stated, "The strength I possess today is entirely due to the meticulous guidance of Commander Lion. In Westeros, it is rare to find a disciple surpassing their master. Thus my words affirm that Lion's strength eclipses my own." Most of the Northerners present had only seen Lion riding a dragon or wielding the Valyrian steel blade, yet few had witnessed his true combat prowess. Even so, their estimations of Lion's strength were likely on par with Spickium's, lacking any comprehension of the transcendence he had achieved. Since his ascension, Lion had encountered no worthy adversary, and even with the addition of dragons and a Valyrian sword, he seldom engaged in direct combat. However, Lyanna gazed upon Lion with an expression of newfound discovery, her eyes alight with a fervent desire for power as she earnestly implored him. "Commander Leon, might I humbly request to learn under your esteemed tutelage? I do not aspire to match the prowess of your esteemed captain of guards. I merely wish to attain the ability to best other warriors from Bear Island in the future." Leon gazed at the young maiden, Lyanna, before him, feeling a mix of amusement and incredulity. He couldn't help but envision a future where Lyanna, as an adult, wielded a two-handed sword, gracefully maneuvering through a throng of adversaries like a female version of Garen. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 155, The Belligerent Wayman. As the whispers regarding Leon's might circulated among the populace, lords from the north and several from the Riverlands surged towards Winterfell like a tide. This grand assembly garnered the attention of various factions, including branches of the Bolton family that had miraculously survived the calamity at the Dreadfort, who begrudgingly sent representatives to the gathering. After all, the Bolton family had existed for over a millennium, even in their momentary defeat. Enduring the pain was preferable to being entirely excluded from the contest for power. The representatives from these noble families harbored a myriad of sentiments. Some were filled with curiosity, eager to witness Leon's magnificence firsthand, while others approached with a wary heart, apprehensive that this enigmatic figure might bring forth unforeseen changes to the north. However, regardless of their mentalities, they could not disregard the significance of this pivotal moment poised to alter the landscape of the north. The atmosphere within Winterfell was charged and fervent, as lords exchanged an array of rumors and conjectures regarding Leon. Some deemed him an invincible warrior, endowed with extraordinary strength and skill, while others questioned whether he was truly as formidable as the legend suggested or merely a product of hyperbole. Nevertheless, after witnessing the occasional silhouette of a dragon gliding across the skies above Winterfell, these speculations morphed into a palpable fear within their hearts. Even if Leon himself lacked strength, the presence of a dragon, capable of casting its shadow over half of Winterfell, was enough to compel them to kneel before this conqueror. Much like the ancestors of House Stark bowed before King Torrhen Stark, even if Leon, this conqueror, skillfully cloaked his ambitions. The ancient reception hall of Winterfell had borne witness to countless illustrious guests, as diligent maidens busily served exquisite dishes upon the dining table. Armed knights, watchmen vigilantly guarded every entrance, ensuring the utmost security for the gathering. The lords and their youthful attendants were carefully arranged in two distinct halls, each radiating a unique atmosphere. Waymon, what is your perspective on the peace proclaimed by this commander of the Night's Watch? In the Lord's Hall, a man clad in opulent lordly attire posed this question to a corpulent lord, similarly adorned. Lord Waymon, amiable and jovial, boomed with laughter. His subjects affectionately referred to him as Lord Eel due to his unwieldy physique, yet he was astute beyond appearances. Furthermore, Lord Waymon was fiercely loyal to House Stark. Although he had publicly pledged allegiance to the Bolton family, he had secretly plotted against them, bringing Rickon Stark back to Winterfell. Thus, upon hearing of the Boltons' demise at the Dreadfort and receiving a letter forwarded by the king, he did not await a raven's reply, but promptly led the elite knights of White Harbor north to Winterfell, partly to meet the Night's Watch commander who had single-handedly decimated the Bolton family. The one who had posed a question to Waymon was the head of House Amber from Lasthearth, Moors, one of the few families that continued to declare loyalty to the Starks rather than the Boltons after Robb Stark's death. His last hearth was situated close to the Night's Watch's territory, so when Waymon heard his inquiry regarding Leon, he furrowed his brow. Your castle is not far from the newly annexed lands. I would assume you possess more knowledge regarding this commander of the Night's Watch than I do, Waymon remarked. You see, my last hearth is isolated in the mountains, and the Night's Watch functions as an independent kingdom. Except for Eastwatch, other fortresses have ceased to be accessible, and the news I receive is not as fluid as that from your White Harbor. I can only say that this commander may indeed possess considerable strength, but he seems woefully ignorant of the intricacies of the power games among the nobility, perhaps a tad presumptuous. As many lords present at the table felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the dragon, they could not help but perk up their ears, intrigued by Waymon's assessment of Leon. Setting aside the long-standing animosities between House Stark and those vassal families that had betrayed them, consider the Deepwood Mott family, often besieged by Ironborn, or House Mormont of Bear Island. If Lord Leon were to disarm these factions, who would protect them when adversaries approached? Would they rely on Leon riding through the skies on dragon? As Waymon articulated this thought in his resonant voice, it elicited laughter from many. But under the watchful eyes of the Night's Watch, the mirth was stifled, quickly fading into silence. Moreover, the North remains in a state of war. Ever since the Southern King learned of Leon's dragon, he has deemed the Night's Watch a rebel faction akin to the Targaryens, equating their threat level with that of the Queen across the Narrow Sea, who possesses 3 young dragons, until a truce is reached with the king. I believe there is no need for us in the North to cease hostilities. Rather, we ought to amass our forces, rallying all loyal to House Stark at the neck before the weather becomes too inclement for military maneuvers, and then decisively defeat the Southern King's army. Lord Harlan Reed of Greywater Watch, being the closest to the neck, received Waymon's glance, seeking his counsel. After a moment's contemplation, Harlan nodded in agreement. If this is the consensus, then given that Tywin Lannister has recently perished, we shall traverse the King's Road, through the Riverlands, directly to King's Landing, and seize the capital. At that moment, several northern lords were incited by Waymon's declarations of war, pounding their fists upon the table with fervor, their faces alight with bellicosity, entirely contradicting the original theme of the assembly. I find this objectionable. Suddenly, a youthful yet assertive voice rang out. Lyanna Mormont rose from her seat, striding to the center of the hall. She was the sole minor present, yet none dared to underestimate her, for she was backed by the formidable warriors of Bear Island. We ought to heed what Commander Leon has to say, rather than allowing you fickle lords, whose loyalty to House Stark wavers, to dictate our course. As Lyanna spoke, her gaze swept first towards Waymon, then to the lord of the Bolton family S branch, and finally to those families that had remained passive, absent from the Red Wedding. Lyanna, are you concerned that once our army departs, Bear Island will be besieged by Ironborn? Waymon inquired. I have heard that the Ironborn's representative, the new king of the Iron Islands, is en route. We can offer the Ironborn 2 choices: accept sufficient rewards and winter quietly in the Iron Islands? Or should they refuse, we might resolve this concern before our forces march south. My fleet from White Harbor is ready to set sail at any moment. Chapter 156. The terms for forgiving House Fry. Perhaps you should prioritize the assault on the Iron Islands. Suddenly, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open, accompanied by a woman's voice, revealing a group of Ironborn who entered with stoic expressions. The sudden actions of the unwelcome guests immediately incited anxiety among the lords of the North, many of whom instinctively reached for their sides, only to awkwardly realize that their weapons had been confiscated by the Night's Watch. Fortunately, the Ironborn who had arrived bore no arms and exhibited no overt signs of hostility. The Ironborn woman who spoke, "I do not recognize you. Furthermore, why do you say such things?" Wyman's words were abruptly interrupted, leaving him quite displeased. He maneuvered his corpulent form to stand before the Ironborn leader, attempting to exert pressure with his imposing stature. Yet, the Ironborn leader completely disregarded Wyman, and one of her companions effortlessly shoved him aside. This was in light of the fact that the Iron Islands were currently occupied by a faction of rebels led by Euron Greyjoy. After speaking, the Ironborn introduced himself. "I am Cole, and this is our duly elected rightful king of the Iron Islands, Asha Greyjoy. You lot, relinquish your seats." Cole, hailed as the fiercest warrior of the Iron Islands, effortlessly toppled Wyman, who appeared to weigh several times more than himself. Prompting the individuals occupying the seat, he coveted to rise without hesitation. Asha showed no intent to trouble the Northern Lords. On the contrary, her expression remained inscrutable as she took her seat. Cole stood vigilantly behind her, surveying the surroundings with a keen and wary gaze, a posture mirrored by the other Ironborn. The only one allowed to sit at the same table as Asha was Theon Greyjoy, yet the siblings had no desire to engage in conversation. With Asha's arrival, the hosts of the banquet, Lion and the Lord of Winterfell, made their entrance. Lion was not adorned in lavish attire, but rather donned his somewhat worn Night's Watch armor, which caused many of the etiquette-conscious northern lords to furrow their brows. It should be noted that even Asha, a guest from the Iron Islands, had donned an elegant gown for the occasion. Nevertheless, given Lion's formidable power, the northern lords suppressed their discontent and bore it in silence. Following this, Bran Stark, Jon Snow, Sansa Stark, and Rickon Stark, who had been brought back by Lord Wyman of White Harbor, made their appearances, all clad in finery, providing some comfort to the northern lords. "Ladies and gentlemen, please partake of the bread and salt of House Stark. Trust me, I shall never emulate House Fry and violate the sacred rites of hospitality." Before the banquet officially commenced, Bran, as the Lord of Winterfell, extended a customary greeting to all present lords on Lion's behalf. He gestured for the maidens to distribute small pieces of bread, sprinkled with glistening grains of salt, to each lord, as a sign of respect and hospitality. Everyone quickly swallowed this small, symbolically significant morsel, which was more meaningful than substantial, including Asha from the Iron Islands. Many began to indulge before the banquet commenced, as they believed that House Stark, having reigned as the North sovereign for millennia, would never stoop to such melodramatic acts of violating the rights of guests. After Wyman gulped down his share of bread, he rudely turned to Bran and uttered, "Curse that red wedding. Every time I think of how not a single member of the Fry family or the Tullis attended, the flames of my anger ignite. My Lord Bran, Commander Lion, I implore you both to give the command to march directly on Riverrun. My cavalry from White Harbor can hardly wait." Vowing to stain the Trident River with the blood of the Freys, ensuring that all of Walder Frey's wives drown in the river, paying the due price for that bloody wedding. Wyman's robust voice garnered support from many northern lords, who once again pounded the table, fervently raising their fists and shouting, while a few lords displayed awkward expressions and remained silent, their wives all hailing from the Fry family. However, Lion remained silent, merely raising his left hand, which instantaneously quelled the raucous din of the banquet. Though he had not uttered a single word since entering the gathering, all eyes gravitated toward him. "You have all surely heard of my vision, particularly you, Lord Wyman?" Lion inquired softly, his voice low yet distinctly audible throughout the hall. All northern lords turned their silent gaze toward Wyman, contemplating how he would respond. Faced with Lion's inquiry, Wyman involuntarily wore an expression of embarrassment, standing alone against Lion's scrutiny. He longed for even one lord to step forward in his defense, but none dared to speak on his behalf. Realizing this, Wyman rose, his voice lacking the confidence he had previously possessed. "Indeed, Commander Lion," he stammered, "but we northerners are different from those of other lands. We never forget our grudges, especially against the Fry family, who have wronged House Stark and many of us here. Surely you cannot expect us to forego our hatred and pardon the Freys based solely on your word." Are you not aligned with us, but rather with those traitors? Wyman's final remark was exceedingly bold and offensive, and as he spoke, many felt a pang of concern for him. Yet Lion did not express anger. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I have pondered this matter for quite some time. Destruction is far easier than development. I raised Harrenhal in less than a day. While constructing a castle akin to Harrenhal would require at least 3 years and countless resources and manpower. Regarding the deep-seated enmity between your northern houses and the Freys, you may propose a condition for reconciliation, and I shall swiftly descend south to convey that desire. The northern lords present were astute individuals, quickly discerning the underlying goodwill and threat within Lion's words. Since Lion was not targeting him, Wyman breathed a sigh of relief, even beginning to admire the expansive nature of Lion's displayed temperament. Thus, he chose silence, contemplating what price the Fry family ought to pay. With Wyman's silence, the other northern lords began to deliberate on how to extract benefits from the Fry family. As for whether Lion could secure these interests for them, the lords of the north were filled with confidence, unperturbed. Soon enough, the first to voice conditions spoke up, but as she began, many lords, eager to profit, frowned. I desire nothing. I simply wish for the Fry family to be utterly extinguished, to vanish completely from the continent of Westeros. Only then can my Sansa Stark find peace from her profound hatred for the Freys. Sansa rose from her seat, vehemently declaring to the lords in the hall. Chapter 157, The North's Allegiance. Sansa's words struck like thunder from a clear sky, leaving many northern lords in shock. They had been eagerly envisioning the benefits Lion could bestow upon them, only to have their thoughts interrupted by Sansa. It should be noted that since the Fry family established Riverrun at the confluence of rivers, they had reaped immense profits due to their advantageous geographical position. Rumor had it that any of the Fry family's dozens of daughters, if married, would bring a dowry of gold equivalent to her weight. Thus, despite their loathing for the Fry family and the deaths of their kin at the Red Wedding, these northern lords were still preoccupied with business. They sought compensation from the Freys, rather than their complete annihilation. Brynden, it is high time you addressed your niece's behavior. She ought to be mindful of her station. Does she truly believe her voice carries any weight? A lord from the north, with no connection to House Fry, cast a discontented glance at Sansa, inwardly lamenting that she had jeopardized his own prospects. Yet, Brynden's response took all present by surprise. As for my niece's identity, that is a matter for another time. Let's first deliberate on the terms of reconciliation concerning House Fry. His tone was icy, his gaunt visage betraying no emotion, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Leon, casting a sidelong glance at Sansa, gestured for her to sit before continuing. The annihilation of House Fry? I accept that condition. Please proceed. As Lion's words hung in the air, a chilling aura emanated from him, prompting several lords to gasp in shock. Particularly, a member of House Bolton trembled involuntarily, clenching his teeth in a desperate attempt to suppress the urge to flee the banquet hall. Though this lord had played no part in any rebellion as a scion of House Bolton, an inexplicable fear gripped him. He feared that should he remain absent while the others discussed the fate of House Bolton, the consequences would be dire. I demand the revenue of Riverrun for 1 quarter as compensation for my uncle's death at the Red Wedding. With Sansa's precedent and Lion's acquiescence, a lord could no longer restrain himself from interjecting. As a vital thoroughfare, Riverrun's quarterly revenue would amount to at least 300,000 golden dragons. Even in a lean season, it would still yield a significant sum. This lord was clearly being rather audacious. Yet Lion's reply was succinct. That is acceptable. My brother perished alongside Robb at Riverrun. I require 200,000 golden dragons as recompense. Another lord rose to voice his demands. With these two lords' conditions laid bare, many began to surmise what value their own kin lost at the Red Wedding might fetch in golden dragons. Ultimately, some sought lands, others sought revenues, and still others sought gold. Not a single soul dared to claim Riverrun itself. Even the Amber and Selwyn families, who were closest to House Stark, refrained, as if the castle was a forbidden prize, until a bold lesser house shattered the unspoken agreement among the lords. Since none of you desire Riverrun, then let it belong to House Royce. The audacious declaration came from Roderick Royce, both the Earl of Runestone and the head of House Royce. This move drew numerous disapproving glances from the northern lords, yet he remained unfazed. Ever since the Iron Throne appointed House Bolton as the new wardens of the North, House Royce had swiftly become one of the first noble houses to pledge fealty to them. However, as House Bolton's fortunes waned, Roderick shamelessly participated in the campaign against the remnants of House Bolton, reaping the greatest rewards for himself. As the leader of a lesser house striving to survive in tumultuous times, Roderick understood that only through audacity could he secure greater benefits for his family. Thus, he unhesitatingly opted to pivot between conflicting factions, a decision driven by familial interests. Ah, Roderick, your appetite is quite formidable. Do you not fear choking on your own ambitions? Lord Selwyn, you need not fret. Many members of House Royce fell at the Red Wedding, and I intend to personally dismantle and rebuild the hall where that dreadful feast took place as a tribute to my fallen kin. Lion narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this ambitious scion. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he mused, another greedy soul. However, perhaps it would prove interesting if Riverrun fell into such hands. The other lords whispered discontentedly about Roderick's actions, yet they understood that in this contest, the weaker houses could only grasp at opportunities to claim benefits. Should Riverrun fall into the hands of a major house, it would inevitably lead to a shift in power dynamics. At that moment, the previously silent Lyanna spoke up. My Lord Lion, I believe the fate of Riverrun should rest in your hands. After all, you're the victor in this conflict. Her gaze was resolute, her voice clear and resonant, drawing the attention of all present. It was evident that not only House Royce desired Riverrun, but Lyanna herself harbored ambitions for it as well. Though she had refrained from stating her intentions as openly as Roderick, hindered by the loyalist scholar of House Mormont at her side. Undead, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling on Roderick. For now, Riverrun shall be administered by House Royce. However, should they prove inadequate, I will not hesitate to reclaim this territory. With that settled, might I request Lord Brynden to address the second matter? Lyanna's bold proclamation drew the lords' attention anew. They marveled at how this young woman could display such courage, a quality not easily found even among seasoned lords. Clearly, this was not something a mere scholar could impart. Whenever the raucous laughter of the young men from the adjoining banquet hall echoed through, the lords found themselves involuntarily comparing Lyanna to their own offspring, a comparison that consistently left them feeling embarrassed. After hearing Lyanna's words, Lion cast her an appreciative glance. However, at the main table where Lion and House Stark were seated, one individual stood apart. Sansa initially regarded Lyanna with thinly veiled disdain as she basked in the attention, only to later turn her gaze toward Brynden with an expression filled with anticipation. Brynden spoke. As for the second matter, concerning the position of the North's custodian, I believe there's a lady within House Stark who is most suited for the role. Gasps of surprise erupted among the attendees. What? My Lord Brynden, do you not intend to claim the position of the new custodian of the North yourself? Question 1. Another voiced skepticism. Is there truly no other suitable candidate within House Stark? Even Ned's bastard Jon would be a better choice than placing a woman in such a position. Chapter 158. Making the Seven Kingdoms Great Again. Although Commander Lion, out of compassion, offered some wavering Night's Watchmen a chance to choose their future, regrettably, these men ultimately veered down a misguided path. And I, Brynden Stark of Winterfell, am a Night's Watchman in life and in death. Our vigil has never wavered for a moment. Upon hearing Brynden's declaration, the well-informed northern lords were momentarily taken aback, hoping to catch a glimpse of discomfort on his face to confirm that his words were not sincere, but rather a reluctant concession to Lion's pressure. Yet they were met with disappointment. Brynden's resolve remained unshaken, clearly reflecting his innermost convictions. Were the lords present to face a choice akin to Brynden's, either to retire from the Night's Watch and return to their lands as lords, or to continue fulfilling their duties as watchmen, many would likely lean towards the former. Yet, Brynden steadfastly adhered to his beliefs, opting for the latter. His dedication and loyalty elicited profound respect. As the adult heirs of House Stark, both Brynden and Jon held high positions within the Night's Watch, and before they addressed the disobedient lords across the realm, they would not assume any secular roles. Lion's words inspired reverence among all present, and the lords turned their gaze towards Sansa Stark, the designated custodian of the North. Sansa rose gracefully, ensuring every lord in the banquet hall beheld her countenance and the unwavering determination that radiated from her. Then, with a smile, she spoke. Though I am a woman, I shall devote myself entirely to safeguarding the peace of the North alongside all of you. Her voice, clear and resolute, resonated within the banquet hall. The lords present responded with fervent applause, expressing their support for Sansa. At that moment, an elderly lord rose, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Lady Sansa, your courage and determination command our admiration. May you, as you have stated, lead us in protecting this land. Sansa gratefully acknowledged the elder with a slight nod. She was acutely aware that the road ahead might be fraught with challenges, yet she was prepared to embrace the responsibility of defending the North. even amidst numerous lords, including the unyielding Sir Wyman of White Harbor, whose expressions betrayed their skepticism towards Sansa. Her composure remained impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Raised under the meticulous guidance of the Duchess, she had blossomed into a true lady, enabling her to navigate various challenges with poise in such settings. The decorum of nobility alone could not usher in true peace for the North, of this we are certain. When Wyman's gaze fell upon Rickon Stark at the high table, he evidently contemplated. Since neither Bran nor the bastard Jon was willing to assume the mantle of guardianship over the North, it seemed more fitting to have Rickon, though still a mere boy, inherit this position rather than entrust it to a woman. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a wave of Lyon's hand. My sincerest apologies, esteemed lords. I have never regarded you as a Night's Watch that I could dictate unilaterally. However, I have reached a decision regarding the position of the Warden of the North. Lyon's tone was calm, yet a note of impatience had crept in, perceptible to many, including Wyman, who promptly silenced himself upon recalling the presence of a fully grown dragon at Lyon's command. The future of the North demands that we ensure the well-being of every citizen throughout the biting winter, rather than rely on a solitary monarch to lead us into war. In this regard, I believe Sansa is far more capable. As a sensitive and affable woman, she is better suited to guide the people through the darkness and towards a hopeful future. At this juncture, Jon Snow, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. His gaze reflected both anticipation and the weight of responsibility as it turned towards Sansa. Sansa could clearly feel Jon's unwavering support, a warmth she had never experienced so palpably from him as family since her birth. This warmth allowed her to rise above the Duchess's animosity towards Jon, the bastard. Rickon, without needing further prompting, stood and approached Sansa, the siblings sharing a gentle embrace. At this moment, the warlike lords, including Wyman, began to glean the implications of Jon's words. Curiously inquiring, "Jon, are you suggesting that the North shall abstain from war? Shall we rely solely on Commander Lyon and his dragon to conquer our foes?" It is well known that even Aegon the Conqueror, despite possessing 3 dragons, required the assistance of the armies of House Targaryen to unify the realm. Not to mention Dorne, a kingdom where even dragons have met their demise. The Dornish would not easily heed the commands of an outsider. After a flurry of voices from Wyman and others, Lyon contemplated for a moment, simply smiling, yet refraining from speaking, leaving the task to Jon. "Sir Wyman, Commander Lyon does not covet the throne. He merely wishes for the lords of the realm to refrain from hastily instigating civil war and instead redirect the resources meant for warfare towards the betterment of our people. Are you aware of the transformation that has occurred in Eastwatch since Commander Lyon returned from Braavos with that treasure? It has become a bustling hub of commerce, thriving with activity and prosperity. Reflecting back, Eastwatch once possessed only a rudimentary dock, but now its scale rivals that of your White Harbor. Laborers from far and wide have congregated here, diligently erecting vibrant buildings and factories upon Eastwatch's land. Every new resident and freeman is afforded housing in Eastwatch, freeing them from the dread of cold and famine. If every lord of the North were to wholeheartedly engage in the development of this land, leveraging the abundant resources of our vast territories, surpassing Braavos would not be an unattainable dream. More importantly, starting this winter, we shall exert every effort to ensure that no citizen perishes from hunger or cold, and every newborn shall receive meticulous care, preventing the tragedy of stillbirth from recurring." As Jon spoke, a smile of indescribable satisfaction illuminated his face, as if he had undergone a transformation akin to a boy discovering a game far more captivating than war. Upon hearing Jon's words, many lords wore expressions of disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Lyon would invest his wealth in improving the lives of the people of the newly gifted lands. Yet, Jon's earnest demeanor compelled them to reconsider. Not only Eastwatch, but once Commander Lyon's figure atop his dragon graced the entirety of the Braavos continent, the people of the North, and indeed, all the 7 kingdoms would receive such treatment. Our Night's Watch endeavors far exceed those of any conqueror. Chapter 159, The Conquest of the Iron Islands. Comandillo. Just as Jon concluded his speech and the assembly basked in the bright future he had painted, a guest from the Iron Islands, Asha Greyjoy, rose to address Lyon. "The Iron Islands ought to have been my inheritance, yet my brutal and irreverent uncle, Euron Greyjoy, has audaciously seized my crown and all the fleets of the Iron Islands. If you regard the Iron Islands as part of the 7 kingdoms, I beseech the Night's Watch to deliver me justice and help me reclaim my rightful place." Euron, Lyon recalled the man capable of summoning sea monsters, momentarily taken aback. He mused to himself, this man is remarkably resilient. Back during their naval battle, the nearest land was over 1,000 nautical miles away, let alone the distance to the Iron Islands. Yet, Euron had successfully returned to the Iron Islands and usurped Asha's throne. I've always said that women are unreliable. They cannot even safeguard their own thrones. Wyman scoffed without hesitation after hearing Asha's grievance. However, his words incited the ire of one present, the Iron Islands' foremost warrior, Qhorin. Qhorin, who had maintained restraint since Lion's arrival, retorted with words, Queen Asha's vision aligns closely with that of Commander Lion. She has urged the Ironborn to abandon the old ways in favor of developing our livelihoods. Yet, upon Euron's return, he initiated a power grab, slaughtering many of the Iron Islands leadership who opposed him. We barely managed to escape with a small boat. Wyman, unyielding, countered, if your queen has ascended to the throne, how could Euron still seize her crown? Qhorin shivered at the memory of Euron summoning countless terrifying sea creatures to assault Asha's fleet and coldly replied, had you witnessed Euron's terrifying prowess, you would not have the opportunity to speak so brazenly here. Since his return, Euron seems to have acquired some dreadful power, instilling fear in all. Conventional methods are utterly ineffective against him, and coupled with his claims of having visited the ruins of Valyria and presenting tangible evidence, it is no wonder that many Ironborn, enamored with the old ways, fervently follow him. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Asha fell to Euron. Then where is Euron now? Deciding it was necessary to visit the Iron Islands before proceeding south to address the treacherous Frey family in the Riverlands. At this moment, he must have already set sail. Heading to Essos in search of the Dragon Queen, Asha mused, furrowing her brow. In that case, why not simply return to reclaim the Iron Islands? Waymon inquired with curiosity. That is not feasible. The Iron Islands are presently besieged by formidable sea creatures. Unless we receive explicit orders from Euron, no ship can approach the Iron Islands. Thus, I earnestly hope to secure assistance from Commander Lion. If he can aid me in reclaiming the Iron Islands, I pledge to follow all his directives unconditionally in the future. Asha's words conveyed a profound sense of despair. She seemed to regard Lion as her last hope and anchor. In her eyes, perhaps only Lion's dragon-like power could help her break through the overwhelming encirclement of sea monsters. Understand, Asha, since you are the newly appointed queen of the Iron Islands, I can entrust you with the Ironborn I captured during the naval battle. They're currently confined in the dungeons of Eastwatch, Lion responded thoughtfully. Really? I'm immensely grateful. Comment dites-vous? Asha had initially hesitated to broach the subject of the captives, astonished by Lion's willingness to return them without compensation. These individuals possess considerable martial prowess, but they refuse to don the black attire. It would be a waste of resources to keep them. Take them with you. As soon as Lion's words fell, the lords of the north exchanged glances, as if they had caught a glimpse of a deeper meaning in his statement. Lady Lyanna eagerly interjected, My Lord Lion, may I and my warriors from Bear Island accompany you in the campaign against the Iron Islands? Forgive my boldness, but the environment of Bear Island is hardly conducive to the welfare of our people. I believe that joining the Night's Watch's conquest is the best path for my warriors. Your request is entirely reasonable. I grant it, Lion replied after a moment of contemplation. However, I have one condition. We must prioritize quality over quantity. Should you fail to defeat a standard Night's Watch defender, there would be no purpose in joining the Legion. Lyanna responded with unwavering confidence. I have complete faith in my warriors from Bear Island. Waymon, after a brief moment of thought, smiled and added, since even Lady Lyanna is so eager to have her men don the black, my knights from White Harbor have no reason to refuse. Trust me, Commander Lion. The North's wars would be incomplete without the participation of the knights from White Harbor. Upon hearing Waymon's words, many of the northern lords began to grasp his meaning. If Lion sought to foster peace across the realm, integrating our soldiers into the Night's Watch was indeed a prudent decision. The Night's Watch is no longer bound by the traditional restrictions of celibacy and landlessness. Should Lion unify the 7 kingdoms in the future, these soldiers, generously contributed by various lords, would become a crucial force in maintaining peace across the realms. An increasing number of lords began to believe that the only legion capable of standing on its own in the future continent would be the Night's Watch. Following that meeting, the ranks of the Night's Watch swelled at an unprecedented rate. Although the defenders of the Night's Watch may not possess the extraordinary strength of a spymaster, their capabilities were far superior to those of ordinary northern soldiers. In the selection process, every single warrior from Bear Island passed, while the success rate for soldiers from other lords was merely 1 in 10. Nevertheless, the number of defenders in the Night's Watch exceeded 1,000 for the first time. Undoubtedly, a thrilling piece of news. Days later, Lion rode upon his dragon, soaring above the Iron Islands. Below him, Asha's fleet alongside the Mormont fleet, the Eastwatch fleet, and the White Harbor Fleet formed a formidable united front, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. However, within the expansive waters surrounding the Iron Islands, particularly off the majestic Pike Island, the tumultuous sea occasionally echoed with eerie, bone-chilling cries from the monstrous sea creatures. These sounds seemed to emanate from the depths of a hellish abyss, instilling fear in all who heard them. At that moment, dozens of gargantuan sea monsters roamed freely across the surface, wreaking havoc with their sheer size. Their forms loomed like small mountains, each movement provoking violent surges and roars from the surrounding waters. Among them, one particularly bizarre monster drew attention. Its body exhibited a peculiar shape, and its long tentacles whipped through the air with ferocity akin to a tempest. When it swung its tentacles lightly, it conjured waves of unimaginable force. The turbulent waters surged outward, forming a towering wall of water that was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 160. Lion battles the sea monsters with dragons. High above, Lion, perched on the back of Balerion, whispered with a glint of intrigue in his smile. I never expected this creature, the deep-sea maestro, to still be alive. Euron, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? On the flagship of the United Fleet, all the lords gathered on deck, gazing at the swarm of sea monsters around the Iron Islands. Asha, her expression grave, explained, my uncle, Euron Greyjoy, did not return aboard the Silence. Rather, he rides upon the back of a colossal sea monster. She gestured toward the largest squid-like creature in the distance. The creature bore a gaping, horrifying wound on its head, and molten blood gushed uncontrollably from the gash, evaporating into dark smoke as it dripped onto the sea surface. Damn it! How can we approach the Iron Islands with such a creature guarding them? We stand no chance against this monster. We can only wait for Commander Lion and his dragon to intervene, the lords murmured, while the sailors on the ship glanced nervously at the group of sea monsters beside the Iron Islands. Had the captains not ordered them to hold their positions, they would have likely leapt into the sea in search of salvation. Yet, Lion did not keep his fleet waiting long. He dove directly toward the horde of sea monsters atop his dragon, unleashing a torrential rain of black magical arrows from his starry bow. These arrows, gathered from the stores of the Dreadfort and Winterfell, were said to be magical projectiles once shot by the children of the forest but never reclaimed. Legend has it that each arrow harbored immense magical power, capable of piercing even the toughest armor and stone fortresses. For millennia, humans have been fortunate to recover only a handful of these arrows, making each one exceedingly precious. However, under Lion's mastery, the once rare arrows became as plentiful as dust. Upon the sea surface, thanks to Euron's machinations, the deep-sea maestro surprisingly revived, now swollen to several times its original size. It directed its maw toward Lion, emitting a peculiar and eerie long howl, reminiscent of a sonic attack. Facing the barrage of arrows from Lion, it neither dodged nor evaded, as if these projectiles were inconsequential in its eyes, incapable of inflicting any real harm. And indeed, this proved to be true. After the monstrous creature's long howl reverberated in the ears of the United Fleet, many collapsed, writhing in agony. The arrows shot by Lion seemed to strike an invisible barrier formed by the sound waves, ricocheting harmlessly and failing to inflict any damage upon the sea monster. However, within the mind of the deep-sea maestro, the only thing it feared was the long spear in Lion's grasp, for it was that very weapon that had dealt it a devastating blow in the past. As for the dragon upon which Lion rode, the sea monster regarded it with disdain. In its extensive lifespan, it had encountered countless beings on par with dragons. Now, in its own domain, it felt utterly confident. Though the dragon reigned supreme in the skies, it poses little threat within the vast expanse of the ocean. Thus, when Leon realized that his rare Leoshing had unexpectedly faltered, he solemnly commanded his steed, Balerion, beneath him, drag on fire. Without hesitation, Balerion swooped down, positioning himself within range of the sea monster, and unleashed a torrent of dark golden flames, imbued with the acrid scent of sulfur. However, this very flame, capable of melting the sturdiest rocks of the terrible fortress, inflicted no harm upon the sea creature. To be precise, the magma-blooded beast exhibited an extraordinary resistance to fire, and any damage inflicted by the dragon fire was instantly mended by the surrounding seawater. In the next moment, the sea monster retaliated fiercely, thrashing its tentacles against the dragon. It abandoned the use of its mouth to emit sonic attacks, and instead began to expel searing jets of ink, the temperature of which appeared sufficient to incinerate even the hardest dragon scales. In the distance, after Leon's attack on the sea monster, the members of the allied fleet, free from the sonic interference, rose hastily to observe the unfolding battle. Sir Wyman, leading the White Harbor fleet into the fray, was devoid of any fighting spirit, replaced instead by a profound sense of dread. It was no wonder that the Greyjoy family had once conquered vast lands in the north and the Riverlands. Their sigil depicted a fearsome sea monster, exuding such majesty and power that even legendary dragons would approach with trepidation. Fortunately, the sea monster was confined to the ocean. Had it been able to venture onto land, the Seven Kingdoms would have surely been unified by now. Another lord, unwilling to remain silent, voiced his opinion. This battle cannot be won. I suggest we take advantage of Commander Leon's distraction to set sail back to port. If we delay, and Commander Leon is defeated, none of us will escape. Asha's face mirrored her despair. Is it destined that the Iron Islands, my homeland, will ultimately fall under the tyrannical rule of my brutal uncle, Euron? Just as the crowd succumbed to despair, with a few ships at the fleet's edge quietly turning back, Lyanna Mormont stepped forward, mounting a wooden barrel and vehemently chastising the fearful lords. Do not disrupt the morale of the troops. Commander Leon is invincible. Lyanna, you see it too. The dragon cannot possibly contend with the sea monster upon the surface. Indeed, Lyanna, rest assured that even if you islanders decide to relocate to the north, we shall support you wholeheartedly. However, Lyanna was repulsed by the grotesque expressions of the lords. She unsheathed a dagger from her belt and commanded, those who fear for their lives should flee. Set sail towards the sea monster. Us warriors of Bear Island will take to the front. We must not allow Commander Leon to fight alone. Upon hearing Lyanna's words, the warriors from Bear Island, having joined the Night's Watch, erupted in a fierce roar in response. Yet, at that very moment, an immense and astonishingly colossal tentacle descended from the heavens, seemingly intent on tearing the very world asunder. This sudden turn of events left all present in utter shock as they instinctively gazed upward, fixated on the mysterious and terrifying appendage. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, it became apparent that the battle in the distance had reached a fever pitch. Though the dragon was but a tenth the size of the massive sea monster, it radiated an aura of authority and dominance. Unfortunately, this powerful dragon too fell prey to the tentacle's grip, ensnared and unable to free itself. In the wake of such a ferocious assault, the dragon became increasingly enraged, roaring as it emanated an intense heat, then summoning all its strength to surge towards the higher skies. Chapter 161, Devouring the Sea Monster, Balerion in all his glory. After a heart-stopping struggle, the dragon finally ascended, leveraging its extraordinary power to drag the enormous, fearsome sea creature from the depths of the ocean. Following this, Leon, wielding a gleaming halberd, boldly leaped onto the creature's back, as if a warrior of the seven gods had descended. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon, cleaving several of the tentacles entwined around the dragon's body. Inspired by Leon's valiant display, the freed dragon exhibited an even more tenacious fighting spirit, seizing the frightened sea monster's head with its claws, determined to prevent it from returning to the ocean. The skies belonged to the dragon. Even though its claws sank deeply into the sea monster's flesh, the damage it inflicted paled in comparison to the wounds dealt by Leon's halberd. The pain of physical injury could not compare to the torment of a shattered soul. Yet the sea monster refused to yield, retaliating with injuries of its own, igniting its tentacles' fiery blood in a desperate attempt to repel the dragon. Nevertheless, as the corrosive blood splattered upon the dragon, it showed no sign of retreat or avoidance. Despite its scales being singed and blackened, even revealing bone beneath, it remained resolute, clinging fiercely to the sea monster, refusing to let it return to the depths. Meanwhile, clad in the Night King's eternal armor, Leon was impervious to magical harm. Thus, the corrosive blood of the sea monster had no effect on him, completely blocked by his armor. Even if the sea monster were to resurrect, its weakness was no longer its head. Leon's terrifying strikes, imbued with otherworldly prowess, seemed to diminish its life force with every blow. Ultimately, the sea monster could withstand a relentless assault from both man and dragon no longer. In a moment of desperation, it transformed its sonic waves into the common tongue of Westeros, pleading with Leon, "O mighty dragon knight, spare me. I surrender. I am willing to divulge Euron's weaknesses." Seeing Leon remain unmoved and continue his onslaught, the sea monster finally sensed the looming shadow of death. In a panicked frenzy, it stammered, "Euron, he resurrected me after your departure. He is the chosen son who entered the arena of the gods. Even the drowned god fell by his hand. Trust me, he will come for you soon. Spare my life, and I shall reveal his vulnerabilities. This deal is most advantageous." Leon, noting the deepening frailty in the sea monster's voice, did not relent in his assault. He coldly replied, "Release you? Ha! I know your intentions. I fear that upon your return to the ocean, you would continue to oppose me. It would be a grave disservice to Balerion, who has labored to bring you aloft." With Leon's words, Balerion, seething with rage from his burns, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the sea monster. After sustaining damage from Leon's halberd, the weakened creature found its magical resistance considerably diminished. And now the dragon fire could scorch numerous areas of its body, filling the air with the aroma of grilled calamari. As the sea monster, besieged by the combined might of Leon and the dragon, began to grasp the finality of its fate, it let out a tremendous sonic wave, bellowing, "Euron, when will you come to my rescue?" As the sea monster's cries echoed over the allied fleet of northern lords, they collectively looked skyward. The once wildly thrashing tentacles of the monster now lay lifeless, seemingly cooked by the dragon fire, each falling feebly onto the ocean surface. Its colossal form, akin to a deflated balloon, slumped, while the corrosive blood within gushed forth, creating a horrifying cascade of crimson across the waters. Subsequently, Leon returned to the back of Balerion, who instinctively grasped the corpse of the sea monster and soared towards the waters where the allied fleet was stationed. They unceremoniously cast the blood-drained carcass of the sea creature onto the deck of a ship. Immediately, Leon issued a command. "Apart from this monstrous body, you shall handle the remaining tentacles in the sea. Salvage whatever you can, and consume as much as you desire." The sailors of the allied fleet initially stared blankly at the sea monster's remains, but did not exhibit much fear in response to Leon's orders. Having braved the waves for years, they had long since hardened their nerves. Moreover, the people of Westeros believed in the adage that one gains strength from what one consumes. Many of the sailors aboard harbored dreams of tasting the flesh of a sea monster. Soon, a daring sailor unsheathed his knife without hesitation, slicing a piece of meat from a tentacle, charred to perfection by dragon fire, and tasted it, immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Witnessing that this sailor did not perish from poison, the other sailors eagerly followed suit, diving into the sea to retrieve tentacles, enmeshed in a sumptuous feast of the sea monster's flesh. With the demise of the sea creature, the horde of sea monster minions it once commanded had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Leon's dragon, after triumphing over the sea monster, not only shared invaluable experience with Leon, but also miraculously shed its previous wounds. Balerion then unleashed flames, roasting the sea monster's body to an exquisite degree. Its dragon teeth, akin to the sharpest of knives, carved the carcass into mouth-sized, delectable morsels. Without hesitation, it began to indulge. Before the onlookers, the magnificent dragon resembled a gourmet influencer, performing an extraordinary display of culinary delight. The northern lords, who had previously cowered in fear of the sea monster, now joined the feast, especially when a sailor proclaimed that consuming the sea monster's flesh could significantly enhance one's strength. Even the previously disdainful Sayer Wyman of White Harbor could not resist partaking in this lavish luncheon. Once the dragon had satisfied its hunger with astonishing voracity, its form underwent a remarkable transformation. As it took to the skies once more, soaring through the heavens, onlookers were astonished to discover that its size appeared to have multiplied threefold or more. In that moment, the dragon's wings were large enough to cast a shadow over a town, displaying a grandeur rivaling that of Balerion in its prime. Upon witnessing this colossal creature capable of eclipsing Pike, the Iron Islands fleet, under the command of Euron, emerged in full force, albeit with the flagship waving a white flag. Chapter 162, Daenerys' Letter. On Pike Island, part of the Iron Islands, there once existed a long, narrow piece of land jutting into the sea, resembling a sword piercing the water. However, as time passed, the relentless erosion of the sea gradually fragmented it into 3 islands. On the largest of these islands, members of various noble families congregated. The Iron Islands are the homeland of a ruthless, seafaring people known as the Ironborn. Some say the islands derive their name from the rich iron mines found there, but the Ironborn assert that they are named for the indomitable spirit of their inhabitants. The islanders often proclaim that every ship's captain is a king, hence the Iron Islands are referred to as the land of 1,000 kings. The families present included the Blacktide, Botley, Drum, Greyiron, Harlaw, Hoare, Merlin, Stonehouse, Sandley, Tawny, and Valerion clans, with all but those who had followed Euron at sea in attendance. They awaited the arrival of the fleet from the once despised Green Lands, along with a new Dragon King. After Euron absconded with the Ironborn's main fleet, the remaining elderly and weak vessels stood no chance against the Northern Allied fleet, let alone the gargantuan, fire-breathing dragon. Therefore, the Ironborn assessed the situation and chose to welcome back Asha, their rightful ruler. However, The Ironborn were puzzled by the fact that this Dragon King had not declared himself as such, nor did his followers refer to themselves as anything other than Guardians of the Night's Watch. Asha, I appoint you as the Warden of the Iron Islands. Henceforth, the fleet of the Iron Islands shall be responsible for safeguarding trade across all of Westeros. I will, Commander Leon. The new fleet of the Iron Islands is being constructed, and in your watchful gaze, we shall defeat the traitorous fleet of Euron. Asha solemnly pledged, her eyes ablaze with fury towards Euron. Theon, as Asha's brother, alongside Cole, became the right and left hands of the Queen of the Iron Islands. The remaining members of the Northern Allied fleet did not disband. They stayed behind in the Iron Islands, preparing to regroup with the Ironborn fleet after a period of consolidation to venture forth in search of Euron's fleet. Upon Leon's thunderous victory over the sea monster and successful subjugation of the Iron Islands, Lyanna's eyes sparkled with fervor. Unable to suppress her excitement at Leon's intent to depart, she stepped forward and inquired, Commander Leon, may I accompany you? Are you not afraid of the dragon? As Leon spoke, Balerion, whose head was larger than a warship, turned its gaze towards Lyanna. The realization that someone other than Leon dared to attempt riding Balerion infuriated the great beast. With a fiery temperament, Balerion would not easily tolerate such insolence. It emanated an unparalleled aura of intimidation, the pressure nearly suffocating. While those nearby trembled in fear of the dragon's might, Lyanna, however, showed no sign of retreat, bravely puffing her cheeks in defiance and boldly meeting the dragon's gaze. In comparison to the dragon, Lyanna appeared diminutive, the disparity in size akin to that between an ant and a human. Witnessing her audacity, Leon felt a mixture of amusement and an unfamiliar emotion rising within him. He promptly commanded the proud Balerion to lower its head, allowing Lyanna to mount its substantial neck. Under the imposing presence of Leon, the master of dragons, Balerion begrudgingly complied, bowing its head for Leon's bidding. Thank you so much, Commander Leon. To be honest, my dreams, aside from becoming the mightiest warrior of Bear Island, include riding a dragon. Upon receiving Leon's consent, Lyanna shed her earlier seriousness in confronting the dragon, exuberantly celebrating as if she were a girl of her age. Make sure to hold on tight once you're on the dragon. Leon smiled as he helped Lyanna onto the dragon, hastily offering this advice. As Leon and Lyanna soared through the sky atop the dragon, resembling a meteor ablaze with flames, leaving behind his grand and imposing army, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Among them, an Ironborn chieftain could not contain his inner rage and jealousy. His face contorted into a grotesque mask as he fixated on the retreating figure of the dragon, as if wishing to rend that colossal creature with his gaze. After a considerable time, the chieftain slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with malice and resentment as he directed a low, accusatory voice at Asha. You should not have brought an outsider's army to the Iron Islands. Asha, shall we merely stand by and watch as he flies away? His conditions require us to completely abandon the old way. From now on, we can only serve as merchant ship escorts in every waterway of Westeros. Is this not a betrayal of our ancestors? His words revealed his dissatisfaction with Leon and his concern for the future state of affairs. However, in response to the patriarch's inquiry, Asha merely turned her head and cast a glance at the elder, saying, If you possess a means to vanquish the dragon or the Ironborn, I would be more than willing to restore the ancient ways, but we do not. Remember this. My lord, the world has changed. With that, Asha, the newly appointed priestess of the Iron Islands, commanded her followers to signal. Above the skies of the Iron Islands, in addition to the squid and kraken banners of House Greyjoy, a new flag with gilded edges and a black background slowly ascended. Subsequently, all fleets upon the sea, aside from their family banners, hoisted the same black flag. At the center of the flag was embroidered a silent figure clad in black, wielding a double-handed sword, their hood obscuring their features. Yet their gaze seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the world. As news of Leon's triumph over the sea monster of the Iron Islands was relayed back to the north by ravens, every castle along the way raised the banner symbolizing the Night's Watch's dominion. By the time Balerion landed once more outside Winterfell's dragon nest, the lords who had long awaited his arrival hurriedly gathered around. However, many of them were taken aback upon realizing that the first person to disembark from the dragon was none other than Lyanna. Sansa, too, gazed at Lyanna with a sense of foreboding, as if her own position as the protector of the North were in jeopardy. Why are so many gathered at the dragon's nest? Is there something amiss? As Leon's voice rang out from behind Lyanna, the lords snapped back to attention. Jon Snow promptly presented a letter brought by the Raven to Leon. Yet Leon did not take it. Instead, he calmly commanded, "Read it." Upon hearing Leon's order, Jon complied, his expression grave, as he recited the words with a resonant and authoritative tone. In light of your open attack on the rightful protector of the North, Lord Roose Bolton, and your blatant ambition to crown yourself a king, I, Tommen Baratheon I, as the sole legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, hereby proclaim, you and your Night's Watch have been deemed traitors, and all across the Seven Kingdoms, you shall be hunted down. To prevent the North from descending into chaos once more, I hereby command you to descend to King's Landing and seek my forgiveness within a month. Should you fail to comply, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms shall gather at the neck to lay siege to Winterfell until you are brought to justice. Upon hearing the king's declaration, Leon's countenance remained largely unchanged. However, the urgency that brought Jon and the lords together was not solely due to this letter. Jon then produced another missive, crafted from gold leaf. I, the mother of dragons, the unburnt, Khaleesi of the great grass sea, queen of Meereen, and queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, liberator, breaker of chains, and queen of Westeros, Daenerys Targaryen. Command you and your Night's Watch to submit to me immediately. Otherwise, I, along with my 3 dragons, my army of 8,000 unsullied, over 100,000 Dothraki riders, 3,000 Ironborn, and the fleet of the Iron Islands, shall soon arrive at Dragonstone. In the Lord's Hall of Winterfell, Leon held the letter from the Mother of Dragons. His expression impassive, while internally reflecting, the Mother of Dragons truly embodies the essence of a central figure. Initially, I had hoped to unify the continent before her forces re-landed in Westeros, perhaps averting a confrontation with her. Yet, it appears that such a possibility has vanished. Upon hearing of the Dragon Queen's return to Westeros, the reactions among the Northern Lords varied. They were acutely aware that even without considering the hundreds of thousands of soldiers mentioned in the letter, the mere presence of 3 dragons was enough to instill profound fear among the lords. In their eyes, dragons, those legendary beasts born of blood, magic, and flame, possessed the power to wreak utter devastation. In truth, that fear was compounded by the illusion Leon had instilled in them, making them believe that every dragon in existence grew as swiftly as Balerion. Where's the Dragon Queen's envoy? As soon as Leon's words faded, a middle-aged man, fitting the traditional Westerosi mold, stepped into the Lord's Hall. He was dark-skinned with thick hair, slightly balding yet robust in stature. From Bear Island, Ser Jorah Mormont, the chief knight of the Queen's Guard, loyal friend, and esteemed advisor. He introduced himself with an air of calm. An irate northern lord nearby could not contain himself, adding, Ser Jorah himself is nothing but a slave trader, my lord. Following that, another voice chimed in with gritted teeth. Indeed, his actions and existence tarnished the reputation of the entire North. However, the man known as the Bear, Jorah Mormont, had long since steeled himself against such accusations since the day he embarked on the path of slave trader. Thus, when the hall reverberated with a chorus of derision directed at him, he merely scanned the room for the Mormont banner and, upon spotting Lyanna beneath it, offered a courteous, noble gesture to his niece. Yet, Lyanna's demeanor mirrored that of the other northern lords, filled with resentment towards her uncle's past transgressions. So your arrival signifies a declaration of war from the Dragon Queen against the Night's Watch? Leon inquired, clutching the letter. Indeed, Daenerys is quite displeased with your reforms in the North and the Iron Islands. Even if the crown has waned, it cannot be relinquished into the hands of the populace. The ignorant cannot govern their own destiny. The lessons of blood have already been imparted by the armed sons of the faith and the gatherings of the impoverished. Were it not for Daenerys' keen interest in you, a Targaryen dragon rider with no blood ties to the house, you would not be conversing with me now, but rather with Daenerys herself and her 3 dragons. Jorah's repeated mentions of Daenerys gave the impression of an intimate relationship, leading many lords harboring animosity towards him to momentarily lower their guard, opting to avoid offending the Dragon Queen's envoy before the advent of war. Oh, a flicker of curiosity crossed Leon's face as he pressed on. So, as you suggest, the Queen's confidence stems from the presence of her 3 dragons? Indeed, Commander Leon. Permit me to remind you that you possess but 1 dragon, and I have heard that its hatching occurred much later than Daenerys's. Hence, in both quantity and quality, I believe Daenerys holds a decisive advantage over you. At this, Jorah's expression softened slightly as he regarded the relatively youthful Leon, letting out a quiet sigh. In truth, as long as you ensure that the Night's Watch refrains from interfering in the realm's affairs and withdraw your black-clad men from the wall, the Dragon Queen actually admires your actions. Meanwhile, 100 nautical miles beyond the shores of Eastwatch, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the tranquil sea. 3 colossal dragons of varying hues wrestled and played amidst the clouds. Below the clouds, thousands of formidable warships carried the loyal army of the Dragon Queen. their sails adorned with the Blood Dragon banner, the Crow's Eye banner, and dozens of others. As the fleet's supreme commander, Euron Greyjoy, clad in Valyrian steel armor, stood at the bow of his ship, gazing towards the coast of Eastwatch, his face a portrait of bloodthirsty revenge. Soon after, one of the dragons swooped down, its black and gray scales bearing a striking resemblance to Valyrian, prompting speculation that it might be the reincarnation of the great beast. Nonetheless, Daenerys resolved to bestow upon it a new name to commemorate its rebirth. As the colossal dragon gracefully descended upon the deck of Euron's warship, it gently set Daenerys down before soaring into the sky, frolicking with its two companions above. In Westeros, a saying persists: the Targaryens are either mad or magnificent. Daenerys appears to have inherited the innate greatness of her lineage, an essence often described as unique charisma. Her numerous followers regard her with both reverence and loyalty. Clad in an opulent Valyrian robe, Daenerys slowly stepped from Drogon's back onto the deck, prompting a deafening roar of cheers from thousands of warships. The soldiers' jubilant cries coalesced into a resounding tide, as if the very heavens were stirred, the colors of the world intensified by the cacophony. Even the Ironborn, who had closely followed Euron, found themselves momentarily entranced by Daenerys' breathtaking beauty, casting aside their loyalty to Euron and feeling an overwhelming urge to die for her. Sensing the restlessness of those around him, Euron raised his hand slightly, calming the previously fervent Ironborn. He approached Daenerys with measured steps, gently lifting her hand to place a kiss upon it. Then, with his characteristic roguish smile, he inquired, "My queen, allow me to remind you, the fleet I promised has arrived on schedule and is poised to lead your invincible army back to the shores of Westeros. So, when do you intend to fulfill the promise you made to me?" Daenerys, fully aware of the weight of her commitments, replied with a steely demeanor, "I shall act in accordance with our agreement." Noting Daenerys' unwavering resolve, Euron could not suppress a smug grin. He leaned closer to her ear and teased, "Why not tonight? Let me collect a portion of the reward I am due." Feeling Euron's impatient greed, Daenerys maintained her aloof expression and turned to Missandei, instructing, "As soon as we receive the response from the Night's Watch, ensure that I am notified immediately." Euron was not devoid of feelings. Upon sensing Daenerys' indifference, he, like any man spurned by a woman, felt a surge of anger. His malicious gaze flickered momentarily, and he attempted to follow Daenerys into the cabin, only to be obstructed by the dutiful Grey Worm. Gazing at the dark-skinned warrior, Euron's face contorted with disdain. "Step aside." Yet Grey Worm showed no sign of fear. In fact, every soldier of the Unsullied had extinguished any semblance of trepidation. "The queen has retired, King Euron. It is time for you to leave." Euron's rage turned to mockery at this impudent command. "These are my warships. Where do you expect me to go?" He leaned closer, their faces nearly touching, gazing down at Grey Worm, who found Euron's damp, loathsome aura repugnant. Nevertheless, Grey Worm merely sniffed instinctively, his expression serious and eyes resolute, his robust form showing no inclination to retreat. Euron glanced at Grey Worm's neck, considering a warning, but weighing the consequences of offending Daenerys, he begrudgingly withdrew from the ship. He intended to find a fierce Ironborn to vent his frustrations. Clearly, Daenerys' forces and the Ironborn were not in perfect harmony. Daenerys was primarily utilizing their ships to achieve her own aims. As for the agreement between Daenerys and Euron, once Daenerys ascended the Iron Throne, they would share power. Both were acutely aware that such a scenario was utterly improbable. Euron merely sought to leverage Daenerys' strength to vanquish the Lannisters. Inside the cabin, Missandei poured whale oil into a lamp before retreating into the shadows. On the table remained only Daenerys and Tyrion Lannister, yet the two did not engage in conversation. Instead, Daenerys was lost in thought. With Westeros drawing ever closer, the lands across the narrow sea, which her brother assured were rightfully theirs, had never been witnessed by her own eyes. The names he spoke, Casterly Rock, the Eyrie, Highgarden, and the Vale, Dorne, and the Isle of Faces, were mere combinations of letters to her. Years ago, they were forced to flee from King's Landing to escape the usurper's advancing army. When Viserys was but 8 years old and Daenerys still in her mother's womb. After 9 months of flight, she was born on Dragonstone, amid a summer storm that seemed intent on tearing the castle apart. It was said that the tempest was ferocious, destroying the Targaryen fleet moored in the harbor. With massive stones tumbling from the battlements into the churning waters below, her mother perished during childbirth, a burden that weighed heavily on Viserys' conscience. However, Daenerys had no memory of Dragonstone. On the eve of the usurper's brother's fleet taking shape to seek them out, they were once again forced to flee. Yet the girl who once cowered beneath others' roofs now lay at rest over the Dothraki Sea, reborn in blood and fire. The present-day Queen of Dragons is the true Targaryen. After a prolonged silence, Daenerys's lilac eyes occasionally flickered with hints of sorrow and longing. Stripped of her queenly aura, she resembled a fragile little girl. Perhaps in her eyes, Tyrion was not an outsider. Perhaps she trusted him. Or perhaps, in her perception, this dwarf was not a complete individual. Hence, she did not don the guise of a powerful queen before him. As the fearless Ser Barristan Selmy patrolled the streets of Meereen, he fell victim to an ambush by the Harpy's children, sacrificing his life heroically. At this moment, Daenerys's only counsel lay in the form of the Lannisters' hand. Tyrion did not betray the queen's trust. As a dwarf, he was innately perceptive. After a lengthy silence, he could no longer contain himself and broke the stillness, advising, "Your Grace, you should not hastily declare war on the Night's Watch. Perhaps we should land at Dragonstone. The rebels' kingdom is currently embroiled in conflict with the Night's Watch. If you could land at Dragonstone and strike deep into the heart of the kingdom, as your ancestor Aegon once did, I believe the Seven Kingdoms would surely yield." I know, Daenerys' soft words contrasted starkly with the imperious dragon queen she had been before departing, and the fierce queen who had faced Euron on the deck earlier that day. Now, it was Tyrion's turn to be perplexed. Even the shrewdest among them could not discern Daenerys' true thoughts. Although the Night's Watch's jurisdiction over the North and the Iron Islands represented the lesser side in terms of numbers, one could not judge the cunning of the man named Euron with mundane eyes. He had never known defeat, and now he had a dragon by his side. At that moment, Tyrion experienced a sudden epiphany. Perhaps the issue lay with the dragon, with Daenerys' formidable forces. Defeating the ordinary lords of the Seven Kingdoms would be a mere formality. Yet the dilemma arose with Euron, who possessed a dragon. Having lost all her kin, Daenerys might be desperately eager to understand the origins of Euron's dragon. Could it be that Euron, like Daenerys, shared the blood of the dragon? But with this realization, Tyrion became even more bewildered by Daenerys' decision to challenge Euron. Observing the ever-shifting expressions on his queen's face, Daenerys reined in her emotions of homesickness and softly uttered, "Do not speculate, Tyrion. I have my own plans, though I cannot divulge them at this moment." Daenerys found herself burdened by a secret, one that pertained to her dragon dreams. Like many Targaryens before her, she occasionally experienced visions of dragons during her slumber. On the eve of her army's march, she dreamt of a colossal dragon. In this dream, her deceased brother Viserys once again brutalized and humiliated her. She was laid bare, gripped by terror, utterly helpless. As she attempted to flee, her body betrayed her. He struck her again, sending her staggering. "You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon," he shouted, raining down blows upon her. "You have awakened the sleeping dragon. You have awakened the sleeping dragon." Blood streamed down her thighs as she moaned with her eyes shut, only to hear a heart-wrenching tearing sound, followed by an inferno that seemed to respond to some unseen call. When she opened her eyes, Viserys had vanished, and towering flames surrounded her, within which a great dragon soared, bearing a man clad in black upon its back. He slowly turned his head, locking eyes with her through orbs that glowed like molten lava. At that moment, she awoke, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, never having felt such fear before. Who was the figure on the dragon's back? Her savior or her conqueror? Presently, all clues pointed towards the Night's Watchman, Leon, who possessed a dragon, and Daenerys felt an irresistible urge to seek him out to uncover the truth. In Chapter 165, Her Majesty Queen Daenerys. Had Daenerys not possessed her present formidable strength, she could have easily abandoned her Ironborn fleet and venture alone to Winterfell with her 3 dragons to confront Leon directly, discerning whether he was friend or foe. Leon's actions and governance, it must be said, aligned closely with Daenerys' own ideals. Both cared deeply for the sentiments of the populace. However, Daenerys perceived Leon as acting under the duress of threats from the wildlings and White Walkers, and wearied by the ceaseless turmoil of the North, which had led to a chain reaction of famine due to the Night's Watch's backing. Thus, he commanded that no further wars be permitted in his dominion. In contrast, Daenerys' empathy for the common folk stemmed from her years of hardship and displacement. Unlike other aristocrats who had never known want, and thus often treated the populace favorably out of mere impulse or for show. Moreover, commendably, Leon harbored no intentions of claiming the throne, at least for the moment. Yet his vision might have been too avant-garde under his governance. The future seemed devoid of a place for the ancient noble houses, suggesting that the guardianship of the North might emerge from the common people, a notion entirely unacceptable to these millennia-old families. As a representative of one such house, Daenerys clearly recognized this, which is why she chose the North as her first destination upon returning to Westeros. Yet, in the stillness of night, Daenerys found herself yearning to hastily mount Drogon. disregarding her army, and soared directly to Winterfell. This thought intensified as the coastline drew nearer. One day prior, Winterfell. After Jorah Mormont visited Winterfell with an unprecedented assertiveness. He was not immediately imprisoned by the Night's Watch as one might expect, though he received no special privileges either. A warm room, evidently equipped with special heating, became Jorah's quarters. As the former heir of House Mormont, Jorah recognized that such a room was a considerable luxury, especially after encountering numerous northern lords. Given that Winterfell was not renowned for its upscale accommodations. As night fell, Jorah did not indulge in the peculiar hobbies typical of the nobility, nor had the Night's Watch arranged any for him. Thus, the not-so-enthusiastic reader could only gaze out the sole window of his chamber, lost in thought as he beheld the night beyond. He could not help but recall how, during the day, he had boasted, perhaps in a fit of pride or venting, about the formidable strength of the Dragon Queen's forces to those lords of the north who had once scorned him. The Dothraki cavalry, numbering around 100,000, pledged their fealty to the supreme call of the vast grasslands, called Drogo, as Daenerys' personal retinue. Dothraki were naturally superior horsemen, surpassing any knights, with light cavalry forming their mainstay. These warriors wielded a curved sword known as a khopesh, alongside longbows and whips. They considered armor a sign of cowardice, typically donning colorful leather vests and binding their hair atop their heads. The Unsullied, a renowned battalion of elite infantry composed of castrated slaves from Astapor, trained to perfection, boasted a strength of about 8,000 men, commanded by Grey Worm, with Missandei as a second-in-command. The Stormtroopers, a newly formed fighting force under Daenerys' rule in Meereen, consisted entirely of freedmen, named in honor of the unsullied soldier who fell to the Harpy's son. They numbered approximately 2,000, with the initial commander being Moron, who succumbed to illness, leading to Tartak taking command. The Dragon Mother's servants, another newly established battalion formed after Daenerys' conquest of Meereen, was also composed entirely of freedmen, led by Missandei, an unsullied of Astapor, and the brother of Missandei, totaling around 500 men. The Brotherhood of Free Men, similarly formed under Daenerys in Meereen, consisted entirely of freedmen, with the commander being the Scarred Simon, a liberated Astapor slave, numbering around 1,000 men. The Beastmen, a defensive force established in response to the Harpy's son's terror, was a mixed group of freedmen and the Faceless Men, who donned various animal-shaped brass masks to conceal their identities from retaliation, totaling around 1,000 men, led by Scarrett's Mockintack, a lowborn noble loyal to Daenerys, known as the Lord of the Round Skull. The mercenary forces included 4 groups: the Storm Ravens, with approximately 500 cavalry, who defected to Daenerys during the siege of Yunkai. The current commander was Dario Naharis, a flamboyant Sellsword from Tyrosh, and also Daenerys' lover. The Second Sons, numbering around 500, surrendered to Daenerys during the siege of Yunkai, later defecting to the coalition attacking Meereen after Daenerys lost control over dragons, only to rejoin her side due to the machinations of Tyrion Lannister and Jorah Mormont during the Meereen siege. Their current commander is Brown Ben Plum, a mercenary who claims to have Targaryen blood. The Windblown, with a strength of around 2,000, turned against the Yunkai commanders due to their corruption, persuaded by the offers of Barristan Selmy, on the condition that Daenerys would help them conquer Pentos for revenge. Their leader is the Prince of Rags, an exiled noble from Pentos. Notably, upon learning that their target would be the Night's Watch, the Prince of Rags not only demanded no payment, but also pledged to fight to the death. The Iron Islands Euron Greyjoy had a fleet of about 30,000 men, with 1,000 ships 3 times the size of standard Westerosi vessels. He offered his assistance to Daenerys due to a personal grudge against Commander Leon, promising to participate in all subsequent conflicts after the landing. After hearing the uproar, Jorah did not get to revel in the terrified expressions of those northern lords who had once scorned him, as he was politely ushered out of the Lord's Hall by the Night's Watch. However, before his departure, he overheard intense exchanges erupting within. As Jorah had hoped, after his exit, many lords approached Leon with expressions of panic, pleading, "Commander Leon, we implore you to immediately cease your current policies. The strength of Queen Daenerys' forces is beyond imagination. If we do not intend to align with her, we must swiftly negotiate a truce with the Southern Kings, or at least reach a collaboration." One lord, whether by coincidence or design, referred to Daenerys as the Queen during his speech. The remaining speakers followed suit, bestowing the title of Queen upon Daenerys in their addresses. No, we must mobilize the entire realm without delay. It is not merely the North that is at stake, but also the wildlings of Eastwatch and the combined fleet of the Iron Islands must hasten to the Eastern Sea. This war transcends the Night's Watch. We must unite against Her Majesty, Queen Daenerys. Chapter 166. Lion's Night Meeting with Daenerys. The disparity in forces between us and Queen Daenerys is insurmountable. Even if we rally every warrior from the north and the Iron Islands, our numbers will still fall drastically short, unless we involve the Night King. A lord's eyes shifted subtly, and he cast a furtive glance at Lion, who was listening with an ever-present smile. Upon uttering this blasphemous notion, a profound silence enveloped the northern lords, who were taken aback by such audacious thoughts. They had long heard of Lion's legendary feat of repelling the Night King single-handedly, and many harbored secret doubts about whether he had forged some unholy alliance with the Night King. This speculation was not without merit, as they had frequently witnessed the black-clad, dark-armored whites patrolling Winterfell and the entirety of the north. Initially, the sight was spine-chilling, yet, over time, they had grown accustomed to it, especially after witnessing the Night's Watch defenders patrolling alongside the whites. However, as many began to contemplate the chilling scenario of living troops mingling with the undead, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. At least half of the lords present could not muster the psychological fortitude to entrust their backs to the guardianship of the dead. In response to this lord's fanciful idea, Lion replied with unflinching calm, "This is a war of the living. There is no need to burden the dead. At least for now, I have no desire to make the Night King my vassal, hence he shall not heed my command." In other words, when we living can no longer withstand the onslaught of the Dragon Queen's forces, we can certainly call upon the dead for assistance. This truly is splendid. Many lords thought to themselves. At that moment, the belligerent Wyman interjected, "Commander Lion, I do not wish to dwell on the disparity in strength and numbers among our soldiers. Yet concerning the dragons, we possess only your Balerion, while that Dragon Queen commands no fewer than 3. Furthermore, your dragon was born later, which places it at a developmental disadvantage. Historically, there has never been a case of a single dragon overcoming multiple foes." Wyman rose to his feet, surveying the assembly of northern lords, ensuring all eyes were fixed upon him before continuing. "Thus, I believe that even with the potential ally of the dead army, we are unlikely to stand against the other 2 dragons, provided that Lord Lion's Balerion can even hold one at bay." Although Wyman's words were stark, they ignited a fervent discussion among the northern lords, who began to reflect on the catastrophic toll inflicted by a single dragon during the siege of Harrenhal, speculating how many northern warriors could be annihilated by 2 dragons, or rather, how long the entire north could endure under the fiery breath of a dragon. Taking the Conqueror Aegon's wrathful campaign as an example, human forces fought valiantly throughout the day, yet the dragon responsible for the cleanup appeared for less than half an hour, obliterating all resistance from the Targaryen coalition. Should the north then emulate Dorne, abandoning cities and the daylight, only to act under the cover of night? Yet the north's frigid nights are far more terrifying than any enemy. "Have you finished, Wyman?" Lion's voice was cold, revealing no emotion upon his countenance. "I have concluded." "Comment dites-vous?" Wyman furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts on who supported or opposed his assertions, but ultimately kept them to himself. At least until he perceived a distinct sense of despondency from Lion. He had no intention of offending the Dragon Lord over the distant threat of the Queen. "Very well. I have noted your thoughts, but what I can promise is this. No foe shall set foot in the north as a victor, and no foe shall enter Winterfell except as a captive. 3 dragons, you say? I shall stand against them." A slight smirk graced Lion's lips as he absently touched the ring of sovereignty on his finger. Regardless of whether Daenerys' 3 dragons possess the same extraordinary growth rate as Balerion, the mere fact that the Dragon Lord can command all dragons to submit unconditionally affords Lion an invulnerable position before them. Unless, of course, Daenerys possesses some unique means to accelerate their growth, or unless her dragons surpass the obedience threshold set by the Ring of Sovereignty. Undead dragons, as the name suggests, in the most literal sense. However, Lion firmly believed that no undead dragon had ever existed. Even the mightiest dragon in history, Balerion, had been reborn. Thus, Lion resolutely refused to believe he would falter in such a manner. That night, he mounted Balerion alone and ventured to the sea beyond Eastwatch, seeking Daenerys' fleet. As Yura, restless and plagued by a twitching eyelid, finally rose from his bed, he caught sight of a massive silhouette streaking through the inky night sky, akin to a stroke of dark ink. "What have I seen?" The Night's Watch possesses a dragon that is even larger than Daenerys' Drogon. Yora's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sky, unable to comprehend that even a dragon as legendary as Daenerys' could have a day when it was outclassed in size. Drogon was, to his knowledge, the largest dragon in existence. Yet he knew full well that Drogon did not even come close to the size of Illyrian, whose wings could shroud an entire town. Damn it, the intelligence was flawed. I must swiftly send a raven to inform Daenerys. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yura opened the door, only to be forcefully shoved back by the guard stationed outside. When Yura, infuriated, attempted to draw his sword, he found himself staring into the guard's piercing blue eyes. Yura was taken aback. Was this not the stronghold of the Night's Watch and the Northmen? How had they failed to notice the Night King's incursion? Just as Yura prepared to raise his voice for assistance, fate intervened as Lyanna Mormont appeared, also unable to sleep, and strolled to his door. With a seemingly cheerful demeanor, yet harboring a cautious heart, she asked, "Uncle, so late at night, even the whores have gone to bed. Where are you off to?" "I'm just stepping outside for a walk," Yura replied, casting a meaningful glance at his approaching niece, signaling her to flee. However, whether due to the late hour or Lyanna's deliberate disregard for Yura's hint, she continued, "Let this white accompany you. It cannot speak, so it makes for a perfect listener." "What? Lyanna, did I hear you correctly? You dare to refer to this white as Lord? Am I mistaken?" "Huh. Do not think that all Northerners have been frightened by your daytime antics. We are far stronger than you can imagine. Even the whites are vanquished by our commander Lion." Upon hearing Lyanna's words, Yura found himself swallowing hard, and once reassured that the white bore him no ill will, he recalled his purpose and quickly said, "In that case, Lyanna, my dear niece, kindly ask this white to step aside. I have some private matters to attend to." "That is not permissible. Uncle, we are now foes, not friends." Chapter 167, The Aerial Battle Above Eastwatch. That night, apart from Yura's restlessness, Daenerys, adrift at sea with her army of over 100,000, was equally unable to find slumber. After concluding her meeting with Queen's Hand Tyrion, she found herself alone on deck, illuminated by the bright moonlight reflecting off the ocean surface. Daenerys could discern the hazy outline of the distant coastline, resembling a giant reclining between heaven and earth. Daenerys knew that this was her homeland. As for her memories of Westeros, she did not dwell on them extensively. In her infancy, Daenerys had followed the royal fleet in a retreat, and thus from the moment her memories began, she found herself in the tumult of Essos. Now, as her homeland drew ever closer, she could not suppress the urge to abandon her army and fleet, soaring through the skies of Westeros atop Drogon. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Drogon suddenly descended from the heavens. Landing gracefully on the deck, Daenerys approached, affectionately stroking the dragon-esque scales along his neck, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. After losing all her kin, Daenerys had poured all her warmth into her 3 children. Yet, in the presence of others, she must maintain the facade of a regal and aloof queen. When the perceptive Missandei draped a thick woolen cloak over Daenerys, she understood that perhaps it was time to ride her dragon for a brief reconnaissance of Westeros. "Your Majesty, dawn is but 3 hours away, and our army's landing at Eastwatch approaches," remarked the beautiful Missandei, who was not merely a decorative figure at the Queen's side, but a shrewd advisor who had rendered invaluable service to Daenerys. "I am aware, Missandei. I merely intend to scout the landing site for tomorrow," Daenerys explained, offering no further elaboration. Although Missandei wished to dissuade her, she found herself lacking a compelling argument. Perhaps sensing Missandei's hesitation, Daenerys, now mounted upon Drogon, offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not. I will remain vigilant of the Scorpion crossbows in the north and will not descend within their range. As for Viserion, should we encounter him, I trust my 3 children will prevail." With that, Drogon spread his magnificent wings and shot skyward, joining his 2 dragon brothers in a celestial ballet, resembling 3 shooting stars as they approached Eastwatch. Above the vast expanse of the Eastwatch docks, 3 colossal and enigmatic shadows silently descended. They loomed like titanic beasts, casting a pall of silence over the once bustling commercial district. In days gone by, this place had been a hive of activity, teeming with merchants from all corners of the globe, bustling to conduct their trades. Yet now, the newly erected buildings stood desolate, as if forsaken by time. Many traders had departed, leaving only a few intrepid arms dealers anxiously awaiting the arrival of Daenerys' forces. These remaining merchants were acutely attuned to the shifting tides of fate, and when the 3 dragons appeared in the sky above Eastwatch, they craned their necks from their homes, their eyes fixated on the titanic forms above. In truth, as early as 2 weeks prior, before Daenerys' army had even set forth, the merchants had received word of her impending assault on this locale. Many structures were only half completed, hastily erected in anticipation, while the streets lay strewn with mounds of construction debris, blanketed by a thick layer of the north's chilling, biting snow. From her elevated vantage, Daenerys surveyed the somewhat desolate Eastwatch. Aside from a hint of vitality near the docks, the surroundings resembled a vast garbage heap. The cold wind howled, swirling the snow and amplifying the sense of desolation and solitude. Yet she understood that the significance of this war extended far beyond the surface, concealing deeper intrigues and entanglements of power and profit. Is this truly the state of affairs under the command of the Supreme General? High above, Daenerys regarded the flickering lights of Eastwatch, a trace of disdain fleeting through her mind. Even if Eastwatch were to be completed as a bustling trade city, it paled in comparison to the opulence of Essos that she had come to know. As Daenerys pondered whether to venture north toward the Wall or south to visit the city that once belonged to her family, a sudden, vast shadow appeared on the distant horizon, dark as ink and dense as storm clouds. This shadow rapidly spread across the clear night sky, casting a shroud over the world. Daenerys' gaze fixed upon the encroaching darkness, her pupils narrowing in realization. With her keen observation, she discerned that the shadow bore wings, reminiscent of a badass. Undoubtedly, this was a colossal dragon unlike any she had ever seen, and the dragon's master was likely the fabled Night's Watch commander, Leon Victor. What was even more astonishing was the rapid growth of her own dragons after their separation. This shocking revelation sent a jolt through Daenerys, and Drogon seemed to sense the looming threat from a distant kin, beginning to emit a low growl. Meanwhile, Viserion and Regal, distant yet aware, grew restless, breathing fire in preparation for battle. Dragons, forged from blood magic and fire, possess an innate ignorance of fear, especially before they have tasted defeat. Thus, despite Drogon sensing the immense size and power of the unfamiliar dragon ahead, he remained undaunted and spirited. Before Daenerys could issue a command to attack or retreat, he unleashed a thunderous roar and charged forward with unwavering resolve. In that fleeting moment, the merchants anxiously awaiting news at Eastwatch suddenly found themselves engulfed in darkness, as if the entire world had succumbed to an endless void. This was due to the moonlight being entirely obscured by the outstretched wings of the dragon. It is worth noting that even in broad daylight, should Balerion appear overhead, the same effect would ensue. Ultimately, it was the sheer enormity of Balerion that rendered the entire realm diminished in its presence. Chapter 168. The Three Heroes Slain by Lu Bu. In the inky darkness above, Drogon could not comprehend why the dragon before him was of such colossal stature. True dragons are not slaves, provided they have ample space and sustenance. They can grow to unimaginable sizes. Consequently, even after his brief captivity under the Mother of Dragons, Drogon had swiftly matured alongside his brothers in the ruins of Valyria. Yet, in comparison to Balerion, who shared his hue, Drogon felt like an underdeveloped whelp. This realization stung Drogon's pride, compelling him to disregard Daenerys' alarm and soar directly toward Balerion. He unleashed a pale blue flame, but before it could reach Balerion, the latter countered with a deep crimson fire, repelling Drogon's assault. As the two contrasting flames clashed fiercely in the sky, Daenerys' eyes widened in horror as she witnessed Drogon's blue fire being suppressed. Worse still, the crimson flames did not dissipate. They surged forward toward Drogon. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Daenerys initially felt a surge of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. Utilizing her seamless bond with Drogon and her sharp reflexes, she adeptly maneuvered him aside, narrowly evading the lethal onslaught. In that perilous moment, even though she possessed a fireproof body, she could still distinctly feel the searing heat of the deep crimson flames. However, Daenerys harbored unwavering confidence in her son, Drogon, firmly believing him to be the indisputable mightiest creature in the realm. This conviction was not unfounded. It stemmed from Drogon's colossal stature, which surpassed that of his two dragon brethren, as well as from his unparalleled ferocity in battle. Furthermore, Daenerys observed that there was no dragon rider, the Night's Watchman, upon the back of Vhagar. It is worth noting that even an immensely powerful wild dragon, devoid of an experienced and skilled dragon rider to command it, would find it challenging to fully unleash its formidable combat potential. The man who had instilled such a profound sense of threat in my dragon dreams was merely an ordinary mortal. He dares not even engage in direct combat with a dragon? If that is the case, then the Night's Watchman is hardly a cause for concern. High above, Daenerys reflected on this as Drogon and Vhagar exchanged passes. Little did she know that Leon was, in fact, securely positioned upon a spacious platform atop Vhagar's back. The immense bulk of Vhagar concealed Leon's presence, leading her to mistakenly perceive his absence as fear. Influenced by this misunderstanding, Daenerys' countenance grew increasingly cold and fierce. Since no trace of Dragon Rider could be found on Vhagar's back, and Drogon's flames seemed inadequate to vanquish the foe, it was in accordance with Drogon's brutal and combative nature that close-quarters combat with a wild dragon was the only viable strategy. Throughout her life, Daenerys had witnessed countless instances of Drogon engaging in fierce melee battles with his siblings, and without exception, Drogon emerged victorious each time. As he matured, these victories came with ever-increasing ease. With this thought in mind, Daenerys did not hesitate to command Drogon to initiate a close-range assault. Upon receiving the order, Drogon promptly adjusted his stance and dove swiftly towards Vhagar, striking with his razor-sharp claws. Vhagar, in response, nimbly evaded the attack, displaying agility unbecoming of such a massive creature, and then flapped his enormous wings, generating a powerful gust intended to destabilize the comparatively smaller Drogon. However, Drogon adeptly utilized his size and agility to maneuver gracefully through the air, effortlessly avoiding the onslaught of wind. He then closed in on Vhagar once more, aiming to sink his teeth into the dragon's neck. Vhagar quickly raised his neck, striking Drogon with his formidable head. Simultaneously, Viserion and Rhaegal joined the fray, one lunging upward, bearing its sharp fangs towards Vhagar's abdomen, while the other charged towards Vhagar's vulnerable tail. The back-and-forth skirmish left Daenerys on edge. Yet, all three dragons' attacks ultimately fell short. Drogon's head was met with Vhagar's savage collision, momentarily disorienting him, causing a spray of blood and sulfur to erupt from his mouth, performing a mid-air serpentine maneuver. Meanwhile, Viserion was caught off guard, Vhagar's massive claw easily ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. Rhaegal, attempting a low blow, was struck by Vhagar's tail, which was thicker than his own body, landing a blow to his head. Dazed from the impact, Rhaegal became the first of the four dragons to withdraw from the aerial battle, plummeting towards the earth, fortunately landing in a dense forest, sparing any lives below. Rhaegal, Daenerys, atop Drogon, widened her eyes in horror, her heart nearly bursting. Though she favored Drogon above all, her affection for Rhaegal was equally profound. Yet at this moment, she could only helplessly watch as Rhaegal descended, his fate uncertain. Fortunately, Drogon was not rendered unconscious by the collision. Truly, he was a dragon reborn, like Vhagar. After a brief moment of dizziness, he quickly regained his senses and immediately perceived Viserion struggling beneath Vhagar's claws, crying out in distress. As the elder brother, Drogon did not hesitate to soar forward, determined to rescue his sibling from Vhagar's grasp. However, as he charged once more towards Vhagar, he was met with the other massive claw of the beast. As the colossal creature vanished into the sky, the Eastwatch garrison sprang into action. The current commander of Eastwatch, Samwell, had already taken the lead, guiding 100 knights watch cavalrymen stationed on land, closely monitoring the unfolding battle. Drawing inspiration from ancient tomes on dragon-slaying tactics, he had meticulously forged several incredibly sturdy iron chains, which were now poised for use. Yet, as Samwell arrived at the site where Rhaegal had fallen, the heart-stopping battle in the skies had just concluded. Thus, the 100 Knights Watch soldiers bore witness to a scene they would never forget. In the heavens, Vhagar, looming like a mountain, languidly flapped his enormous wings, one claw firmly grasping the smaller dragon, Rhaegal, immobilizing him as he forced him to descend, while the other claw casually tossed Viserion aside as if discarding a worn-out shoe. Chapter 169. The Meeting of Leon and Daenerys. The defenders of the Night's Watch, renowned for their loyalty and bravery towards Leon, served under his command and were regarded as one of the most reliable forces, particularly those stationed at Eastwatch, who were the elite among the elite. When these valiant men beheld the four colossal dragons battling in the sky, fear was absent from their hearts. At Samwell's fierce rallying cry, they surged forward like a band of fervent bounty hunters, excitement and exhilaration evident on every soldier's face, akin to that of dragon hunters. Once the battle concluded, with Vhagar triumphing over Daenerys' three dragons, they wasted no time in encircling Rhaegal and Viserion, swiftly fastening the glinting iron chains around their necks. These chains symbolized inescapable bondage, heralding the dire fate awaiting the dragons. Just as Daenerys had failed to notice Leon's presence on Vhagar's back, she herself was caught off guard when she tumbled from Drogon's back, nearly being crushed by Vhagar. Fortunately, luck was on her side. She rolled upon landing, narrowly avoiding the dragon's claw. However, she could not evade the oncoming blades glinting with cold light. As a noblewoman, Daenerys possessed little in the way of martial prowess. Stripped of her identity as a dragon rider, she posed no threat to anyone. "Stop! I am Daenerys, your queen," as the sharp blades descended upon her neck. Terror and despair flooded her heart. Frantically, she shouted at the Night's Watchman who was swinging his weapon at her. But they did not recognize the queen who had entered the north accompanied by 3 dragons. They were faithfully executing Leon's orders, ready to slay any intruder daring to invade this land. Yet, in this critical moment, Drogon keenly sensed that his beloved mother was in grave danger. Despite the immense claw of Vhagar leaving a deep gash upon its body, with excruciating pain nearly unbearable, it summoned an indomitable will to twist its head around, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of searing dragon fire upon the Night's Watchman who threatened its mother. Alas, before that ill-fated watcher could evade, Drogon was abruptly beset by a powerful gust as Vhagar unfurled its colossal wings, generating a fierce wind that tilted Drogon's head askew. In the next moment, Vhagar mercilessly pressed its robust and formidable claw down upon Drogon's proud head. Fortunately, at that moment, Sam, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned the silvery-haired woman with violet eyes who had slipped from the back of the dragon. He dismissed his subordinates and stepped forward, his expression darkening as he spoke. Targaryen, this is the north, where the Night's Watch stands vigilant. You, blood of my blood, should not have returned. Daenerys, too, recognized Sam and perceived a familiar, noble aura emanating from him. Having been schooled in the manners of Westerosi nobility since childhood, she found it easy to engage with aristocrats. Thus, after steadying herself, she responded, "My father was a king, my grandfather as well. My entire family comprises the rightful monarchs of the 7 kingdoms. As their heir, why should I not return?" She then glanced at the sigil of the Tarly family emblazoned on Sam's chest and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "It appears that you bear the sigil of the Swift Hunter, so I presume you are of House Tarly. Therefore, I demand you treat me with the respect due to a noble, and furthermore, I wish to see your commander-in-chief, Lord Commander." Upon hearing Daenerys' earnest appeal to noble etiquette, a flicker of anger crossed Sam's face. For reasons unknown, while he would have readily acquiesced to such a request from anyone else, he felt an inexplicable resistance when faced with Daenerys, as though the woman before him harbored a vendetta against him. "You wish to meet the Lord Commander, do you? Very well, but first, you must surrender and command your dragon to submit and don its chains. Impossible. A true dragon is no slave. It shall never adorn itself with shackles. Even if the alternative is death. Even if it means death, it shall not be." Through her exchange with Sam, although Daenerys was no longer the naive girl who harbored fantasies of reclaiming her birthright, having gained considerable governance experience while ruling in Meereen and other lands, she still felt unprepared when the brutal specter of war loomed before her. At the very least, she was not adequately prepared for failure. After rejecting Sam's demand, she looked up at Vhagar, the massive dragon, and a tinge of bitterness washed over her. She thought, if only we had not severed from the fleet. If that were the case, with the support of the Ironborn fleet's dragon-slaying crossbows, even if the battle ended unfavorably, I would certainly not fall into the hands of the Night's Watch. Yet, in that very moment, as she lifted her gaze, her heart jolted as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before her. There, upon Vhagar's broad back, stood a figure cloaked in black, tall and regal as a pine, as if emerging from the shadows. He stood there quietly, exuding an unparalleled air of authority and dominance. Upon recognizing the figure, an indescribable thrill surged within her. He was the very man who had appeared repeatedly in her dragon dreams. At that moment, Lion regarded Daenerys with keen interest, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. He seemed to take a particular fascination in her defiance, the corners of his mouth lifting in a barely perceptible smile. When their gazes met, time appeared to freeze. Lion's eyes deepened with an unbidden admiration for Daenerys' beauty. Despite the surrounding chaos of war, her visage remained strikingly ethereal, like a celestial being descended to earth, and even amid the ravages of battle, her breathtaking beauty evoked profound longing. Witnessing this scene, Lion recalled tales of Daenerys he had once heard. No wonder the Horse Lord had sought her demise, vowing vengeance that drove him to cross the narrow sea in pursuit of the Iron Throne, that symbol of ultimate power. Such a woman was indeed worthy of such fervent devotion and protection. Chapter 170. The Dragonlord's Dominance. When reflecting on Daenerys' beauty, the first image that flashed in Lion's mind was the unique eyebrows of the Dragon Queen that formed a distinctive shape when she smiled. However, when the true Daenerys stood before him, he realized the staggering disparity between memory and reality. The Dragon Queen before him resembled a flawless creation, akin to an image meticulously enhanced by AI technology. Her beauty was beyond words, If one were to summarize, it could only be described as otherworldly. More importantly, at that moment, she radiated a vulnerability reminiscent of a startled fawn, evoking a sense of compassion within Lion. Even standing in opposition to her, he found it difficult to raise his hand against her due solely to her appearance. This internal conflict left Lion in a state of turmoil. Fortunately, Daenerys, upon seeing Lion, was equally shaken. "Are you the man from my dragon dreams?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly as Vhagar lowered its wings, allowing Lion to approach her on the ground. Given the formidable strength Lion exhibited in reality, far surpassing what she had experienced in her dreams, Daenerys' mind was resolute. There was no longer any doubt about Lioness' role as a conqueror. His very demeanor as he approached her, imbued with the pride of a victor, made it unmistakable. Drogon, the embodiment of the Black Death, could not suppress its fury and fear upon witnessing the one who commanded Vhagar to defeat itself and its kin stand before its mother. It unleashed a thunderous roar, defying Vhagar's restraint. This hostile bellow sent a wave of trepidation coursing through Daenerys. From a moment her eyes met Lion's. She had silently accepted her identity as a defeated one, deeply fearing that Drogon's roar would provoke Lion's wrath. "Drogon, silence!" Without hesitation, Daenerys turned, fixing Drogon with an unprecedentedly stern gaze, mustering all her strength to command, as if pouring all her authority into those two words. She hoped this would compel Drogon to cease its roaring, lest it incite Lion and bring forth greater peril upon them. However, Drogon, upon receiving Daenerys' rebuke, visibly appeared aggrieved, as if her current demeanor reminded it of past misfortunes. Back then, when they were still in Meereen, for merely being accused of devouring a cow, Daenerys had unflinchingly locked it away in the smallest of dragon pits. It is important to understand that at that time, Drogon was in a critical phase of growth and development. Such punishment not only filled him with immense humiliation, but, more severely, this restriction on his freedom significantly hampered his normal growth rate. As these thoughts coursed through him, the flames of fury within Drogon blazed ever more fiercely. His proud and untamed spirit resolutely declared that he would never easily succumb to the authority of Daenerys, the mother of dragons. Thus, disregarding her command, he unleashed a deafening roar towards Rhaegar. In truth, this was not the first instance of Drogon defying Daenerys' will. He had always been a creature of singular independence. Witnessing her authority being openly challenged and seeing Drogon show no sign of submission, Daenerys felt a flicker of anxiety. Instinctively, she glanced up at Balerion, who loomed above, a dragon 3 times the size of Drogon, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of impatience. Simultaneously, the massive claw that had been pressing down on Drogon increased its grip, the joints of the claw tightening around him, producing a jarring sound of bone grinding against bone, which made Daenerys' heart flutter with concern. Under the overwhelming weight of this immense force, Drogon's once thundering roar gradually morphed into a pitiful wail. Hearing the anguished sound of her beloved dragon filled Daenerys with urgency. She quickly turned to face Rhaegar, her expression tinged with desperation as she prepared to plead for mercy. "Commander Rhaegar, I beseech you, show mercy and spare my Drogon. He did not intend to offend you. Please forgive my unthinking child." However, before Daenerys could finish her plea, Rhaegar merely caressed the mysterious ring upon his finger, and a flicker of a terrifying authority flashed in his gaze, directed at the struggling Drogon. "Silence, you insolent wretch. Heedless of your betters," he commanded in a tone that dripped with cold indifference. Drogon understood Rhaegar's words, but before he could muster further indignation, his eyes met Rhaegar's. In that instant, one of the powers of the Ring of Kings was activated, the effect of the Dragonlord. Drogon felt as if he were being assailed by countless undead dragons, causing irreparable harm to his tender psyche still in development, leaving behind a profound psychological scar. When Drogon regained consciousness, his eyes were strikingly clear. Looking at Rhaegar, he could not help but lower his head submissively, akin to a fierce dog that had been beaten into submission, lying on the ground, ready for slaughter. Even Balerion found it curious that this younger dragon, so similar in appearance to himself, had suddenly become so docile. Yet among those present, the most astonished was Daenerys. As the mother of dragons, she understood her 3 dragons' personalities all too well, and Drogon was the type who would rather die than yield. Victories and defeats mattered little. He had never submitted. Yet now, he was cowed into silence by a mere glance from Rhaegar. In that moment, Daenerys was thoroughly impressed by Rhaegar, and the last remnants of her animosity towards him vanished, her entire being captivated by his presence. Chapter 171, The Ironborn Attack Eastwatch. Despite being perplexed by the almost flirtatious gaze Daenerys directed at him, Rhaegar's mind was as clear as glass. Merely annihilating Daenerys's 3 dragons did not necessarily imply that her vast army would crumble alongside them. Lady Daenerys Targaryen, is it not rather late to be soaring through the skies on your dragon? He remarked with a hint of mockery. As the words left his lips, Rhaegar realized they carried a deeper significance and emphasized his tone. His words jolted Daenerys in a greater awareness, though she was not entirely lucid. A flush crept across her cheeks as she comprehended the implications of Rhaegar's remark. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she explained, "I was merely surveying my territory. And you must have seen things you ought not to," Rhaegar replied with a teasing smirk. Daenerys's eyes sharpened with suspicion. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of consequence." Rhaegar shrugged. Given that the North and indeed all 7 kingdoms are unwelcoming to a scion of the Dragonlords, you, having lost your dragons, should tread carefully in the future. With that, Rhaegar turned to leave, leaving Daenerys to contemplate his words. "Commander Rhaegar, where shall we confine the captured dragons?" At that moment, Sam approached. Rhaegar first patted him on the shoulder, offering a look of encouragement, then replied, "Though dragons are not slaves, these 3 will no longer resist. Let them accompany Balerion back to Winterfell's dragon lair." "I understand," Sam responded, then glanced at Daenerys and quietly inquired, "What shall we do about this Targaryen woman?" Despite Sam's whisper, Daenerys, desperate for survival, overheard him. "Commander Rhaegar, I trust you are an honorable man. I implore you to release me. I will offer you anything you desire." At this, Daenerys cast a lingering glance at her 3 dragons, then, as if steeling herself, continued, "I can give you one of my dragons, Rhaegar." Hearing Daenerys' offer, Rhaegar could not help but chuckle. "Lady Daenerys, did you not hear me speaking with my men? Your 3 dragons are now mine. This is not a request. It is a fact. If you wish to use a dragon as leverage, I'm afraid that opportunity has passed." Rhaegar's words struck Daenerys like a thunderbolt, her disbelief evident as she stared at her 3 dragons. Meanwhile, Balerion, observing Drogon's submission to Rhaegar, released both Drogon and Viserion. Upon regaining their freedom, joined the slowly awakening Rhaegar, bowing before him in utmost submission. Such reverence from the dragons was a privilege Daenerys had never experienced. Even as their mother, "This is impossible. How did you achieve this?" Daenerys exclaimed, her tone rife with panic. As a descendant of Valyria, she understood that dragons' feelings toward humans were akin to emotional bonds. Proud dragons would not so readily submit to any human. They would never recognize a human as their master. During the Dance of Dragons, many dragon riders had commanded their dragons to attack their kin, only to be betrayed by their own beasts. Witnessing this scene, even amidst her fear of Rhaegar, Daenerys felt a surge of anger rise within her. Besides, she was not merely accompanied by 3 dragons, but had an army of tens of thousands at her command. With this realization, she repressed the fear and disbelief from her expression, replacing it with a stern countenance as she addressed Rhaegar. "Commander Rhaegar, given the current circumstances, I beseech you to allow me to return. I assure you my forces shall not land at Eastwatch, and I am willing to sign a pact that, during my lifetime, I shall not send a single soldier into the north." The promise Daenerys made for her survival was undeniably substantial. Many of the Night's Watch present sighed in relief upon hearing the terms she proposed. In recent days, as the ominous shadow of war looms ever heavier over Eastwatch, even the sworn defenders of the Night's Watch, who have pledged their undying loyalty to Lion, find themselves gripped by an insidious despair upon witnessing the approach of a colossal fleet across the sea. The pressure exerted by Daenerys' armies rivals the dread once instilled in humanity by the Night King at the height of his reign. Particularly after witnessing the devastation wrought by Lion's single dragon, the sight of Daenerys' 3 dragons ignites an overwhelming sense of invincibility within the hearts of all. Prior to the battle in the skies above Eastwatch, nearly every member of the Night's Watch had resigned themselves to the notion that should Lion falter, they would emulate the Dornish by retreating into the woods to engage in guerrilla warfare against Daenerys' invading forces. However, just moments ago, after witnessing Lion's triumphant victory against 3 foes while mounted upon his dragon, this pessimistic outlook began to wane significantly. Observing the eager expressions of his men, Lion could not help but sigh inwardly. He understood all too well that the Night's Watchmen were not invulnerable superhumans. The relentless pressure from Daenerys' army had indeed taken its toll. Lion, the commander, recalled an old saying from Westeros: "Release the tiger back into the mountains and face endless troubles." Yet, Sam stood apart from his fellow Night's Watchmen. This once refined young man, having spent considerable time in the north, had developed a steely resolve. His words struck like thunder, rousing all present among the Night's Watch. Lion harbored a deep admiration for Sam's unwavering determination. his gaze naturally gravitating toward him. At that moment, Daenerys, sensing the tension in the air, promptly raised her hand to pledge her oath. "I shall never betray my vow. I swear by the old and new gods and the seven." Following her declaration, Daenerys cast a pleading glance toward Lyon. And under the watchful eyes of Sam and the fervent Night's Watchman, she began to comprehend that today she might not return unscathed. However, before Lyon could respond, a clamorous cry akin to a tsunami erupted from the distance of Eastwatch. A weathered scout of the Night's Watch, mounted on a gallant steed, raced towards the assembly with urgency. His expression was grave, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Lyon as he reported in a low, urgent tone. "Commander, we are under attack. The enemy has launched their assault." Lyon momentarily froze, casting a surprised glance at Daenerys beside him, pondering whether this young woman truly possessed such reckless audacity, seemingly indifferent to her own life. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. What? Who dares to act so boldly without my consent? Daenerys' anger flared upon hearing this. Her once pale cheeks flushed crimson, as if illuminated by a raging inferno. Her countenance fierce. This fury lent her beauty an air of authority and sternness. Could it be Tyrion, my loyal hand? A pang of anxiety gripped Daenerys as the shrewd yet wise visage of Tyrion flashed in her mind, but she quickly recognized this as mere conjecture, lacking any substantial evidence. Yet, at that moment, the scout uttered a statement that would absolve Tyrion of any wrongdoing. The assault is being led by the Ironborn under the command of Euron Greyjoy. As dawn's first light pierced the clouds, casting its glow upon the dock of Eastwatch, a myriad of boats brimming with Ironborn appeared, resembling a frenzy of sardines in pursuit of fishing vessels, densely crowding the surface of the sea. They surged forward, eager to avoid being left behind. Before the small vessels could reach the shore, the Ironborn, unable to contain their mounting excitement, leaped from their ships without hesitation, trudging through the water toward the land. In their eyes, one could see the reflections of the cold, grim, and merciless sea. Their steps were resolute and powerful, echoing their yearning and anticipation for plunder. The once expansive beach now teemed with the Ironborn, each available spot claimed by them, clad in a variety of tattered garments, yet their eyes betrayed a ferocity and bloodlust. At that moment, it seemed as though the world had been painted in a singular hue, the distinctive color of the Ironborn, brimming with violence and pillage. Euron Greyjoy stood atop a monstrous amphibious beast resembling a crocodile, its long limbs propelling it through the water with ease, swiftly reaching the shore. "Slay every squid upon this verdant land. We are Ironborn. We are sea monsters. We spread the most dreadful nightmares. Plunder triumphs over toil. For our ancient ways. For the drowned god. Attack." The Ironborn surged ashore like fish, immediately raising a cacophony of fervent battle cries, brandishing an array of weapons that gleamed menacingly, as if to intimidate their adversaries. At this juncture, the forces stationed at Eastwatch were woefully inadequate, comprising only 200 battle-hardened Night's Watch regulars alongside a city defense force of 1,000 free folk. Additionally, 100 Night's Watchmen had accompanied Sam to the site of the Dragon's Fall, leaving a mere 1,100 soldiers to defend against the oncoming tide. Astonishingly, the number of Ironborn flooding the beach far outnumbered the defenders of Eastwatch by several folds. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming odds, neither the Night's Watchmen nor the brave free folk displayed any sign of trepidation. Hundreds of Night's Watchmen firmly established themselves behind a hastily erected earthen barricade on the beach, leveraging it for cover as they calmly nocked arrows and unleashed them in a steady, rhythmic volley toward the advancing enemy. Each arrow, imbued with lethal intent, fell like rain upon the sandy shore. Many skilled archers among the free folk joined the ranks of those engaging in ranged combat, their movements fluid and seamless, as if they were born to this craft. At that moment, the Ironborn launched a ferocious assault, their sights set on Eastwatch. Yet, what they did not anticipate was the tempestuous storm of arrows awaiting them. Countless projectiles descended like a torrential downpour, colliding head-on with the Ironborn's charge. This harrowing confrontation plunged both sides into a stalemate, as the Ironborn's frenzied advance was met with unyielding resistance. However, as the battle reached an impasse, Euron, commanding his fearsome crocodilian beast, charged headlong toward Eastwatch. Despite the relentless hail of arrows raining down upon the creature's massive form, Euron remained undaunted, pressing on regardless. Ultimately, the beast expended its last reserves of strength, crashing to the ground and collapsing the earthen wall, burying many of the Night's Watchmen beneath the sand. With the wall's collapse, the Ironborn surged forth like a tidal wave, breaching the previously held defenses and pushing their offensive onward. Thus began a heart-stopping melee, as the surviving knights, watchmen, fearlessly wielded their gleaming swords in close combat with their foes. Yet, each night's watchman found themselves encircled by 3 or 4 Ironborn, rendering their situation exceedingly dire. Despite their overwhelming disadvantage, the Night's Watchmen exhibited no inclination to retreat. Their eyes shone with unwavering resolve and determination. Conversely, in the midst of battle, they displayed an extraordinary ferocity, transforming into embodiments of war itself. Confronted by the onslaught of flashing blades, many low-ranking Iron Men retained a flicker of reason, attempting to evade or parry the lethal strikes. In stark contrast, the defenders among the Night's Watch exhibited no fear, boldly charging toward the gleaming edges. As swords mercilessly descended upon their bodies, they wielded their colossal two-handed swords with the force of thunder, each swing inevitably claiming the life of an adversary. In this moment of selfless bravery, the numerous free folk, initially daunted by their inferior numbers and contemplating retreat, found themselves profoundly inspired, their courage surging. They stepped forward to join the fray, demonstrating an equally fearless spirit. Yoren leapt down from the massive carcass of a sea creature, his eyes meeting the sight of a fierce standoff between the two factions. Witnessing the warriors of the verdant lands, whom the Iron Men typically scorned, resist with such tenacity ignited a nameless fury within Yoren, prompting him to silently curse, a bunch of oblivious fools. Without a hint of trepidation, he plunged into the chaotic battle, clad in formidable Valyrian steel armor, armed only with a sharp dagger. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, charging directly at the Night's Watchmen who still clung to their desperate resistance. Among the Night's Watch was a warrior named Douglas, whose performance in the past had been rather unremarkable, almost bland. Yet who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary individual was, in fact, the second to ascend to the ranks of the realm's defenders after Spatium? At that moment, with the captain Sam absent, the weighty responsibility of commanding the battle fell upon Douglas, the vice-captain. He did not disappoint Sam, successfully leading his fellow Night's Watchmen to bravely withstand the Ironmen's ferocious initial wave of attacks. Furthermore, Douglas himself swiftly dispatched dozens of Iron Men foes within a remarkably short span, emerging unscathed. Such astonishing feats were impossible to overlook by Yoren. Thus, when an Iron Man leader, clad in dark red armor that glimmered like smooth silk and radiating a hint of malice, appeared behind him, everything took a turn for the unusual. "You seem rather overzealous," Yoren remarked, extending his tongue to lightly taste the blood smeared upon his dagger, internally musing, "Indeed, these Night's Watchmen possess a formidable bloodline strength that even I find deeply captivating." Accompanying Yoren's provocative words was the sight of a gaping wound on Douglas's back, stretching from his waist to his shoulder. The heavy Night's Watch armor he wore had been shattered by the blow, sliding down in defeat. Yet, in response to Yoren's taunting words, Douglas displayed no inclination for dialogue. His cold, indifferent gaze, which regarded life as inconsequential, fixated on Yoren. Ignoring his injuries, he resolutely raised his massive two-handed sword, thrusting it towards Yoren with lightning speed. Chapter 173, Tyrion's Hangover. On the vast sea stretching 10 leagues east of Eastwatch, the waves roared and the sea winds howled. From above, a fleet of thousands of ships appeared as a patch of yellow clay upon the canvas of deep blue. At this moment, Tyrion Lannister lay upon a swaying vessel, exuding the potent scent of alcohol. Last night, he had indulged to the point of inebriation, and now, having just been roused by Podrick, he felt a throbbing headache and overwhelming fatigue. The previous night, Tyrion had earnestly urged Daenerys against launching a reckless assault on the city of Lion, but his efforts had proven futile. Disheartened, he had sought solace in drink, numbing his tormented nerves until now. However, upon awakening, Tyrion was met with a startling revelation. Queen Daenerys had not returned overnight. Under King Yoren's command, the Iron Men had audaciously initiated an attack on Eastwatch. The Dothraki, Jorah Mormont, the unsullied Commander Grey Worm, and the mercenary leaders sought to know if they should also join the fray. Seeing Tyrion awaken, Podrick hastened to relay the developments that had transpired during his slumber with clarity and urgency. This sudden upheaval caught Tyrion unprepared. His eyes widened in shock as he struggled to comprehend the astonishing news. Yet this little imp, true to Daenerys' faith in him, proved capable of fulfilling the queen's trust, swiftly making his judgment. Her grace need not worry. She leads 3 mighty dragons in a battle, and even against Lion, she shall be safe. But who permitted Yoren to act so recklessly? He has utterly disrupted my meticulously crafted strategies. If we are to engage in battle, we must do so with full force to ensure a decisive victory. Relay the order for everyone to remain on standby aboard the ships, ready to strike. And summon the leaders to my vessel. Podrick, go. With determination in his tone, the little imp concluded his command. Once he finished speaking, Podrick wasted no time and swiftly conveyed the orders to the others. Subsequently, Tyrion stepped out of the ship's cabin, casting his gaze upon the coast of Eastwatch, now ablaze with the fury of war, and furrowed his brow, massaging his temples. The previously planned strategy had been thrown into disarray, and the Queen's disappearance added to the confusion of the situation. Tyrion Lannister took a deep breath, striving to shake off the remnants of his intoxication. He knew he must act swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. He began to contemplate various possibilities, engaging in urgent discussions with the commanders nearby to formulate a response. After intense deliberation, Tyrion resolved to remain inactive for the time being, awaiting further intelligence. Simultaneously, he dispatched envoys to King Yoren to ascertain the specifics and ordered the soldiers to heighten their vigilance against unforeseen events. Amidst such a complex and shifting landscape, Tyrion Lannister was beset with anxiety. Yet, as an experienced politician and military strategist of House Lannister, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. He must analyze the situation with a clear mind to devise a solution, ensuring the safety of the troops and reclaiming lost ground. However, it was only the little imp who felt this tension and worry. The leaders under Daenerys appeared unfazed, even bearing smiles, as if they were spectators enjoying a captivating performance. They observed the burning conflict on the shore, their eyes glimmering with confidence and anticipation. After all, at that moment, King Yoren's Iron Men surged forth like a relentless tide upon the beach, encircling the Night's Watchmen into smaller and smaller enclaves. From a distance, these besieged Night's Watchmen resembled isolated islands, seemingly on the brink of being engulfed by the overwhelming waves. Among them, the most striking figure was none other than Yoren Greyjoy, adorned in splendid Valyrian steel armor. His movements were ethereal and ghostly, wielding a razor-sharp short sword, swiftly navigating the battlefield with unmatched prowess. Yoren's combat style was fierce and precise. Each strike was executed with no superfluous motion, each attack resulting in a spray of blood. He resembled a war deity descended upon the earth, unstoppable as he carved through the ranks of the Night's Watch, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Until, suddenly, a Night's Watchman wielding a massive two-handed sword emerged before him. The Night's Watchman, a towering figure of formidable presence, wielded a great sword that emanated a chilling light, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. As the two adversaries crossed paths, their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. An intangible aura of murderous intent enveloped the air. Despite the advantage gained by Euron through a successful ambush, the ensuing battle unfolded in a manner that was far from the predictions of those aboard the ship. The swordsmanship of the Night's Watchman was exceptionally rare, marked by an unyielding ferocity that disregarded his own injuries. Even Euron, with his agile form, found himself struck multiple times. Had he not been clad in Valyrian steel armor, he would have likely been cleaved in two by the Watchman's blade. I surmised that the figure wielding the greatsword must be Leon, no doubt. The words belonged to the ragged prince of the Windblown, whose men had previously suffered at Leon's hands, and he harbored a vengeful disposition. When Daenerys recruited mercenaries from Essos, he had even set sail for her ship without negotiating a fee. I believe that man is not Leon. I have heard that Leon is quite young, while the Night's Watchman battling Euron appears to be nearing 40. Daario Naharis, the leader of the Stormcrows, squinted as he carefully assessed the scene, reaching a conclusion. Impossible. We are all well aware of Euron's capabilities. How could he struggle against an obscure Night's Watchman? In response to Dario's assertion, the ragged prince was visibly incensed, retorting angrily. Struggling? Huh. I see you are merely deceiving yourself. It is evident that the Night's Watchman is gravely injured and cannot sustain himself for much longer. As if to corroborate Dario's claims, Euron felt an overwhelming force surge through him after being struck once more in the abdomen by the Night's Watchman Douglas's greatsword, leaving him reeling and vulnerable. If this continued, not only would he suffer humiliation, but he would also be unable to defeat a mere Night's Watchman, a thought that weighed heavily upon him. Thus, as the next round of attacks commenced, Euron cast aside all concerns and resolved to fight with all his might, even at the cost of his life, to vanquish Douglas. However, before Euron could press his attack, Douglas's numerous wounds erupted simultaneously, and he collapsed to the ground, bloodied and defeated. Douglas's downfall served as a signal. The Night's Watchmen and the Free Folk quickly fell to the overwhelming might of the Ironborn, retreating to the diminutive Eastwatch. What a troublesome adversary! Just as Euron had steeled himself for a desperate struggle, he found the encounter to be lacking in excitement. After spitting blood upon Douglas's fallen form, he intended to advance and sever the man's head with his dagger. Yet at that moment, the sky was filled with the resounding roars of dragons. Chapter 174. Dragonfire cleanses the land. As the leaden gray sky flickered with the majestic forms of dragons in a riot of colors, the crowd's attention was irresistibly drawn upward. Some cried out in exhilaration, "Is Daenerys and her dragons returning?" Soon after, another voice shouted, "Look, there is Daenerys' dragon." They understood that with 3 dragons unleashed, even the formidable wall would likely struggle to withstand their fiery assaults. Before Tyrion could issue a command, the battle-ready leaders promptly ordered their men to board ships and proceed to support the Ironborn assault on Eastwatch. Among them, the mercenary company led by the Ragged Prince displayed particularly fervent enthusiasm, as the dragons had yet to reveal themselves, but the Night's Watchmen were already showing signs of defeat. They decisively commanded their subordinates to launch their landing craft towards Eastwatch. In stark contrast to the other leaders, Tyrion remained consumed by worry. His brow furrowed. He silently scrutinized the sky, seemingly contemplating a matter of great importance, uttering not a word. Grey Worm and Yora, the leaders of Daenerys' most trusted legions, did not command their men to attack recklessly like the mercenaries. Instead, they exhibited profound respect for Tyrion, patiently awaiting his orders. After all, in Daenerys' absence, Tyrion was the true core of this army. "My lord, what are you waiting for?" Yora inquired from beside Tyrion, puzzled by his hesitation. To him, the Night's Watchmen defending the shore and the garrison behind Eastwatch's low walls appeared utterly ineffectual. Moreover, with Daenerys' 3 dragons now engaged in battle, there seemed to be no possibility of failure. Could it be that he feared collateral damage? "My lord, I must say your concerns are entirely unwarranted. Once the dragons of the great Khaleesi appear, be they from Meereen or Yunkai, all the lords of the city-states will cease their resistance, provided they are not utterly foolish." With pride, Yora gazed at the dragons soaring overhead, confident in Daenerys and her dragon's might. Tyrion, the clever imp, did not immediately counter his claims. Instead, he blinked several times, scrutinizing the sky before articulating his conclusion. "You have said yourself, our dragon queen possesses only 3 dragons." The clever imp murmured, his gaze fixed on the sky, his expression one of incredulity. But why was there a 4th dragon soaring through the air? Moreover, this dragon, resembling Drogon, was several times larger than the combined size of the other 3. His voice resonated with shock and confusion. No sooner had Tyrion spoken than, before Yora and Grey Worm, who had been silently awaiting orders, could respond, the largest dragon unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens. Then, the 4 dragons that appeared over Eastwatch descended like lightning. The Ironborn and Euron remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. They erupted into jubilant screams, waving their weapons toward the dragons as if to welcome these mysterious and powerful beings. For the Ironborn, seasoned by countless tempests and marvels, the dragons might have seemed but another creature rivaling the great sea beasts. Yet Euron stood alone, gazing greedily at the 4 majestic dragons soaring above. In his mind, he mused, such legendary creatures, capable of soaring through the skies and navigating the depths of the oceans, possessed a strength far surpassing that of ordinary sea monsters. A sense of envy stirred within him, a yearning to possess such formidable steeds. He envisioned a future where Daenerys conquered the 7 kingdoms, and he, in turn, conquered her, riding the dragon as he descended upon the continent, a smirk of pride playing upon his lips. However, that smile lingered only for a fleeting 3 or 4 seconds. As if it were a fleeting bloom, deep within his heart, an eerie, ominous premonition loomed, a sense of impending doom that clung to him, refusing to be shaken off. Until the next moment, when his gaze pierced through the morning mist and landed upon the back of a dragon. Both unfamiliar and yet profoundly familiar, a figure materialized before him. In an instant, he comprehended the source of his strange feeling. Leon, Euron's eyes, which had always gleamed with malice, now appeared shockingly clear, only to be swiftly engulfed by an abyss of terror. Euron was filled with confusion. He could not fathom why Leon had suddenly appeared in this place, nor could he discern Daenerys' whereabouts. At this moment, he was acutely aware that immediate action was imperative. There existed but one choice: run. The thought flitted through his mind, and without hesitation, Yuluen unleashed his astonishing speed and agility, dashing towards the seaside like a tempest. The Ironborn beside him were left utterly astounded, unable to comprehend why their king appeared so terrified, as if he had seen a specter, fleeing in panic from the looming dragons. However, the Ironborn had little time to ponder the reasons behind this bewildering behavior, for in the next instant, the 4 colossal dragons descended upon them. These dragons loomed overhead like a tempestuous storm, their shadows engulfing the unsuspecting crowd below. They opened their cavernous maws, unleashing 4 ferocious torrents of flame that spiraled like infernal whirlwinds, akin to 4 towering pillars of fire descending from the heavens. In an instant, the dragon fire fell like rain, scorching the earth beneath, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Those unfortunate souls struck by the flames were consumed by the searing inferno, their bodies contorting grotesquely under the extreme heat, emitting heart-wrenching cries of despair. Neither the Ironborn, who had previously reclined leisurely on the beach after their victory, nor the mercenaries, who were charging towards the shore with fervor, could escape this sudden catastrophe. In a heartbeat, the beach transformed into a hellish landscape, suffused with acrid smoke and the stench of charred flesh. The relentless flames spread mercilessly, reducing all to ashes. Panic-stricken, people fled in all directions, yet found no refuge, helplessly watching as the flames engulfed them. Chapter 175, The Loyalty of the Innocents. Although the searing flames emitted by Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion were intensely hot, the majority of the harm inflicted upon their enemies was limited to burns and singes. However, the flames exhaled by Balerion, with their ominous crimson hue, possessed a lethally destructive power, capable of instantly transforming a person into a charred husk, blackened as coal. The once tranquil beach was abruptly reignited by the flames of war, as the inferno rose skyward like a dragon, ignited this time by the chilling breath of the dragons. The Ironborn, who had just triumphed over the Night's Watch garrison, had been buoyed by their victory, shouting defiantly at the dragons to demonstrate their strength. Yet, in the face of the sudden dragon fire, they were unable even to utter a curse before becoming charred corpses. Many Ironborn, desperate and terrified, leaped into the sea in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames consuming them. However, while this action might have quelled the residual fires on their bodies, it inadvertently summoned a greater calamity, for Balerion had taken notice of them. When Balerion, or rather the rider atop his back, Leon, perceived that the flames emitted by the 3 smaller dragons were so feeble that they could be extinguished by mere seawater, he was filled with displeasure. Thus, he soared to the shoreline, unleashing flames even more ferocious than the sea, an inferno that could not be quenched, sending these Ironborn directly into the abyss of death to pay homage to the deity they revered. The mercenaries, newly arrived and inadvertently entangled with the Ironborn, witnessed the situation spiraling out of control as their panic summoned forth the mightiest of dragons. Without hesitation, they turned and swam desperately towards their fleet. Meanwhile, more mercenaries remaining on the shore swiftly drew their weapons, attempting to thwart the Ironborn from bringing the dragon's flames closer. In an instant, the seaside erupted into unprecedented chaos, the air filled with cries, screams, and the sounds of battle. On Daenerys' fleet, the sea wind howled and the waves surged, as the sight of the 4 dragons indiscriminately assaulting their own kind instilled dread among the crew. Jorah stood at the bow, his gaze fixated on the 4 dragons wreaking havoc above the eastern sea. A wave of intense fear and regret washed over him. Had Tyrion not intervened just moments ago, he might have led the Dothraki cavalry ashore, charging to their doom. Gods, the dragons have betrayed us. Surely our esteemed Queen Daenerys is now in grave peril as well. We must devise a means to rescue the soldiers on the shore. Jorah cried out in panic, his voice carried away by the wind. Yet, before he could express his gratitude to Tyrion, the latter's next words nearly caused him to tumble overboard. Now, our task is not only to save the soldiers on the shore, but also to swiftly find a way to combat these treacherous dragons. Tyrion calmly analyzed, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Jorah stared at Tyrion, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had thought that simply escaping would ensure their safety, but it seemed the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. But what are we to do? Jorah stammered, utterly devoid of his usual decisiveness. Tyrion smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Jorah's reaction. He placed a reassuring hand on Jorah's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, my lord Jorah. Although the situation is grave, we are not without recourse. First, we must ascertain why these dragons have suddenly turned against us. Perhaps there lies some misunderstanding or conspiracy." Jorah nodded, recognizing the merit in Tyrion's words. Yet, the immediate priority was to ensure the soldiers' safety. "Very well, Lord Tyrion, I understand. What should we do now?" Jorah inquired. "All ships, immediately turn about. Steer clear of this perilous area. Additionally, Send scouts to ascertain the whereabouts of Queen Daenerys and gather further information. Tyrion commanded decisively. Yora sprang into action, relaying Tyrion's orders to the other commanders and crew. The fleet swiftly altered course, sailing away in hopes of escaping this crisis. As a retreat signal was conveyed through the flags, the once calm sea erupted into turmoil. Many crew members witnessed the 4 ferocious dragons mercilessly slaughtering their comrades. Their hearts filled with terror. Without waiting for further instructions from the flagship, numerous ships under the Ironborn's command scattered in every direction. Consequently, the previously tight and orderly formation of the naval fleet was severely disrupted. However, just as everyone was in disarray, hastily attempting to escape the dragon's line of sight, Grey Worm, who had silently observed, could no longer restrain his fury. He strode towards the imp, his face displaying an unprecedented ferocity, and resolutely declared, "Absolutely not. We shall not retreat until we have successfully rescued Queen Daenerys." Seeing Grey Worm block his path, the imp asked helplessly, "But what means do you have to deal with those 4 rampaging dragons? Without Daenerys, we cannot even wield the high Valyrian tongue that commands dragons." At that moment, the only son of the second sons, Dario, wore a cruel yet enigmatic smile and spoke, "But we possess dragon-slaying crossbows." "What? How could you have dragon-slaying crossbows?" "Queen Daenerys detests weapons that can harm dragons. Who permitted you to bring them aboard?" The imp exclaimed in shock, but soon realized that this was not the time for such trivialities. "So, Dario, quickly tell me, how many dragon-slaying crossbows have you prepared?" Grey Worm asked eagerly. "Not too many, just 10, all aboard my ship of the second sons," Dario replied calmly. Upon hearing this number, Grey Worm furrowed his brow in contemplation. "We must defeat that treacherous dragon. Only then can we leverage our superior numbers to continue our assault and seize the opportunity to compel them to the negotiating table." Grey Worm's expression was serious and earnest as he looked at the imp, Tyrion Lannister, seemingly seeking affirmation or support from him. The little demon pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in resignation, conceding to the opinion of the Grey Worm. However, Dario soon raised a troubling concern. Even if we were to catch one of the dragons off guard and inflict injury, once it regained its senses, the soldiers operating the dragon-slaying crossbow would surely meet a grim fate. "I fear that my second sons are not reliable enough for this task." In response to Dario's skepticism, Grey Worm replied without hesitation, "No problem, Dario. If your second sons believe they cannot undertake this mission, they may withdraw from the battle at once. The Unsullied Legion, under my command, will take over." At this juncture, Grey Worm's gaze became resolute, and he fervently continued, "In order to rescue our beloved queen, every member of the Unsullied will unhesitatingly offer their precious lives to demonstrate our unwavering loyalty to her." Chapter 176, The Arrival of Lion, a Wise Choice. As the soldiers of the Unsullied, clad in sleeveless armor and bearing pointed helmets, boarded the vessels of the Second Sons and assumed control of the dragon-slaying crossbows, the tide of the situation shifted dramatically. The 10 warships suddenly broke away from the fleet, sailing alone towards the direction of the Eastern Sea. This unusual maneuver immediately alerted Lion, who circled above. At that moment, the 3 recently subdued dragons, including Drogon, were relentlessly assaulting the remaining Ironborn and mercenaries on the shore, leaving them with no time to spare. Thus, Lion resolutely decided to confront these 10 seemingly suicidal ships alone. On board the vessels, the Unsullied soldiers wore stern expressions, devoid of emotion, as they methodically removed the tarpaulin covering the dragon-slaying crossbows at the prow. Their movements were precise and uniform, indicative of rigorous training. Even as novices at handling the crossbows, they exhibited the composure of seasoned veterans. They were poised for launch, awaiting the approach of the dragons above. In this critical moment, the Unsullied disregarded the possibility of exposing the existence of the crossbows, for they firmly believed that the dragons, soaring hundreds of meters in the sky, would be unable to discern what the ships were equipped with. However, Lion had a vivid recollection of the dragon-slaying crossbows, whose power exceeded that of arrows shot by giants from the battle of the Terror Fortress. Hence, when the Unsullied unveiled the true nature of the crossbows, Lion understood all too well. Regrettably, at the time of the Terror Fortress, the young Valyrians still had to evade the onslaught of the dragon-slaying bolts. Yet now, as Valyrian had grown into a formidable behemoth through relentless combat alongside Lion, he no longer entertained thoughts of evasion when faced with the crossbows. Thus, when Lion instinctively sought to employ the same strategy he had used outside the Terror Fortress, Valyrian, usually obedient, astonishingly refused. Rather than feeling anger at Valyrian's first act of disobedience, Lion smiled and communicated, "Very well, Balerion, let me see what unique tactics you possess." No sooner had Lion spoken than Balerion plunged into the sea with lightning speed, swiftly navigating beneath the 10 warships like a ferocious shark. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he charged directly at one of the vessels. A deafening crash resounded as the massive ship equipped with the dragon-slaying crossbow was abruptly cleaved in two by Balerion's force. In the blink of an eye, Balerion emerged from the center of the encircled ships, unrelenting as he opened his massive maw and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire in all directions. As his head turned, any ship caught in the path of the dragon's flames met a dire fate, shattering into fragments. The unsullied soldiers had already locked their gaze onto the dragon and prepared to fire before he submerged. Yet no matter how diligently they tried, their actions and reflexes could not keep pace with Balerion's movements. Just as Balerion resurfaced from the midst of the fleet, the Unsullied were unable to reload the dragon-slaying bolts in time, and the terrifying dragon fire erupted across the ships like a volcanic eruption, igniting a fierce inferno that threatened to engulf the entire world. Despite the dire circumstances and the looming threat of death, these brave and unyielding Unsullied warriors displayed astonishing resilience and fortitude. Even as they were consumed by the raging flames, they uttered not a single cry of anguish or plea for mercy. This silent resolve stood in stark contrast to the horrified screams and desperate pleas of the Ironborn and mercenaries being mercilessly slaughtered by the 3 dragons on the shore. The little demon observed all of this from a distance. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the 10 ships, laden with what they had believed to be the last glimmer of hope, despair surged within him. In that instant, he realized the power of a true dragon, the might of a true dragon. Mortals cannot defy it. Ironically, just 10 minutes prior, the little demon had been engaged in the ludicrous endeavor of hoping to turn the tide with the dragon-slaying crossbows. "We have utterly lost the Dothraki," Yora murmured as he gazed at the Ironborn and mercenaries being consumed by the flames on the shore. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed the emergence of a mysterious fleet in the surrounding waters, a fleet flying black banners that was gradually encircling them. Though the Dothraki cavalry had suffered no losses, those aboard the ships were now mere ordinary soldiers, bereft of their horses' aid. Despite their numerical superiority, they stood no chance against the formidable dragons. As the unfamiliar ships drew nearer, the banners became increasingly visible, revealing that they belonged to the Night's Watch. At that moment, the members of the Second Sons, who had just retreated from the 10 vessels, along with their leader Dario, became the first to betray the little demon. Dario, brandishing a sharp dagger, pressed it tightly against the little demon's throat and lamented, "I'm sorry, Lord Tyrion. Perhaps handing you over to the Night's Watch will appease their wrath." As the Second Sons initiated their treachery, only the Unsullied, under Grey Worm's command, remained steadfast in their readiness for battle. However, when Lion soared above them on his dragon, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic torrent of dragon fire, the little demon firmly waved his hand, his gaze resolute, preventing Grey Worm from succumbing to the impulse to resist to the very end. He took a deep breath and calmly declared, "We must confront reality, Commander Grey Worm. I know Lion. Perhaps there is still room for negotiation." At that moment, Lion suddenly noticed the enormous flagship of Daenerys' fleet slowly raising a white flag. He gently stroked Balerion's thick neck, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart as he quietly murmured, "Today's battle has claimed countless lives and wrought too many sins. Let's cease. Let all end." This was Lion's second large-scale extermination of the natives since the Terror Fortress, aside from the eradication of the White Walkers. Ultimately, Lion was not a bloodthirsty individual. He had grown somewhat numb and weary from the excessive killing. Balerion seemed to comprehend his master's words. Despite the inner turmoil, he obediently extinguished the raging flames within his maw. As the fire gradually waned, the surrounding air transformed, losing its previous heat, as though tranquility had settled after a tempest. When Balerion hovered above the flagship, Lion leaped from the back of the dragon, crashing onto the wooden deck from a height of several dozen meters and creating a sizable crater. Yet, when he emerged from the crater, he bore no injuries. Amidst the complex gazes of those around him, filled with animosity or admiration, the little demon became the first of Daenerys' followers to greet Lion, stating, "It seems that after many days apart, you have grown stronger, Lion." "Indeed, Lord Tyrion," Lion replied. Leon rose, casting a glance at the white flag fluttering aboard the ship, and remarked with a hint of relief, "It appears you have made a judicious choice." Chapter 177. The Little Devil is Confronted. Perhaps when Leon made his appearance atop the dragon, Many harbored animosity towards him, deeming him nothing more than a man riding the coattails of a colossal beast, lacking any remarkable attributes of his own. Some even entertained the audacious thought, dismount from the dragon, and let us engage in a duel. However, when they witnessed Leon plummeting from the heavens, merely dusting himself off and rising in scathe, the formidable power he exhibited instantaneously dispelled their doubts, compelling them to humbly acknowledge their status as vanquished. Was my decision indeed sagacious? The little devil Tyrion inquired bitterly, facing an old friend. Leon gazed at the golden medal adorned with the sigil of the hand of the king that hung from Tyrion's chest and replied, as the hand of Daenerys, "Your timely surrender is undoubtedly a wise course of action." Upon hearing this, Tyrion instinctively nodded in agreement and continued, "Had you not possessed that dragon, I fear I would have rallied the others to fight you to the bitter end. Yet, Leon, we have over 100,000 unyielding Dothraki warriors aboard, along with 8,000 unsullied. I hold no authority over them, nor can I persuade them to lay down their weapons." A look of helplessness adorned the little devil's face, his tone rife with skepticism and concern. He understood well that these Dothraki and Unsullied were the most elite forces under Daenerys, and a misstep could spiral into unimaginable chaos. At Tyrion's questioning, Yora's expression darkened. As a Dothraki commander appointed by Daenerys herself, he bore a profound affection for his kin, his gaze fixated on Leon with palpable hostility, as if poised to leap forth and engage him in combat. Yet, recognizing their precarious position beneath the shadow of the mighty dragon, he reluctantly quelled such thoughts. Meanwhile, Grey Worm stood resolute, his eyes unwavering and cold, never swaying. As the commander of the Unsullied, he had never issued a command for his soldiers to disarm. Thus, when Leon descended from the sky like a divine being, appearing on the flagship, the Unsullied were already prepared, their spears pointed menacingly at the uninvited guest. Exuding an aura of dread, the entire scene descended into a tense standoff, the atmosphere so thick it was nearly suffocating. All awaited Leon's response, uncertain of how he would navigate the unfolding predicament. Aside from the Unsullied, the rest of Daenerys' forces, including the Dothraki, were filled with trepidation, glancing skyward at the dragon, fearing that the next moment would bring forth an unstoppable torrent of dragon fire. The Dothraki never surrender. We fight until death. In this stifling tension, Yora stepped forward, becoming the first to shatter the silence. Yet, before he could finish his words, he felt the shadow above him intensifying, as if a colossal mountain were descending upon him. Instinctively, Yora looked up, only to be met with the unimaginable sight of a gargantuan dragon's claw, which swiftly seized him like a bolt of lightning. Suspended in midair, Yora did not yield. Instead, he summoned all his strength to cry out, "I am a sworn brother of the blood of Khaleesi. We are bound by blood. Kill me. Strike me down. Even in death, I shall curse you from the depths of hell." Hearing Yora's resolute declaration, Grey Worm gritted his teeth, unafraid as he met the dragon's majesty with a fierce roar. "For our queen who grants us freedom, Unsullied, charge." With that, Grey Worm surged ahead, riding his steed at breakneck speed towards Leon. Simultaneously, the Unsullied soldiers beside him raised their spears in unison, aiming at Leon, ready to unleash their volley. The sudden turn of events left the little devil astounded. He hurriedly raised his hand to halt their actions, but it was too late. Just at that critical moment, a pitiful yet commanding voice rang out from atop the dragon. "Stop." This familiar sound instantly froze all Unsullied in their tracks, their spears clattering into the sea. As they looked up, they beheld Daenerys' figure emerging from the back of Balerion. Leon casually waved his hand, and the dragon, in perfect synchrony with his thoughts, opened its claws, unceremoniously dropping the nearly lifeless Yora into the tumultuous sea below. Subsequently, the dragon gradually descended, allowing Daenerys to traverse its wing and step onto the ship. Leon regarded Daenerys as she approached, a slight smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Shall we call our wager a draw? Those loyal to you and those disloyal each comprise half." Upon hearing this, Daenerys' expression turned momentarily awkward. However, this discomfort was fleeting, quickly masked by an air of compassion laced with authority. She understood that she must project strength now, concealing her true feelings from her followers. This compassion was intended for Grey Worm and the Unsullied, while the authority was specifically directed at the little devil, Tyrion. Indeed, Commander Leon, had you not intervened personally, I might have never believed that the hand of the queen I had trusted so deeply would so readily betray me. Daenerys' tone was laden with unabashed reproach. Faced with her accusatory inquiry, Tyrion found himself momentarily at a loss, his mouth agape as he sought to explain, but words eluded him. He could scarcely fathom that this breathtaking reimagining of the fiery Battle of Eastwatch was, in fact, a trap laid by Daenerys and Leon in concert. Daenerys could undoubtedly perceive the confusion and questions flickering in Tyrion's eyes, yet she merely offered a cold, expressionless explanation. The situation is not as you presume. I have indeed suffered defeat, and my 3 dragons have now fully submitted to a far more powerful Dragonlord. In light of this, your majesty, I regret that I cannot comply with your orders. Leading the entire fleet to their doom is not a prudent course of action. After hearing this explanation, Tyrion shook his head in resignation and added, at the very least, we should preserve a seed of hope for future necessity. Enough, you wretched bastard of House Lannister. My father once bestowed great trust upon your family, and even I had high hopes for you, entrusting you with significant responsibilities, only to be met with your cowardly disposition. Daenerys thundered, her fury palpable. Chapter 178, The Night's Watch King. All today's failures stem from my own actions alone. Thus, after being so sternly reprimanded by Daenerys, under the watchful eyes of all, Tyrion resignedly clutched the metal of the hand of the queen that symbolized power and status against his chest. He gritted his teeth, yanked it off, and hurled it forcefully at Daenerys' feet. Then, with a stoic expression, he declared, throughout the annals of Westerosi history, no hand of the queen has ever faced execution. Therefore, from this moment forth, I shall no longer be a person of high office, but merely a commoner. My queen, I implore you to issue the command for my execution at once. This would serve to validate my unwavering loyalty to you. Podrick, taken aback by this shocking revelation, paled and hurriedly interjected, No, my lord Tyrion, you have merely done what was necessary. There is no need for such drastic measures. Daenerys, too, was taken aback by Tyrion's resolute and decisive words. Since the arrival of the little demon by her side, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly, exerting every effort. Were it not for the myriad of cunning strategies employed by the little demon, they might still be struggling against the relentless harassment of the Harpy organization. Therefore, when the little demon voluntarily requested execution, Daenerys found herself inexplicably hesitant. It was not that Daenerys had softened. Rather, she was no longer the naive girl she once had been. To execute her hand merely for the sake of defeat, before the eyes of her vast army, seemed far too disheartening. Daenerys took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She gazed down at the emblem beneath her feet, her heart a tumult of emotions. Tyrion, I know your intentions are for the realm, but capital punishment is not the most effective solution. Daenerys spoke slowly. Your wisdom and talents remain invaluable to me. A flicker of surprise crossed the little demon's eyes. He had anticipated that Daenerys would execute him without a second thought. I absolve you of your transgressions, but you must accept punishment. From this day forth, you shall no longer serve as the hand of the queen, but as an ordinary soldier. You must demonstrate your worth through action, Daenerys declared with unwavering resolve. Tyrion inclined his head slightly, grateful for Daenerys' displayed kindness. Yet he chuckled, Thank you, your grace. But I suspect your army will not be so short-staffed as to require a dwarf on the battlefield. Upon hearing such words from the little demon, Daenerys understood that this man had made up his mind. She nodded slightly in agreement, her gaze betraying a hint of imperceptible coldness. Soon after, the little demon trudged heavily before Leon, his countenance bearing traces of despair and confusion. He spoke in a low voice, Though your majesty has graciously pardoned my sins, I remain acutely aware of my deep-seated guilt. Had I not been negligent due to my drinking, allowing Euron to act unilaterally, perhaps the queen's forces would be even more formidable today. Leon fixed a penetrating gaze upon the little demon, discerning his thoughts with ease. A slight smile played upon his lips as he replied with a hint of jest. So, little demon, do you intend to don black garb? In truth, Leon understood all too well that he could not allow the little demon to remain by his side. Yet, faced with the little demon, he chose to adopt this light-hearted teasing approach to uncover his true intentions. It must be noted that, in the series, the little demon was synonymous with wisdom until he joined Daenerys, after which fortune seemed to elude her at every turn. I recall once ascending the wall, yet I did not see any White Walkers at that time. Thus, I feel regret, Commander Leon. I have heard that your ranks include many White Walker soldiers. Might I have the opportunity to behold them? As you said, Tyrion, since the Dragon Queen's army lacks a dwarf, we Night's Watch are not in need of just anyone. Perhaps you should consider joining us after you can best any Night's Watchman. Leon's words were a blatant refusal of Tyrion's suggestion. Although Tyrion was uncertain about the capabilities of an ordinary Night's Watchman, he could glean the essence of Leon's message from his tone. This left him momentarily dumbfounded. The little demon pondered inwardly. Have I truly become so detestable that even the gods shun me? Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Leon say, "Rather than pondering what kind of black attire to wear, you would do better to contemplate how to return and claim Casterly Rock." The little demon, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a bitter laugh. "Ah, Commander Leon, you are unaware that my situation is rather delicate. Since we are on this subject, I shall speak candidly. As one condemned by the Seven, I fear I cannot claim inheritance of Casterly Rock." "Oh, who uttered such words? Perhaps the king currently seated upon the Iron Throne?" Leon frowned, pressing for clarification. "It may well be so. King Tommen has yet to rescind my bounty. And for my part, I see no wrongdoing," the little demon replied helplessly. At that moment, Daenerys could no longer contain herself and interjected. "After my defeat in battle with Commander Leon, we reached an agreement. As long as I can accept the conditions for peace proposed by Commander Leon, he shall fully support my ascent to the Iron Throne, that symbol of ultimate power. Moreover, that illegitimate King Tommen is dispatching vast armies to assault the north, protected by the Night's Watch." Thus, the little demon contemplated in silence, a look of relief dawning on his face. No wonder Daenerys had returned unscathed from her encounter with Leon. Simultaneously, his perception of Leon underwent a profound transformation. The man before him was no longer the innocent, carefree youth from the Black Castle. The present Leon was inscrutable, his hidden ambitions burning like a fierce flame, intricately cloaked in the garb of power, rendering them difficult to discern. The little demon understood that this world always required a legitimate king to rule over the people. Leon clearly recognized this as well. Perhaps as a member of the Night's Watch, he could not become that supreme king. Yet he firmly believed that he or a progeny born of himself and Daenerys would eventually ascend the throne. Were Leon privy to the little demon's innermost thoughts, he would likely chuckle and retort, "You overthink it. Becoming king is but a matter of words. Why complicate things?" Chapter 179, The Hunt for Euron. The fiery conflagration of war at Dragonstone was fierce yet fleeting, lasting merely a single morning. In truth, had Euron not taken it upon himself to provoke and strike first, this conflict might have concluded after Daenerys was captured by Leon. After all, none of the ransom conditions proposed by Daenerys at the time of her capture were accepted by Leon. He merely took her 3 dragons, and they mutually acknowledged the misunderstanding. It was only upon Daenerys' arrival at Dragonstone that she discovered the war had commenced, igniting her fury and frustration. She was incensed that her subordinates had launched an attack without awaiting her command, and vexed that they seemed to disregard her safety as their queen. Fortunately, Leon did not punish her for this. He merely commanded her 3 dragons to join in the slaughter of the invaders. When the dragons ceased to unleash their scorching flames, the mercenaries and Ironborn remaining on the beach barely had time to celebrate their narrow escape before they were met with the relentless tide of reinforcements from the north, sent by the Night's Watch, and the prospect of a life of grueling servitude stretched out before them. Even Daenerys at that moment harbored no thoughts of defending those soldiers who had once sworn loyalty to her. Leon, astride the dragon Balerion, soared through the skies, surveying the devastation wrought by war and dragon fire below. Once this had been a thriving port at Dragonstone. Now, only ruins remained, the former glory reduced to ashes. Reflecting back, Leon had never systematically planned for Dragonstone, resulting in a haphazard sprawl of unauthorized constructions by merchants across this vast expanse of land. However, this war had leveled everything, presenting Leon with an exquisite opportunity to rebuild a new city according to the vision in his mind. Notably, Dragonstone, located in the frigid north, boasted a unique ice-free harbor and well-established shipping routes, undoubtedly essential conditions for commercial development. At this moment, Lion finally encountered the opportunity to realize his dreams, to start anew and meticulously craft this beautiful city, transforming it into a paragon worthy of global attention in the aftermath of the truce. In his vision, this new city would not only possess formidable economic strength, but also manifest a harmonious and flourishing social landscape. It would amalgamate various advanced concepts and technologies, becoming a vibrant hub of innovation and creativity. Regardless of their origins, people would find solace and prosperity here, experiencing genuine tranquility and happiness. With this in mind, Lion resolved to send out a delegation to Braavos to enlist a cadre of skilled artisans. Contrasting with Lion's urban planning endeavors, Daenerys stepped onto the sandy shores of Eastwatch, accompanied by her disarmed army and the Night's Watch. The beach bore remnants of smoldering fires and rising smoke, yet Daenerys walked through this desolate landscape with an impassive demeanor. "Daenerys, we, the Windblown, are wholeheartedly devoted to you. How can you stand idly by while we perish?" Prince Dario, among the fortunate survivors, had cleverly concealed himself in the water, only surfacing once the battle had ceased to confront Daenerys. Yet in response to his inquiry, Daenerys merely cast him a fleeting glance before stating with an undeniable authority, "How dare you launch an unauthorized attack on my allies without my consent? Such actions cannot be tolerated. Thus, the hardships you now endure are of your own making." Allies? Prince Dario gazed at Daenerys in astonishment, as if she had uttered the greatest jest of all time. "You dare to claim the Night's Watch as your allies? That is utterly absurd." Daenerys' expression hardened, her gaze firm and devoid of warmth. "Prince Dario, I have made myself abundantly clear. If not for your reckless disobedience and unilateral military actions, you would not find yourselves in such dire straits, captured by my ally, Commander Lion of the Night's Watch." Her voice was as cold as frost, laced with an undeniable authority. As her words resonated, Daenerys' gaze swept mercilessly over the row of mercenary leaders kneeling on the beach, who had once been so brazen. Now, they bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the queen's eyes. "Where is Euron? That wretched, iron-born scoundrel. He has slain so many of my brave warriors." Daenerys' voice thundered with anger. At her command, Grey Worm immediately seized an ironborn from the crowd, preparing to subject him to brutal interrogation for information. With a whip in hand, Grey Worm lashed out at the ironborn, who cried out in agony. "Speak! Where is Euron?" Grey Worm demanded fiercely. "I don't know. I truly don't know." The ironborn pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Daenerys frowned, aware that extracting useful information from this ironborn would be a formidable challenge. Just then, a Dothraki rider rushed forward, kneeling on one knee to report, "Your Grace, we have located Euron's trail. He is fleeing northward." A flicker of fury crossed Daenerys' eyes. "How dare he attempt to escape? He must not be allowed to get away," she declared, turning sharply to face her troops, her voice low yet filled with authority. "Pursue him. We must capture Euron alive and ensure he faces the consequences of his crimes." However, to her astonishment, Daenerys' army remained unresponsive, their spirits visibly deflated, seemingly devoid of the will to execute her orders. It turned out that since their successful landing at Eastwatch, their weapons had been confiscated, and all their ships had fallen into the hands of the Northern and Iron Islands coalition. At that moment, Euron was skillfully navigating his newly constructed ship, the Silence. Racing across the sea, it was unlikely that any vessel in the world could rival the speed and might of the new Silence. Moreover, the soldiers' morale was significantly diminished, partly due to Daenerys' reluctance to execute the imp, Tyrion. They mused privately. If the queen could show mercy to the erstwhile traitor, how could she possibly bring herself to execute Euron, who had only recently severed ties with their ranks? Thus, their enthusiasm for pursuing Euron waned. Although Grey Worm was intent on alleviating Daenerys' troubles, he found himself at a loss. As his Unsullied were adept at land combat, but utterly helpless against an enemy at sea, and the Dothraki cavalry could not traverse the ocean to initiate a pursuit. In light of this predicament, Daenerys could only sigh. Just as she was about to utter a few words of encouragement, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. Instinctively, Daenerys looked up to see Lion atop Balerion, who smiled and asked, "Dany, do you need me to retrieve your traitor? Trust me, I excel at dealing with traitors." Chapter 180. Come forth. Godzilla. At that moment, the vast expanse of the ocean bore witness to the new Silence. Slicing through the waves like an arrow released from its bow, its stern seemed to be equipped with powerful engines, churning the waters as if a wild stallion had broken free, reveling in its liberation across the boundless sea. Soaked to the skin, Euron's expression was grim as he held the helm with a single hand, commanding the vessel with authority. A glint of cunning and malice flickered in his remaining eye, instilling fear among the sailors around him. Much like the previous Silence, the crew aboard the new vessel had fallen victim to Euron's cruelty, having their tongues severed, rendered mute. The ship was enveloped in an eerie silence, a stifling atmosphere that was suffocating and fraught with terror. Suddenly, one brave sailor gathered his courage and stepped forward, gesturing animatedly toward Euron. Euron frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "I sense it. Is he closing in?" Upon hearing this, the sailor nodded vigorously. In that instant, a colossal beast, the dragon Balerion, descended from the sky, its massive form casting a vast shadow over the new Silence, which found itself ensconced in darkness. "My old friend, where else can you flee?" Just then, a voice rang out from above, booming with Lion's authority, amplified by the dragon. However, upon hearing these words, Euron's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Lion's pursuit. Facing Lion's thunderous inquiry, he merely smiled faintly, gradually loosening his grip on the helm and turning with elegant poise. He stood tall, gazing unwaveringly at Lion, who sat astride the great dragon, his expression devoid of fear or retreat. Lion could not help but feel a sense of astonishment at Euron's calm demeanor. He found himself pondering what confidence Euron possessed that allowed him to remain so composed. Did he truly fear death, or did he conceal some secret weapon? Meanwhile, Balerion also noted the indifference on Euron's face, interpreting it as a blatant provocation. As a proud member of the dragon lineage, Balerion could not tolerate such an affront. Enraged, it unleashed a torrent of fire upon Euron. A colossal blaze erupting from its maw, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, powerful enough to consume the world itself. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying dragon fire enveloped the massive hull of the New Silence. As the rampaging dragon prepared to unleash its deadly breath, the sailors aboard the New Tranquility were engulfed in terror. In a frenzy, they leaped into the sea, desperately seeking to evade the impending catastrophe. However, to their astonishment, the searing heat of the dragon's flame instantaneously evaporated a significant volume of seawater, rendering their escape futile. In mere moments, they were scalded to death by the boiling water. Just then, the dragon's fiery assault ceased. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that, despite such a ferocious onslaught, the New Tranquility remained unscathed. Devoid of even the faintest char mark. What could possibly explain this? Did the vessel possess some extraordinary magical protection? Yolen observed Leon's astonishment with a sense of satisfaction, though he cast a wary glance at Balerion before addressing Leon slowly. I never imagined you could raise a dragon to such a size. Remarkable. His voice hinted at surprise and admiration. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yolen's eyes sparkled with confidence. I'm even more astonished that you survived, and that you dare to seek me out. Leon's response remained steadfast, his resolve unwavering despite his uncertainty about Yolen's confidence. Have you considered that my arrival in your territory is a testament to my thorough preparations? He fixed his gaze on Yolen, a subtle smile playing on his lips, seemingly brimming with self-assurance. Moreover, now it is you who has encroached upon my domain. My strength on land is but a fraction of my true potential, yet here, upon the sea, my abilities transcend your imagination. Yolen's tone grew increasingly fervent, as if victory were already assured. I must also express my gratitude for your earlier leniency. Had it not been for you, I would not have swiftly uncovered the whereabouts of the arena of the gods. He reflected on past events, a wave of gratitude washing over him. Indeed, this ship is my reward for vanquishing the drowning god within the arena of the gods. Yolen exclaimed, gesturing proudly towards the grand vessel behind him. He recounted the myriad adventures he experienced since parting ways with Leon, eager to share every detail. The sea breeze whipped around him, lifting his garments, yet could not conceal the exhilaration coursing through him. This ship must be crafted from some magical material, at least on par with the Night King's armor, capable of utterly resisting magical assaults. Leon's astonishment was solely directed at the vessel's capacity to withstand dragon fire. His disdain for Yolen lay bare. However, Yolen remained unfazed by Leon's contempt, almost instinctively introducing his ship with a tone of pride. As you have said, this warship is named the Ship of Theseus. Legend has it that by replacing the final plank, one can navigate through the river of time, transcending even the boundaries of space. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Now surrender this ship, and prepare to meet your demise. Leon's command rang out, instructing Balerion to dive into the sea, intending to forcibly uproot the Ship of Theseus from the depths. If Yolen claimed to possess unfathomable power at sea, then let him be drawn from the water and reveal what means he possessed. As the dragon descended with ferocious speed, its massive claws embedded themselves deeply into the ship's hull, attempting to lift it from the ocean's grasp. While the Ship of Theseus could withstand dragon fire, it could not defy physical forces, and the vessel's draft visibly rose. Leon and the dragon's actions evidently surpassed Yolen's expectations. Initially, he was taken aback as he watched the horizon gradually elevate, but he quickly regained his composure. As Yolen removed his eye patch, his crimson gaze seemed to penetrate the tumultuous sea, reaching into the boundless depths. His voice resonated with determination and yearning, echoing across the expanse as if synchronized with the pulse of the ocean. He my call awaken, Godzilla, sovereign of the seas to which my heart yearns. With your might, aid me in vanquishing those who dare challenge us. As his words reverberated, Leon felt the ship tremble violently beneath his feet, as if some colossal entity stirred from below. He witnessed a pair of massive hands, nearly rivaling Balorion's claws, emerging from the depths, grasping tightly onto the hull of the Ship of Theseus. In that moment, it seemed the ocean's ruler had heeded Yolen's summons, ready to bestow its power for the imminent clash. Chapter 181. The Dragon vs. Godzilla. Leon's voice was laced with disbelief as he slowly diverted his gaze from Yolan, as if conversing with himself yet distinctly intending for Yolan to overhear. Murmuring, "Godzilla? This is utterly preposterous." Yolan detected the sarcasm in Leon's tone, his brow furrowing as the elation he had felt at the prospect of Godzilla's arrival evaporated, replaced by displeasure. "What do you mean by that?" Leon could no longer contain his laughter, fixing his gaze upon Yolan as he explained, "I simply find this rather amusing. The Godzilla you speak of, is it the same creature I am familiar with?" Yolan was perplexed by Leon's words, but time was of the essence. As Godzilla began to rise slowly from the deep as a result of his call, Godzilla transcends mere words. "It is due to its power that I triumphed over the drowning god in the arena of the gods. It witnessed my strength, and I proved to it my capacity to supplant the drowning god, to become the unique, true deity of this world." As Yolan's statement concluded, a tremendous roar echoed, and a colossal shadow erupted from the water's surface. With a splashing cascade, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the onlookers to pale in astonishment. Even the self-important dragon Balorian stared wide-eyed, its regal countenance transformed into one of grave concern as it focused intently on the looming behemoth. Meanwhile, Leon stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sight of Godzilla's true form, internally marveling at the spectacle. Godzilla resembled a moving mountain, its elongated and towering physique cloaked in a thick layer of scales that shimmered with a dark luster. Its elevated muscles resembled hardened rock, exuding explosive power. Such a monumental creature could only be described as a prehistoric titan, causing torrents of seawater to cascade down its form like a waterfall. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this Godzilla was among the largest beings Leon had ever encountered, overshadowing even the titan giants of Braavos at this moment. In contrast, while Balorian possessed enormous wings that could obscure the sky, its body did not appear nearly as grand. At this moment, Godzilla gripped the new tranquility tightly with its powerful forelimbs, its massive head bowed slightly, its gaze fixated on Leon. Its eyes blazed like twin suns, radiating an intense light that contrasted starkly with Yolan's eerie crimson orbs. Finally, Leon realized what to compare Godzilla to: the Great Wall of Despair. Only the human marvel of the Great Wall of Despair would not appear diminutive before Godzilla, despite having once witnessed the film Godzilla on the grand screen of a cinema, where the visual effects had left him utterly astounded. Lion now found that such an experience paled in comparison to the visceral reality of encountering the true Godzilla in person. In this moment, he could assert with unwavering certainty that anyone who laid eyes upon this colossal beast in the future would undoubtedly refer to it as Godzilla. Yet, at this very instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, a sensation he had not experienced since transcending to a higher realm. Instead of fear, an unprecedented thrill coursed through him as he beheld Godzilla's fearsome gaze, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a cataclysmic beam of energy capable of annihilating all existence. Instinctively, Lion activated his Death God's Eye, endeavoring to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of Godzilla. However, the behemoth sensed the invasive scrutiny from the depths of the Death God's Eye, igniting its fury. In a fit of rage, Godzilla lashed out with a massive claw, striking fiercely toward Lion aboard the vessel. Witnessing Godzilla assault his master, Balorion's wrath ignited instantaneously, particularly when it recognized that Godzilla's size rivaled its own, even daring to challenge its draconic majesty. Balorion's fury reached its zenith. Without hesitation, it raised its indomitable head and charged at Godzilla with astonishing force. In this clash of titanic powers, the two gargantuan forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. The ocean churned violently due to their conflict, and those aboard the ship clung desperately to anything stable to avoid being swept away in this monumental battle. Seizing the opportunity while Godzilla was preoccupied with Balorion, Lion finally had the chance to analyze the information relayed by the Death God's Eye. Godzilla, demigod-level sea monster, 6-dimensional attributes, sleight, skills, scorching ray, cursed blood, grapple and bite. Description: a sea monster long slumbering in the ocean depths, tainted with the bloodline of the old gods. Its scorching ray can open the gates of the arena of gods. Summoned to the surface by Yolan, weakness: none. Only submission is possible. Upon reading the final segment of the description, even Lion, with his formidable strength, found himself troubled by this incarnation of Godzilla. No weaknesses. How could this be? Yolan, overhearing Lion's mutterings, responded with a sinister grin. Watch closely as Godzilla vanquishes your dragon. If not for Godzilla's reluctance to come ashore, the world would have long been in my grasp. Yet, The fierce battle between the two colossal creatures was not one that could be resolved swiftly. After all, Balerion was a member of the draconic lineage that had ruled the world for millennia, a being of unparalleled stature. Its immense power, coupled with boundless wisdom and combat experience inherited from its ancestors, allowed it to navigate confrontations with ease. Even when faced with a behemoth like Godzilla, Balerion remained undaunted, never conceding an inch. With a thunderous charge, Balerion initiated the assault, slamming its head against Godzilla with an impact so formidable that the latter's mountainous form tilted involuntarily. Godzilla, in response, swung its powerful forelimbs to retaliate, but Balerion, as swift as lightning, deftly evaded the strike and maneuvered behind Godzilla. Observing Yu'lon's smug demeanor beside him, Lion chuckled, cracking his knuckles as he approached Yu'lon. While they engage in their fervent struggle, why don't we test our might as well? Shall we settle this, Yu'lon? Chapter 182. The scorching white dragon flame, a sign of the ascending undying dragon. Above the ocean's surface, the fierce clash between Balerion and Godzilla raged on. Just as the death gods I had revealed, Godzilla's form bore no vulnerabilities, appearing as though its colossal physique had been crafted solely for battle, devoid of any extraneous organs. When Balerion, in a fit of rage, struck Godzilla's head with a powerful ram, the blow merely caused Godzilla to sway slightly. With a slight shake of its head, Godzilla swiftly regained its composure. Then, with a powerful swipe of its massive claws, Godzilla lunged at Balerion, delivering a crushing blow that forced Balerion to retreat several dozen meters through the air. Nonetheless, Balerion did not falter. It rapidly flapped its wings and charged again at Godzilla. This time, it revealed its razor-sharp claws, capable of piercing solid rock, but as they struck Godzilla, they barely left shallow white marks on its armored hide. Failing to breach the skin, Godzilla, undeterred, quickly spun around and retaliated with a lightning-fast sweep of its robust tail, sending Balerion reeling. The battle between these unimaginable giants was straightforward and direct, devoid of embellishment. Each attack was a clash of raw power. However, in that moment, Balerion seemed to awaken to the formidable strength inherent in its draconic nature. Although physical combat was not its forte, it possessed the capacity to unleash devastating dragon flames upon its foes. Had Lion been commanding Balerion, he would have undoubtedly refrained from allowing Godzilla to engage in close quarters, opting instead to unleash a torrent of searing dragon flames without hesitation. This, without a doubt, highlighted the vulnerability of a dragon lacking a skilled rider. Yet, as Balerion unleashed its molten dragon flames upon the imposing Godzilla, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flames, although briefly scorching parts of Godzilla's visage, were met with an even fiercer counterattack. Godzilla expelled a searing beam of energy from its maw, engaging Balerion's flames in a breathtaking duel of energy. Yet, being upon the ocean, Godzilla seemed to possess a unique regenerative advantage, its scorching ray growing ever more radiant, while Balerion, relying solely on the fire elements stored within its heart, began to show signs of fatigue. You wish to determine a victor between us? Huh, such a foolish notion. Yu'lon guffawed, as though he had heard the grandest of jokes. It was known that while his abilities on land were somewhat constrained, upon returning to the sea, he transformed into an indomitable ruler, impervious and eternal. Moreover, Yu'lon understood that after enduring the trials of the arena of gods, his entire being had attained a fragment of divinity. This signified that all mundane methods were ineffective against him, with only equally matched adversaries posing a potential threat. In Yu'lon's eyes, Lion was merely a fortunate young man, having emerged unscathed from the arena of gods and successfully vanquished the god of drowning. Yu'lon considered himself the world's sole true deity, his gaze reflecting a disdain for the ignorance embedded in Lion's words. He thrust the unique short sword, salvaged from the ruins of Valeria, into the ground, adopting a classic pose reminiscent of Titanic, brazenly awaiting Lion's advance. As Yu'lon spread his arms wide, a powerful aura of divinity radiated from him. However, in the next moment, Leon wielded the Fong Tian Hua Ji with such ferocity that Yu'lon was instantly introduced to the essence of true brutality. In the hands of the transcendent Leon, the weapon seemed to possess a life of its own, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Each swing emanated a cataclysmic force, rivaling the might of the gods' most fervent strikes. As Leon, brandishing the Fong Tian Hua Ji, struck across Yu'lon's chest with the force of a thunderclap. Yu'lon had yet to react before the sound of his Valyrian steel armor tearing apart echoed in the air, a sound that was painfully jarring. In the briefest of moments, Yulun's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression etched with incredulity. The armor that had accompanied him through countless battles, even against the most formidable foes in the arena of the gods, was now reduced to mere fragments scattered upon the ground. Bereft of the armor's protection, Yulun found his body fully exposed to the air. It was starkly visible that a massive, gaping wound marred his chest, nearly spanning its entire width. Trembling, Yulun extended his right hand, gently touching the wound, feeling a warmth coursing through his fingers. He could hardly fathom that he would once again experience the sensation of blood. How could this be? Yulun's heart was engulfed by shock and confusion, his originally malevolent gaze now wide with astonishment, especially that crimson eye, ablaze with a furious flame of fear. Unexpectedly for Leon, a similar grievous wound appeared on the chest of the sea monster Godzilla, high above, alongside Bellerin. Grayish-green blood erupted from Godzilla's chest like a torrent breaking through a dam, forming a striking pillar of crimson. This unprecedented injury caused the once surging stream of searing light from Godzilla's mouth to abruptly halt. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Bellerin deftly summoned every ounce of fire elemental energy within, gathering it in its mouth, and unleashed a dragon flame of nearly blinding white-hot intensity. This dragon flame, akin to a razor-sharp sword, pierced through Godzilla's head with the force of a tempest. From a bird's eye view, one could clearly witness this harrowing scene. The upper portion of Godzilla's neck was instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving only a few remnants of flesh to testify to the existence of a head that once was. Following this devastating blow, Godzilla, gravely wounded, could no longer bear its own weight and staggered backward, toppling over. However, having executed this strike, Bellerin had also exhausted all of its strength, struggling in the water, unable to regain flight, and ultimately collapsing in the icy depths. Chapter 183. The Resurrection of Godzilla. As the battle between the two colossal beasts drew to a close, the sea surface finally returned to a tranquil, mirror-like state. Yet, the fierce clash between Leon and Yulun was far from over. Yulun, still reeling from the exhilaration of summoning Godzilla, found himself in utter disbelief. He had been wounded by Leon. Had he not been so timely injured, Godzilla would not have been so easily slain by Bellerin. Witnessing the very strike he delivered to Yulun mirrored on the sea monster Godzilla, Leon suddenly grasped the truth. I surmise you possess some special secret technique that intricately links your life force with that of this sea monster Godzilla. Leon's words echoed in Yulun's ears, prompting him to fixate on Leon with a solemn expression. Although Yulun was somewhat taken aback by Leon's swift deduction of his secret, he felt no overwhelming surprise. Thus, with an air of calmness, Yulun confessed, "Indeed, you are correct. I share my life force with this Godzilla. The injuries it sustains are reflected upon me, and vice versa." However, upon hearing Yulun's explanation, a grave concern gradually settled upon Leon's face. With Godzilla's head obliterated by Bellerin's most potent dragon flame, it was evidently dead beyond resurrection. Yet, why did Yulun appear seemingly unscathed, save for the wound upon his chest, showing no signs of impending demise? The notion of sharing a life force with Godzilla seemed far more complex than it appeared. It is well known that Yulun possesses the ability to summon storms at sea. He effortlessly conjured a sea breeze imbued with ocean water that enveloped him, healing the gash across his chest at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, I did not anticipate that you possessed the ability to harm me. Yulun's gaze fixed intently on the Fong Tian Hua Ji in Leon's grasp, convinced that its power was the source of his injury. This weapon in Leon's hands could possibly be an artifact inadvertently lost from the arena of the gods. After all, in the arena, even the gods are mere playthings for a higher existence, forced to battle one another. It would not be entirely implausible for a weapon to be carried away by a mortal such as Yulun, who returned alive from the arena of the gods. Meanwhile, Bellerin, who lay gasping in the water, suddenly revealed a newfound sharpness in its eyes. From 100 meters ahead, the spot where Godzilla had sunk to the ocean floor erupted into a massive whirlpool. Godzilla, now with a new head, burst forth from the sea. The first act of the resurrected Godzilla was to lift the weakened Bellerin, who lay helplessly in the water, effortlessly as if it were a mere chick. Godzilla then raised its head high, a searing beam of light gathering in its maw, as if preparing to unleash this immense, accumulated power back upon Bellerin as retribution for the earlier decapitation. And this time, the weakened Bellerin had no means of counterattack. Leon's gaze sharpened as he regarded Yulun, the Fong Tian Hua Ji trembling slightly in his grip. So, the confidence that allows you to stand before me stems from this Godzilla, capable of perpetual resurrection. Does it? Ha, you are correct. This sea monster is a being that even the gods within the arena hold in profound dread. As long as I live, it shall not perish. Thus, it follows that if I defeat you, I can truly vanquish this beast. Leon murmured, just as the beam of light from Godzilla's mouth was about to be unleashed upon the weakened Bellerin. Leon summoned every ounce of his strength, elevating his speed to an unimaginable level. Even as Yuluen hastily drew his short sword to block the impending strike, he was far too slow before the transcendent Leon. However, upon realizing that he could not match Leon's speed, Yuluen abandoned all resistance, knowing that Leon's subsequent efforts would be in vain. In the instant that Leon brushed past Yuluen, a blinding flash of crimson light suddenly erupted. Yuluen's upper body was lifted as if by mysterious force, soaring into the air. In a swift motion, Leon turned, thrusting his long spear like lightning, piercing through the back of Yuluen's skull with deadly precision. Simultaneously, the sea monster Godzilla met a similarly grim fate. Its upper and lower halves were violently severed in an instant, and the immense forelimbs that had once tightly grasped Bellerin lost all strength, while the scorching beam of light it had been expelling became erratic and uncontrolled. Yet Bellerin, having just regained some vitality, exhibited a remarkable will to survive. It struggled free from Godzilla's claws and let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. As a noble dragon, being so easily captured by a sea monster was a humiliation that ignited its fury, erupting like a volcano. Thus, the victorious Balerion unhesitatingly opened its bloodied maw and viciously sank its teeth into the seemingly indomitable form of Godzilla. Under its furious assault, the once resilient hide, capable of withstanding dragon fire, was ruthlessly torn asunder, transforming Godzilla's flesh into a delectable feast for Balerion, which savored every bite. Having just unleashed a torrent of draconic flame of a near-blazing white hue, Balerion found itself ensnared in a state of weakness. Yet this was not solely a consequence of exertion. Rather, it was one of the dragonkind's inherent traits, a prelude to its enhanced prowess in battle. Through the consumption of Godzilla's flesh, Balerion appeared to be inexhaustibly revitalized as it continued to expel searing white flames from its gaping maw, leaving Godzilla's battered form riddled with wounds. However, Yulon did not succumb immediately. Upon the ocean, he tirelessly summoned the sea winds to envelop his body, granting him an effect akin to immortality, and with a cruel smile, he proclaimed, Leon, the ocean is boundless, thus you shall never vanquish me. Spare your efforts. Your only recourse is to submit to me, kneeling before the true God. Ha ha! Accompanied by Yulon's raucous laughter and his resounding declarations, tumultuous waves surged upon the sea, and the heavens darkened, shrouded in dense clouds as thunder and lightning erupted, with Godzilla's colossal form appearing to affirm Yulon's invincibility. Yet, Leon remained steadfast, undeterred by Yulon's taunts. He raised his halberd high, channeling every ounce of strength to stir Yulon, who was reduced to a mere mouth, retorting, Godzilla bound to a feeble pretender like you is the greatest humiliation of its existence. No sooner had Leon spoken than he summoned Balerion, who had nearly feasted to satisfaction. And together with the gradually recovering Yulon, they soared into the sky. As they ascended closer to the heavens, Yulon's trepidation intensified. He urgently inquired of Leon, where do you intend to take me? In response to Yulon's query, Leon merely replied nonchalantly, since you reign supreme over the ocean, unassailable, I shall resolve this matter in the boundless sky. Upon hearing these words, Yulon was stricken with terror, unable to suppress a desperate cry. No. Chapter 184. The Subjugation of Yulon and Godzilla. As Balerion clutched Yulon's battered form and ascended to the frigid heights, Yulon found himself thousands of meters above the ground, entirely devoid of the ocean's essence. Panic and despair engulfed him as he realized he had been cornered. With all his might, he summoned the last remnants of seawater within him, desperately attempting to solidify it into a corporeal form. After accomplishing this feat, he swiftly raised his hand towards Leon, pleading for mercy. Leon, halt, you cannot kill me. I am one of the greatest beings in existence, a true god. You cannot treat me this way. Yet Leon paid him no heed, observing that Yulon had reformed his body, devoid of any desire to destroy him, waiting instead to strike when they reached sufficient altitude. As Yulon's pleas fell upon deaf ears, he became increasingly frantic. He had believed that with Godzilla present and his affinity for the ocean, he was an invincible force upon the waves. Little did he anticipate that Leon could so easily devise a method to counter his invulnerability. Distanced from the ocean's surface, Yulon not only felt the absence of the sea breeze, but also sensed the lifeblood that mirrored the ocean itself steadily ebbing away. Leon, there is no need for us to remain adversaries. Simply release me, and I vow never to appear before you again. However, Yulon's heartfelt entreaties bore no fruit with Leon. A vow? To whom will you swear? You, the blasphemer, if your deity, the drowned god, has not perished at your hands. Perhaps you might have a witness to your oath. Leon scoffed, fully aware of the nature of beings like Yulon, who often feign submission while secretly plotting rebellion. Yulon resembled an indomitable cockroach. Even if he posed no tangible threat to Leon, his mere existence was enough to incite revulsion. Yulon, I am occupied and have no time to continue this charade. Save your breath. Do not squander your words. Meanwhile, the massive Godzilla, having endured the wrathful consumption of Balerion, struggled to recover after losing a substantial portion of its form, much like Yulon had previously. Yet, once its eyes had regenerated, it was astonished to discover that its contract partner had been taken to the skies by the colossal dragon and its master. Should Yulon perish, cut off from the ocean, Godzilla would lose all hope of revival. Enraged by this realization, Godzilla unleashed a torrent of searing energy, amassed from its entire being, towards the dragon above. Sensing the threat, Balerion cast a disdainful glance at the standing Godzilla, filled with contempt and derision. With a gentle flap of its wings, it effortlessly evaded the lethal beam and continued its ascent. In these lofty heights, which had long been a forbidden realm for humanity, even the most formidable dragon riders of the Valyrian Empire would hesitate to tread upon this enigmatic domain. Yet Leon was no ordinary man. He possessed an extraordinary physique. And likewise, Yulon was far from mundane. As the air thinned to a near unbreathable state, Yulon's incessant pleas for mercy finally ceased. Leon gazed upward, no longer beholding the familiar azure sky, but instead an endless expanse of cosmic brilliance. At this moment, the dragon halted its ascent. Leon then turned his gaze towards Yulon, who appeared numbed by the high-altitude winds, casting him a look imbued with significance, as if to convey, "Let your life come to an end here." This look radiated a sense of resolve and ruthlessness that instilled fear in Yulon. Just as Leon prepared to strike, he was suddenly greeted by the long-absent voice of the system panel. Demigod-level hero, Croweye Yulon Greyjoy requests to join your ranks. Do you consent? Leon turned to see Yulon, his face a mask of trepidation, pallid as a sheet, as if gripped by overwhelming fear. The once malevolent red glow of his Croweye now appeared remarkably lucid, stripped of its former malice and cunning. You wish to ally with me? When Leon mouthed this inquiry, Yulon, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurriedly nodded in agreement. He was not ready to die. Too many reasons compelled him to cling to life. Even if it meant bowing to Leon from this point forward, he would do so willingly. After all, as long as he remained alive, hope persisted. Especially after lingering in the frigid heights, he acutely felt the chilling winds and biting cold. The frost seemed intent on freezing him solid. He understood that if he remained here, he would likely perish from the harsh elements before Leon could even lift a finger. Yet, possessing an elongated lifespan and immortality, Yulon would come to regret this decision countless times in the future. Very well, I consent. Upon confirming Yulon's willingness to join his ranks, Leon issued his command without hesitation. He directed Balerion to adjust its course and descend. Minutes later, as Godzilla beheld the returning dragon, a flicker of humanity's despondency glimmered in its enormous eyes. A sense of disappointment seems to linger in the air, accompanied by an unmistakable feeling of helplessness. In Godzilla's heart, it is likely that his contract-bound companion, Euron Greyjoy, has perished, leaving him bereft of the means to resurrect endlessly. Just as Godzilla flicks his tail, preparing to plunge into the depths of the ocean, a consciousness invades his mind. Godzilla, I'm still alive. What? Euron Greyjoy, you're not dead? Indeed, I live. Though I have surrendered. Huh. Foolish human. How easily you fall for your own ruse. Very well, let us strike together, while the dragon and his master are distracted. I shall incinerate them with my fiery breath. However, just as the man and the sea monster communicate in their unique fashion, Euron suddenly exclaims, Stop. Godzilla. I have told you I have surrendered. His voice rings out, startling both Leon, perched upon the dragoness back, and the mighty dragon Balerion. They cannot fathom why Euron would make such a declaration. Godzilla, equally perplexed, urgently inquires through their secretive means, What are you doing, Euron Greyjoy? Have you betrayed me? Yet, Euron refrains from responding in whispers. Instead, he boldly declares, No. My most commendable trait, Euron Greyjoy, is my unwavering loyalty. I shall remain eternally faithful to the great knight, Commander Leon Victor. His voice resonates with conviction and reverence, as though he is proclaiming his faith to the world. Leon and Balerion exchange glances, a hint of confusion swelling within them. They cannot understand Euron's abrupt change of heart, but his tone and expression suggest he is in earnest. Godzilla, now brimming with fury, cannot comprehend why Euron would exhibit such loyalty to a mere human. He opens his mouth, ready to unleash another roar. Yet Euron stands before him, unyielding, his gaze resolute. Godzilla, please trust me. My loyalty is beyond question. All I do now is for our shared benefit. The commander possesses immense power and wisdom. Only by following him can we stride towards a brighter future. Lay aside your hostility and join us in serving the commander. Godzilla falls silent for a moment, seemingly pondering Euron's words. At last, he gradually retracts his menacing posture, the flames of wrath in his eyes beginning to subside. Perhaps Euron truly has his reasons. However, what Godzilla fails to perceive is that Euron, upon uttering these words, is overwhelmed with disbelief. He cannot comprehend why he is acting this way. Not even a flicker of rebellious thought arises within him. Even Godzilla is unwittingly drawn towards Leon's allegiance. Euron remains oblivious to the fact that the system's divine power has been activated. Chapter 185, Douglas's Adventure. As the colossal form of the sea monster Godzilla gradually descends into the ocean depths, the majestic silhouette of the dragon Balerion ascends back into the sky. Meanwhile, the surviving crew of the New Tranquility hoists white flags, rowing towards the port of Eastwatch. At this moment, Daenerys and her army stand upon the shore, while 3 dragons, more akin to watchers than followers, linger nearby. Daenerys' eyes brim with helplessness. She has attempted multiple times to call the dragons down from the sky to draw closer to her. Yet the 3 dragons, tamed by Leon, the Dragonlord, completely disregard Daenerys' maternal commands. The aftermath of the fierce battle away from the coastline is scarcely known. Nevertheless, many deduce from the violent tremors of the ground and the relentless waves crashing ashore that a breathtaking battle rages beneath the sea, especially upon witnessing the spectacular clash between a sea monster rivaling the Titan of Braavos and the dragons. An energy wave colliding with dragon fire, an unimaginable spectacle for the people of Westeros. Thus, as the vessels approach the shore, the first figure to come into view is the brooding Euron. He stands on the dock, his eyes betraying a hint of cunning and indifference, while the Night's Watch members, upon seeing him, openly display intense hostility. Faced with this situation, Euron appears somewhat resigned. He is acutely aware of his unfavorable reputation among the Night's Watch. Yet he silently steps aside to reveal Leon behind him. Shortly thereafter, Euron quickly dons a dark cloak as a symbol of his allegiance to the Night's Watch. Replacing his once signature scarlet cloak, he adopts the posture of a loyal guardian, closely following Leon as they disembark from the ship. In this moment, Euron's actions are cautious. As if fearing to provoke any unnecessary trouble, he lowers his head, his gaze fixed on Leon, seemingly announcing to all, "I am merely the subordinate of this important figure. Commander Leon, what was that enormous sea monster?" As Leon strides down the gangplank with an air of authority, Daenerys hastily approaches him, cautiously inquiring. However, Leon remains silent, and Euron, with a pained expression, quickly explains in a low voice, "Your Majesty, that sea monster was summoned by me. Its name is Godzilla. Our battle with Commander Leon was purely a misunderstanding, but fortunately, the misunderstanding has now been resolved." "I see, Euron. Do you realize the gravity of your transgression?" Daenerys retorts, sharply following Euron's explanation. Yet, as Euron steals a glance at Leon, who continues forward without a reaction, he concludes that Leon harbors no anger towards him. Thus, Euron raises his head, casting a disdainful glance at Daenerys, and speaks in a tone devoid of respect. "I am unaware, and furthermore, Queen Daenerys, you have no right to judge me. To entertain a hypothetical, even if I were indeed guilty, I have donned black, joining the Night's Watch. Thus, my sins are naturally absolved." "What? You have joined the Night's Watch?" Daenerys exclaims in astonishment, while Grey Worm and several Night's Watch members react with disbelief. The reality of Euron's claim seems difficult for many to accept, particularly for those survivors of Eastwatch who had previously clashed with Euron. Under Sam's leadership, they surged towards Euron. Were it not for Leon standing in front of him, many would likely rush forward to tear him apart. "Commander Leon, Euron, as the perpetrator of the assault on Eastwatch, why do you not take action against him?" Sam questions, his face etched with confusion, unable to comprehend Leon's leniency towards Euron. Leon simply responds with a calm demeanor. Since he has donned black, his past transgressions are forgiven. Upon hearing Leon's explanation, warmth swells within Euron's heart. Although he does not fear any lethal actions from his fellow Night's Watch comrades, the sense of being understood and accepted still brings him comfort. Simultaneously, he recognizes that Leon's decision is not born from personal sentiment, but rather rooted in the principles of the Night's Watch. So, are you implying that any criminal, regardless of the severity of their crimes, is forgiven upon joining the Night's Watch? As Sam grits his teeth, this question seems to shatter something within him. This inquiry not only strikes at Sam's personal boundaries, but also resonates with the other members of the Night's Watch. Following Sam's words, numerous members express their support, raising their swords to their chests in silent solidarity towards Leon. These Night's Watch members, though diverse in character and background, unite in this moment through a shared conviction. Leon quietly observes the scene before him, sensing the resolve and loyalty of the Night's Watch. He understood that for these guardians, justice and fairness were the principles they steadfastly upheld, and Euron's actions had undoubtedly crossed their threshold. In light of such circumstances, even if the system panel guaranteed their unwavering loyalty, Leon still had to tread carefully, ensuring both the unity of the Night's Watch and a satisfactory resolution for all. Sam, what do you wish me to do? Leon's words were delivered with a calm demeanor, casting the question of how to deal with Euron back to Sam. I want his death, to repay Douglas. With a swift motion, Sam gestured, and several Night's Watch members brought forth a gravely injured comrade. The sight revealed numerous glaring wounds across his body. Even the most skilled healer would be unable to save him, as his time appeared to be nearly at an end. Leon instantly recognized this valiant subordinate, once the second individual to ascend as a defender of the realm, Douglas. So it is, Leon mused. Euron, since you were able to forge a pact with Godzilla, you must also be able to make one with mortals. Revive him. Leon turned his gaze towards Euron, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Euron hesitated briefly, then inhaled deeply, kneeling beside Douglas and beginning to recite an obscure incantation. What is he doing? Sam vandr dalaut. Watching Euron with confusion. Moments later, Euron's already pale complexion grew even more ashen. However, astonishingly, the wounds on Douglas began to heal at an astonishing pace. As if time itself were reversing, in the blink of an eye, his injuries vanished without a trace. Finally, when Douglas reopened his eyes, Euron struggled to rise, staggering toward Leon with resolute conviction in his voice. My special ability can only bind with 2 living beings. If possible, Commander, please ensure that Douglas lives longer. Otherwise, not only I, but even Godzilla will be severely impacted. Leon nodded slightly in understanding and then stepped toward the gradually awakening Douglas, softly inquiring, So, do you wish to become my personal guard? Hearing Leon's inquiry, Douglas, though filled with confusion and unaware of the suddenness of this request, instinctively nodded without hesitation. In that instant, a powerful and mysterious force surged into Douglas's body like a torrent. He felt himself becoming incredibly strong, as though endowed with boundless power. Unbeknownst to Douglas, he had acquired half of Leon's combat prowess along with Euron's nearly indomitable vitality. Chapter 186. The Southern Conquest War commences. At Eastwatch, once the site of a beach and dockland now reduced to ruins. The remnants of the fierce battle from a week ago, with its crumbling walls and ashes, have been nearly cleared away by the throngs of Dany's army, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even the typically disdainful Dothraki cavalry, who adhered to a philosophy of taking by force rather than toil, were now, under the vigilant supervision of the 4 dragons soaring above, quietly sheathing their curved swords and shouldering heavy building stones freshly quarried from the mountains, or transporting the materials with their beloved warhorses. Yet, most Dothraki riders prefer to bear the stones themselves rather than let their steeds endure such burdens. After all, for Dany's expeditionary force, which arrived in Eastwatch for purposes unknown, despite Leon having executed several notorious war profiteers, the majority still found themselves in a state of semi-freedom. This condition would only change once the reconstruction of the Eastwatch dock area had commenced and begun to function. Their Khaleesi, or Dragon Queen, Daenerys, was currently in a hastily erected tent at Eastwatch, deliberating with Leon and the Night's Watchmen. The agenda, naturally, centered around the laws of the kingdom. The army of the False King in King's Landing, under the command of Duke Lannister, was gathering in the Neck. The known intelligence indicated that the Lannisters had dispatched 30,000 soldiers, while the Stormlands and the Riverlands contributed approximately 20,000 troops, and the Vale unleashed a staggering 100,000. Duke Wyman was currently leading the Northern Fleet to sever the enemy's supply lines, though the efforts were proving far from ideal. During the meeting, Davos, well versed in the geography of the Seven Kingdoms, explained the situation to the assembly. He had just arrived from Winterfell, and, after much contemplation following Stannis' demise, ultimately chose to don the black cloak, embracing Leon's ideals and becoming the first noble in the Seven Kingdoms to submit to him. It is noteworthy that referring to King Tommen of King's Landing as a false king was not a new occurrence for Davos. Similarly, many among Daenerys' Grand Army and within the Northern and Iron Islands controlled by the Night's Watch shared this sentiment. When Tommen ordered an attack on the Night's Watch, Leon openly declared Tommen an illegitimate king, asserting that the Night's Watch of the North and Iron Islands would no longer pledge their loyalty to him. In fact, prior to Daenerys' arrival at Eastwatch, there had already been several large-scale skirmishes in the Neck region between the two factions. Representing the Night's Watch at the time were the Reed family from Greywater Watch and the Wyman family from White Harbor, while the opposing side was led by the army of Kevin Lannister. According to Leon's initial vision, the entire North and Iron Islands, along with future castles and lands that would submit to him, should be served by a single army composed entirely of the Night's Watch. However, given the current circumstances, achieving this goal still seemed a distant prospect. After all, in the grand scale of the War of the Five Kings, a mere force of less than 1,000 Night's Watchmen could hardly dictate the course of battle. As for the four dragons under Leon's command, during the time of Aegon's conquest, the continent of Essos had yet to see the intricate designs of dragon-slaying crossbows. Thus, they had been free to wreak havoc upon the defenseless soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms. However, times had changed, and now even barren places like the Dreadfort in the north possessed several dragon-slaying crossbows. It is easy to imagine that upon learning of the impending confrontation with the dragons, King Tommen's army would meticulously devise extensive defenses against them. The only dragon capable of completely disregarding the threat of dragon-slaying crossbows was Balerion. The other three dragons, without competent dragon riders, faced significant risks when battling alone. At the very least, this conquest could not rely solely on Leon riding Balerion to act as a fireman. "Thank you for your explanation, Ser Davos," Daenerys said gracefully, nodding slightly in respect and gratitude towards the knight renowned for his seriousness. Her expression was as tranquil as a still lake, betraying not a hint of anxiety. As if the tens of thousands of loyal soldiers under the false King Tommen were merely insignificant ants. Even though her prideful three dragons had strayed far from her, she still firmly believed that with the remaining unsullied Dothraki cavalry and her loyal Queen Guard, she would seize every ounce of glory and power she desired. "You're welcome, Queen Daenerys," Davos replied, rising in response. He had once pledged loyalty to a king like Stannis, and though he held reservations about the young Daenerys, he at least displayed the requisite respect in this moment. Just then, Daenerys slowly rose to her feet, her gaze piercing and direct as it settled upon Leon. With a slight nod, her voice resolute, she inquired, "How long, Commander Leon, will you require my army to serve you? If you believe there's a shortage of manpower, rest assured that once we successfully conquer King's Landing, ample reinforcements will be dispatched to you." Daenerys' voice resonated in the air, imbued with an undeniable confidence and authority. This was the first time she had so assertively questioned Leon since capturing her three dragons in the Vale. The urgency behind her inquiry stemmed not from mere whim, but from the pressing reality that her forces could not be endlessly depleted at the construction sites along the shores of the Narrow Sea. The Unsullied were manageable, but for the Dothraki cavalry, whose very essence lay in raiding, this would be a devastating blow. Just a week had passed, and already numerous Dothraki deserters had begun to emerge, with the ranks of those harboring treacherous intentions continuing to swell. Each morning, new wooden palisades encircled her camp, adorned with the severed heads of deserters, brandished with the distinctive whips of the Dothraki. Thus, Daenerys dared not contemplate how much longer she could endure such conditions, compelling her to muster the courage to confront Leon. "Commander Leon, if you intend to honor our agreement after conquering the South, you may depart at any time." Leon's response to Daenerys' challenge was somewhat dismissive, yet the implications were unambiguous. An agreement? Daenerys furrowed her brow, recalling that when she had been captured along with her dragons, she had, in desperation, promised that upon ascending the Iron Throne, she would disband the armies of the realm, retaining only the Night's Watch. Chapter 187, Rhaegar's Dragon Knight Jon. Yet at that moment, she had only been stunned by the betrayal of her dragons, instinctively making a promise she now regretted countless times at the urging of her advisors. When she confided this to Grey Worm and the others, they unanimously deemed it a scheme devised by Leon. If only the Night's Watch remained in command of the realm, wouldn't that allow Leon to place whomever he wished upon the Iron Throne? Would she, with her hundreds of thousands of troops, willingly become a puppet? However, currently, under the ease of his authority and with the looming threat of her 4 dragons soaring overhead, Daenerys and her army dared not entertain dissent. Contemplating this, Daenerys resolved to confront the agreement with Leon. Comprehending her position, she exhaled slowly and resolutely declared, "Commander Leon, our agreement remains in effect, but I have a condition." "Pray tell," he replied. "You must first assure me that, as the commander of the Night's Watch, you possess the magnanimity to comply," she insisted. "Very well, I agree. But if the conditions are excessively stringent, I hope for some room to negotiate. I demand the return of my 3 dragons. As a Targaryen ruler, I must have the support of dragons," Daenerys stated, her gaze fixed on Leon with unwavering resolve. Though she remained unaware of how Leon had managed to turn her dragons against her, she was steadfast in her belief that as long as they remained by her side, a means to break Leon's control would eventually present itself. 1. "I shall grant you Viserion." Leon was momentarily taken aback by Daenerys' bold claim, relieved that she did not covet Balerion. "That will not suffice. At least 2, and 1 must be Drogon." "Drogon? The mightiest dragon in the realm beneath Balerion?" Leon pondered for a moment. "You desire 2 dragons, yet you are but a single dragon rider. Given the presence of numerous dragon-slaying crossbows among the False King's forces in the south, I cannot entrust 2 dragons to you simultaneously, for they are my private property." Upon hearing Leon refer to the dragons as his possessions, Daenerys silently ground her teeth, contemplating her strategy. She understood Leon's formidable strength. Yet that did not mean she would capitulate to his demands without a fight. Thus, she responded defiantly, "I have my own plans." Before departing, I enlisted a number of the remnants of Blackfire from Essos, who are valiant warriors. I am confident that among them, I can select a worthy dragon rider. Daenerys' tone was firm and self-assured, exuding an air of undeniable determination. She locked eyes with Leon, as if to convey that she would not easily relinquish this plan. Leon regarded the resolute queen before him, feeling a flicker of surprise. He had anticipated that Daenerys would capitulate out of fear of his power, yet she stood unwaveringly firm. Noticing Daenerys' fierce demeanor, suggestive of a do-or-die situation, Leon's lips curled into a slight smile. Perhaps allowing Daenerys to attempt this endeavor would yield unexpected benefits. After all, he could effortlessly conquer the 7 kingdoms. If Daenerys served as his vanguard, the results could be exponentially advantageous. Yet, Leon harbored concerns. He was aware that Daenerys had faced setbacks in past conflicts, having even lost a dragon. He feared she might repeat those mistakes, for she had a history of losing a dragon both in the original tale and the series. Nevertheless, after weighing the pros and cons, Leon concluded that granting Daenerys certain advantages was acceptable, as long as he could ensure that the ultimate victory remained his. In that moment of decision, a glimmer of shrewdness and resolve flashed in Leon's eyes. He chose to temporarily set aside his apprehensions regarding Daenerys, trusting that she would prove her worth in this impending war. Simultaneously, he quietly vowed to closely monitor her actions to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. As a gamer with a penchant for collecting, the thought of losing a dragon lightly was unfathomable to him. "Very well. Once you have selected a suitable dragon rider capable of controlling Viserion, I shall permit your army to embark." Daenerys gazed unwaveringly at Commander Leon as she spoke. Then, "Commander Leon, I hope you will grace my expedition ceremony with your presence tomorrow afternoon, accompanied by the upper echelons of the Night's Watch." Her voice brimmed with confidence and determination. Upon hearing this, Leon's lips curled slightly upwards in a smile, though he refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he made an unusual move, directing his gaze toward Jon Snow, who had been silently participating in the discussion. "Rhaegar, you must have seen it, the green dragon, the medium-sized one among the 3. Leon's words left Jon feeling somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why Leon would suddenly bring this up, especially as he noticed the surrounding individuals shifting their attention toward him, amplifying his discomfort. Particularly, Daenerys' gaze flitted between Leon and Jon, seemingly attempting to discern some hidden significance in their expressions. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Jon appeared awkward and out of place. After a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded, confirming that he had indeed seen Rhaegar. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, with each person sensing a palpable tension enveloping them. They speculated about Leon's intentions and any potential connections between him and Jon, while Jon found himself lost in deep contemplation, striving to unravel the true meaning behind Leon's sudden inquiry. Since Queen Daenerys possesses the remarkable ability to train a competent dragon rider in a mere day and a half, you might consider representing the Night's Watch and observing how she accomplishes this feat furthermore. I require you to ride regal in the capacity of an envoy of the Night's Watch, participating in Daenerys' campaign of conquest. replicating the role you once held within Stannis' ranks. Me? To become Rhaegal's dragon rider? Upon hearing Lyon's words, particularly the notion of riding Rhaegal, Jon felt his mind falter, overwhelmed by confusion as he hastily inquired. Chapter 188. A daring bet, 8,000 unsullied for Balerion. Indeed, Jon, I hereby appoint you as Rhaegal's dragon rider. This proclamation struck Jon like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. Growing up on the continent of Westeros, where tales of dragons and white walkers are woven into the very fabric of childhood, Jon harbored an unwavering fascination for these legendary creatures deep within. Despite having witnessed a dragon soaring through the skies of Dragonstone almost incessantly during this period, that sense of yearning remained unabated. After all, dragons are shrouded in mystery and power, far beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Only those, like Daenerys' loyal followers, who have spent considerable time in their presence, may gradually acclimate to such awe. Thus, when Lyon reaffirmed his statement, Jon's initial reaction was not one of fear or trepidation, but rather an uncontrollable joy, akin to that of a child finally receiving a long-coveted toy. However, mere moments later, Jon discerned a flicker of targeted hostility on Daenerys' face, accompanied by a derisive snort. His heart tightened as he swiftly recognized the need to temper his excitement, forcing that elation to be suppressed in favor of a hint of hesitation. He hesitated briefly, casting a steady glance at Daenerys before softly asking Lyon, "Commander, do you truly believe I am capable of fulfilling the vital role of a dragon rider? I understand that such a position demands extraordinary courage and skill." His voice bore traces of uncertainty, his gaze fixed intently on Daenerys, seeking any clues in her expression. Noticing her silence, Jon continued to voice his concerns. "But Lord Lyon, will the dragon heed my commands?" Upon hearing Jon's tone laden with resignation, Daenerys coldly interjected, responding on Lyon's behalf with a scornful laugh. "Certainly not. First and foremost, dragons are not slaves. They will not obey any human's orders." Yet, as she concluded her statement, her confidence waned, her voice diminishing in volume, only to rise again as she continued. "Unless the dragon rider possesses the blood of a dragon. To my knowledge, I alone have a living relative in Westeros, my great-uncle, Aemon Targaryen. Yet the old scholar has surpassed a century in age and lacks the vigor to command a dragon. Even if I were to allow my great-uncle to ride one, I doubt Lord Lyon would be so cruel as to send an elderly man into battle." Daenerys' words, though softly spoken, landed heavily on the hearts of all present, particularly Jon, who felt a twinge of shame as he recalled the elderly Maester Aemon, who had always shown him kindness. "Yes, I do not wish to slander my late father, the noble warden of the North, Ned Stark, yet I believe my mother was not of Targaryen blood." Daenerys' pointed remarks successfully elicited a hint of retreat from Jon, who contemplated the futility of not trying. "You must give a chance, Jon. I have faith in you." However, Lyon appeared oblivious to Daenerys' insinuations, his gaze remaining fixed on Jon, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he spoke leisurely. "Fut-il en avoir, comment dites-vous?" Daenerys had intended to deliver further sarcasm regarding Lyon's naivety, but her attention was suddenly captured by his unwavering belief in Jon. Seizing the moment, Daenerys provocatively suggested, "Since Commander Lyon holds such high regard for Jon Snow, why not engage in a wager?" "Oh, Daenerys, what do you propose to wager?" Lyon's interest piqued at her suggestion. "Let us wager whether Jon Snow's mother is a remnant of the Blackfyre lineage, given your unwavering confidence in his abilities to become a dragon rider." Notably, Daenerys emphasized Jon's surname with deliberate weight. Jon cast an annoyed glance at Daenerys, feeling increasingly vexed by her persistent hostility, pondering her motives. What could this woman possibly want? Why was she always targeting him? Nevertheless, Lyon remained oblivious to Jon's shifting expressions, wholly captivated by the challenge Daenerys had presented. "Very well, Daenerys, I accept your challenge. Moreover, I firmly believe Jon Snow's mother is in no way connected to the Blackfyre lineage. Should I lose, I am prepared to face any consequences. But what do you stake?" Daenerys smiled faintly, as if already anticipating Lyon's response. "If I lose, I shall publicly acknowledge your wisdom and insight." How does that sound for a wager? Not substantial enough. My wisdom and insight require no external validation. What else do you desire? Unsullied. I require reinforcements. And an army of 8,000 unsullied should suffice to maintain the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you not agree? Lyon's audacious demands elicited gasps from Daenerys' retinue, particularly from Grey Worm, who stood up in exasperation, retorting Lyon's audacity. "Impossible. Our unsullied are composed solely of freedmen warriors. Our sole allegiance is to Queen Daenerys." Daenerys, equally taken aback by Lyon's terms, struggled to articulate a coherent response, but after a moment of contemplation, she relented, adding a condition. Very well. But should Jon fail to tame Rhaegal, I shall claim Balerion. Upon hearing this, Lyon's lips curled into a triumphant smile, convinced of his impending victory. For he knew Jon far better than most. He believed Jon's mother to be an ordinary woman, entirely disconnected from the Blackfyre legacy. Agreed, Lyon declared, extending his hand in a gesture of agreement with Daenerys. He promptly removed a ring from his finger, stating, "The Ring of Kings. With this, you may command your 3 dragons, and I shall persuade Balerion to heed your call." Alas, I do not intend to lose Daenerys. As Lyon's candidness captured Daenerys' attention, her eyes brightened further, as the allure of Balerion overshadowed any risks associated with Jon's potential to succeed in taming Rhaegal. Very well, we have a deal. At this moment, Jon felt utterly disheartened. He had hoped to sidestep this trivial dispute, yet it now seemed inevitable. He could only watch silently as the two solidified their wager, inwardly praying that this bet would not bring him undue trouble. Simultaneously, he resolved to uncover the truth, to vindicate himself, and to silence Daenerys. After all, enduring the misconception of his mother being a remnant of the Blackfyre lineage was a burden he wished to avoid. Chapter 189, Taming the Dragon, Becoming a Dragon Rider. There was little left to discuss. The assembly proceeded to the mountains near Dragonstone, to a newly constructed dragon pit, as Daenerys beheld the vast, open dragon lair, comparable in size to a city, nestled within the valley. Alongside 3 colossal dragons soaring joyously in the sky, a flicker of displeasure crossed her countenance. She turned to General Lyon, her voice tinged with concern as she advised, "General Lyon, while the dragons are indeed my children, I must express my apprehension. Your indulgence towards them appears rather excessive." "Oh, pray tell, what do you mean?" Lyon inquired, his interest piqued as he regarded Daenerys. "Dragons as a species will grow incessantly if provided with ample sustenance and sufficient space. I trust that you, General Lyon, are well aware of this fact, and judging by Balerion's formidable stature, I surmise you have adhered to this principle." Daenerys spoke with a hint of unease. "Indeed," Lyon acknowledged with a nod, offering no denial. "Yet your approach is misguided. Allowing the dragons to grow unchecked is not without its perils." Daenerys continued, her voice rising with fervor. "Excessive growth may render the dragons cumbersome and unwieldy, stripping them of their innate agility and speed. Moreover, their immense size necessitates a greater intake of food and energy, resulting in significant resource depletion. On this matter, I am well prepared," Lyon stated, glancing towards Euron Greyjoy, who now stood beside him, a far cry from his once rakish demeanor, appearing rather subdued in Lyon's presence. Upon being addressed, Euron stepped forward to elucidate. "Sea creatures can serve as sustenance for Balerion. My summoned beast, Godzilla, frequently engages in battles with its kin in the deep sea. The defeated carcasses can provide ample nourishment for the dragons." Faced with Euron's explanation, Daenerys found herself momentarily at a loss for words, but after a brief pause, her indignation resurfaced. More critically, the dragon's colossal size could incite trepidation and alarm among rival factions, potentially embroiling us in unnecessary complications. As Lyon contemplated Daenerys' concerns from a rather pessimistic perspective, she suddenly ventured a startling conjecture. "During my travels in Essos, I came across numerous ancient Valyrian texts that recount an alarming tale. The emperor of the ancient Valyrian Empire endeavored to cultivate a dragon unparalleled in history, only to summon a cataclysm that obliterated the entire empire. I believe this is not merely a legend, but quite possibly one of the factors leading to the downfall of the ancient Valyrian Empire." Lyon fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly regarding this. "I have but one thing to convey. Should any individual or entity dare to threaten me or my dragons, I shall not hesitate to obliterate them." Lyon raised his gaze to the azure sky, his eyes resolute, as if proclaiming his determination to the world. "Even that harbinger of calamity shall find no mercy should it dare to wreak havoc upon the East Sea." Upon hearing such a formidable declaration from Lyon, Daenerys was rendered speechless, her mind awash with confusion and disbelief. She could not fathom the source of Lyon's unwavering confidence. However, Euron, upon hearing this proclamation, wore a knowing smile, his wicked eyes alight with admiration. In truth, during this time, Euron had repeatedly extended private invitations to Lyon to accompany him to the arena of the gods, convinced that their return would yield abundant rewards, courtesy of Lyon's formidable fortune. Yet, in response to Euron's enthusiastic entreaties, Lyon had consistently replied, "The time is not yet ripe." It seemed he harbored his own unique plans and considerations. not in a hurry to act. Perhaps only when the most opportune moment arrived would Lion decide whether to tread upon that mysterious and challenging arena. As Lion and his company approached the grand entrance of the dragon lair, Daenerys' eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Balerion, whom she had not seen in days. Ensconced in slumber, it was inconceivable that a dragon of such immense size and peak combat prowess could so easily succumb to an unguarded nap. Typically, a dragon in such a state would either be nearing the end of its life or digesting its ever-growing strength. Yet, Daenerys understood all too well that this was a pivotal sign of Balerion on the verge of transcending its limits. At that moment, Balerion was enveloped in a brilliant white light, radiating intense energy, its aura escalating with an almost boundless momentum. The thought that Balerion, significantly younger than her own 3 dragons, might be the one to achieve the most rapid growth filled Daenerys with an indescribable bitterness. She could not comprehend how she fell short compared to Lion. However, she soon found solace in the notion that as long as Jon could not become a true dragon rider, no matter how formidable Balerion became, he would ultimately belong to her. Thus, Daenerys turned to Jon, a wry smile gracing her lips, and said, "My lord Jon, please bear with me for a moment. I shall impart to you the secrets of taming dragons. Your success as an exceptional dragon rider hinges entirely upon your own efforts and innate talent." Jon, taken aback by her words, instinctively raised his gaze to the 3 imposing dragons overhead. He swallowed hard, the tension palpable in his throat, and softly replied, "Very well, I shall give it my all." However, upon hearing Jon's response, Daenerys gently shook her head, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, she spoke with a gravitas that belied her earlier demeanor. "This is not a goal that could be achieved through mere effort." As her words lingered in the air, Lion subtly curled his fingers, making a simple gesture. In an instant, the 3 dragons descended like meteors from the heavens, hurtling towards the ground with breathtaking speed. Accompanied by a thunderous roar and a powerful gust of wind, many of the Blackfyre descendants who had accompanied Lion and Daenerys to the valley were thrown into a panic, collapsing to the ground in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, amidst this throng, one individual stood apart, Jon. His heart was steadfast and brave. He felt no fear nor hesitation in the face of the dragon's formidable descent. Instead, he stood resolutely, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the approaching dragons, filled with anticipation and resolve. However, dragons are creatures that hold territoriality in high regard. Apart from those tasked with their daily care, they harbor no fondness for unexpected intruders encroaching upon their lairs. As Viserion, the swiftest of the dragons, touched down first, it unhesitatingly raised its powerful claw, swiftly crushing a significant number of Daenerys' soldiers beneath its weight. Soon after, Rhaegal landed, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire upon several of the formerly confident Blackfyre descendants standing beside Daenerys. Meanwhile, Drogon descended with wings folded, standing closely beside Jon, its massive head mere feet away from him. Chapter 190, Daenerys, Heart Like Ashes. As Rhaegal's colossal form crashed heavily to the ground, the shockwave it generated drew the attention of all present. Yet, Rhaegal did not immediately depart. Instead, it strode gracefully towards Jon. Its movements were both light and elegant, as though each step contained boundless strength. Jon stood there quietly, acutely aware of Rhaegal's presence, a powerful and commanding force. As Rhaegar approached within mere inches of Jon, he could distinctly see his own complete reflection within those immense dragon eyes. Yet, in the presence of such a colossal creature, Jon felt no trace of fear. At the moment their gazes met, time seemed to come to an almost imperceptible standstill. Everything around them slowed to an extraordinary pace, as if the entire world had paused solely for their encounter. The reserved dragon riders, scorched by Viserion's fiery breath, rolled about in desperation, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing them, while the faces of soldiers trampled by Drogon still bore expressions of sheer terror. In the distance, the thunderous snoring of the great dragon Balerion echoed as it lay in a tranquil slumber, seemingly poised to awaken at any moment. These scenes intertwined, forming a fantastical tapestry of ice and fire. Within this vivid tableau, Jon and Rhaegar emerged as the unequivocal protagonists. Even the previously self-assured Lion, along with the somewhat flustered Daenerys, found themselves relegated to mere supporting roles. As time resumed its normal flow, all eyes turned to Jon. Without hesitation, he extended a hand, gently resting it upon Rhaegar's hardened neck scales. This simple gesture encapsulated Jon's immense courage and his unwavering belief that the dragon would not harm him. To Daenerys' astonishment, Rhaegar did not betray Jon's trust. Instead, he refrained from any perilous actions, such as trampling or unleashing a torrent of flames. Daenerys, acutely aware of Jon's sudden boldness, found herself perplexed by the fact that a mere mortal could successfully touch the dragon's scales, while Rhaegar, despite a flicker of confusion in his gaze, harbored no intent to harm Jon. Daenerys' brows, which resembled inverted arcs when she smiled, furrowed slightly now, conveying disbelief. However, her astonishment was swiftly interrupted by the anguished cries of the soldiers and the carefully selected dragon riders around her. Drogon, Viserion, silence. As the mother of dragons who had personally hatched these three formidable beasts, Daenerys recognized the necessity of reprimanding the two dragons, now wild and untamed since departing from her side. Yet, Drogon and Viserion merely exchanged instinctive glances towards the slumbering Balerion and Lion, continuing their own course of action, completely dismissive of Daenerys' commands. At this moment, she sought to reassert her authority over the dragons, but their responses left her feeling humiliated. Even Drogon, who had always been her most cherished companion, ignored her orders. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she forced calmness as she turned to Lion. Speaking with a voice that trembled slightly, "Commander Lion, I am acutely aware that the lair of dragons has always been particularly wary of strangers. Yet I implore you to command these dragons to cease their brutal actions. They are slaughtering brave companions who may one day become dragon riders, as well as my most loyal and valiant soldiers. They are innocent lives who do not deserve such a fate." Her gaze was resolute and earnest, hoping to evoke a sense of conscience and compassion within Lion. Originally intending to enjoy the spectacle of Daenerys exerting her authority and seeing how she would discipline her unruly dragon sons, Lion now found himself amused by her flustered demeanor, resembling that of an inexperienced girl. However, he quickly raised a finger adorned with a ring of royalty towards Drogon, accompanied by an expression of utmost seriousness. Immediately, Drogon ceased his previous antics, yet upon noticing Viserion still facing away and breathing fire, the elder brother Drogon strode forward, colliding forcefully with Viserion, causing him to stumble and nearly fall, commanding him to heed Lion's orders. Viserion felt immense frustration and irritation, but when he caught sight of Lion's stern gaze, he suppressed his impulse to unleash flames upon the unwelcome intruders. Observing this, Daenerys released a sigh of relief. The soldiers who had previously fled in terror to evade the dragon's trampling, along with the remnants of her black fire, gradually dared to approach. Yet, the faces of each reserve dragon rider mirrored a profound fear of the dragons, a sentiment that did not escape Daenerys' notice, leaving her feeling helpless. According to the ancient texts of Valyria, to become a companion of dragons, one must gain their trust. However, these dragon riders, who themselves quaked in fear of the dragons, were evidently unworthy. The dragons disdainfully exhaled a series of loud snorts, releasing sulfurous smoke from their nostrils, sending many of the reserve dragon riders scattering in terror. Meanwhile, Jon and Rhaegar continued their silent exchange, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around them. After a prolonged emotional connection, their bond appeared to reach its zenith. Jon turned, his gaze filled with a blend of excitement and eagerness as he cautiously inquired of Lion, "May I attempt to ride the dragon?" Although Jon was acutely aware of the plight of the ordinary soldiers, including those handpicked by Daenerys, he firmly believed that Rhaegar would not harm him. He sensed an invitation to soar through the skies reflected in Rhaegar's eyes. "Of course, Jon. This dragon has been prepared for you by Daenerys and me." Lion's response struck Daenerys uncomfortably, particularly when she witnessed Rhaegar obediently lower his noble head, revealing a pathway for ascent. A wave of apprehension and deep concern washed over Daenerys. Her worry was not for Jon's safety, but rather about the wager she had made with Lion, 8,000 unsullied soldiers. Yet before long, the weight of her anxiety dissipated completely. Chapter 191, Daenerys, All Liars. Jon Snow's eyes sparkled with determination and resolve as he stepped forward without hesitation, extending his right hand to gently caress Rhaegar's hard and rugged scales. The sensation at his fingertips allowed him to feel the warm breath emanating from within the dragon, akin to a burning flame, while also imparting a profound awareness of the boundless power coursing through its massive body. He understood that once he mounted Rhaegar's broad and sturdy back, he would transcend the identity of an ordinary warrior, becoming a fearless hero capable of charging into battle alongside the dragon. He would become the second dragon rider of the Night's Watch, inscribing his own illustrious chapter in the annals of Westerosi history. Fully focused, he cautiously began to climb along the indentations on either side of Rhaegar's neck, each movement executed with utmost care, fearful that any misstep might provoke the colossal beast's displeasure. After considerable effort, he successfully reached Rhaegar's back, where a sudden wave of dizziness surged through him, not from physical discomfort, but rather from an overwhelming tide of exhilaration within. Gazing out, he found himself surrounded only by the vast, boundless sky above the dragon's lair. Rhaegar seemed to sense Jon's arrival, his colossal form quivering slightly, as if welcoming this new companion in a unique manner. Jon approached Rhaegar with utmost caution, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Once he finally clambered onto the broad back of the dragon and steadied himself, a surge of profound joy welled up within him. Each breath deepened his appreciation for the magnificence and wonder of the dragon before him. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, reminding himself, "Seize this opportunity." At that moment, Daenerys's gentle yet resolute voice reached Jon's ears. "Jon, pay close attention to the dragon's neck. There are a pair of exceedingly soft spines there. If you grasp them firmly, you will forge a mental connection with the dragon. Rhaegar is an intelligent and empathetic creature, and he will heed your commands. I believe in you, and I am confident that you possess the potential to become an exceptional dragon rider." Daenerys's counsel, or rather her reassurance, instilled a sense of calm in Jon. Following the direction of her finger, he indeed discovered the hidden spines beneath the dragon's scales. He gently extended his hand, cautiously caressing them, overwhelmed by an inexplicable emotion. The moment he made contact with the spines, he felt a warm energy coursing through him, as if an invisible bridge had been established between him and Rhaegar. This extraordinary sensation only strengthened his conviction that he could master this dragon and become a true dragon rider. Daenerys was truly an extraordinary figure. The legendary Targaryen lineage, where each descendant is either maddened or exceptionally gifted, and Daenerys seemed to embody a perfect amalgamation of both. In silence, Leon rated Daenerys' actions in his mind. Her ability to adapt in the face of adversity elevated her in his esteem. Indeed, when Daenerys witnessed Jon successfully tame the dragon without guidance, her astonishment was profound. But after a fleeting moment of disbelief, she regained her composure and promptly imparted the secret to mastering the dragon. This did not imply that Daenerys sought to please anyone, nor did it indicate her indifference to Leon's wager. On the contrary, having swiftly accepted the bitter reality of losing 8,000 loyal, unsullied warriors, she had no choice but to embrace Jon as a dragon rider. Moreover, in the distant future, Daenerys was resolute in her belief that she could persuade Jon to join her grand endeavor. Even if Jon did not currently contemplate leaving the Night's Watch, Daenerys was confident that once she wielded supreme power, she could alter Jon's perspective. As Jon gazed steadfastly at the boundless expanse of sky before him, Rhaegar seemed to sense the dragon rider's intent. In the next moment, Jon gently patted Rhaegar's back, signaling him to take flight. Rhaegar, as if attuned to Jon's thoughts, began to vigorously flap his wings, his body gradually ascending, ultimately soaring through the cerulean sky with Jon aboard. As Jon and Rhaegar's forms faded into the horizon, leaving only a distant green, Leon finally averted his gaze, only to find Daenerys still gazing longingly in the direction Jon had departed, her expression contemplative. From Daenerys' earlier words of encouragement to Jon, Leon discerned her willingness to accept the consequences of her gamble, thus refraining from posing any further uncomfortable questions. Instead, smilingly inquiring, "How fare your preparations for the dragon riders, Daenerys?" "Fear not, Commander, though they may appear somewhat disheveled now. It is only a matter of time before one of them becomes Viserys' dragon rider, aiding me in future battles." Daenerys then cast her gaze upon one of the individuals beside her. However, her scrutiny caused him to instinctively kneel before her, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Queen Daenerys, I beg your forgiveness. I deceived you. I have never borne the blood of House Blackfyre. I am but a commoner. Please spare me." The man shouted in terror, his voice trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Daenerys' eyes widened in disbelief at his words. These individuals had been diligently sought and recruited by her on the continent of Essos, all claiming to be descendants of House Blackfyre. Yet now this man revealed the truth, catching her completely off guard. Anger and disappointment surged within her, prompting many of her guards to rush toward the man, unable to tolerate anyone daring to deceive their beloved queen. They swiftly apprehended the fraud and brought him before the dragon, Viserion. Daenerys struggled to quell her shock, her gaze turning cold and resolute. She addressed the deceiver with icy indifference. "Since you have chosen to deceive me, you must pay the price. Go tame the dragon to prove your contrition and seek my forgiveness." The man's complexion turned ashen, his body limp as a puddle. When dragged before Viserion, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet Viserion offered him scarcely a glance before unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire. "Spare me, my queen." "No." The man screamed in despair. But it was far too late. The flames mercilessly engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. Daenerys watched the scene unfold in silence. A tumult of emotions stirring within her, anger towards the deceiver and guilt for her own credulity. She then swiftly turned her attention to the next individual, who, though pale, refrained from uttering any confessions of deceit. However, as he tremulously approached the dragon, he too met the same fiery fate. The second, third, fourth, Daenerys had long since grown numb. She had never anticipated that so many would dare to deceive her. Had she not been clear enough when recruiting the remnants of Blackfire in Essos? Failure to become a dragon rider meant death. Only, Daenerys had underestimated the audacity of ordinary people seeking to exploit the situation. The dragon's lair soon devolved into a chaotic pyre. It was not until Viserion swelled his throat, incinerating the last of the Blackfire remnants, that silence fell. Chapter 192, Grant Me a Chance. When it came time for the final Blackfire remnant to step forth, even Daenerys had lost all hope for him. After witnessing the disappointing performances of those before, she found it hard to believe anyone could surprise her. Yet, just as her guards lunged towards him, fearing he might flee, this man unexpectedly stood his ground. His face bore no trace of fear, but rather an expression of determination and resolve, as if he were fully prepared to face whatever awaited him. "You are indeed a man of courage, but since you have chosen to deceive me, face your death with dignity." Daenerys' voice was frosty and authoritative, each word piercing like a dagger to the man's heart. Her gaze burned like fire, locking onto him as if to see straight through him. However, in response to her interrogative, the man merely smiled slightly and calmly retorted, "My queen, when have I ever deceived you?" Daenerys was evidently taken aback by his counter, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. "Oh," she replied, a hint of surprise coloring her tone. "Could it be that you are indeed truthful?" "Indeed, I am, and I have long warned you about the others. They are merely useless leeches seeking to survive off your army, while I am the only one worthy of your trust." The man's voice resonated like a mighty bell, brimming with unwavering confidence and pride. His physique stood tall and unwavering, reminiscent of an indomitable mountain peak, with an unwavering gaze fixed firmly upon Daenerys' eyes. Devoid of any hint of retreat, Leon scrutinized the man before him, noting the brilliance of his star-like black eyes, which sparkled with resolute determination. Though not particularly tall, he emanated an unparalleled sense of strength. His muscular contours were distinct, each sinew brimming with untold power. The slight sharpness of his forehead and nose added an air of severity and authority, interwoven with strands of silver. His lustrous black hair conveyed a sense of profound wisdom and allure. Particularly striking was the sight of countless individuals ahead, endeavoring to tame the dragon only to meet a tragic demise beneath its fiery breath. This evoked a deep-seated admiration within Leon for this man. If those who had come before were merely hopeless souls destined to become the dragon's victims, then perhaps this man was the lone figure capable of subduing the dragon and becoming Daenerys' invaluable ally. In that moment, Leon began to anticipate the man's forthcoming actions, silently praying for his success in taming the beast. After all, should he prove to be an asset to Daenerys, it would undoubtedly benefit Leon as well. Indeed, Daenerys was moved by the man's words, prompting her to reflect earnestly. The man's origins and lineage swirled in her mind until suddenly a glimmer of recognition illuminated her thoughts. "I remembered you. You're a mercenary from the Windblown, nicknamed Frog, if I'm not mistaken." A hint of barely concealed excitement tinged Daenerys' voice. Upon hearing his identity recalled by Daenerys, the man's face radiated profound honor, and he nodded slightly, his eyes ignited with unwavering conviction. "Indeed, though the name of the Windblown is not my true identity," he replied, his tone imbued with confidence and pride. Daenerys' curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly pressed him, "Oh, then what is your true name? Are you perhaps a scion of House Blackfire?" However, the man merely shook his head gently, refraining from directly answering her inquiry. He then stepped forward with a sense of pride, positioning himself close to Viserion. Suddenly, he spun around, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire world, and proclaimed to Daenerys, "My name is Quentin Martell, hailing from the Great Dorne. I'm the son of Prince Doran. I believe that noble dragon blood flows through my veins, more exalted than even that of House Blackfire. Queen Daenerys, permit me to become your husband after I successfully tame Viserion." "Yes, my queen, you heard correctly. Should you grant your approval, I will offer my loyalty and the strength of Dorne to you, that our union may bring unparalleled stability and glory to your iron throne. Quentin Martell, one of the lords of Dorne, was also an ambitious young man. He had attempted on multiple occasions to elevate his status and power through a marriage alliance with Daenerys Targaryen. Yet, as Quentin confidently expressed his proposal, he failed to notice the astonished gazes directed at him from Daenerys and those surrounding her. It was only when he recognized that their expressions were not of admiration that it was too late. Viserion and Rhaegar were acutely sensitive to the blood of House Targaryen. And while Rhaegar could easily sense Jon's strong Targaryen lineage, Viserion felt no trace of dragon blood within the loquacious Quentin Martell. Consequently, an irritable Viserion unleashed a torrent of fierce dragon fire, striking Quentin squarely in the back. "Stop, Viserion!" Yet Daenerys' plea came too late. The ferocious flames knocked Quentin to the ground, and before he could utter a cry of pain, he was consumed by Viserion's intensified blaze, reduced to ashes. This left Daenerys fervently hoping that Quentin possessed the resilience of the Unsullied to escape this fate. Yet, ultimately, it was merely a fantasy or a naive wish. The confident Quentin was ultimately transformed into a charred husk beneath the relentless onslaught of dragon fire. Even Leon, who had placed great hopes in Quentin, the self-proclaimed prince from Dorne, was astonished at how effortlessly Viserion had incinerated him. As Viserion ceased his fiery breath, Leon turned to Daenerys and softly inquired, "Dany, are there any dragon riders yet to make their entrance?" Though Leon's words were merely a concerned inquiry without ulterior motives, they struck Daenerys with a different resonance. Thus, she shot a frustrated glance at Viserion and curtly replied, "None." "Very well." Just as Leon was about to offer some comforting words to Daenerys, his Night's Watchman, Douglas, suddenly spoke up. "Since Jon has managed to tame a dragon, Commander, please grant me an opportunity as well." Chapter 193, Dragon Tamer Douglas. If Quentin's appearance was a farce, the audience had yet to recover from the dramatic spectacle that had unfolded. However, Douglas's declaration abruptly drew everyone's focus back to reality. "You?" Leon regarded his Night's Watchman with intrigue. "You have witnessed the fate of this prince from Dorne. Are you not afraid of meeting a similar end?" Leon inquired. At the same time, Daenerys remained entrapped in the shock of Quentin's self-destruction. When she regained her composure, she happened to catch Douglas's words and immediately asked, "Are you also a remnant of House Blackfire?" As Daenerys' voice rang out, many fell silent, harboring no trust whatsoever for those who claimed to be remnants of Blackfire. "No, I'm not," Douglas hastily clarified. "Before joining the Night's Watch, I was merely the leader of a band of thieves from the Reach." Upon hearing Douglas's explanation, Daenerys' once hopeful demeanor shifted to one of palpable disappointment. She seemed ready to turn away, disheartened by his response. However, just as she was about to take her leave, Douglas's voice resonated once more. "If a dragon possesses only such trivial strength, then perhaps I could attempt to compel it to submit through sheer force." Although Douglas's tone was remarkably calm, his words sounded absurdly far-fetched, akin to the ramblings of a madman. Many stifled their laughter internally. Yet the solemn atmosphere and the grim fate of Quentin Martell prevented them from voicing their amusement. Daenerys halted her departure, turning back with a piercing gaze fixed upon Douglas, demanding, "How can you ensure your safety from Viserion's flames?" Simultaneously, Leon, adopting a serious expression, addressed Douglas. "This matter is serious and cannot be treated lightly. As the vice-captain of the Eastwatch garrison, the Night's Watch relies on your capabilities, and I need your loyalty." Faced with their inquiries, Douglas remained undeterred, responding resolutely, "Commander, rest assured, I would never make such a request without absolute confidence. Please trust in me." His eyes shone with conviction and determination, as though he was poised to face the challenges ahead with assuredness. Seeing Douglas's confidence, Leon nodded, permitting him a chance to prove himself. Daenerys' demeanor appeared to be indifferent. However, in her heart, Douglas was not one of her subordinates. Even witnessing his demise beneath the wrath of Dragonfire, due to his reckless attempts at taming a dragon, mattered not to her. Lion suddenly recalled that since his return from Braavos, he had seldom interacted with the Night's Watch, nor had he participated in the construction of Eastwatch. Particularly after the emergence of the dragons, the Night's Watch seemed to have diminished significantly in his estimation. Upon observing Douglas's nearly obsessive actions, Lion felt a pang of guilt. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Douglas had made such a fateful choice. Perhaps he sought to demonstrate to Lion that the Night's Watch was not a burden and that mortal strength could indeed challenge the might of dragons. Yet, there was one person who appeared particularly anxious. "Yoren. Douglas, you must be cautious. I cannot guarantee that my vitality will withstand the relentless onslaught of dragon fire." "Fear not," Douglas replied, as he handed his long sword to a nearby comrade of the Night's Watch, opting instead to confront the dragon unarmed. "I will be fine," he assured Yoren. and in an instant, he moved with a speed that transcended human limits, arriving before Viserion in the blink of an eye. Initially, Viserion lay languidly on the ground, its dragon eyes filled with disdain as it regarded the unhurriedly disarming Douglas. Yet, the latter's swiftness surpassed the dragon's imagination. Just as the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames toward Douglas, it was astonished to find its target had vanished. It turned out that Douglas, possessing attributes equal to half of lions, was one of the most formidable warriors on the continent of Westeros, coupled with the immense confidence bestowed upon him by Yoren's immortality. He was emboldened to extend an invitation to tame the dragon. Having heard Daenerys' guidance to Jon, Douglas, as Lion's personal attendant, clearly understood what needed to be done. Thus, upon approaching the dragon Viserion, his foremost objective was to ascend to its back and locate the two spines that could control the beast. As Viserion sensed something amiss, Douglas had already agilely scaled its back like a fierce tiger, swiftly locating the pivotal spines. In a frantic attempt, the bewildered dragon retracted the spines into its body and, with astonishing speed and agility, turned its head sharply, opening its gaping maw to unleash a searing torrent of dragon fire at the spot where Douglas stood. This spectacle left all present utterly astonished. None had anticipated the dragon's neck joint to possess such remarkable flexibility, enabling it to execute such a complex maneuver. On the dragon's back, Douglas was caught off guard, with no time to evade, and could only watch helplessly as the blazing inferno surged toward him. In the blink of an eye, his form was engulfed by the dragon fire, leaving behind only a disheveled silhouette. The onlookers below were gripped by trepidation, their hearts racing for Douglas. They had initially feared that this valiant warrior would perish under the dragon's assault, but then the unexpected occurred. Yoren's expression suddenly contorted in agony. His legs buckled, and he half-knelt on the ground. Lion, alarmed, feared that Douglas's demise was affecting Yoren's vitality, rendering him injured as well. Yoren, is Douglas dead? However, just as he believed Douglas had met his end, Yoren slowly rose, disbelief etched upon his face. No, he is still alive. Yoren's voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes widening as they sought Douglas's form amidst the engulfing flames. From the heart of the inferno, a pair of iron fists emerged, striking Viserion squarely on the jaw. Chapter 194, A New Dragon Rider. If the malevolent apparitions depicted in the murals of the Seven Hells are fearsome and terrifying, then Douglas, emerging from the dragon fire, resembled a warden of the damned, a judge of the wicked. Only someone fiercer than the demons could quell the multitude of evils. Daenerys had traversed the entirety of Essos, witnessing countless races and the myriad deities they worshipped. Yet, she had never encountered a human as fearsome as Douglas. In that moment, Douglas's fist, swift as lightning, struck Viserion's face with such force that the dragon could not help but turn its head aside. In an instant, the dragon fire spiraled out of control, a colossal column of flame hurtling toward the crowd. Just as it seemed the flames would mercilessly incinerate Daenerys' beleaguered followers, Douglas, without hesitation, unleashed another punch, this time striking Viserion squarely on the chin. The impact was akin to a thunderous clap, forcing Viserion to close its maw, extinguishing the once raging flames in an instant. At that moment, Viserion's head turned crimson, a clear indication of the backlash from its own fire. The dragon's visage was contorted in pain and shock, as if unable to fathom the events unfolding before it. Yet, even more terrifying were Viserion's eyes, now ablaze with fury, as if to convey to Douglas, "You insignificant human. You have successfully provoked the Dragon King." With that declaration, Viserion opened its gaping maw, capable of swallowing an entire human, and lunged at Douglas without hesitation. The spectators scarcely had time to recover from the previous terrifying display of dragon fire before they beheld this heart-stopping scene. The dragon was about to consume Douglas. A chill ran down everyone's spine as they feared they would witness Douglas's demise at the dragon's jaws. However, just as Viserion prepared to bite down, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Its jaws were forcefully pried open, unable to close. It was Douglas, using his immensely strong arms to hold Viserion's teeth at bay. At that moment, Douglas's muscles were taut, veins bulging as hard as steel. His bare torso, scorched by dragon fire, radiated an awe-inspiring aura, as if a war god had descended upon the mortal realm. Daenerys could hardly believe her eyes. She could not comprehend why a dragon, renowned for its strength and biting power, could be matched in strength by a mere human. As the sound of bone grinding echoed, Viserion increased its efforts, attempting to bite Douglas in half. At that moment, Yoren, observing the scene, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid spilling from his lips and splattering on the ground like a shocking bloom of blood. His face turned ashen, his eyes reflecting profound fear and despair. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Lion, his voice quaking as he implored, "It cannot continue like this, Commander. We absolutely cannot allow Douglas to proceed any further. I have reached my limit. If he continues to struggle against the dragon, we both face the threat of death." Yet, Yoren's desperate pleas did not sway Lion. His gaze was resolute and cold. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power he possessed, even without Baylor's assistance. He had once triumphed over the colossal sea monster Godzilla alone. For Douglas, who wielded half of his strength, taming a dragon may not be an insurmountable task after all. In the depths of his heart, Leon contemplated, fully confident in his own abilities. He firmly believed that Douglas possessed the requisite strength and wisdom to confront the challenges that lay ahead. He was convinced that Douglas could vanquish the dragon and tame it as a formidable companion in battle. Thus, in response to Yolan's warnings, Leon merely furrowed his brow slightly, yet remained steadfast in his decision. Observing Leon's impassive demeanor, a wave of despair surged within Yolan. He understood that his attempts at persuasion were futile, yet he was reluctant to concede. Once more, he called out in a feeble voice, "Commander, I implore you to reconsider. I truly cannot bear any more. If Douglas fails, all our efforts will be in vain." Nevertheless, Leon's resolve was unwavering as he raised his hand to interrupt Yolan's words. His gaze was fixed firmly on the horizon, as if he beheld the vision of future victory. He was certain that Douglas would succeed in subduing the dragon, bringing them greater strength and glory. Yolan sighed in resignation, feeling his own strength gradually wane. He knew he could not prevent the unfolding events and could only silently pray for Douglas's safety. Deep down, Yolan also hoped that his concerns were unfounded and that Douglas could indeed perform the miraculous feat of taming the dragon. Fortunately, Douglas did not keep Yolan in suspense for long. He swiftly modified his approach in wrestling with the dragon. In truth, Douglas had not intended to engage in a protracted struggle with the beast, yet an unfamiliar and potent force surged within him, compelling him to explore the limits of his newfound prowess. Just moments ago, he had realized that although he had reached his peak strength, he still fell short of the dragon's zenith. Thus, Douglas adeptly extricated himself, leveraging his agility to leap upon the dragon's head, delivering powerful blows one after another. Startled, Westeros instinctively flapped its wings, unsteadily ascending into the sky, seeking assistance from its ally, Rhaegar. As for Drogon, Westeros silently mused, "Humph. I am the esteemed Westeros. How could I stoop to seek help from a mere she-dragon rider?" It held itself in high regard, deeming it beneath its dignity to bow to Drogon. Nor did it dare disturb the slumbering Balerion. Thus, it could only grit its teeth and bear the weight of Douglas's relentless strikes as it soared high into the sky. However, after a brief moment, having failed to locate Rhaegar, Westeros, like a deflated balloon, despondently accepted its fate of defeat. With resignation, it extended the spines controlling its back, allowing Douglas to grasp them. Nonetheless, in Westeros' eyes, among the multitude within the dragon's lair, Douglas's strength stood out as relatively remarkable. Thus, it reluctantly acquiesced to the reality of Douglas becoming its dragon rider. Chapter 195. The dreamed one. As soon as Douglas dismounted Westeros, Daenerys eagerly approached, promptly bestowing upon him a metaphorical hat of high regard, exclaiming, "I am profoundly grateful for your timely assistance. Otherwise, my men would have suffered grievous losses." However, Daenerys' heartfelt gratitude fell on deaf ears for Douglas, who remained oblivious to the actions that warranted such appreciation from the Dragon Queen. After all, in the midst of taming the dragon, he had no time to ponder such matters. Noticing Douglas's perplexed expression, Leon stepped forward with a smile, patting Douglas on the shoulder as he descended from the dragon's back, explaining, "You may not have noticed earlier, but when Westeros lost control, a dragon flame nearly struck Daenerys' guard. Fortunately, your timely punch silenced Westeros. That is what I ought to do, Commander," Douglas replied after a moment's thought, bowing respectfully to Leon and then continuing. Witnessing Douglas's unwavering loyalty even after experiencing a surge of power and taming the dragon, Leon could not help but display a satisfied smile. While uncertain whether it was his charisma or the system's influence that had such an effect, he was nonetheless pleased with Douglas's composed demeanor, which conveyed a sense of unyielding dignity amidst tribulations. He cast Douglas a meaningful glance, as if to say, "Continue to excel, and I shall ensure your prominence." However, Douglas did not allow Leon's praise to overly excite him. He maintained his calm and poise, unwavering as a mountain, unperturbed even in the face of immense pressure. At that moment, Daenerys, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a spark of realization flicker within her. She understood that the opportunity she had been seeking had finally arrived. Thus, she cleared her throat gently and stepped forward, adopting a tone of utmost solemnity. She asked, "As the sole legitimate queen of the continent of Westeros, I am in dire need of a valiant white knight, a Kingsguard. Might the esteemed dragon knight, Douglas, be willing to undertake this noble duty and become my protector?" Her voice was melodious, imbued with an irresistible authority that captivated all those present. The eyes of the gathered crowd fixed upon Douglas, eagerly anticipating his response. The atmosphere grew tense as a result. Upon hearing her words, Leon was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting, this Daenerys' gaze toward Jon was clearly suspect. It felt as though she intended to undermine him. "I never expected her audacity to be so bold as to wield the pickaxe before me." Yet Douglas exhibited a lack of courtesy towards Daenerys' inquiry, remaining silent and not even glancing in her direction. The members of the Night's Watch and Daenerys' Queensguard appeared increasingly anxious, awaiting Leon's response. Among Daenerys' guard, some had even discreetly drawn their swords, as had certain members of the Night's Watch. Clearly, in their minds, Leon's silence was a portent of impending discord. However, at that solemn and tense moment, Leon suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, Douglas, did you not hear the Queen posing a question? Why not respond?" At the sound of Leon's voice, Douglas instinctively raised his gaze, meeting Leon's half-smiling visage. In truth, Leon merely found Daenerys' aspirations somewhat fanciful, hence his laughter. Yet to Douglas and the others present, the situation appeared far more complex. Douglas shook his head with a serious demeanor, stating, "I am the personal guard of Commander Leon Victor, leader of the Night's Watch. We Night's Watch brothers share life and death, enduring hardship together, and we share both fortune and adversity." His tone was resolute and unmistakable, as though declaring his unwavering loyalty to Leon and the Night's Watch to all present. Yet Daenerys, undeterred by Douglas's emphatic declaration, continued to entice him, saying, "If you are willing, Dragon Knight Douglas, I would bestow upon you the title of Duke of House Targaryen according to the traditions of Westeros. While this title is not hereditary, it comes with a castle and lands befitting your station." Daenerys gracefully approached Leon and Douglas, her captivating gaze briefly sweeping over Leon before settling upon Douglas, her expression imbued with profound emotion. She spoke softly, "I foresee a future in which your name shall be immortalized in the annals of history. If the trivial accolades of the world hold no significance for you, then we may even unite as partners. In any case, I am in urgent need of your assistance, and you shall become a vital cornerstone on the path to the resurgence of House Targaryen." The conditions proposed by Daenerys are exceedingly generous, even to the extent of wagering her own self as collateral. This declaration left the Queen's Guard, standing behind Daenerys, with a disquieting sense of discomfort. Many were filled with regret and guilt upon witnessing Daenerys humbly beseeching a man. They lamented why they had not been bolder to tame that great dragon. Even if they had been consumed by dragonfire in the end, it would have been preferable to witnessing their divine queen lowering her stature to beg for another's favor. Many found themselves perplexed as to why Daenerys would act in such a manner. Even Leon and Douglas were taken aback by Daenerys' actions. Leon had not anticipated that she would go to such lengths. The words stirred something within him, while Yoren, standing nearby, felt a pang of discomfort. Daenerys had uttered similar sentiments to him, albeit in the form of a pact. But Yoren's current garb of black clearly indicated his abandonment of any intention to fulfill that agreement. Nevertheless, the truth was that Daenerys was not a woman of impulsive actions. Just moments ago, when Douglas had tamed the dragon, she experienced a peculiar vision, as if the figure before her overlapped with the mysterious silhouette she had encountered in a recent dream. That dream was steeped in prophetic undertones, filling Daenerys with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. Initially, she firmly believed that Leon was the fated one, yet after a brief exchange, her doubts lingered. Although Leon left a profound impression, she could not detect the unique essence that had once sent her heart racing. It was only upon witnessing Douglas's rebirth in the fierce flames of the dragon that she regained a long-lost sense of familiarity. At that moment, Daenerys resolved to go to any lengths to compel Douglas to submit at her feet. What secrets lay behind such tenacity? Perhaps only time would unveil the truth. Chapter 196, The Awakening of the Dragon. Yet, ultimately, Daenerys' plea fell on deaf ears. Douglas unequivocally rejected her request. Even when she offered him the entire realm of Dorne as a reward, he remained unmoved. Does your loyalty to the Night's Watch warrant the sacrifice of all this? Daenerys inquired incredulously. What is there to relinquish concerning that which I have never possessed? Douglas replied coldly. Just as Daenerys was about to turn away in despair, a massive green figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Jon, returning astride Rhaegar. However, upon seeing his younger brother Viserys obediently lying beside a member of the Night's Watch, Rhaegar was taken aback and emitted a questioning roar. Viserys responded pathetically, as if to explain that he was no match and had resigned himself to being this Night Watchman's mount. The exchange between the two dragons transpired smoothly. Yet Rhaegar harbored a deep disdain for his brother Viserys. After all, his dragon rider was a choice he had made, unlike Viserys, who had been beaten into submission. Nonetheless, Viserys had his own defense. Even the eldest and mightiest dragon, Drogon, had once fallen to the Night's Watch commander, Leon. Although they had been bested by Leon's dragon, Balerion, the one who could tame Balerion could easily conquer them as well. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the air. As the sound resonated, Balerion's colossal eyelids began to rise gradually. In this awakening, its immense form unfurled, and its grand, resplendent wings spread slowly, as if to cast a shadow over the entire dragon's lair. In that moment, Balerion exhibited unparalleled majesty and presence. Its body was so vast that even the three powerful dragons standing beneath its wings appeared diminutive, like mere ants in comparison. Simultaneously, as Balerion's aura intensified, its once ebony scales began to shimmer with a radiant silver light, transforming like a cascading domino effect. In an instant, Balerion evolved from a colossal black dragon into one that perpetually emanated a divine silver radiance, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, even Drogon, the most powerful of the three dragons, swiftly lowered his proud head in reverence to this supreme Dragonlord. Following the harrowing battle against Godzilla, the slumbering Balerion finally awakened. The astonishing transformation of its body undoubtedly signified one truth. Balerion had ascended to the pinnacle of dragonkind, the immortal dragon. With Balerion's complete evolution, its massive form began to exude an unsettling aura. It steadied itself on the mountainside with its enormous claws, then flapped its wings forcefully, soaring into the sky like a colossal warplane. Upon reaching great heights, it unleashed a deafening, earth-shattering roar. This roar seemed capable of piercing the heavens, reverberating throughout the world. Accompanying this roar was a palpable sonic pressure that enveloped all, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread. Standing nearby and witnessing Balerion's entire transformation, Daenerys was the first to regain her composure and speak. Is this truly Balerion? How could it have become so formidable? The others were utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying dragon's might. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and even their breathing became labored. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, filled with fear and awe of the unknown power, sinking into profound astonishment that they could not escape. Yet, even someone as well-versed as Daenerys could not recall a dragon so terrifying from her memories. At that moment, high above in the loftiest sky, deep within the clouds, a series of thunderous roars echoed ominously, as if the very heavens had dimmed in response to Balerion's resounding roar. Soon after, dark storm clouds gathered, with lightning flashing intermittently. It was as if the will of the world had manifested, disallowing such a powerful being to exist. Thick bolts of lightning brewed within the tempest. Sensing a tremendous threat from the heavens, Balerion's first instinct was to retaliate. Consequently, it opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of flame akin to molten rock, a pale white fire. This flame appeared ethereal, yet harbored astonishing power. Piercing through the dense clouds in an instant, the dragon fire fell from the sky to the sea, igniting the waters in a fervent blaze, yet showing no signs of extinguishment. Even the gathering storm clouds seemed to hesitate in the face of Balerion's might, retreating in fear as the skies cleared. Witnessing Balerion's wrath, its colossal form overshadowing the world, and its gaping maw as if to consume the very earth, even the fiercest storms trembled before it. Below, many watched with trepidation, casting fearful and worried glances at Leon. They were dreadfully concerned that Leon had lost control over Balerion, who no longer acknowledged him as its master. Should such a calamity transpire, the ramifications would be unfathomable. The dragon would unleash devastation far more terrifying than that wrought by the others, possessing the capacity to annihilate the very fabric of the world. Yet, to their relief, Leon merely beckoned with a casual gesture, and Balerion, as ever, responded to his call, descending gracefully toward the earth. Astonishingly, Balerion now seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to alter its size at will. As it descended, when Balerion finally landed before Leon, its immense length and girth had returned to the colossal proportions witnessed when Leon first ventured forth to battle at the Whispering Fortress. Although at that moment, Balerion appeared smaller than even the weakest of dragons, Viserion, the aura of explosive destruction emanating from it instilled a profound sense of dread in both men and dragons alike, ensuring that no one dared to underestimate its might. Chapter 197, at King's Landing. A fortnight prior, Daenerys had led her formidable army on their journey. They opted for a maritime route, the most effective means of conserving their provisions. Her gaze was resolutely fixed upon King's Landing, reminiscent of Stannis in his time, ultimately deciding to engage in a climactic battle at Blackwater Bay. Upon receiving this intelligence, the commander of the forces at King's Landing, Kevan Lannister, wasted no time in rallying his troops back to the city, just as his brother Tywin had once done. However, it was evident that defending King's Landing would not be a simple task, especially with the formidable presence of dragons, the kings of war, at the enemy's disposal. Thus, even though Cersei had exhausted her resources, selling the rights to gold extraction in the Westerlands for the next 50 years to the Iron Bank, and summoned thousands of warriors from Essos for reinforcement, the situation remained dire. Blackwater Bay, having learned from prior experiences, had been fortified with ample supplies of wildfire and other wartime provisions. As Daenerys' fleet entered the bay, they were immediately met with the acrid scent of wildfire. The defense of King's Landing was entrusted to Jaime Lannister, who stood upon the city walls, his demeanor austere, filled with resolve and courage. Yet in recent days, the patrols had noted that this one-handed Jaime was perpetually accompanied by a cloaked child, leading many to speculate that he was Jaime's illegitimate offspring. In an open area, Tyrion lowered his hood, revealing a face weathered by hardship and resignation. Sensing the absence of onlookers, Jaime relaxed his guard and approached him for a conversation. Your former queen's army now lies anchored just beyond Blackwater Bay, incessantly dispatching small boats to probe for minefields and establish landing points. I fear the march of war is upon us. Indeed, brother Jaime, if you have come to that conclusion, I know an escape route that leads directly from the sewers of King's Landing to the outside. No, Didion, that path is better suited for my dwarf brother to traverse. Given my stature, I doubt I could fit. Listening to Jaime's unabashed mockery, Tyrion maintained an impassive expression, exuding a sense of indifference. Ever since being exiled by Daenerys, Tyrion had embarked on a ship with Podrick, beginning a tumultuous journey of indulgence and numbed existence, ultimately arriving at King's Landing. At this moment, Tyrion seemed to have entirely lost sight of purpose and meaning in life. His arrival at the city was less a self-imposed trap than a quest for liberation, yearning to perish at the hands of his kin, with his brother Jaime being the most suitable candidate. Unexpectedly, Jaime bore no resentment or anger towards him. Instead, he exhibited remarkable tolerance and understanding towards his brother, who had committed patricide. During the defense of King's Landing, Jaime even contemplated leveraging Tyrion's acumen, hoping he would offer strategic counsel, especially since Tyrion had proven his capabilities during the last battle for the city. Yet, when Jaime sought Tyrion's insights on several occasions, he remained obstinately silent. Thus, Jaime was compelled to inquire, do you still intend to pledge your loyalty to this Dragon Queen? My dear brother, from what I know, you are not one to possess foolish loyalty like a mere soldier. At this remark, Tyrion fell into contemplation, memories of a recent scene at Dragonstone flooding his mind. Due to a momentary lapse on his part, what should have been a decisive offensive had devolved into a grotesque massacre. Though he had meticulously orchestrated the plan, Daenerys had disregarded his counsel, personally delivering 3 captured dragons to Leon on the eve of the assault. Reflecting on this, a wave of helplessness and frustration surged within him. He had envisioned everything, yet was powerless to influence the course of events. As he witnessed soldiers turn to ash beneath Dragon fire, his heart brimmed with anguish and despair. So, he found himself alone on the cliffs overlooking the sea, gazing into the distance as if the entire world had ceased to matter to him. In that moment, he felt weary of worldly affairs, even harboring an impulse to flee. However, Jaime was oblivious to all this, only aware that his brother had once designed a landing operation for Daenerys at Dragonstone, a disastrous endeavor. Jaime's intention was to replicate Tyrion's strategy, albeit in defense rather than offense, which he presumed would be simpler. No, I was merely reflecting on some sorrowful matters. Tyrion shook his head, gazing at the sea, his expression gradually regaining clarity. Tell me, from your perspective, how did Leon manage to hold the narrow Dragonstone? Jaime stepped forward to the cliff's edge, his voice low as he inquired. Now, King's Landing has followed your original plan, dispersing its 500,000 residents down to a mere 200,000. The remaining 100,000 soldiers have provisions sufficient for half a year. As long as we secure the coastal defenses of King's Landing and coordinate with our Uncle Kevin for a pincer assault, Daenerys' forces shall find no foothold. Jaime spoke with a confidence born from the perceived superiority of their military might. Yet Tyrion posed a critical question. What if the enemy's dragon assaults from the sky? Tyrion's inquiry elicited a mocking laughter from Jaime, who retorted, "Dragons? My brother, what era do you think we inhabit? Do you still harbor such unrealistic fantasies?" Jaime's tone dripped with derision and disdain as he contemptuously glanced at the distant fortifications. Before them stood rows of towering scorpion crossbows, each equipped with glimmering bolts that radiated a cold light, bestowing Jaime with a sense of invincibility. With hundreds of scorpions blocking the sky, not even a fly shall breach our defenses. Tyrion, you should focus on how to contend with Daenerys' ordinary soldiers rather than concern yourself with those seemingly formidable yet practically useless dragons. Jaime continued, his voice tinged with self-satisfied arrogance. Tyrion listened in silence to Jaime's grandiloquence, a sense of helplessness and disappointment welling within him. He recognized Jaime's perspective as somewhat short-sighted, but found himself unable to counter it directly. However, when the topic of Balerion arose, Tyrion's gaze hardened with determination. Yes, I concede that within the range of these scorpions, the vast majority of dragons would find themselves in peril. But what if it is Balerion that comes? Tyrion spoke slowly, as a haunting vision materialized before his eyes, a colossal shadow enveloping the entire battlefield, and as the shadow grew clearer, two dragon eyes, as immense as the sun, gradually opened. Balerion, a name that struck terror in the hearts of many. It was one of the most renowned and powerful dragons in history. In legend, it is said that its colossal form can obscure the heavens and blot out the sun, while its breath possesses the power to obliterate entire cities, rendering any defense futile. Faced with such an entity, even the most fortified of strongholds may crumble under pressure. Tyrion is acutely aware of the formidable strength of dragons, particularly legendary creatures like Balerion. They symbolize boundless destruction and dread, and their mere presence can drastically alter the tides of war. Though Jaime harbors confidence in the dragon-slaying crossbow, Tyrion comprehends that, in the face of genuine peril, any defensive measures may prove woefully inadequate. Chapter 198, The Dreadful Little Rose. A sudden, unanticipated deluge descended upon the land, catching everyone off guard. Within a mere half-hour, the sky transformed from a mass of dark clouds to a torrential downpour. The once foul-smelling city of King's Landing saw debris left behind by fleeing residents washed into the streets by the relentless rain. The city's dilapidated sewers exuded an unbearable stench, far beyond tolerable limits. What should have been a purifying rain now seemed to lose its intended effect. During the intermittent pauses of the downpour, the city became increasingly suffocating in odor, rendering it nearly uninhabitable. However, none of this perturbed the nobles resting comfortably within the Red Keep, perched atop the nearby mountains. They continued to revel in their ease and tranquility, utterly indifferent to the suffering of the city below. In the great hall of the Red Keep, the golden-haired Tommen Baratheon sat upon the Iron Throne, listening to his hand of the king, his father-in-law, Mace Tyrell, as he reported the situation. His queen, the delicate Rose, Marjorie Tyrell, stood dutifully by his side. The elderly Mace insisted that before he would speak, his young king should arrange a comfortable seat for him, yet the distracted Tommen appeared to disregard this reasonable request. Thus, the two men remained silent witnesses to the Iron Throne for a lengthy period. It was not until Marjorie could no longer bear the tension that she commanded one of the king's guard to fetch a chair. As Mace, fuming with indignation, settled into the seat, Tommen finally raised his gaze and asked, "My esteemed naval minister, Duke Mace Tyrell of the Reach, how much longer until the reinforcements you promised arrive? We are in urgent need of the fleet from Highgarden to blockade the entrance to Blackwater Bay. If you allow further delays, the Night's Watch traders and the Targaryen fleet will be the ones to seal off Blackwater Bay." Tommen, still but a youth and not yet of age, felt the weight of the realm pressing upon his shoulders, especially with his only remaining parent, Cersei, now imprisoned by the faith. The burden of the entire kingdom lay heavily upon him. The regional lords often feigned loyalty, and even before the North and the Iron Islands rebelled, Dorne had already demonstrated its discontent, failing to send any troops to the crown during the War of the Five Kings. Tommen had intended to bring Dorne to heel following the war, yet what he encountered instead was the betrayal of the Night's Watch and the resurgence of Daenerys. Indeed, in Tommen's eyes, the actions of the Night's Watch were nothing short of treachery. They had senselessly slain the appointed protector of the North and incited the North and Iron Islands to seek independence. What else could this be but betrayal? Especially galling was the new ideology proclaimed by Lord Commander Alliser Thorne, advocating for an end to wars and the restoration of peace to Westeros. Tommen, too, yearned for peace, but not under Alliser's leadership. A legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms could not be commanded by a subordinate. Yet Mace paid little heed to Tommen's stance. He scoffed lightly before retorting with indifference. Do you truly believe that without the fleet from Highgarden, we cannot achieve victory? My king-in-law, if you fear that King's Landing will fall, you may as well take my daughter and retreat to your queen's chambers for safety. Mace's derision was palpable. To him, Tommen remained a mere child, in need of years of guidance from a reliable hand of the king to become a competent ruler. Regrettably, Highgarden had provided King's Landing with provisions for several months following the War of the Five Kings, preventing starvation and mutiny within the city. Mace had even offered his daughter to Tommen, yet such a significant favor had only secured him a position as naval minister. Far from the power he coveted as hand of the king. You wish for me to retreat? Tommen exclaimed, rising from the Iron Throne, finger pointed accusatorily at Mace. His face flushed with anger and disbelief. Observing the king's fury, several loyal Kingsguard emerged from the shadows, positioning themselves protectively beside Tommen, ready to take action against Mace at a command. This is an affront to me, a blatant provocation against the king. Mace Tyrell, I demand you retract your words. With the arrival of his loyal guards, Tommen's confidence surged, his youthful face aflame with defiance. Now, it was Mace's turn to be taken aback. He fell silent, astonished by the youthful king's resilience. The bravado that had once buoyed Mace now seemed to wane, prompting him to glance at his daughter, Margaery. To his dismay, she displayed a united front with her husband, dismissing her father's plight entirely. Thus, the deflated Mace was left with no choice but to return to his seat, his head bowed in defeat. He dared not voice any further grievances against the king, not out of respect, but from fear of the Kingsguard. Mace's heart brimmed with regret and self-reproach. He realized his earlier actions had been impulsive and reckless. I recant, my king. Please forgive my earlier indiscretion. Mace spoke humbly, his voice tinged with tremor. Yet the king did not let him off so easily, responding sternly, No, that is insufficient. I seek more than mere apology. I require your assurance. Mace inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, aware of a necessity to convince the king, lest the consequences be dire. Your Majesty, the reinforcements are surely en route. If you grant me 2 additional days, I assure you the fleet from Highgarden will arrive at Blackwater Bay before the Targaryen ships. As Mace uttered these words, his eyes shone with determination and confidence. Upon hearing this, Tommen nodded in satisfaction, though his expression remained grave. He gestured for the guards to withdraw, and then fixed his gaze intently on Mace, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, as the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, I shall never abandon my capital before the enemy arrives. You ought to understand this. You may leave now. Mace, relieved, bowed to the king before retreating slowly from the room. However, at the moment he turned to leave, the little Rose, Margaery, could no longer contain herself and exchanged a knowing smile with Tommen. Instantly, the sternness on Tommen's face faded, replaced by a hint of trepidation, starkly contrasting the earlier image of the imperious king. He turned to Margaery and inquired, My queen, did I perform as you anticipated? Seeing Tommen's eagerness for her approval, Margaery's face lit up with a knowing expression. She smirked and replied, You did well. But remember, my father is a shrewd man. He will not place his trust in anyone without seeing sufficient benefit first. Upon hearing Margaery's words, Tommen initially beamed with joy, only for the expression to stiffen into one of concern once more. However, the enemy is bolstered by the presence of a dragon. Can we truly emerge victorious? Chapter 199, The Opening of the Gods' Arena. Let us turn our gaze back several days. When Balerion awakened, Leon looked at Yolan, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips as he said, Weren't you inquiring when we would embark for the Gods' Arena? I believe the time to set forth is now. With a gentle gesture, Leon summoned Balerion to his side and commanded it to continuously shrink its form. Ultimately, Balerion transformed into a diminutive dragon, no larger than a cat, yet exquisitely detailed, standing firmly upon Leon's shoulder. Despite its reduced size, Balerion's formidable dragon aura intensified exponentially, rendering the air nearly suffocating. Witnessing this spectacle, Yolan nodded in satisfaction, then closed his eyes and began to summon Godzilla in a unique and mysterious manner. At this moment, Daenerys approached, her curiosity piqued. Where are you headed? In truth, Leon did not intend to keep Daenerys in the dark. Rather, it was simply her own penchant for intrigue that drew her in. However, when faced with Daenerys' inquiry, Leon refrained from providing an immediate answer. After all, the Gods' Arena remained an entirely unfamiliar territory for him. Only Yulon, who had previously ventured there, could offer the most accurate insight. Thus, Leon turned to Yulon, awaiting his response. Yulon pondered briefly before answering earnestly, "For the people of our world, venturing to the Gods' Arena is akin to stepping into an entirely different realm. This new world brims with countless treasures and opportunities, gifts from deities of even higher caliber than the gods themselves. As long as you can conquer the adversaries of the arena, anything is possible." His tone conveyed a hint of excitement and anticipation. With such a formidable ally as Leon and his dragon by his side, confidence in the impending adventure surged. Yulon's explanation left Daenerys in a state of partial comprehension. While she harbored a desire to explore, the allure of the Iron Throne held greater sway over her in this moment. "Commander Leon, with your prowess, if you so wished, you could swiftly march south to King's Landing and eliminate that incestuous wretch upon the Iron Throne along with his vassals." As she spoke, a bittersweet smile crept upon Daenerys' face, a reflection of her resigned acceptance of Leon's immense strength and her growing awareness of her own fate, now susceptible to the will of others. "Oh, does such a trivial matter truly necessitate my direct intervention? Once Jon returns, let him accompany you on the journey," Leon replied with a slight smile, his tone casual, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Just as Daenerys was about to continue her discourse, a colossal sea creature, Godzilla, emerged from the distant waters, its approach accompanied by an overwhelming sense of tremor that reverberated through the air. When Godzilla fully materialized before them, Daenerys' brows knitted together in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Commander Leon, the creature you battled alongside Balerion that day is indeed such a powerful sea monster?" Staring at the gargantuan beast, far exceeding the size of the Titan she had seen in Braavos, she was momentarily struck dumb with astonishment. Upon arriving at the dragon's lair, Godzilla wasted no time. Without hesitation, it unleashed a searing beam into the sky, as if to rend the very fabric of reality. "Godzilla will require half an hour to open the portal. Commander Leon, do you have anything further to prepare?" Yulon observed as Godzilla continuously emitted its radiant beam, the familiar image of a portal gradually forming in the sky, revealing glimpses of an ancient arena behind it. However, Leon merely shook his head, glancing at his luminous star bow and the square, celestial halberd within his inventory, confidently stating, "I have nothing to prepare. I am ready to depart at any moment. Commander Leon, may I and Viserion accompany you?" Just then, a chilling wind swept through the distant mountains, and soon, a legion of the dead emerged from beneath the dragon's nest. Familiar figures suddenly materialized before them. The White Walkers. Daenerys gasped, perplexed. How could these creatures appear within the protective confines of the Night's Watch at Castle Black? Yet, just as she was about to command her Queensguard to engage the White Walkers and order Drogon to unleash his flames, Leon raised a hand to halt her. However, he too regarded the White Walkers with a look of confusion. Within the dragon's lair, a vast army composed entirely of White Walkers began to coalesce around a singular figure. "Night King, what brings you to my domain? Is it not too early for battle?" Daenerys felt a surge of suspicion and wariness as she listened to Leon's familiar tone in conversation with the Night King. Her gaze remained fixed on the Night King, her eyes glinting with sharp intensity. Before the Night King could respond, Daenerys impatiently interjected. "No wonder I was told that traces of White Walkers were discovered among your Night's Watch, claiming you are a spy planted in the realm of men. I was initially skeptical, but now, witnessing this firsthand, how do you explain yourself?" Her tone bore no concealment of her inquiries. Faced with Daenerys' challenge, the Night King remained unruffled, responding coolly, "Explain? Why should I explain?" This retort caused Daenerys to furrow her brow, taken aback by his arrogance. She pressed on, "What exactly is your relationship with the Night King?" Her voice conveyed an authoritative demand, as if determined to unravel this enigma. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Night King suddenly bowed respectfully to Leon and said, "As you prepare to venture to the Gods' Arena, may I accompany you?" This sudden shift left Daenerys utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Master?" Initially perceiving the Night King as a significant threat, she now realized that the situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. At this moment, Daenerys scrutinized the stoic figure of the Night King, his pronounced brow and piercing gaze prompting her to ponder. She had never imagined that the seemingly powerful and enigmatic Night King had already been subdued by Leon, akin to a docile husky. This series of revelations left Daenerys feeling both confused and astonished, heightening her curiosity and desire to explore the depths of Leon's character. Chapter 200, Entering. Long before the hatching of Leon's dragon, Balerion, the Night King had glimpsed its future within the annals of time. While the dragon slumbered, the world flourished in a state of prosperity, harmony, and tranquility. However, once the dragon awakened, the earth would be engulfed in raging fires, and countless battles would spread along the wall until they scorched the very ends of the world. This was precisely the vision the Night King yearned to witness. He vividly recalled the exhilaration that coursed through his frostbitten veins as he beheld this scene from the river of time. Yet, the Night King soon discerned his own fate, to be vanquished by the dragon and Leon's descendants during a moment of leisurely exploration. The demise of the Night King is utterly devoid of rationale, rendering his peace accord with Leon a mere farce in the grand tapestry of time. In a bygone era, the Night King had witnessed his own triumph in capturing a colossal dragon, wielding its might to incinerate a segment of the wall. Yet, with the awakening of Vagr, the familiar world he inhabited was destined to vanish. In its stead, the will of the entire realm would revolve around the desires of the dragon Vagr. In other words, as long as the dragon continued to flourish, Leon was fated to ascend as the sovereign to supplant the world's will. However, while the Night King pondered whether to act recklessly and extinguish Leon's dragon in its infancy, or to adopt a more passive stance, Leon had already matured alongside his dragon into an entity that commanded the Night King's reverence. To avert a grim fate, the Night King resolved to completely submit to Leon, even at the cost of forsaking the army of White Walkers he had amassed over millennia. This was the reason why Daenerys witnessed the Night King proclaiming Leon as his master. It is noteworthy that many lords of the North have grown accustomed to the sight of their ancestors patrolling the wilderness, mounted on whites alongside Night's Watch soldiers, to the extent that even timid children and women no longer perceive this as an incursion by the White Walkers. A number of White Walkers, having garnered the trust of human armies, have been dispatched to the front lines. From King's Landing, reports have begun to arrive from the Neck, detailing numerous Northman soldiers, undying and impervious to flames, breaching the defenses, posing a significant threat to the southern forces, which could only be countered by the formidable dragon-slaying crossbows. Yet, at this juncture, Daenerys remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, mistakenly believing that Leon had offered his loyalty to the Night King in exchange for power. How ludicrous! With the formidable strength of a dragon now at his command, the Night King's legions, regardless of their size, would be inconsequential to a dragon. Even if Leon were to stand alone without the dragon's aid, his prowess alone would suffice to vanquish the White Walkers. Had Leon truly been devoid of such weapons to combat the White Walkers, perhaps Daenerys' predictions would hold true, leading the Night's Watch to inevitable defeat and a hasty capitulation. Nevertheless, Leon found himself perplexed by the Night King's request. For Leon, his journey to the arena of the gods was merely a quest for a pathway back to reality, driven by an overwhelming sense of isolation in a world where he faced no rivals. But what could the Night King possibly seek in the arena? Was he perhaps in pursuit of rare treasures to incite rebellion upon his return? Thus far, Leon had received only a handful of applications for enlistment from the White Walkers. Yet the Night King himself had never presented such a request. This absence sparked doubt within Leon, leading him to question whether the Night King harbored ulterior motives. His current fealty could merely be a facade, concealing deeper ambitions. Leon resolved to confront the Night King, to discern his true intentions. After Daenerys departed, Leon approached the Night King's tent and directly inquired why he had yet to submit an application for enlistment. The Night King's eyes flickered, and he stammered that there were matters to attend to. Leon scoffed and advanced toward him, demanding, "Do not play games with me. What is it that you truly desire?" The Night King bowed his head in silence, and as Leon observed this, his conviction that the Night King harbored rebellious inclinations solidified. Just as Leon was poised to act, the Night King suddenly knelt and revealed the truth. He had glimpsed an artifact within the river of time, one capable of influencing reality and the future, augmenting his strength, but at a tremendous cost. "Leon, my master, I have seen your scales and claws in the river of time. You are not of this world. Perhaps you're destined to return to your rightful realm. Yet, we vow to safeguard the legacy you leave behind. But we cannot accomplish this without sufficient power. Otherwise, upon your departure, your dragon Vagr alone could bring about the end of days, and we would be powerless to prevent it, allowing your hard work and aspirations to crumble." Listening to the Night King's earnest words, Leon was momentarily taken aback, pondering, isn't annihilation your aspiration? Why this sudden shift to a savior's role? Seemingly perceiving Leon's thoughts, the Night King spoke softly, "I am not a mindless beast. Annihilation has never been my desire. I have simply lingered too long in this cold, pain-ridden form, and now I yearn for vengeance against my creators. You mean the children of the forest? Leon queried. No, the children of the forest possess only mundane power. They could not craft beings as magnificent as I. Oh, I shall wage war against the gods. Even death in battle would be a form of liberation. After a moment of contemplation, Leon decided to trust the Night King once more. After all, they were no longer merely master and servant, but allies. At that instant, Euron, fixated on the sky, observed the portal conjured by Godzilla's beam solidifying, and the scene beyond it stabilizing like a mountain. He then addressed Leon. Commander, we may proceed. With that, Euron turned towards Godzilla, and despite its colossal size and boundless energy, Godzilla had diminished somewhat after forming the portal. Nevertheless, its formidable abilities remained intact, as it extended a hand to lift Euron, who was the first to leap into the portal. Following suit, Leon commanded Vagr to transform into a rideable size, allowing him to soar into the portal. The Night King, unassisted, merely raised his hands, summoning a whirlwind of snow and ice to elevate him to an adequate height. He then conjured a staircase of frost in midair and gracefully stepped into the portal. Chapter 2:01. The Giant Serpent Jormungandr. Upon traversing the portal, Leon found himself standing in an expansive, unfathomable arena. Both Euron, who had entered before him, and the Night King, who followed, had vanished without a trace, leaving Leon feeling as though he were the sole inhabitant of this vast coliseum. Fortunately, his equipment and the dragon Vagr remained with him, providing a modicum of comfort. Thus, Leon mounted Vagr and began to survey the arena's interior. The sheer scale of this coliseum was astonishing, seemingly capable of accommodating the entire world. Especially as he rode the lightning-fast Vagr, Leon flew in a direction for what felt like an eternity, yet the surroundings remained unchanged, as if he were treading in place. Consequently, Leon attempted to dismount from the dragon's back. As he landed, his feet met a coarse and solid stony surface, each step resonating with the power emanating from the depths of the earth. Gazing around, he was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of deafening cheers and shouts from the spectators in the arena. This unexpected sound startled Leon, particularly in such an enigmatic place. Strangely, however, he could not discern a single figure among the voices. The sounds appeared to emanate from an ethereal void, instilling a sense of confusion and trepidation within him. Despite the absence of visible spectators, Leon felt an unshakable sensation of being watched, as though he had been cast under the gaze of a deathly eye, a cold and piercing scrutiny penetrating his very soul. He distinctly sensed an invisible weight, as if a multitude of eyes were observing his every move, waiting for him to err or reveal a vulnerability. This feeling of being scrutinized left Leon profoundly uncomfortable, prompting him to seek ways to alleviate the disquiet. He began to roam the arena, searching for an exit or any semblance of a clue. Yet, regardless of where he ventured, the sensation of being surveilled clung to him like a shadow, utterly inescapable. As time progressed, Leon gradually discerned that this enigmatic arena concealed numerous secrets and perils. He must tread carefully, exploring every nook and cranny to unravel its mysteries, for only then might he discover a means of escape. Concurrently, he understood that within this realm of uncertainty, vigilance was paramount, for at any moment, that elusive presence watching him could strike. However, just as Leon cautiously traversed a small sand dune, the ground before him suddenly swayed violently, followed by an overwhelming sensation of impact that made his nose tingle. Instinctively, he stumbled back 2 steps, pressing his right hand firmly against his nose, only to be astonished to find blood streaming from it. A surge of alarm coursed through him. What could possibly have caused such disarray? Just as he pondered this, a raspy voice emanated from the flat ground behind the dune. Hey, young man, you managed to withstand my punch without perishing. It seems you possess some skill. Pray tell, what is your name? Leon focused his gaze and beheld a man standing there, bare-chested and adorned with peculiar tattoos. His hair was styled into a small braid, and dark circles encircled his eyes. Suggesting he had endured many sleepless nights, the man appeared rather neurotic. At that moment, he was prattling on to Leon, his eyes revealing a mix of curiosity and provocation. Meanwhile, blood oozed from the bandaged fist of the man, indicating that his earlier strike had inflicted some backlash due to Leon's remarkable constitution. Confronted by this assailant, Leon initially had no intention of engaging in conversation, preferring to retaliate with force. Yet, considering they were in the arena of the gods, he deemed it wiser to exercise caution. Thus, he suppressed his anger and replied in a deep voice, My name is Leon Victor, commander of the Night Watch Legion. What number of commander are you? What number? I know not. Ah, well, then, who was the commander before you? Jamermorm, Leon stated tersely. The man scratched his ear, pondering, then shook his head and continued to inquire. Never heard of that name. What is your father's name? Oh, right, Victor, a surname from the south, short sword. Quite intriguing family name. I have no father. Leon's gaze turned icy, his words devoid of hesitation. It was worth noting that not only John, but he himself detested any mention of his lineage, holding no fondness whatsoever for the father who had cast him into the abyss of the wall. The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Leon's response. No father? Could be you sprang forth from stone? Ha ha ha. Leon clenched his fists, unable to endure the man's mockery. Dare to utter another word, and you shall taste the consequences of my fist. The man ceased his laughter, scrutinizing Leon from head to toe. Ah, quite the temper you possess. However, in this arena, mere temper will not suffice, especially as my opponent, who has achieved 31 consecutive victories. You ought to have some remarkable abilities as well. As he adjusted his bandages, the man fixed Leon with a piercing gaze, reminiscent of a ravenous crow, infused with malevolence. Yet, such a look quickly incited the wrath of the dragon Balerion, which took to the skies without hesitation, its form rapidly expanding. Oh, an impressive dragon. Is it your master? The man, who had previously dismissed the dragon at Leon's side, now gazed up at the ever-enlarging creature with curiosity. However, Leon's frigid words met him. You are mistaken. I am its true master. Haha, you jest, do you not? A true dragon would not become a slave. Yet, I believe our battle should not involve such legendary beings. What do you say? Leon remained non-committal to the man's proposal, merely offering a cold smirk. To his surprise, the man continued unfazed. But since you chose to threaten me with a dragon, I must apologize to Jormungandr. Upon uttering that final phrase, the ground behind him suddenly cracked open, and a colossal, snow-white serpent emerged from the fissure, its size rivaling that of Balerion in its prime. The figures of Leon and the man appeared diminutive before these two titanic beasts. Jormungandr's immense presence nearly filled the entire arena, and the noxious fumes and toxic blood it emanated seemed to curse anyone who dared gaze upon it. The man appeared quite pleased with the expression on Leon's face as he calmly stated, "This is merely a projection of my master. Should you and your dragon wish to engage in battle, it is not out of the question." Chapter 202, High Valyrian. The man's voice resonated in the vast hall, as if it harmonized with the surrounding air. The massive serpent looming behind him, initially brimming with menace and power, suddenly twisted and writhed as if bound by invisible chains, ultimately dissipating into countless particles of dust amid a thunderous roar. Faced with this abrupt turn of events, the man displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips, suggesting that all of this had been anticipated. However, this composure did not endure for long. Suddenly, the man's body convulsed violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid tracing a tragic arc through the air before slowly dripping to the ground, creating splashes of red. His complexion, already pale as parchment, turned nearly translucent, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him in that instant. Yet, despite this, the man's gaze remained resolute, and although his voice was faint, it echoed clearly throughout the space. It seems you are unworthy to be Jormungandr's opponent. However, Leon and his dragon Balerion had long since grown weary of this neurotic individual. Before Balerion could act, Leon surged forward, delivering a powerful punch in retaliation for the man's earlier ambush. Leon's strike was potent enough to shatter mountains in the lower realms. Yet the seemingly frail man merely absorbed the blow with his face, bleeding from his nose as he staggered back 2 steps, quickly shaking off the dizziness. Not bad. Quite a bit of strength, the man remarked, wiping his nose and then forcefully resetting his dislocated nose back into place. However, if this is all the strength you possess, you have come to the wrong place. Leon's pupils constricted slightly, disbelief flickering in his sharp gaze. He had assumed that his punch would be sufficient to vanquish any foe, yet this man had nonchalantly endured his assault with an almost mocking demeanor. The dragon Balerion, its massive form looming behind Leon, appeared ever more regal. Its wings unfurled slowly, as if displaying its might, while silently expressing discontent at Leon's solitary confrontation with the enemy. Balerion's eyes flickered with golden flames, a manifestation of its desire for battle and a reproach for Leon's failure to fully leverage its power. Is that so? Then let us see if you can withstand my subsequent attacks. Leon refrained from engaging in further banter, advancing once more and summoning every muscle in his body to deliver a punch charged with relentless energy. With his strike, Leon was convinced that no one could survive the force of his fist. However, The man stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade as Leon closed the distance, merely standing there languidly, as if harboring some insidious plot. Yet, in that moment, Leon had no time for contemplation. After attaining a transcendent state, he had taken a considerable period to master the explosive power within him, akin to that of a wild beast. Now, finally presented with an unrestrained arena and an ideal target, he was eager to discover whether his blow could shatter his opponent. Each swing of Leon's fist was accompanied by the roar of thunder, a force potent enough to leave profound imprints in the mountains of the lower realms. Yet, the man's visage remained as unyielding as the hardest rock, not only resisting the impact of Leon's heavy strikes, but merely quivering slightly under their weight. His body swayed precariously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet he withstood the barrage of Leon's blows, akin to the relentless beating of a drum, without the slightest alteration in his expression. In fact, amidst Leon's assault, the man found the leisure to mock. If that is all your strength amounts to, perhaps you should step aside and let your dragon take my measure. What is this? Are you merely scratching my back? Put a bit more force into it. Yes, that's right. I quite fancy your gaze. It would be even better if it were a tad more ferocious. However, the man's taunts were abruptly silenced when Leon, realizing that physical assaults bore no fruit, unsheathed his formidable halberd from behind, abandoning any semblance of chivalry. With the might of a transcendent being combined with this weapon, renowned for its ability to inflict psychological damage, Leon mused, surely this will breach your defenses. Yet, the moment the man beheld Leon's weapon, he reacted instantly, delivering a powerful punch to Leon's chest. In an instant, the armor of eternal life adorning Leon's body rippled, as if cracking, before shattering into fragments. More than that, Leon was sent hurtling backward by the man's strike. Fortunately, Balerion had been circling in the air and swiftly intervened, rescuing Leon in its mighty claws. Subsequently, Balerion transformed into its most formidable battle form, lunging at the man with a dazzling display of its immense bulk, akin to a blazing meteor streaking through the sky. A torrent of searing dragon fire erupted from its maw, surging toward the man like a fiery serpent racing to its target. Yet, in the face of such fierce aggression, the man exhibited no fear. He stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he met Balerion's charge. Just as the dragon fire was about to engulf him, the man uttered a command: "Cease the fire. Retreat immediately." These words were spoken in a peculiar and ancient tongue, High Valyrian. Although Leon could not comprehend the enigmatic syllables and archaic phrases, astonishingly, Balerion seemed to understand. The dragon's massive head tilted slightly, and the once directed flames veered skyward instead. Following this, Balerion donned an expression of mingled anger and confusion, fixing its gaze upon the man before cautiously setting Leon on the ground, positioning him in front of itself. Leon was puzzled as to why the dragon had ceased its assault, but he soon learned that the individual before him was well versed in the forbidden spells of dragons, commands that even Balerion could not defy due to the bloodline's dictates. "Haha, now I see you have no other means at your disposal," the man declared triumphantly, watching as Balerion complied and stepped back at his command. Though the dragon resented this imposition, it was compelled to submit to the authority of the ancient Valyrian tongue. Chapter 203: The Scorpion of Gladiators. To escape this place, one must not rely on any external aid, especially not on a dragon. This proclamation reverberated across the desolate battlefield, akin to an insurmountable edict. The man's voice carried a hint of mockery, seemingly deriding Leon's impotence. "Ha ha ha ha. Indeed, in my eyes, your only option is to flee. There exists no possibility of overcoming me." His laughter resonated through the air, brimming with confidence, his eyes glinting with disdain for Leon. Upon realizing that Balerion was bound by some unseen rules from intervening in this confrontation, the man's grin widened even further. He appeared to revel in this absolute sense of control, as if he were the sovereign of this battleground. However, when his gaze fell upon the elongated weapon in Leon's grasp, his smile faltered abruptly. It was a peculiar weapon, radiating a faint luminescence, with each line hinting at an ancient and mysterious origin. "That polearm you wield is surely of great significance. Perhaps one of the 10 legendary artifacts of the Land of Exiles. It seems the spoils of this contest will be quite substantial." The man's voice bore traces of astonishment and greed, his eyes fixated on the weapon as if yearning to claim it for himself. After making this declaration, he withdrew a dagger from a supple strap at his waist, its pitch-black blade gleaming like dragon crystal. In his hands, the dagger shimmered ominously, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the man's cold visage. At this moment, aware of the threat posed by Leon's halberd. The man no longer exuded the same arrogance that had characterized his earlier demeanor. He recognized that this artifact's power was formidable, compelling him to engage with utmost seriousness. Clearly, he understood that in certain situations, especially against an adversary like Leon, he could not afford to be overly ostentatious. The tension in the air thickened palpably as their gazes clashed in a silent duel. The halberd in Leon's hand and the dragon crystal dagger in the man's grasp exuded distinct energies, heralding an impending confrontation that promised to be exhilarating. However, Leon did not comply with the man's expectations by drawing his halberd for a contest of cold steel. Instead, he thrust the legendary weapon deep into the sandy earth, producing a resonant sound reminiscent of a drumbeat, signaling that an extraordinary duel was about to commence. Then, Leon spoke slowly. "What benefit shall I reap from defeating you? I would rather not inadvertently end your life, only to find myself traversing a long road alone." His voice was calm and resolute, betraying a curiosity about the unknown and a yearning for clarity regarding the outcome. Confronted with Leon's inquiry, the man's stance shifted slightly, his expression morphing into one of disbelief as he asked, "You truly do not know what benefits await you in besting me? Are you inquiring about the rewards of vanquishing me within the arena of the gods?" His tone carried a note of incredulity, as if questioning Leon's ignorance. After posing the question, the man erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing across the vast arena, jarring in its intensity. Once he had laughed to his satisfaction, he straightened himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he explained to Leon, "I know not how you arrived here, but within this realm you may obtain anything your heart desires, be it power, treasures, or opportunities, so long as the gods deem you worthy. However, survival is imperative to seize these rewards, and only through continual victories can one secure the right to live. As for the rewards you can gain from each match, they encompass everything your opponent possesses." "Then, how can this all be brought to an end?" Leon inquired. How can I return?" His gaze revealed a hint of confusion and urgency, as if he were desperately searching for a path back home. "As for your desire to return alive, I can only declare it impossible." The man's voice dripped with resignation and mockery, reminiscent of a seasoned champion gladiator boasting 31 consecutive victories, who has dwelled in this realm for countless years. A reflective expression graced his face, as if reminiscing about those interminable years. "Do you recall the phantasm I conjured earlier? The colossal earthly python, Jormungandr. Should I return to reality, that power will accompany me, and I shall transform into the one true god of this world through the might of the serpent." His words brimmed with confidence and fervor, as if he could already envision the day he ascends to divinity. This proclamation struck a familiar chord with Leon, as though Ulrun frequently murmured this very notion in his presence. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, pondering the connection between this man and Ulrun. Yet, the man appeared to wear a mask of melancholy, as if he had been duped. His eyes shimmered with a complex mix of regret for the past and longing for the future. It seemed he awaited Leon's response, anticipating the commencement of this battle, and perhaps even the turning point of his fate, or even the death ritual orchestrated by Leon's hands. In short, within a brief span, Leon witnessed a plethora of emotions on the man's face: disdain, contempt, rage, and madness. "Since you are unwilling to strike first, I shall reluctantly take the offensive." The man's voice was cold and sharp, akin to a blade slicing through the air. "Before you perish by my dagger, remember my name, the gladiator from Ascalon, Bloodscorpion Augustron." With the final syllable echoing, the man swiftly drew his dagger and surged toward Leon like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance to Leon in mere flashes, aiming to plunge the glimmering blade into Leon's neck and sever his throat. However, just as the man was about to reach Leon, his vision was suddenly engulfed by an incomprehensible deluge of arrows. These arrows descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming and relentless. The man's eyes widened in despair and fear. He had never anticipated such a terrifying assault from the lower realms. In his final moments, he caught sight of Leon drawing an oddly shaped bow, aiming directly at him. It suddenly dawned on him that he had underestimated this seemingly ordinary opponent. Yet, it was too late. As he attempted to act, thousands of arrows formed an impenetrable net, mercilessly crashing down upon him. The tremendous force sent the man hurtling away, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. Blood surged from countless wounds, swiftly staining the earth beneath him crimson. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, ultimately extinguished. Chapter 204. The Path Back to Reality. Unbeknownst to Leon, the Blood Scorpion, a gladiator with 31 consecutive victories in the arena of the gods, had become a legend upon this brutal land. He not only possessed the ability to summon the colossal earthly python, Jormungandr, whose phantom could nearly consume all, but also wielded an exceedingly peculiar divine power and a body as unyielding as rock. These abilities undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge to any opponent, Leon included. Gripping his weapon, the luminous star, Leon murmured softly. Thankfully, the power of the luminous star remains unrestrained within the arena of the gods. Otherwise, I might truly find myself defeated here. His fingers gently caressed the bow's body, feeling its strength and warmth. This bow had been forged through years of blood-soaked battles in Westeros. Be it the undead of the frozen plains beyond the wall, or the ironborn and mercenaries ravaged by dragons on the shores of the Eastern Sea, their courage and power ultimately nourished the evolution of the luminous star into a multi-arrow weapon. These experiences forged an indescribable bond between Leon and his weapon. At this moment, Leon focused his aim, achieving a perfect harmony between body and spirit. His eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve as he slowly drew the luminous star, as if summoning the very forces of heaven and earth. An arrow was released, soaring through the night sky like a meteor, carrying unparalleled might that tore through the air toward its target. Its formidable power was such that none could withstand it. Even the earlier earthly python, whose phantasm could nearly obscure the heavens, would likely falter before the might of this arrow. Fortunately, it fled swiftly. Otherwise, beneath that arrow, even divine power would struggle to endure. Having just concluded a grueling battle, Leon stood beside the lifeless body of the Blood Scorpion, contemplating his next move. His gaze swept across the scattered spoils of victory, ready to gather the fruits of his triumph. Yet in that very moment, an anomaly transpired. A miniature portal unexpectedly materialized before Leon, its glow soft and mysterious, as though it connected to another world. Moments later, a figure emerged from the portal, walking with a leisurely elegance, each step seemingly imbued with a special rhythm. The radiant aura surrounding this figure made it difficult to gaze directly at him. This brilliance was not merely visual splendor, but rather a palpable wave of power. Leon immediately recognized that this individual could not be an ordinary character. In a place like the arena of the gods, every appearance bore an extraordinary origin and strength. However, as Leon scrutinized the person's appearance and demeanor, preparing to strike first, he discovered that although the individual was formidable, he lacked the transcendent aura of a deity and did not exude the aggressive presence of the Blood Scorpion. The newcomer, while handsome, radiated a more earthly warmth, and his graceful mannerisms did not detach him from the mortal realm. True to Leon's expectations, when the newcomer uttered his first words, his true identity was confirmed. No need for hostility. I am merely a messenger. I never anticipated that this treasure in your possession would prove so extraordinary. My master has already assessed the additional combat prowess your dragon could offer, but it is astonishing that even the mightiest gladiator cannot withstand a single strike from you. It appears that the trials set within the arena of the gods have lost all meaning for you. The visitor's words carried a note of admiration, intertwined with profound astonishment. He was evidently taken aback by Leon's prowess and the luminous star bow in his grip. His mention of my master piqued Leon's curiosity. Who was this master? And why did he take such an interest in Leon's battles? A multitude of questions surged within Leon's mind, yet he concealed them beneath a mask of composure. He understood that in a place like the arena of the gods, every piece of information could harbor significant secrets, and every decision might determine his life or death. He must tread carefully to survive in this realm rife with uncertainty and peril. However, even though Leon refrained from striking first, the luminous star instinctively nocked an arrow, poised for immediate release. The newcomer, seemingly oblivious to this readiness, continued to advance toward Leon. Halt! Declare your intent. Lion instinctively raised his aim, as if the arrows mounted on the shooting star would descend upon the approaching figure in the next moment. Do not misunderstand, I am not a gladiator. Our battle will not have an audience nor a victor, for I am merely a phantom, incapable of inflicting harm upon you. As he spoke, the self-proclaimed servant bent down to retrieve the dagger dropped by the blood-poisoned scorpion. Yet the moment his hand brushed against the blade, a ripple seemed to sweep across its surface, as if to demonstrate his lack of offensive capability. Having established this fact, the self-styled servant gazed at Lion and, with a rather complex expression, stated, "We have no adversaries that can match you. Please articulate your desires and hasten your departure from this realm. Prior to that, I shall speak freely." Upon hearing that the other party was willing to answer his queries, Lion pondered for a moment, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of Uluin and the Night King. After all, these two had entered alongside him. Uluin was of little concern, having visited this place before. Yet the Night King was a source of unease for Lion. Seemingly perceiving Lion's thoughts, the newcomer replied without hesitation, "Rest assured, your companions are faring quite well. The one bound to a sea monster possesses considerable strength and is currently engaged in combat with the God of Pride. It is evident that my master holds a fondness for him and likely wishes for him to remain for a while longer. However, the condition of that corpse appears to be rather dire within this colosseum of yellow sand. Its icy elemental power cannot be replenished, and it is being relentlessly battered by a justice god. Do you wish to rescue it?" From the words of the visitor, Lion deduced that Uluin, due to his shared life with Godzilla, was thriving in the arena of the gods, thus warranting no concern from Lion. However, the Night King seemed to be in a precarious situation, given that the Night King had not pledged loyalty to him and their relationship was merely one of alliance. Lion felt no urgency to rescue him. Let the Night King endure some hardships. Subsequently, Lion contemplated and posed the deeply buried second question. I once heard a fellow named the Green Prophet speak of a method to return to reality. Chapter 205, Annihilation. Lion stood upon the sandy expanse of the arena of the gods, softly reciting the enigmatic words bestowed upon him by the Green Prophet during his dreamlike journey, a means of returning to the realm of reality. These words were akin to ancient incantations, imbued with inscrutable mysteries, leaving him with only a fragmented understanding. Wait until the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, until the seas run dry and the mountains fall like withered leaves in the wind, until a giant more magnificent than the city of Braavos stands tall, until the last note of the song of ice and fire concludes, until in this chaotic world, there is but a single king. Lion's voice resonated deeply, each word striking his heart like a hammer. He turned toward the self-proclaimed servant, his gaze tinged with anticipation. These words remain enigmatic to me. Might you provide some guidance? Lion understood that in this mystical land, each character could hold the key to unraveling the riddle. He had pondered extensively over the method given by the Green Prophet, seeking potential clues among the seemingly unattainable conditions. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the final phrase, until in this chaotic world, there is but a single king. This statement appeared to indicate a clear objective, the unification of Westeros. All of Lion's actions were, in essence, paving the way towards the grand unification of Westeros. Ever since he grasped the shooting star bow and received the aid of the dragon Vagor, his plans had progressed with remarkable ease. His strength was unmatched in this land, and his will was as unyielding as steel. However, the self-proclaimed servant merely chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by Lion's confusion. His voice carried a hint of cynicism, yet also glimmered with wisdom. Ah, these ancient prophecies, always so obscure and perplexing. However, since you have discovered the key, continue onward. Unifying Westeros and becoming the sole king may indeed be the key to your return to reality. The servant's words seemed to harbor deeper implications, his gaze profound, as if he could penetrate the depths of Lion's soul. The echo of his laughter reverberated through the vast arena, and his words conveyed a disdain for the Green Prophet and the gods, instilling a sense of unease within Lion. His tone dripped with contempt, as if mocking those who regarded the gods as supreme entities. If you truly believe the opinions of these weaklings and act accordingly, then you become their puppet. The servant's words struck Lion's heart like a heavy hammer. Weaklings? Them? Puppets? Lion echoed the servant's words, his voice laced with confusion and disbelief. He had never considered that the deities revered by the masses might, in the eyes of certain beings, merely be weaklings. Indeed, those gods you mortals speak of are but playthings for my master to observe in the arena. The servant's words dripped with disdain for the gods, suggesting that his master possessed power and status that transcended theirs. If you say, I will become a puppet, how does that differ from being a mere plaything in the eyes of your master? Lion retorted, his eyes glinting with defiance. He refused to be anyone's puppet, whether that of the gods or the master behind the present servant. The servant appeared unperturbed by Lion's counterargument, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, as if appreciating Lion's courage and intellect. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a sense of mystery and temptation. The difference lies in the fact that becoming my master's plaything grants you powers and freedoms that surpass those of the gods, whereas being their puppet binds you eternally to their rules and games, preventing you from truly mastering your own fate. It seemed this game was referred to as the Game of Thrones, regardless of whether one ascended to the Iron Throne, which symbolized kingship, The ultimate outcome would invariably lead to ruin. Lion fell silent, his inner turmoil raging fiercely. He understood that his pursuit was for freedom and power, the ability to command his own destiny. Yet, he was also acutely aware that any acquisition of power would not come without its conditions, and there would inevitably be some cost involved. Seemingly perceiving Lion's conflict, the servant raised his hand, pointing to the dragon Vagor behind Lion, and spoke, "In truth, you need not be so pessimistic. You now possess an artifact of transcendent bow and arrow, as well as a dragon of undead caliber. To call you the Dragonlord would not be an exaggeration. On this table of a game more perilous than the power struggle, you have already qualified to take a seat." Upon hearing this, no joy graced Lion's countenance. Rather, he furrowed his brow, thoughtfully caressing the artifact of bow and arrow in his hand, as if contemplating a profound question. However, at that moment, Lion suddenly clutched his head in agony, instinctively crouching down. Since his transcendence, this sudden onset of headaches had not been a rare occurrence. Each episode felt as though his head were on the verge of exploding, and his consciousness throbbed with unbearable pain. Initially, Lion had subconsciously attributed this to the side effects of his inability to fully control his physical strength post-transcendence. However, with the frequency of the pain, he began to realize that the situation might be more complex than he had assumed. Just as Lion was engulfed in torment, the words of the other party once again reached his ears. "I must remind you, it appears that your inherent soul is beginning to awaken. If you wish to completely extricate yourself from this frail shell, my master can assist you in reconstructing a new body within the arena of the gods." The words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in Lion's mind. He widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the other with a heart tumultuous with emotion. Never had he imagined that within him resided an original soul, and the awakening of this spirit would bring him such excruciating headaches. At this moment, Lion finally comprehended the true cause of the inexplicable pain that had plagued him for days. As the agony reached its zenith, a tender yet feeble voice escaped his lips. "Damn foreigner, leave my body at once. This is my original vessel, and here you cannot prevail against me. Bien, Victor?" Lion instinctively seized back control of his body and inquired, "It is I. You have occupied my body for far too long. It is time you returned it to me." Upon hearing the unequivocal response, Lion momentarily lost his composure, but his expression quickly hardened as he directed a question at the figure before him. "Is there a way to obliterate the other soul residing in my mind?" Chapter 206, The Choice. Upon hearing Lion's query, the servant's face illuminated with a long-awaited smile, and he replied promptly, "There is indeed a method. I could even transport your original body from that blue star, but the price would be that you can never return." His voice dripped with temptation, as though he were unveiling a pathway to rebirth. Yet this path was fraught with endless solitude and exile. As Lion conversed with the enigmatic figure, Victor, the youth who had once slumbered within Lion's being, was engulfed by unprecedented panic. His consciousness surged within Lion's mind, akin to a small creature trapped in darkness, helpless and terrified. After all, Victor was but a 15 or 16-year-old boy who had been cast out for his mistakes when Lion had seized control. His mind and strength were no match for the seasoned Lion, who had endured countless trials through bloodshed. Faced with the possibility of eternal exile, Victor's heart brimmed with despair. In that moment, Victor cried out, "No, please, don't kill me. I beg you, let me go. I can remain in slumber, never to disturb you again." His pleas echoed in Lion's mind, imbued with profound fear and helplessness. Hearing Victor's desperate cries, Lion instinctively exhaled, for he was reluctant to bear the burden of extinguishing the life and future of an innocent boy. After all, the cost of transporting a physical body from the blue star, never to return, was exorbitant. Yet, the servant's subsequent words fell like a bucket of cold water, chilling both Lions to the bone. "If you do not part ways promptly, one day, one of you will fall into eternal slumber, but which one it will be, I can only say that anything is possible." The servant's words carried a chilling portent, as though heralding an inescapable fate. Upon hearing this, the recently awakened Victor grew visibly distressed, his feeble mind even breaking into tears. "No, you cannot fathom what it is like to languish in an abyss for countless years. Please let me go." His cries were saturated with despair and a plea for mercy, evoking empathy in all who heard. In that moment, Lion's heart became a tumult of conflicting emotions. He gazed at the servant while feeling Victor's sorrowful weeping in his mind, torn between his responsibilities as the master of Victor's body and the desire to protect this once innocent boy. After a brief silence, Lion finally composed himself. his voice revealing a resolute and contemplative decision. I have seen all of Lion Victor's memories. Everything he endured feels as though I've lived it myself. He is not a malevolent sinner, and in truth, he bears no significant difference from my former self. I am loath to strike down the other me. His words were laced with compassion and understanding for the original owner of this body. Is that so? I am profoundly grateful, foreigner. I have not returned home in ages. And in the depths of this endless void, my only wish has been this. Could you possibly fulfill my desire? Victor's voice brimmed with longing and gratitude, his innermost being yearning for freedom. Are you contemplating sacrificing yourself? Or perhaps aspiring to become one of the masters of the arena of the gods? The servant's inquiry pierced to the core, his gaze sharp as if seeking to penetrate the depths of Lion's soul. Yet the servant regarded Lion with a confidence and nonchalance, as though any choice Lion made would not exceed his expectations. Before Lion could respond, the servant continued, "The Lord of Dragons, your statue will be erected within 3 months. The long and storied legacy of your dragon, Balerion, shall accompany you, and you will become an indomitable legend, celebrated by all who witness you in the arena of the gods and return alive." Even Victor the servant's gaze seemed to peer into Lion's mind, glimpsing the other soul concealed within. Huh? Are you referring to me? Victor's voice carried a note of surprise and uncertainty. Indeed, perhaps when you return, you will weave this experience into a myth, elevating Lion to the status of a new deity. The servant's words bore an air of prophecy, as though he had already glimpsed the future. Yes. Victor appeared to grasp the implication immediately, eagerly continuing, "Our Night Watcher Legion has yet to have a deity. Upon my return, I shall surely place you upon a pedestal, honoring you. The entire realm of the Night Watchers, encompassing the 7 kingdoms, Westeros, and even Essos, shall extol your renown, and I shall forever remember your contributions, foreigner." Victor's words overflowed with fervor and commitment, as he envisioned returning home to share Lion's stories with all. Victor's thoughts intertwined with Lion's, allowing him to sense the genuine emotions behind Victor's words. Though Lion recognized that Victor's declarations might be slightly exaggerated, the sincerity underpinning them was undeniable. However, under the watchful gaze of the servant and the anticipation of Victor, Lion's response was unexpected to both. His choice was neither complete sacrifice nor total possession. Rather, it was a compromise, imbued with his unique wisdom and decisiveness. When Lion resolutely articulated his choice, the servant, who had worn a smirk, found his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. This abrupt shift clearly exceeded his expectations. Returning this body to Victor is of little consequence. However, I must retain my core to pass on to my original vessel. Lion's declaration exuded determination and courage. He was unwilling to relinquish his strength and memories, nor did he wish to fully usurp Victor's life. "What do you mean? Do you intend for me to transport your essence from your Blue Star vessel? Do you plan to remain here forever?" The servant's voice bore a hint of confusion and disbelief, clearly unprepared for such a choice from Lion. Indeed, Lion's response was succinct and potent, his gaze flickering with resolve and tenacity. Upon hearing Lion's choice, the servant, momentarily taken aback, managed to force a smile, offering a half-hearted compliment. "Truly, you are a worthy disciple chosen by the Lord of Death." His tone suggested a reluctant admiration. Yet it was evident that he did not fully grasp the implications of Lion's decision. Chapter 207, The Return of the True Self. However, the servant's words were clearly misplaced, as Lion's response was a striking rebuttal. "The Lord of Death? Are you referring to the god of many faces? I have slain many of his followers. Yet I wonder if he now regrets choosing me." The words of Lion dripped with sarcasm and disdain. He did not acknowledge the so-called Lord of Death, nor did he harbor any fear of divine threats. Upon hearing Lion's remark, the servant chuckled awkwardly, offering no further reply, instead stating, "Your body will arrive here in a few minutes. Do you wish to bid farewell to Victor? Soon, he will be taking this body back to Westeros." His tone was laced with resignation and acceptance, as if he had given up on persuading Lion. Lion pondered for a moment, feeling that there was little to say since he came clean and would leave clean, so he shook his head. His heart bore no significant attachment or reluctance. He understood that his choices were made for a greater purpose and ideal. However, Victor responded with uncontainable excitement. "Thank you, Commander Lion. I shall never forget your great kindness." His voice was filled with gratitude and admiration, feeling immensely fortunate and appreciative of Lion's choice. He knew it was Lion who had granted him a chance at rebirth, and it was Lion who had rekindled his hope of returning home. Yet, the servant seemed somewhat resentful of being manipulated by Lion's decision. He provocatively asked Victor, "You little rascal, Do you wish to leave something behind in this body? I can fulfill that for you. Victor subconsciously glanced at the dragon, then at the shining crystal in Lion's hand, swallowed hard, and was about to voice a request when Lion's voice cut in. Is it still timely for me to consider erasing a soul? Under Lion's firm threat, Victor felt a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately retracted his thoughts. He recognized that regaining his body and freedom was a tremendous gift from Lion. Thus he promised, "Apart from my own body, I desire nothing else." As they awaited the transport of his body from the distant blue star, Lion sat cross-legged and mused. "It seems my arrival in this world has been in vain, ultimately becoming a garment for another." His voice carried a hint of self-mockery and helplessness, as if reflecting on his journey in this new realm. Hearing Lion speak thus, Victor immediately reassured him. "How could that be? I will diligently implement your will, and soon you shall witness the unification of Westeros. The wretched game of power set by the gods will no longer exist." Victor's words brimmed with visions of the future and admiration for Lion. Listening to Victor's grandiloquent claims, the servant merely smiled silently from the sidelines, his eyes betraying a calmness and composure of a bystander. Suddenly, Lion had a thought. He turned to the servant and inquired, "If I were to return to Westeros under a completely new identity, what would become of my loyal subordinates and allies?" This question was of paramount importance to Lion. He cared not only for his own strength, but also for those who had fought alongside him. "Are you concerned about the Night King?" "All I can say is, leave it to fate," the servant replied, revealing his understanding of the rules and order of this new world. "Their loyalty will naturally shift to Lion and Victor, but it will rely solely on personal charisma without coercion. As the commander of the Night's Watch, Victor should possess the ability to restrain the Night King's army of the dead and the noble armies within the Seven Kingdoms." The servant added, "As for your dragon, it will only obey your soul, so there is no need for concern." This undoubtedly provided Lion with a sense of reassurance. With that thought, Lion nodded. Aside from the headache the Night King posed for Victor, in truth, he wished for the loyalty of most to stem from genuine recognition and support rather than mechanical obedience. He desired a band of flesh and blood companions, not merely subordinates. Upon his return to the continent of Westeros under a new identity, Lion resolved to slow his pace this time. Having acquired a dragon, his travels had become swift, leaving no time to savor the passing scenery. He yearned to truly experience the beauty of this world and to grasp the significance of each journey. Even now, as the unification war commenced, his memory remained most vivid of the North's landscape, epitomized by the Wall, a source of regret for Lion. He longed to once again explore the uncharted corners of this world as a traveler, to feel emotions he had yet to experience. In this realm teeming with uncertainty and possibility, Lion was poised to embark on his new journey. And this time, he would embrace everything through a fresh perspective and mindset. At that moment, a dazzling white light shattered the tranquility of the arena, and with the radiance, a figure emerged slowly from the portal. It was a young man whose face bore a hint of familiarity, yet felt somewhat alien, his eyes tightly shut. As Lion focused his gaze, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. It was indeed his former self, the ordinary individual who once lived on the Blue Star. Victor's voice rang out at the perfect moment, laden with exaggerated flattery. "Wow, Commander Lion, you truly are stunning. You are the most handsome man I have ever seen in this world." His tone brimmed with admiration, yet to Lion, it evoked a visceral discomfort. Hearing Victor's effusive praise, Lion's brow furrowed slightly, and in that instant, he contemplated once more the notion of obliterating Victor. Fortunately, the servant's timely interjection spared Victor from such a fate. "Though I seldom commend appearances, even the creator of all beauty would find your visage lacking by comparison," the servant remarked, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he commenced his actions. Under the influence of a mysterious force, Lion's soul was gradually extricated from his current body. It was a peculiar sensation, as if he were an observer watching his spiritual essence detach and slowly project into his original form. Is it so? Am I truly so handsome? Upon the return of his soul to his body, Lion's first utterance was a query tinged with skepticism and self-mockery. He was unaccustomed to such compliments regarding his appearance, especially in a world so rife with mystery and peril. "Without a doubt, I suggest that when you traverse the mortal realm, it would be wise to wear a mask. It would save you from much unnecessary trouble," replied the servant, his words imbued with concern and caution. Chapter 208, A New Journey. As Lion awakened in his original body, he experienced an unprecedented clarity and tangibility. His body, that once familiar sensation, had returned to his command. However, at the same moment, Victor had also regained complete control of his body, yet the situation was far from favorable. As Victor regained control, he toppled backward like a statue, horrified to discover that only his mouth and eyes could move. The sensation of losing control sent him into a panic. "What have you done, you rascals, especially you, lion? Why can I not even command my own body?" Victor's voice resonated with fear and unease. "Wait, I feel my strength waning. What have you done?" His cries echoed throughout the vast arena. Yet it appeared to receive no response. Amidst Victor's incessant cries, the servant's hands moved in an enigmatic dance, sometimes grasping at the void. At other times pushing towards Lion's form, as if performing a delicate Tai Chi, it seemed as though an invisible conduit was drawing forth the immense power surging within Victor. Fueled by the formidable values of the cavalry's combat panel, and channeling it inexorably into Lion's being, Lion could sense the potent energy returning within him. Yet this influx of power brought him little joy. Instead, his heart swelled with confusion and rage, his countenance darkening as he questioned, "Is this dominion over life and death merely a game to you? Am I, in your eyes, nothing more than a plaything? A jest in your claims of being the Dragonlord, equal and seated at the gaming table?" Lion's inquiry struck at the very core of his disquiet, his voice tinged with a sense of betrayal. He began to ponder whether all of this was but an elaborate game orchestrated by the gods or higher beings, with himself merely a pawn in their grand design. Upon hearing Lion's question, the servant merely smiled enigmatically, his expression imbued with inscrutable depth. "You know too much. Sometimes, knowing too much can be a burden." The servant's words seemed to hint that the truth of this world was far more intricate than Lion could fathom, and that deeper knowledge might lead to even greater entanglements. Lion fell silent, his eyes flickering with the light of contemplation. The servant's voice echoed in his ears, imbued with a cryptic significance. "Rest assured, my master harbors no malice towards you. Even if you possess ill will against him, it matters not to my master." This statement appeared to comfort Lion, while simultaneously suggesting a deeper, more profound intention. With a mere wave of his hand, the spectral form of the earthly giant serpent summoned by the blood-poisoned scorpion re-emerged. However, this time, it did not materialize from thin air. Instead, it emerged from a great distance, wielding a breathtaking force. It resembled an ancient tree, continually ascending to the heavens, presenting its colossal head before Lion and exhaling a noxious mist. As the poisonous fog gradually dissipated, it revealed a portal before Lion, a door emanating a faint glow, seemingly linking to another realm, a new beginning of fate. During this interval, Victor, filled with resentment, regained his strength, and upon rising from the ground, cast a fierce glare at the servant, his eyes brimming with anger and defiance, silently accusing the servant of his actions. Then, without uttering another word, he stepped through the portal that would return him to Westeros. The agony inflicted upon him during the servant's extraction of his power was excruciating. While the physical pain was bearable, the anguish of his spirit was profoundly acute, especially after having briefly tasted Lion's unparalleled, transcendent strength. Witnessing its departure felt like an unbearable torment. Lion stood quietly to the side, observing as Victor's figure vanished into the portal. His heart was untroubled, for he understood that each individual's fate was bound by its own inevitability. He turned to the servant, his gaze imbued with inquiry and exploration. "Now, where shall I go from here?" Lion inquired, his voice calm, yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts regarding the path that lay ahead. He knew that regardless of the road that awaited him, he would confront it with his own strength and wisdom. The servant smiled faintly, seemingly pleased with Lion's composure. "Follow your heart, and venture to the places you wish to go. My master's will is not a constraint, but a guide." The servant's response was steeped in philosophy, as if imparting to Lion that true strength emanates from the choices and convictions of the heart. Lion nodded, clarity dawning within him. He was poised to embark on a new journey, to explore the unknown and realize his true will. And all of this would commence the moment he stepped through that portal. When Lion next opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in the disorienting sensation of having traversed the portal, as if everything had transformed into the unfamiliar. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries surged forth, momentarily disorienting him. He steadied himself, striving to regain clarity, and began to survey his surroundings. He discovered himself clad in a coarse gray linen garment, flanked by a group of mercenary guards, encircling several carts laden with goods. These guards, armed and resolute, formed a tight-knit circle, starkly contrasting with the countless enemies outside. The adversaries bore an array of tattered armor, resembling a horde of fiends summoned from the depths of hell. Yet, Lion instantly recognized the true nature of these seemingly fearsome figures. They were the remnants. The so-called remnants were outlaws birthed from the chaos of war. Once conscripted civilians, they had fled the battlefield, opting for a life of pillage. In the realm of Westeros, remnants were typically regarded as deserters, soldiers who abandoned their posts without their lords' or superiors' consent, shirking their obligations. Most lords would impose severe penalties for such actions, ranging from military imprisonment to execution by hanging. In the north, Lion had seldom, if ever, encountered such a large congregation of remnants. Since ascending to the position of commander of the Night's Watch, any moderately sized band of brigands had been systematically dispatched to the wall for fortification duties. The warm, radiant sunlight and the climate starkly divergent from the north instinctively led Lion to believe he was not in the north, though still within the realm of Westeros. Uncertain of a specific domain, as Lion observed his surroundings with a grave demeanor, a figure, presumably the leader of the merchant caravan, approached him with palpable fury. Speaking in the common tongue of Westeros, Lion could discern from his terse, emphatic accent that he was indeed a man of the north. Drawing his sword, the caravan leader bellowed, "Damn it, you must have led them here, you traitorous remnant." Without further ado, the leader lunged at Lion with his blade, its edge glinting coldly in the sunlight, infused with a sense of determination and wrath. However, the moment he unsheathed his sword, regret washed over him. Not only did Lion gaze upon him with the eyes of a predator, but he also sensed an impending calamity should he advance any further. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a clear voice rang out from within a heavily covered cart. "Stop. I believe this boy is not a remnant." Although the voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority and conviction. The caravan leader's movements faltered, his raised sword suspended in midair, unable to descend. He could not disobey the command of the figure who issued it, his master, the one he was bound to serve without question. "But my lady, this fellow is of unknown origin. Why have we traveled unscathed until we encountered him, only to be beset by the remnants?" The caravan leader inquired, his tone laced with skepticism and confusion, clearly attributing their misfortune to Lion's presence. At that moment, Lion beheld a familiar silhouette emerging from the cart. She was adorned in exquisite travel attire, her countenance resolute and beautiful, her eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. Lyanna, discerned by the emblem adorning her chest, was a member of House Mormont, a family renowned throughout Westeros. A mere band of reavers seeking aid from the nearby Northmen? Surely, the Mormont caravan is capable of withstanding at least a fleeting resistance. Her voice dripped with disdain, as if mocking the audacity of those wretches. "Indeed, my lady," the caravan leader replied, though begrudgingly, with a tone of respect. Seething with indignation, he reluctantly sheathed his sword and signaled for assistance before the marauders could charge. Swiftly, the caravan ignited the animal dung they had prepared, and soon a thick plume of smoke billowed into the sky, a traditional signal in Westeros for help and urgency. During this interval, Lyanna beckoned Leon over. Her gaze bore a scrutinizing curiosity, as if she sought to unravel some mystery hidden within him. However, when Leon spoke, his words took Lyanna Mormont by surprise. His voice was calm, yet each syllable exuded an enigmatic aura. "Are you Lyanna Mormont? You seem to have grown. Yet what brings you here instead of Bear Island?" Leon inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Taken aback by his question, Lyanna's eyes widened, her astonishment quickly morphing into wariness. "How do you know my name? Have we met before?" she retorted, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. "Yes, but this is not the time for reminiscing. Let us converse after I have dealt with these reavers," Leon replied, his tone exuding composure and confidence. With that, he rummaged through his belongings, eventually producing an unassuming little knife, reminiscent of an ordinary kitchen utensil. The blade glinted faintly in the sunlight, appearing anything but a lethal weapon, yet in Leon's grip, it radiated unwavering determination. As for the formidable weapons in his inventory, such as the halberd and the starry bow, Leon had no intention of revealing them in such a trivial skirmish. He sought to refrain from displaying his full prowess in this minor conflict. Even the dragon, Viserion, perched high above the clouds, remained hidden at Leon's behest, its massive form only perceptible to him. Leon had returned to Westeros under a new guise, yearning to savor the authentic essence of this world. He refrained from unleashing the dragon, for doing so would tarnish the adventure and challenges he intended to embrace. Otherwise, with a single breath of fire from Viserion, the battle would be a foregone conclusion, robbing him of the thrill of exploration. Leon desired to truly immerse himself in this realm, to experience every battle, each decision, and every interaction with others. Lyanna regarded Leon, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features. She sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from him, while simultaneously harboring curiosity about his mysterious identity. Yet at this moment, the caravan's peril loomed large, leaving her no time for contemplation. "Very well, let us first address the immediate crisis," Lyanna declared, her voice imbued with resolve and courage. She turned and began directing the caravan to fortify their defenses, preparing for the impending onslaught of the Reaver horde. Leon, clutching the small knife, stood quietly among the caravan, his gaze scanning the surroundings for signs of the approaching marauders. He understood that the forthcoming battle would mark the commencement of his renewed understanding of this world, the first step of his new journey. Lyanna stood atop a knoll, surveying the caravan with hawk-like intensity, scrutinizing the advancing Reavers. After confirming the attackers' formation, she turned to Leon, positioned by the cart, and remarked, "These marauders seem to be composed of deserters retreating from the wall, bearing the hallmarks of various northern families' conscripts." Leon nodded slightly, his gaze also searching for clues within the ranks of the Reavers. He even spotted a few individuals clad in tattered Black Knight's watch garb, stirring within him a desire to mete out justice to those who fled or betrayed. "Ah, by the way, Lyanna, we're the Bear Warriors of House Mormont. Why is there not a single one beside you?" At that moment, Leon seemed to uncover something significant, concern creeping into his tone. Upon hearing his question, a visible anguish crossed Lyanna's face. A flicker of sorrow reflected in her eyes, as if touched by a deep-seated pain. Before Lyanna could respond, the caravan leader, who had been standing guard, interjected indignantly, "You, sir, even if the Bear Warriors perished 7 years ago, as long as there are Mormont bloodlines, new Bear Warriors will always arise." The leader's words were laced with steadfastness and defiance, his eyes burning with loyalty to House Mormont and pride in the Bear Warriors. Yet, from his words, Leon seemed to confirm a troubling notion, that his return coincided with the 7th year following the original timeline. In that span, many unknown events had likely transpired in the north, including the demise of the Bear Warriors. However, now was not the time for inquiries. Leon understood that he must first confront the reckless marauders before addressing any lingering questions. He turned to face the encroaching foes, casting aside the wealth of combat experience swirling in his mind, inhaling deeply as if he were a novice stepping onto the battlefield, ready to welcome the impending conflict. Clutching the seemingly inconspicuous knife, Leon was prepared to wield it as a lethal weapon in his capable hands. His body subtly sank into a combat stance, poised to meet the enemy's charge. Lyanna and the other caravan members swiftly readied themselves for battle. Despite their small numbers, each individual stood resolute, knowing they fought not only for their survival, but for the honor of their house. As the Reavers drew closer, the air thickened with tension. Leon and the caravan members braced themselves, prepared to repel these unwelcome intruders with their courage and tenacity. Above the clouds, the dragon Viserion observed silently, ever ready to respond to Leon's summons and deliver a devastating blow to their adversaries. Chapter 210, Repelling the Reavers. As the first figure of a Reaver and his somewhat numbed visage came into Leon's view, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Reaver leader did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he encircled the entire caravan, seemingly intent on negotiating. As an astonishing number of Reavers surrounded the caravan of House Mormont, which consisted of merely a handful of guards and a few servants, a Reaver leader clad in the armor of the White Harbor Cavalry stepped forward. His face bore the marks of hardship, and in a remarkably calm tone, he laid out his terms. "Considering our shared heritage as northern folk, Mormont family, if you cease your resistance and willingly surrender the goods in your carts, as well as the weapons of your guards, I shall permit you to depart unscathed." However, in response to the Reaver leader's offer of capitulation, Lyanna's reaction remained unwavering, perfectly embodying the indomitable spirit characteristic of the people of Bear Island. Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, "Fool's errand. The only path for those of House Mormont is to die on the battlefield. We shall never submit to you cowards who fled the battlefield only to bully innocent folk." In response to Lyanna's obstinacy, the leader of the raiders helplessly rubbed his temples and continued, "I recognize you, Miss Lyanna Mormont. We have fought side by side in the Stormlands, and I am well aware of your courage. Hence, I do not intend to launch a direct attack against you, but rather urge you to depart from this place. My brothers and I have been embroiled in conflict for far too long, and as for the Night's Watch that you rely upon, they are likely struggling to survive themselves." The raider leader cast a dismissive glance at the rising columns of smoke surrounding the cart, a peculiar aura emanating from his words. Meanwhile, Lyon observed the approaching raiders with keen interest. At that moment, The appearance of the raider army cast a palpable tension over the merchant convoy. Comprised of deserters from various noble houses, the soldiers bore haggard expressions, their fatigue evident in their heavy, dragging steps, as if they had just emerged from a prolonged and brutal battle. The weariness and helplessness etched on their faces betrayed a profound despair, suggesting that this brief charge had depleted the last vestiges of their strength. The leader of the raiders, a towering figure clad in tattered armor, stood at the forefront, assessing the formation of the Mormont merchant convoy. A hint of resignation and exhaustion flickered in his eyes, clearly aware of his force's disadvantage. Reluctant to risk a confrontation with the still capable Mormont guard, he sought to resolve matters through persuasion. However, Lyanna's stance remained resolutely firm, standing atop the cart. Her posture regal and her gaze unwavering, she categorically rejected his proposal. This unwavering resolve aligned perfectly with Lyon's long-held perception of her. Lyanna's voice resonated through the convoy, clear and commanding, each of her orders executed with swift precision. Yet, Lyon felt a twinge of disappointment. The now adult Lyanna seemed to have lost the audacious spirit of her youth. He had envisioned her as a warrior brandishing an axe, leading the charge into battle. Yet, the reality revealed her calm demeanor as she issued commands to fortify their defenses, showcasing a leader's composure and wisdom. Seeing that his attempts at persuasion bore no fruit, the raider leader returned to his ranks, a resolute expression settling upon his face as he recognized that the hope for peace had been extinguished. War was now inevitable. He swiftly issued the command to attack, urging his men to launch a fierce assault on the convoy escorts, banking on their numerical superiority to overwhelm the opposition. At the leader's command, the deserters let out hoarse cries. Despite their hearts brimming with uncertainty and fear, they charged towards a Mormont convoy under the leader's influence. Their eyes glinted with a predatory gleam, driven by the instinct for survival and a thirst for victory. Under Lyanna's direction, the convoy escorts swiftly readied themselves for the impending confrontation. Though their expressions bore traces of confusion, their weapons remained firmly gripped, prepared to meet the approaching battle. Lyon stood among them, brandishing only a small knife, yet he appeared unperturbed, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the anxious faces surrounding him, drawing Lyanna's attention to his unusual calmness. However, once the battle commenced, Lyanna had no time to ponder such matters. Lyon watched the advancing raiders with an unflinching heart, his composure unshaken. He flicked his knife lightly, as if dancing, effortlessly evading the enemy's strikes. To his surprise, although the raider army's morale was low, their combat experience far surpassed that of the Northmen he had known. Each raider displayed skills that rivaled the seasoned defenders of the Night's Watch, making the skirmish a considerable challenge for Lyon. Yet, this was merely a result of Lyon refraining from unleashing his full strength, relying solely on his combat finesse. After all, no matter how skilled the raiders were, their stamina would only allow them to engage Lyon for a few exchanges. The raiders, too, regarded Lyon with astonishment, not expecting this seemingly ordinary young man to possess such prowess. A flicker of surprise crossed Lyanna's eyes as she called out, "Everyone, stay close to Lyon and protect the goods." The previously despondent guards, now rallied by her command, encircled Lyon, forming a formidable line of defense. Recognizing the futility of the encounter, the raider leader ordered a retreat. After the skirmish concluded, Lyanna approached Lyon, smiling as she said, "Thank you. Your skills are truly remarkable." Lyon returned her smile. "No need for gratitude. It is my duty. However, you must remain vigilant. These raiders may return." Lyanna nodded. "I will enhance our defenses. By the way, how did you become so adept? With such skill, you must have answered the call of some lord before?" Hearing her inquiry, Lyon smiled mysteriously. "I merely learned some self-defense techniques from a mysterious master. However, if you wish to learn, I will be happy to teach you." Lyanna's eyes brightened. "Really? That would be wonderful. Please instruct me whenever you have the time." Lyon readily agreed, of course. As twilight approached, the Mormont merchant convoy, having traversed a challenging path, ultimately chose a coastal site backed by cliffs as their temporary camp. Here, they could benefit from natural defenses, reducing the risk of surprise attacks from enemies. The convoy leader swiftly directed the unloading of goods from the carts and organized sentries and scouts to ensure safety throughout the night. Although the daytime conflict had been brief, with Lyon's assistance, the convoy had suffered minimal losses in repelling the raider army. Nevertheless, the leader's visage remained etched with concern, fearing a nighttime ambush from the raiders, and thus he maintained a vigilant posture. Lyanna busied herself tending to the wounded, surrounded by several maidens resembling healers, who assisted her in treating the injured in the camp. Fatigue was evident on her face, It was overshadowed by determination and a sense of responsibility. The convoy leader approached Lyanna, his expression grave as he addressed her. Understanding his intent, she glanced at Lion before moving towards an open area by the sea. The howling sea breeze provided an ideal setting for private conversation, ensuring their words remained unheard by outsiders. It must be noted that Lyanna Mormont, a beauty since childhood, could easily command attention across Westeros simply by virtue of her appearance. By the course of a normal noblewoman's life, even if she inherited the mantle of the Mormont family, she would be expected to seek a suitor or marry. However, fate had dealt her a harsh hand, forcing Lyanna into a precarious existence of wandering. Beneath her resilient exterior, few could perceive the soft and fragile core within her. This individual is of dubious origin, Miss Lyanna. You must remain vigilant. Our expedition must ensure absolute safety, or the legacy of House Mormont may falter. The convoy leader expressed his concerns for the future of the Mormont family. I am well aware of that. However, he does not appear to be a raider. You know I possess an ability to discern a person's malevolence, Lyanna replied, her voice imbued with confidence. On this matter, Miss Lyanna, I do not wish to dispute your judgment. Please exercise utmost caution. While the convoy leader harbored lingering doubts, he ultimately chose to trust Lyanna's assessment. As night deepened, most of the camp's inhabitants had succumbed to slumber, leaving only the watchful soldiers patrolling the darkness. After a long day of labor, Lyanna retired to her tent to rest. Suddenly, she was startled awake by a faint sound. Instantly alert, she stealthily approached the entrance of the tent, parting the fabric to gaze outside. The night was shrouded in darkness, yet she faintly discerned several shadowy figures moving towards the storage area. A tightness gripped Lyanna's heart as she realized this could be a stealth attack by the remnants. She turned and awakened her maidservants, instructing them to safeguard the wounded, before seizing her weapon and quietly pursuing the shadows. Cautiously, she drew closer to the figures, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Under the cloak of night, Lyanna confirmed that these individuals were indeed the remnants from the day, particularly the leader, the Knight of White Harbor, who, despite donning a disguise suitable for stealth, was immediately recognizable to her. When the caravan leader arrived beside Lyanna, he carefully surveyed the situation, furrowing his brow as he spoke. These remnants are aware that they might not overpower us in daylight, possibly even facing the patrols of the Night's Watch, which is why they refrained from launching a full-scale assault. His tone reflected both an understanding of the enemy's strategy and a concern for their current predicament. Thus, they have opted for a night assault in collusion with others. I understand now. Where is that scoundrel? That traitor? A flicker of anger flashed in the caravan leader's eyes, his voice sharpening with agitation. Upon mentioning Lion, the caravan leader's expression twisted with barely concealed fury. No wonder he refrained from striking during the day. He was orchestrating a play with his accomplices. The caravan leader lowered his voice, articulating his suspicion with an air of certainty. Although Lyanna harbored reservations, sensing that the situation may not be as straightforward as the caravan leader believed, the current scene strongly corroborated his assertions, causing her faith to waver. The remnants surrounded the camp, and after probing the outer carts, they discovered they contained no goods, merely some bread and meat paste. Yet, these simple provisions still captivated the remnants' attention as they descended upon them ravenously, like beasts long deprived of sustenance, creating quite a ruckus. Just then, Lion's voice unexpectedly echoed behind the caravan leader. Do you doubt me so? His tone was calm, yet imbued with an imperceptible chill. Startled by the voice, the caravan leader instinctively tensed, bracing for a potential confrontation. Yet before he could react, Lion surged forward. His movements were swift and decisive, akin to a cheetah darting through the night, directly targeting the remnants. Seeing this, Lyanna disregarded the risk of revealing her position and urgently shouted, Be cautious. There are too many of them. Come back quickly. Her voice brimmed with concern, yet also conveyed a trust in Lion. However, what transpired next astonished everyone. Within mere moments, Lion effortlessly subdued the group of remnants. His strikes were precise and efficient, each blow landing squarely on the enemy's vital points, rendering them incapable of further resistance. Lyanna and the caravan leader bore witness to this spectacle, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and reevaluation. Lion's prowess far exceeded their expectations, and his actions reaffirmed his lack of malice towards the caravan. As the last remnant fell, tranquility returned to the camp. Lion stood solitary amidst the night, his figure exuding an aura of both loneliness and strength. He turned to face Lyanna and the caravan leader, speaking calmly. Now, we can have a proper discussion. His voice carried a tone of invitation, a reconciliation of previous misunderstandings. Lyanna and the caravan leader exchanged glances, each recognizing the relief mirrored in the other's eyes. They understood that this man before them, regardless of his origins, was the savior of the caravan this night, and they were willing to grant him an opportunity to explain. The Knight of White Harbor lowered his head in resignation, closing his eyes, embodying the acceptance of fate. Yet, Lyon's gaze was drawn to one of the remnants, a figure clad in the black cloak of the Night's Watch. Chapter 212, The Truth. Lyon stood before the deserter of the Night's Watch, looking down from his elevated stance, and inquired, "What is your name?" His voice bore no hint of emotion, as if he were asking about a mundane matter. The deserter raised his head, streaked with gray hair, revealing a face etched with the marks of hardship and toil. His eyes revealed profound weariness and helplessness as he replied, "I am merely an ordinary survivor, young man. If you disapprove of my existence, grant me a swift end." Lyon's gaze was sharp as an eagle, scrutinizing the deserter's countenance, attempting to unearth the truth hidden within his eyes and expressions. "That is not my intent," Lyon replied slowly, his tone deep and resolute. "Tell me, why did you flee?" The deserter hesitated, a flicker of anguish crossing his features as if recalling unwelcome memories. "I witnessed my comrades perish in the hands of the dead and dragons, a terror I could no longer endure." He swallowed hard and continued, "I am not a coward, but I am merely a man, and I fear death." "Dead and dragons?" Lyon was momentarily taken aback, pressing further. "Are they not allies of the Night's Watch?" Internally, Lyon questioned whether Victor's return had indeed disrupted everything. His brow furrowed. He could empathize with the deserter's fear. Facing an uncountable horde of the dead and the fiery wrath of dragons was indeed beyond mortal capability. Yet the deserter's actions still stirred his discontent. "Even so, you cannot forsake your duty." Lyon straightened, his voice imbued with authority. "If everyone were to evade responsibility like you, this continent would be doomed." The deserter lowered his gaze in silence, seemingly contemplating Lyon's words. However, the cynical smirk that played upon his lips betrayed his disdain for Lyon's assertions, his gaze growing distant, as if lost in some recollection. "Now you have two choices," Lyon stated, his tone icy, leaving no room for negotiation. "Either return to your post with the Night's Watch and confront the very threats you speak of, or depart from here, never to return." The deserter raised his head, meeting Lyon's eyes with a bitter smile. "Even the commander of the Night's Watch perished. In such a time of peril, what choice did I have?" His words dripped with resignation and self-mockery. Lyon did not respond immediately. He understood that in such extreme fear and chaos, each person's choice could vary. Yet he also recognized that as members of the Night's Watch, they bore not only their own lives, but the safety of the entire continent on their shoulders. In the night, their dialogue echoed against the backdrop of the crashing waves, rendered particularly poignant. Lyanna and the caravan leader listened intently, their expressions reflective. This unexpected exchange served not only as a judgment of a deserter, but also as an introspection of each individual's convictions. At this juncture, Lyon turned his gaze toward Lyanna. He regarded her silently, his face betraying little, yet his heart surged with tumult. He gestured toward the deserter, requesting that she recount the events that transpired within the Night's Watch. "It was the 3rd year since the Dragon Queen conquered the South," Lyanna began, her voice heavy with gravity. "General Victor Lyon was captured by the Dragon Queen during his journey south to visit family. Yet, for reasons unknown, General Victor Lyon surrendered to the Dragon Queen without resistance, and throughout, his dragon was nowhere to be seen." Subsequently, Lyanna's words left Leon in a state of shock. He had not anticipated that during his 7-year absence, the continent of Westeros had undergone such monumental transformations. His brow furrowed, his heart brimming with questions and unease. Since that moment, it seemed as if the world had triggered a chain reaction. Lyanna continued, her gaze revealing a hint of fear and anxiety, as the once peaceful army of the White Walkers suddenly erupted into chaos, launching a surprise assault on the Night's Watch stationed in the north and within their fortresses. Leon's heart tightened. He understood that the threat posed by the White Walkers was far more formidable than any human army. Their onslaught not only heralded war, but also signified the very survival of the entire continent. At that time, the North did not submit to Daenerys, thus standing alone against the million-strong army of the White Walkers. The valiant warriors of House Mormont from Bear Island had all perished during that harrowing period. As Lyanna recounted this, the hollow gaze of the remnant's leader, the Knight of White Harbor, seemed to regain a spark of life, casting a grateful glance at Lyanna and adding, "Had it not been for the selfless sacrifice of the Bear Island warriors, we would have surely perished in the Stormlands." Fortunately, Night's Watch member Douglas, riding Viserion, came to their aid. Lyanna's voice held a note of relief, but quickly turned somber. Thereafter, Douglas became the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch until he met his demise in battle against the Night King. The new Lord Commander, Jon Snow, subsequently surrendered to the Dragon Queen. Listening to Lyanna's words, Leon felt an indescribable sense of loss. The surrender of the Night's Watch meant that the North had lost its strongest line of defense. He knew that beneath all of this lay deeper and more complex reasons. Under the looming threat of the White Walker army, the North lacked sufficient forces to safeguard their homeland, and Lyanna's voice grew increasingly subdued, revealing a sense of helplessness and sorrow. As the former Lord Commander Leon had appointed, Sansa Stark also capitulated to the Dragon Queen. Leon fell silent, gazing at the night sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had never imagined that the North he once protected had fallen to such a plight. He understood that the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had intensified. He must find a way to alter the course of events. Lyanna looked at Leon, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. She sensed that this man before her, though shrouded in mystery, emanated a steadfastness and courage that resonated with an inexplicable familiarity and trust. Amidst the night breeze, their conversation echoed over the seaside camp, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves, rendering it particularly vivid. Was the Night King ultimately the cause of all this? Upon posing this question, not only did Lyanna find herself at a loss for words, but even the remnant's captives bore expressions of bewilderment, as if they had long grown accustomed to accepting fate as whims. Thus, Leon turned his back to the crowd, intending to depart. Observing Leon's intent to leave, Lyanna hastily remarked, "We plan to rebuild our home at the Hall of Driftwood. Should you survive in the future, you may come find us. The Mormont family is grateful for your assistance." Chapter 213. Where have the Night's Watch gone? Leon embarked on his journey alone, his heart filled with a sense of urgency. He yearned to summon the mighty dragon Balerion, to soar through the clouds and descend upon the earth with swiftness, to witness firsthand what had transpired along the wall. Yet, as he beheld the devastation along the way, the dilapidated villages and the helpless denizens, his heart was profoundly stirred. The remnants, deserters, and brigands, once silent scourges of the North, now roamed freely, bringing new suffering to the land. Leon could not turn a blind eye to their plight. He paused, utilizing his strength to resolve the troubles of these ordinary people, dispelling the darkness that threatened them time and again. After vanquishing a band of marauders in one village, Leon gleaned some information about the wall from the villagers. It was said that the White Walkers were gathering from various regions, launching a fierce assault on the wall. This revelation sent a jolt of alarm through Leon. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Determined to hasten his pace, he could no longer afford to delay. He must reach the wall as swiftly as possible. Along his path, he encountered a band of warriors from the Seven Kingdoms. These valiant souls hailed from all corners. Yet they shared a common purpose: to reach the wall and contribute their strength in repelling the White Walker invasion. Without hesitation, Leon joined their ranks, embarking on the journey together. As night fell, the warriors reinforcing the wall gathered in a camp at its base, near the long-abandoned Black Castle. The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the resolute faces of the assembled fighters as they prepared for the impending battle. Among them was a wizard draped in a long robe, exuding an aura of mystery. He closed his eyes, slowly raising his hands, tracing graceful arcs in the air. With his movements, the flames seemed to come alive, leaping and dancing as if responding to his call. Under his control, the fire gradually formed intricate patterns, reminiscent of ancient runes and enigmatic prophecies, appearing in the flames only to dissipate in the smoke. These designs projected into the fire, creating a visual feast that reflected in the eyes of each warrior, stirring a deep resonance within their souls. The warriors were captivated by this wondrous sight, their gazes sparkling with curiosity about the unknown and a longing for power. The wizard's voice resonated through the camp, his words imbued with strength and conviction. The long night has arrived. Only fire can burn away the darkness of the world, bringing light to Westeros. His voice rang like a morning bell, awakening courage and hope within the hearts of the people. Only through faith in the Lightbringer, Lawler, can we attain victory. The wizard's declarations were resolute and powerful, his faith inspiring every individual present. In that lengthy night, faith became a beacon of light, illuminating their path forward and providing them with the strength to combat the encroaching darkness. The warriors listened intently to the wizard's words, an unprecedented determination swelling within them. They began to believe that as long as their faith endured, light would inevitably prevail. At the foot of the wall, they prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the forces of darkness, to safeguard their homeland and to uphold the light of their beliefs. Leon stood among the crowd, his gaze piercing through the glow of the bonfire, resting upon the wizard. He sensed the power emanating from the wizard, a steadfast commitment to faith and an insatiable thirst for victory. Quietly, Leon remained in the camp, feeling an indescribable force permeate the air as the words of the Lightbringer wizard fell, as if a warm current had infused the spirits of all present. This power, akin to the dawn's first light, dispelled the fatigue and gloom from their arduous journey, imbuing them with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and strength. The warriors' spirits ignited by this force. Their eyes gleamed with a fervor for battle, as if a flame were burning within their chests. The weariness of many days faded in that moment. They ached to rush out beyond the wall, to confront the White Walkers head-on and unleash their fury. Though this surge of emotion did not manifest overtly for Leon, who maintained his calm and rationality, many warriors were caught in a fervor, rising to seize their weapons, heedlessly advancing toward the wall to embrace the fight. Such behavior was not an isolated incident. As they reached the base of the wall, warriors from all directions had converged, forming a considerable force. Their gazes were resolute, and the weapons in their hands glimmered with a cold light in the fire's glow, as if they were a band of warriors poised to embrace the final battle. A solitary night watchman bore witness to this spectacle, granting these fervent fighters passage through a section of the city wall. They shouted various slogans, brandishing an array of arms, rushing out of the city like headless flies, plunging into the vastness of the night. Kill, for humanity, for the King of Light. The chorus of their voices echoed in the night sky, brimming with determination and valor. Yet, as they gradually receded, their war cries dwindled into whispers, ultimately fading into the night wind. The watchman stood atop the wall, a hint of numbness etched upon his face. He watched the backs of these heroes until they vanished entirely into the darkness. Subsequently, he silently lowered the gate, sealing off the road leading beyond the Great Wall. The scene of that night had seemingly become routine for the watchman. He understood that, in this protracted struggle, each day would witness brave souls charging forth from the Great Wall to confront the unknown fate that awaited them. Meanwhile, he could only quietly guard this line of defense, awaiting the dawn or the return of more warriors. Leon stood beneath the wall, his gaze penetrating the night, fixated on the direction where the warriors had disappeared. His heart was a tumult of emotions, a blend of admiration for their courage and concern for their reckless actions. The wizard of the King of Light, observing Leon's stillness, misconstrued his demeanor as hesitation and fear in the face of the warrior's fervor. A flicker of displeasure crossed the wizard's eyes as he approached, extending his hand in an attempt to pat Leon's back, intending to utter some inspiring words to bolster Leon's morale. However, Leon merely brushed his hand aside, rejecting the wizard's goodwill. His expression was steadfast, revealing no trace of fear. He simply held a different perspective as an observer of the unfolding situation. Turning, Leon addressed the watchman, his gaze sharp as if seeking to pierce the watchman's soul in search of truth. Where's the Night's Watch army? Why have I not encountered a single regular soldier of the Night's Watch along my journey? Leon's voice was calm, yet each word bore the weight of his perplexity regarding the absence of the Night's Watch forces. The watchman, faced with Leon's inquiry, wore a complex expression, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. The Night's Watch army, many among them have his words trailed off. Yet Leon could glean some insights from the watchman's eyes. Leon then posed a second question, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Moreover, even if there are many ordinary people, they cannot play a decisive role in this war. Who made the decision to send them out to their deaths? His gaze shifted between the wizard and the watchman, evidently seeking a plausible explanation. As soon as Leon's words fell, the wizard of the King of Light erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Silence! I will not permit you to insult the valiant warriors who hold faith in the King of Light." The wizard's face flushed red with rage, his voice reverberating through the night, sharp and piercing. Leon did not flinch in the face of the wizard's ire. Instead, a calm scrutiny shone in his eyes. "I am merely seeking the truth," Leon replied, his voice steady and powerful. "The fervor of the warriors deserves respect. But victory in war cannot be won solely by passion. We must confront reality with reason to discover the path to triumph." The watchman silently listened to their exchange, a tinge of sorrow flickering across his face. He knew Leon spoke truthfully, yet when faced with those fervent warriors, he felt at a loss for how to respond. The campfire flickered, casting elongated shadows of the three figures. In this night, infused with faith and fervor, the calmness of Leon intertwined with the wizard's wrath and the watchman's helplessness, creating a complex and poignant tableau. As a traveler, Leon would persist in his quest for truth. At that moment, the Wizard of the King of Light observed Leon's demeanor, as if he began to grasp something. A sardonic smile creeping across his lips. If you are afraid, you should return home at once. The war between humanity and the otherworldly fiends is not one for cowards like you to partake in. If you cannot even accept the facts, how can you speak of victory? Leon retorted without hesitation. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, causing the flames to flicker erratically. The wizard's expression grew more menacing as he raised his staff, a beam of light shooting forth towards Leon. Leon sidestepped to evade the attack, drawing his sword in preparation. However, the watchman positioned himself between them. Enough, he bellowed. This is not the time for infighting. We must unite against our common enemy. Leon and the wizard exchanged a glance, ultimately sheathing their weapons. Perhaps you are right, the wizard conceded, his tone still tinged with reluctance. But the sacrifices of those brave warriors shall not be in vain. That is my hope as well, Leon responded. Thus we must uncover the truth of the matter to avert further sacrifices. The watchman nodded in agreement. Leon's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he pressed further with a tone of undeniable resolve. Now, can you tell me who issued this decision? Leon inquired, seeking to unveil the hidden truth behind it all. The watchman's expression grew complex. He glanced eastward, his eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words. The horizon to the east appeared hazy and mysterious in the night, as if the answer lay concealed within the impending dawn. At this juncture, the Wizard of the King of Light interjected, his tone laced with disdain. If you're earnest in uncovering the truth, why not venture to EC Watch? If I am not mistaken, the bulk of the Night's Watch army has been stationed there, inactive. The Wizard's words exuded distrust towards the Night's Watch forces, suggesting their inaction. Upon hearing the Wizard's taunt, the Watchman's emotions flared. Nonsense. Our Night's Watch has been battling the otherworldly fiends, he retorted vehemently, his voice brimming with anger and defiance. The Watchman's gaze was resolute, his body tense, clearly incensed by the Wizard's accusations. Leon observed the dispute between the two, his mind racing to analyze the potential scenarios. He understood that both the Watchman's silence and the Wizard's allegations might constitute pieces of a larger puzzle, and he needed to assemble these fragments to unveil the complete picture. EC Watch, Leon mused, the name resonating within him. If the Night's Watch's main force truly lay there, why had they not appeared where they were most needed? This question pricked at his heart like a thorn. I will journey to East Sea Watch to ascertain the truth, Leon ultimately declared, his voice calm, yet resolute. He knew that only by witnessing and hearing for himself could he truly comprehend what had transpired. The watchman and the wizard exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the traveler's unexpected decision. Yet within Leon's eyes, there was no hint of hesitation, only an insatiable thirst for truth. The watchman stood in the shadows of the wall, his gaze shimmering with complexity under the firelight. Confronted with Leon's determination, the watchman struggled internally for a moment before finally speaking. EC Watch is not a favorable destination. Should you possess the confidence to slay the otherworldly fiends and contribute to humanity, I can once more open the city gates for you. His tone revealed a sense of resignation, as if warning Leon of the hidden dangers lurking at EC Watch. The watchman continued, after all, the otherworldly fiends have lost their ability to resurrect upon death. I believe humanity will one day eradicate them completely. His words carried a glimmer of hope, as if to emphasize that as long as one perseveres in the fight, victory will inevitably follow. Yet, when Eastwatch was mentioned, the Night's Watchman's gaze filled with dread. He shook his head, making his intentions unmistakably clear. He did not wish for Leon to venture to that place. This only deepened Leon's curiosity. Did the Night's Watchman truly believe that a human stronghold like Eastwatch was more perilous than facing the White Walkers beyond the wall? Why? Leon inquired, his voice calm, yet his eyes sparkled with inquisitiveness. The watchman fell silent, his gaze drifting once more towards the east, the direction of Eastwatch, the source of his fears. At last, he spoke in a hushed tone. If you could persuade those lords of Eastwatch to engage in the war against the White Walkers, perhaps it would not even be the Lightbringer who needs to emerge to save mankind. His words revealed a profound dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the rulers of Eastwatch. At this juncture, the Wizard of the Lightbringer interjected. Those nobles of Eastwatch care only for their own power and status, choosing to turn a blind eye to this war. His tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly disapproving of the behavior of Eastwatch's aristocracy. Listening to their discourse, Leon began to construct a more intricate vision of Westeros in his mind. Here, not only was there the threat of the White Walkers, but also the internal conflicts and contradictions within humanity. He realized that to truly comprehend this world, one must confront not just external foes, but also delve into the complexities of human society. "I shall go to Eastwatch," Leon declared resolutely. "For whether it be the threat of the White Walkers or the divisions among men, I aspire to discover a path to resolution." His voice resounded with determination. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would press onward with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing Leon's declaration, the Night's Watchman and the wizard exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. To them, Leon's words were imbued with impractical dreams, as if he were narrating an unattainable fantasy. They deemed Leon overly naive, lacking a sufficient grasp of the intricate situation in Westeros. Just as the Wizard of the Lightbringer was about to utter some discouraging words, attempting to dissuade Leon from his course, even if it meant facing the threat of the White Walkers beyond the wall, a thunderous roar of a dragon suddenly shattered the stillness of the night sky. This dragon's roar resonated like thunder from the heavens, breaking the tranquility of the night and compelling all to gaze upwards. The long-restrained dragon, Balerion, finally breached the shroud of clouds, its colossal form overshadowing the night sky like a mountain. Leon leapt gracefully onto Balerion's back without a moment's hesitation, turning eastward in a determined departure towards Eastwatch. The Night's Watchman remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the silhouette of the dragon, though the darkness obscured the dragon's finer details. The familiar presence and outline stirred within him a torrent of emotions, eliciting tears of nostalgia for past comrades and exhilaration at the dragon's return. The Wizard of the Lightbringer, too, was taken aback, gazing at the departing dragon with unabashed astonishment, murmuring, "Is that Drogon? How could it be so immense?" His voice trembled, clearly awed by the dragon's majesty. "It must be that rider under the Dragon Queen," he continued, as realization dawned upon him. No wonder his words were so audacious. The Night's Watchman promptly retorted, his voice brimming with pride and certainty. "No, this is certainly not Drogon. This is Balerion, the dragon of our commander, Leon Victor. He has returned." His words conveyed a deep-seated trust and anticipation, as if heralding the advent of a new era. In the night sky, Balerion's wings beat with ferocious winds, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the foot of the wall, the Night's Watchman and the Wizard of the Lightbringer remained, their minds tumultuous and restless. Eastwatch, a name that symbolizes hope and dreams on the continent of Westeros, lay merely a day's journey from the Black Castle. Yet, with Balerion soaring, that distance could be traversed in less than half an hour. Leon, riding Balerion, soared through the night sky, arriving above Eastwatch. As he gazed down upon the city from such heights, he was struck with awe. Eastwatch sparkled with lights, resembling a resplendent jewel set against the dark expanse of the continent. The urban design was meticulously ordered, with broad streets and towering edifices. Every detail bore testament to the exquisite craftsmanship and foresight of the Braavosi engineers. Leon recalled his departure towards the great arena, engaging in all-night discussions with these far-flung engineers, collaboratively drafting an immense city blueprint. Their dream was to transform Eastwatch into an ideal city, a beacon of humanity illuminating this dark land. To realize this ambition, Leon had poured millions of golden dragons, plundered from Quentin, into its creation, intent on erecting a fantastical city, a bastion against the onslaught of the White Walkers, a symbol of human hope. However, as Leon approached Eastwatch with a heart aflame with righteous fury, he found his emotions growing complicated. Gazing upon this vibrant, illuminated city, a sense of reluctance welled within him. This city was the embodiment of his dreams, a testament to his hopes and promises for this world. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to temper his emotions. He understood that this city was more than mere stone and gold. It represented the ingenuity and valor of humanity. He could not allow a moment of anger to forsake all that he had built. He needed to regain his composure and seek a resolution. Ultimately, Leon made his decision. He gently patted Balerion's neck, signaling for a descent, preparing to land in Eastwatch. He intended to personally enter the city, to discern the realities hidden beneath its facade of prosperity. As Balerion emerged from the clouds, its massive form shimmered with a silvery glow under the moonlight. The people below promptly took notice. The residents of Eastwatch paused in their tasks, gazing skyward, their faces betraying a multitude of complex emotions. Yet, to Leon's astonishment, the immediate response from the city was one of resistance. The guards atop the walls swiftly positioned themselves for battle. Archers knocked arrows, and mages began to chant spells. The entire city transformed in an instant into a formidable fortress. Even more shocking to Leon was the sight of dozens of dragons soaring forth from the distant dragon roost, their silhouettes darkening the sky as if prepared for his return. This spectacle left Leon bewildered. He could not fathom why his city would react thus to his homecoming. Confronted with this chaos, Leon's initial anger subsided, his expression calming as his deep, inscrutable gaze concealed his thoughts. He recognized the urgency of swiftly resolving the turmoil before him, lest the consequences be dire. As the lead dragon approached Balerion, its rider exhibited little respect, soaring high into the sky before diving down in a display of power, evidently attempting to intimidate Balerion. The rudeness of this dragon and rider incensed Balerion, who, without hesitation, ascended into the air, seizing the impudent dragon with astonishing speed and strength. The might of Balerion was so immense that it seemed on the verge of tearing the wings from the opposing dragon. The dragon rider clung tightly to the neck of his beast, barely avoiding being flung off in the initial onslaught. Balerion's actions appeared to sound the trumpet of war, as dozens of dragons and their riders ceased to exhibit any semblance of courtesy towards Leon, launching into a ferocious assault. In an instant, the night sky was ablaze with dragon fire, streaking across like a meteor shower, illuminating the entire battlefield. Observing the scene before him, Leon suddenly grasped the truth of the Night Watchman's words. Humanity now wielded such formidable dragon power that, in the face of it, even the Night King could not escape a fate of utter annihilation. Regrettably, the humans present had not chosen to confront the White Walkers. Instead, they had sent ordinary folk into battle, placing them in grave peril. Taking a deep breath, Leon recognized the urgency of the moment. Immediate action was required to halt this senseless conflict. He rose, preparing to send a signal of peace to the leaders of Eastwatch, making it clear that the true enemy was not each other, but rather the existential threat posed by the White Walkers. Perched upon Balerion's back, Leon straightened his posture. His voice, amplified by magic, resonating clearly through the night. "Cease this combat. I am Leon Victor, return to unite our strength, not to foster fratricide." His tone exuded a conviction and authority that compelled obedience. However, to Leon's astonishment, a familiar voice echoed from the heavens moments later. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him as he realized he would once again hear the voice of the Blood Scorpion in such dire circumstances. The voice, descending from the high skies, bore a hint of familiarity, yet was laced with mockery and arrogance. "You are late, Leon Victor. All that you possess is now mine." The Blood Scorpion's voice reverberated through the night, each word striking Leon's heart like a hammer. The Blood Scorpion? A flicker of surprise crossed Leon's eyes as he swiftly looked up towards the source of the voice. There, in the higher reaches of the sky, close to the outer cosmos, coiled a colossal serpent whose size rivaled the very heavens. Its form cast a shadow over the stars, nearly obscuring the entire world beneath its presence. Leon focused intently. It was Jormungand, the foe who had never faced Balerion in the arena of gods. To his disbelief, it had manifested in the real world, its nightmarish bulk moving with a grace that struck Leon with unparalleled dread. "Why do you regard me with such eyes? Huh? Do you think you can slay me? Ridiculous." The Blood Scorpion's voice emerged from the serpent's maw, dripping with disdain. The enormous serpent, Jormungand, opened its cavernous jaws and flicked its forked tongue, with the Blood Scorpion standing atop it, a figure seemingly diminutive, yet brimming with menace against the serpent's backdrop. "What does this mean?" Leon's voice hinted at confusion as he sought clarity in the Blood Scorpion's words. "It is simple. I delayed your return by 7 years, stirring turmoil since my descent." The Blood Scorpion's tone brimmed with pride, relishing Leon's bewilderment. "I ask, how are you still alive?" Leon's gaze fixed on the Blood Scorpion, disbelief tinging his voice. He vividly recalled that their battle in the arena of gods should have been fatal. "All of this is because the Lord of the Gods was dissatisfied with our confrontation." The Blood Scorpion's revelation left Leon in profound shock. Could it be that their fates were manipulated by a higher power? In the night sky, the gigantic form of Jormungand and the mocking voice of the Blood Scorpion intertwined, creating an astonishing tableau. Simultaneously, a deep sense of helplessness welled within Leon. Alone, he might have stood a chance against the Blood Scorpion, but facing the gargantuan serpent capable of overshadowing the world, he could conceive no means of triumph. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, Balerion's will surged into his mind, a simple command: fight. Then let us once more engage in a decisive contest. Leon's voice rang out in the night, filled with resolve and courage. Regardless of the Blood Scorpion's underlying schemes or the Lord of the Gods' discontent, Leon would fight for his beliefs and all that he vowed to protect. Sensing Leon's determination, Balerion soared through the air, poised for the impending clash. On the forked tongue of Jormungand, the blood scorpion bore a sinister grin, seemingly eager for this new confrontation. In the night sky, two formidable adversaries were on the brink of an electrifying duel, the outcome of which would determine the fate of Westeros. At that moment, the night air seemed to freeze, leaving only the confrontation between dragon and serpent, and the warriors upon their backs. Leon and the blood scorpions' gazes locked in midair, igniting a spark of unspoken tension. Very well, Leon Victor. Let us see if you have progressed over these 7 years. The blood scorpion's voice dripped with provocation, his figure appearing especially treacherous upon Jormungand's tongue. Leon remained silent, understanding that, at this juncture, words were futile. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind, ready to join Balerion in this impending battle. His hand gently caressed Balerion's scales, feeling the dragon's power and resolve coursing through him. Jormungand began to move, its colossal form shifting with the weight of the heavens, as if it could rend the very sky. The blood scorpion stood atop the serpent's tongue, their combined strength overshadowing that of any mere mortal. Balerion, not to be outdone, flapped its wings vigorously, generating a maelstrom in the night sky, its flames brewing within, ready to erupt at a moment's notice. Leon grasped a shard of dragon scale, attuned to Balerion's heartbeat and breath, their spirits synchronizing in that pivotal moment. The battle was imminent. Jormungand struck first, opening its gaping maw to unleash a wave of black energy aimed at Balerion. The dragon deftly maneuvered through the air, evading the assault, while its flames erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the entire night sky. The clash of their immense powers produced a cataclysmic explosion, the brilliance and energy radiating outward, shaking the very foundations of Eastwatch. The inhabitants gazed in terror at the celestial conflict, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Leon understood that this battle was not merely a contest of might, but a struggle of wills. He must remain composed, seeking the blood scorpion's vulnerabilities to secure victory. His gaze sharpened, like a blade, meticulously analyzing Jormungand's every movement, searching for the opportune moment. In the night sky, Jormungand's massive form loomed like an insurmountable barrier, though its neck lay exposed before Leon and Balerion. In comparison to the serpent's colossal size, it was but the tip of the iceberg. Leon realized that brute strength alone would not suffice to conquer such an adversary. The blood scorpion's derisive laughter echoed in the night, each word puncturing Leon's resolve like a thorn. To have been defeated by you in the arena of gods is a lifelong disgrace. Let your blood and that of your dragon wash away my shame. His laughter brimmed with the exhilaration of vengeance and confidence in his power. A glimmer of calmness flashed in Leon's eyes. He understood that in the face of such an adversary, any hint of panic or impatience could lead to fatal errors. He took a deep breath, allowing his thoughts to crystallize, and began to silently analyze the weaknesses and combat style of Jormungandr in his mind. Balerion soared through the air, its eyes ablaze with the fire of battle, yet simultaneously revealing a profound respect for its foe. The dragon recognized that this opponent was unlike any other. It must summon all its strength and wisdom to engage in combat. The battle erupted once more, with Jormungandr's assaults crashing down like a tempest, relentless and unyielding, leaving Leon and Balerion scarcely a moment to breathe. Amidst the fierce clash in the night sky, Leon's eyes, sharp as those of a predator, meticulously observed every movement of Jormungandr. He discerned that, despite the serpent's ferocious and potent attacks, they seemed to adhere to a predictable pattern. Jormungandr's movements appeared somewhat clumsy. It required time to adjust before launching each strike, as if its colossal form struggled to respond nimbly to even the slightest commands. More critically, Leon noted that the serpent's attacks seemed formulaic, lacking in flexibility and the ability to adapt spontaneously. Jormungandr appeared unable to independently control its body, instead heeding the commands of the blood scorpion. This dependency revealed a fatal flaw in the midst of battle: delay. Regardless of how timely the blood scorpion's commands were, there existed a certain latency in their transmission to Jormungandr. Though brief, this delay, in Leon's eyes, was pivotal in determining the outcome of the confrontation. Leon swiftly calculated in his mind, recognizing that he must exploit this opening. He inhaled deeply, synchronizing his heartbeat with Balerion's wing beats, and then issued his command. Balerion understood instinctively, executing a series of maneuvers in mid-air with astounding speed and agility, deftly evading Jormungandr's attacks. In the fleeting moment before Jormungandr prepared its next assault, Leon seized the opportunity and directed Balerion to execute a rapid and precise series of strikes. These blows targeted the intervals between Jormungandr's assaults, each one landing accurately on the serpent's vulnerable defenses. Balerion's dragon fire and claws traced brilliant arcs across the night sky, each strike instilling an unprecedented sense of threat in Jormungandr. The Blood Scorpion roared in frustration, attempting to compensate for this flaw with increasingly frantic commands, only to discover that his orders only served to further confuse Jormungandr. As Leon and Balerion continued their relentless assault, Jormungandr's offensive gradually waned, its massive form beginning to sway unsteadily in the air, unable to maintain its previous momentum. The Blood Scorpion felt a growing sense of despair, realizing he had underestimated the prowess of Leon and Balerion. As the battle progressed, Leon began to decipher the Blood Scorpion's attack patterns, formulating a counter-strategy. Meanwhile, Balerion sensed Leon's resolve, its movements becoming even swifter and more precise, each attack aimed directly at Jormungandr's vital points. Ultimately, after a clever feint, Leon identified his moment. He commanded Balerion to execute a decisive strike. Balerion's dragon fire sliced through the air like a razor, penetrating Jormungandr's defenses and striking at the Blood Scorpion's very essence. The Blood Scorpion recognized the imminent danger at the last moment, but it was too late to evade. It emitted a despairing shriek, only to be engulfed by Balerion's flames. With the Blood Scorpion's control severed, Jormungandr let out a mournful cry, its form dissipating completely, as though it had never existed in this world. Stars twinkled above, like countless tiny embers illuminating the night sky of Watch. Leon gently patted Balerion's neck, expressing gratitude to his loyal companion for its assistance. Together, they spiraled down, gracefully landing atop the city walls, where they were met with a hero's welcome. The townsfolk surged into the streets, brandishing torches and cheering in jubilant waves, their faces radiating joy and hope. The residents of Watch had never envisioned their lives would be overshadowed by the colossal silhouette of a serpent. Jormungandr's appearance had been akin to a sudden nightmare, casting a pall over the entire city. When that sinister serpent's shadow first darkened their vision, fear and despair swiftly spread among the crowd. On the streets, people halted in their tracks, gazing skyward. That enormous shadow loomed ominously, veiling all in its path and ushering forth endless darkness. Children clutched their mothers' hands tightly, tears and unease glimmering in their eyes, while adults gripped their weapons, aware of the futility yet resolutely prepared to resist until the end. The outline of the serpent flickered among the clouds, coiling in the sky as if poised to swoop down and devour the city whole. The inhabitants were filled with questions and panic. What manner of creature was this? Why had it come here? Would their city ever know peace again? Fortunately, Leon and his dragon remained formidable, vanquishing every foe that stood against them. Some of the dragon riders who had previously attacked Leon and Balerion, upon witnessing Leon's triumph over the great serpent, hastened to express their submission, prostrating themselves before him alongside their dragons. As Leon dismounted from Balerion, his feet firmly landing on the walls of Watch, the foremost dragon rider, who had engaged in fierce combat with Balerion in the skies, stood before him, trembling with trepidation, evidently still reeling from the earlier shock. Arnold Blackfire, reporting to Commander Leon. The dragon rider's voice quivered, bowing his head in respect. Leon's gaze was as sharp as a blade, scrutinizing the dragon rider with a calm, yet unwavering authority. "Oh, if you know me, why did you choose to attack me previously?" Arnold Blackfire stammered as he explained. "It was merely that your dragon bore such a striking resemblance to the Southern Dragon Queen's dragon. We believed she had forsaken the Alliance and sent her dragon to sow chaos in Watch." Fear and remorse flickered in his eyes, clearly regretting his earlier rash actions. Leon remained unmoved by Arnold's explanation, his demeanor still cold and stern. "I have no interest in your excuses. Now tell me, who rules this place? Summon him to me." His voice carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Arnold Blackfire promptly replied, "Yes, Commander. I shall inform him at once." He turned and dashed down the city walls, evidently intent on relaying Leon's command. The surrounding dragon riders and soldiers parted ways, gazing at Leon with awe. They understood that this commander was not merely a powerful warrior, but also a leader capable of guiding them to victory. Shortly thereafter, the ruler of Watch hurriedly approached, led by Arnold Blackfire. He was an elderly nobleman, adorned in splendid robes and crowned with a symbol of authority. Upon seeing Leon, an expression of surprise and reverence crossed his face. "Commander Leon, I am Edmund Derry, the Lord of Watch." The Lord's voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by Leon's presence. Chapter 217. The Church of the Gods. Leon's gaze was as frigid as winter ice, devoid of emotion as it bore into Lord Edmund Derry. His eyes were profound and icy, as if they could penetrate the heart and unveil all secrets. Edmund Derry, I believe we have never crossed paths before. Pray tell, what position do you hold in the city? Leon's voice was calm, yet each word exuded an authority that demanded compliance. In the face of Lion's inquiries, Edmund maintained an exceptionally calm and composed demeanor, even infused with a hint of jest. Indeed, Commander, your appearance diverges somewhat from the portrayal of the Night's Watch commander in the paintings. I dare say those artists ought to be dragged out and executed for their misrepresentation. His retort revealed a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance, seemingly employing humor to alleviate the tension. However, despite Edmund's seemingly nonchalant response, he had long been mentally prepared for this confrontation. Thus, when Lion questioned the legitimacy of his rule, Edmund immediately began to scrutinize Lion's true identity. Oh, so you doubt my identity? Lion's voice bore a chilling indifference, his gaze firmly fixed upon Edmund's countenance, searching for answers in his expression. Indeed, Commander, Edmund replied, his resolve unwavering in the face of Lion's imposing presence. As far as I am aware, the true Commander Lion Victor has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, returning to his family's castle, seemingly having discovered a cause more worthy of a lifetime's devotion than the Night's Watch, to become a missionary of the faith of the Seven. With Edmund's words, the previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of palpable tension. An air of unease spread among the crowd, the celebratory laughter gradually fading, replaced by murmurs of confusion and apprehension. Even many soldiers and civilians, who had regarded Lion as the savior who vanquished the great serpent, began to harbor doubts about his identity. Their gazes flickered between Lion and Edmund, uncertain of whom to trust. So now, an unknown lord dares to question my identity? Lion's tone grew grave, impatience creeping into his voice. Was not his very existence, his power, and all he had accomplished sufficient to affirm his identity? Even Balerion, the dragon that had shrunk to a more typical size behind Lion, leapt onto the battlements, its massive head staring directly at Edmund, displeasure glimmering in its eyes as if enraged on behalf of Lion's dignity. Arnold Blackfire, having overheard their conversation, awkwardly interjected, Lord, the dragon Balerion cannot disguise itself. His words carried a note of entreaty, attempting to ease the mounting tension. Yet Edmund, undeterred by the pressure from Lion and Balerion, remained composed, aware that in such circumstances, any sign of panic could lead to catastrophic consequences. I do not question your capabilities, Commander, he said slowly, a hint of respect in his tone. I merely act out of sense of duty to the East Sea Watch, ensuring that our leader is indeed the true Lion Victor. Imposed, understanding that Edmund's concerns were not without merit. In this world, identity and loyalty were of paramount importance, especially when confronted with such a formidable threat. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I comprehend your apprehensions, Edmund Derry. But you must understand, regardless of my identity, all my actions are for the peace and safety of the continent of Westeros. He turned to the gathered soldiers and civilians, his voice growing firmer. I am Lion, and I shall fight alongside you, whether I am the commander of the Night's Watch or an ordinary soldier. Our objective remains the same, to protect our homeland from those who seek to destroy it. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd as soldiers and civilians exchanged glances, seeking answers in Lion's and Balerion's eyes. At that moment, the powerful dragon emitted a low growl, as if affirming Lion's words. With Lion's resolute declarations and Balerion's roar, some doubts among the soldiers and civilians began to dissipate. They started to believe in Lion's identity, convinced he was indeed the true commander of the Night's Watch. However, some, including Edmund Derry, remained skeptical. He gazed at Lion, contemplating his next move. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe ascended the battlements. His form was shrouded in shadows, rendering his features indistinct. The crowd's attention was drawn to this unexpected guest, their curiosity piqued. The mysterious figure approached Lion, bowed slightly, and then presented him with a sealed letter. Yet Lion did not immediately extend his hand to accept the missive from this enigmatic stranger. And who might you be? Lion's gaze was as sharp as a sword, directing its point at the mysterious figure. His voice remained steady, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. In response to Lion's inquiry, the stranger slowly raised his head, his movements deliberate and unhurried, as if performing a ritual. He removed his hood, revealing a stony, expressionless face, as hard as marble and devoid of any sign of life, resembling that of a corpse. An unknown, the mysterious figure replied tersely, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lion felt a flicker of interest at this response, but the stranger quickly added, "However, I am now a follower of the faith of the Seven." His words hinted a newfound faith and sense of belonging. "Oh, this term is the second time I have heard it tonight, and, as far as I know, there is only the faith of the Seven in Westeros. There has never been a faith of the All-Gods, has there?" Lion's brow furrowed slightly, curiosity and caution mingling within him regarding this sudden new faith. At this juncture, Edmund stepped forward slightly, lowering his voice to a volume inaudible to those around them. "This is a faith established by all those who have visited the All-Gods arena, including the blood-poisoned scorpion you slew, who possessed the earthly phantom of the great serpent. We are all of one accord." His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of secretive tension. "Why speak so softly? I have no interest in your conspiracies in public." Lion raised his voice slightly, dismissively waving his hand at Edmund, who immediately turned crimson, clearly flustered by Lion's disdainful gesture. Yet the mysterious figure merely smiled faintly, since Commander Lion is so forthright. Surely he would not refuse a non-threatening invitation letter? His smile bore a hint of provocation, as if challenging Lion's courage and intellect. "Oh, a challenge?" A smile crept onto Lion's lips as he took the document from the mysterious figure, unsealing it to read. As his gaze traversed the contents, his expression gradually grew solemn. Finally, he lifted his head, surveying the assembled crowd, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "An invitation to attend a gathering of the faith of the All-Gods? Very well. I accept." His voice was resolute and powerful, exuding an unyielding courage to face any challenge. The mysterious figure regarded Lion, and a glimmer of appreciation finally graced his otherwise impassive face, as if paying homage to Lion's courage and decisiveness. "You are indeed Lion Victor, not the imposter from the Riverlands." His voice carried a barely perceptible satisfaction, as if confirming Lion's identity had bolstered his confidence in the ensuing plans. Even Edmund, who had previously felt slighted by Lion, exhaled a sigh of relief, a look of having lowered his guard apparent on his face. Clearly, Lion's decision brought him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. However, Lion's subsequent proclamation caused both men's expressions to shift dramatically. "I shall attend, and, at the gathering, I will capture you wayward pretenders and your followers in one fell swoop. I will restore peace to Westeros." His voice rang with unwavering conviction, revealing an undeniable determination. "You self-proclaimed superior beings, stirring up chaos in the world due to some fortuitous encounters, misleading the populace, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. You are the true scourge of humanity, more insidious than the White Walkers." Lion's words detonated like a bombshell, igniting a tempest within the crowd. The faces of the mysterious figure and Edmund turned ashen, clearly unprepared for Lion's unambiguous declaration of animosity and determination. Yet, Lion remained indifferent to their reactions, shifting his gaze towards the surrounding dragon riders. Inquiring, "From whence do your dragons hail?" His question was both direct and incisive, evidently aimed at uncovering the origins and secrets behind these formidable beasts. Faced with Lion's inquiry, many dragon riders exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions betraying hesitation and unease. Ultimately, it was Arnold who responded. "These are dragon eggs that have strayed from King's Landing, and some were gifted to us by Lord Edmund." His tone carried a hint of resignation, indicating that he had little room for choice regarding this matter. A glimmer of curiosity and caution flickered in Lion's eyes. The origins of these dragons, tied to King's Landing and Edmund's patronage, hinted at a broader conspiracy and scheme. "Very well, Arnold Blackfire," Lion intoned solemnly, his gaze sweeping across all the dragon riders. "I hope you comprehend that true power does not reside in the dragons beneath you, but in the convictions and courage within your hearts. Indeed, Commander Lion, we originally came to the Eastern Sea with the intention of joining your Night's Watch, and now we finally see a clear path. Allow me to follow in your footsteps." Arnold's heartfelt declaration filled the air with palpable tension. The dragon riders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their inner turmoil and uncertainty. The choice before them was undoubtedly a profound test of loyalty and belief. On one side stood Lion Victor, the overwhelming master of dragons, former commander of the Night's Watch, a name synonymous with bravery and strength throughout the continent of Westeros, his deeds recounted by countless voices. On the other side loomed the Faith of the Seven, a mysterious and powerful organization that seemed to wield unimaginable influence, capable of dominating nearly all aspects of mortal existence. Even formidable creatures like dragons fell easily under their sway, a fact that instilled both temptation and trepidation in several dragon riders. Under such pressure and allure, many dragon riders began to make their choices. Some stealthily shifted their allegiances, ultimately siding with the faith, while others resolutely stood behind Lion, albeit in fewer numbers. After Arnold's impassioned plea, he surveyed the scene and noted an awkward situation. Those standing with Lion were scarcely more than a handful, comprised of only a few riders with the weakest dragons by their side. This outcome left him feeling a twinge of disappointment and concern. Lion's gaze fell upon those who had chosen to stand with him, devoid of reproach, instead imbued with profound understanding. He recognized that in this world, each individual possesses their own choices, and all he could do was respect those decisions while steadfastly adhering to his own convictions. And what the Night's Watch? You don't want quailed? His tone calm, yet resolute. Are you referring to Jon Snow, the commander? He and his dragon are patrolling the north to prevent the infiltration of White Walkers. If you wish to see him, I can summon him back immediately, Arnold replied, his voice tinged with urgency, clearly eager to assist Lion in any way possible. Lion paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, there's no need. Jon Snow is a commendable commander. He should remain in the north to continue his mission. He turned towards the dragon riders who had aligned with the faith, his voice laced with a warning. I respect each person's choice, but I urge you to remember that true power does not lie in the dragons you ride, but in the beliefs and courage that dwell within your hearts. Do not allow yourselves to be blinded by false strength. In the night sky, Vagor let out a low, resonant roar, as if resonating with Lion's words. On the battlements, Lion stood resolute, his figure illuminated by the flames, exuding an aura of unwavering determination. He understood that no matter how arduous and perilous the path ahead, he would forge onward, fighting for the future of Westeros. Meanwhile, those dragon riders who had aligned with the faith began to waver, their resolve shaken. Lion's words shone like a beacon, illuminating their innermost thoughts and prompting them to reevaluate their choices. In this world rife with uncertainty and challenges, each individual must bear the weight of their decisions. While Lion would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and mission, Lion glanced at the letter in his hand, lifting his gaze to the mysterious figure with a sardonic smile. So, you wish to invite me to Harrenhal? Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Chapter 218, The Final Battle at Harrenhal. Harrenhal, a colossal fortress that has witnessed the ebb and flow of countless historical tides, stands as a silent sentinel over the riverlands. Constructed prior to the conquest, it looms on the northern shores of God's Eye, its immense scale and impregnable walls rendering it the largest stronghold among the Seven Kingdoms. However, since the conquest, it has devolved into a shadowy and ravaged locale, steeped in myriad legends and secrets. The walls of Harrenhal are thick and steep, rising like the cliffs of nature, soaring towards the heavens. From the ground, the battlements adorned with trebuchets appear diminutive, akin to insignificant insects. The castle's gatehouse is immense, rivaling even the stronghold of Winterfell. Yet the ravages of time have left the stones cracked and discolored, imparting an air of age and decay. Within the castle, the 5 towers soar skyward, each reaching heights that dwarf those of Winterfell-esque structures. Yet, not a single tower remains unscathed. They bear the scars of flame and time. The stones shattered by the dragon fire of the Targaryens centuries past. Their original names faded into oblivion with the death of the Blackheart Heron, lost to the annals of history. In the sacred grove of Harrenhal, once a site of worship for the old gods, various religions and faiths now converge. Here, one can witness the rites of numerous other faiths, even male witches from Essos. With the resurgence of magic, sorcerers have once again become active in this world, their powers and knowledge emblematic of the new era. Following the complete subjugation of the Hightower family of Old Town, sorcerers have reclaimed their place among the influential entities of this realm. The resurgence of sorcery was also spurred by the opening of the Arena of the Gods, a mysterious locale that has drawn countless mortals seeking power and adventure. Within its confines, many have traversed the Arena of the Gods, having encountered extraordinary adventures, much like Euron Greyjoy, who once honed his skills therein. However, among this assembly, 2 figures stand out distinctly: the Night King and the Dragon Queen, Daenerys Targaryen. The Night King, a once dominant ruler of the North, and Daenerys, a queen endowed with formidable draconic power, are names and forces known to all across Westeros. The convergence of kings ruling the North and the Southern realms is a sight rarely witnessed in history. Their motivations vary. Some seek alliances, others yearn to explore unknown powers, while others merely wish to glimpse the hidden truths of this world. In this enigmatic and potent Harrenhal, the intertwining of their fates remains uncertain. Yet one thing is sure: Each of them will leave an indelible mark upon the tapestry of this world history. In the skies above Harrenhal, dozens of youthful dragons soared gracefully, their silhouettes rendered magnificent by the setting sun. Yet, in comparison to the legendary dragons of history, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, these young drakes appeared diminutive and lacked the gravitas and power bestowed by the passage of time. They were certainly no match for Vhagar, the dragon under the command of Aegon, whose size and strength eclipsed those of these fledgling beasts. Though their presence was awe-inspiring, it also hinted at a volatile and uncertain threat. The emergence of these dragons, however, had been catalyzed by the rise of sorcerers, empowered by blood magic. They became wicked and immensely potent, as if corrupted by dark forces. The sheer number of these dragons cast an ominous shadow, enveloping the entirety of Harrenhal in an atmosphere of oppression and unease. As night fell, a tense ambience permeated the weirwood forest. Daenerys stood upon the back of her dragon, her voice resonating like thunder among the trees. Night King, your numbers have grown ample. I hereby declare, Westeros is the realm of humankind, and you shall not trespass at will. Her words were resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat. Yet, this gathering was far from harmonious. Daenerys Targaryen, the Dragon Queen, descended from the back of Drogon with an imposing demeanor, striding directly towards the Night King. Her gaze ignited with a spark of defiance, signaling her unwillingness to yield in this struggle for power. In contrast, the Night King, the merciless sovereign, raised a hand to halt his White Walkers, who were poised to direct their ice spears at Daenerys. This subtle gesture, though seemingly inconspicuous, underscored the Night King's supreme authority, compelling his minions to comply without hesitation. The exchange of glances between the Night King and Daenerys crackled with tension and animosity. On the vast expanse of Westeros, two formidable forces stood in silent opposition, their strained relationship akin to a taut string poised to unleash devastating power at any moment. One side was led by the Night King, commanding an unfathomable army of White Walkers. Despite losing his ability to raise the dead after his trials in the Gods' Arena, his army had acquired a plague-like ability. Those struck down by the White Walkers would become their brethren within mere minutes. Furthermore, the Night King's might had ascended to an unknown echelon following his ordeal in the Gods' Arena, transcending mortal comprehension. Even those who once stood with humanity, such as Euron and three dragons, could not gain the upper hand in battle against him. Today, the Night King's power loomed like an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in uncertainty. On the other hand stood Daenerys Targaryen, who had unified Westeros, amassing a formidable army and abundant resources. Her standing army exceeded 100,000, including the Unsullied who had joined the Night's Watch and the blood magic dragons and dragon riders she led personally. The confluence of these forces rendered Daenerys nearly invincible. Given time, her confrontation with the Night King would culminate in an ultimate duel between these two sovereigns, their clash destined to determine the fate of Westeros. However, this anticipated war was interrupted by an unforeseen variable. The mysterious emergence of the Faith of the Seven compelled the erstwhile adversarial factions to temporarily unite against a new foe. The Night's Watch, once viewed as the guardians of Westeros, had now become a perceived threat in the eyes of the Faith. Upon hearing this news, Daenerys felt a surge of disbelief. To her, the remnants of the Night's Watch, elusive in the north, and the defenders of the realm, led by Jon Snow, posed no significant danger to the Faith. Moreover, Jon, as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, had already forged a peace treaty with Daenerys. In her mind, the Night's Watch no longer warranted serious consideration. Yet, the adherents of the Faith posited a shocking hypothesis. What if Leon Victarion had returned? The one who was omnipotent, wielding unparalleled artifacts, invincible dragons, and had even challenged the utmost difficulties in the Gods' Arena, earning praise from the deities themselves? Daenerys immediately countered. But Leon Victarion has been confined in a castle in the Bay of Rivers, awaiting death. Her voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty, clearly shaken by the revelation. The followers of the Faith scoffed, retorting, "That man is but a wretched shell, devoid of a powerful soul to sustain him, ultimately feeble." The true Leon Victarion has returned. Just as their words faded, a torrent of dragon fire erupted from the heavens, cleaving the sky like a dark crimson scar that illuminated all of Harrenhal. Countless dragons and their riders were ignited by the sudden onslaught, plummeting from the heights like meteors streaking across the night sky, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a shadowy figure loomed once more across the skyline, its colossal form akin to storm clouds eclipsing the sun, instilling dread and despair. As the shadow unfurled its blood moon-like eyes, the very heavens seemed to shift hue, revealing not only strength but a chilling indifference. Faithful minions of the faith, I have arrived. Leon's voice thundered through the skies, resonating across the earth. His tone was imbued with power and determination, heralding his return. On the ground, legions of soldiers surged forth from every corner of Harrenhal, armed and armored, gazing helplessly skyward. Confronted with this celestial upheaval, they felt an unprecedented sense of impotence and terror. Emerging sorcerers stood atop elevated positions, their eyes filled with resolve and focus, murmuring arcane incantations while gathering magical energy. The adherents of the faith exchanged glances, their expressions betraying shock and unease. Yet soon, they seemed to steel themselves, revealing their hidden cards. Euron, the traitor, summoned Godzilla at the very moment Leon appeared. The ancient sea monster, responding to Euron's call, exhibited unprecedented might. Now, Godzilla bore spines akin to red lotuses, charging its energy. Its colossal form radiated an awe-inspiring power, as if capable of obliterating all. Euron stood atop Godzilla's head, his gaze betraying madness and resolve, clearly prepared to confront Leon. Godzilla's immense body, under Euron's control, emanated a formidable presence, resembling a moving fortress upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Night King raised his hand, levitating in the air. With a mere gesture, legions of wights erupted from the earth, as if the very land roared in fury, awakening the slumbering dead. His white walkers, reluctant yet obedient, coalesced crystalline ice spears, plunging them into their own bodies, surrendering their vitality to the Night King hovering above. In an instant, the Night King's power surged to its ultimate form, his voice cold and piercing as a winter gale. I have awaited you for a long time, Leon. Leon's voice echoed from the heavens, laced with provocation and disdain. Oh, Night King, it seems you are unwilling to perish as a traitor. Let me see what progress you have made. His words brimmed with anticipation for the impending battle, and under his command, Vhagar was already poised for confrontation. Daenerys, however, was left aghast, witnessing the chaos around her. She had arrived at Harrenhal with but a scant retinue, accompanied solely by Drogon. Yet in the throes of the impending battle, she comprehended that evasion was futile. She must immerse herself within it. As Daenerys returned to Drogon's back, hesitating momentarily, she resolved to extend her aid to Leon, aiming to confront Euron and the monstrous Godzilla beneath him. Suddenly, the tides of war shifted dramatically. The red Godzilla, along with Euron atop its back, unleashed a fierce assault upon the armies of the faith of the Seven Below. A searing beam erupted from Godzilla's maw, its might rivaling that of Balerian's dragon fire. Sweeping across the ground, wherever that radiant beam coursed, everything was incinerated, rendering the soldiers of the faith insignificant and powerless in the face of such overwhelming force. Daenerys, taken aback, momentarily faltered. Euron atop Godzilla flashed her a wicked smile, as if to proclaim, I pledge my loyalty to Commander Leon. Let the heavens bear witness. Drawing a deep breath, she commanded Drogon. Onward, Drogon. With a thunderous roar, Drogon announced the commencement of battle, his immense wings beating powerfully as he soared over Harrenhal, deftly navigating between the castle towers and fortifications, making his way towards the sorcerers lurking in the shadows. Standing resolutely on Drogon's back, Daenerys' gaze was unwavering, unafraid of the imminent clash. The sorcerers, upon witnessing her approach, realized their half-prepared magical assaults could no longer be withheld and unleashed them, filling the sky with dazzling, rainbow-like beams. Although beautiful, these lights concealed lethal power. Daenerys adeptly maneuvered Drogon while launching counterattacks. In her grasp lay the dragon's command, each swing guiding Drogon to unleash devastating dragon fire. However, the situation in the skies was far from favorable. Betrayed by the influence of the faith, the surviving dragon riders stood loyally beside the sorcerers, engaging in fierce combat with Drogon. Though still formidable, Drogon found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of his adversaries, perilously navigating through the chaos. Meanwhile, Leon was fiercely entangled with the enhanced Night King. The fated adversaries clashed in the skies, their battle a harrowing spectacle, each encounter accompanied by deafening roars and blinding flashes. At that moment, a colossal green dragon joined the fray, drawing the attention of all present. Upon this dragon's back was a dark-haired dragon rider, whose presence ignited a flicker of hope within Daenerys. Jon, she exclaimed joyfully, her voice brimming with trust and reliance on the king in the north. Commander Leon, your grace, I have arrived. Jon's voice resonated with strength, undeniably infusing the battle with newfound potential. The dragon Jon rode spiraled through the air, its flames intertwining with Drogon's, forming a formidable web of fire that pressed heavily upon the treacherous dragon riders and sorcerers. Chapter 219, The Climax. The Night King, once a figure of terror across the entirety of Westeros, now faced Balerion the Black Dread in a contest of strength and will above Harrenhal. His body encased in a thick layer of crystalline ice, it shimmered with an otherworldly blue glow beneath the moonlight, resembling an indomitable suit of armor. In the shadow of Balerion's colossal frame, the Night King appeared diminutive, akin to a mere moth confronting a roaring inferno. Yet, with each thrust of his ice spear, he successfully repelled Balerion's massive form. This was not solely due to his incredible strength, but rather the selfless sacrifices rendered by the White Walkers. These long-forgotten dead had now become the very source of the Night King's power, offering their strength and lives to elevate him to unprecedented heights. This confluence of might allowed the Night King to display extraordinary combat prowess. His enigmatic past remained shrouded in mystery, known only to the shadows. But the formidable strength he exhibited left no doubt. He was no longer merely a White Walker leader, but a true adversary wielding destructive power. Leon, the Dragonlord, felt an unparalleled pressure as he faced the Night King's challenge. He understood that this battle would be the most arduous of his life. He must summon every ounce of his strength and wisdom to confront the Night King. Balerion roared in the skies, its flames clashing with the Night King's ice spear, resulting in dazzling explosions. The duel of ice and fire unfolded above Harrenhal, akin to the wrath of the gods entwined with the judgment of frost upon the earth. Each collision was a profound manifestation of power, resonating in the souls of the onlookers. The ice, representing the Night King's chilling might, began to melt under the searing heat, steam rising like clouds, shrouding the battlefield in an aura of mystery. Meanwhile, the fire, symbolizing the fervent breath of Balerion and Drogon, solidified beneath the Night King's ice spear, transforming into molten lava that plummeted to the ground, igniting the earth and turning soil into hardened glass. The sheer magnitude of their forces ravaged the ancient land of Harrenhal, reducing it to desolation and a forbidden realm. The walls crumbled, towers toppled, and the once glorious castle disintegrated into dust amid the aftermath of titanic clashes. As the battle raged on, the remnants of Harrenhal were obliterated by the waves of power. Colossal stones and debris cast skyward before crashing down, painting a scene of ruin. Many on the battlefield retreated, unable to endure such an infernal environment, choosing instead to flee. Ultimately, only a handful of the mightiest could withstand the hellish conditions. Odron, the sovereign of the seas, stood atop Godzilla, his eyes reflecting an indomitable will. Despite the unprecedented foes before him, he remained poised for the battles to come. Daenerys, the Mother of Dragons, commanded Drogon to unleash powerful flames to counter the Night King's icy forces. Her eyes sparkled with resolute determination, aware that this battle encompassed not just her fate, but the future of all Westeros. Jon, the Protector of the North, circled in the skies, ready to join the fray at a moment's notice. His gaze was calm and steadfast, knowing that regardless of the battle's outcome, he would safeguard this land and his people. However, the Night King's display of might and cruelty exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Balerion, the undead dragon beneath Leon, found itself encased in ice when confronted by the Night King's spear, its body succumbing to the pain and plummeting from the skies. Godzilla, with Euron atop, unleashed a radiant beam towards the Night King, only for it to be deflected by a mirror-like shield conjured by the Night King, redirecting the blast towards Daenerys and Drogon. In an instant, the Dragon Queen became the first formidable warrior to withdraw from the conflict. Meanwhile, Jon and his Viserion, the weakest among them, found themselves rendered insignificant, powerless against the unfolding chaos. Withdraw. This is my final confrontation with the Night King. Leon's voice echoed across the battlefield, imbued with a sense of resolve and determination. He recognized the critical juncture of this battle. He must face the Night King alone and bring an end to this war. Upon hearing Leon's words, Jon felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. In this fierce confrontation, he and his colossal dragon, Viserion, appeared most vulnerable, rendered powerless by the unfolding scene. Yet, before he could articulate his refusal, the Night King's assault was upon him. The icy spear, imbued with an aura of death, hurtled toward Jon with a swiftness that left no room for reaction. No, a wave of despair and dread engulfed Jon as he sensed the imminent approach of death. At that moment, a vision materialized before him, revealing the figures of his grandmother, his siblings, and his father, Ned Stark. These apparitions flickered through his mind, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia and helplessness. But in the next instant, a towering figure loomed before Jon, blocking the deadly blow. It was Euron, the monstrous titan, who shielded Jon from the fatal strike with his own body. Jon hastily assessed the situation, noticing the blood trickling from Euron's lips, coupled with the giant's massive chest cavity, indicating that both their lives were swiftly drawing to a close. Euron! Jon gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Euron, once his adversary, had now sacrificed himself to save him. Euron turned to Jon, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. For Westeros, he uttered, his voice faint yet laced with undeniable strength. In that moment, Jon felt an unprecedented shock wash over him. He realized that this battle transcended the mere pursuit of power. It was a fight for home, for survival. As he watched Euron and the colossal Godzilla falter, he silently vowed to bring this conflict to an end for them. For everyone. The Night King's assault did not relent in light of Euron's sacrifice. His icy spear surged toward Jon once more. Yet this time, Jon had steeled himself for the inevitable. He commanded Viserion to unleash a torrent of dragon fire, countering the Night King's onslaught. Leon's voice resonated across the battlefield, his commands reverberating like thunder, stirring the hearts of all present. Your foe is me. His words exuded an unyielding resolve, his figure steadfast upon the back of Balerion. As Leon's voice rang out, arrows cascaded like relentless rain, slicing through the air to rain down upon the Night King. Each arrow, infused with the formidable power of the Liu Star, illuminated the night sky as they streaked through the heavens. When they vanquished the earthbound serpents, the Liu Star had demonstrated its capacity to extinguish the morning star. Faced with such an onslaught, the Night King, unsurprisingly, could not withstand this formidable force. His icy barrier began to crack under the barrage of arrows, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. Leon, perched upon Balerion's back, relentlessly drew and loosed arrows, each shot striking true against the Night King's defenses. His gaze shimmered with calmness and focus, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the confrontation between him and the Night King. Yet, at this critical juncture, Leon suddenly heard the ominous snap of a bowstring. Though faint, the sound struck Leon like a bolt from the blue. His heart tightened, recognizing this could be the pivotal moment in the battle. The Night King, who had been struggling to maintain his ground, revealed a knowing smile as he heard the bowstring break. He understood that while Leon's assault was formidable, every weapon possesses its limits, and it seemed that limit had been reached at this very moment. Seizing the opportunity, the Night King began to gather all his strength, preparing for a final counterattack. Before Leon could react, the dragon Balerion, once a soaring titan of the skies, now battered and bruised from the fierce clash with the Night King, was poised to launch a desperate attack. Its body was riddled with shards of ice, each breath appearing to sap its remaining energy. In this relentless clash, even the so-called immortal dragon seemed to be approaching the end of its life. Leon, atop Balerion, could feel the agony and exhaustion of his old companion. His heart ached with sorrow and reluctance, unwilling to witness Balerion falter in this battle. He knew that Balerion was not merely his steed, but also his friend and comrade. Yet when Leon commanded Balerion to retreat and rest, the dragon, for the first time in its life, defied Leon's orders. A resolute light flickered in its eyes, and it emitted a deep, resonant roar, as if to convey to Leon that it had not yet surrendered, that it would continue the fight. Balerion soared into the sky, its wings weary and its body battered. Yet it was prepared to launch one final assault. Its target was the Night King, the harbinger of endless cold and death for this land. Leon watched Balerion's silhouette, a surge of profound emotion and respect swelling within him. He understood that this attack might be Balerion's last flight, yet it chose to battle on, to protect its companion and homeland. Taking a deep breath, Leon resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Balerion, vowing never to abandon their cause, even in the direst of circumstances. He cast aside the Liu Star bow and retrieved the halberd from his pack, readying himself for one last desperate stand. After 3 days and nights of relentless fighting, tranquility finally descended upon the skies of Harrenhal. Leon emerged victorious from this arduous conflict, single-handedly wielding the halberd to extinguish the Night King's threat. The details of the battle remain shrouded in mystery, for the land of Harrenhal has been reduced to a state akin to the ruins of Valyria. With the Night King's fall, the chill and shadows of death that loomed over Westeros began to dissipate, heralding the return of peace. The cost of this battle was staggering. The strength of Westeros had been profoundly diminished, and countless soldiers, lured by the whispers of the faith of the Seven, driven by the desire for power and the pursuit of glory, flocked to Harrenhal to join the fray. Yet, most of them remained oblivious to the death trap they were entering. Ultimately, these soldiers met their demise in the battle, their sacrifices becoming a painful memory of this war. The hostile forces surrounding Westeros, like a pack of wolves, watched hungrily, their hearts brimming with greed and ambition as they beheld Westeros' frailty. However, the failure of the Faith of the Seven did not deter them. They gathered strength in the shadows, biding their time, hoping to strike again at Westeros. But under the watchful guardianship of Leon and the Night's Watch, these forces would never cross the threshold of their domain. Leon, a leader who had proven his strength and wisdom in battle, became the protector of Westeros. Alongside his allies and the loyal Night's Watch, they forged an indomitable line of defense, safeguarding the land and its people. Amidst the ruins of Harrenhal, new structures began to rise, symbolizing rebirth and hope. Although the war had inflicted deep scars upon Westeros, its people refused to yield. They believed that as long as Leon and the Night's Watch stood guard, united in courage, Westeros could rise from the ashes and embrace a brighter future. The tale of this great battle spread across the continent of Westeros, transforming into a legend recounted by generations to come. Leon's name and his heroic deeds were inscribed in the annals of history, becoming a symbol of strength and wisdom. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch, once a nameless organization, earned its place in the hearts of the people through their extraordinary valor in this war. As time ebbed away, tranquility gradually returned to the realm of Westeros. The populace began to reconstruct their abodes, soothing the scars left by warfare. The spirits and valor of those heroes who perished in battle will eternally inspire future generations, becoming an undying legend of Westeros.